Chapter 1, Section 1. In the realm of the future, I, the one-armed Son Gohan. Author, the old god of Dragon Ball. Crossing worlds, I have replaced the one-armed Son Gohan of the Dragon Ball future timeline. From this moment forth, this world shall undergo a profound transformation. The system awakens, endlessly absorbing energy and converting it into energy points. Sins of beings, super divine water, divine techniques, countless items, and skills transcending the laws of the Dragon Ball universe are all at one's disposal. Insufficient combat power, lacking strength. With the Combat Power Enhancement Card, as long as one possesses infinite energy points, one can elevate their power without limits. Chapter 1. I, the future one-armed Son Gohan. Earth, year 784 of the age. Darkness pervades, despair deepens. A torrential downpour descends from the heavens. The sound of raindrops echoes incessantly. Despair and lifelessness spread like wildfire, crackling. Thunderous roar. Suddenly, a deafening rumble reverberates from above, accompanied by golden lightning racing forth, appearing in an unending stream. In a certain part of the city, ruins below. Brother Gohan, it's all my fault. I did nothing to help. It's all my fault. A young boy weeps uncontrollably, filled with anger and regret. In the depths of his sorrow, he clutches his head and wails, his rage transforming into a fierce roar. As his emotions surge, a pale golden aura emanates from his being, manifesting before him. Amidst the mingling of tears and rain, the boy's cheeks are thoroughly stained, blurring the line between his weeping and the rain's cleansing. His anger escalates, and in an instant, it reaches a pinnacle of transformation. Ah! Accompanied by a frenzied scream, his metamorphosis is complete. The boy's hair stands on end, his pupils shifting to an emerald hue, while his hair transforms into a radiant gold. Indeed, this is the Super Saiyan. The boy is none other than Trunks. The figure lying on the ground is none other than Son Gohan. Such a scene is familiar to anyone who has witnessed the Dragon Ball anime. This narrative could only unfold within the future timeline of the Dragon Ball universe. AKT this very moment. Driven by Gohan's death, Trunks experiences a complete eruption, achieving his first transformation into a Super Saiyan. For Trunks, as a warrior, he could not lend a hand, forced to watch helplessly as his brother's son Gohan perished. Even now, having transformed, he feels no joy. His mind is consumed with hatred, and his anger festers. Simultaneously, self-recrimination and resentment, regret and discouragement intertwine, ensnaring his heart. Having gained unparalleled power yet lost his kin, the price is too heavy for one so young. Trunks finds himself in a state of uncontrollable turmoil. He too seeks an outlet for his anguish. Yet he cannot find a means to alleviate his sorrow. This moment, he remained. Utterly oblivious to the subtle movement of a finger before him, Son Gohan had not truly perished. A suitable host has been identified. System binding in progress. Binding complete. Conducting self-diagnosis. Diagnosis complete. No anomalies detected. Comprehensive examination of the host underway. 105066. Severe physical damage detected in the host. Various functions are in continuous decline. Immediate repair is imperative. No response from the host. Life energy is rapidly depleting. In 3 minutes, the host will face true death. No response from the host. Automatic self-rescue mode activated. This will consume the sole passive self-rescue ability, absorbing all surrounding energy to repair the physical body and restore mental state. Intense conflict detected within the soul. Automatic restoration initiating fusion. 105066. Fusion complete. Accompanied by the incessant clamor of machinery, two souls within Son Gohan's subconscious merged under the influence of a mysterious power, forming a singular new entity. His consciousness gradually rekindled, yet the excruciating pain radiating from his brain heralded signs of awakening. Nearly a minute elapsed before the piercing sensation that penetrated his very essence began to wane. Slowly, he opened his eyes, confronting a hazy world that compelled him to shut them once more, striving to acclimate. Wu Fan? Indeed, he was Wu Fan, a promising youth of the 21st century, now embodied as Son Gohan. After perishing in a car accident, he had been transported by the system to the Dragon Ball universe, only to find himself, as Son Gohan had been slain by the androids 17 and 18. As he reopened his eyes, the surrounding scene gradually sharpened into focus, the relentless rain striking his cheeks, rejuvenating his sense of existence. Little did he anticipate that a mere crossing over would lead him to the dystopian future of Dragon Ball, embodied as Son Gohan. Was the system mocking him? A bittersweet thought surfaced in his mind, yet acceptance was his only recourse. His gaze sharpened, settling upon the youth beside him. That overwhelming aura, that terrifying power. Golden hair and azure eyes stood resolute in this ravaged apocalyptic realm, resembling a golden war deity, surveying all with disdain, invincible in its might. Alas, such formidable strength was merely an illusion for those unable to ascend to such heights. Just as he intended to speak, the agony coursing through Wu Fano, Son Gohan, made him grimace in discomfort. This very sound roused Trunks, still engulfed in turmoil. Gohan, you are alive. How wonderful. Overwhelmed with emotion, tears brimmed in his eyes. Trunks uncontrollably knelt before him, hesitantly attempting to help Son Gohan, yet reluctant to act recklessly. Fortunately, I narrowly escaped death. I truly underestimated the android's power, he acknowledged with a nod. Once accustomed to the pain, Son Gohan painstakingly rose, stabilizing himself. If it were not for the amalgamation of all that is Gohan, this torment, far more intense than being struck by a vehicle, would be sufficient to drive him to his demise. System, having activated the self-rescue mode, can you not fully heal me? Must I endure this agony? And what of this severed arm? Can it not be restored directly? Gohan inwardly lamented, casting a glance at his left arm, which was now a mere remnant, rendering him bereft of tears. Ding! The system has exerted its utmost effort to salvage the host, yet the energy expended has reached its zenith, rendering it incapable of further support for the host's treatment. The system's response was succinct and unambiguous. This revelation made Gohan acutely aware that he could no longer exploit the benefits of the system. As consciousness returned, Gohan looked once more at Trunks, a smile gracing his visage. You have finally attained the power to stand alone. You have transformed into a Super Saiyan. In this simple utterance, Gohan shifted from a position of passivity to one of agency. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for words with Trunks. Despite the fusion encompassing all of Gohan's essence, including his memories, it was ultimately Goku's consciousness that prevailed. For Gohan had perished. His spiritual essence, though it lingered, remained dormant unless it journeyed to the afterlife, thereby allowing him to assume dominance. Otherwise, even Gohan's fragmented soul would have been sufficient to obliterate that of an ordinary person. Undoubtedly, the system was the pivotal element. Upon hearing Gohan's words, Trunks finally registered the moment, hastily assisting Gohan to his feet while exclaiming, "Brother Gohan, I thought you had perished, which is why I managed to transform. From now on, I can fight alongside you." Gohan nodded slightly, refraining from further comment. Fight together? Given Trunks' current prowess, they were still worlds apart. The system's bestowed abilities allowed him to assess combat power in his Super Saiyan form. Trunks' power was merely 100 million. Even at the point in time Gohan had returned to, the Super Saiyan form seemed to peak at 240 million. While the precise combat power of Android 17 and 18 remained unknown, it was certainly several hundred million beyond. Even though the future timeline might be slightly weaker than the past, Gohan's combat capability, as displayed through the system interface, had reached an impressive 10 million points. This indicated that his Super Saiyan form was at least 500 million, surpassing Goku's power upon his initial return to Earth by a staggering 250 million. Chapter 2. Altering the Past. Shaping the Future. As thoughts coalesced, Gohan gently shook his head. There were myriad issues to ponder, and an abundance of tasks awaited him. Having just traversed time, he required time to acclimate, to analyze, and, most importantly, to fully recuperate. Let us depart from this place at once. Should Androids 17 and 18 launch a surprise attack, even if I am capable of holding my own, and you transform into a Super Saiyan, you could still meet a grim fate. With these words directed at Trunks, Gohan ascended into the sky using his instant transmission technique that he afforded Trunks no time to react. Yet the young warrior was far from sluggish. Mere seconds later, he followed suit. Time swiftly elapsed that, in the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. Amid the ravaged remains of West City, the Capsule Corporation still stood resilient. However, the only inhabitant in this realm was Bulma from this timeline, residing underground to evade the threats posed by the androids. Within the confines of the room, Gohan tore away the bandages that bound his waist and face. After a brief stretch, he marveled at the complete restoration of his physique, muttering to himself, "At last, I have fully recovered. In just 2 days, I have regained my strength and significantly enhanced it as well. Indeed, the Saiyan body is formidable." With that, he approached the mirror, gazing at the scars adorning his face, a countenance marked by resilience and masculinity. Gohan scrutinized his reflection, pondering, should I deem myself fortunate or unfortunate for these scars? Only now do I comprehend the struggles that await your future self, that in this world, I'm the most potent solitary warrior, a scion with boundless potential. In the original tale, you could not fully harness your abilities, ultimately becoming Goku's son. Now that I have assumed your mantle, will I be capable of unlocking this latent power? As he spoke to himself, Gohan slowly clenched his right fist. Though he had lost a hand, his strength remained largely unaffected. Shifting his focus, Gohan returned to the bed and lay down, deep in thought. During these 2 days of recuperation, he had contemplated the matter of the androids and the course of action that lay ahead. In simple terms, he had begun to grasp the extent of the androids' capabilities, as well as the urgent tasks that awaited him. In the original narrative, the one-armed Gohan from the future possessed the strength to contend with a single android, even capable of vanquishing one. Regrettably, in the final confrontation, Trunks could not assist him, and the odds of 1 against 2, coupled with their infinite energy and stamina, ultimately led to Gohan's defeat. Considering these factors, Gohan was confident that the androids 17 and 18 in the future timeline possessed combat power of no more than 500 million. To elaborate further, the 17 and 18 from the future posed little threat to him now. His baseline combat power had surged to 12 million points upon complete recovery. This represented a staggering 50-fold increase upon achieving the first stage of Super Saiyan transformation, culminating in a power level of 600 million. Although this revival from the brink of death was facilitated by the system's intervention, it proved equally effective. The threats posed by androids 17 and 18 have indeed diminished, yet there remains a pressing need for further enhancement. The future world still holds peril in the forms of Cell, as well as Majin Buu and Demon King Dabura, who loom on the horizon. I must devise a means to restore this arm, otherwise, despite my potential for growth, my capabilities will inevitably face limitations. Engaging in single combat is manageable, but facing 2 or even 3 adversaries would showcase a stark disadvantage. As a time traveler and a former author well-versed in the intricacies of the Dragon Ball universe, his capacity for strategic thought far exceeds that of an ordinary individual. Regrettably, however, the original narrative provides scant insight into the future timelines, leaving him with limited options to consider. One must maintain a long-term perspective. The current crisis involving the androids pales in comparison to the challenges that will emerge a decade hence. Son Gohan's present view is clouded by the imminent threats posed by Black Goku and Zamasu in the Dragon Ball realm. Whether in the primary timeline or its offshoots, the foes encountered grow increasingly formidable as time progresses. At this moment, he is cognizant of the ample time he possesses. The more he contemplates, the swifter time elapses. Unbeknownst to him, an hour has slipped by. The door to his room creaked open, revealing an ostensibly aged Bulma, who entered with a pot of porridge. In the span of these past few days, he had become entirely accustomed to this setting. Compared to the vibrant Bulma of the main timeline, this version from the future appeared significantly more haggard. Yet, even so, she retained an undeniable allure, embodying the essence of a natural beauty. Aunt Bulma, Son Gohan greeted politely as he rose to his feet. In response, Bulma smiled and nodded. "It seems you have nearly recovered, Gohan," she remarked, placing the pot down. With a hint of admiration, she added, "It is truly remarkable how resilient Scions are. Your recovery surpasses my expectations. I had anticipated it would take you a week to fully regain your strength. That is largely due to your attentive care, Aunt Bulma. Without your support, I would not have healed so swiftly." Gohan replied, "Ha. Indeed, your words are most charming. This is a quality your father lacks." Bulma chuckled lightly before taking a seat. "Do eat once you regain your strength. My burdens will lighten considerably." Though Trunks insists on venturing out to gather supplies, I remain worried for him and have refrained from allowing him to go alone. "Understood," Gohan acknowledged with a nod, grasping the gravity of the situation. Resources in the future world are alarmingly scarce. Even though some remain, they lie far beyond reach. The supplies in West City have long been depleted. The devastation wrought by the 2 androids has left the future world in ruins, with cities reduced to a pitiful state. Moreover, one must not overlook the lurking threat of Cell, the monstrous entity responsible for the demise of 70% of Earth's population. Resources, sustenance, and water have consistently been addressed by Son Gohan over the years, leading Bulma to become increasingly reliant on him. As he savored the porridge in front of him, Son Gohan's thoughts wandered to other matters. Unbeknownst to him, Bulma's gaze underwent a subtle shift. If only Sun Wukong were still present, perhaps the current troubles would be alleviated and all the burdens would not rest solely upon your shoulders. It is truly fortunate that you have not met your demise this time, Gohan. With just a little more time, I will be able to construct a time machine. Bulma's thoughts grew increasingly weighty. She aimed to alter the past, to reshape the future, It all began with Son Wukong's viral heart condition 2 decades prior. She felt utterly helpless. However, after 20 years' passage, she has absorbed a wealth of medical knowledge, coupled with the tireless research of countless individuals, and now possesses a miraculous remedy. As long as Son Wukong remains alive, many tragedies shall not be repeated. Chapter 3. The Gravity Training Room after finishing the porridge in the pot. Son Gohan gently set it down. Reflecting on the taste, he nodded in satisfaction, though he was not fully sated. The food in the Dragon Ball world, even something as simple as porridge, is of exceptional flavor, far surpassing anything from his previous life. Turning his gaze towards Bulma, Son Gohan did not consider what thoughts occupied her mind at that moment. He inquired, by the way, Aunt Bulma, may I ask if the gravity training room previously used by Uncle Vegeta is still operational? The gravity training room? Bulma was momentarily taken aback by his question. Slightly parting her lips, she replied, "You're not thinking of using the gravity training room for your training, are you? I recall many years ago you mentioned that everyone's training methods differ, and even if you adopted Vegeta's approach, it wouldn't necessarily make you stronger." Indeed. That was my belief at the time, Son Gohan acknowledged with a nod. However, circumstances have compelled me to seek new methods. I find myself lacking pressure. I require it to unleash my potential and grow stronger. After the recent battle, I have come to realize that my strength is not inferior to that of androids 17 and 18. Yet, I am but one person, while they possess infinite energy. Moreover, due to the prior confrontation, I have lost an arm. If I had both, I would be better equipped. Therefore, I must become stronger, to completely suppress them. Son Gohan's expression turned serious. He continued, I hope Trunks will join me in this training. Only in this way can we ensure absolute certainty. Hence, if we can utilize the gravity training room, it would greatly assist us. His lengthy discourse instilled some hope in Bulma. At the very least, Son Gohan spoke with sincerity and acknowledged that the androids were not truly unbeatable, despite the recent defeat. I see. I'll find a way, she responded. Though it is currently abandoned, with some modifications and repairs, it should be possible to make it functional again. After pondering for a moment, Bulma continued. The challenge lies in the fact that operating the gravity training room requires substantial energy. If we rely solely on electricity, given the current situation, it is unfeasible. With Bulma's intellect, such a problem would typically be trivial. However, the lack of materials posed a significant hurdle. Are there alternative materials that could substitute for the energy source? Aunt Bulma, if you need anything, please let me know, and I shall retrieve it. Certainly, Son Gohan affirmed. Truly, you are Goku's son. You have inherited your father's fervent training spirit. Upon discovering a solution, you are eager to implement it immediately. Presently, the fate of Earth depends on you. Shortly, I will provide you with a list, and you must traverse various cities to gather what is needed. Though you possess great abilities, I must remind you to exercise utmost caution. Bulma's face illuminated with a sense of relief. She hoped that Gohan would cherish his well-being and remain vigilant. Ever since the demise of Goku, Vegeta, and their other comrades, Gohan had become the last of his cherished friends. In the previous 2 years, Chi-Chi had still been alive, providing companionship. However, a tragic accident claimed her life, leaving Bulma to witness Gohan's solitary existence. While others remained oblivious to Gohan's hardships, Bulma observed everything with keen awareness. The child, having clawed back from the brink of death on several occasions, has grown increasingly resilient, yet has shed the innocence and laughter of his youth, transforming into a formidable warrior. Rest assured, Aunt Bulma, I am aware of this, Gohan assured with a nod. Well then, I must attend to my tasks, later. You will need to persuade Trunks for me. That boy, since transforming into a Super Saiyan, has been clamoring for vengeance against the androids. Bulma abruptly shifted the topic, leaving Gohan both amused and exasperated. Indeed, much like the original narrative, Trunks is rather naive. Despite his many virtues, his simplicity and innocence lead him astray. Had he not been so arrogant in believing himself capable, he would not have been manipulated by the androids. It is clear that he requires thorough training. Half an hour later, bidding farewell to Bulma, Gohan took the initiative to lead Trunks to a nearby city in search of essential supplies. At present, an array of food and water is crucial, especially as they would soon enter a training regimen, leaving no time for further scavenging. Thus, it is imperative to procure provisions for over a month. Fortunately, Gohan's recollections from his former self guided him to the locations where such necessities could be found. Otherwise, it would have posed a significant challenge. In just a few hours, traversing several cities in the south while deliberately avoiding the routes frequented by the androids, Gohan and Trunks managed to gather a substantial amount of resources. Subsequently, Gohan took Trunks to a desolate island off the southern coast. "Brother Gohan, why have you brought me here? Are we in search of something special?" Trunks inquired with curiosity. He was only informed about the quest for supplies, leaving him unaware of the underlying motives. Perhaps, due to Bulma's influence, it was time to impart some lessons to Trunks? For Gohan, the answer was both yes and no. He also sought to experiment with the capabilities of his system, necessitating Trunks as a test subject. "I heard from Aunt Bulma that you were eager to exact revenge on the androids. Such courage is commendable, but as your elder brother and your mentor in a way, I wish to ascertain your capabilities," Gohan stated, his expression solemn. In response, Trunks was momentarily taken aback, failing to grasp the full implications of Gohan's words. He merely assumed that his elder brother sought to evaluate his strength. "Haha, Brother Gohan, just you wait. After my transformation, my power has increased exponentially." With a confident gesture, Trunks impatiently unleashed his usual strength, akin to a rabbit that had been pent up. Indeed, this sentiment echoed in the memories of his original self, Son Gohan, who also felt restless immediately after transforming. The transformation of a Saiyan is overwhelmingly potent. Once transformed, the amplification is beyond imagination. It is an astonishing force. Yet it is merely a starting point. Transform, Trunks. Here, there is no need to worry about being discovered by the androids. Sensing Trunks' power, Son Gohan smiled and spoke. Simultaneously, his gaze sharpened as he observed the numerical values through the system. There was little difference from 3 days prior, maintaining a base battle power of 2 million. After the transformation, predictably, it reached 100 million. Chapter 4. The Super Saiyan, yet there is a gap. "I understand, Brother Gohan." Trunks nodded in response to Son Gohan's words. The sensation of becoming a Super Saiyan surged within him, that transcendent transformation resonating with his very soul. His power swelled immensely, emotions fluctuating wildly as veins throbbed on his forehead. In an instant, his aura underwent a qualitative leap. A cacophony of frenzied shouts erupted, resonating with tremendous might, as the aura enveloping him shifted from white to gold. Simultaneously, Trunks' light purple hair stood upright, transforming into a golden hue. The winds roared and the earth trembled. With a surge in power, his battle power soared rapidly as Trunks re-entered the first stage of Super Saiyan. He shattered his previous limits, achieving a 50-fold increase in battle power, elevating his combat strength to the milestone of 100 million. "What do you think, Brother Gohan? I can now control my transformation and become even stronger," Trunks exclaimed with a hint of excitement, eager for praise. Son Gohan, however, merely scoffed inwardly. After all, this Super Saiyan form was indeed weaker compared to Frieza's final transformation, which boasted a battle power of 120 million. Though he held this thought, he refrained from expressing it. Instead, Son Gohan nodded and said, "Not bad." Without allowing Trunks a moment to respond, he continued, "Remember this feeling. Do not forget. Moreover, temper your excitement that dismisses everything else. While the Super Saiyan is undeniably powerful, you are not invincible. Thus, do not let your anger consume you entirely." This is a severe critique, emerging from a subconscious desire to acknowledge Trunks after absorbing Gohan's memories and essence. "I understand now, Brother Gohan." With a slight twitch of his lips, Trunks' eyes sparkled with determination and anticipation. "Come on, Brother Gohan, you should transform as well. I am a Super Saiyan now and will no longer hold you back." Once, he could not ascend to the Super Saiyan form and could only gaze up at Gohan's formidable silhouette from the shadows. Now, however, he had transformed into a Super Saiyan. Little did he know how naive he was. In his youth, he had endured insufficient hardships to grasp that the true strength of a Super Saiyan is not merely about transformation. The potency of one's base state is the true determinant of a Super Saiyan's potential. If Trunks' base state were a bit stronger, it would command Gohan's greater respect. Is he already this anxious? Very well, let us see how you fare. With a subtle quiver of his lips, Gohan began to unleash the power within him. Although he had fused with all aspects of Gohan, for the current Gohan, this was a first. A golden aura emanated from him, and in less than a second, he transitioned directly from his base form to the first stage of Super Saiyan. The mere act of transformation revealed the disparity between the two. The former required a brief build-up and could not guarantee success, while the latter transformed in an instant, a mere thought away. In terms of mastery over transformation and energy control, Trunks could not compare to Gohan. A novice remains a novice. With near-perfect control over his energy, Gohan fixed his gaze on Trunks. "Come at me, Trunks." "All right, Brother Gohan, I am a Super Saiyan now, so be careful." With those words, Trunks felt an overwhelming surge of confidence. His form flickered, moving with lightning speed, and he charged toward Gohan like a thunderclap. His iron fist, enveloped in golden energy, hurtled toward Gohan with the force of 1,000 pounds. Bang! A resounding thud echoed through the air. The tremendous force of the strike caused the very fabric of space to tremble, and the ground beneath fractured under the invisible impact. Trunks' full-powered assault was held firmly in the palm of Gohan's hand, unable to advance an inch further. Just as he prepared to counter, Gohan was momentarily taken aback. For at that instant, a notification resonated in his mind. Ding! The energy dropped by Trunks was automatically absorbed, successfully converting into energy points. Is it truly possible to absorb this? Or is it that this young man cannot control his power, allowing excess energy to escape? With a spark of thought, Gohan squinted his eyes, formulating an idea. In the blink of an eye, several seconds had passed in the external world. After receiving Trunks' punch, he launched another strike. With a resounding boom, Gohan did not catch this punch. However, he was not struck directly either. Remarkable, young man, you have indeed grown stronger than before. Gohan couldn't help but commend. In truth, he sensed Trunks' movement the moment he attacked. If only he had one more arm, he could have blocked it, but alas, that arm was lost. This is the greatest disadvantage of being one-armed. Gohan, you should take our battle more seriously. Just now, I did not unleash my full power. And now, like you, I am also a Super Saiyan. Trunks remarked, a hint of displeasure crossing his face, seemingly aware of Gohan's underestimation. The title of Super Saiyan had indeed instilled a sense of arrogance in his demeanor. Then, I shall be a bit more earnest. With a slight smirk, Gohan, as soon as his words fell, initiated his attack. Swift as the wind, quick as lightning, in the mere fraction of a breath, he appeared before Trunks. His right fist clenched, ready to deliver a strike. The ferocity of the strike, its astonishing speed, and immense power caused Trunks' pupils to constrict sharply, leaving him momentarily unresponsive. Just as Gohan's fist was about to collide with Trunks' face, he retracted his strike in the nick of time. The forceful gust of his punch brushed past Trunks' visage, tousling his golden hair. Now, do you comprehend the disparity that exists between Super Saiyans? Trunks, while powerful after transformation, must understand that such metamorphosis does not equate to absolute supremacy. With a measured withdrawal of his fist, Gohan offered a light-hearted smile to help Trunks regain his composure. In that moment, Trunks felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead, followed by a surge of frustration and wrath within his heart. With a sweeping motion of his hand, he deflected Gohan's punch and launched into a fierce and vigorous assault. He could hardly believe it. Despite his transformation, the disparity remained so vast. Each strike he unleashed was imbued with tremendous power, capable of toppling mountains. Yet, Trunks' approach was chaotic and uncoordinated, exposing fatal flaws between each attack. Gohan, unfazed, effortlessly countered every blow with a single hand, neutralizing all of Trunks' endeavors. How could this be? My attacks are all in vain. Each offensive maneuver either missed its mark or was skillfully blocked, which profoundly altered Trunks' mindset. His pride had sustained a considerable blow. Chapter 5, The System's Abilities, Devouring and Transforming? Ding. Automatic absorption of the energy dropped by Trunks, successfully converted into energy points. Ding. Automatic absorption of the energy dropped by Trunks, successfully converted into energy points. Ding. Automatic absorption of the energy dropped by Trunks, successfully converted into energy points. Ding. Automatic absorption of the energy dropped by Trunks, successfully converted into energy points. The sound of the system echoed incessantly in his mind, causing Gohan to be oblivious to Trunks' current predicament. For Gohan, Trunks had now become a veritable source of wealth. With each clash, the energy released by Trunks during their battle was actively absorbed by the system, transforming into valuable energy points. These energy points can assist him in exchanging for desired items within the system, skills, objects, tools, or even divine techniques, laws, and artifacts from other realms. I have now somewhat grasped how the system evaluates energy and consequently converts it into energy points, he mused quietly to himself, as Son Wukong finally regained his focus. Fixing his gaze ahead, he noticed Trunks' frustrated demeanor. His attacks were chaotic and devoid of rhythm. The emotions of a Super Saiyan had clouded his judgment, leaving him with numerous vulnerabilities. Trunks. Without regard for Trunks' despondent and resentful feelings, Son Wukong did not hesitate and delivered a powerful punch directly to Trunks' abdomen. Bang. This strike was executed with scarcely a tenth of his strength. Yet, even this fraction was sufficient to transform Trunks' expression dramatically, causing him to retch, puff, struck with such force. Trunks was sent flying like a kite severed from its string. Not only did saliva spray forth amidst his cries, but the tumult within his body also surged uncontrollably. The excruciating pain was an experience unlike anything Trunks had ever endured, leaving him momentarily disoriented. He clutched his abdomen with both hands, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Fortunately, the enhancement of his Super Saiyan first stage granted him a degree of physical resilience. Had he been in his usual state, he would have likely succumbed to such a devastating blow. The agony was overwhelming. Nonetheless, Gohan, dear brother, you have shown some restraint. The searing sensation persisted as Trunks gritted his teeth, summoning the strength to rise. The confidence he once held within him lay utterly shattered beneath the weight of that strike. Being a Super Saiyan did not equate to invincibility. It did not mean he was on par with Gohan. This is merely the beginning. Having harnessed this newfound power, he has only become slightly stronger. It appears you have grasped a fragment of understanding, Trunks. Once you shed this excessive arrogance, your strength will amplify. Now, unleash your most formidable technique upon me with all your energy. After imparting this counsel to Trunks, Gohan revealed his ultimate intention. My strongest attack? Trunks was momentarily taken aback. He was acutely aware of his own frailty and the vast chasm separating him from his brother Gohan. However, should he employ such power, even Gohan would likely suffer significant harm. Moreover, he believed that Gohan's injuries would not heal so swiftly. Sensing Trunks' hesitation, Gohan smiled calmly. Do not concern yourself with the potential harm your strongest blow may inflict upon me. Simply proceed. He continued. You must understand that one cannot afford to lose focus in the presence of any adversary. Should I harbor any intent to kill, you would already be lost. Very well then. Be cautious, Gohan, Trunks replied after a brief moment of contemplation, no longer hesitating. He raised his hand, channeling his energy under his control. Gathering it into his palm, buzz. A golden radiance coalesced in his palm, the intensity of the energy compounding exponentially. The magnitude of this power, exceeding billions in battle capability, was incomparable to previous attacks. Bring it on, Gohan said, a slight smile gracing his lips as he sensed the energy's might, his anticipation growing. He was entirely confident in his ability to neutralize it flawlessly. Furthermore, Trunks' ultimate technique was one he had taught. No one understood the weaknesses of the Flash of Doom better than he did. As the energy reached its zenith, Trunks bellowed, Be wary. This is the Flash of Doom, a culmination of all my energy. Upon uttering these words, a golden beam of energy erupted from Trunks' hands, possessing destructive power capable of annihilating stars. The golden electricity encircled the energy beam, surging towards Gohan with unstoppable force. Confronted with this terrifying energy ray, Gohan did not flinch. Instead, he raised his right hand, expanding his palm and consolidating his aura into a singular mass. Boom. A thunderous explosion resonated as the Flash of Doom collided with Gohan's palm, releasing countless sparks of electric force, devastating the vast island. Smoke billowed and dust ascended, enveloping Gohan in a shroud of haze. Ding. The system's notification resounded in his mind once more, indicating the automatic absorption of Trunks' fallen energy, successfully converting an astonishing 8 million energy points. The fifth message from the system revealed an extraordinary amount of points accumulated, far beyond Gohan's expectations. Well done, Trunks. That last strike was quite impressive. I was a tad more serious this time. From the haze emerged the voice of Gohan, and in the next instant, a golden aura surged forth, dispersing the thick smoke enveloping him. He stood resolute, having withstood the full force of Trunks' attack, utterly unscathed. This stark contrast highlighted the vast disparity between them. How could my instant transmission have been so effortlessly neutralized? You are truly formidable, brother Gohan. The scene before Trunks left him utterly astounded. He now comprehended the folly of his previous thoughts. With Gohan's immense strength, seeking vengeance against the androids was nothing short of courting disaster. I hope you come to understand this, Trunks. Being a Super Saiyan does not equate to invincibility. Aunt Bulma has informed me that since you transformed into a Super Saiyan, you have harbored the desire to defeat the androids using your own power. I must clearly tell you that, at your current state, pursuing them would be a path to self-destruction. This is precisely why I am fighting alongside you. Surely you grasp this without further elaboration, Gohan admonished sternly. I understand. Trunks reflected, feeling disillusioned with his own strength. Having pursued this power for so long, achieving it yet still being unable to accomplish his goals was inevitably disheartening. Do not despair. This is merely the beginning. I believe you have yet to reach your limits. From now on, let us train together. Sensing Trunks' uncertainty, Gohan added, Train together? Trunks pondered. Is it possible to grow even stronger after becoming a Super Saiyan? He had engaged in training before, yet it paled in comparison to transformation. Chapter 6, The Moment of Power-Up, Battle Strength Enhancement Card? Half an hour later, in the underground of the Capsule Corporation private estate. After handing over the capsule filled with supplies to Bulma, Gohan received the list of materials she had compiled. To be honest, the items on this list were not particularly rare or difficult to find for Gohan. It merely required traversing various cities, visiting shops and factories to gather them. Overall, it must be said that if it weren't for the existence of the androids, a simple phone call or request from Bulma would have resulted in countless individuals delivering these items directly to us. Brother Gohan, are we to collect these materials now? Why would Mom suddenly want to gather these things? Trunks, unaware of the situation, asked innocently. At his words, Gohan smiled gently, opting not to delve into details. Instead, he simply replied, "You need not involve yourself in the collection of these materials for the time being. You will understand their purpose later. Suffice it to say, they will greatly benefit our future." "Oh, so I cannot accompany you, Brother Gohan?" Trunks felt a sense of despondency and frustration. In the past, his lack of strength had often confined him, and now, although he had attained some measure of power, albeit still feeble, he found himself similarly restricted. "Your current task is to remain here and safeguard Aunt Bulma," Gohan instructed. "You must understand that while our simultaneous departure poses no immediate danger, if we are away for too long, have you considered the fate that awaits Aunt Bulma should she be discovered by the androids?" Gohan's words were pointed, aimed at severing Trunks' reliance on him. The effect was palpable, plunging Trunks into silence. "I know you are eager to venture out, but the time is not yet ripe. After our recent confrontation, I trust you have come to recognize your own shortcomings." As he observed Trunks, Gohan continued, "Thus, you must learn to stabilize your own mindset. Only then will your strength truly begin to flourish." With that, Gohan gently placed his hand on Trunks' shoulder. This action was, in fact, an instinctual response, one that even Gohan himself had not anticipated, as he naturally commenced an educational dialogue with Trunks. Upon hearing such words, Trunks seemed to undergo a transformation in his mindset. As though enlightenment had dawned upon him, "I understand now, Brother Gohan. If you were to encounter androids 17 and 18 alone," before he could finish his sentence, Gohan chuckled dismissively. "Rest assured, my previous defeat was due to my own inadequacy. However, this time, even if I were to face the androids, they would be powerless against me. Perhaps you are unaware of our Saiyan characteristics. After sustaining grave injuries, we can recover and our strength will significantly increase." With that, Gohan beamed with radiant joy. Saiyan characteristics? Trunks appeared bewildered, for he had never heard of such traits. Even during Gohan's previous training sessions, this had never been mentioned. "When I return, I will enlighten you about everything pertaining to our Saiyan heritage." Without further ado, despite knowing Trunks' curiosity, Gohan departed directly, leaving West City for the nearest destination, West City. High in the sky, as he flew, Gohan endeavored to communicate with the system. Previously, he had lacked the time. But now he found himself with ample opportunity to delve deeply into the system's workings. "System, open the system store." With a silent invocation, an extraordinary transformation appeared to unfold in his surroundings. Before his eyes, a peculiar interface materialized, reminiscent of an augmented reality game. Various items emerged on a list. And to the right, a data panel displayed his personal attributes along with his energy points. Host, Gohan age, 27 bloodline, Earthling hybrid Saiyan, special, normal combat power index, 12. 000 points current system energy points, 8. 750, 000 points store list, recommended exchanges, body enhancement potion, increases physical strength to a certain extent upon use. Required energy points, 100, 000, strength enhancement potion, increases physical power to a certain extent upon use. Required energy points, 100. 000, speed enhancement potion, increases agility and speed to a certain extent upon use. Required energy points, 150. 000, perception enhancement potion, increases perceptive abilities to a certain extent upon use. Required energy points, 200. 000 at a glance. The first items visible were a collection of potions recommended by the system, each capable of augmenting his strength. Truth be told, Gohan was not unfamiliar with such items, for as a traveler from another world, he had certainly encountered various wonders before. Such items naturally do not captivate the attention of Sun Wukong. For the current strength he possesses renders these items effective, yet their impact is undeniably limited. The relationship between effort and reward is often balanced. What he seeks or means to swiftly enhance his combat prowess. Is that a Senza Bean? The first item available for exchange on the system's main marketplace immediately piqued Son Gohan's interest. Senza Bean, a miraculous item capable of restoring all injuries of the user. As long as there is a breath of life, it can bring one back. Required system points. One can acquire the Senza Bean with merely energy points. This is indeed a celestial bean, an essential divine remedy for healing after battle. The severed left arm had prompted Son Gohan to contemplate ways to restore it. The Senza Bean was the first remedy that came to mind. However, in the future world, Senza Beans had long since become extinct. Otherwise, the battles in this future realm would not be so arduous. To exchange or not to exchange, the loss of his left arm was an immense detriment. Instinctively, Son Gohan considered using a Senza Bean to regain his strength, yet he hesitated. If Senza Beans were available for exchange, he could restore himself at any moment. Rushing into a hasty decision might cause him to miss the opportunities that lay before him. With one arm missing, the power he could cultivate would reach a certain level. And restoring his left arm later would yield an even greater enhancement to his abilities. What is this? Upon encountering something truly astonishing, Son Gohan felt a jolt of surprise in his heart. The bold 5 characters on the product profoundly captured his attention. Battle Power Enhancement Card. Chapter 7. Enhancement of Battle Power, The Trail of Sharu. Unbelievable. Such a thing actually exists. Goodness. System. Why is such an incredible item not featured in the recommended list? Fortunately, he diligently scrutinized the items in the marketplace, analyzing them with great care. Unlike before when he would casually overlook them due to a lack of energy points. Should this opportunity be missed, it would indeed constitute the greatest loss. Ding. The system's marketplace periodically recommends certain exceptional items, tools, and skills. During the recommendation period, prices experience a significant reduction. Once an item is removed from the recommendation list, the required energy points will revert to their original value. The system's voice resonated in Son Gohan's ears, enlightening him on the nature of the recommendation feature. If I procure the recommended items, I will only gain and never incur a loss, correct? Upon further inquiry, if that is the case, it is certainly imperative to carefully consider what I truly require. Section 6. Ding. The host may select from the recommended items, tools, and skills. Yet there exists a limitation on the quantity that can be exchanged. Unlimited exchanges are not permitted. There are quantity restrictions as well. This sequence of events has once again taken Son Gohan by surprise. Indeed, the system is not a benefactor. It merely offers minor advantages. It appears that all merchants operate in a similar fashion. They initially provide a taste of sweetness to demonstrate the utility of their product, only to impose restrictions on purchase quantities. Once you desire more, you are compelled to pay the full price. No longer fixating on this matter, Son Gohan shifted his focus towards the Power Enhancement Card. This matter has now become of paramount importance. Level 1 Power Enhancement Card randomly increases combat power by 1 to 666 points, requires 1,000 energy points for exchange. Is there still a level classification? The random increase in combat power is akin to relying on luck. A fortunate outcome may significantly elevate one's peak value, while an unfortunate one might merely add a solitary point. Truly, it is quite a gamble. Let us delve deeper. Level 2 Power Enhancement Card randomly increases combat power by 1,000 to 6666 points, requires 816716866 energy points for exchange. The price of the Level 2 Power Enhancement Card has surged tenfold. The starting increase has escalated to 1,000 combat power. Son Gohan murmured as his gaze shifted toward the next row of Power Enhancement Cards. Level 3 Power Enhancement Card randomly increases combat power by 816716866 to 66,666 points. Requires 100,000 energy points for exchange. Level 4 Power Enhancement Card randomly increases combat power by 100,000 to 666,666 points. Requires 1,000,000 energy points for exchange. Level 5 Power Enhancement Card randomly increases combat power by 1,000,000 to 660,000 points. Requires 10,000,000 energy points for exchange. Level 6 Power Enhancement Card randomly increases combat power by 10,000 to 66,660,000 points. Requires 100,000,000 energy points for exchange. Upon reaching this juncture, Son Gohan felt a surge of excitement, for it indicated that as long as he possessed sufficient energy points, he need not engage in arduous training to become stronger. This was, indeed, the highest tier of power enhancement cards visible to him. Further down, there remained locked enhancement cards on a black interface. System. Do these locked power enhancement cards require my unlocking, or is there a special method? Son Gohan inquired. Ding. Certain items are subject to locking mechanisms. If the host strength does not meet the requirements, they will remain locked. Upon reaching the requisite strength, they will automatically unlock. Oh, I see. With this explanation, Son Gohan nodded in understanding. At least this aspect is not a scam. With a sudden impulse, he halted his advance, his mind racing. System. Exchange for one level 4 power enhancement card. With his current 8,750,000 energy points, he was willing to expend 1,000,000 for a trial. Ding. Level 4 power enhancement card successfully exchanged, deducting 1,000,000 energy points from the host. The host may directly use it from the storage warehouse. Remaining energy points, 7,750,000. Use the level 4 power enhancement card. Without hesitation, upon seeing the card nestled within his storage compartment, Son Gohan activated it. Ding. Successfully used the level 4 power enhancement card, randomly increasing combat power by 500,000 points. As the system's prompt sound faded, Son Wukong felt a wave of warmth surging through his body. This flow enveloped him entirely, ultimately merging with his being, becoming an integral part of him. His strength had indeed increased. How astonishing! Son Wukong marveled. With this revelation, his attribute interface underwent a transformation. Most notably, his base combat power had escalated to 12.5 million. While this increase of 500,000 may seem trivial compared to his previous state, it is critical to recognize that such a slight difference would be magnified exponentially upon his transformation into a Super Saiyan. Previously, with a base of 12 million. Upon becoming a first-tier Super Saiyan, his combat power had surged to an impressive 600 million due to a 50-fold enhancement. Now, with a base of 12.5 million. Transforming into a first-tier Super Saiyan would elevate his combat power to an astounding 625 million. An investment of 1 million energy points yielding an increase of 500,000 in combat power was indeed a worthy exchange. Clenching his fists, Son Wukong focused his thoughts and exited the system shop. His decision not to continue exchanging was not due to a lack of urgency to enhance his strength, but rather because he wished to further explore his capabilities. Moreover, he felt no immediate pressure to rapidly elevate his power. In the blink of an eye, 3 hours had elapsed. Son Wukong did not deliberately avoid the gaze of the androids. Instead, he boldly scavenged materials across various cities. To date, he had procured 60 of the items on his list, leaving only one final material to find. Crossing the plains and mountains, he arrived at his destination. Upon his arrival, Son Wukong was perplexed to find that the city was not as he had anticipated. It had not been destroyed. However, there were no signs of life. Scanning his surroundings, he encountered an array of tattered clothing, shirts, skirts, hats, and various other garments. Could it be? Furrowing his brow, the first thought that crossed Son Wukong's mind was of Cell. Only he could have inflicted such devastation. Heightening his vigilance, he realized that if Cell were indeed present, it could pose a significant threat to him. Chapter 8. Son Wukong, can you still kill me now? To his astonishment, he encountered this fiend, the very architect of the drastic decline in human population in the future timeline. Cell. Muttering to himself, Son Wukong surveyed his surroundings, amplifying his sensory perception, yet he detected no signs of any living beings. Uncertain of Cell's presence, he remained cautious. Should he truly be here, it would be the perfect opportunity to eliminate him, thereby preventing any future mishaps. With a murmured assertion, Son Wukong scoffed softly. With his current strength, the pre-evolved Cell would be no match for him. During this period, Cell had merely consumed the life energy of ordinary humans, achieving a power level between 100 million and 500 million, but he would never reach 4 to 500 million. Otherwise, the androids 17 and 18 would have long been devoured by him. While concentrating his efforts, Gohan continued to gather the final material he required. Simultaneously, at the very next moment, atop a towering building in the distance, a green-skinned insectoid creature, larger than an adult human, stood in a commanding position. He looked down upon the shadows of people traversing the streets below. Undoubtedly, he was the entity responsible for the disappearance of the entire population of this city, Cell. As the ultimate android meticulously engineered by Dr. Gero, he possessed boundless potential for growth, having amalgamated the cells of numerous formidable warriors from Earth, along with genetic mutations derived from the frozen demon Frisia and King Cold. At this moment, he was still in a phase of growth, relying on the tail behind him to incessantly consume human life energy to evolve. The populace of this city has been reduced to mere sustenance for him. At this moment, a glimmer of greed flickers in his gaze, drool slipping from the corners of his mouth. He has set his sights on Son Gohan as his prey. When he was first hatched, his combat prowess was scarcely distinguishable from that of an ordinary adult, forcing him to lurk in the shadows and consume the life energy of weaker creatures to evolve. Once he attained a certain level of strength, he began to hunt humans, having long concealed himself, grotesquely developing in the dark. After devouring countless lives, he has evolved to an extraordinary height, nearly matching the power of 2 androids. Ha ha ha. Who would have thought I would encounter you here, Son Gohan? You were fortunate to escape the clutches of androids 17 and 18. But now to face me is your misfortune. Once I absorb you, I shall be able to devour 17 and 18, evolving into my perfect form. The avaricious cell's eyes brimmed with anticipation and desire. Truth be told, he knew of Son Gohan's formidable strength, yet with only one hand remaining. Son Gohan's threat was significantly diminished. Little did he realize that while he viewed Son Gohan as prey, Son Gohan regarded him as a target that must be eliminated. In the shadows, Cell concealed his presence, stealthily trailing Son Gohan in search of the opportune moment. Unbeknownst to Cell, despite his adept concealment, he was still detected. In terms of key mastery, Son Gohan had already reached a remarkable level. Is someone there? His senses heightened exponentially, though he could not pinpoint the exact source. Son Gohan distinctly felt something following him. A slight twitch at the corner of his mouth revealed that Cell was indeed near, much to his delight. Continuing forward, he subtly presented a flaw to Cell. An opportunity. The chance for a surprise attack lay before Cell, who would not let it slip away easily. In a flash, his alien form surged forth like a cannonball, swiftly arriving behind Son Gohan. The tip of his elongated tail, resembling a needle, radiated a chilling gleam as it lunged toward Son Gohan's back. At last, I have awaited this moment, Son Gohan. I have long coveted your life essence, and now it shall all belong to me. With a thunderous roar, madness twinkled in Cell's eyes as the needle-like tip of his green tail pierced through Son Gohan's form. Ha ha ha. What are you laughing at, parasite? Son Gohan's voice resonated, abruptly halting Cell's laughter. It was only when he witnessed Son Gohan gradually fading away, having been pierced, that realization dawned upon him. A residual image? How is that possible? You discovered me long ago. The attack missed its mark, and Cell swiftly realized the truth of the situation. His existence had long been detected by Gohan, who had merely been toying with him all along. This city, desolate and devoid of life, had suffered little damage. It seems you are indeed the architect of this tragedy. With a cold demeanor and a murderous intent, Gohan declared. Cell was an unpredictable variable that needed to be dealt with promptly. Ha ha ha. You are quite correct. It is indeed my masterpiece. You may have evaded death this time, but you cannot escape it forever. With an eerie and sinister smile, Cell turned to face Gohan, straightening his posture. He assessed Gohan with a hint of curiosity and inquired, I have concealed my energy remarkably well. When did you discover my presence? At the very moment you revealed your murderous intent, Gohan replied calmly. Ah, I see. I underestimated you. No wonder you are the son of Goku. Even after losing an arm, you should not be underestimated, Cell mocked. Is this your final farewell? Gohan mused silently as he began to channel his energy, his aura transitioning from white to golden. As Cell sensed Gohan's power surging, the greed and desire in his eyes intensified. His instincts told him that devouring Gohan would yield unexpected rewards. Little did he know, in Gohan's eyes, he was merely a foolish jester. With a piercing gaze fixed on Cell, Gohan perceived the current battle power reading of his opponent, 350 million points. During this period, Cell's strength still fell short compared to Android 17 and Android 18. What an astonishing aura, yet alas, he is on the brink of demise. Cell remarked with a self-assured smirk. Huh? A playful smile danced upon his face as Gohan, unhurried, gradually elevated his own energy intensity. His battle power continuously surged, while Cell maintained his nonchalant demeanor, seemingly in complete control of the situation. However, as Gohan's energy escalated to unprecedented heights, Cell's expression began to shift, growing increasingly grave. Do you still believe you can kill me? With a chilling smile, Gohan unleashed the energy within him. A thunderous explosion resonated. The battle power of 625 million. characteristic of a Super Saiyan at the first stage, was unveiled. As this ferocious and unimaginable aura emerged, Cell's countenance changed, turning ashen, more dismal than excrement. Impossible. How could your energy possibly reach such a level? After acutely sensing Gohan's overwhelming aura, Cell lost his initial confidence, replaced instead by profound shock and disbelief. This surge of energy had completely distanced him from his opponent, surpassing even the formidable androids 17 and 18. Chapter 6. The Overwhelming Momentum. Observing the astonishment and trepidation etched on Cell's visage, Gohan couldn't help but chuckle. Initially, Cell regarded him as prey, but unexpectedly, the tables had turned. And he found himself the hunted. A being on the brink of demise need not concern itself with trivialities. Wishing to avoid unnecessary banter, Gohan took the initiative, raising his hand to unleash a golden energy sphere directed at Cell. With a swift whoosh, the air rippled as Cell sensed the formidable power of the energy sphere. His heart racing with alarm. A thunderous explosion erupted, the sound reverberating with a terrifying force that shook the very earth beneath them. Thick plumes of smoke billowed skyward, enveloping the battlefield in a haze of gunpowder and swirling dust. Suddenly, the sound of slicing air pierced through the chaos as Cell's figure broke through the fog, soaring into the heavens. How could such an attack possibly hit me? Cell scoffed. Is that so? Gohan's chilling laughter echoed from above. At the sound, Cell's body trembled. Instinctively raising his gaze, his pupils constricting in shock, his mouth agape in disbelief. Gohan had been waiting for him the moment he made a move. With his right fist clenched tightly, enveloped in a golden aura of energy, he unleashed a punch imbued with unparalleled destructive power. A muffled thud resounded, and the aftershock rippled through the air, creating waves in the atmosphere. The strike, as unstoppable as a torrent, landed forcefully upon Cell's visage, distorting his features with an overwhelming might that sent him hurtling through the air. Like a fallen meteor, Cell soared toward a towering edifice. The thunderous roar reverberated through the atmosphere. A billowing cloud of smoke ascended, while the skyscraper crumbled, collapsing into several fragments. The saga is far from over. Gohan, suspended in midair, raised his right hand, forming an azure orb of light with a single clenched fist. The energy was continuously condensed, compressed to its utmost limits. With a powerful throw, this meticulously compressed azure energy sphere surged forth, tearing through the fabric of space and plunging into the ruins. A thunderous explosion ensued, the shockwave engulfing an area of nearly 100 meters. A colossal mushroom cloud ascended, fierce flames raging amidst the rubble. Such terrifying power, delivered with seemingly effortless ease. Get out quickly. I know this move won't be your end, Gohan declared, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent, transformed into a battle mode. He was a stark contrast to his former self, cold, merciless, and resolute in his resolve. The notion of mercy was utterly absent. As his words echoed, a golden streak of light burst forth from the massive boulders, emerging from the searing flames, hurtling towards him. The figure within the aurora is none other than Cell. At this moment, Cell's visage is grotesque, with purple blood trickling from the corners of his mouth and blood vessels coursing through his eyes. Gohan, I'm not as easy to deal with as you might think. Enraged, Cell lunges toward Gohan, his tail launching a relentless barrage at approximately 100 strikes per second. Each thrust, should it connect, would surely inflict considerable pain. The onslaught appears fierce and brutal. Yet Gohan navigates it with remarkable ease. Like a wraith, he flits through Cell's attacks, untouched by even a single strike. Humph. Boring. With a disdainful scoff, Gohan, unable to contain himself any longer, seizes Cell's tail with one hand, an overwhelming force surging through Cell's body from that single grip. Ah! A wave of excruciating pain radiates through Cell, his tail serving as both weapon and his most vulnerable point, causing him to grimace in agony. Blood vessels in his eyes are engorged, fury igniting within him. Before he can retaliate, Gohan springs into action once more, his right arm erupting with unmatched power, propelling Cell's body at blinding speed toward the ground. In a state of panic, Cell cries out, losing control over his own body, harnessing the momentum of the descent. Gohan crashes Cell into the earth with all his might. Boom. The force of the impact is terrifying. The ground shatters. Thick clouds of dust rise, and the brutal shockwave engulfs Cell's organs, the intense pain rendering him breathless as purple blood spews forth from his mouth. How could this be? I have devoured countless humans. I should be stronger than him, and he is even missing a hand. The agony leaves Cell's eyes bloodshot and his body convulsing uncontrollably. The unimaginable force overwhelms him, making it seem as though his bones and organs have shattered. Humph. A green-skinned insect is still just a green-skinned insect. Is this all you can muster? Gohan looks down upon the creature with contempt. He brutally plants his left foot on Cell's back, rendering him immobile. His right arm bulges with muscle, veins coiling like serpents across his bicep. A terrifying strength radiating from his tail throughout Cell's form. Ah! The agony drives Cell to emit a raspy howl, with a sickening sound of flesh tearing. Purple blood spills onto the ground as Gohan wrenches Cell's tail off with a single hand. Adu! A heart-wrenching scream escapes Cell's lips. His eyes, filled with blood, overflow with crimson from the wound where his tail had been severed. Blood drips to the earth, corroding the ground beneath. What a bothersome creature. The cacophony of howls ringing in his ears left Son Wukong in a state of agitation. He lifted his left foot and brought it down upon Cell's head with force. A resounding bang echoed as Cell's cranium was driven into the ground, his mouth filled with mud and debris, rendering him unable to utter a sound. At last, silence enveloped the scene. Son Wukong turned his gaze to the writhing, still vibrant tail in his hand, a wave of revulsion washing over him. Casually, he discarded it, followed by a burst of energy that shattered it into fragments. With the tail dealt with, Son Wukong refocused his attention on Cell. It was time to send you to your demise. Observing Cell, a sense of disappointment washed over him. He had expected a more formidable opponent. Raising his foot, he executed a kick akin to a soccer strike, sending Cell hurtling through the air. The severely injured Cell was propelled dozens of meters away, his body tumbling across the ravaged earth several times before coming to a halt. Chapter 10. A brutal beating. Cell bewildered, crushed, and rendered powerless. The dizziness in Cell's mind intensified. He braced himself against the ground, trembling as he attempted to regain his balance, but his injuries were far too grave. His face bore the marks of a devastating punch, with crimson blood and shredded flesh visible, while his tail had been forcibly torn away, leaving a gruesome mess. A sizable footprint marred the back of his head. In just a few exchanges, Cell had come to a stark realization of his current state. The one-armed Son Gohan, despite his handicap, is not an adversary to be trifled with. Nevertheless, he has no intention of surrendering. Summoning the latent abilities of his cells, he activates the regenerative prowess characteristic of the Namekians. Gurgle, gurgle. The wound on Cell's tail rise as cells continuously split and regenerate, a sight both horrifying and awe-inspiring. Splat. Under Gohan's watchful gaze, Cell's severed tail reemerges. Moreover, the injuries inflicted by previous assaults are also healed. However, it is worth noting that Cell's aura has grown weaker. The activation of such regenerative abilities comes at a cost. It cannot be limitless. Ha. This regenerative power is quite familiar to you. I assent it, Gohan. Recovering from the onslaught, Cell turns to Gohan with a grin, seemingly oblivious to the brutal beating he has just endured. In contrast, Gohan regards Cell with the disdainful gaze reserved for fools. As a time traveler, he possesses comprehensive knowledge of Cell's abilities and origins. Everything is crystal clear to him. Yet this jester remains blissfully unaware of his own folly. But what of it? In the end, the outcome is still a dead end. Gohan states coldly. Upon hearing this, Cell's fury intensifies, his teeth clenched in rage. Hopefully, after witnessing this move, you will still maintain your unwarranted confidence. With that, Cell dismisses further banter, raising his right hand, bringing his index and middle fingers together against his forehead. Energy coalesces at his fingertips, forming a pulsating orb of energy crackling with arcs of electricity. The stance, coupled with the method of accumulating energy, conjure the image of Piccolo in Gohan's mind. This technique, I dare say, you shall never forget in your lifetime. The special beam cannon. With a swift motion of his right arm, a golden, spiral energy beam surged forth, imbued with unparalleled destructive and penetrating power, hurtling toward Gohan. Even beings of equal caliber would be compelled to evade its lethal edge. Otherwise, they would surely be harmed by this formidable attack. Yet, they were never on the same plane. Confronted with the special beam cannon, teeming with boundless piercing force, Gohan neither flinched nor recoiled. He raised his right hand, a surge of energy coursing through him, and with a casual flick, he sent the devastating beam soaring into the sky. Ding! Automatically absorbing the energy from the fallen special beam cannon, he successfully converted it into energy points, 20 million points. As the energy from the cannon flowed into him, a smile involuntarily graced Gohan's lips. The harvest this time is truly bountiful. Upon encountering Cell, he instantly acquired 20 million energy points. Gohan secretly reveled in this turn of events, while Cell was left utterly astonished. This is impossible. My special beam cannon was effortlessly neutralized. The sheer ease with which my ultimate technique was thwarted shattered Cell's worldview and mindset. Such a feeble attack is hardly worthy of concern. You have truly disappointed me, green-skinned insect. Seizing this opportunity, Gohan derisively taunted. "Stop putting on airs." Enraged, Cell leapt into the air, his hands clasped together in a triangular formation, as golden energy flames enveloped him, flowing in accordance with his will. This technique is the renowned signature move of Tianjin Fan, the Kamehameha. The Kamehameha, you say? Ever since Tianjin Fan's demise, I have not witnessed it again. Gohan couldn't help but exclaim. In the next moment, in mid-air, Cell had condensed the energy of the Kamehameha to its utmost limit. Here it comes. Kamehameha. Accompanied by Cell's furious roar, a triangular wave of energy surged toward Gohan, engulfing everything in its path. Faced with this cataclysmic wave of energy, Gohan smirked wickedly. His figure darting through space like a specter, skillfully and precisely evading this devastating blow. Simultaneously, the familiar prompt from the system echoed in his ears. Ding. Automatically absorbing the energy dropped from Cell's Kamehameha, successfully converting energy points. 10 million points. Not finished yet. In mid-air, Cell pressed on, unleashing a barrage of Kamehameha waves that relentlessly assaulted Gohan. Ding. Automatically absorbing the energy dropped from Cell's Kamehameha, successfully converting energy points. 5 million points. Ding. Automatically absorbing the energy dropped from Cell's Kamehameha, successfully converting energy points. 5 million points. Ding. Automatically absorbing the energy dropped from Cell's Kamehameha, successfully converting energy points. 5 million points. As the Kamehameha was unleashed more frequently, Cell's aura diminished at an astonishing rate. Each release took a tremendous toll on him. Seizing this critical moment of Cell's exhaustion, Gohan surged upward with explosive force, transforming into a streak of lightning that struck before Cell. Oh no! A sense of dread washed over Cell. What awaited him was Gohan's fierce and relentless onslaught. Bang! Boom! Bang! Boom! Bang! Boom! Bang! Boom! The sounds of bone-crushing impacts continued unabated. In mere seconds, Cell's body was left battered and bruised. Various imprints of fists marred his physique, each attack making him feel as though his body would shatter from the excruciating pain. He had gravely underestimated Gohan's combat prowess, even with one arm lost. Gohan's strength far surpassed what he could withstand at present. Damn it! I should have known better than to provoke this guy. The essence of life I have absorbed is still too scant. I am not yet a match for him. Cell's realization came too late. Bang! In mid-air, Gohan delivered a spinning kick that struck Cell's back. The impact sent Cell hurtling down to the earth like a shooting star. The city beneath them was devastated, shattered by the shockwaves of their battle. The ground, once solid, became riddled with scars, cracks spreading like a spider's web in all directions. P.S. Grateful for the support of 588 points from Foam. Chapter 11. The Demise of Cell. In the ruins, Cell lay ensnared, his body cloaked in dust and debris, his battered form shuddering faintly amidst the haze. From the onset of battle, he had endured relentless suppression and assault. Throughout, he felt as if he were merely a plaything, manipulated at will by Gohan. How could there be such a staggering disparity in strength? Even without having absorbed androids 17 and 18 to evolve into my perfect form, my prowess should at least match his. Struggling against the rubble, Cell exerted every ounce of his energy in a futile attempt to rise. The ongoing oppression had begun to instill in him a profound sense of existential doubt. Suddenly, a sharp whoosh pierced the air. Gohan, suspended in midair, transcended space and appeared beside him. Feeling a chilling aura and a murderous intent enveloping him, Cell trembled involuntarily, instinctively wishing to flee, only to be ensnared once more by Gohan's single hand gripping his tail. Where do you think you're running off to? Gohan's face bore a sinister smile, and in the next heartbeat, he exerted his strength, wielding Cell like a mere toy. An unimaginable force coursed through Cell's entire being, leaving him to emit frantic cries in the wake of Gohan's violent display. After what seemed a sufficient bout of amusement, Gohan delivered a forceful toss, sending Cell soaring into the sky. Cell shot upwards like a rocket, only stabilizing his body after nearly 1,000 meters of freefall, regaining control over himself. How infuriating! As a being of ultimate creation, Cell's pride was deeply wounded. He had always believed that his inception signified his superiority over all life forms, including the Psiots. Yet, the mere presence of Gohan rendered him utterly diminished, a reality that his pride found unbearable. Damn you, Gohan. I shall make you pay. Fury consumed Cell's heart, leaving him little room for hesitation. Firmly planting his stance in the void, he clasped his hands together at his waist, energy swirling and surging at his command. Gohan, I trust you are quite familiar with this technique? Indeed, it is the Kamehameha wave employed by your father. I shall wield this very move to obliterate you. With unwavering confidence, Cell amassed his energy, ready to unleash his ultimate technique, the Kamehameha Wave, a lethal creation of Master Roshi, further enhanced by Goku to attain even greater might. The energy level of this technique is determined by the strength of the user, capable even of overcoming foes beyond one's own level. On the ground, Gohan gazes up at the azure-hued Cell, his expression unwavering. In his eyes, Cell's combat power is escalating at an astonishing rate, surging from 350 million to 400 million. Is this your ultimate trump card? How disappointingly lackluster. With a subtle twitch of his lips, Gohan clenches his fist, a brilliant blue energy radiating from his palm. This posture indicates that he intends to respond to Cell's attack with the same technique, demonstrating the disparity between them. Both Cell and Gohan unleash the Kamehameha Wave, their energy levels skyrocketing and resonating across the globe, capturing the attention of androids 17 and 18, who are far away in another city. Yet, their concerns are of little consequence. Cell is driven by a burning desire to redeem himself, throwing caution to the wind. Gohan, on the other hand, is determined to eradicate this menace, for every moment Cell remains alive poses an unimaginable threat to the world. This is the Kamehameha Wave, where I have concentrated all my energy. If I launch it from this angle and you evade, the entire planet shall be obliterated in an instant. Awaken, Gohan. To this point, Cell still harbors an inexplicable confidence in his technique. With a fierce shout, a blue energy beam, brimming with boundless destructive power, erupts from his palm, rippling through the fabric of space as it courses forth. The threat posed by this technique is such that even beings with combat power reaching the astonishing level of 500 million must steer clear of its edge. Alas, Son Gohan must become even stronger. Short-sighted individuals, as you face your demise, grasp the true essence of the Kamehameha. With a resounding shout, Son Gohan aimed his right hand at the swirling azure energy beam in the sky, reminiscent of a rampaging dragon. Kamehameha. The energy accumulated in the palm of his hand erupted like a volcano, expanding to a diameter of 50 meters, accompanied by arcs of blue and white electricity that sliced through the fabric of space, colliding with Cell's Kamehameha. A deafening explosion echoed, distorting the very space around them. The thunderous roar erupted, sending shockwaves radiating outward in all directions. Instantly, the ground for miles trembled under the force, as countless stones were dislodged and torn apart by the terrifying pressure. The two forces clashed, seemingly evenly matched, yet Son Gohan's Kamehameha began to steadily advance, gradually overpowering Cell's energy. How can this be? You wield only one hand. It is impossible for you to unleash the full might of the Kamehameha. Witnessing his Kamehameha being pushed back inch by inch, Cell panicked, desperately amplifying the energy released from within him. No matter how hard he tried, he could not alter the imminent defeat. A dying creature need not know too much, especially one as loathsome as yourself. Perish. With a fierce roar, Son Gohan intensified his energy release. In an instant, the blue radiance in his palm surged dramatically, causing the Kamehameha's diameter to swell from 50 to an astounding 70 meters. The surge of energy swiftly reversed the tide, mercilessly obliterating Cell's Kamehameha and, in a heartbeat, engulfing Cell's very being. A thunderous roar reverberated through the heavens, as visible shockwaves cascaded upon one another. The blue light blossomed in the sky, and the aftermath of the explosion stirred waves in the air. Countless blue particles scattered like raindrops, and within this explosion, Cell vanished without a trace. Chapter 12. Androids 17 and 18 gazing up at the sky. The countless blue particles fell like rain. Even though Cell had disappeared in the explosion, his presence extinguished, Son Gohan remained on high alert. To ensure Cell's true demise, it was imperative to destroy his core, otherwise, the possibility of his revival loomed. Eradicate the root, lest endless troubles arise. Heightening his awareness, Son Gohan's gaze sharpened as he meticulously searched every corner. If this opportunity slipped away, there may not be another. After a considerable time, Son Gohan finally steadied his resolve. With his heightened perception, if Cell were truly alive, he could not conceal himself for so long. Indeed, the world of Sheru has been annihilated by him. This time, not only has he procured the necessary materials, but he has also resolved a significant predicament. Speaking to himself, he suddenly sensed two formidable presences manifesting within his awareness. No wonder such a commotion ensued. One would not expect you to be so fortunate as to still be alive, Son Gohan. The newcomers were none other than the androids, number 17 and number 18. Upon encountering Son Gohan, a playful smile appeared on number 17's face. The news of Son Gohan's survival took him by surprise. Yet it filled him with delight, for these monotonous days had become unbearably dull. He had previously found himself troubled by the prospect of eliminating Son Gohan, as it would leave him devoid of any engaging challenges on Earth. With Son Gohan's continued existence, a splendid opportunity had arisen to inject some excitement into his otherwise tedious life. The androids fixed their gaze upon number 17 and number 18, while Son Gohan narrowed his eyes slightly. In this battle, they have indeed been lured in, while there was no intention of confronting them just yet. The opportunity has presented itself, and the circumstances have changed. By vanquishing them together, the crisis can be annihilated, restoring peace to this world. Perhaps it was once unattainable, but now he possesses the capability. If one is still alive, is it not preferable to hide away and prolong existence? Why must one venture forth to meet death? The android number 18, with hands on her hips and an ostensibly exquisite visage, appears utterly harmless. Yet, to Gohan, that smile resembles the coldness of a demon. The No. 17 and number 18 from the future are indeed different from those of the past era. Seeking death? It seems to me that it is you who have come to embrace your demise. Gohan's expression turned grave as his piercing gaze meticulously scrutinized them. Their combat power indices had already manifested before him. Android number 17, with a combat power of 520 million. Android number 18, with a combat power of 480 million. Such bravado. Although I am unaware of whom you were battling previously, this time, you shall truly meet your end. The corners of No. 17's mouth curled with a mocking smile. In his eyes, Gohan is merely a toy, a plaything to satiate their destructive desires. Thus, the more Gohan resists, the more exhilarated he becomes. Why waste words on him? Last time, we let him escape. This time, let us simply end him. Do you intend to engage in a game of cat and mouse with him? Compared to the number 18 of the past timeline, the No. 18 of the future is far more ruthless. Not only is she quick-tempered, but she also radiates a palpable aura of menace. Faced with his sister's intense bloodlust, No. 17 could only shake his head in resignation. After all, he must heed her words. The two androids stood side by side, raising their hands towards Gohan. Energy coalescing into luminous waves in their palms, the potency rivaling that of Cell's Kamehameha. What a pity, Gohan. You have only just managed to reclaim your life. No. 17 revealed a devilish grin. This time, no miracles will occur. I shall reduce your remains to ashes. Number 18 sneered coldly. Amidst the cacophony surrounding him, Gohan smiled. Do you truly believe I am still the same as before? With that, a glint of icy resolve flickered in Gohan's eyes. Such words evidently did not reach the ears of Android 17 and Android 18, for their assault had already commenced, its magnitude overshadowing all else. In the 10th segment, two streams of energy converged in their advance, merging into a singular force, their power rapidly intensifying. Confronted with this formidable combined technique, Son Gohan neither flinched nor retreated. Instead, he raised his right hand, summoning an indomitable barrier of energy to shield himself. The impact resounded with a thunderous explosion as the energy detonated upon him, instantly igniting a fierce blast. Scorching flames surged forth, giving rise to a colossal mushroom cloud that ascended into the sky. The air was thick with the acrid scent of ash brought forth by the explosion, while androids 17 and 18 seemed to revel in this moment, erupting into unrestrained laughter. The relentless exchange of energy attacks between the two continued unabated, with devastating energy beams erupting from their palms. The explosions reverberated with a series of thunderous bangs as the shockwaves proliferated, engulfing an ever-expanding area in flames and haze. At the epicenter of the chaos, Son Gohan exerted every ounce of his strength to consolidate his energy and stabilize his protective barrier. While he found himself on the defensive, the system's notifications chimed incessantly. Ding! Automatically absorbed energy from the combined attack of Android 17 and Android 18. Successfully converted energy points, 30 million points. Ding! Automatically absorbed energy dropped by Android 17. Successfully converted energy points, 6 million points. Ding! Automatically absorbed energy dropped by Android 18. Successfully converted energy points, 6 million points. Ding! Automatically absorbed energy dropped by Android 18. Successfully converted energy points, 6 million points. Ding! Automatically absorbed energy dropped by Android 18. Successfully converted energy points, 6 million points. Faced with an infinite reservoir of energy, Son Gohan began to relish the continuous accumulation of energy points. Androids 17 and 18 were sources of limitless energy as long as they kept unleashing their power. He could utilize the system's automatic absorption to convert it into energy points. Chapter 13. One hand is sufficient to handle you. The range of the explosions and the ensuing shockwaves surge relentlessly, expanding at a breathtaking pace. After nearly a minute of continuous bombardment, Androids 17 and 18 finally ceased their assault. How boring. This is even less entertaining than our last battle. After such a relentless onslaught, he must surely be reduced to nothing, Android 17 remarked, a hint of disappointment in his voice as he casually brushed his hair aside. He had assumed that Son Gohan possessed some level of strength that could provide them with amusement, but he did not expect him to perish so easily under their combined might. Humph, isn't that better? I'm in high spirits now. Android 18 replied with a slight smirk. It was worth noting that she had been severely injured by Son Gohan in their previous encounter. Were it not for the assistance of 17, she might have faced defeat. Is that so? To me, it seems we shall have no playthings left, 17 muttered to himself. What does it matter? Now that we've dealt with Son Gohan, let us hasten to the next city. My new outfit has become filthy once again, Android 18 complained. These words left Android 17 in tears, forced to accept his fate passively. Just as they were about to depart, a voice laden with profound sarcasm emerged from the heart of the explosive haze, Son Gohan's voice. I expected you to be stronger, but it turns out you are merely this formidable. What a disappointment. The last time you were even more powerful. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Android 17 and Android 18 drastically changed. In the next moment, a tempestuous golden aura surged forth like a colossal wave, dispersing the thick smoke and obliterating the rubble. Son Gohan stood unscathed, resembling an invincible god of war. Witnessing his pristine state, the countenances of Android 17 and Android 18 shifted once more, their eyes betraying disbelief. They had united with the intent to eliminate Son Gohan, exerting their utmost effort. Previously, Son Gohan had been left on the brink of death by their combined assault, yet he somehow remained alive. If you have finished, now it is my turn. Ignoring the astonishment of the two androids, Son Gohan took the initiative. He gathered strength in his legs and leapt, his body transforming into a beam of light as he traversed the space. Swift as the wind, quick as lightning, he reached the front of Androids 17 and 18 in a mere 0.1 seconds. All his power coalesced in his right fist, enveloped in a golden blaze, striking down with the force of 1,000 hammers. Nanny. The sheer speed left Android 17 feeling ominous. Before he could even brace himself, Son Gohan's iron fist was upon him. Bang! The chilling sound of flesh meeting flesh erupted in the air as the tremendous punch landed squarely on Android 17's right cheek. The terrifying force spread forth, distorting his features. Propelled like a cannonball, he was sent flying hundreds of meters, demolishing countless ruins in his wake. As Android 17 was launched away, Android 18 finally regained her senses. In a panic, she concentrated energy waves in her palm and shot them towards Son Gohan's face. However, the close-range energy attack was effortlessly batted away by Son Gohan. What followed was a flurry of punches and kicks from Android 18. Although she was a female android, her explosive power was not significantly weaker than that of Android 17, and she possessed an advantage in speed, executing rapid and lethal strikes. Defeating her in a battle of this caliber posed a challenge. Yet, Son Gohan was on an entirely different level. He easily deflected and neutralized all of Android 18's attacks, a cold smile gracing his lips. In the blink of an eye, he teleported behind her, seizing her golden locks and forcefully slamming her down towards the ground. Boom! With a resounding crash, the earth was violently struck, fracturing into a myriad of pieces as intricate fissures emerged like a spider's web, spreading in all directions. When confronting foes, there was no trace of mercy. Not even the fact that the opponent was a woman would elicit any compassion. Drink this, came a fierce roar. Gohan subdued Android 18 with one hand, while simultaneously unleashing the concentrated energy wave from his palm. Boom! The energy surged forth, engulfing Android 18's form in an instant, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Scorching flames spread across the ground, and thick, dark smoke billowed into the sky. Amidst the swirling smoke, Gohan leaped into the air. Androids, it seems I have overestimated you. With my current strength, I can easily crush you, even if you possess infinite energy and stamina, Gohan murmured to himself. In the next moment, his keen battle instincts detected an incoming attack. Behind him, a golden energy beam hurtled towards him, skillfully evading the strike. Gohan's gaze landed on the disheveled form of Android 17, standing 100 meters away. The attack emanated from him. Observing his disheveled state, it was evident that he was infuriated after being struck by a single blow. You are the one. With his target locked, the reservoir of Super Saiyan energy was summoned at this very moment. A golden aura radiated from within as Gohan charged directly at Android 17. Damn Gohan, you merely seized a fleeting advantage while I was off guard. Do not become overly complacent. Fueled by rage, Android 17 swung his arms with rapidity. The eternal energy furnace within him provided an unending supply of power. In an instant, countless energy blasts filled the sky, resembling an immense net that ensnared Gohan. Humph. Do you think such trivial tricks can confine me? Under the barrage of innumerable energy blasts, Gohan displayed an astonishing combat prowess. His movements were elusive, akin to a specter, and flowed like a fish through water. Each of 17's energy attacks was deftly and precisely evaded by him. This scenario only heightened 17's fury. Die, Gohan. With his hands pressed together, the energy blasts that filled the sky were drawn together, all converging towards a single point. This direction is precisely where Son Wukong finds himself. At this moment, no matter how agile he was, he could not evade the impending crisis. Yet, even inescapable, there were alternative means of resolution. With a single hand, a radiant blue light manifested within his palm. With a decisive flourish, energy surged forth, sweeping across several dozen meters ahead, forcefully carving a path for himself. The heavens erupted in a cataclysmic explosion as brilliant flames illuminated the sky, a dense haze enveloping the atmosphere for miles. From within this shroud, a golden aura surged forth, resembling an aurora, as it charged towards number 17. How could this be possible? Witnessing this, number 17 was struck with astonishment. He could not fathom how Son Wukong had suddenly grown so formidable. Previously, even in solitary combat, the disparity had not been nearly as vast. In a fleeting moment of 0.01 seconds, Son Wukong, imbued with an overwhelming intent to kill, surged before number 17, his golden energy encasing his fist, brimming with lethal intent, delivering a blow of insurmountable force. The iron fist, capable of obliterating mountains, cruelly embedded itself into number 17's abdomen. The impact twisted his body severely. Crimson blood spewing from his mouth, his gaze becoming vacant. Chapter 14. What is the sensation of death? The terrifying force was almost unbearable for number 17, but fortunately, his physique was sufficiently resilient. Otherwise, Son Wukong's devastating punch would have effortlessly pierced through him in an instant. Amidst the agony, Son Wukong's demeanor shifted, commanding the energy within him to whirl rapidly at his will. A relentless barrage of punches and kicks descended upon number 17 like a torrential downpour. The air vibrated with successive waves of force as Son Wukong employed both feet in concert with one hand, delivering a comprehensive onslaught against the android. Each strike possessed the potential to upheave mountains. The very instigator of calamity for the future world found himself utterly suppressed, devoid of any means to retaliate. His attire was torn asunder by the gale of fists, his flesh ravaged, and wounds bled profusely. How could it be? How had his power escalated so dramatically? Such pressure had not been felt in their previous encounters. While enduring the relentless onslaught, number 17 found himself questioning his very existence. He could distinctly sense that Son Wukong's capabilities had been significantly augmented. When facing him alone before, he had managed to hold his ground, even maintaining a steady dominance over him. At the very least, he would not have been so thoroughly crushed as he was now. You must be wondering why my power has surged so rapidly, right? With a smile increasingly twisted and sinister, Son Wukong continued to dismantle number 17, chuckling softly. Attempting to counterattack, number 17 found himself unable to escape the ferocious onslaught, no matter how valiantly he fought back. Bang! With a devastating uppercut, he struck the chin of Android 17 with tremendous force, sending him soaring hundreds of meters into the sky. The searing pain surged within him, igniting a fiery rage as Android 17 struggled to stabilize his tumbling body. He raised his hands, activating the eternal energy furnace within, conjuring a torrential storm of energy in an attempt to repel Gohan. However, he gravely underestimated Gohan's strength. In the face of the relentless energy barrage, Gohan opted for a brutal advance, enveloping himself in an impenetrable barrier of energy as he charged forward, disregarding the concentrated onslaught from 17. Ding! The system notification echoed in his mind. Energy from Android 17 absorbed automatically, successfully converting to 3 million energy points. Ding! The notification repeated, emphasizing the bounty of energy harvested. Gohan, undistracted by the incessant alerts, closed in on Android 17 with lightning speed. channeling all his power into his right leg. He delivered a devastating knee strike to the abdomen of Super 17. The impact was catastrophic, causing 17 to spew blood and teeter on the brink of unconsciousness. Seizing the moment, Gohan viciously grasped 17 by the hair, unleashing a flurry of knee strikes to his face. As Scions, we grow stronger with each battle. And having clawed back from the precipice of death, my power has surged beyond yours, thanks to you and Android 18 nearly ending my life last time. So, what does your infinite energy matter now? Gohan shouted, continuing his relentless assault on 17. After a series of brutal strikes, 17's face was a grotesque mask of blood and flesh, yet he remained conscious. Another knee strike came crashing down, with 17 desperately bracing against the force. You're more resilient than I anticipated. I thought you would be out of your mind by now. Gohan sneered coldly as he lifted 17 effortlessly. Ignoring the fury etched on 17's face, Gohan was unfazed. Yes, this is the expression I faced when I confronted you. Roles have reversed. And I shall show you what true cruelty is. With that, Gohan prepared a powerful right roundhouse kick aimed at Android 17. The earth-shattering impact resonated like thunder, propelling 17 into the sky once more. Seizing the momentum, Gohan aimed to deliver the final blow. The tragic tale of the future world was about to conclude. Perish. Android 17. A cacophony of desperate cries erupted as Son Gohan steadied himself in midair, his energy compressing and converging into the palm of his hand. In mere seconds, this accumulation of unimaginable destructive power, potent enough to obliterate an entire planet, coalesced into a lethal technique. Magic Flash. The thunderous shout resonated through the heavens. As golden waves of energy surged forth from Gohan's right palm, slicing through space like a colossal dragon poised to devour Android 17. Alarm bells rang in 17's mind as he sensed the lethal threat of the impending attack. His pupils dilated in horror as he felt the grim specter of death beckoning him. Faced with the oncoming Magic Flash, 17 raised his hands defensively, bracing himself for impact. Yet, under the sheer might of such a terrifying technique, even his resistance would leave him battered and broken. 17. Get out of the way. In a moment of dire urgency, Android 18, previously subdued by Gohan, arrived at the battlefield. She soared towards 17, forcibly rescuing him from certain doom. Gohan's Magic Flash missed its target, soaring like a rocket into the sky, piercing the atmosphere and reaching the cosmos. Boom. The energy of the Magic Flash detonated in space, unleashing a dazzling radiance that enveloped the earth below. TCH. I almost forgot about you. With a dismissive snort, Gohan's expression grew grave. He had assumed 18 would take longer to recover. Just a fraction of a moment more, and 17 would have met his end. As his cold gaze shifted to the sibling androids, Gohan clenched his fists, the S-cells within him ignited with excitement, urging him to engage in battle. Are you all right, 17? 18 inquired anxiously, relieved she had arrived in time. Otherwise, she would have lost her brother. Chapter 15, 1 against 2, a violent counterattack. As 18's consciousness gradually sharpened, an excruciating pain coursed through her body. 17 gritted his teeth, steadying himself. Wiping the blood from his face, a fierce snarl emerged as he glared at Gohan. Today, he had suffered profound humiliation. Damn Son Gohan. How could he have grown so powerful? I cannot defeat him in single combat. 17's gaze fixated on Gohan, who radiated a golden aura akin to a war god, and for a fleeting moment, he felt a twinge of trepidation. Just moments ago, Gohan's ferocious assault had instilled genuine fear within him. In solitary combat, he had been thoroughly vanquished. Do not act rashly, 17. Let us unite against him. The fury within 18 swelled. Her brother had been struck, and her own visage was nearly marred. She longed to exact vengeance upon Gohan. However, we must proceed with caution. 18. That guy is clearly different from before. On the 17th, suppressing the anger within, he admonished the 18th beside him. I am well aware that things have indeed changed. However, let us not forget that he is merely a cripple now. Even with his formidable strength, how could he possibly contend against us? The 18th reasoned astutely. Upon hearing this, a glint of venom and foreboding flashed in the 17th's eyes. As long as they united, how formidable could Son Gohan be? He would merely be a plaything in their hands. Have we devised a strategy? If time is of the essence, I can afford to grant you a little more. In the distance, Son Gohan teleported to a position 10 meters before them, his golden aura swirling around him, exuding an imposing presence. His energy had not diminished in the slightest due to the recent onslaught. Rather, it surged stronger, steadily ascending. The Scion blood within him ignited. howling and urging him to fight. It was merely a stroke of luck. Cease your pretentious display. Son Gohan. Witnessing Son Gohan's audacious demeanor, the 17th's fury escalated, wishing nothing more than to rend him to pieces. This time, I shall grind you to dust, leaving you no chance of survival. Son Gohan. The 18th was equally ablaze with rage. The heart of the most venomous woman in the world, her hatred for Son Gohan surpassed even that of the 17th. Their ire was precisely what Son Gohan desired. He intended to leverage the pressure exerted by these android siblings to see if he could transcend to a higher level of Super Saiyan. In the blink of an eye, the two androids initiated their assault. With clear divisions of labor and cooperative tactics, they attacked Son Gohan from both sides. Bang, pound, bang, pound, bang, pound, bang, pound, bang, pound. Their punches and kicks formed a relentless barrage against Son Gohan, their coordination flawless, each move seamlessly flowing into the next. They shared a sibling bond, and their frequent collaborations rendered verbal communication unnecessary. Even eye contact was superfluous, as their hearts aligned for perfect synergy. In mere seconds, Son Gohan felt the terrifying pressure of their combined assault, even though his combat power surpassed either of them by over 100 million. The absence of his left arm and the limitations it imposed rendered him vulnerable. Fortunately, his extensive combat skills and experience, coupled with the fact that the original owner of this body had faced androids before, granted him instinctive evasive responses. Despite their impeccable coordination, they could not impose overwhelming pressure on him in such a short time. What is the matter? Why are your punches so feeble? They hardly present any challenge to me. While skillfully evading the onslaught, Son Wukong could not help but taunt his adversaries. At that moment, the blood of his Saiyan lineage surged within him, ablaze with fervor. Under the formidable pressure of their combined might, he truly comprehended the essence of a warrior race. Immersed in combat, he only grew stronger. His speed, strength, and reflexes ascended in tandem with the duration of the battle. His mocking words reached the ears of the two androids, intensifying their murderous intent. The bond between the siblings was palpable, and as their objectives aligned, they launched simultaneous strikes towards Son Wukong's abdomen with a whip-like kick. Anticipating their assault, Son Wukong deftly raised one hand in defense. With a resounding boom, the force of their combined attack proved formidable. In an instant, Son Wukong was sent hurtling backwards, akin to a kite severed from its string. The tingling sensation radiating from his arm only fueled his excitement and exhilaration. Thus, his fighting spirit was ignited. Seizing the moment, Androids 17 and 18 unleashed their doomsday laser upon him. Countless golden energy beams, potent enough to pierce through anything, erupted from their fingertips in an unceasing barrage. This scene evokes a cascade of memories for Son Wukong. The original owner of this body perished under the apocalyptic laser unleashed by the two of them. Such a tactic, however, proves ineffective against me. With a furious roar, Son Gohan unleashed the energy within him. The power of the first transformation into a Super Saiyan was fully activated. As he gathered energy in his palm, he swung his massive hand, conjuring a tempest of energy capable of overturning everything. Boom, 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 boom. The explosive flames engulfed the sky, and the apocalyptic laser released by androids 17 and 18 was obliterated by the tempest he conjured with a single hand. Ding. Energy from the apocalyptic laser of android 17 was automatically absorbed, successfully converting energy points. 5 million points. Ding. Energy from the apocalyptic laser of android 17 was automatically absorbed, successfully converting energy points. 4 million points. Ding. Energy from the apocalyptic laser of android 18 was automatically absorbed, successfully converting energy points. 6 million points. Ding. Energy from the apocalyptic laser of android 18 was automatically absorbed, successfully converting energy points. 3 million points. With fighting spirit surging, Son Gohan emerged from the smoke of the explosion, his robust physique resembling a cannonball, crashing into android 17 with immense force. Sensing the impending crisis, every hair on android 17's body stood on end, feeling an ominous premonition. Chapter 16. The game time is over. Boom. With a thunderous crash, Son Gohan, bursting forth from the smoke, struck heavily against android 17's body. Puff. Already injured, android 17 suffered another devastating blow. Crimson blood gushed forth, his energy dwindled, and he plummeted towards the earth like a falling star. After sending android 17 flying, Son Gohan's gaze locked onto android 18, his eyes radiating a fierce aura that left her shaken. Without a hint of mercy, He unleashed a relentless barrage of punches and kicks, mercilessly assaulting Android 18. Every part of her body became a target for Son Gohan's attacks. Bang. Thud. Bang. Thud. Bang. Thud. Bang. Thud. The collisions of fists and feet stirred up tremendous waves in the air. Even with just one hand, he could easily overpower an android. If Android 17 was no match, how much more so was the slightly weaker Android 18? In mere seconds, Android 18's clothing was shredded, her body marred by bloody wounds, and her skin bore the imprint of massive fists. Most conspicuously, a long gash stretched from her right cheek to her jaw. How dare you? How dare you mar my face? Number 18 roared with an intensity that bordered on madness. Beauty is everything to a woman, and her face is her most cherished treasure. However, a permanent scar marred her flawless, porcelain skin, a remnant of Son Gohan's actions. Enraged, her fury surged, propelling her into a frenzied state. At this moment, she was undeterred by the consequences, determined to exact a cruel vengeance on Son Gohan. With her face bearing an irreparable scar, number 18 descended into a state of rage. In her wrath, she could momentarily unleash a power surpassing that of number 17, matching Son Gohan blow for blow. Bang! With a swift and powerful strike, number 18 landed a devastating blow to Son Gohan's chest, sending him flying over 10 meters. Ouch! That hurt. It seems I underestimated you. Son Gohan grinned, unperturbed by the assault. The Saiyan blood coursing through him boiled with excitement from the pain. I will kill you. I will shatter your body into 1,000 pieces. Number 18, now a woman unhinged, was beyond reasoning after suffering her injury. Consumed by rage, she sought only to take Son Gohan's life. Her petite frame moved with remarkable agility, closing the distance to Son Gohan in a mere breath, energy gathering in her palm as she aimed for his forehead. Yet, in response to her sudden attack, Son Gohan deftly evaded her strike and instantaneously teleported behind her, firmly locking her neck in his grasp. You think you can kill me with that? Disdain flickered in Son Gohan's eyes. He was no longer the same Son Gohan of the past. With the support of the system, his battle prowess had surged due to his near-death revival and the enhancement cards he possessed. Now, he was far beyond what a mere android could contend with. Moreover, he had begun to sense the higher realms of Super Saiyan power. As Son Gohan tightened his grip around number 18's throat, she struggled to breathe, the overwhelming force threatening to snap her neck. Suddenly, she noticed movement on the ground below. Number 17 was charging towards them. Realizing his sister was on the brink of death, he rushed to her aid. What a good brother you are. As you wish. I shall return her to you. With that, Son Gohan hurled number 18 away with all his strength. Her body flew through the air like a cannonball, hurtling toward number 17 at a speed of 100 meters per second. Number 18. Before her stood the elder sister, and the 17th android instinctively halted his actions, extending his arms to catch the 18th. Yet, the force of the impact was utterly terrifying. To him, it felt as though an entire building had collided with his body. An overwhelming power that ruthlessly slammed him back to the ground. Having absorbed much of the shock, he anxiously gazed at the 18th android in his embrace. The urgency and worry in his eyes unmistakable. It was hard to fathom that a being known for its mercilessness and lethality could exhibit such vulnerability. In the skies above, Son Gohan felt the exhilarating surge of power within his veins, a blissful sensation coursing through him. His S-cells were in a state of extreme excitement, allowing him to grasp something profound. At this moment, he was filled with joy, savoring the boiling sensation of his blood. This was the true essence of a Super Saiyan, a warrior race that flourishes as long as there is a battle to be fought. With a broad smile, Gohan clenched his fists, his eyes alight with excitement and anticipation. He could distinctly sense another surge of power, one that would surpass his current strength once unleashed. With a thought, he executed the instant transmission technique, slowly descending from the heights to reappear before the android siblings. Son Gohan. The 17th android bellowed through gritted teeth, fury swirling in his gaze, yet he found himself powerless, trapped in a state of impotent rage. Why shout so loudly, you fool? Gohan retorted, stretching his limbs. You must die, Son Gohan. At that moment, the 18th android struggled to rise from the 17th's embrace, blood still oozing from her wounds, her eyes ablaze with fury and intent to kill. Can't you change your lines? I'm growing weary of hearing the same phrases, Gohan quipped, unfazed by the impotent rage of the two androids. The time for this dull game has come to an end. I've lost interest. Game? How dare you refer to this as a game? What nonsense. The 17th android seethed with anger at Gohan's words. To label their perilous confrontation as a mere game was an affront to their existence. Indeed, This is a game of my own design. I have discerned the extent of your capabilities, and now I have had my fill of play. Cracking his neck, Gohan tightened his fists, his earlier nonchalance giving way to a serious demeanor. Stop pretending, Son Gohan. You will die? Unable to contain herself any longer, the 18th android unleashed a beam of energy directed at Gohan. Near half a meter from him, the energy beam was deflected skyward by the force of his aura. Chapter 13, Breakthrough, Super Saiyan Stage 2. How could this happen? The energy attack was repelled by sheer force. And it was at that moment that number 18 finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. The figure before her, Son Gohan, was no longer a mere plaything to be easily crushed and toyed with. Having clawed his way back from the brink of death, he now possessed a power that surpassed that of their artificial beings. Even with their seemingly limitless energy, it was rendered futile. At this juncture, allow me to present something remarkable. A sinister and frenzied grin spread across his face as Son Gohan exerted every ounce of strength to stimulate the S cells within him, awakening the dormant energy that lay within. A resounding explosion echoed, boom, as a golden aura erupted from within. His hair rising as if caught in an invisible wind, his intensity escalating exponentially. His energy levels were surging dramatically. Number 17 observed the energy readings through his internal detector, and a look of dread and astonishment crept across his face. Since being liberated by Dr. Gero, they had considered themselves invincible on this planet, yet now, a sense of fear began to take root within their hearts. What a lamentable affair this is. Enough with the jesting. It is merely Son Gohan. Android 18 is acutely aware of the astonishing intensity of Son Gohan's energy before her, yet she refuses to accept this harsh reality and is determined to eliminate him. In this moment, Android 18 appears to have succumbed to madness, her hands flailing at an astonishing speed as she unleashes the Doomsday Laser once more. Android 17, not to be outdone, follows suit, mirroring his sister's attack with equal fervor. The cacophony of explosions reverberates around them. Bang, 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 bang. Each blast echoing relentlessly in every direction. In an instant, the earthquakes and the ground fractures, enveloped in a haze of smoke and flying debris. The once pristine city is now reduced to barren wasteland, littered with charred earth and scattered rubble. The two androids unite in their relentless bombardment of Son Gohan. The onslaught of energy assaults persisting for a full 2 minutes. A colossal mushroom cloud ascends skyward, its diameter stretching for thousands of meters. The city has been utterly obliterated, transformed into a desolate expanse. The site of the bombardment has birthed a gaping chasm, a pit with a diameter of at least 500 meters. Android 17's breath quickens, his complexion paling. Surely he must be dead now? Android 18 is no better off. Forcibly exerting the eternal energy furnace within her exacts a heavy toll on her psyche. Though they possess boundless energy, the mental strain is considerable. Such an intense output cannot be sustained for long. Even 2 minutes of full power is the very limit. Both Android 17 and Android 18 fixate on the epicenter of the explosion, their expressions grave, unwilling to relax for even a moment. The energy detectors within them now yield no response, leaving them uncertain of Son Gohan's fate. As time ticks away and the billowing smoke begins to clear, a sudden alarm blares from their energy detectors. The readings are unexpectedly alarming. No, it cannot be. Android 17 is taken aback, his eyes trembling with fear. Son Gohan! Android 18 exclaims, retreating in terror, her body quaking involuntarily. Behind the thick smoke, a golden aura slowly pierces through the dark haze, revealing Son Gohan's form. He appears little different from his previous Super Saiyan form, save for his more developed muscles and more upright hair. At last, he has transcended the existing boundaries, ascending to a higher plane. This form represents the second stage of the first level of Super Saiyan. With fists tightly clenched, Gohan felt a ceaseless surge of energy coursing through his being, brimming with excitement. At that moment, he had achieved a remarkable transformation reminiscent of Vegeta's emergence from the hyperbolic time chamber in the original narrative, the second stage of the first level of Super Saiyan. This breakthrough had bestowed upon him a modest enhancement in his base combat power, elevating it from 12.5 million to 15 million. The second stage of the first level of Super Saiyan granted him an astounding increase of 60 times in combat strength, culminating in a formidable power of 600 million. To him, the androids appeared as feeble as ants. Utilizing the instant transmission technique, Gohan gracefully ascended from the abyss to the ground. Observing the expressions of the two androids, he scoffed mockingly. Is that fear I see upon your faces? It is quite rare to witness androids succumb to terror. Stop spouting nonsense. Who would fear you? 17 retorted defiantly, though the tremors in his legs betrayed his bravado. It's merely a slight increase in strength. With this level of combat power, you cannot possibly defeat us, 18 countered. Yet, deep down, she was acutely aware of Gohan's true strength. This is an unprecedented intensity of energy, is it not? Allow me to witness whether your strength is as formidable as your words suggest. With that, Son Gohan raised his hand, gathering energy in his palm, its power surpassing imagination. Truly capable of extinguishing stars. Sensing the impending threat, androids 17 and 18 would not remain passive. They activated their recently cooled eternal energy furnaces, one on the left and the other on the right, amassing energy to prepare for a decisive strike. The three parties stood in a tense stalemate. As the energy coalesced in his palm, Son Gohan bellowed, "Perish! The devastation and calamity this planet has endured for so many years must come to an end." Magic flash! His thunderous roar reverberated across the skies, releasing a golden energy beam from his palm, its might boundless, capable of obliterating all. The two androids would not succumb so easily. They unleashed their eternal energy furnaces at full power, merging their purple and blue death energy beams, colliding with the magic flash. Boom! The clash of energies was unprecedentedly fierce. The magic flash and the dual death energy beams collided, resulting in a stalemate, their power even causing minor tremors across the entire Earth. Chapter 18. The Android's Demise. The confrontation of ultimate techniques remained in a state of balance. In response to the dual death energy beams from androids 17 and 18, Son Gohan maintained a composed demeanor. The disparity in strength overwhelmingly evident. The reason he did not seize the moment to eliminate the two androids was that he was utilizing them to accrue more energy points. Ding! Successfully absorbed energy from the cooperative death energy beam of android 17 and android 18, converting to energy points. 5 million points. Ding! Successfully absorbed energy from the cooperative death energy beam of android 17 and android 18, converting to energy points. 4 million points. Ding! Successfully absorbed energy from the cooperative death energy beam of android 17 and android 18, converting to energy points. 3 million points. The system prompts echoed in his mind. The energy points available for absorption and conversion steadily diminishing. This revelation also illuminated for Son Wukong the stark reality that true infinity does not exist. After reaching a certain threshold, one inevitably depletes their resources. Once all value has been extracted, retaining it becomes utterly meaningless. Infuriatingly, even you, Son Wukong, regardless of your strength, will eventually encounter the exhaustion of energy. The outcome remains unchanged. No matter how fiercely we fight, we, the androids, will never feel fatigue, thereby perpetuating this stalemate. Ultimately, the one to succumb will undoubtedly be you. Android 17 boasted arrogantly, his eternal energy furnace instilling him with unwavering confidence. As long as the current state is maintained and energy remains balanced, Son Wukong's energy will inevitably be exhausted in due time. When that moment arrives, victory shall belong to them. Son Wukong, no matter how valiantly you resist, it is a futile endeavor, our energy is boundless. And you shall lament your choice to confront us in this manner. In terms of energy attacks, we shall not be defeated. Android 18 cackled maniacally. The madwoman still fails to comprehend the nature of her predicament. Every word they utter falls directly into the ears of Son Wukong. Their brazen arrogance elicits an involuntary chuckle from him. Utterly hopeless fools, conversing with you is merely a waste of my precious time. May you descend to hell and account for your sins. With a fierce roar, Son Wukong ceases to conceal his power and unleashes his might. The terrifying magic flash within his palm swells to an unimaginable magnitude. Boom. The energy surges once more, its terrifying force seemingly capable of upending the very heavens and earth. The diameter of the magic flash doubles, effortlessly shattering the combined attack of androids 17 and 18, advancing relentlessly towards them. In an instant, the tide of battle shifts. Fear welling from the depths of their hearts. The two androids reveal expressions of terror, a sight that is difficult to forget. Boom. The cataclysmic explosion sends shockwaves soaring into the sky. Androids 17 and 18 are consumed by the energy. The entire planet trembles under the aftermath of the explosion, obliterating everything within a 1,000-meter radius. At the epicenter of the blast, a colossal pit, 1,000 meters deep, is formed. Thick plumes of smoke rise skyward, shrouding the sun. As a mushroom cloud ascends with great ferocity. As the ultimate victor of this battle, Son Wukong stands triumphantly in the void. He has triumphed over the androids, crushing them with absolute superiority. His cold gaze fixates on the center of the explosion. Time ticks away, and after 5 minutes pass, the smoke dissipates. revealing that neither android has reappeared. It is then that Son Wukong realizes they are truly dead. Exhaling a cloud of murky breath, he relinquishes his transformation into the second stage of Super Saiyan Level 1. The exhilaration fades, replaced by a profound weariness. The energy expenditure of the second stage of Super Saiyan exceeds that of the standard Super Saiyan state. Coupled with his earlier battle against Cell and now facing two androids, his stamina has nearly been depleted after unleashing several powerful attacks. Surveying his surroundings, the once vibrant city is now cloaked in yellow sands and debris. Regrettably, he must venture to other cities in search of the final materials. However, this is a minor issue. Following his encounters with Cell and the battles against androids 17 and 18, he now possesses a staggering energy point total of 253,750,000. His energy points have surpassed the 100 million mark, yielding a bounty that far exceeds the value of a gravity training chamber. From this moment forth, the threat of androids shall no longer loom. This world has emerged from its period of darkness. Gazing upon the desolate city, Son Gohan murmured softly before turning to soar westward. Simultaneously, on the North Kai's planet, situated in the North Galaxy, the North Kai, as the overseer of this celestial realm, kept a vigilant watch over its transformations. His primary focus, however, remained on Earth. Upon learning of the annihilation of the androids, he felt a surge of relief. At last, the android menace had been vanquished. Surely, Goku would be elated to hear this news. His son, Son Gohan, was the one who had resolved the crisis concerning the androids. A contemplative smile graced the North Kai's aged visage. In this world, Goku had succumbed to a viral heart disease, thus preventing the unfolding of subsequent events. And the North Kai himself had not perished. He continued to reside on his planet. As for Goku's current whereabouts, he had been recommended for training on the Grand Kai's planet many years ago. The other warriors on Earth had also been granted the privilege of retaining their physical forms, enabling them to train on the Grand Kai's planet in the afterlife. Without further ado, the North Kai resolved to visit the Grand Kai's planet to observe the progress of their training. After all, their success reflected upon the dignity of the North Galaxy. With determination, the North Kai summoned his abilities, accompanied by his two pets, and vanished from the North Kai's planet. Chapter 16. A New Era, A New Beginning. The scene shifted back to the battlefield, smoke rising ominously from the remnants of war. Just half an hour after Son Gohan's departure, a towering figure with a muscular build emerged from behind a pile of rubble. Had Son Gohan still been present, he would have been utterly astonished. For this being was none other than the android 16, whose true identity had never been revealed in the future world. He had remained concealed, observing the battle, biding his time. Initially, he had intended to assist androids 17 and 18 in eliminating Son Gohan. But upon witnessing Gohan's successful transformation into a Super Saiyan at the second stage, he wisely chose to remain in the shadows. Not only had he dispatched the ultimate android, Cell, created by Dr. Gero, but he had also eliminated androids 17 and 18. It seemed he would need to devise a new plan. In a deep, mechanical voice, Android 16 remarked, directing his gaze towards the massive crater left by the explosion. I hope those two have not been obliterated. Android 16 strode towards the abyss left by the explosion, activating his search capabilities to locate remnants of androids 17 and 18 amidst the ruins and dust. As his searching abilities engaged, he soon discovered the severed arm of 17 and the half leg of 18, remnants left in the aftermath of the explosion. These are not the targets of Android 16. With his hands digging into the earth, he cast aside two remnants, delving deeper in search of what he sought. After a full 2 minutes of excavation, a satisfied smile finally graced the face of Android 16. He retrieved two objects resembling iron spheres and placed them into his storage compartment. With these two crucial items secured, Android 16 surveyed his surroundings with vigilance, ensuring that no one was in sight before soaring into the sky, departing from the desolate expanse. The old era had come to a close, and a new chapter was poised to unfold, one that would undoubtedly feature his presence. In West City, having acquired the final materials he required, Son Gohan returned to this place. Upon landing at the Universal Capsule Corporation's premises, he discovered that Trunks was already awaiting him. Brother Gohan. Seeing Son Gohan's safe return, the heavy weight that had hung over Trunks' heart was finally lifted. Even in West City, he could feel the intensity of the battles occurring on the other side of the earth. The ferocity of Son Gohan's final surge of energy was beyond his imagination. It seems you are already aware of certain matters, Trunks, Son Gohan remarked with a smile as he approached him. Brother Gohan, you truly encountered the androids during your expedition. That's wonderful. Trunks could hardly contain his concern. In response, Son Gohan maintained his smile, feeling no need to conceal the truth any longer. Indeed, I did come across androids 17 and 18. However, this time, it is not that I am fine, but rather, they have incurred a problem. Just moments ago, I resolved the threat they posed. Resolved? Brother Gohan, are you implying that androids 17 and 18 are dead? Trunks stood in stunned silence. What an extraordinary occurrence this is. The nightmare that has plagued them for countless years, androids 17 and android 18, has just met their demise at the hands of his brother, Gohan. Do not be astonished. I previously mentioned that I survived last time. But this time it is they who have perished. From now on, the Earth will be free of androids. Gohan patted Trunks on the shoulder, signaling him to remain calm. In the next moment, without regard for Trunks' feelings, he strode directly toward the basement. The gathered materials must be personally delivered to Bulma, and this news must be shared with her. No longer will they have to dwell underground. They can return to the surface and live well. In the basement, within Bulma's laboratory, she was engrossed in welding an object, oblivious to Gohan descending the stairs. Aunt Bulma, Gohan called out as he approached. You're back? Bulma responded, finally noticing him after he called her name. Yes, I have returned. The energy replacement materials for the gravity training room have been gathered, and I also have good news. Gohan produced a capsule from his pocket and handed it to Bulma, teasing her with anticipation. Good news? Bulma inquired, accepting the capsule with a puzzled blink. You need not worry about the threat of androids any longer. Just a moment ago, I eliminated them. Gohan smiled as he revealed the information. At his words, Bulma's expression froze, her pupils dilating in disbelief. Gohan, are you saying 17 and 18? She incredulously confirmed. Yes, I have killed them. This time, they are truly dead. Gohan affirmed once more. The devastating technique of the Super Saiyan's first stage, second form, known as the Magic Flash, is capable of erasing even beings with combat power in the billion range. He could hardly believe that mere androids could still be alive. The menace of the androids has been vanquished. The threat posed by androids 17 and 18 has been eliminated, ensuring that the Earth will not face any calamities in the foreseeable future. After enduring years of torment, Bulma, upon receiving this news, felt as though she had traversed decades, finally experiencing a sense of relief. Each day of the androids' existence had plunged humanity into despair. Now that the androids have perished, there is no longer a need to live in constant fear. Aunt Bulma, from this moment forth, we can return to the surface, with peace restored to the Earth. I am confident that in just a few years, everything will revert to its former state. Gazing at Bulma, Gohan understood that she too needed to express her emotions. As he spoke, his unwavering gaze offered her solace. Chapter 20, Gravity Training. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. With the cessation of the androids' destruction, the surviving remnants of humanity seemed to sense a change, emerging from the shadows of their subterranean refuge. At this juncture, the news of the annihilation of the androids had not yet disseminated, leaving the populace in a state of trepidation. This atmosphere of fear resulted in individuals daring to emerge from their shadowy enclaves, yet refraining from lingering on the surface for an extended period. After scavenging a modicum of supplies, they retreated back into the subterranean depths. In West City, the Capsule Corporation flourished. Thanks to Son Gohan's meticulous collection of materials for the gravity training room, the long-abandoned facility, neglected for countless years, was once again brought into operation. In the rear courtyard of the Capsule Corporation, an aging and dilapidated circular structure stood resolutely. This is precisely the training artifact utilized by the warriors in the early stages of Dragon Ball, the gravity training room. Although it appears antiquated, this chamber can generate a gravitational force 500 times that of Earth, while its intensity pales in comparison to the gravity training facilities of the later peaceful world. It is more than sufficient for the current Son Gohan. Upon entering the gravity training chamber, Gohan secured the door and locked it from the inside, ensuring that no one could intrude. The gravity training room is completely isolated from the outside world. Any misstep could lead to unforeseen consequences. According to Bulma, there was an unfortunate incident involving Vegeta, who, while training in this very chamber, had a hapless employee inadvertently open the door, resulting in everything outside being drawn in and crushed by the overwhelming gravity, leading to the employee's demise. Gohan positioned himself at the center of the gravity training room, standing before the central control console that governs the entire space. Following Bulma's instructions, he raised the gravity to 100 times that of Earth. With a resounding hum, the apparatus activated, and in an instant, The chamber was bathed in a crimson glow. Gohan felt his body grow heavy and began to navigate the environment under this 100-fold gravity. With his formidable strength, he found the challenge merely taxing, yet manageable. Is this what 100 times gravity feels like? Quite tolerable. Indeed, a perfect warm-up. Adjusting to the 100-fold gravity, Gohan initiated his warm-up exercises. One-finger push-ups, squat jumps, sit-ups, and more. After a 5-minute adaptation period, he effortlessly acclimated to the 100-fold gravity. His robust foundation allowed him to bear this strain with ease. Approaching the central console once more, Gohan escalated the gravity to a staggering 300 times. Instantly, the room was enveloped in an even deeper shade of red, and an overwhelming gravitational force swept over him, nearly causing him to lose his footing and crash to the floor. The sheer pressure of 300 times Earth's gravity was beyond imagination. Was I truly struggling with merely 300 times gravity? The intensity far exceeded Gohan's expectations. Initially, he had assumed that with his combat power index of 15 million, he could dismiss the effects of 300 times gravity and believe that only 400 times would pose a challenge. Clearly, his assumptions were overly conservative. The physical toll imposed by the gravity training room was astonishing. Every increment in gravity presented an unimaginable burden on his body. Gravity training is not as effortless as I had envisioned. No wonder Vegeta relies so heavily on this method of training. Having deeply experienced the brutal nature of the gravity training method, Son Gohan sighed. The weight of gravity pressed heavily upon him, causing a degree of discomfort. Yet it remained within an acceptable threshold. He could now envision the excruciating training endured by Vegeta in the early chapters of the original tale. It is noteworthy that, at that time, Vegeta's usual battle power index was merely in the millions, yet he could withstand a staggering 300 times gravity for intense training. Even he, with a battle power rating reaching 15 million, felt somewhat strained under the 300-fold gravitational force. Indeed, the gravity training chamber is not merely a miraculous tool for early enhancement. It also yields unexpected effects in later stages. Had future Gohan from the original narrative chosen the gravity training chamber for his cultivation, the outcome would surely have been altered. Gohan marveled at his current battle power index of 15 million. Faced with such immense pressure, maintaining it for a full 24 hours posed no issue. Nor would he face exhaustion. After a brief period of acclimatization to the 300-fold gravity, aided by his remarkable innate talent, Gohan swiftly adapted to moving with agility under such immense force. This instilled a sense of confidence within him, igniting a desire to challenge even greater levels of gravity. He pondered whether he could, in his normal state, navigate freely under the immense weight of 500 times Earth's gravity. Son Gohan yearned to test the limits of his own capabilities. Having attained such formidable strength, he was eager to discover the extent of his limits in his unaltered form. The environment of 300 times the gravity still posed a challenge, but he had achieved a degree of freedom in movement, which alleviated the pressure somewhat. He was curious to see if this gravity training chamber could push him to his absolute limits, even to the brink of collapse. Son Gohan felt no apprehension toward unforeseen circumstances. Should he be unable to withstand this unimaginable gravity, he could effortlessly transform into a Super Saiyan in an instant. In that form, even 500 times the gravity would be manageable. Lifting his hand, Son Gohan pressed the button on the central control panel. With each press, the gravity within the chamber increased tenfold. After 3 consecutive presses, an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped him, bending his body under the immense weight. In his normal state, he struggled to maintain his footing and was nearly forced to kneel. This is merely 330 times the force of gravity. It has already left him feeling fatigued in his normal state. He could still increase it further. A defiant glint flickered in his eyes as Son Gohan gritted his teeth, swiftly adjusting the gravity training room to 5 increments. Beep, beep, beep. In an instant, the gravity surged and caught off guard. Son Gohan found himself brought to one knee by the overwhelming force. Chapter 21. Undercurrents Rising. Currently, the gravity has not yet reached 400 times. It is merely 380 times that of Earth's gravity. Even this 380-fold pressure is sufficient to challenge Son Gohan significantly. Under the oppressive weight, he clenched his jaw, summoning every ounce of strength to rise and straighten his back. If he is to engage in gravity training, he might as well round it up to an even number. Without pressure, how can one grow stronger? A mere 380 times gravity is no match for him in his normal state. I have come to understand the gravity scale. The higher it ascends, the more terrifying it becomes. Though 400 times has yet to be reached, I am already being crushed under this immense weight. To train under 500 times gravity, I must transform into a Super Saiyan. Merely uttering a word has become an arduous task for Son Gohan, struggling against the oppressive force. He summoned the energy within him, forcing his hand to rise. In a 380-fold gravity environment, the flow of energy within him has slowed dramatically, imposing exceedingly stringent demands on his control over that energy. With his finger aimed at the symbol on the central console, he gently pressed it. At 360 times gravity, his legs trembled uncontrollably as he persisted in his training. Every muscle in his body tensed, as if he were on the verge of collapse. At 400 times gravity, his entire body quaked, his face flushed, and he began to tilt downward uncontrollably. At this moment, without immense willpower to sustain him, he would have already succumbed to the ground. The fire of determination and his unwillingness to yield fueled Son Gohan's desire to further increase the gravity. Now, at 400 times, his expression contorted in a grimace. If he were to push beyond this point, it might lead to dire consequences. These challenges for the Scions are inconsequential. With unwavering resolve, Gohan pressed the button to increase the gravity once more. The intensity surged to 410 times Earth's gravity, causing his legs to tremble and the veins on his forehead to bulge. As the gravity escalated to 420 times, Gohan struggled to maintain his balance, sinking to one knee. His muscles contorted, with capillaries clearly visible. When the gravity reached 430 times, he could no longer stand without leaning against the central console. It seemed this was his limit. No, it is not over yet. He pressed the gravity enhancement button again, and this time, the force escalated to a staggering 440 times. This represented the pinnacle of gravity, an unimaginable weight that rendered him motionless. Despite the fierce determination within him, the overwhelming gravity made it impossible to continue, though he hated to admit it. 440 times was indeed the utmost limit of what he could endure in his normal state. With a fierce yell, Gohan unleashed the energy of his Super Saiyan first form. Otherwise, in his regular state, this immense gravity would contort his body beyond recognition. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into the first level of Super Saiyan. With this transformation, the mere 440 times gravity posed no threat to him. The enhancements of the Super Saiyan form increased his power level dramatically, elevating it to an astounding 750 million in a remarkably brief period. The oppressive weight dissipated, and Gohan exhaled deeply, pressing the gravity enhancement button 6 more times, bringing the gravity training room to an incredible 500 times. For a Super Saiyan, such gravity is hardly daunting. Although it required some effort, it was nearly negligible. However, he realized that with his current strength, challenging 500 times gravity in his normal state was still a distant goal. Transformation was essential to withstand this gravity. Clenching his fists, Gohan murmured to himself. He silently set a goal: if he could endure 500 times Earth's gravity in his normal state, his strength and physical prowess would undergo a qualitative transformation, enabling him to reach the pinnacle of Super Saiyan power. After testing his limits, the long journey of training commenced. He began to lower the gravity, reducing it from 500 times to 400 times. Gohan reverted from his Super Saiyan form, bracing himself in his normal state. Even at 400 times gravity, it was a tremendous burden for him in this form. It is through pressure that one finds motivation, particularly for Saiyans. A fierce grin spread across his face as Gohan clenched his fists and declared, "Let the training begin." At this very moment, nestled in the northern reaches of the Earth, the Crimson Satin Brigade conceals itself within a clandestine base hidden deep within the mountains. Here lies the clandestine laboratory of Dr. Gro. Following the annihilation of the Red Ribbon Army by Sun Wukong, he harnessed his own extraordinary abilities to establish a secret research facility in this desolate locale. The entrance to this secret laboratory has remained unopened for many years. Now, this place, which has been silent for countless years, is graced by an unexpected visitor. The uninvited guest is indeed Android 16. Is this the clandestine research facility recorded in the data? According to the information, there are 3 dormant androids yet to be activated. Android 16 forcefully enters the shadowy research center. As he steps inside, the lights illuminate the surroundings. A mere 10 meters to his left, 3 dormant pods come into view. Having identified his objective, Android 16 strides towards the pods, wiping the dust from the glass atop them, revealing the androids within. Indeed, he confirms, they are pure machines like himself. Android 13, Android 14, and Android 15, who possesses the same growth potential as the ultimate android, Cell. With an expressionless demeanor, Android 16 acknowledges this revelation. Now, the time is ripe. His plan is set to unfold. Shifting his gaze, Android 16 focuses on the main computer that controls this facility. His goal lies within that mainframe. From a hidden compartment within his mechanical frame, Android 16 retrieves two black metallic spheres, inscribed with the numbers 17 and 18. The two black spheres represent the core of the eternal energy furnaces of Android 17 and Android 18. By infiltrating the main computer, Android 16 seizes the opportunity to alter the data of these three androids, as well as to undergo his own final transformation. He aspires to possess the capability of autonomous evolution, rather than merely existing as a mechanical being. Chapter 22. A month later, crisis strikes again. Time flows swiftly, as though in the blink of an eye. Unbeknownst to many, a month has passed since androids were vanquished by Son Gohan. During this month, all human survivors hiding underground have begun to sense anomalies. They have not felt the tremors caused by the destruction wrought by the androids for an extended period, nor have they heard any news regarding the reappearance of these beings. Across the globe, as time progresses, even in the absence of direct communication, numerous humans have emerged from the shadows to resume life on the surface. For humanity, the absence of threat gradually leads to a sense of normalcy, as they revert to their former ways, despite the years of apocalyptic existence. Some believe that the androids have departed, while others speculate that someone intervened to vanquish these two monstrous entities. This allowed a faction of survivors to seize the opportunity, boldly proclaiming their exploits and usurping the title of savior from Son Wukong, claiming that the androids had been vanquished by their hand. Among them, Satan stood out the most. This individual not only attained the title of savior in the annals of the past, but has also succeeded in the realms of the future. While some believe wholeheartedly in this notion, others regard it with skepticism. Ultimately, it is merely a matter of seizing opportunities and performing actions that resonate with the hearts of the people. The news also reached the ears of Bulma from Capsule Corporation. Her initial reaction was one of disdain towards Satan. Nonetheless, Bulma considered this a fortuitous event, much like how she had once assisted the Z-Fighters in concealing their identities in the past, to prevent the Z-Fighters from being exposed. She chose to turn a blind eye to Satan's antics. The future Bulma believed that it was better to avoid unnecessary troubles, which could also serve to indirectly obscure Gohan's existence. The most incensed among them was Trunks, for he was well aware that it was his brother Gohan who had vanquished the androids 17 and 18. Now, his achievements were usurped by a mere buffoon. How could he possibly accept this? However, Bulma had commanded him not to stir up trouble, leaving him to swallow his indignation in silence. As for Gohan, the title of savior held little significance for him. Yet, he was quite astonished to discover that in this era, the future world's Satan was still alive. He had presumed that this individual had perished long ago due to the rampage of the androids. With Satan's survival, it seemed that the course of history might gradually realign itself. Furthermore, Gohan pondered another possibility. If Satan had survived, then his daughter, Videl, should also be alive. Shuntishi? In the original narrative, his wife has indeed never appeared in the future world. After all, the original Son Gohan of that future had long since perished. It was solely due to his time travel that he continued to exist. Within the gravity training chamber, Son Gohan engaged in a new round of sparring with Trunks. At this moment, the gravity reached an astonishing 300 times that of Earth. For Son Gohan, this was hardly a challenge, yet for Trunks, it proved to be quite a different story. The level of gravity experienced now, when compared to a month ago, would have undoubtedly overwhelmed Trunks, had he not attained the Super Saiyan form. However, after a period of adaptation and rigorous training, he has become remarkably agile even under the strain of 300 times normal gravity, to accommodate Trunks' training and allow him a measure of growth. Gohan engaged in combat training with him in this high-gravity environment. It must be acknowledged that Trunks possesses exceptional talent as a Saiyan warrior. Being a hybrid of Saiyan and Earthling, his aptitude for training rivals that of Gohan. Remarkably, in just a month of gravity training, his typical combat power has surged from 2 million to an impressive 4 million, effectively doubling in such a brief span. Upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, his battle power index is expected to soar to a staggering 200 million. As for Gohan, after each session of instructing Trunks, he undertakes his own intensive training. Currently, his normal state combat power has reached 20 million, and upon becoming a Super Saiyan, he is capable of reaching a combat power of 1 billion. After approximately 3 hours of intense exercise, the two concluded their training and exited the gravity training room. Trunks was enveloped in wisps of white smoke, and despite the rigorous 3 hours, he remained exuberant. Today's training concludes here, Trunks. As I previously advised, attempt to break through the confines of the Super Saiyan threshold. This will enable you to surpass your limits, Gohan instructed Trunks. Having spent 3 hours training this young warrior, it felt merely like a warm-up for him. The true essence of his training required a level of intensity that Trunks could not yet match. Any misstep could prove fatal. Understood, Gohan. Ever since you enlightened me about the realms beyond Super Saiyan, I have sensed a faint intuition. I have a feeling that it won't be long before I shatter that barrier, Trunks replied, clenching his fists, feeling quite content with his current progress. He could distinctly perceive the qualitative transformation he had undergone in comparison to a month prior. Indeed, it is impressive that this heir to Vegeta's lineage has grasped higher realms so swiftly, Gohan thought, astonished by Trunks' innate talent. Yes, that is commendable. But do not forget that the correct methods of training he began, when suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted from a location several kilometers away. The shockwave from the explosion rippled outward, affecting everything within dozens of miles, causing a relentless tremor. What on earth was that explosion? Trunks exclaimed, startled by the unexpected occurrence. The artificial beings had been vanquished. There should not be any terrifying entities remaining on Earth. What is the nature of this explosion? This occurrence should not have transpired at this juncture. Such discrepancies are unexpected. Could it be that my alterations to the original narrative have inadvertently triggered a butterfly effect? As a time traveler, Gohan possesses an intimate understanding of the crises that may unfold in any era of the Dragon Ball universe. Yet now, he is confronted with an unforeseen event. His Saiyan instincts inform him that the explosion is far more complex than it appears. Trunks, remain here. I shall investigate. He instinctively instructed, intending to delve deeper into the matter. However, this time, Trunks refused to comply. Gohan, please allow me to accompany you. Even if I am not yet half the warrior you are, I am certain I can be of assistance, Trunks insisted earnestly. His intuition and sense of justice compelled him to join the endeavor, both to assess his own training progress and to demonstrate to Gohan that he too could be of help. Upon witnessing Trunks' unwavering determination, Gohan ultimately acquiesced. The young man is indeed not weak at present, enough not to let himself be overly distracted. Very well, then let us follow and ascertain the cause of this explosion. With that, Son Wukong employed the technique of soaring through the skies and took flight. Excellent. Having received permission, Trunks felt an exhilarating rush within. After a month of rigorous training, he finally had the opportunity to put his skills to use. Chapter 23, The New Androids. The site of the explosion. World peace, albeit fleeting, had lasted a mere month. For this brief period, humanity appeared to be dreaming, free from the threats posed by androids. Countless individuals began to contribute their efforts towards the reconstruction of cities. Initially, everything was progressing positively. Yet, it is during such times that unforeseen calamities often arise. After the explosion, multitudes of people fled in panic, but before they could take more than a few steps, they were engulfed by the incoming waves of energy. Reduced to ashes, destruction of cities and slaughter of humanity ensued, led by a man clad in a yellow jacket, his skin glimmering with a metallic sheen, and a cap perched atop his white hair. Beside him stood two accomplices, one, a diminutive purple robot barely 5 feet tall, and the other, a robust white robot exuding an aura of steel. With the destruction of androids 17 and 18, the butterfly effect had caused other androids from alternate timelines to emerge. Characters that would only appear in the theatrical releases, androids 13, 14, and 15. Following the orders of android 16, their mission was to slaughter humanity, draw out Son Gohan, and ultimately eliminate him. The leading android 13 addressed his companions, his words indicating that the data in their minds had been tampered with. In the theatrical narrative, their purpose was to vanquish Son Wukong, yet now their directives had been altered by Android 16 to eliminate Son Wukong instead. Without hesitation, the two companions unleashed laser cannons upon the fleeing populace. Blue and purple energy blasts incinerated every human they touched, resulting in massive explosions. In mere seconds, the ravaged earth was once again enveloped by the acrid smoke and searing flames, recreating a scene reminiscent of a hellish inferno. Help! Among the throng, a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard and a wild hairstyle desperately sought to escape. Countless others followed in his wake. Mr. Satan, are you not the savior of humanity? After defeating androids 17 and 18, should you not be stopping those three from wreaking havoc? What are you doing now? Behind him, an individual questioned the one who sprinted at the forefront, Satan. This revelation allowed the fleeing crowd to discern that the one who fled with the utmost speed was none other than Mr. Satan, who had recently proclaimed that he had dealt with the artificial beings. The man, adorned with the title of savior. Fool, let me confront those monsters. Is that not a path to certain demise? Who would willingly undertake such a perilous task? Let those who desire it take on that burden. When it comes to life and reputation, Satan is astute enough to distinguish which holds greater significance. There is no need to sacrifice one's life for the sake of a previous falsehood. Without uttering a word, Satan silently quickened his pace. Meanwhile, the throng behind him saw through his facade. This individual is far from a savior. He is merely a charlatan, a cursed swindler. Satan, you wretched scoundrel. Cease this at once. I shall not let you escape. Deceitful rogue, how could I have once placed my trust in you? The crowd erupted in a cacophony of curses. Yet Satan paid them no heed, hastening his flight. What? It is them. Directly ahead of Satan, Android 15 awaited with unwavering resolve. Satan recognized him instantly. Without a hint of hesitation, Android 15 raised his hand, a slight tremor at the corners of his mouth, and a violet wave of energy emanated from his palm. Yes, I'm sorry. This sight struck terror into Satan's very core, causing tears and snot to flow freely as he instinctively fell to his knees, clutching his head and curling into a ball. By a stroke of fortune, he narrowly evaded the energy wave unleashed by Android 15. However, the crowd behind him was far less fortunate. The energy wave collided with them, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. Boom. The energy blast erupted, searing flames spreading across the ground while thick smoke billowed into the air. Those unfortunate souls were reduced to ashes beneath the onslaught of Android 15's energy wave, their bodies obliterated, deprived even of the chance to scream. This hellish scene utterly terrified Satan. Who will come to rescue me? The once self-proclaimed savior now wept inconsolably, hoping for a savior to emerge. The only response came from the resplendent purple aura that emanated once more from Android 15's palm. You scoundrels! Cease this at once. In a moment of dire urgency, Trunks arrived just in time, sprinting at full speed to forcibly propel Android 15 away. The attack was interrupted, yet the energy wave was still unleashed, veering slightly and fortuitously striking the ruins to the right of Satan. The energy erupted once again, leaving Satan disoriented amidst the chaos, nearly convinced that death was imminent. Hey, are you all right? Trunks, having forcibly interrupted Android 15, turned around only to find that the person before him was Satan, leaving him momentarily stunned. This individual, isn't he the one who previously usurped the accolades of Brother Gohan? How unfortunate it is that he chose to rescue such a deceiver. Remain vigilant, Trunks. The stern admonition of Son Gohan resounded from above, jolting Trunks back to focus. Is that fellow Satan? Huh? Should we say that we have arrived just in time? Or is it that his fate is not yet sealed? Descending from the heavens to the side of Satan, Son Gohan fixed his gaze upon the middle-aged man, who was now thoroughly terrified, and teased him. At last, you have revealed yourself, Son Gohan. From the flames behind him flickered a crimson glow. Turning around, Gohan witnessed the emergence of Android 13 and Android 14 from the inferno. It is them. With a mere glance, Son Gohan instantly recognized them. These androids, created by Dr. Gero's computer in the Dragon Ball movie series, were intended solely to eliminate Son Goku. Now that Goku has perished, they should not have been activated. Could it be that a ripple in time, a butterfly effect caused by altering history, has led to this? More androids? This seems never-ending. Regaining his composure, Son Gohan narrowed his eyes. The combat power levels of Android 13 and Android 14 materialized before him. Android 13, combat power level, 550 million. Android 14, combat power level, 350 million. Chapter 24. In the far north, the tomb awaits. Observing their power indices, it was evident that the foremost Android 13 possessed formidable strength. This aligns with his characterization in another dimension. However, in this state, his combat power is sufficient to rival that of Androids 17 and 18, and in certain aspects, it might even surpass them. As for Android 14, it is of little consequence. The combat power of Android 18 merely reaches 350 million, which, to be frank, poses no threat to him. Nonetheless, it presents a degree of danger for Trunks, whose base combat power has only attained 4 million at this moment, and transforming into a Super Saiyan grants him merely 200 million. In a direct confrontation, he could indeed hold his ground for a while, but he would surely be unable to sustain it for long. The energy of a Super Saiyan, once it surpasses its peak explosive phase, rapidly diminishes. How infuriating. How many androids has Dr. Gero created? With the demise of 17 and 18, 3 more androids have now emerged. Trunks clenched his fists, his fury swelling immensely. He harbors a deep-seated hatred for the existence of androids, especially since the Earth had scarcely enjoyed a month of respite. Peace was so fleeting, only to be shattered once more. Execute the Master's command. Eliminate Gohan, intoned Android 13 in a low, mechanical voice. Meanwhile, Android 14 poised for action, its eyes scanning Gohan's various data metrics. The previously struck Android 15 returned, retrieving a vial filled with an unknown liquid and pouring it into its mouth. A sinister grin spreading across its face. The intentions of the three androids were unequivocally aimed at Gohan. Trunks remained vigilant, unwilling to let his guard down for even a moment. He stayed close to Gohan, aware that the targets were aimed squarely at his brother. Given the overwhelming number of adversaries, the odds seemed gravely against them. Am I the target? Then come and try, Gohan said, a look of relief crossing his face. Without further inquiry, he leaped into the air, soaring at great speed towards the outskirts of the city. The population of West City has grown significantly, and reconstruction efforts are ongoing. He could not afford to battle here. The aftermath of such a confrontation would be catastrophic, capable of annihilating everything in an instant. Kill Gohan. The singular aim of the three androids was Gohan. As beings entirely governed by system commands, they would not miss their chance. As for Trunks, he was simply disregarded. Damn it, do not underestimate me. His existence was utterly disregarded, igniting a fierce anger within Trunks, who pursued with unrelenting fury. At this moment, the only soul remaining nearby was Satan, who had narrowly escaped with his life, now left alone in the chaotic winds. Just moments ago, he had believed his demise was imminent. Now, inexplicably saved, he quickly regained his composure and retreated, fearful that the androids might return to finish him off. Shifting the battlefield, Gohan sped northward with all his might, closely pursued by three relentless androids. After approximately 10 minutes of rapid flight, he arrived in a desolate, frigid wasteland, an extreme northern territory. Gohan descended from the sky, landing upon a vast expanse of ice. It was here, in an alternate timeline, that the Z-Warriors had vanquished androids 13, 14, and 15. The sole distinction was that the adversaries aimed to eliminate Goku, not Gohan. The three androids followed closely, surrounding him on either side and in front. Trunks finally arrived, landing beside Gohan, eager to lend assistance. Fighting here would surely eliminate any reservations, Gohan thought. Android 13 chuckled lightly, seemingly pondering whether it possessed its own thoughts or if it was merely a puppet of its controllers. To be precise, I have chosen this suitable grave for you three androids out of genuine concern. After all, as machines, every component of yours is exceedingly precious. Should they fall into the hands of the unscrupulous, it would be dire. This desolate, icy expanse serves as the perfect burial ground for you, Gohan proclaimed. A radiant smile adorning his face, exuding confidence. Is that so? Android 13 replied, its expression impassive, responding in a low, mechanical tone as if deep in thought. Before the android could react further, Gohan promptly directed Trunks toward Android 15, indicating that he should confront this particular foe. Trunks, that little runt is yours to handle. I shall deal with the remaining two. He is my first adversary. Upon receiving the command, Trunks felt an exhilarating surge of excitement and appeared exceptionally focused. This marks the first true battle for him, and in his eyes, he absolutely cannot afford to lose face before his brother Gohan. After all, he has trained diligently for a month. Leave it to me, Gohan. I will not disappoint you. The youthful and impetuous Trunks is brimming with confidence in his abilities. After a month of rigorous training, the moment to showcase his progress has finally arrived. The opportunity lies before him, and he must seize it. As for the artificial human number 15, he exhibits no emotional fluctuations towards Trunks as his opponent, even though he had just been knocked away by this young warrior. It does not affect him in the least. He retrieves a vial from within his garments, takes a slight sip, and then, with intent, the android ascends and departs from the area. Choosing your own grave, are you? Humph. Stay right there. Trunks remains undaunted, believing that even against these androids, he possesses the strength to fight. The two warriors relocate their battleground, leaving only Gohan and androids 13 and 14 behind. Without a moment's pause, the towering android 14 bellows and, in the blink of an eye, charges towards Gohan with incredible speed. His massive fist, imbued with unimaginable destructive power, descends upon Gohan with ferocity. In that fleeting instant, Gohan taps into the energy reservoir of his Super Saiyan form, amplifying his combat power by 50 times, thus elevating his battle strength to an astounding 1 billion. Faced with the sudden assault of Android 14, he effortlessly evades with a mere instant shift. Boom. The mighty punch crashes into the icy surface beneath, causing an explosion that sends shards of ice soaring dozens of meters into the air. You brutish fool, I'm right here. Floating in midair, Gohan gazes down upon the Android 14, who is searching frantically for him. As the android raises his gaze, he locks onto Gohan as position. his enormous frame transforming into a projectile as he hurtles towards Gohan at the speed of sound. In that fleeting moment of eruption, while others perceived it as inescapable, Son Gohan discerned numerous flaws. His form, akin to a specter, elegantly and skillfully evaded the assault of Android 14, subsequently delivering a spinning kick that struck the android's cheek with formidable force. Chapter 25. Annihilating Android 14, the evolution of 13 with a resounding bang. The devastating blow landed upon Android 14's visage, unleashing a terrifying impact that contorted its face in an instant. The massive body of Android 14 plummeted like a meteorite crashing onto the icy surface. With a thunderous roar, the colossal form collided with the ice, generating an overwhelming shockwave that sent countless shards of ice flying. The disparity in combat power was starkly revealed in that momentary clash. Son Gohan's battle power, normally at 20 million, escalated to a staggering 1 billion upon transforming into a first-stage Super Saiyan, while Android 14's power merely amounted to a paltry 350 million. With a single strike, Son Gohan subdued Android 14, his peripheral vision catching sight of Android 13 not far off. The latter maintained an air of calm confidence, seemingly unperturbed by Gohan's formidable prowess, as if he had anticipated this display of strength. Ah, I see. Just like in the original narrative. He is waiting for me to eliminate my companion before he absorbs and evolves. A sudden cacophony of shouts erupted. Ahe! The suppressed Android 14 charged once more, its robust form bursting forth from the ice, its face grotesquely deformed by Gohan's earlier attack. Silence, you noisy creature. Unfazed by Android 14's onslaught, Son Gohan summoned a radiant orb of golden energy in his palm. With a decisive wave of his hand, cataclysmic energy erupted from his grasp, mercilessly engulfing the approaching Android 14. With a resounding boom, the energy consumed Android 14, resulting in a deafening explosion high above. Thick plumes of smoke filled the air, as countless scattered fragments rained down upon the ice below. A single strike, a guaranteed kill. With Android 14 dispatched, Son Gohan cast a cold gaze upon Android 13 below. Even as he witnessed his companion's demise, the android displayed no visible emotional reaction, remaining utterly indifferent. How intriguing. It appears you possess considerable confidence in your trump card. Descending from the sky to the ground, Son Gohan's icy glare fixated on the nearby figure of Android 13. Have you devised a strategy to contend with me? I hope you can offer an unexpected surprise. Otherwise, you shall be the next to meet such a fate. With a single finger pointed at Android 13, Son Gohan provocatively challenged him. Unfazed by Gohan's taunt, Android 13's irises shimmered with countless mathematical formulas as he processed Gohan's new data into his mind. The data collection is complete, he declared, having gained insight into Gohan's every movement. As a multitude of figures flooded his consciousness, he felt an overwhelming sense of omnipotence. Even Son Gohan could not evade the calculations of his data. He believed he had thoroughly analyzed all of Gohan's statistics, unaware that what he had acquired was merely the tip of the iceberg that Gohan had chosen to reveal. It seems you have devised a strategy, Gohan remarked with a slight smirk. Indeed, you are an exceptional warrior, but even the mightiest of fighters have their vulnerabilities, Android 13 confidently replied. In the next moment, with a mere thought, he summoned the vital remnants left by the demise of Android 14. From the shattered remains of Android 14 emerged an undamaged data storage chip and an energy core, which flew from the icy depths to embed themselves within his left temple and left chest, respectively. The integration of the data chip and energy core instantaneously initiated a transformation within him. His computational capacity surged dramatically, and the energy within him underwent a profound metamorphosis due to the addition of the energy core. Boom. In an instant, an overwhelming aura erupted from Android 13's being. Crackle. Countless blue and white arcs of electricity danced around him. At this moment, while his exterior remained largely unaltered, his energy had been significantly amplified. Such astonishing power. Is it truly possible to become this formidable merely by absorbing a single ally? Gohan's gaze sharpened as he beheld the current combat power value of Android 13. Following the assimilation of Android 14's data chip and energy core, Android 13's combat power surged from 550 million to an astounding 650 million. He was a mere 50 million away from breaking the billion mark. In comparison to Gohan's current power, the disparity between them had diminished considerably. Today marks your end, Son Gohan, Android 13 proclaimed with unwavering confidence. Is that so? Gohan retorted dismissively as he swiftly launched into action. His form flickered, akin to a streak of light, as he charged towards Android 13 with lethal intent, delivering a powerful strike aimed directly at his adversary's face. And with a resounding crash, the shockwaves reverberated through the air. Previously, Android 13 would have been unable to withstand such a blow, possibly even losing an arm in the process. Yet now, Android 13 not only blocked the powerful punch with one hand, but remained steadfast and unmoving, as if Gohan's assault had not affected him in the slightest. It is my turn now. As he raised his hand to deflect Gohan's attack, Android 13 unleashed a counteroffensive. Chapter 26. Trunks' first battle having undergone a preliminary transformation. Android 13 launched an aggressive counterattack, his speed and ferocity overwhelming Gohan in a matter of moments. The collisions of fists and feet intensified, generating a tumult that surpassed the impact of any previous battle. The shockwaves from their clashes ignited a terrifying storm of waves in the surrounding space. Employing his newly enhanced micro-supercomputer, Android 13 analyzed Gohan's next move in a mere 0.1 seconds, anticipating his trajectory and direction with uncanny precision. Each of Gohan's attacks seemed to be predicted, either blocked or deftly evaded, as the battle escalated in both intensity and pace. The sounds of their combat echoed like thunder: bang, pound, bang, pound, bang, pound, bang, pound, bang, pound. The intensity of their strikes increased, unleashing a series of devastating storms and shockwaves. Within a radius of several kilometers, the impact of their clashes was palpable, with visible waves sweeping in all directions, creating ripples that shattered the surrounding icebergs in a catastrophic display. Ice crumbled, the earth trembled, and the seas roiled. Gohan, in his first Super Saiyan form, matched Android 13. Both combatants evenly matched in power. As the battle heated up, Gohan's enthusiasm surged, the blood of a Saiyan coursing through him with increasing fervor. However, under Android 13's precise counteractions and predictions, Gohan gradually found himself on the defensive, pressured by his opponent. The power disparity between them was merely 50 million, yet Gohan, hindered by the loss of one arm, appeared to be at a slight disadvantage. In another battleground located in the far north, the clash between Trunks and Android 15 commenced. Trunks unleashed his full strength, transforming into his first Super Saiyan state, his power soaring to 200 million. In response, Android 15 merely smiled upon witnessing the astonishing surge of energy, showing little concern. Such a level of combat prowess cannot possibly defeat him. The crisis of the future world must come to an end. Android. A surge of boundless fury welled up within Trunks as he unleashed his full strength, charging towards Android 15 with the ferocity of a Super Saiyan. Like the wind, swift as lightning, a golden flash soared through the air as Trunks' formidable fist struck mercilessly against the face of Android 15. The sound of an explosive impact echoed, sending shockwaves rippling through the space around them. The hat atop Android 15's head was swept away by the fierce gust, carried off for dozens of meters. Withstanding the full force of Trunks' strike, Android 15 remained unyielding, as steadfast as a mountain, a cryptic smile dancing upon his lips. What? Despite delivering a full-powered blow, Android 15 stood unmoved, leaving Trunks utterly astounded. The expression on Android 15's face twisted into one of malevolence. With a single hand, he seized Trunks' wrist, unleashing a terrifying force that forcibly pried him open. Trunks was taken aback. How could the disparity in strength be so vast? He had diligently trained for an entire month, and yet, he felt as if he had transformed. Yet the harsh reality struck him like a slap. With a resounding thud, a bone-chilling sound echoed as Android 15's charged fist crashed into Trunks' abdomen. The sheer force of the blow caused Trunks to retch, his body convulsing, rendering him momentarily rigid. The staggering difference of 150 million in combat power loomed large. Even with Trunks' current power level reaching 200 million, he was still unable to overcome Android 15. With a thunderous boom, Android 15 launched another kick aimed at Trunks. The terrifying power engulfed him, propelling him like a cannonball into a nearby iceberg. The impact sent the entire iceberg crumbling down in an instant, scattering ice shards into the air as Trunks was buried beneath the debris. In just two seemingly effortless attacks, Android 15 had subdued Trunks, not even glancing back as he retrieved his ever-unchanging bottle from his pocket, taking a slight sip before turning to depart. Their objective was to eliminate Gohan. Trunks was merely a fleeting task. Just as Android 15 took a step forward, a cataclysmic surge of golden energy erupted from the iceberg that had entombed Trunks. The countless ice fragments were violently overturned by the overwhelming aura. The android, who had been poised to leave, halted his advance, turning to behold Trunks, who stood resolute at the epicenter of the energy, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His eyes ablaze with determination and rage. "You shall not leave until you have slain me." With his fists clenched and an unwavering gaze, Trunks resolved not to allow Android 15 to escape. Upon hearing this, Android 15 redirected its attention entirely towards Trunks. In an instant, propelled by an unimaginable velocity, the mechanical being surged forth, closing the distance in less than half a second, unleashing a torrential barrage of strikes. The sounds of impact echoed like a relentless storm. Bang! Pound! Bang! Pound! Each assault from Android 15 collided against Trunks' flesh, yet despite a staggering combat power disparity of 150 million, Trunks still possessed the capability to withstand the onslaught. While he may not be able to vanquish Android 15, he was determined to hold his ground and resist being easily defeated. As the relentless attacks continued, Trunks adapted to Android 15's combat style, evolving and growing stronger. From an initial state of utter helplessness, he gradually developed a modicum of resistance. With his arms and body marked by the immense fist-shaped bruises and wounds inflicted by Android 15, Trunks seized the opportunity presented by a momentary lapse in the android's offense. Gathering his strength, he prepared to deliver a decisive blow. Bang! The clash of flesh against metal ignited a flurry of sparks. The recent power strike propelled Android 15 several dozen meters away, crashing into the icy terrain and becoming ensconced in a shroud of snow. The excruciating pain radiating from his fist caused Tenanx to grimace involuntarily. The force of the recoil from the collision with metal rendered his fists numb. Yet, the success of this counterattack invigorated him. If his opponent was not invulnerable, then there existed a possibility for him to turn the tide. In another part of the battlefield, Android 13 and Gohan hovered high in the air, their gazes locked from a distance of 10 meters. "You're finished, Gohan," came the taunt as Android 13 raised his hand, unleashing a crimson cannon. Countless beams of energy surged forth from his palm, hurtling toward Gohan. Unfazed by the barrage of energy blasts, Gohan effortlessly dispersed the released waves of energy with a wave of his hand. "Such attacks bear no lethal force against me," he remarked coldly. "Is that so?" Android 13 replied, expressionless. With the probing strike concluded, he opted for a different method of assault. In a flash, Android 13 closed the distance, his metallic fist, crackling with blue and white arcs of electricity, swung towards Gohan. Bang! Even though Gohan managed to block in time, the tremendous force behind the punch sent him staggering back several meters. "Gohan, in this battle, your demise is inevitable. All data concerning you has been uploaded to my chip. Your every move is within my anticipation," Android 13 taunted confidently. Little did he know, the information he had acquired was far from useful. Gohan steadied himself from a distance, observing the arrogant demeanor of Android 13, and could not help but chuckle. "It seems you are overly confident in your data. Let me remind you, such inherent information is utterly meaningless before a scion." As his words fell, a golden aura ignited around Gohan, and his energy surged at an astonishing rate. This transformation caused Android 13's expression to shift to one of seriousness, as his internal energy detector registered Gohan's relentless escalation of power. "You enjoyed your moment, did you? Now it's my turn. My strength far exceeds what you have witnessed." With a resounding shout, Gohan's gaze sharpened, and his aura exploded with an overwhelming intensity. The ferocious golden energy surged in all directions, and in a mere 0.1 seconds, he unleashed the full power of his Super Saiyan form upon Android 13. The momentum soared, arriving before Android 13 with such swiftness that the android had no time to react. Boom! A deafening explosion reverberated through the air, and the previously boastful Android 13 was sent flying hundreds of meters away. His body plummeted at an angle, crashing into a colossal iceberg, the immense force instantly shattering it into a storm of icy shards that scattered in all directions. With the warm-up concluded, Gohan finally took the battle seriously. The cyborg No. 13, propelled by a formidable blow, emerged from the shattered ice, once again standing before Gohan. The visage marred by the impact bore a distorted semblance. Even the extraordinary metallic alloy could not withstand such a terrifying assault without succumbing to deformation. At the corner of number 13's mouth, a peculiar crimson stain lingered. "You mechanical being, is that oil or blood that seeps from you?" Gohan jested. In response to Gohan's quip, number 13 remained silent. He raised both hands, palms together, as a sinister scarlet light began to coalesce within his grasp, forming an eerie blood-red energy sphere. This technique is none other than the ultimate move of Android 13, known as the S. Deadly Bombardment. This technique possesses not only the formidable power to cleave the earth in twain, but also the remarkable ability to autonomously track its target. In the face of the Android 13's ultimate move, Son Gohan's lips curled slightly. With a single hand, he clenched his fist, and a radiant blue light began to emanate from his palm. This surge of energy he has fully grasped. Engaging with a scion? What an utterly foolish decision. Come forth. Kamehameha. With a single hand directed before him, accompanied by Son Gohan's fervent shout, a torrent of energy surged forth. A vibrant blue wave of power erupting from his palm. Boom. The cataclysmic clash of two devastating energy attacks resulted in an explosion of unimaginable magnitude, illuminating the sky with a terrifying brilliance. The shockwaves produced by the detonation were more fearsome than the blast of thousands of megatons of nuclear weaponry. A boundless mushroom cloud ascended into the heavens, and the blinding flames engulfed the surroundings. The visible tempest was capable of tearing apart everything, as the far northern territories seemed on the brink of annihilation. With countless glaciers beginning to melt, within a radius of several dozen miles, everything suffered irrevocable consequences. Fortunately, the battle took place in this desolate expanse. Had it occurred in a city, this single strike would have claimed countless lives. Ding! Automatically absorbing the energy released from the lethal bombardment of artificial human No. 13, Gohan successfully converted it into 50 million energy points. Having gained a substantial influx of energy points, Son Gohan did not relent. The skirmish officially commenced its second round. In the fleeting moment of the explosion, both combatants charged towards one another. Their forms became indistinct, resembling flashes of lightning, their incredible speeds eluding the naked eye, while their overwhelming presence reverberated across the landscape. Once more, a fierce melee ensued, with Son Gohan and artificial human number 13 maneuvering along the periphery of the explosion's epicenter, each alternating between offense and defense, relentlessly pursuing and engaging one another. This level of combat has far surpassed the previous encounter where Son Gohan faced off against androids 17 and 18 alone. Chapter 28, The Might of the Scions. A measure beyond assessment. On the periphery of the battlefield, upon an inconspicuous glacial formation, the architect of the impending crisis, Android 16, observes the fray. However, the appearance of this 16 has undergone a remarkable transformation. Clad in black, form-fitting armor, he boasts a more robust and colossal physique, adorned with an array of concealed weaponry. Under his own orchestration, his body has been successfully re-engineered. Though he remains a purely mechanical android, he possesses the ability for self-evolution. Moreover, his strength has escalated to a terrifying degree. As the mastermind orchestrating everything from the shadows, he is currently collecting all data and metrics pertaining to Son Gohan. Countless formulas flicker within his dual gaze. Each shockwave produced by Gohan's battles and his methods of engagement are meticulously calculated and transformed into data. Yet, this scant information is insufficient. He has witnessed Son Gohan annihilate androids 17 and 18 in that form, but the duration was fleeting, and thus the data collected remains incomplete. He must await the moment Gohan enters that state once more. Android 13 serves as an excellent tool for this purpose. Having absorbed the energy furnace and data chip from Android 14, he has evolved to possess such power, yet still cannot compel Son Gohan to reveal that form. Musing to himself, Android 16 shifts his focus to another battlefield, that of Android 15 and Trunks. If one energy furnace and data chip are inadequate, then let there be another. Android 16 transmits instructions to Android 15, commanding him to eliminate Trunks immediately, and then join forces with Android 13 to collectively confront Son Gohan. At this very moment, Android 15 is exerting comprehensive pressure on Trunks. A battle that could have been resolved swiftly has now dragged on, despite a staggering power disparity of 150 million points between them. Even though Trunks possesses a combat power of 200 million, it is implausible for him to endure for such an extended duration. Android 15 is merely toying with him, though he is indeed a robot. He possesses a degree of self-awareness. Bam! With a deafening explosion, Android 15 unleashed a devastating strike that shattered Trunks' defenses, sending him hurtling hundreds of meters away. As he clasped his hands together, a terrifying wave of energy surged forth like a tsunami, consuming Trunks' form entirely. The shockwave generated by the energy explosion obliterated everything in its vicinity, prompting a satisfied smile from Android 15. Under the force of this attack, Trunks had no chance of survival. Having dealt with Trunks, Android 15 hastened towards the battlefield of Android 13. In another combat zone, the battle between Gohan and Android 13 had undergone a dramatic transformation. What began as an evenly matched contest had swiftly shifted to Gohan's overwhelming advantage. The melee combat had evolved into a fierce exchange of energy blasts, with blue and pale red energies continuously colliding across the sky. The relentless clashes ignited countless ear-splitting explosions. Ding! Automatic absorption of energy dropped by Android 13, converting to energy points. 1,000,000 points. Ding! Automatic absorption of energy dropped by Android 13, converting to energy points. 1,500,000 points. Ding! Automatic absorption of energy dropped by Android 13, converting to energy points. 2,000,000 points. Ding! Automatic absorption of energy dropped by Android 13, converting to energy points. 2,000,000 points. The sky was filled with explosive energy orbs, each detonation granting Gohan no less than 1,000,000 energy points. The system's notifications rang incessantly in Gohan's mind, filling him with exhilaration. The more energy points he accumulated, the better it was for him. Amidst the chaos of exploding energy orbs, Gohan seized an opening in Android 13's defenses, darting forward like a beam of light. With a savage grip, he clutched Android 13's face, his fingers digging in with such force that it distorted the android's features before he hurled him away like a cannonball. Reassessing his approach, the data and analyses previously gathered by Android 13 became ineffectual. Seizing the momentum, Gohan charged forward once more, unleashing a relentless barrage upon Android 13. This time, his methods diverged from the traditional turtle school techniques, embracing a more instinctual and primal approach, akin to a beast delivering simple yet effective lethal strikes. Data collection in progress. Data collection failed. Unable to reanalyze Gohan's combat metrics. Once more, the battle metrics and energy readings of Gohan were collected and analyzed. In mere seconds, Android 13 endured a barrage of lethal strikes, his metallic form shattered into fragments. Countless fissures spread from his chest to his waist, and even the metal connectors on his face and cranium bore cracks. The might of the Scions cannot be encapsulated merely by trivial numbers. With a fierce roar, Gohan gathered his strength for a devastating blow, targeting the head of Android 13. Crack! The impact was so severe that nearly half of Android 13's head was obliterated, pulsating with ominous electric sparks as the android was left severely incapacitated, his system on the verge of collapse. Warnings blared incessantly in his mind. Critical damage. Critical damage. Helplessly, his body began to plummet towards the earth. Having shattered 13's head was insufficient. Seizing the moment, Gohan raised his hand, energy coalescing in his palm to form a compressed energy blast aimed at Android 13. At the critical juncture, a seemingly unremarkable purple figure darted past, rescuing Android 13 just as the energy blast was about to consume him. Chapter 26. Redeem Level 6 Power Enhancement Card. The energy wave dissipated, exploding against the icy surface with a thunderous roar that echoed far and wide, dense smoke billowing skyward. Had he narrowly escaped? Oh no. Trunks. The thought of Trunks immediately crossed Gohan's mind upon realizing that 13 had been saved. Gohan, I'm sorry, I couldn't stop him, came Trunks' voice from behind Gohan. Turning around, he saw Trunks, bloodied and bruised, enter his line of sight. Thankfully, the lad was unharmed. Indeed, he showed some resolve. No need to apologize, you performed admirably. Son Gohan responded with a swift glance, quickly locking onto Android 13 and Android 15. Upon hearing this, Trunks clenched his fist in quiet frustration, harboring a deep resentment for his own perceived inadequacies. If only he could have delayed Android 15 for a moment longer or defeated him, this predicament could have been averted. Sparing Gohan from trouble, Gohan's entire focus remained on the androids. In the original narrative, the storyline of the film depicts Android 13 absorbing the energy cores and data storage chips of the two androids, thus evolving into Super Android 13. From his understanding, the battle power of Super Android 13 might rival that of Perfect Cell. Of course, this would require verification. Meanwhile, in a critical moment, Android 15 was prepared to sacrifice his energy core and data storage chip for the sake of Android 13. Android 16 had already modified their directives, and 15 was fully aware of his purpose and fate, sacrificing a companion to achieve self-actualization. As Android 15 fell, the data storage chip fused with his temple, while the energy core integrated into his right chest. The metamorphosis of Android 13 commenced. A primal roar erupted as the evolutionary energy core within 13 consumed another energy core, triggering an ascension and transformation. His previously shattered half-head was restored through this evolution. Not only were his injuries healed, but Android 13's body also expanded at an extraordinary rate. His once shoulder-length white hair stood upright, transitioning to a vibrant orange hue, while his face and arms turned a deep blue. The armor on his shoulders and chest became a pale gray. His eyes shifted to yellow, his eyebrows vanished, brow ridges lowered, and his pupils disappeared entirely. Witnessing the evolution of Android 13, Son Gohan wore an excited smile. Everything was within his grasp, including the evolution of Android 13, which was part of his grand design. To others, the newly evolved Super Android 13 appeared as a terrifying demon. To him, it was a bountiful source of energy points. He actually evolved. Upon sensing the overwhelming pressure emanating from Super Android 13, Trunks widened his eyes, his pupils constricting as he instinctively felt an unfathomable fear and trepidation. The evolved Super Android 13 instilled in him a sense of invincibility. "Stand down, Trunks. Leave this to me." Upon receiving a reminder from Trunks, Gohan resolutely made his way towards the location of Super 13. Although Trunks felt a pang of reluctance, he understood his next course of action. Remaining here would only hinder Gohan. In the shadows, Android 16 observed the emergence of Super 13. A sinister smile creeping across his face as he reveled in the success of his scheme. With the current energy intensity of Super 13, defeating Gohan seemed all but assured. Should Gohan fall to the hands of Super 13, his interference would be unnecessary. However, he secretly hoped that Gohan would vanquish Super 13, thereby allowing him to achieve the final step of his own plan, for 13 to eliminate Gohan. Android 16 attempted to issue commands to Super 13 through a microcomputer once again. Yet, what transpired next left him in disbelief. Super 13 ignored his orders. Having consumed 2 energy cores, the evolution of 13 not only enhanced its power but also elevated its consciousness, transforming it into a creature of destruction. No longer a mere obedient artificial intelligence, but a formidable life form. Has it freed itself from my control? Android 16 pondered deeply. The potential and capabilities of the evolving energy core were far greater than he had anticipated. Not only did it amplify strength, but it also bestowed the robot with a semblance of life. Though its intellect remained minimal, it was undeniably a genuine life form. Armed with this realization, Android 16 ceased his attempts to command Super 13 and instead concealed himself, opting to observe the unfolding battle. His eyes opened to reveal a data analysis panel, collecting all pertinent information regarding Gohan. On the battlefield, Gohan stood before Super 13, gazing at this beast now endowed with a certain degree of self-awareness. As he activated his abilities, Super 13's combat power manifested before his eyes. 5 billion. After absorbing Android 15's energy core and data storage chip, this creature's power had surged to more than double. Truly astonishing. From a mechanical body to a living entity, the creations of Dr. Gero were indeed unexpected monstrosities. Gohan reflected earnestly. With a combat power of 5 billion, Super 13 was nearly 3 times stronger than Gohan at present. Yet, Gohan remained undaunted. Throughout the battle, his energy points had risen to an impressive 300 million, sufficient to exchange for 3 level 6 power enhancement cards. Gohan accessed the system interface, revealing his energy point total, 310 million. System, exchange for level 6 power enhancement card. With his current total of 310 million energy points, he was willing to expend 100 million for a single level 6 power enhancement card. Ding. The exchange for the level 6 power enhancement card was successful, deducting 100 million energy points from the host. The host can directly access the storage warehouse. Remaining energy points of the host, 213, 750, 000. Section 22. Chapter 30, Super 1, Third Stage. Utilizing the level 6 power boost card. Without hesitation, Son Gohan activated the level 6 power boost card stored in the warehouse. Ding. The level 6 power boost card was successfully used, resulting in an astonishing increase of 30 million points in power index. The system's notification echoed in his mind. And in an instant, a terrifying surge of energy coursed throughout his body. In a mere moment, Son Gohan's aura had more than doubled. His base combat power increased by 30 million points, reaching an astounding total of 50 million. The mere utilization of a level 6 power boost card propelled him into a whole new realm. With his base power skyrocketing, the power of the Super Saiyan also surged. And now, in his ordinary Super Saiyan form, his combat power had soared to an impressive 5 billion. He was now on par with the formidable Super Android 13. The Super Android 13, unable to contain his fury any longer, let out a primal, beastly howl. A blood-red aura enveloped him, showcasing the sheer might of his 2.5 billion power. The winds howled, and the very earth trembled. The mere presence of his energy was enough to shake the ground beneath him. Humph. In terms of transformation, you are still far from my level. With that declaration, Son Gohan unleashed a deeper reservoir of energy from within. After enduring a month of intense training in the gravity chamber, his physical strength had reached terrifying heights. Furthermore, under such immense pressure, he not only mastered the first stage and second phase of Super Saiyan perfectly, but also transcended to a higher level. The first stage, third phase of Super Saiyan. Hiya! Clenching his fists tightly, veins bulged on Son Gohan's forehead as his desperate roar resonated across the surroundings. Boom! A golden aura enveloped Son Gohan, coalescing into a colossal tornado capable of obliterating the world. This formidable presence swept across the globe with astonishing swiftness. The sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, thunder rumbled, and golden lightning relentlessly struck the earth. The frigid northern territories were reshaped by this overwhelming energy, causing a tectonic shift in the land. Son Gohan's power level surged at an alarming rate, swiftly surpassing the threshold of 2.5 billion and ascending into the realm of 3 billion, with aspirations of reaching even greater heights. His physique swelled as energy surged, his muscles bulging to an exaggerated degree, his clothing straining against the explosive growth as if it might burst at any moment. Veins throbbed visibly, his hair stood on end, and his pupils vanished, the sheer intensity of his aura enough to provoke a cataclysmic transformation in the environment. Experiencing the terrifying surge of energy firsthand, Super 13 sensed a lethal threat emanating from Son Gohan. Instinct compelled him to prevent Gohan's transformation at all costs. Baring his teeth, Super 13 raised his hands high, crimson energy enveloping his body as he concentrated the power within his palms, forming a scarlet energy sphere with a diameter of 10 meters. Its destructive potential was capable of annihilating the earth itself. With a primal roar more twisted than that of any beast, Super 13 hurled the fully condensed energy sphere towards Son Gohan. The cataclysmic energy orb mercilessly engulfed Gohan's form, triggering a deafening explosion. The shockwave was terrifying in its magnitude, vaporizing everything within dozens of miles. The northern territories were obliterated, transforming from a chilling wasteland into an uninhabitable desolation. A mushroom cloud towered tens of thousands of meters into the sky, stretching beyond the horizon. Ding! The automatic absorption of the energy from Super 13's destructive orb resulted in a conversion into energy points, 15 million points. In the heart of the tumultuous battlefield, a golden blaze disperses the surrounding smoke, with Son Gohan standing resolutely in his first stage of Super Saiyan, third-level transformation, exuding an aura of terror that is truly formidable. The overwhelming pressure emanating from his expanded muscles is more daunting than that of Super Android 13. With a battle power amplified to 70 times his normal state, Son Gohan's combat strength ascends from 50 million to an astounding 3.5 billion, far surpassing that of his adversary. He withstands a full-force strike from Super Android 13 unscathed, his gaze filled with scorn as it locks onto the android. Super Android 13, now imbued with reason, perceives the disdain in Gohan's eyes and is consumed by rage. He lunges towards Gohan with blinding speed, his colossal fist resembling an apparition, leaving no visible trace of its trajectory. Yet, in Gohan's perspective, it appears painfully slow. A slight turn of his head enables him to evade the android's powerful jab, and their eyes meet, with Gohan's fierce aura pressing down even more aggressively. Frustrated by his missed attack, Super Android 13's fury escalates. Driven by primal instincts, he unleashes a flurry of strikes, each imbued with the potential to obliterate all in their path. His onslaught is relentless, yet he fails to graze even the edge of Gohan's attire. With a resounding thud, Super Android 13's mighty blow is caught single-handedly by Gohan, the overwhelming force halting him in his tracks. After so many hits, "It's my turn," Gohan declares, channeling energy into his right leg, delivering a devastating upward kick to the android's jaw. With a thunderous impact, Super Android 13 loses control, rocketing into the sky like a missile. As he regains his composure amidst the clouds at an altitude of 10,000 meters, he lets out a deep, primal roar. Son Gohan. In response to being subdued once more, Super Android 13 clasps his hands together, igniting his body with a crimson aura, maximizing the output of the 3 energy cores within him, unleashing a torrent of energy. The vivid red glow illuminates the sky, painting the clouds and space in a fiery hue, as he prepares to unleash his ultimate technique, the Super S Deadly Bomb. The lethal technique unleashed this time possesses a formidable power, and from this angle of projection, the Earth is utterly doomed to face its wrath. Chapter 31. Super 13's Demise. The Puppet Master revealed. On the ground, Son Gohan lifted his gaze towards the crimson light flickering in the sky. The energy intensity gathered by Super 13 was astonishing. This madman, by launching his lethal attack from such an angle, left no avenue for escape. Should he attempt to evade, the entire planet would become the target of assault. TCH, you certainly share a penchant for planetary destruction. Much like Frieza, he scoffed disdainfully. With a single hand clenched, the golden aura was summoned, gradually converging towards his palm, an unceasing flow of energy coalescing therein. In the face of Super 13's world-destroying strike, he too must unleash his ultimate technique to counterbalance the impending catastrophe. High above, Super 13's lethal technique, the Super S cataclysmic bomb, took form, expanding to an astonishing diameter of 100 meters. This is the most formidable energy that can be unleashed after the 3 energy cores operate at full capacity. A cacophony of roars fills the air as the reckless Super 13 raises both hands high, locking onto Gohan's position. With all his might, he hurls a colossal energy sphere capable of annihilating planets. The crimson light illuminates the sky. Upon breaking free from Super 13's control, the Super S lethal bombardment undergoes a dramatic expansion, its diameter surpassing 500 meters. In response to this overwhelming assault, Gohan's ultimate technique crystallizes in the palm of his hand. It is the end, the magic flash. With a swift motion, a golden energy beam erupts from Gohan's palm, destined to obliterate all in its path. Colliding with the Scarlet Super S lethal bombardment, the collision of these two destructive forces reverberates through the heavens and the earth. As the energies at the epicenter compress and accumulate, a notification chimes. Automatic absorption of energy from Super 13's Super S lethal bombardment converts to energy points, 5 million. Another chime follows. Automatic absorption converts to energy points, 10 million. Yet another chime. Automatic absorption converts to energy points, 10 million. The system's notifications continue as energy clashes persist. Gohan, in this moment, transforms Super 13 into a mere vessel for harvesting energy points. While outwardly it appears both combatants are evenly matched, in truth, Gohan's hidden strength is far greater. The confrontation of energies endures for 20 seconds before the system's alerts cease. Super 13's value has been fully extracted. Time is up. With a decisive surge, Gohan amplifies the energy output of the magic flash, and in an instant, the Super S lethal bombardment is pierced through. Consumed entirely under Super 13's terrified gaze. Under the relentless onslaught of the magic flash, Super 13's form disintegrates and ignites. A resounding explosion echoes as golden light bathes the earth, the shockwave reverberating to every corner of the globe. In the aftermath, Gohan stands resplendent in golden radiance upon the surface. The tumult of the explosion and the arising haze dissipate. The remnants of Android 13 lie scattered, reduced to mere fragments, with only a few remnants preserved. It seems that everything has reached its conclusion, and the crisis of the androids is finally at an end. But no. This is merely the beginning. As Super 13 is vanquished, the shadowy figure lurking in the background finally reveals itself. A dark silhouette swiftly darts through the sky, collecting 3 well-preserved energy cores from the ruins of Super 13. A shadow descended from the heavens, landing before Son Gohan. The arrival was none other than the architect of this turmoil, Android 16. You are Android 16? In an instant, Son Gohan recognized him as the Android 16 from the original narrative. Not only did his strength vastly surpass that of Androids 17 and 18, but he had even subdued the formidable Cell, who had absorbed a vast amount of life energy and was deemed invincible in another timeline. In the future, only Androids 17 and 18 emerged. The presence of Android 16 was non-existent. One might argue that not only 16 but also 13, 14, and 15 should have also been absent. It appears he had underestimated the situation. This 16th, however, is not the 16th he once knew. In the original narrative, the 16th character is gentle, fond of nature, and averse to conflict, adorned in light green armor. The being before him, the artificial human 16th, emanates a fierce aura. Clad in dark armor, Son Gohan perceives a palpable sense of danger radiating from 16th, as if his entire being has been transformed into a mobile arsenal. A battle power of nearly 2 billion. This seems rather exaggerated. Did the original 16th possess such strength? Son Gohan pondered, bewildered. To his astonishment, you indeed recognize me. Son Gohan. As 16th approached, he was unaware of Son Gohan's thoughts, merely taken aback that Son Gohan was aware of his existence. He had always concealed himself well, never revealing his presence, yet Son Gohan knew of him. Did you release these three artificial beings? Son Gohan inquired, his expression grave as he scrutinized the artificial human 16th, unwilling to show the slightest hint of relaxation. Just as you stated, Son Gohan. With a light chuckle, 16th replied, simultaneously absorbing the three energy cores from Super 13. As the three energy cores entered his body, a tremendous transformation began to unfold. His muscles swelled, his height surged towards 3 meters, and vibrant green energy surged forth like lightning. Concurrently, his combat power escalated at an astonishing rate. The combat power of the artificial human 16th manifested before Son Gohan's eyes, surpassing his own in an instant and striving towards even greater heights. Is this fellow truly the mastermind orchestrating everything behind the scenes? It is quite astonishing to discover that this authentic future realm is entangled with his involvement. Son Gohan couldn't help but muse within his heart. At this moment, the combat power of Android 16 had surpassed an astounding 3 billion and was escalating at an alarming rate. The entire planet gradually became suffocating under the weight of Android 16's might. The sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, accompanied by flashes of lightning and thunder, reminiscent of an impending apocalypse. A pale green energy morphed into a fiery aura, its terrifying force radiating in all directions, while his crimson hair stood erect, transforming into a vivid scarlet. His pupils vanished, engulfed by a sanguine haze, and his combat power surged to an astonishing 4 billion. Even Son Gohan, as a time traveler, was taken aback by this overwhelming strength. The current combat power of Android 16 now seemed comparable to the perfect form of Cell from the original narrative, did it not? Chapter 32, Super 16. A new evolution. So that is the case. This entity is imitating Android 13, devouring the energy cores and chips of its kind to facilitate its evolution. Perceiving the truth, Son Gohan murmured to himself. The ferocity of this newfound power had propelled him far beyond his current self, its intensity rivaling that of the fully realized perfect Cell from the original narrative. Although Gohan was uncertain of the true extent of perfect Cell's might, he sensed that they had reached a pivotal moment. Amidst a cacophony of frantic roars, the transformation of Android 16 reached its culmination as it absorbed 3 energy cores, evolving from a mere mechanical entity into a novel metallic life form. Yet, it appeared as nothing more than an uncontrollable beast, its visage twisted with madness. As the cries crescendoed, a pale green energy enveloped its form, and every energy core within erupted at full power, unleashing a torrent of verdant brilliance that soared into the heavens, its might boundless and its destructive capacity horrifyingly immense. A combat power rating of 4 billion? Gohan's pupils constricted in alarm. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Android 16, no, the Super 16, had already charged towards him. With a gaze filled with lethal intent, Super 16 exhibited no emotional fluctuations as it unleashed a cataclysmic punch. The destructive force behind its fierce fist was terrifyingly potent, capable of obliterating everything in its path. The impact of the blow struck Gohan's abdomen with a thunderous boom, sending searing pain radiating through him and rendering his consciousness hazy. The force of the strike propelled him away at supersonic speed, casting him out of the frigid northern expanse. Upon regaining his senses, Gohan found himself embedded in a pile of rubble, surrounded by the crumbling remains of countless mountains, his body having shattered many in its flight. The imprint of the fist was etched into his abdomen, and the excruciating pain made him grimace. Struggling against the agony, he rose to his feet. The all-encompassing pain reminiscent of the injuries he had sustained upon first becoming Gohan. However, the distinction lay in his current strength, which was far greater. Yet, even this could not defeat him. The warrior's instinct and the blood of a scion surged within him, boiling with fervor. The defensive capabilities of the first stage of Super Scion's third transformation surpassed those of the previous forms. Otherwise, that blow could have inflicted severe internal damage. As a traveler from another world, it would indeed be laughable to fall so easily. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Gohan resolutely accessed the system's marketplace. System, exchange for a level 6 power boost card. Ding. The level 6 power boost card was successfully redeemed, deducting 100 million energy points from the host's account. The host may access the storage warehouse for direct usage. Remaining energy points, 448. 75 million. Utilize the level 6 power boost card. Ding. The level 6 power boost card was successfully activated, randomly increasing the power index by 10 million points. As the system's prompt echoed, The enhancements from the Battle Power card surged into his body. The baseline combat power, originally at 50 million, surged by an additional 10 million. Though this increase was merely 10 million, it would be magnified further upon his transformation into a Super Saiyan. A torrent of energy enveloped Gohan, and he could sense the sublime metamorphosis of his physique. Golden flames erupted from his feet, and an overwhelming pressure exploded forth in an instant. Golden arcs of electricity danced around him, and a terrifying power surge from within Gohan. In the first stage, third level of Super Saiyan, his combat power reached an astounding 4,200,000,000. Come forth, the final android. He bellowed, unleashing the instant transmission technique to soar into the sky. In his line of sight, the distant android 16 raced towards him with alarming speed. With a steely gaze, Gohan took the initiative, having endured a blow moments prior. He was now determined to reclaim every bit of retribution. In an instant, the distance of several hundred meters vanished as Gohan propelled himself forward with explosive speed. A devastating strike, akin to a bamboo splitting, tore through space and aimed directly for Android 16's face. With a resounding boom, a cataclysmic force enveloped Android 16 entirely. In but a heartbeat, his body was sent flying thousands of meters, crashing diagonally into the earth. Bang! The ground quaked, fissures spreading rapidly like a spider's web. This singular strike significantly tempered the fervor of the newly empowered Super 16, allowing him to regain his composure. The crimson fury in his eyes diminished, restoring his clarity of thought. He extricated himself from the debris and ascended slowly into the sky, where his automatic targeting system swiftly pinpointed Gohan's location. Detaching the wrist-mounted cannons, the central barrel radiated a pulsating violet hue. Hell's barrage, with energy fully amassed. Countless golden energy spheres erupted from Super 16's twin cannons, launching forth in a relentless tide towards Gohan. Within mere seconds, Gohan found himself ensnared by a deluge of energy orbs, leaving him with no avenue for escape. Futile, 16. As he murmured to himself, Gohan summoned his inner might, enveloping himself in an indomitable energy shield. In the next heartbeat, the multitude of energy orbs converged back towards the same point, sealing off all space around Gohan, rendering him trapped. The cacophony of explosive detonations resounded incessantly. Boom, 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 boom. Blazing flames flickered amidst the swirling smoke, obscuring the chaos within. Remarkably, Gohan emerged unscathed, his formidable aura creating a protective barrier that deflected the devastation of the explosions. Ding! The system announced, energy from Super 16's Hell's Barrage absorbed, converted to energy points. 5 million points. Ding! Energy from Super 16's Hell's Barrage absorbed, converted to energy points, for million points. Ding! Energy from Super 16's Hell's Barrage absorbed, converted to energy points, 5 million points. Ding! Energy from Super 16's Hell's Barrage absorbed, converted to energy points, 5 million points. The system's notifications rang out in succession, eliciting a growing smile upon Gohan's face. Once again, he had amassed a substantial sum of energy points. Although enduring such an onslaught was taxing, the rewards were undeniably significant. Super 16's Hell's Barrage persisted for a full half-minute before finally ceasing. Reattaching his wrist mechanisms, Super 16 focused intently, his ocular system sifting through the billowing smoke in search of Gohan's form. Through the dense haze, he faintly discerned the unscathed figure of Gohan. Reanalyze and collect Gohan's combat data, commanded Super 16, prompting his internal systems to actively assess Gohan's energy intensity, integrating prior data to simulate a more effective combat strategy. Chapter 33, Violent Suppression, Absolute Might. In the lofty heights, as the dense smoke dissipated, Son Gohan gazed down upon the Super Android 16 with a disdainful demeanor. To be frank, the emergence of these artificial beings had indeed brought him considerable advantages. Had they not appeared, he would not have so swiftly utilized the Level 6 Power Boost card to enhance his strength, achieving his current state of prowess. Your attacks are futile. Raising only a modicum of dust, he remarked nonchalantly, stretching his limbs. At this moment, his combat power merely surpassed that of Super Android 16 by 200 million. Yet, within this realm, such a disparity would manifest starkly in various forms. Even with the loss of one hand, Son Wukong's explosive power could effortlessly crush Super Android 16. This signifies a profound disparity. With a mere thought, the robust physique cleaved through space, instantaneously reappearing 10 meters before the formidable Super 16. Beep, beep, beep. The sudden emergence of Son Gohan instilled a palpable pressure upon Super 16. Accelerating the systems within his dual pupils, he hastened to gather Son Gohan's combat metrics, aiming to identify and exploit his vulnerabilities. Just like that previous fellow, you intend to devise a strategy against me through data, and you believe you possess weaknesses? How ludicrous. With a single hand clenched tightly, a golden aura surged forth from Son Gohan, causing the very heavens to tremble and dark clouds to gather. As if the world had plunged into an apocalyptic scenario. Energy levels soared, overwhelming Super 16 systems, leading to catastrophic failure and the obliteration of all calculated results. Damn you. Son Gohan, have you been concealing your true power all along? Was the data I collected previously erroneous, a deliberate ruse? With calculations rendered futile, Super 16 furiously inquired. Having completed the final phase of his plan, he had evolved into an ultimate mechanical being, rivaling the formidable android cell. Killing Son Gohan would ensure the flawless execution of his scheme. Logically, with 2 everlasting energy cores and 2 additional energy sources capable of evolution. Eliminating Son Gohan should have been effortless. Yet now, the computations were flawed, revealing that Son Gohan's strength vastly surpassed his own. To measure my might with your simplistic data is an exercise in folly. As the mastermind orchestrating all from the shadows, your efforts were commendable, but alas, the ultimate victor shall be none other than myself. An overwhelming intent to kill surged within his gaze, and Son Gohan erupted into action. In a mere 0.001 seconds, he shattered the ground beneath him, descending upon Super 16 like a bolt of lightning, his fist imbued with the terrifying intent of annihilation. Powerful enough to shake the very foundations of a planet and penetrate the Earth itself. Boom. Super 16 extended his hand in a futile attempt to resist. But despite his combat power soaring to 4 billion, he could not withstand the onslaught of a fist surpassing that very threshold. The impact disfigured Super 16's face, sending him hurtling uncontrollably through the air. Seizing the moment, Son Gohan executed a high-speed maneuver, unleashing a velocity comparable to the S with a single-hand throw. A sphere of energy, compressed to a mere 10 meters in diameter, tore through the fabric of space and erupted forth. The moment Son Gohan launched his assault, the formidable Super 16, lurking in the abyss, retaliated with ferocity. A blood-red energy blast surged rapidly from the depths, expanding and colliding with Gohan's projectile, resulting in a simultaneous explosion. A thick plume of fire and smoke billowed into the air, while the shockwave from the detonation reverberated across a 100-mile radius. Ding! The automatic absorption mechanism collected the energy from Super 16's obliterated energy blast, converting it into energy points, 7 million. Suddenly, the earth trembled violently. And under Son Goku's astonished gaze, the ground erupted as Super 16, embodying a demonic form, charged towards him. At this juncture in the battle, coupled with his self-evolution, he had relinquished belief in any form of data. To eliminate Son Gohan, he resolved to employ the most effective and primal method, to kill him. Son Gohan. The 6 energy cores within him operated at full capacity, granting Super 16 a fleeting surge beyond his limits. As he approached Gohan, his combat power swelled to an astounding 4.5 billion. Kill me? With just you, a mere robot? The scorn and derision in Gohan's voice were palpable as he soared into battle against Super 16. The two clashed, engaging in a fierce struggle that saw the battlefield oscillate between aerial and terrestrial combat. The collision of their energy waves caused the very earth to tremble, a phenomenon felt across the globe. The force of their confrontation even began to alter the planet's trajectory. Ding! Automatic absorption of fallen energy from Super 16 converted into energy points, 3 million. Ding! Automatic absorption of fallen energy from Super 16 converted into energy points, 3.5 million. Ding! Automatic absorption of fallen energy from Super 16 converted into energy points, 4 million. Ding! Automatic absorption of fallen energy from Super 16 converted into energy points, 6 million. As the battle intensified, countless energy points were harvested by Son Gohan. Super 16, abandoning data analysis, launched an assault on Gohan using his own tactical reasoning. While his 6 energy cores strained under the burden, elevating his combat power to 4.5 billion. Faced with the might of Gohan, he was compelled to devote himself entirely to the fight. Any lapse in concentration could lead to his demise. Is this truly your full power? To think you could slay me with such a feeble display is laughable. The combat power of 4.5 billion appeared to be nothing but a fade. And Gohan remained undaunted. With every powerful punch, he taunted his foe, unleashing a relentless barrage that forced Super 16 into a defensive stance. Even when a counterattack was possible, Gohan adeptly evaded and retaliated with an even greater force, suppressing him once more. This delineates the distinction between humanity and androids. The disparity in combat methods and power is evident in every aspect. Chapter 34. Unleashing Full Power, Annihilating Super 16. Under the relentless pursuit and assault by Gohan, the suppressed Super 16 reached the pinnacle of fury. All energy cores within him surged beyond their limits, forcibly augmenting his energy intensity and combat index. However, this energy, emanating from within, overwhelmed his form, causing it to begin to disintegrate from the inside out. Can he augment his energy once more? Yet, even if he amplifies it further, it would be futile. His body will succumb to the overheating caused by the overexertion of the energy cores, leading to an explosion. At that moment, my intervention would be unnecessary, as he would meet his own demise. Presently, Super 16's combat power surged by another 100 million, yet Gohan remained unfazed. Indeed, while Android 16 is formidable, he is ultimately a mechanical entity. His power is derived from the energy furnaces within him, and the greater their number, the stronger he becomes. In contrast, a flesh and blood body encompasses infinite possibilities, especially for a scion, who can continuously transcend and metamorphose through the crucible of battle. This aspect has always transcended the mere mechanical body reliant on fixed data. As the battle intensified, the energy core within Super 16 provided an unceasing flow of power, resulting in a temporary enhancement of his combat capabilities, thus initiating his counterattack. Yet, despite the augmented strength of Super 16, Son Wukong felt a sense of disappointment. He effortlessly parried all assaults and delivered a fatal blow in return. Although Super 16's power had indeed escalated, the true disparity in strength still favored Son Wukong. With a forceful knee strike, he shattered Super 16's chest armor, propelling him away once more. Let the strike conclude the battle. Even after absorbing the energy cores and data storage chips of other androids, your might remains limited. Losing patience with the skirmish, Son Wukong unleashed all the energy within him. An overwhelming torrent erupting in an instant. His formidable aura transformed into a golden whirlwind, capable of consuming all, repelling the advancing Super 16. While his muscles visibly expanded at an astonishing rate. In the first stage of Super Saiyan, third phase, this transformation maximally elevated his energy within the limits of his body. At the cost of speed, with a single hand clenched, light converged in his palm, emanating a terrifying aura potent enough to obliterate anything in its path. The ancestral Kamehameha wave, with its power and destructive capacity, would amplify with the user's energy intensity. Employing this technique against Super 16 would serve as a testament to the ultimate android's prowess. In this heightened state of energy, Son Wukong's combat power surged to an astounding 4.5 billion, inching closer to 4.6 billion. The fully unleashed Kamehameha wave maximized Son Wukong's energy output, achieving a combat power that could even exceed 100. Provided the user's energy is sufficiently formidable, this finishing move's power could be infinitely magnified, capable of annihilating an entire solar system. A warning signal from the energy detector within Super 16 blared, indicating that this terrifying energy had surpassed his capacity to contend. Yet, he was resolute in his determination to fight to the bitter end. With remarkable speed, he disassembled his arms and wrists, the energy conduits flickering with a golden red glow. Without hesitation, Super 16 overloaded all his energy cores, disregarding the potential for self-destruction. Vanish. The last android of this era. Super Kamehameha at this moment. The ultimate technique accumulated by Super 16 is unleashed, as dual golden energy beams erupt from the central barrels of its hands, converging into a singular force in an instant. The might of these two energies is unstoppable, each capable of reducing the earth to ashes. With a thunderous explosion, the energies collide. And Gohan's one-handed Super Kamehameha clearly gains the upper hand, relentlessly pushing back Super 16's Hellfire. Ding. The automatic absorption of energy from Super 16's Hellfire converts it into energy points. 3 million. Ding. The automatic absorption of energy from Super 16's Hellfire converts it into energy points. 4 million. Ding. The automatic absorption of energy from Super 16's Hellfire converts it into energy points. 5 million. The clash of energies intensifies, with Gohan's one-handed Super Kamehameha firmly suppressing Super 16's Hellfire, yet it remains unable to achieve a complete victory. At the risk of catastrophic failure, Super 16 desperately squeezes the energy core within, striving to provide a more potent source of power. Cracks emerge across its body, glowing with a fierce red light, rendering its form grotesque and twisted, as if it might disintegrate at any moment. As Gohan struggles to subdue Super 16, he reaches his breaking point. With a powerful roar, he pushes the limits of his strength, amplifying the energy of his Super Saiyan First Stage Third Phase once more. The threshold that had previously impeded his ascent is crossed and transcended through sheer determination. With his limits shattered, Gohan's formidable physique begins to shrink, as if distilling its essence, compressing his powerful muscles to their utmost. While his size returns to its original state, his energy experiences a qualitative leap. The energy of the Super Kamehameha surges dramatically. Transformed, the Super Kamehameha obliterates Super 16's ultimate technique with overwhelming force. In a single breath, it engulfs Super 16's nearly collapsed mechanical body, with a terrifying blue energy beam swelling to an impressive width of a kilometer. Under the relentless assault of energy, Super 16's form gradually disintegrates, annihilated to the last atom, meeting complete destruction. The blinding energy beam pierces through the Earth's atmosphere, soaring into the cosmos. Upon exploding beyond the Earth, a brilliant blue light radiates, illuminating the sky for miles until it finally subsides after 10 seconds. Gohan gazes at the heavens, reassured that not even a remnant of Super 16 remains, and finally breathes a sigh of relief. With a sigh of relief, the tension that had gripped his battle instincts finally eased. Chapter 35, Destined Encounter with Biddle. After a considerable time, Son Gohan finally regained his composure and became aware of the changes within his body. He was no longer the robust Super Saiyan in its first-level third stage. His form resembled that of an ordinary Super Saiyan, yet the energy, strength, and coordination surpassed that of the first-level third stage. He had inadvertently achieved full power of the first-level Super Saiyan, as he meticulously sensed the energy intensity and purity within him, far exceeding his previous state. Son Wukong marveled to himself. The crisis brought about by the artificial beings has indeed provided him with ample opportunity. Not only has he amassed a significant number of energy points, but he has also shattered his previous limitations, advancing into the full power state of Super Saiyan at an earlier stage than anticipated. With this elevation in his realm and the unleashing of his potential, his base battle power has significantly increased. At this moment, his base battle power has reached an astonishing 65 million points, with the augmentation of 80 times his power in the full power state of Super Saiyan. His battle power has surged to an extraordinary 2 billion. He has surpassed the critical threshold of 5 billion. It can be said that his current prowess undoubtedly exceeds that of Goku in his Super Saiyan full power during the battle against Cell, and even that of the complete form of Cell. Having perfected the first level of Super Saiyan to its full potential, his next endeavor is to ascend to the second tier of Super Saiyan. Gohan's second objective is to attain an even higher level of Super Saiyan. The boundless potential of this body, poised to transcend into the second tier of Super Saiyan, is merely a matter of time, as the transformation into the full power of the first stage of Super Saiyan is relinquished. The fatigue from battle and the exhaustion of physical strength surge throughout the entire being. The sudden wave of exhaustion nearly caused Gohan to falter and crash to the ground. Gohan, Trunks arrived shortly after the battle. "What is the matter, Trunks? You appear to be burdened by some concern," Gohan observed, instantly discerning the turmoil within Trunks with a single glance. Trunks hesitated, his face etched with remorse. "It's all right, Trunks. Defeat is an inevitable part of life, and this setback will ultimately fortify your spirit." Instinctively, Gohan placed a reassuring hand on Trunks' shoulder, encouraging him not to lose heart. "Indeed, those wounds that do not bring me to my knees shall transform into my strength." Inspired, Trunks' resolve to grow stronger solidified even further. Let us return now. After soothing Trunks, Gohan soared furiously towards West City, with Trunks closely following him. With the demise of the Super Android 16, the era of artificial beings had been conclusively brought to an end. If all went well, the existence of such entities would no longer plague the Earth. West City. Returning from the far northern territories, Gohan, weary from his endeavors, made his way back to Capsule Corporation alongside Trunks. Upon their safe return, Bulma sighed in relief, for they were indeed the last bastion of strength on Earth, the final shield protecting this planet. After a modest dinner, Gohan, exhausted, ambled towards his room. Even the mightiest of warriors require rest, not to mention the immense energy he expended during the relentless battles, compounded by the mental strain of surpassing his limits. Adequate rest was essential to ensure his vitality for the following day. Trunks, too, was in a similar state, perhaps even more fatigued than Gohan. The following morning, As was customary, Gohan did not indulge in a late slumber due to the previous day's exertions. He awoke early, refreshed himself, and made his way to the living room, where Bulma had prepared breakfast. As he sat at the dining table, he noticed with curiosity that Trunks' presence was absent from West City. Not wishing to inquire further, he reasoned that without the threat of androids, there was no need to restrain Trunks. After a brief conversation with Bulma, during which he recounted the events of the previous day, Gohan took the initiative to venture out in search of supplies. Although West City had begun to recover over the past month and people were gradually returning, there remained a significant scarcity of resources, particularly food. Previously, a vast amount of supplies had been collected, but they had since been depleted. 3 hours elapsed. Gohan traversed nearly every city within a 3,000-mile radius. He discovered that while there were cities still inhabited by humans, many others lay desolate, devoid of life. Any usable resources he encountered were promptly stored within his capsule. While the capsule was not omnipotent, it afforded him the convenience of transporting a considerable quantity of items. This time, the quantity of supplies that Son Gohan had amassed was sufficient for them to indulge for a duration of 6 months, clearly indicating that his efficiency was significantly heightened in the absence of Trunks. With the task of gathering resources accomplished, Son Gohan was about to return to West City when, suddenly, an unfamiliar aura emerged within his perception. A fleeting glimpse from the corner of his eye revealed a figure with twin ponytails darting past in a supermarket several dozen meters away. Driven by curiosity, he concentrated and instantaneously teleported behind the girl. At that moment, the girl remained blissfully unaware of the presence that had materialized behind her. She was solely focused on anxiously collecting supplies from the shelves. Due to her height, she was unable to reach the items on the shelf directly in front of her. And even when she strained to stand on her tiptoes, she still fell just short. In this moment, Son Gohan could hardly suppress a laugh. Nevertheless, he restrained himself. "Allow me to assist you." Without hesitation, he removed the object from above. It was only then that the girl realized someone was behind her. She swiftly turned around and delivered a fierce kick. This took Son Gohan by surprise. He had not anticipated that the young girl was a skilled fighter. He raised his hand to block the sweeping kick, and only then did he catch a clear glimpse of her face. A familiar visage came into view. And as a time traveler, how could he not recognize the girl before him? You are Videl?" Son Gohan instinctively uttered her name. "Wait, you know my name?" Videl was taken aback. It was astonishing. After all, over the years, she had few friends and had always been solitary. And she did not recall having met this man before. "Who are you? How do you know my name?" Maintaining a wary gaze, Videl questioned him. In this apocalyptic era, where resources were scarce, both humans and artificial beings had to remain vigilant. In fact, her wariness towards humans far exceeded that towards artificial beings. With resources dwindling, who could tell what desperate individuals might resort to? It was not uncommon for people to commit heinous acts against their own kind for mere morsels of food. Over the years, she had encountered an array of peculiar events. To her astonishment, fate had intertwined their paths once more. Previously, she had met Satan, and now she found herself face to face with a version of herself from a future world, akin to the Bidalai from her original narrative. Son Gohan couldn't help but internally muse upon this peculiar coincidence. "Do not be alarmed. I have not come to seize your resources. I merely did not anticipate encountering the daughter of Satan here," he stated, aiming to allay her apprehensions and facilitate their exchange. Upon hearing this, Bidalai was momentarily taken aback. In this apocalyptic realm, trust was a rare commodity. Yet, given his profound knowledge of her lineage, there could only be one explanation. He must be a friend of her father. "Do you know my father?" Bidalai inquired, her curiosity piqued. "Indeed. Not only do I know your father, but we met just yesterday," Son Gohan replied, cleverly navigating the truth. Having received an answer that seemed genuine, Bidalai's wariness relaxed somewhat. "If that is the case, then you are not my enemy. I still need to gather supplies, so hand over what you have," she boldly requested, extending her hand. Son Gohan, understanding the futility of clinging to items of no use to him, willingly complied. "What other types of resources do you require? Please inform me, and I shall assist you in your search," he offered, handing over the supplies. Perhaps it was due to Bidalai being the original's rightful partner that Son Gohan felt an inexplicable connection to her, distinct from that which he felt for other women. Moreover, Bidalai was undeniably charming and beautiful, reaffirming the original's judicious taste. "I have everything I need. This place has been thoroughly looted, so your assistance is unnecessary," she replied as she accepted the supplies, noticing Son Gohan's severed arm, a testament to his own hardships. Unintentionally, she felt a pang of sympathy for him, a sentiment that, If revealed to Son Gohan, would surely elicit a mix of laughter and tears. By the way, Bidalai, has Mr. Satan returned? Son Gohan ventured, sensing her intent to depart and shifting the topic to inquire about Satan's whereabouts. It was worth noting that their previous encounter had occurred in West City, which was quite a distance from their current location. However, Son Gohan's true motive was not merely to ascertain Satan's location. He was determined not to let the opportunity to connect with Bidalai slip away. As she regarded him, Bidalai felt an internal conflict. Their brief encounter left her uncertain about his true nature. He knows I am my father's daughter. He must be a very good friend of his, she speculated, recalling how her father never publicly acknowledged her as his daughter in front of others. Sensing her hesitation, Son Gohan surmised the complexity of her thoughts. I have something of great importance to discuss with Mr. Satan. Therefore, I hope Miss Bidalai will be willing to take me to meet your father. Half an hour had passed. Under the guidance of Bidalai, Son Gohan arrived before a dilapidated building on the outskirts of the city. The 23rd floor, room 01. No one would ever expect that someone lived here. The surrounding structures and the condition of this building suggested it was uninhabitable. This is the place. I shall open the door now. Bidalai produced a key from her pocket and unlocked the entrance. Inside, the television, sofa, and various pieces of furniture were all intact, arranged in an orderly fashion. Son Gohan immediately noticed Satan lounging on the sofa, seemingly indifferent as he enjoyed smoking, reveling in the clouds of smoke. Father, I have returned. Once again, you are indulging in your cigars. Upon returning home, Bidalai promptly admonished her father, Satan. It must be said, this daughter indeed embodies the same temperament as depicted in the original narrative. Bidalai, you returned so soon, Upon noticing that Bidalai had brought a man home, Satan felt a sense of familiarity and furrowed his brow, observing intently. In the next moment, his eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief. How could he possibly forget what had transpired just yesterday? Isn't this the very individual who saved his life from those androids just yesterday? Although the incident occurred unexpectedly, his remarkable ability to remember faces is infallible. Father, this gentleman claims to be your friend. He mentioned that he has an urgent matter to discuss with you. So I brought him here, Bidalai explained, casting a glance at Gohan. Upon hearing this, Gohan maintained his smile, while Satan felt an overwhelming sense of dread. It is worth noting that not long ago, he had assumed credit for the Savior's achievements, falsely claiming to have defeated the androids. Yet, just yesterday, the androids resurfaced, and he narrowly escaped with his life. His deceitful identity had been unraveled by some, although those who knew his true self had perished in the android's energy assault. Still, Satan remained apprehensive. His hasty return was, in fact, a bid to evade scrutiny at home. In a strict sense, we met yesterday. I trust you remember. I have a matter to discuss with you, the savior of humanity, Mr. Satan. Gohan's eyes narrowed slightly as a barely perceptible aura emanated from him. In an instant, this focused presence sent chills down Satan's spine, rendering him momentarily dazed. This feeling caused Satan's heart to sink, cold sweat beading on his forehead, as if he were on the brink of losing his life. It was over. He realized that this man had come to trouble him. What should he do? Panic surged within Satan, rendering him speechless. He now comprehended that this man was the true savior of humanity, the one who had vanquished the androids. A hero to all mankind. His father noticed the tension etched on Satan's face, yet Deely could hardly articulate her thoughts. Perhaps we should have a private conversation, Mr. Satan. I believe there are some misunderstandings between us. Wouldn't you agree? With narrowed eyes, Sun Wukong spoke with an expression devoid of emotion. At this juncture, retreat was no longer an option. Summoning an unexpected courage, Satan stood up before his daughter and nodded. It was only then that Deely realized the gravity of the situation. She understood that the man she had brought home was not her father's friend at all. Chapter 37. The acquisition of a tool. Upon witnessing her father's anxious demeanor, Deely sensed that something was amiss. She surmised that the one-armed man before them was far from ordinary. Just as she was about to speak, Satan silenced her. It's fine, Deely. Please wait a moment. There are indeed matters that I must clarify with this friend. Rest assured, nothing will go awry. With that, Satan steadied his nerves, standing tall as he locked eyes with Sun Wukong, both advancing towards the room ahead. Just before closing the door, he appeared utterly unfazed, exuding an air of authority. Yet, once the door shut behind them, he felt utterly deflated, overwhelmed by the mere presence of Sun Wukong. Satan, we need to discuss serious matters. Turning to face Satan, Sun Wukong met his gaze. The emotional turmoil had nearly shattered Satan's mental defenses. He was increasingly convinced that the android crisis had been resolved by this one-armed youth. The destruction wrought by Android 17 and Android 18 as well as the rampage in the city just the day before. It seems you already grasped the situation without my need to elaborate. Indeed, as you suspected, however. You need not be overly afraid. I am not here to cause you trouble. Noticing Satan's unease, Son Wukong chuckled lightly, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. What do you mean? Receiving a response from the other, Satan felt a wave of reassurance wash over him, alleviating much of his earlier tension and fear. Nevertheless, he remained on guard. I apologize for taking your place before. At that time, I was blinded by greed, thinking I could seize this opportunity. Rest assured. I will never act without your consent again, Satan confessed, unaware of Son Wukong's true intentions. Upon hearing these words, Son Wukong dismissed them lightly, replying, No. You must continue to embrace the role of savior. These words left Satan momentarily bewildered. Was it true that the other party was not there to cause him trouble? Instead, they were urging him to continue to assume the role of humanity's savior? In this world, is there truly such a remarkable occurrence? This dilapidated realm yearns for a leader to restore technology in various aspects to their former glory, to embark upon the path of revival. However, I find myself unable to assume that role. Though I have vanquished the androids, I possess no desire to manage this chaotic situation. If you aspire to be the savior, then let it be you who occupies that position, Son Gohan stated calmly. At that moment, Satan was taken aback. Not only did the other party refrain from exposing him, but he also supported his pretense as the human savior. Was fortune truly smiling upon him? Yet, should you wish to continue as the savior, it cannot be without cost. Son Gohan's words struck Satan like a bolt from the blue, leading him to a sudden realization that left him kneeling on the floor. Devoid of the arrogance and bravado he had previously displayed in front of the crowd. It is admirable that this old fellow can be both flexible and resilient. My lord, I apologize sincerely for previously usurping your role as humanity's hero. It was my fault, and I shall bear the consequences of my actions. I implore you, do not harm my daughter. She is my sole family in this world. Satan seemed to misunderstand, bowing before Son Gohan and pleading for mercy on behalf of Biddy. Do you truly believe I would bring harm to your daughter? With narrowed eyes, Son Gohan discerned Satan's thoughts. Unexpectedly, Satan bore this side to him. A revelation that caught Gohan off guard. In the original narrative, Satan was quite supportive of his daughter's union with Son Gohan, even going so far as to facilitate their connection. Yet, in this future world, it appeared that everything had transformed. I heard Son Gohan's counter-question, leaving Satan unsure of how to respond. Rest assured, I harbor no intentions towards your daughter. You may continue your role as humanity's savior, but with conditions. Every month, you must deliver a shipment of supplies to the Capsule Corporation. This requirement should pose no issue for one who has claimed the mantle of savior, correct? Furthermore, any significant matters or changes must be reported to Bulma at the Capsule Corporation. These are my stipulations, Son Gohan declared. A mere tool, Satan. In this world, is there truly a better partner than him? Section 27. Upon learning of Son Wukong's conditions, Satan could hardly believe his ears. Was it really that simple? If he were to lead humanity under the title of savior, what resources would not be easily within reach? What can it not be accomplished? Then I shall seek someone else, Son Wukong jested. No. Please rest assured, I will undoubtedly fulfill this task. Satan quickly nodded in agreement. Such an exceptional opportunity lay before him. How could he possibly let it slip away? Outside the door, Bidalai wore a serious expression, sensing an inexplicable unease in the air. Before the arrival of the android, her father had been a champion in combat, and dealing with a disabled individual who was missing an arm should pose no challenge. Just as Bidalai contemplated this, the door swung open, revealing that Gohan and Satan had concluded their conversation. At that moment, Satan appeared transformed, his face devoid of the earlier panic and astonishment. This sudden transformation left Bidalai wide-eyed and bewildered, pondering what on earth had transpired. I'll take my leave now, Mr. Satan. You may handle the subsequent matters on your own. Without a backward glance, Son Gohan strode towards the exit. Take care, Mr. Sun, Satan remarked, rubbing his hands together with a beaming smile. Dad, what exactly was going on between you two? Once Son Gohan had departed, Bidalai, unable to suppress her curiosity, stepped forward to inquire. It's of no consequence, Bidalai. We shall have better days ahead, Satan replied, a glimmer of excitement evident in his eyes. What did you discuss? And why do you appear so elated? Bidalai blinked in confusion, her expression one of utter perplexity. Upon exiting the building, Son Gohan ascended into the sky with the technique of flight. With all arrangements in place, the burden of resource collection no longer rested upon his shoulders. as it would naturally be delivered to him. With a flicker of thought, Son Gohan surged towards the West capital. Little did he anticipate that, despite his intention to distance himself from Bidalai, the very course of this world seemed to draw her ever closer to him. As he soared through the air, Bidalai happened to catch sight of him. Chapter 38. How to Utilize 1 Billion Energy Points. As he flew towards the West capital, having resolved a minor concern, Son Gohan took a moment to communicate with the system once again. After the series of intense battles yesterday, the energy points he possessed had reached a significant quantity. It was time to make use of them. System, open the system mall. With a silent incantation, a special interface materialized before Son Gohan, and a data panel showcasing his information appeared to the right. Host, Son Gohan, age, 27, bloodline, half Scion, Earthling, special, normal combat power index, 65 million points. Current energy points, 1,055 million points. Mall listings, recommended exchanges, super hot divine eye. Beginner version, the user can emit powerful lasers from their eyes, capable of penetrating anything and reshaping the world. Required energy points, 1 million points. Full version requires 100 million points. Energy cube barrier, beginner version, the user can freely manipulate it to form a protective shield or imprison opponents, creating an isolated internal space that is impenetrable. Required energy points, 5 million points. Full version requires 100 million points. Anesthetic gas bomb, beginner version, upon being thrown, it releases a dazzling gas that temporarily paralyzes the target, rendering them immobile. Note that this beginner version is ineffective against those with significantly higher power levels. Required energy points, 500,000 points. Full version requires 50 million points. Only capable of incapacitating beings with a power not exceeding 10-fold of one's own. The duration of effect is contingent upon the strength of the target. Galestorm, basic version, launches numerous energy orbs imbued with a bewitching aura, capable of tracking adversaries and autonomously maneuvering. Required energy points, 1 million. To exchange for the complete version requires 10 million energy points. Gigantic storm, basic version, can instigate extensive explosions beneath any foe, leaving them with no refuge. Required energy points, 2 million. To exchange for the complete version requires 200 million energy points. Instant teleportation, 7-day trial card, as long as one can sense energy. It allows one to traverse planets and dimensions, reaching any location in the universe. Required energy points, 10 million. To exchange for the complete version requires 100 million energy points. Today's recommended exchanges are all skills. The system has indeed suggested what he currently lacks. Initially taken aback, Son Gohan then scrutinized the offerings. Frankly speaking, he is indeed in dire need of skills at this moment. His methods have become excessively singular, in both close combat and energy battles. The only variable he can rely on is sheer strength. It is certainly a ploy. He will first utilize the basic versions, and once he experiences their utility, he shall undoubtedly opt for the complete versions. Muttering to himself, he cannot deny that the system's listings are unlikely to be subpar. However, he must also consider his actual circumstances. It is true that he is envious, but he must ascertain whether his energy points suffice. After all, the energy points he possesses amount to merely 1,055 million. Enough. I shall not be easily deceived again. I will exchange for all 10 complete skills from the recommended list. Without trial, one can never know. Only by obtaining them can one truly comprehend the worth of the recommendations. With determination, Son Gohan resolutely exchanged for every skill within his sight. To put it succinctly, I have set my sights on these items. I possess the energy points, and I shall act with audacity. Ding. Complete version. Ultra Hot Divine Eye exchanged successfully, deducting energy points, 100 million. Ding. Complete version. Energy Cube Barrier exchanged successfully, deducting energy points, 100 million. Ding. Complete version. Anesthetic Gas Bomb exchanged successfully, deducting energy points, 50 million. Ding. Complete version. Galestorm exchanged successfully, deducting energy points, 10 million. Ding. Complete version. Gigantic Storm exchanged successfully, deducting energy points, 200 million. Ding. Complete version. Instant Teleportation exchanged successfully, deducting energy points, 100 million. Ding. Complete version. Spiral Energy Bomb exchanged successfully, deducting energy points, 50 million. Ding. Complete version. Close Combat exchanged successfully, deducting energy points, 100 million. Ding. Complete version. Layered Strength exchanged successfully, deducting energy points, 100 million. Ding. Complete version. Aurora Divine Motion exchanged successfully, deducting energy points, 100 million. The host's remaining energy points, 145 million. In an instant, the 10 skills he exchanged transformed into a torrent of information flowing into Gohan's mind. For a brief 2 or 3 seconds, his brain expanded as he absorbed this vast amount of information. Although my battle power value has not increased with the expenditure of 600 million energy points, it seems my strength is indeed significantly greater than before, he muttered to himself. Halting his flight, he intended to test the newly acquired skill, instant transmission. Closing his eyes, he expanded his sense of aura, and soon, Gohan detected Bulma's energy. With a thought, he executed the instant transmission. In a flash, with a sound akin to cutting through the air, Gohan's form vanished, as if he had never been present, evaporating into thin air. West City, Bulma's private estate. At this moment, Bulma held a notebook in her hands, deep in thought as she examined something. The contents of the notebook represented the culmination of her years of effort, detailed steps for constructing a time machine, intricate components, and the specialized energy source required for its operation. Even though the future world is now at peace, she remains determined to pursue this plan. Unwilling to let the past repeat itself, she aims to alter history. As long as Goku is alive, Earth shall not endure such suffering. Just as Bulma was reviewing her notes for any errors that needed correction, she sensed a disturbance in front of her, and Gohan suddenly appeared. Gohan, Bulma exclaimed, her focus broken by his unexpected arrival. I gathered some supplies. It should be enough for us for 6 months. Gohan remained calm, offering a universal capsule from his pouch to Bulma, without any excitement or elaboration. I see. Thank you for your hard work, Gohan. Setting aside her notebook, Bulma accepted the capsule. Chapter 28. P.S. Thank you, CWK, for the 1,000 point support. Chapter 36. Objective. Super Saiyan Level 2. After conversing extensively with Bulma and addressing all pertinent issues, Gohan finally took his leave. Overall, he had gained a comprehensive understanding of instantaneous movement. As for the other skills, he could explore them in the future to ascertain their effectiveness and whether they warranted such a significant expenditure of energy points. It is worth noting that had it not been for the extent of his strength and the substantial accumulation of energy points, the mere mention of 1 billion as a unit could have led to his despair. Within the gravity training chamber, the deep red light enveloped the space, and the terrifying gravity had reached an astonishing 400 times that of Earth. An ordinary individual would be crushed into a mere pulp in an instant. Trunks, with bandages wrapped around his shoulders, struggled painfully while training, illustrating his determination to cultivate despite his injuries. Having tasted the bitterness of weakness, he was resolute in his desire to transcend it. Aware of his inadequacies, he had returned to training almost immediately after his arrival, without taking much time to rest. It must be said that he remained unsatisfied with himself. His standard combat power was merely 4 million, yet he was already impressively enduring the 400 times Earth's gravity. Under this immense gravitational force, his injuries intensified, yet he persisted, striving to rise and continue his training. However, before he could regain his footing, the overwhelming gravity forced him back to the ground. I barely trained for half an hour, and my body is on the brink of collapse, he thought. Acutely aware of the changes within himself, as the pressure rendered him breathless, he struggled to regain his balance but was immobilized, forced to flounder in place. His yet-to-heal wounds, compounded by the oppressive gravity, caused his body to tear, blood seeping from his injuries. Even his Super Saiyan form was insufficient to alter his fate. At that moment, a sudden whoosh echoed through the gravity training chamber. Gohan materialized with instantaneous movement. Upon entering the chamber, he was nearly toppled by the overwhelming gravitational force. How heavy? You dare to challenge 400 times the gravity without transforming? Are you out of your mind? Gohan frowned, both astonished and concerned. This was indeed a surprise for him. At that moment, the gravitational reading on the central control panel soared to an astonishing 400 G, indicating 400 times the normal gravity. His usual training regimen barely reached 420 times, while Trunks' typical limit was merely 300 times. To suddenly endure a gravity increase to 400 times, especially in a state of normalcy, was reckless beyond measure. With quick reflexes, Gohan promptly disabled the gravity training room's functions. As the gravity returned to normal, Trunks, who lay on the ground, gasping for breath, finally had a moment to recover. Strengthening oneself is not something to be approached so haphazardly. Trunks. Instead of assisting the fallen Trunks, Gohan wore an expression of deep frustration. This is an instinctive emotion brought about by the memories of the original self. After all, The original self holds a relationship with Trunks akin to that of a mentor and disciple, or brothers. I'm sorry, Gohan, for causing you trouble again. I was caught red-handed and nearly lost my life, Trunks apologetically lamented, tears welling in his eyes. I've told you that you need not apologize to me, moreover. You have grown, Trunks. It is time for you to bear the consequences of your actions and decisions. Gohan's piercing gaze fixed upon Trunks. An invisible pressure emanating from him, making Trunks hesitant to meet his eyes. He indeed had been overly hasty. After a considerable pause, Gohan spoke, breaking the silence. I understand your fervent desire to become stronger, but power is never bestowed upon the impatient. What you lack is not the quantity or intensity of training, but rather a balanced mindset. Once your injuries heal, I shall teach you new methods of cultivation. Gohan's tone was not one of reproach. He recognized Trunks' mindset, a yearning for strength that could lead him astray. I understand, Gohan, Trunks replied, obediently, though his thoughts were a tumult of confusion. You are too eager. With your talent, your progress will be swift, but every individual's journey in cultivation requires long-term accumulation and steady advancement. Your desperation for power is counterproductive. Go rest now. And refrain from reckless actions in the future, Gohan admonished once more. In response, Trunks merely nodded, opening the door to the gravity training chamber and, adhering to Gohan's counsel, returned to rest. Watching Trunks depart, Gohan could only shake his head with a wry smile. The original identity is somewhat uncontrollable from the outset. Each interaction with Trunks inexplicably evokes a desire to impart guidance. Nonetheless, I shall refrain from further contemplation. I can only provide a modicum of direction. His future ultimately rests in his own hands. With these thoughts, Gohan redirected his focus, beginning to adjust the gravity within the training chamber. Previously, when his base combat power was a mere 20 million, he could not withstand even 500 times Earth's gravity. Now, his base combat power has soared to 65 million, rendering that gravity inconsequential. With a mere thought, Gohan summoned the full power of his Super Saiyan form. In an instant, he transformed into a fully powered Super Saiyan. Once I stabilize this form, my next objective will be to attain the second tier of Super Saiyan. A fervent desire for greater strength ignited within Gohan's eyes. He resolved to emulate Goku's training methods from the original tale, living in the state of fully powered Super Saiyan. Transforming this form into his regular state, and striving to minimize energy consumption. In the environment of 500 times gravity, familiar training commenced. Outside the gravity training chamber, Trunks did not wander far. He cast a glance at the chamber, observing through the window the deep crimson light within, far more intense than during his earlier training. He surmised that Gohan must be utilizing an even higher gravity multiplier for his training. Through his sense of ki, he could ascertain Gohan's current strength. Despite being fellow Super Saiyans, they were leagues apart. Impatience would yield detrimental effects. To become stronger, one must steadily and methodically enhance their abilities, Trunks muttered to himself. He glanced at his shoulders, where the white bandages had become soaked with blood. The wounds, inflicted during his attempt to withstand 400 times gravity, had been torn open. But fortunately, they had not worsened. With a couple of days' rest, he would swiftly recover, given his constitution. I vow to be of assistance. In the next battle, I shall not be a hindrance, Gohan. Tightening his fists in quiet determination, Trunks solemnly vowed to remember today's teachings. Chapter 40. Vitalized visit time flew by. And in the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. During this brief interval, significant changes unfolded on Earth. Mr. Satan, having received Gohan's approval, boldly assumed the title of Earth Savior, previously held by Gohan himself. He fervently promoted this newfound status across various cities and regions, effectively inspiring countless individuals to embrace a renewed sense of hope and emerge from the shadows of despair. Unrestrained in his endeavors, his own strength allowed him to command respect and control the narrative. One cannot deny that Mr. Satan possesses a remarkable knack for persuasion. With the prestige of his former title as world champion, coupled with the recent disappearance of the androids, he quickly garnered widespread acclaim as he stepped forward to claim the accolades. His appeal as the world's savior incited humanity to rally around him in the ambitious quest to reconstruct their homes, with the collective aim of restoring the Earth to its former peaceful glory within the next 3 years. Yet, where there are beneficiaries, there are also those who harbor envy. Particularly, groups possessing untapped potential may inevitably stray down a darker path. In West City, within the Universal Capsule Corporation, after 2 days of recuperation, Trunks' injuries had largely healed. Thanks to the Scion's unique characteristics, his battle power surged following recovery. Currently, Trunks' standard combat power had reached an astounding 5 million. During this period, his combat prowess was remarkably elevated, sufficient to rival that of his counterpart in the original narrative when he first traversed to the past world, perhaps even surpassing it. Heeding the guidance of Son Gohan, Trunks, after recovering from his injuries, promptly sought out Son Gohan in the gravity training room. At that moment, Son Gohan was diligently maintaining his ordinary Super Saiyan form, a state he had sustained for 3 consecutive days. His objective was to transform the first level of Super Saiyan into a norm, enabling his body to perfectly acclimate to this state in preparation for transcending to the higher realm of Super Saiyan Level 2. Considering your physical condition, you seem to have made a commendable recovery, Son Gohan remarked, his gaze sweeping over Trunks, assessing that he had regained approximately 86% of his strength. Yes, I am fully recovered now and ready to train alongside you, Gohan. Trunks exclaimed eagerly. Training is indeed feasible, but there exists a method that is more suitable for you at this moment than gravity training, Son Gohan replied. A different training method? Trunks inquired, puzzled. This technique is one I have only recently commenced utilizing. Although it may pose some challenges for you presently, its effectiveness far exceeds that of the gravity training room. Son Gohan continued after a brief pause. Listen closely, Trunks. From this moment forth, aside from gravity training, you must consistently maintain your Super Saiyan state at all times. Whether you are eating or sleeping, strive to control this state and normalize it. In due course, you will inevitably discern the opportunity to ascend to a higher level. To sustain the Super Saiyan state in my daily life at all times? Trunks mumbled, lost in contemplation. This method of cultivation may seem effortless. Yet he is acutely aware of the underlying challenges. He has yet to fully master the exhilaration of being a Super Saiyan, and the control of his power remains elusive. Maintaining the Super Saiyan state in the course of everyday life proves to be a formidable task. The level of training required here is far more arduous than enduring 400 times gravity in a training chamber. I understand now. I shall endeavor to embody the essence of a Super Saiyan in my daily life. Trunks nodded in agreement, obediently adhering to every word spoken by Gohan. In his eyes, Gohan represented his life mentor. Indeed, Gohan affirmed this with a nod. He explained to Trunks the rationale behind this form of cultivation, hoping that the young warrior could advance as swiftly as he did, leaping directly over the first and second stages of Super Saiyan to attain the full power of the first stage. While the latter 2 forms do offer an increase in combat prowess, they come at the cost of speed, which poses significant drawbacks. Rather than investing time in mastering these 2 forms, it would be far more prudent to strive directly towards the full power of the first Super Saiyan stage. If one practices in this manner, the approach becomes more comprehensive and yields greater efficacy. Simultaneously, at the dilapidated entrance of the Universal Capsule Company, an unexpected visitor arrives. The unexpected visitor was none other than Videl. She had already gathered a wealth of information, having learned everything through her father. Thus, she sought out Gohan for 2 reasons, to express her gratitude and to pursue knowledge. Her arrival coincidentally caught Bulma's attention. Hello, Bulma greeted her with enthusiasm. Greetings. You must be Mrs. Bulma, Videl responded politely. Indeed, I am Bulma. And you are? Bulma inquired with curiosity. I am the daughter of Mr. Satan. I have come to meet Mr. Gohan. There are matters I wish to discuss with him directly, Videl stated candidly, revealing her intentions. The daughter of Satan wishes to see Gohan? Bulma paused, momentarily taken aback. The typically astute Bulma suddenly had a realization, her expression shifting subtly. It dawned on her why Gohan so readily allowed Satan to take credit for his heroic deeds. It was evidently linked to this young woman. No wonder. Gohan was approaching 30, after all. Perhaps this pairing was rather fitting, she mused inwardly. Since that is the case, why not come inside for a while? Gohan and Trunks should be training at the moment, so you'll need to wait for them, she suggested warmly, mistakenly assuming Videl was Gohan's romantic interest. Videl felt a twinge of embarrassment in response to Bulma's enthusiasm, especially as she absorbed information about Gohan with keen interest, committing every word to memory. Before she realized it, a significant amount of time had elapsed. Chapter 41. Learning the Flight Technique, Conditions. In the backyard, the door to the gravity training room remained firmly shut. Yet Son Gohan was not within. Trunks, emboldened, challenged himself with a higher level of gravity training alone. Although Son Gohan had imparted various training methods to him, Trunks was resolute in his desire to test the gravity training first, subsequently attempting to refine his skills through the Super Saiyan transformation. Son Gohan found it impossible to dissuade him. After all, Trunks was an individual in his own right, possessed of his own thoughts and intellect. And how he chose to train was ultimately his own prerogative. Indeed, each person's path to cultivation is distinctly unique. Meanwhile, Son Gohan, maintaining his first level of Super Saiyan, pondered the secrets to transcending to the second level. As a traveler from another realm, even transformation required his own contemplation. There were certainly more convenient methods available, such as exchanging energy points for advanced transformation techniques through the system, thereby sparing himself the arduous task of exploration. However, his current combat power index was still far too low to unlock higher-level permissions within the system. As it stood, he could only redeem what the system had currently available. The method for transforming into a Super Saiyan at the second level indeed existed and could be activated merely by expending energy points. Yet, the staggering requirement of 10 billion energy points was a daunting obstacle he could not surmount. This is quite perplexing, with 10 billion energy points. Why are they squandered on transformation? At this moment, Bulma's voice drew Gohan from his reverie. And Bulma? Noticing Bulma approaching from a distance, Gohan promptly rose to his feet. Typically, Bulma would not seek him out without a reason. Her visit undoubtedly signified some pressing matter. Is there something you need my assistance with, Aunt Bulma? He inquired, a puzzled expression adorning his face as he observed Bulma's beaming smile. Bulma did not respond immediately. Instead, she playfully poked Gohan's shoulder and remarked, I never would have guessed. Our Gohan is quite the charmer. The daughter of Satan has been drawn to you, and she awaits you in the hall. The daughter of Satan? Videl. Gohan was momentarily taken aback. This truly left him astounded. To his surprise, Videl actually took the initiative to seek him out. In the original narrative, Son Gohan was approached by Videl due to their status as classmates, and her curiosity was piqued after witnessing his remarkable abilities. In this realm, however, he has supplanted Son Gohan and has only recently become acquainted with her. Despite their brief encounter, Videl still sought him out. Indeed, while minor details of the Dragon Ball universe's history may be altered, the overarching fate remains immutable. It felt as though destiny itself had orchestrated this meeting. As Videl came to him, he recognized that this woman had ulterior motives for her approach, yet he remained indifferent. He hurried over, not wanting to keep her waiting. Meanwhile, Bulma, observing the scene, cast a sidelong glance at Son Gohan, scrutinizing his reaction. Bulma, do you perhaps have a misunderstanding? Son Gohan asked, his face flushed with embarrassment. Unable to restrain himself, he couldn't help but comment on Bulma's expression. Her face bore an expression of sheer curiosity, unmistakably hinting at her wandering thoughts. Dear me, regardless of my musings, simply fulfill your role, and I shall not intrude upon the affairs of youth. Bulma, with a knowing smile and hands clasped behind her back, gracefully departed. Sun Wukong, left in a state of bemusement, realized that since Bidalai had sought him out, it would be remiss not to engage with her. In the living room, Bidalai remained seated, awaiting Sun Wukong's approach. Her thoughts were a tumultuous whirlpool, occasionally conjuring the image of him soaring into the sky. What could that extraordinary ability to fly possibly signify? The androids possessed the power of flight as well. This contemplation plunged Bidalai into profound reflection. If humanity were to acquire the gift of flight, would they still be considered human? What, indeed, was Sun Wukong's true identity? The more she speculated, the deeper her curiosity grew. Her decision to approach him was driven by an insatiable desire to uncover the truth. I hear you sought me out, Bidalai. I apologize for the delay. Sun Wukong greeted her, having arrived at last. You are Sun Wukong? Bidalai instinctively responded, only to be momentarily taken aback upon seeing him. His golden locks and emerald irises bore no resemblance to the Sun Wukong she had encountered 3 days prior. Were it not for his distinctive missing arm, she might have doubted his identity altogether. Could a mere change in hair color render him unrecognizable? With a soft chuckle, Sun Wukong reverted from his Super Saiyan transformation to his usual self. Bidalai's astonishment was palpable as she witnessed the transformation of his hair color firsthand. She rubbed her eyes repeatedly, convinced she was imagining things. Seated across a modest table, Sun Wukong addressed her directly. So, what brings you here? Is this a matter your father sent you to discuss? With the conversation centered around her, Bidalai recalled the events of 3 days prior, and the courage she had mustered surged forth. Mr. Sun Wukong, I wish to know, can humans truly fly without any mechanical assistance? That day, I saw you. As she spoke, words eluded her, leaving her at a loss for how to continue. This inquiry enlightened Sun Wukong, revealing the true purpose of her visit. She had witnessed him performing the sky dance technique and had come to seek him out. Much like in the original narrative, She too yearned to grow stronger as a martial artist and aspired to master the sky dance technique. Since you have posed the question, I shall impart my knowledge. I trust you are already aware of many things. Indeed, humans can soar through the skies, but the prerequisite is the mastery of the sky dance technique. In clarifying for Biddy, Son Wukong chose not to conceal anything, for there was no need for deception, and this was hardly a matter of great significance. The sky dance technique? Biddy repeated, her interest piqued to an extraordinary degree. To ordinary individuals, the notion of flying unaided by any apparatus seems utterly implausible. Yet now, she had received her answer. This was something she had never encountered before. Only now did she comprehend why Son Wukong could defeat the androids. You wish to learn the technique of flight, do you not? Son Wukong stated candidly, having seen through Vidal's thoughts. Indeed, I desire to learn the technique of flight. Therefore, please teach me, Vidal replied with a boldness that surpassed that of Satan. Her movements were animated as she stood up, pounding the table and leaning closer to Son Wukong. A sight that was undeniably endearing. Her physique was also perfectly showcased. I can teach you, but shouldn't you calm down a bit? After all, you are a lady. And such a lack of restraint is not ideal. Really? Vidal exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. I can instruct you in the technique of flight. But I have one condition. Chapter 42. Rare crystals, absorption, and transformation. What condition? Vidal inquired, having grasped the crux of the matter. She was determined to fulfill any condition she could meet, as long as she could master the technique of flight. This is a necessary significant step for her. As for the conditions, I have yet to determine them. If you wish to learn the art of flight, let us schedule the lessons for after your father delivers the first batch of supplies. Observing the impatient expression on Bidalai's face, Son Gohan found it both amusing and endearing. It must be said, despite the apocalypse, this girl has maintained herself remarkably well. Even though she is older in this future world than her counterpart in the narrative of the past, her beauty remains unparalleled. On the contrary, she exudes a charm that speaks of maturity. Since Bidalai desires to seek his guidance in the art of flight, it seems only natural to teach her. After all, he has some time before experiencing a significant breakthrough. This idle time could be well spent in imparting knowledge. Really? As long as my father delivers the first batch of supplies, you'll teach me the methods of mastering flight? Bidalai, filled with urgency, was eager to grasp the art immediately. Her anticipation and excitement rendered her oblivious to Gohan's stipulations. For her, the art of flight was of utmost importance. Of course, when you begin your training will depend on how swiftly your father can provide the supplies. Son Gohan chuckled lightly. Then it's settled. I will ensure the supplies are delivered post-haste, and I hope you will keep your promise, Mr. Son Gohan, Bidalai said, her lips curving slightly as she spoke fervently. Rest assured, I am a man of my word. Also, you may call me simply Son Gohan or Gohan, he replied with a smile. Very well. I hope you remember this promise, Gohan. Having received a clear answer, Bidalai adjusted her address to the simplest form, as she was never accustomed to formal titles. After bidding farewell to Bidalai, Bulma entered the hall, having overheard the entire conversation between Son Gohan and Bidalai. As a woman herself, she could discern that Son Gohan held a slight interest in Bidalai. Not wanting to address the matter directly, Bulma shifted the topic to the challenges she faced in her research. Gohan, my experiments have made groundbreaking progress. I am now in need of one final rare crystal, and I would like to ask for your assistance in procuring it. Rare crystal? The term struck a familiar chord with Son Gohan. It seemed he had heard of it during his previous life before his journey to this world. Indeed, its current location is within the volcanic region of the Northern Territory. I require your help to gather it, Bulma said, retrieving a map from her bag and handing it to Son Gohan. The aforementioned division is situated within the Northern Volcanic region, a locale where rare crystals may potentially be discovered. Ah, I see now. Accepting the map handed to him by Bulma, Gohan understood her intentions. Given the current timeline, Bulma was still focused on constructing a time machine, though she lacked the necessary materials. Deep down, she harbored aspirations of altering the past. I beg of you, Gohan, if even you cannot locate it, we will truly be in dire straits. Observing Gohan's retreating figure, Bulma clasped her hands around herself, her expression laden with sorrow. The plan had reached its final stage. Only this particular reagent was missing. 10 minutes passed. Following the map, Gohan arrived at the volcanic cluster. These volcanoes are in an exceedingly unstable state, exhibiting signs of imminent eruption. However, even in the event of an eruption, it poses no threat to Son Wukong. Enveloped in a protective aura, the mere volcanic energy cannot possibly erode his defenses. Furthermore, He has been sustaining the full power of the first level of Super Saiyan. With a mere thought, his aura emanates outward, forming an invisible barrier. Securing the map, Son Wukong swiftly dives towards a volcano beneath him. Upon entering the volcano's interior, he halts at a place of crumbling remnants. For an ordinary person, entering a volcano necessitates an array of protective gear. Otherwise, the terrifying heat would inflict grievous burns upon approach. For a Saiyan, however, such temperatures merely induce a light perspiration. His protective aura renders him impervious to the encroachment and harm of lava. Where's the crystal? Son Wukong's gaze sweeps the surroundings as he navigates within the volcano, seeking his objective. According to Bulma's instructions, he is in search of a rare blue energy crystal. Ah, there it is. Within the volcanic rock across from him, he spots a crystal radiating a white luminescence. Employing his levitation technique, he gently floats towards the shimmering energy crystal, grasping it with one hand. With a surge of primal strength, he yanks it free. At that moment, the system seems to register his interaction with this entity, emitting an alert. Ding! A special energy entity has been detected. White energy crystal, which can be absorbed and converted into energy points. 500 points. The system's notification reverberates in his mind, and he momentarily falters. He almost forgot that the system is a voracious consumer of energy. Anything infused with energy can be transformed into the coveted energy points. Previously, he had focused solely on combat, absorbing the energy of foes to convert into points, never considering the potential of utilizing the system to transmute items for energy. Why had he not thought of this sooner? Any object containing potent energy could be converted into points, including the energy cores created by Dr. Gero for those androids. Regrettably, he had not discovered this sooner to experiment. The sudden revelation from the system made Son Wukong realize how many opportunities he had missed. Had he known, he wouldn't have been so hasty in dispatching those androids. After all, they could have provided him with value. System, convert this into energy points. Ding. The conversion of the white energy crystal is successful, awarding energy points, 500 points. As the system stripped away all the energy from the energy crystal held by Son Wukong, the shimmering white crystal, once brimming with considerable energy, was reduced to mere char, indistinguishable from a common stone. Devoid of its energy, it was nothing more than a rock. Son Wukong casually discarded it, allowing it to plummet into the seething magma below. Chapter 43, The Great Sweep. Aside from this white energy crystal, it was evident that other energy crystals must exist in this vicinity. Murmuring to himself, Son Wukong surveyed his surroundings. While the energy crystals visible to the naked eye were scarce, he was certain that this volcano, along with the neighboring peaks in the depths beneath them, concealed a substantial number of energy crystals. The origins of these crystals remained a mystery, yet the world was full of wonders. Bulma was aware that the energy within these crystals could be transformed into specific sources of power, which was why she had sent him here. Frankly, this was good news for him. Indeed, even the smallest ant is still meat. Although one crystal yielded merely 500 energy points, if he were to acquire 1,000, 10,000, or even 100,000, the implications would be profound. He pondered whether his perception could detect these hidden crystals. If they were indeed sources of energy, they must emanate a unique aura. Closing his eyes, he extended his perception to envelop the entire area. After a full minute had elapsed, Son Wukong abandoned the effort. Beyond the nearby crystals, his current capabilities did not allow him to discern the specific existence of these energy crystals. The energy they emitted was far too distinct from the essence of life, rendering it impossible for him to locate them. Muttering to himself, Son Wukong shook his head slightly. It seemed his strength was insufficient. Otherwise, he would not be in such a predicament. Just as he prepared to act, a thought about the system suddenly crossed his mind. System, is there any way for me to see or sense the existence of these energy crystals? He inquired directly. Ding. The system has recommended the most suitable ability exchange for the host, for reference only. As the system's voice echoed, a crystalline interface materialized before him. Eye of insight capable of generating a unique inner eye, allowing perception of all that ordinary vision cannot touch, required energy points, 30 million. You truly are a cunning merchant. System. For such a trivial ability, it demands 30 million energy points. The Eye of Insight appeared formidable in description, yet it seemed rather mundane in practice. Ding. System recommendation, for reference only. The system's response prompted Son Wukong to roll his eyes. What did the system mean? Was it merely a matter of whether or not he wanted it? Fine, I'll exchange for the Eye of Insight, he said, somewhat pained. Though it was costly, it was likely to yield returns. Son Wukong gritted his teeth and spent his limited energy points. Ding. The Eye of Insight has been successfully exchanged. Deducting 30 million energy points from the host's remaining energy points total 115,500,000. At the very moment the exchange concluded, the Eye of Insight surged into Son Wukong's body and soul, as if this ability had always belonged to him. Do not disappoint me. Otherwise, this 30 million will truly be squandered. With determination, he wielded the power of the Eye of Insight. In an instant, a gray-white light flickered in Son Wukong's eyes. In that fleeting moment, his pupils vanished, and the entire world transformed in hue within his gaze. Everything appeared altered, revealing its essence. In this gray-white realm, time seemed to flow at an extraordinarily sluggish pace, the only distinction being the myriad of colorful specks shimmering around him. These are the energy crystals birthed from this region. A fortunate bit indeed. Having expended 30 million energy points, this endeavor not only compensates but also yields profit. With his eyes slightly narrowed, Son Gohan commenced his work. Naturally, he would not forget the energy crystals that Bulma desired. While converting the useless energy crystals, he simultaneously searched for the special ones. Ding! Special energy entity detected. Green energy crystal, capable of being absorbed and converted into 1,000 energy points. Ding! Special energy entity detected. Yellow energy crystal, capable of being absorbed and converted into 5,000 energy points. Ding! Special energy entity detected. Red energy crystal, capable of being absorbed and converted into energy points. Ding! Special energy entity detected. Blue energy crystal, capable of being absorbed and converted into 100,000 energy points. After a considerable time had elapsed, a sudden discovery of a blue crystal brought Son Gohan to an abrupt halt. This was the final material required to generate energy for the time machine. Having collected over 100, encountering such a rare specimen was indeed extraordinary. Now, the task could be deemed complete. It was quite absurd that this single crystal, seemingly no different from crystals of other colors, could yield such a vast difference in conversion points. Son Gohan mused to himself. At least, he remained oblivious to the underlying reasons. The system, however, provided him with an explanation. The variance in internal energy storage and quantity resulted in differing energy points. Yet, this response felt akin to no answer at all, merely indicating that the levels and quantities were disparate. For over 3 hours, he tirelessly collected and converted every crystal within his sight. Unbeknownst to him, the energy points had reached a staggering total of 334 million. Not only had he replenished the 30 million energy points required to exchange for the Eye of Insight, but he had also unexpectedly struck a substantial fortune. While 300 million may not be considered excessive, it is certainly a considerable amount. Within this molten expanse, there appeared to be various crystals of differing hues. Murmuring to himself, Son Gohan gazed towards the radiant glow emanating from below the magma. To be honest, continuing to collect here was not particularly exhausting. Yet it undeniably consumed an inordinate amount of time. Moreover, the crystals above were dwindling in number. Rather than persisting in gathering those he had already collected, it would be far more prudent to descend and explore the few uncollected crystals to ascertain how many energy points they could yield. With a slight lift of his hand, he summoned his internal energy, directing it outward, coalescing it until it transformed into an indomitable barrier that enveloped his body. Such mere magma was now easily manageable for him. However, caution was still imperative. After all, as a traveler from another realm, despite possessing overwhelming strength, this was his first venture into the depths of molten rock. Chapter 44, A Bountiful Return, Teaching Bidalai to Cultivate Chi Ding. A special energy entity detected, purple energy crystal, capable of absorption and conversion into energy points, 1 million points. What the? 1 million points? The sudden alert left Son Gohan questioning his own hearing. Immersed in the magma, he nearly faltered in stabilizing his energy, causing the protective barrier to shatter. This is not merely thousands or tens of thousands, but rather a staggering 1 million. The points that can be exchanged for the blue crystal have already astonished him. But the purple crystal is even more outrageous. What exactly is this purple energy crystal? System, do not tell me that it is still a matter of quantity. Ding. Each type of crystal embodies different levels of energy, varying in quality and quantity. This purple energy crystal has existed on Earth for at least 10 million years, making it inherently distinct from other crystals. It was this response that led Son Wukong to a sudden realization. Are you implying that this object has been here for 10 million years? And due to the passage of time, it has accumulated such immense and pure energy? Ding. Not all crystals can attain this standard, but this particular crystal certainly does. Upon receiving this precise answer, Son Wukong was able to find some solace. It is essential to understand that if, over time, all crystals could evolve, it would indeed be terrifying. His gaze shifted downward, where there were still hundreds of purple crystals, among which was a singular black one. He descended further, converting all these energy crystals along the way, while also reserving a few for potential future use, particularly for Bulma's research. Upon reaching the bottom of the magma, the black golden energy crystal stood before him. Not only was it larger, but it also emanated an incredible power. He extended his hand to perceive it, and in an instant, the immense energy surged into Son Wukong's consciousness. Chapter 32. The energy purity of this black golden energy crystal far surpasses the terrifying levels of the previously collected purple energy crystal. At the same time, an alert sounded from the system. Ding! A special energy entity has been detected. Black golden energy crystal, which can be absorbed and converted into energy points. 100 million points. Son Wukong. Compared to the purple crystal, this is 100 times more fearsome. One alone is worth 100 million energy points. If it weren't for that fleeting sensation, knowing the terrifying energy within, he could hardly imagine its potency. This time, the harvest has indeed been bountiful. After conversion, his energy points soared to 552 million. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. After returning from the depths of the magma to the surface, Son Wukong once again circumnavigated the area. Finding no black crystals, he decisively utilized instant transmission to return to West City. He intended to continue collecting the ordinary crystals, which he could pursue later when time allowed. For now, it was unnecessary. Immediately, Son Wukong presented the various types of energy crystals he had gathered to Bulma. After all, for him, they merely served the purpose of converting energy points, while for Bulma, they might hold other uses. Moreover, he did not lack energy points from crystal conversion. Time flowed like water, and in the blink of an eye, another half-month had passed. During this period, Earth remained in a state of tranquility. Son Wukong and Trunks engaged in no activities aside from training, solely focusing on their cultivation. Today marked a special occasion, as Biddy Lee, adhering to her previous agreement with Son Wukong, delivered the supplies that were originally scheduled for a month later, 2 weeks in advance. It must be said that Biddy Lee was truly dedicated to mastering the void dance technique. This also indicated that her father, leveraging the titles of world champion and savior, had consolidated his position. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to gather so many items so swiftly. In the garden of the Capsule Corporation's private estate, Son Wukong was fulfilling his promise, instructing Biddy Lee in the practice of the void dance technique. To learn this technique, one must master the perception of qi and cultivate it. Impatience serves no purpose. To guide the qi within a person's body is not merely a matter of forcing one's strength. Reckless effort alone is futile. Observing Biddy Lee, who was growing impatient with her training, Son Wukong kindly offered another reminder. The scene mirrored the teachings from the original work too closely, leaving Son Wukong perplexed. Then, could you not elucidate more profoundly what qi truly is? Although you showed me once, it was merely a glimpse. I have no idea how to guide it. With a touch of pride, Biddy Lee remarked. When questioned directly, Son Gohan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. In his recollection, this was something he had innately mastered. The original self did not possess any precise methods to cultivate qi. It was through Piccolo's guidance that he had naturally acquired it, and he had excelled at it. Now, to devise a method was akin to replicating the original narrative. What I can do is assist you in sensing the existence of qi, but as for fully manifesting it, no one can aid you in that endeavor. As his words lingered in the air, Son Gohan once again focused on channeling his qi before Biddy Lee. This time, however, his approach was considerably slower and more methodical. Once again, he observed Biddy Lee's serious demeanor, her face nearly pressing against his, allowing him to catch a whiff of her enticing fragrance. Do you see it clearly? If you do, I shall disperse the qi to avert any distractions. Son Gohan spoke to shift her focus. Only when he noticed Biddy Lee nodding did he release his hands, allowing the concentrated qi to dissipate into nothingness. Now, it's your turn. Don't make me teach you a third time. I believe you can achieve it. He gazed earnestly at Biddy Lee. A bit distracted. Biddy Lee was taken aback by Son Gohan's words, her expression tinged with surprise and a hint of shyness as she nodded. It seemed that being entrusted with Son Gohan's faith left her somewhat flustered. Chapter 45. Exchange for Super Divine Water. Unleashing Potential. As evening fell, having bid farewell to Biddy Lee, Son Gohan concluded his instruction. Although she had yet to manifest her qi, she displayed a modicum of talent, With diligent practice, she would gradually come to understand it. Once she harnessed her ki, mastering the flight technique would follow naturally. It was peculiar, but he mused to himself, she was indeed quite charming. With that thought, Son Gohan made his way to his training area. Without Bidali's presence, he was now free to delve into his own cultivation. He had maintained the Super Saiyan full power state for over half a month. At this point, he had firmly stabilized the first level of Super Saiyan full power, and he was even on the verge of stepping into the second level. Yet, this palpable barrier proved to be a formidable challenge that he could not easily surpass. Having reached the limit of the first level, he realized that he required a more potent external force to stimulate his growth and propel himself to greater heights. What could facilitate a breakthrough beyond this limit, enabling him to ascend to a higher realm? With a sense of curiosity, Son Gohan activated the system. He sought viable options within the marketplace. It would undoubtedly be futile to expend a staggering 1 billion energy points to directly activate the transformation into a Super Saiyan of the second level, and he had no intention of pursuing such an endeavor. Host: Son Gohan, age 27, bloodline Earthling, half Saiyan, special, base power index 68 million points, current energy points 552 million points, marketplace listings, recommended exchange, Super Divine Water, possessing unpredictable divine power. The Super Divine Water can unlock one's potential, significantly enhancing the combat abilities of the user. However, it is also highly toxic. Ordinary humans lacking potential or possessing insufficient potential would inevitably meet their demise upon consumption. Required energy points for exchange: 100 million points. Original price: 500 million energy points. Quantity available: limited to 1. Upon opening the marketplace page, the first item in the recommended list left Son Gohan wide-eyed. It was indeed beyond his expectations, a concept he had never anticipated. Super Divine Water. I can't believe this is even for sale. When he first traversed into this realm, he had not yet fully experienced the might of the system. Son Gohan had contemplated various means to enhance his strength. However, the future worlds of Kairita and the Heavenly Temple had already been obliterated by the androids, and the Cat Sage had long since perished. Thus, the existence of the Super Divine Water had naturally faded into oblivion. If this item truly exists, it might indeed assist me in breaking through my limits, perhaps even reaching a higher realm. With a surge of impulsiveness and desire, he recognized that the system's recommended exchanges seemed to present options of immense utility for his current situation. System: exchange for Super Divine Water. Having made his decision, Son Gohan resolutely exchanged for the Super Divine Water. Ding! The exchange for Super Divine Water was successful, deducting from the host's energy points 100 million points. Remaining energy points: 452 million points. In the palm of Son Wukong's hand, the Super Divine Water materialized out of thin air. In the original tale, it was indeed the substance that contained the Super Divine Water. Without haste to consume it, Son Wukong resolved to find a more suitable location. Should he drink the Super Divine Water here, the potential unleashed might spiral out of control, transforming the entire West City into ruins, annihilating everything in an instant. 5 minutes elapsed. Son Wukong arrived in a desolate expanse, characterized solely by yellow sands and scattered stones. In this barren landscape, there were no signs of human or any life activity, nor any presence of vitality. After scanning the surroundings and identifying the most fitting spot, he uncapped the bottle of Super Divine Water and drank it in one swift motion. There was no need to savor the flavor of the Super Divine Water, as it was deemed unnecessary. In an instant, a peculiar sensation erupted from the depths of his being, as if drawn by an unseen force. Even in his current state as a Super Saiyan at full power, he was profoundly affected, his eyes widening in astonishment. From within his body, an uncontrollable surge of immense energy suddenly manifested. Under the influence of the Super Divine Water, the unique potential that belonged solely to Son Wukong was released, erupting violently within him in the blink of an eye. Intense pain followed, as if his very form were being torn asunder. Crackling sounds echoed as his energy became increasingly uncontrollable, his Super Saiyan exterior crackling with arcs of blue and white lightning. The energy coursing within him was stabilized by his robust physique, but in the next moment, a deeper layer within his being, a seal containing his potential and energy, was shattered. Instantly, the energy within him became chaotic, an overwhelming torrent surging through his body, as if he were on the brink of self-destruction. Unimaginable agony enveloped him, and Son Wukong let out a soul-piercing scream that resonated through the air. Ahe! With clenched jaws and prominent veins on his forehead, the heart-wrenching cries emanating from him revealed the immense agony he endured. The unimaginable torment swept through him from within. Yet his indomitable will and status as a transcendent being prevented him from succumbing to unconsciousness. The liberation of his latent potential unleashed an ever-growing surge of energy. Son Gohan's aura swelled exponentially as the uncontrolled energy of his Super Saiyan first level at full power erupted in radiant golden beams, shooting heavenward. The shockwave from this energy upheaval fractured the ground, while the atmosphere was engulfed by an overwhelming presence, transforming the twilight into an all-consuming darkness. As night fell, ominous clouds gathered, accompanied by the roar of thunder. Terrifying bolts of lightning descended, leaving gaping craters upon the earth. Son Gohan stood resolute amidst the tempest, his golden aura intensifying further. As he continued to tap into his potential, his combat power escalated relentlessly. The combat power reached 5.25 billion, then 5.34 billion, followed by 5.56 billion, 5.78 billion, 6 billion, 6.5 billion, and finally 7 billion. Chapter 46, Advancement. The Super Saiyan Second Level. The purity of Son Gohan's energy soared as the potency of the divine water diffused throughout his being. While delving deeply into his potential, he harmonized the newfound strength with his very essence. After 5 minutes of excruciating pain, it dissipated, replaced by a warm current of power coursing through him. Sweetness follows hardship. After suffering, the sweetness finally arrived. Son Gohan sensed that the surging energy within him had utterly transcended his previous limits, an apex he had long aspired to reach. Furthermore, a tremendous transformation had occurred in his form. His golden hair stood even more upright, the intensity of his aura significantly amplified, and its purity unparalleled to before. Arcane blue and white electric currents enveloped him. This form was the unmistakable emblem of the Super Saiyan Second Level. It possessed a 100-fold increase in power. Is this truly my current strength? At last, I have attained the Super Saiyan Second Level. With a slight smirk at the corner of his mouth, Son Gohan burst into a smile. Utilizing the Super Divine Water, he finally shattered the constraints that bound him, ascending to the realm of Super Saiyan Level 2. He opened the system panel to examine his information. Host, Son Gohan age, 27 bloodline, half Earthling, half Saiyan, special, normal combat power index, 80 million points. Current status, Super Saiyan Level 2 combat power value, 8 billion. Current system energy points, 452 million. His normal combat power value elevated from 68 million to 80 million. This is not merely an augmentation brought about by transcending boundaries, but rather a portion of one's own potential has indeed been unearthed under the baptism of the divine water. 8 billion. With my current prowess, even the original lightning cell would be no match for me. The confidence stemming from such formidable strength fills Gohan with immense satisfaction. However, this is merely the beginning. He will require even greater power in the future to confront foes of escalating might. The next crucial step is to shatter the 100 billion threshold. Once that barrier is breached, 1,000 billion will follow, and then 1 trillion. At this very moment, far away in the underworld, on the Grand Kai's planet, the two antennae atop North Kai sensed a terrifying wave of energy emanating from the North Galaxy. Following the energy fluctuations, his attention was drawn back to Earth, where he chanced upon Gohan, who had just transcended to the second level of Super Saiyan. This unexpected situation startled the North Kai, prompting him to urgently summon the incarnation of Son Wukong, who was training nearby. Wukong, come here at once. Yes? What is it? Lord Kai? Son Wukong inquired, halting his training and turning around with a puzzled expression. Cease your training for now, and come see your son, Gohan. It seems he has once again surpassed the limits of Super Saiyan. With a swift motion, the North Kai unleashed his powers, relieving Wukong of the weighted clothing that had restrained him. Unencumbered, Wukong swiftly approached and placed his hand on the North Kai's back. Well, truly, he is my son. In such a short time, he has achieved the second level of Super Saiyan. Gohan is indeed a prodigy, Wukong exclaimed, his face alight with excitement upon seeing his son from Earth. With golden hair and striking blue eyes, adorned with a tuft of bangs on his forehead, Gohan was surrounded by arcs of blue and white energy, exuding the distinct aura characteristic of the second level of Super Saiyan. See? I told you so. Your son is remarkable. Keep in mind, it took you many years after your death to reach this level, the North Kai remarked with a smile. Indeed, I never anticipated such rapid transformation. If possible, Lord Kai, may I have a few words with Gohan? Wukong requested. Such a request is unprecedented. Upon hearing this, the king of the Northern Realm slightly curled the corners of his mouth, appearing rather unconcerned, if this were a frequent occurrence. I would categorically refuse to grant such an exception. However, since it is a rare instance, I shall extend a favor. The scene shifts back to Earth, where Son Gohan finds himself in a desolate wasteland. After a brief period of acclimatization to his transformation into a Super Saiyan Grade 2, Son Gohan has begun to discern the advantages and characteristics of this form. Simultaneously, he has come to understand the reasons behind his difficulty in advancing further. To elaborate, in terms of stamina and energy expenditure, the Super Saiyan Grade 2 consumes twice as much as the first grade. Of course, this may be attributed to his recent ascent into the realm of Grade 2. Nevertheless, in terms of strength, speed, and all other metrics, Super Saiyan Grade 2 far surpasses its predecessor, and even at full power, Super Saiyan Grade 1 cannot compare. Even those of the same level, or those who possess greater combat prowess in Grade 1, stand no chance against the might of Grade 2. This truly reflects a disparity in levels, a qualitative domination, unless, of course, it is a significant gap in combat prowess. The reason for the inability to break through earlier is not due to an inherent inability, but rather a self-imposed limitation. The transformation of a Saiyan necessitates an emotional shift and the rapid expansion of S cells, which he has not mastered to perfection nor controlled effectively. The Super Saiyan transformation requires concentration at the spine's core. During the recent transformation, the Super Saiyan 2 requires focus at the crown of the head, followed by a powerful surge that envelopes the entire body. This process is truly enchanting. Now, I can embark on the next phase of my plan. With this newfound strength, Son Gohan has formulated a clear course of action. As a time traveler, he is acutely aware of the myriad evolutionary paths available to the Saiyans. Chapter 34. The first path begins with the power of bloodline, exemplified by transformations such as Super Saiyan Level 1, Super Saiyan Level 2, Super Saiyan Level 3, and even the Great Ape transformation, culminating in Super Saiyan Level 4, including the 5th level that emerges solely in fan works of Dragon Ball. The second path, primarily oriented towards divine power, encompasses transformations such as Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan God Blue, Super Saiyan God Blue Evolution, Super Saiyan Blue Level 3, Ultra Instinct, and Self-Mastery. The third path is represented by the newly attained state of Super Saiyan Beast, also referred to as Super Saiyan Beast, which Son Gohan achieved through his own latent potential in the latest Dragon Ball series. While the precise magnitude of this power increase remains uncertain, judging by Gohan's own sensations at the time, the strength of Super Saiyan Beast is unlikely to be inferior to that of Super Saiyan God, or even Super Saiyan Blue. This form is a unique transformation born from the fusion of Saiyan and Earthling bloodlines. To pursue the next step, I must return to the past, or to other parallel worlds. I clenched my fist in silent resolve. The flaws of my body could be rectified upon my return to earlier times. Chapter 47. A conversation between father and son unfolds on the Supreme Kai's planet. Gohan, Gohan, can you hear my voice? Gohan. In the midst of my thoughts, suddenly, a distinct voice resonated within my heart. This revelation left Son Wukong momentarily stunned, his consciousness abruptly drawn back. Was that voice his father's? The sound resonating in his mind was overwhelmingly familiar. As a traveler from another realm, he instinctively called out father. He truly hadn't anticipated that in this world, Son Wukong still existed, rather than having vanished completely. Moreover, it was astonishing that he had reached out at this moment. Indeed, it is I. Reflecting on it now, it has been many years since we last met. I genuinely miss you, Gohan. From the distant King Kai's planet, Son Wukong engaged in dialogue with Gohan through the capabilities bestowed by King Kai. Had the true Gohan been able to hear his father's words, he would undoubtedly have felt immense joy. However, the current Gohan, as a traveler, felt a mix of emotions that were inescapably complex. Father, have you not been reincarnated? Have you truly been in the underworld all these years? Gohan raised his gaze to the heavens, his tone turning serious as he sought clarity on this matter. If this were the case, it was highly probable that the deceased Z fighters were also in the underworld. If so, why had they not returned to Earth to confront the crisis of the androids? Why wait until now to emerge? Son Wukong seemed to empathize with Gohan's feelings and replied candidly, "Indeed, not only am I here in the underworld, but everyone who has passed, including your mother, is also present. I understand your anger at my absence all these years, especially as you witnessed the suffering and loss on Earth without my intervention. Gohan, you know I am no longer living. A deceased individual cannot maintain extensive ties or connections with the world of the living. The fact that I can converse with you now is solely due to the privileges granted by Lord King Kai." As he spoke, The King Kai standing before them couldn't help but raise his head, a proud expression upon his face, showcasing his contributions. Is that so? If this is the case, why have you chosen to seek me out now? Is this not interfering with the world of the living? Sun Wukong's words carried a hint of guilt, undoubtedly an attempt to deflect responsibility, prompting Gohan to voice his reproach. In that moment, Sun Wukong was rendered speechless. After a prolonged silence, he finally uttered, "My time to speak is limited. I believe you can shoulder the future of Earth and resolve the crisis of the androids. Moreover, you have now ascended to the second level of Super Saiyan. In time, you shall grow even stronger, surpassing us all. A century hence, when you two arrive in the afterlife, we shall meet again, and then, Father will sincerely apologize to you, Gohan." With that final address, Sun Wukong willingly released his grip. He felt a sense of fulfillment, as Gohan had articulated. Seeking him out now would surely constitute interference. Thus, their exchange concluded. Gohan, should you encounter any issues in the future, simply call my name towards the coordinates I provided. I shall hear you. Unlike Sun Wukong, the North Kai granted Gohan the same privileges. Gohan, indifferent to whether he would utilize this in the future, thought it best to accept the gift freely offered. Feeling the disconnection from the North Kai and Sun Wukong, Gohan found tranquility. It was wonderful to realize that he had not truly vanished or perished. This world was far more vibrant than the dreary future depicted in the original narrative. Knowing that he had already reached the afterlife, Gohan mused, "Father." A subtle smile graced his lips as new thoughts blossomed in his mind. With the certainty that Sun Wukong and his companions resided on the North Kai's planet, it was merely a matter of time before he journeyed to the afterlife. Truth be told, he was quite curious about how powerful Sun Wukong had become. After all, in terms of time, the future world unfolded 20 years after the android saga of the original narrative, logically preceding even the Majin Buu saga and extending into the timeline of Super. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong, having swiftly severed the conversation with Gohan, inhaled deeply, puzzled by the sense of guilt that accompanied his dialogue with his son. Though he appeared to have come to terms with it, he could not shake the feeling of having wronged Gohan. Had you wished for resurrection, Goku, I could have contacted the Namekians at any time, the North Kai teased, hands clasped behind his back, a smile adorning his face. In the North Galaxy, none dared defy my word. If he desired to gather the Dragon Balls of New Namek to resurrect Sun Wukong, who had succumbed to a viral heart disease, it would merely require a spoken command. Initially, he intended to use the Dragon Balls to revive Sun Wukong, but the latter had declined, enamored with the powerful beings in the afterlife, opting instead to cultivate his strength there. You did mention, Lord Kai, that utilizing the Dragon Balls would alter the course of the universe, and I died of natural causes. To avoid further complications for Earth, it is best to let nature take its course, hence my decision not to resurrect. Sun Wukong, having mastered his skills, found an irrefutable reason to respond to the North King. Is that so? I have nearly forgotten that I ever uttered such words, he remarked. The North King chuckled lightly. Truth be told, I did not expect Gohan to have transformed so significantly. Conversing with him, I found myself feeling that he possesses a maturity surpassing my own. Sun Wukong replied with a wry smile, acknowledging that he had, indeed, cast aside the weight of protecting Earth for his own selfish desires, disregarding the feelings of others. Has it not always been this way? You, my boy, have remained unchanged despite the many years you have been gone. They say time can alter all, yet it seems to hold no sway over you. Honestly, I can sense that Gohan harbors significant resentment towards you, unless absolutely necessary. It would be prudent to refrain from contacting him for the time being. After all these years of endurance, barring any major upheaval, it might be best to continue as an observer, the North King advised. Indeed, this time shall be the last, Sun Wukong declared. When he arrives in the afterlife, I shall have a proper conversation with him. The North King, upon hearing this, could not help but feel a sense of embarrassment. Only you could be so carefree, eagerly awaiting your son's arrival in the afterlife. Chapter 48. 2 months later, Time Machine? Time flew by, and Earth once again experienced 2 months of peace. During this period, numerous changes unfolded across the globe, particularly in the realms of agricultural development, restoration of the electrical power system, reconstruction projects, and the unification of humanity for mutual advancement. Under the leadership of Satan, who bore the title of Savior, all of humanity joined forces to rebuild their nascent home. 2 months, neither too long nor too short. With all surviving humans rallying their strength, they were capable of reviving the bountiful social landscape that had flourished 2 decades prior in the shortest time possible. This reflects the changes of Earth. In the span of 2 months, the transformation of Son Wukong's son has been remarkably significant. Although there have not been substantial breakthroughs in his combat power metrics, nor has he ascended to a higher transformation, he has nevertheless achieved a complete stabilization of his strength, attaining an impressive baseline power level of 85 million. With this current prowess, should he transform into a Super Saiyan at the second level, his battle power could soar to an astounding 8.5 billion, potentially exceeding this threshold and approaching the remarkable figure of 10 billion. In the current temporal realm, this power stands as an unequivocal force of invincibility. Beyond the superficial transformations, there exists a profound and intrinsic evolution. In terms of combat style, techniques, skills, and abilities, Gohan has undergone a significant enhancement, emerging revitalized. Moreover, Trunks has made remarkable strides over the past 2 months. Following Gohan's guidance in his training regimen, coupled with gravity training and the consistent practice of maintaining the first level of Super Saiyan, he has achieved commendable results. Presently, he is on the threshold of fully realizing the first level of Super Saiyan at full power. He has mastered both the second and third stages of the first level of Super Saiyan. Given a little more time, he is likely to completely attain the full power of the first level of Super Saiyan. It must be said, he truly exemplifies the legacy of Vegeta's bloodline. With astonishing talent and comprehension, in just 2 months, Trunks' base combat power has surged from 5 million to 6 million, nearing the coveted 10 million mark. Once he officially crosses into the realm of 10 million in base combat power, it is certain that he will also achieve the full power of the first level of Super Saiyan. Additionally, it is worth mentioning Biddy. Among the trio, her progress has been the most significant. Given her initial low starting point, with a combat power of merely a few dozen, she has, within less than half a month, cultivated her own energy as an Earthling. During a supply run, she sought out Gohan once more and successfully learned the technique of flight. For the past fortnight and the subsequent 1.5 months, this young lady has persistently sought the company of Son Wukong, acquiring various techniques and methods of harnessing energy from him. Presently, her combat prowess has reached nearly 200 points, which would be an absurd assertion if one claimed she possessed no talent. It is noteworthy that during the initial part of the original narrative, what was the battle power of Demon King Piccolo? What was the strength of Son Wukong and Krillin during their first participation in the World Martial Arts Tournament under the tutelage of Master Roshi? Perhaps the differences in eras are a contributing factor, or perhaps it is due to the guidance of Son Wukong. In any case, Biddy is undeniably a prodigy. In West City, at the private estate of Capsule Corporation, precisely at noon, Son Gohan and Trunks concluded another round of training. Under the sumptuous array of delicacies prepared by the household robots designed by Bulma, they began to feast voraciously. With 2 Saiyans in the household, the demand for supplies was nothing short of substantial. However, with the assistance of the helpful Dind, who periodically dispatched resources, the situation was well managed. Moreover, with Dind's aid, Bulma found it increasingly convenient to gather any necessary items. Even the time machine, which was initially projected to take 3 months to construct, was completed in just 2 months. The energy source for traversing time and space was also ready, leaving only the selection of a suitable candidate for testing. After their meal, Bulma navigated around Trunks to approach Son Gohan. Gohan, the time we discussed 2 months ago has finally arrived. Upon hearing these words, Son Gohan felt a surge of anticipation. Could it be that, Aunt Bulma, the time machine is already completed? The swiftness of this accomplishment was truly astonishing. Trunks, standing nearby, was somewhat bewildered, unaware of the unfolding events. It was only when he heard the details from his mother that comprehension dawned upon him. Indeed, the time machine had undergone its final refinements and was now capable of traversing any moment in the past. Initially, I had intended for Trunks to accompany you on this mission, but upon reflection, I believe it is wiser for you to undertake it alone. After all, the primary objective is to deliver medicine to your father, and your steadiness will ensure that Trunks does not hinder your progress. As she spoke, Bulma briefly hesitated, her expression subtly shifting. This subtle change did not escape Son Wukong's notice. Bulma's concerns were not merely superficial. The time machine, after all, remained a prototype, necessitating a trial run to ascertain its viability. Though Bulma had her schemes, Son Wukong did not take them too seriously. Were he in her position, he would undoubtedly make the same choice. I understand, and Bulma shares my sentiments, he replied with a nod. Ultimately, he was rather eager to distance himself from that impish Trunks. Mom, and you, Gohan, have you two conspired without me? Why am I left in the dark? Trunks, standing nearby, began to sulk yet again. There is, of course, a reason for withholding such information. If you were so impulsive, the time machine might still be a distant hope, Bulma lamented, covering her forehead with her hand, her expression one of exasperation. She truly wished for Trunks to mature and stand on his own. If he were like Gohan, she would not need to worry so. Reprimanded. Trunks found himself at a loss for words. Observing this, Son Wukong offered a gentle smile, saying, "All right, when the time comes for you to contribute. Know that even I have little confidence in this endeavor." Chapter 46. Temporal Travel, Attention from the Angel. After successfully calming Trunks down, the group ventured into the backyard garden. "Come, Gohan. For this day, I have prepared a new outfit just for you. Not only will it conceal your identity, but it will also highlight your uniqueness." Leaving everyone from the past utterly astonished, Bulma said with a smile. Son Wukong understood her perspective, after all. Bulma believed it best that the identities of time travelers remain undisclosed, lest the consequences be too profound. He did not dwell on it too much, as it was merely a matter of concealing one's identity. Even if Bulma had not prepared anything, he would have found a way to mask his features. After all, it was best to remain incognito during their first encounter. However, upon seeing the outfit Bulma had chosen to divert attention, Son Wukong was left utterly speechless. Isn't this precisely the suit that Son Gohan requested Bulma to create in the original tale of the Super Saiyan? He certainly does not desire such an ostentatious ensemble. What do you think? Isn't it splendid? Bulma beamed with pride, seemingly anticipating compliments. Son Gohan found himself momentarily speechless, while Trunks, observing the scene, felt an overwhelming sense of awkwardness. Aunt Bulma, I believe I shall forego this outfit. The green is rather conspicuous and excessive. I prefer to wear this black suit over here, he hastily suggested, diverting his gaze. In this cabinet, aside from the Saiyan Superman attire, there are several other garments, including a simple black hooded cloak. Is this not preferable to that so-called Super Saiyan outfit? Such adolescent whims should be left to the original owner. He is not one to indulge in such fantasies. A sigh of disappointment escapes me. After all, I had meticulously crafted this over several days. However, you are right, Gohan. It is your choice. Aesthetic preferences vary, and Bulma cannot impose her tastes on others. Let us proceed to examine the time machine, for that is of paramount importance. Bulma led the way, opening the door to the laboratory. To prevent any leaks of information or unforeseen incidents, she had conducted her research in seclusion. Even Trunks and Son Gohan were unaware of what lay within. As they beheld the marvels before them, it was truly a spectacle of technology that defied imagination. Indeed, Bulma is the most brilliant technological genius in the Dragon Ball universe. There is nothing she cannot achieve if she sets her mind to it. The time machine has undergone all necessary tests, and now the only requirement is for you, Gohan, to pilot it back to the past. Regarding energy, it was initially thought that only enough could be gathered for 2 trips, but after refinement, a total of 3 canisters were produced. Each canister can sustain 5 temporal travels within a century, though only 1 canister may be carried at a time. To replenish the energy, one must return here and utilize the equipment for recharging. As Bulma's explanation deepened, Gohan's understanding of the time machine became increasingly clear. Trunks, standing beside him, was equally captivated by the intricacies. Time passed, and after thoroughly comprehending the time machine, Gohan made his decision. After preparing the necessary supplies, he resolved to attempt the journey immediately. Previously, with the time machine yet to be constructed, his only recourse was to train and enhance his strength. Now, with the time machine at his disposal, he could advance to the next phase of his plan. Merely achieving Super Saiyan 2 would not suffice for Gohan. He wished to return to the past, not only to reunite with the Z fighters of yore, but also to draw upon the narrative of that era to strengthen himself. Have you truly considered resting for a couple of days before embarking on this temporal journey? Bulma insisted gently. I understand your sense of responsibility, but the crisis in the future has been averted. Our objective is simply to deliver medicine to your father from the past. Upon hearing this, Gohan smiled calmly. Regardless, it must be done eventually. Why delay when I can act sooner? Very well, since you have made your decision, Bulma can only wish you a safe journey. When you encounter everyone from the past, do remember to extend my regards. Finally, it is essential to emphasize the need for personal safety and the importance of maintaining one's anonymity. Ultimately, Bulma remained somewhat apprehensive. However, at this critical juncture, there was little that could be done about her unease. The outcome would only become apparent after events unfolded. Well then, I shall take my leave, Aunt Bulma. After my journey through time, I shall return to you in the near future. With a wave of his hand, Gohan initiated the time machine. Energy surged forth, propelling the machine into the sky, enveloped by an invisible force. Feeling no particular sensation, Gohan cast one last glance at Bulma below before turning his gaze towards the laboratory's entrance. There stood Trunks, seemingly wishing to accompany him, but unable to. Sulking like a child, shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, he was suddenly enveloped by a peculiar ripple in the fabric of time and space. As the scene before him burst into brilliance, Gohan instinctively closed his eyes. Within the laboratory, the time machine had vanished without a trace, as if nothing had ever transpired. In a realm beyond the cosmos, neither belonging to the universe nor the realm of the Supreme Kai, lies a higher dimension. Chapter 36, The Realm of Destruction. On the expansive lawn surrounding the colossal tree at the heart of the realm of destruction, the angel Vuis of the seventh universe stood solemnly, grasping his staff. Atop the staff, a jewel projected an image of Earth, depicting Gohan as he embarked on his temporal journey. It was truly unexpected that it was Gohan, not Trunks, who traversed time. The predetermined course had deviated significantly, raising the question of whether the future of this world was being influenced by an unseen force, poised for transformation. The angel Vuis murmured to himself, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his gaze. As an angel, he continuously monitored events occurring in every corner of the universe, with Earth always within his vigilant purview. The future of this world has, in fact, already been predetermined. According to the unaltered timeline, Son Gohan was destined to perish at the hands of the androids 6 months ago. Meanwhile, Trunks was to embark on a journey through time to the past and the near future. Yet, now, Son Gohan not only survives but has also vanquished all the androids that once wreaked havoc upon the Earth. The chosen traveler to the past has shifted from Trunks to Son Gohan. In this predetermined future world, the concept of time has become increasingly ambiguous. Whis chose not to intervene in Gohan's actions, opting instead to observe. The trajectory of each universe is susceptible to unpredictable alterations due to even the slightest discrepancies. Chapter 50, The Z Warriors of the Past. Year 766 of the Age of the Universe. Planet Earth. During this epoch, the Earth remained untouched by the ravages of artificial beings, free from any looming crises. A serene tranquility enveloped the globe, permeating it with an aura of peace. Yet, while the general populace remained oblivious, a select few were acutely aware that a dire calamity loomed over the planet. In the vast expanse of outer space, a colossal disc-shaped spacecraft approached Earth with astonishing velocity, brazenly piercing through the atmosphere with unparalleled force. In this era of Z warriors, apart from Son Wukong, who is still en route to Earth from the cosmos, the rest stand utterly stunned by the unfolding scene. Both the newly empowered Vegeta and Piccolo find themselves ensnared in an abyss of unending fear. Since their dismal defeat on Namek, Vegeta has diligently engaged in a year-long regimen of gravity training on Earth, his battle power now exceeding 4 million, a monumental increase from his strength during the Namek saga. This formidable baseline power has granted him the potential to ascend to Super Saiyan. Yet, he remains untransformed. As the second most powerful Z warrior present, Piccolo's strength is no less than 3 million. However, what does this figure signify in the face of such dread? Cursed be Frieza. That accursed Kakarot failed to eliminate him on Namek. Now, that villain has arrived on Earth, and the entire planet is at risk of being obliterated into dust by Frieza. We shall all perish. Vegeta gritted his teeth, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead, as anger and despair surged within him. At this juncture, Vegeta is not yet the formidable warrior he will become in the future. He has not undergone his transformation, nor has he changed in any significant way. Meanwhile, the other Z fighters remain silent. Vegeta's grievances are not unfounded. Had Goku eliminated Frieza on Namek, such complications would not have arisen. Beyond Frieza, there exists an even more formidable and malevolent force. Piccolo, with a grave expression, interjects in a hoarse voice. Is it possible that there is a creature more terrifying than Frieza? With Goku still absent, can we hold our ground? Krillin trembles, for his fear extends beyond Frieza to another monstrous entity. That creature is undoubtedly King Cold. Vegeta is acutely aware of the threat that Frieza has brought. After all, he was once part of Frieza's army. If I am not mistaken, Frieza has come to Earth accompanied by his father, the former emperor of the universe, King Cold. Vegeta's fists clench tightly as the pressure mounts. Having served Frieza's forces for so many years, he understands the Frieza lineage well. In addition to King Cold, there is also the enigmatic Cooler, whose power is unfathomable. What are we to do now? Hide. At this moment, Yamcha has devolved into a coward, contemplating escape in the face of overwhelming adversity. He fails to realize that the enemy has already descended upon Earth. Where could he possibly flee? Upon hearing his words, Vegeta casts a disdainful glance in his direction. If you wish to save your skin, then be gone. Trash is trash, lacking even the resolve of a true warrior. Even if Kakarot returns in time, it will be of no avail. King Cold is far more terrifying than Frieza. Vegeta mockingly addresses Yamcha, moreover. Even if you manage to escape into space, Frieza will undoubtedly pursue you. Do you truly believe that the spacecraft crafted by that woman can compete with Frieza's armada? Having expressed his thoughts, Vegeta shifts his focus, clearly conveying to those present, is there truly any chance of escape? To bolster another's courage while undermining one's own? Have we not even begun the battle, and yet you contemplate fleeing? Piccolo shoots a scornful glance at Yamcha, muttering his disdain before solidifying his own resolve. At this moment, let us refrain from bickering. In my view, we should proceed to assess the situation. If we cannot flee, then let us confront it head-on. Tien Shinhan addresses the group. Let them come. Remember to conceal your energy. I have no desire to be burdened by those who lag behind. With a determined leap, Vegeta soars into the sky, followed closely by Piccolo, and then Krillin, Tien Shinhan, and Little Gohan. Finally, trailing behind are Yamcha and Bulma from this timeline. At this moment, their relationship still held some semblance of connection, having not completely deteriorated. Simultaneously, atop the vast southern wasteland, an unusual disturbance rippled through the fabric of space-time. After a span of over 10 seconds, a time machine transcended the boundaries of time and abruptly arrived in this world. Undoubtedly, it was Gohan piloting the time machine, having traveled from 20 years into the future to this past temporal realm. As the time machine descended onto the ground, despite it being his first attempt at operation, Gohan found it to be quite manageable. Upon opening the hatch, he inhaled deeply before soaring out of the cockpit and landing on the ground before the time machine. His gaze swept around, revealing a multitude of unique expressions in his eyes. The time and location appeared to be accurate, and the energies he sensed indicated that the journey had been a resounding success. Within his perception, the essence of the Z warriors from this era emerged, allowing Gohan to confirm that he had indeed arrived nearly 20 years prior. Pressing a button on the side of the time machine, it instantaneously transformed into a universal capsule, which he deftly grasped and stored away. Were Frieza and King Cold's powers truly limited to this extent? Shifting his gaze, Gohan looked in another direction. The two energy signatures he sensed were also present in his own memories, leaving no room for error. The only uncertainty lay with King Cold. Was his power genuinely confined to this level, or had he simply not had the opportunity to transform in the original narrative? Regardless, it was time for a personal encounter. Muttering to himself, Gohan launched into the sky. Unlike the desolation of the future world, this place, despite being a vast wasteland, lacked the ominous aura of an apocalypse. He pondered how those from the past would react upon seeing him, including his past self. Chapter 51. Direct Confrontation. Dominance asserted. At the landing site of Frieza's spacecraft, King Cold and Frieza emerged from the hatch. Before them stood dozens of formidable soldiers, each possessing considerable strength. Though this visit to Earth was rather hurried, it nonetheless brought along a considerable number of elite warriors. While they may pale in comparison to the likes of the Zabradoria and the Ginyu Force, their combat power is not insignificant. With each warrior boasting a strength in the thousands, some even approaching formidable levels. This planet is quite remarkable, although slightly small in stature. Its air quality and environment are exceptionally pleasant. To obliterate it would indeed be a grievous waste, Frieza mused. With his vast perception and the intelligence he had recently acquired, King Cold realized that Earth was, in fact, a splendid vacation destination. So perfect was it that he even considered incorporating it into his own private garden. Father. While such planets are rare, countless others exist throughout the cosmos. Locating one merely requires a bit of time. This insignificant Earth can still yield a handsome price if we eliminate all its inhabitants without damaging the planet itself. At this, Frieza let out a cold chuckle, his tone light and devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Very well, we shall heed your counsel and await the return of that Super Saiyan. King Cold acquiesced to Frieza's suggestion, expressing his boredom. After all, he was merely a bystander in this affair. Should Frieza prove incapable of dealing with the Super Saiyan, he would take matters into his own hands to eliminate the threat. I eagerly anticipate the expression on that wild monkey, Goku's face when he returns to find all his kin slain by my subordinates. Frieza's malevolence and cruelty could undoubtedly be deemed the pinnacle of evil in the universe, at least for the time being. Observing his eager subordinates, Frisia's smile grew ever more chilling as he commanded, "Proceed, my warriors, and eliminate every last earthling." At his behest, the warriors displayed expressions of hunger and urgency. Those who served in Frisia's legion and maintained a certain status were undoubtedly cunning individuals. However, just as they prepared to spring into action, the specter of death descended upon them. While Frisia and King Cold conversed, Gohan, cloaked in black and arriving silently from the future, made his presence known. Earthling? Noticing the figure in the black robe, a glimmer of amusement danced across Frisia's face. With arms crossed, in a mocking tone, he remarked, "Have you come to seek allegiance with me?" Allegiance? A mere Frisia thinks he is worthy? Beneath the dark robe, a smile grazed Son Gohan's face as his piercing gaze locked onto Frisia and King Cold. With a mere glance, their combat power levels materialized before him. The modified mechanical Frisia, as indicated in the original narrative, reached an astounding power level of 170 million. Meanwhile, King Cold, uncertain of whether he would transform, boasted a power level of 180 million. It is no wonder that this character was so easily vanquished by Trunks in the original tale. After all, Trunks' future power level soared to an impressive 240 million. "I have come to invite you both to hell," Son Wukong remarked with a cold smirk. At his words, Frisia and King Cold exchanged expressions of utter astonishment. "Huh? Father, did he just say he would host us in hell?" Frisia blinked in disbelief, his mockery laid bare. "Earthling, do you comprehend the gravity of your words?" King Cold's eyes glinted with malice as he spoke in a low, menacing tone. "I have no desire to repeat myself, especially not to those who were about to meet their demise." Son Wukong's chilling and domineering demeanor manifested at that moment. As a time traveler who had now attained a certain level of power, his perspective on these two adversaries was markedly different. "Ha! The ignorant fear nothing." "What a blissful fool you are," Frisia guffawed, ordering his subordinates to eliminate Son Wukong. "Earthlings are so arrogant and ignorant. It is no wonder they are deemed inferior beings." King Cold scoffed at the notion. A senior warrior from Frisia's army, wielding a combat power detector, assessed Son Wukong's power level. After tinkering with his weapon, he adopted an arrogant demeanor and addressed Son Wukong, saying, "A power level of only 500? Ha! I knew that the inhabitants of this remote planet were all fools. Daring to provoke Lord Frisia and King Cold is utterly foolish. Allow me to send you on your way. Stand still. It won't hurt. I promise to obliterate you in an instant." With a resounding bang, flesh and blood erupted, the ground stained with purple ichor. In a fleeting moment, the warrior who had been shouting defiantly was obliterated by the invisible pressure emanating from Son Gohan, resulting in a headless corpse. With the demise of this fighter, the remaining warriors immediately heightened their vigilance towards Son Gohan. Not only they, but even the mechanical Frisia and King Cold were taken aback. After all, to them, Earthlings were perceived as the weakest race in the universe. Yet, this man in the black robe, with a mere power level of 500, had effortlessly slain one of his subordinates, a warrior with no less than 5,000 power. It was no wonder he had the audacity to confront the king. Indeed, he possessed some prowess. Thus, let the king personally extinguish your life. The death of a high-ranking combatant filled mechanical Frisia with shame. He raised his hand, intent on unleashing energy to personally eliminate Son Gohan. His index finger locked onto Gohan, and a pale purple beam of death began to materialize. Whoosh! A lethal beam pierced through the fabric of space, aiming for Gohan's brow. Gohan, seemingly unfazed, raised his hand to disperse the deadly ray effortlessly. Ding! The automatic absorption of mechanical Frisia's death beam converted the energy into 100,000 energy points. Chapter 52. The Attention of the Celestial Angels. Crushing Frisia. The death beam was effortlessly shattered, leaving not only mechanical Frisia astonished but also King Cold, who displayed an expression of utter disbelief. "Humph! Arrogant earthling, perish!" The attack being thwarted by this man in black left mechanical Frisia feeling suffocated and enraged. As the sovereign of the universe, he could not tolerate losing face before his subordinates. He would reclaim his dignity with Son Gohan's life. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A flurry of frenzied death beams surged towards Son Gohan. Without exception, each one was repelled by Gohan's raised hand. The energy ricocheted, eliminating the lowly minions of Frisia's army nearby. All attacks were reflected back, inadvertently slaying his own subordinates, which only fueled Frisia's wrath, prompting an even more fervent barrage of death beams. Without exception, these assaults proved ineffective against Son Gohan. Ding! The automatic absorption of mechanical Frisia's death beam converted the energy into 100,000 energy points. Ding! The automatic absorption of mechanical Frisia's death beam converted the energy into 150,000 energy points. Ding. The automatic absorption of mechanical Frisia's death beam converted the energy into 200,000 energy points. Ding. The automatic absorption of mechanical Frisia's death beam converted the energy into 300,000 energy points. Ding. The automatic absorption of mechanical Frisia's death beam converted the energy into 500,000 energy points. Meanwhile, on Earth, the battle had commenced. At this moment, in the supreme realm of the god of destruction, in this temporal realm, the angel Weiss, savoring his tea and delicacies, observed the transformations occurring on Earth through the staff in his hand. Initially, he sought to witness the changes brought forth by the arrival of the mechanical Frisia, yet he never anticipated the uncontrollable circumstances that had unfolded. A being from a future world had manipulated time with a time machine, arriving in this era. An individual not belonging to this time had transgressed the cosmic regulations governing time. Should he intervene or remain oblivious? Sipping his brewed green tea, a glimmer of insight sparkled in Weiss's eyes as he murmured to himself. For reasons unknown, he seemed to grasp something profound. A subtle smile playing upon his lips, a smile imbued with a sense of enigma. Very well, as long as it does not disrupt the normal functioning of this temporal world. I shall feign ignorance, for this world is already in disarray. As an angel, though a servant of the god of destruction, their existence transcended the cosmos and the divine. Their true role was not merely to assist the god of destruction, but to oversee him and maintain order between the realms of the universe. Whenever matters threatened the balance of the world, the angels would weigh the severity and take action. Presently, Son Gohan had not committed any transgression. He certainly would not seek out trouble unnecessarily. The scene shifted back to Earth. Mechanical Frisia, consumed by rage, unleashed his death beams in relentless assault upon Son Gohan, who was either sent flying or obliterated with each strike. Son Gohan did not impede him. After all, Frisia was inadvertently providing him with energy points. He would cease only when fatigued, merely raising his hand to accumulate 10,000 points at a time. Although slow, it was still acceptable. With consecutive blasts, energy was continuously expended, and Frisia's stamina dwindled significantly. Of course, the heavier breathing was primarily due to his energy. He halted his energy assault, casting a more serious gaze upon the cloaked Son Gohan. "Who are you?" Frisia inquired, having regained his composure. The ability to deflect his attacks indicated that this person was certainly no ordinary earthling. "Do you wish to know who I am?" "Very well, I shall reveal myself, Frisia." Son Gohan retorted playfully, discarding the hood that concealed his face. "You." Upon seeing Son Gohan's visage, Frisia's pupils dilated, a sense of familiarity washing over him. The resemblance to Goku was unmistakable, yet distinctly different. It was only when the memory of that formidable Saiyan boy from Namek surfaced in his mind that he was taken aback. You are that boy from Namek? Impossible. How could you have changed so drastically in just a year? A hybrid of Earthling and Saiyan. Your growth cannot be this rapid," Frisia exclaimed in astonishment. This indeed astonished Gohan, as he never expected to be recognized. Truly, one cannot deny the prowess of the great king, whose vision knows no bounds. "Congratulations on your correct guess, though regrettably, there is no reward." Gohan smirked, remarking, "Son of Goku. Just perfect. I shall eliminate you before your father returns." The mere thought of Gohan being the offspring of that wild monkey, Goku, ignited a surge of rage within the mechanized Frisia. His right hand rose high, the tip of his index finger manifesting a deep crimson energy sphere, expanding at an astonishing rate. This was the Planet Destruction Ball, a technique utilized by the Ice Demon clan to obliterate planets. "Hey, Frisia, are you intent on shattering this planet into fragments?" King Cold sensed impending doom. He was acutely aware of his son's reckless nature. Using the Planet Destruction Ball to annihilate a planet was a common occurrence. "Goku, that Saiyan monkey, can be dealt with in the cosmos. I shall first obliterate his son and the Earth together." Fueled by fury, the mechanized Frisia could no longer afford to hesitate. For reasons unknown, an ominous premonition lingered in his heart, compelling him to act without restraint, even if it meant destroying a planet. Gohan remained unfazed by the Planet Destruction Ball, not even contemplating transforming into a Super Saiyan. Frisia was simply too weak, should he transform. The battle would be resolved in an instant. As the Planet Destruction Ball continued to swell, reaching 10 meters, then 100, then 1,000, Frisia, in a fit of rage, hurled the colossal energy sphere towards Gohan, proclaiming, "Let this planet become cosmic dust." The diameter of the Planet Destruction Ball expanded to a kilometer. Slicing through space as it descended upon Gohan, unleashing tempestuous winds. Is this all you've got? Gohan remarked disdainfully. A golden aura began to envelop him, and the seemingly unstoppable planet destruction ball came to an abrupt halt, mere centimeters from him. Chapter 53. The Astonished Z-Fighters Ding. Energy from the planet destruction ball detected. It can be converted into energy points. 20 million. Convert. Gohan declared without hesitation. Nanny. Such a lethal technique so effortlessly manipulated by Gohan left the mechanized Frieza wide-eyed in terror. Simultaneously, King Cold exhibited an expression of disbelief. This individual, with but a single arm, is unknown to the King of the Kurds, who believes that the planet-destroying energy of the Frozen Demon Clan is utterly insurmountable. However, the shocking events do not cease there. The planet-destroying energy that was frozen by Son Gohan is visibly shrinking, as if some force is siphoning away its power. The diameter diminishes until it vanishes entirely from existence, leaving no trace of its oppressive presence, as if it had never existed at all. Ding. The energy conversion of the planet-destroying energy has succeeded, yielding an energy point of 20 million. What have you done? A wave of fear surged once more within the mechanical Frieza. In this era, you pose no threat to me. Engaging with you is merely a waste of my time. It is best to dispose of you swiftly. Not wishing to prolong the game with mechanical Frieza, Son Gohan resolutely tapped into the full power of the first stage of Super Saiyan. The S-cells within him surged and circulated wildly, drawn to the center of his spine. A golden aura radiated outward, as Son Gohan's hair began to defy gravity and shimmer with golden brilliance. Impossible. This is it. A familiar scene. An indelible fear resurfaced in his mind. Mechanical Frieza appeared to be hallucinating, envisioning Son Goku's invincible form on Namek. Along with the despair and psychological torment brought forth by the Super Saiyan transformation, fear welled up from within, causing mechanical Frieza to lose control and retreat, utterly dumbfounded. Gone was the demeanor of a cosmic emperor. Now, mechanical Frieza resembled a frightened dog, thoroughly shaken. Frieza, what has happened to you? Do not forget your identity. Observing his son in such a state of disarray, the King of the Kurds frowned and offered a reminder. As a ruler of the cosmos, to be so easily unnerved by a one-armed man is a disgrace. Awakened by the King's admonition, mechanical Frieza jolted back to reality. Damn it, what a farce. I'm Frieza. How could I be so intimidated by a mere Super Saiyan? His heart seethed with wrath, his eyes bloodshot with fury. At that moment, Son Gohan's transformation reached completion. The full power of the first stage of Super Saiyan coalesced within him, enveloping the vicinity for miles in an overwhelming aura that, upon closer inspection, instilled a chilling dread in the hearts of those who felt its might. Boom! With a resounding explosion, the energy of Son Gohan surged explosively. The ground beneath him shattered instantaneously due to the eruption of his power. A vast golden aura enveloped Son Gohan, burning incessantly like an eternal flame. The sky was thick with a murky haze, casting a shadow over the entire world, as if it were the onset of an apocalypse. Thunder roared and lightning flashed. The tempo of events accelerating relentlessly. Golden-haired and blue-eyed, he was at full power as a Super Saiyan. Even Frieza and King Cold, who could not perceive energy, felt an overwhelming sense of dread and oppression emanating from Son Gohan, forcing them to retreat, starting from a base combat power of 85 million. Upon transforming into a full-power Super Saiyan, his battle power skyrocketed to an astonishing 6.8 billion. Thousands of meters away, the Z-Fighters witnessed this spectacle. The overwhelming aura of Son Gohan spread in all directions, instilling a profound fear within them. How could there be another Super Saiyan, aside from Kakarot? Vegeta, from this world, was nearly struck dumb by the sheer intensity of this ancestral tremor, this palpable fear, the oppressive sensation that resonated from the depths of his soul. Along with the golden aura and golden hair were unmistakable hallmarks of a Super Saiyan. Another Saiyan, even more formidable than Goku, had emerged. And this individual could also transform into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta's pride suffered an unbearable blow. The dignity of the Saiyan Prince lay in shattered fragments. What a terrifying aura. Was it truly possible for a mere mortal to possess such power? Krillin, among the Z-Fighters, was so shaken that he could barely stand. Cold sweat cascading down like a waterfall. The mere pressure of the aura extinguished any thoughts of resistance. All that remained was fear, unrelenting fear. This version of Son Gohan, whose power surpassed that of his father in Super Saiyan form, left him utterly terrified, stripping him of accurate judgment. He could scarcely fathom that the formidable figure cloaked in black, emanating such powerful energy, was himself from another world. Yet, amidst the chaos, Piccolo, the only relatively calm fighter among the Z warriors, sensed something amiss. This aura, why does it feel so familiar, as if he has experienced it countless times before? Gohan. No. Is this merely an illusion? Piccolo shook his head, casting aside the chaotic thoughts that plagued his mind. Gohan stood right beside him. The resemblance between the aura of that man in the black cloak and Gohan's must surely be a coincidence. Within the realm of the Destroyer, Angel Whis observed the unfolding battle on Earth. The image projected by the gem atop his staff left even him, an angel, in awe. This scion from a future world possesses strength that surpasses even his wildest imagination, even through mere observation of the visuals. He comprehends that the power of the one-armed Gohan is leagues beyond that of Frieza and King Cold. It appears that this fate is inescapable. Both Frieza and King Cold are destined to meet their demise. With such formidable energy emanating, could it be that in this world, you are that child? Whis shifted the imagery, transitioning from the battlefield to a depiction of Gohan in this era. The 7-year-old child, possessing an uncanny discernment, has determined that it is indeed the one-armed Son Gohan from a future world. It seems that our world's future is poised for significant transformation, he noted with a knowing squint. Even so, he harbored no desire to descend upon Earth. Minor changes may be possible, but the larger trends are immutable. He held his own convictions. This child, merely 7 years of age, is named Son Gohan, the son of Son Goku, the prophesied god of Super Saiyans. Chapter 54, The Merciless Slaughter of Frieza and the Cowardly King Cold. As the scene shifts back to Earth, the battlefield is engulfed in a heavy atmosphere, accompanied by flashes of lightning and thunder, with darkness cloaking the heavens. Son Gohan stands resolutely in his full power at the first level of Super Saiyan. The intensity of his aura surpasses anything Frieza and King Cold could comprehend. At this moment, even in his first-tier Super Saiyan form, he rivals the fully formed cell from the original narrative. Gazing at Frieza and King Cold before the spacecraft, Son Gohan focused his thoughts, denying them any time for contemplation. Utilizing his flight technique, he ascended gracefully into the air, surveying Frieza and King Cold from a position of strength. To be candid, dealing with the two of you is hardly a challenge for me, even without transforming. In my ordinary state, I could easily eliminate you both. However, to ensure you comprehend the true essence of Super Saiyan power, I shall reluctantly allow you, the members of the Frost Demon Clan, to experience it firsthand. A cold indifference emanated from Son Gohan's gaze, igniting a furious ire in King Cold and Mechanical Frieza. To them, such arrogance was intolerable. After all, they were two formidable beings. What nonsense about the power of Super Saiyans? I have already encountered it before. I will slay you, you wretched wild monkey. Fueled by rage, Mechanical Frieza launched himself skyward at astonishing speed, intent on attacking Son Gohan. In that very instant, Son Gohan responded. Naturally, he was swifter. Time appeared to freeze for a mere 0.01 seconds. A sharp pain erupted in his abdomen, accompanied by an unsettling emptiness in his lower body, causing Mechanical Frieza to tense with alarm. His expression shifted from fury to shock, ultimately morphing into agony and terror. Frozen midair, he gradually turned his head downward. Unbeknownst to him, his body had been cleaved in two. His uncontrollable lower half plummeted, while the remaining upper half lost its momentum, suspended in the air. Rendered incapable of action. What are you looking at? Amidst the distraction caused by the Mechanical Frieza, Sun Wukong decisively emerged. The Mechanical Frieza merely sensed a shadow darting past him. In an instant, a sharp hand strike, enveloped in golden flames, severed his head with astonishing swiftness. Although his body was cleaved into 3 distinct parts, Frieza remained alive, albeit rendered mute, profoundly aware of the aura of death surrounding him. He bore witness to his own dismemberment. As a former sovereign of the universe and an embodiment of evil, witnessing his own body torn asunder instilled an inevitable sense of dread. The wild monkey before him, now armless, possessed a strength far surpassing that of the Son Goku he once knew. He had miscalculated, believing that after his mechanical augmentation, his power would reach new heights. He had come to Earth seeking vengeance against Goku, vowing to annihilate all of humanity. Yet, the cruel reality unfolded in stark contrast to his expectations. Not a single Earthling perished, while he himself was the one dismembered. Could even a cosmic emperor experience fear? How does it feel? Quite remarkable, I assent it. Sun Wukong descended from the heavens, gazing down upon the severed head of Mechanical Frieza. Even in pieces, the Mechanical Frieza clung to life, a testament to the resilience of the Ice Demon race. Despite being fragmented, Frieza did not succumb immediately. Had it not been for Trunks delivering a finishing blow, Frieza might have lingered on. without granting mechanical Frieza the opportunity to retort. Son Gohan had no intention of further engaging in dialogue. With a resounding crash, he descended, crushing the mechanical Frieza's head beneath his foot. The mechanical brain exploded, purple blood splattering across the ground. Such a brutal display sent shivers down the spine of King Cold, Frieza's father, leaving him trembling with an unnameable terror. This towering figure, standing 3 meters tall, quaked in fear, unable to muster any thoughts of resistance, especially after witnessing Frieza's gruesome demise. His aura was subdued, yet he dared not make a reckless move. Though his strength was not insignificant, indeed, he surpassed Frieza by a considerable margin, it was of little consequence. The overwhelming power and pressure exerted by Son Gohan after his transformation into a Super Saiyan was sufficient to effortlessly crush Frieza's skull and sever his head, should he so desire. The Ice Demon race, long dominant in the universe, was now reduced to a quivering mass of fear by a single Saiyan. Should word of this spread, it would undoubtedly stir considerable upheaval throughout the cosmos. Your cherished son is already dead. Now, it is your turn. The corners of Son Gohan's mouth curled slightly, revealing a sinister smile upon his face. His gaze, chilling to the core, flicked toward King Kurd. Merely a glance rendered King Kurd's mind vulnerable, causing him to tremble uncontrollably, cold sweat pouring down his brow. Fortunately, as a former cosmic emperor, he possessed a resilient psychological fortitude, enabling him to maintain his composure despite the overwhelming fear. Your Excellency, we seem to have encountered some unnecessary misunderstandings. I believe we can discuss this amicably. There is no need to resort to force, King Kurd pleaded. You wish to negotiate with me? Or is this your way of begging for mercy from a stronger opponent? Son Gohan found the situation rather amusing, his eyes narrowing as he deliberately pressed on. An invisible aura of menace enveloped King Kurd, rendering his limbs cold and paralyzed him with fear. He dared not act recklessly. Please, Your Excellency, spare me. I have merely come to Earth alongside Frieza, and I have not caused any destruction here, nor have I ever contemplated conquering this planet. If you would just show me mercy and let me go, I would gladly offer this planet to you. The disparity between King Kurd's words and his demeanor was stark. He appeared to plead for mercy, yet concealed a sinister intent beneath. The words of the Frost Demon race were not to be trusted. Offer me Earth? Do you truly believe I would fall for such a ruse? Moreover, this planet does not belong to you, Son Gohan replied with a cold laugh. Upon hearing this, King Kurd broke into a cold sweat. No. I beseech you to allow me the chance to correct my words. Earth is indeed yours by right. Should you desire, I can offer you 5, no, 10, 20 planets, rich in resources and beauty, even surpassing Earth itself, if only you would grant me my freedom. King Kurd frantically altered his statements, fear gnawing at his insides. In that moment, he was desperately attempting to devise a means of escape. Alas, no matter the course of events today, his fate was sealed. Death awaited him. Chapter 55, a billion power level? Useless. With each step Son Gohan took forward, King Kurd recoiled in terror, retreating several paces. Such a memorable scene mirrors the coercion of the Kurdish king by Trunks in the original narrative. The Kurdish king, paralyzed by fear, refrained from approaching Gohan, terrified that a mere thought from his adversary could extinguish his life. The former pursued relentlessly, while the latter retreated, creating an undeniable chasm of power and dominance. One side was invincible, exuding an omnipotence that rendered the other pitifully feeble, consumed by a desire to flee. No matter how many planets you offer me, they are but hollow promises. I possess the power to slay you, to usurp your position, or even to claim the title of Emperor of the Universe for myself. Those benefits you speak of hold no significance for me. Now, kneel before me. With a thunderous roar, Gohan unleashed an overwhelming pressure, an aura of terror emanating from him, bearing down upon the Kurdish king. In an instant, the Kurdish king collapsed, as if his legs had been crushed, falling to his knees before Gohan. His limbs shattered, the Kurdish king was grievously wounded. If we cannot reach an accord, then I shall not be held accountable, he thought, aware that escape was futile. Accepting his fate, he vowed not to make it easy for Gohan. With a resounding explosion, an icy blue malevolent energy enveloped the Kurdish king, causing an immediate surge in his power and combat capabilities. His strength soared to an astonishing 1 billion. So you have truly arrived, Gohan mused. Was this the Kurdish king's true power? In the original story, he was vanquished by Trunks in a single blow, which now seemed to suggest a significant underestimation of his abilities. This foe's strength even surpassed that of the androids. The display of the Kurdish king's combat power left Gohan in sheer disbelief. This inconsequential character, who has graced our presence for but a fleeting moment, reveals an astonishing strength. Perish then. Since you refuse to spare me, let us embrace mutual destruction. With a desperate roar, King Kurd raised his hand and unleashed a powerful wave of purple energy towards Son Gohan. The final blow of the last emperor. In an instant, chaos erupted. The winds howled, and the very earth trembled. Son Wukong's form, along with the spacecraft parked nearby, was engulfed by King Kurd's desperate strike. The terrifying might of that strike shattered hills even miles away. Ding! Automatically absorbing the energy dropped by King Cooled, it transformed into experience points, 100 million. The brilliance of the released energy persisted for several seconds. Haha. This is the consequence of your humiliation towards the Cosmic Emperor. At this distance, even the legendary Super Saiyan from the Saiyan race would undoubtedly perish. King Cooled grinned, seemingly convinced that his full-force energy wave had already annihilated Gohan. The illusion was beautiful. Yet the reality was cruel. King Cooled believed Gohan had been obliterated, reduced to mere dust, but in truth, his energy attack had not even breached Gohan's aura barrier. Is this your final farewell? Came Gohan's whisper from amidst the thick smoke. Upon hearing this, King Cooled's pupils constricted sharply, and his expression froze in disbelief. As the dense smoke gradually dissipated, the golden aura re-emerged into view. Gohan had withstood his energy onslaught unharmed. Even with King Cooled's true combat power reaching 1 billion, it could not shake Gohan in the slightest. The value you can provide is now null. With a cold chuckle, Gohan lifted his hand, revealing a sphere of golden light in his palm. In the trembling gaze of King Cooled, this energy grew larger, its terrifying might transforming into overwhelming waves that engulfed Cooled's body. In an instant, the earth was washed by energy, and King Cooled's form was reduced to ashes under the onslaught of this horrific power. With a maximum power output of 6.8 billion, an almost insurmountable force, he was no match for a mere King Cooled. As the energy shockwave dissipated from his palm, Gohan stood resolutely, exuding an aura of supremacy that instilled profound fear in the Z-fighters watching from the shadows. Two cosmic monarchs, once standing at the pinnacle of the universe, had been so effortlessly slain by Gohan. The trouble was resolved, and he had gained a plethora of Son Gohan murmured to himself. In the next moment, he relinquished his full-powered Super Saiyan transformation and donned his black hood once more. Finding a suitable spot, he sat down quietly, awaiting the return of Goku. Meanwhile, the Z-warriors, who were secretly observing the battle, began to speculate about the identity of this powerful being, a Super Saiyan, and pondered how such a presence could manifest on Earth. A thick cloud of suspicion enveloped them all, save for Vegeta, who, for reasons unknown, was struck by an impulsive fury and soared towards Son Gohan in a fit of rage. Vegeta, what are you doing? Piccolo exclaimed, his face paling with concern as he noticed Vegeta's reckless approach. It was folly to confront someone whose intentions and capabilities were shrouded in mystery. Piccolo understood that Vegeta's brash demeanor could lead to catastrophic consequences. A single misstep could result in disaster. Yet, in that moment, Vegeta was deaf to all warnings, driven solely by the need to ascertain the origins and identity of this Super Saiyan. As the Prince of the Saiyans, he could not abide the existence of another Super Saiyan aside from Goku himself. On Son Gohan's end, having just dealt with the mechanical Frieza and King Cold, he leaned against a nearby rock, patiently awaiting Goku's return. His heightened sense of awareness had already detected the presence of the Z-warriors observing the battle from several kilometers away. Noticing the approaching figure, Gohan quickly discerned that it was Vegeta. He found it perplexing that Vegeta would dare to approach him. Moments later, Vegeta had traversed the distance and landed before him. The expression on his face, marked by distortion and struggle, indicated that he bore ill tidings. Gohan's focus sharpened as Vegeta's power level materialized before his eyes, an impressive figure exceeding 4 million, nearing 5 million in response to Vegeta's emotional fluctuations. Though Vegeta possessed the strength necessary to transform into a Super Saiyan, his ignorance of the transformation's secrets hindered him from achieving that state. Who are you? Vegeta demanded, his voice laden with incredulity. Aside from Kakarot and that half-breed over there, no other Saiyans exist in this world. He pressed Gohan for the truth of his identity, as his understanding was rooted in the belief that all pure-blooded Saiyans had perished. The revelation that Gohan, too, was a Super Saiyan was an affront to him, and he was determined to unearth Gohan's true identity. However, Gohan chose to disregard Vegeta's inquiries entirely, opting to ignore him. During this period, Vegeta resembled a fool. Conversing with him was akin to playing music to a cow. Witnessing his utter disregard, Vegeta felt a tumult of anger and resentment. Were it not for Gohan's ability to transform into a Super Saiyan and his insufficient strength, his impulsive nature would have compelled him to act long ago. Frustrated by the lack of response, Vegeta, in a fit of misplaced bravado, began to taunt Gohan, attempting to unveil the visage hidden beneath the black cloak. Humph. Refusing to disclose his identity to me, the Prince of Science suggests he harbors some unspeakable secret. I surmise that he is merely a lower-class warrior, engineered through artificial genetic technology, much like that fool Kakarot. In this era, Vegeta's words indeed reflected a lack of intellect. Such self-aggrandizement. Believing oneself to be the prince of planet Vegeta, emboldened enough to confront a Super Saiyan. He seems to have forgotten how effortlessly he previously vanquished both Mecha Frieza and King Cold. Gohan, initially disinclined to engage with Vegeta, found himself compelled to tease him upon witnessing his audacious demeanor. After all, during this period, Vegeta was indeed excessively arrogant. Possessing strength is commendable, yet without it, arrogance becomes folly. The gaze concealed beneath the dark hood emanated a chilling brilliance, a mere glance that thoroughly intimidated Vegeta. In that fleeting moment, Vegeta experienced the true essence of fear and horror. The pressure and shock he faced now were even more terrifying than when he confronted Frieza. A mere glance nearly shattered his composure. The restless Vegeta fell silent, while Son Gohan sought a quiet stone to rest against, passing the scant moments left to him. He cast a sidelong glance at Vegeta, whose face was a mask of unwillingness and struggle, evoking both amusement and pity within him. With his keen perception, he discerned that Vegeta's mindset had encountered a slight disturbance. Possessing the potential to ascend to Super Saiyan, his combat strength was adequate, yet he remained unable to break through. However, it was worth noting that in the original narrative, it was the combined impetus from Son Goku and Trunks, both Super Saiyans, that had ultimately spurred his transformation. It was merely a matter of time before he awakened his own Super Saiyan form. Is someone watching me from the shadows? An inexplicable sensation suddenly surged within him, prompting Son Gohan to lift his gaze toward the sky. Is this sensation that of the Realm King? No, if it were not the Realm King, it could only belong to a being of an even higher echelon, certainly not the King of all, nor could it possibly be Beerus, as the god of destruction was still in slumber during this period. The sole remaining possibility would be an angel. Son Gohan pondered this quietly within his mind. However, he found himself at a loss to articulate precisely what was occurring. It was only when a tingling sensation coursed through his forehead that he took action. With a mere thought, Son Gohan activated the power of the Eye of Insight. His vision extended to realms invisible to others. Ignoring the Z warriors who were covertly observing him, he discerned a minuscule nanorobot, so tiny it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, hovering nearby. Realizing the presence of this nanorobot, Son Gohan's heart raced. With a swift motion of his hand, he seized it firmly. This entity he recognizes. Dr. Gero employed such micro-nanorobots to gather the DNA of the Z warriors amidst the perils of the battlefield, including that of Frieza and his progeny. Have you set your sights on me, Dr. Gero? With a narrow gaze, Gohan clenched his hand, crushing the micro-nanorobot into oblivion. Activating the ability of the all-seeing eye, he surveyed his surroundings. The multitude of micro-nanorobots crafted by Dr. Gero were not few, lurking in various corners. Not angels. It seems I have been overly cautious. Taking a deep breath, Gohan closed his eyes, leaning against the rock to rest. Just as he was about to relax and enjoy a moment of respite, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A spatial rift opened 10 meters to his left, and yet another time machine materialized before him. The sudden appearance of this time machine jolted Gohan awake. Even Vegeta and the Z warriors concealed in the shadows took note of this astonishing scene. The hatch of the time machine opened, and from the control room emerged a purple-haired youth, bearing the hero's sword on his back. This individual is none other than Trunks. Another time machine, and yet another Trunks from a different timeline? Son Gohan was momentarily taken aback. Despite having replaced Trunks and traversed back to the past, another Trunks has unexpectedly emerged. Is this what is referred to as the unalterable nature of history? Even though he possesses a miraculous cure for viral heart disease, history still demands that Tenanks deliver this remedy to Sun Wukong. Upon arriving in the past, the bewilderment was evident on Tenanks' face, a being from another realm. He had operated the time machine in accordance with his mother's wishes, arriving in the past 2 decades ago. At this juncture, it stands to reason that Frieza and King Cold, this father-son duo, should have already invaded Earth. Given that I have arrived in this timeline without any discrepancies, what, then, is the current situation? He beheld his father and the man in the black robe with the severed arm. Chapter 57. The Return of Son Goku. The battle has commenced. Subscriptions are welcome. Unable to discern the visage of his opponent, Trunks found it impossible to ascertain their identity. However, according to his mother, King Cold and Frieza were supposed to have arrived by this point in time. Why then do I not sense their presence? You are puzzled as to why Frieza and the others have yet to arrive, are you not? There is no need for futile speculation. They have already perished not long ago, Gohan elucidated, casting a glance at Trunks, who had just materialized in this temporal realm. At first glance, Trunks' power level was evident, 8 million. Presumably, upon reaching Super Saiyan, his combat strength would escalate to 240 million. What did you say? They are dead? Upon hearing this, Trunks was taken aback. In the 41st section, Frieza and King Cold's formidable strength had been emphasized by his mother. Yet now, this man in black revealed to him that they were deceased. Who exactly is he? My mother has never mentioned that. Aside from Uncle Goku, there were others capable of vanquishing Frieza and his kin during this period. Trunks furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. You have arrived a tad late. I preemptively dealt with Frieza and his father, King Cold, if I am not mistaken. You hail from the future. Gohan's words ignited a tempest in Trunks' heart. Who is this person? Even he's acutely aware of his origins. You. Who exactly are you? This unexpected turn of events unsettled Trunks, prompting him to place his hand on the sword of the valiant hero resting on his back, ready to draw it at the slightest provocation. Do not be so tense. We are not adversaries, and besides, you are presently too weak, Gohan remarked, showing little interest in Trunks. The audacity and lack of restraint displayed by Gohan deepened Trunks' apprehension, leaving him feeling increasingly bewildered. His instincts warned him that this enigmatic figure in the black cloak was far more formidable than he initially perceived. Before this man, Trunks felt transparent, as if his very essence was laid bare. Reluctantly, Trunks lowered his hand, maintaining a cautious demeanor towards Gohan. After converting the time machine into a universal capsule and stowing it away, he found a place to sit and awaited Goku's arrival. The situation grew increasingly intricate, as Vegeta's unanticipated entrance did not incite any significant turmoil, and one by one, the other Z-fighters emerged. They scrutinized either Gohan or Trunks. Meanwhile, Vegeta found himself engulfed in confusion. He had just overheard Gohan's words, two of which bore immense significance. Future. 3 hours elapsed. Outside the Earth's atmosphere, an unidentified flying object breached the layer, tracing a magnificent arc across the sky. Under the gaze of all, a circular spaceship belonging to the Frieza Force descended from above. After a protracted journey from Yardrat, Goku finally returned to Earth. Having rested for 3 hours, Gohan gradually opened his eyes and gazed toward the direction of the spaceship's landing. At last, his father from this era had arrived. Gohan's senses instantly pinpointed Goku's location. However, he did not rush to act. The arrival of another future Trunks had altered his original plans. He decided to allow them some time for conversation. As Goku descended, Trunks appeared more excited than anyone else, promptly soaring toward the spaceship. The other Z-fighters followed suit, casting their gazes in the same direction. When Goku emerged from the spaceship, he stood frozen for a moment, then gradually comprehended the situation, filled with disbelief. He could not fathom how everyone knew he would land at this precise moment and location. His return brought tears of joy to all the Z-warriors, an overwhelming elation that could not be contained. Especially for Krillin, who had grown up alongside him as a fellow disciple, his emotions were indescribably intense. Naturally, little Gohan, upon seeing his father's return after a year apart, could no longer contain his feelings and leaped into Goku's embrace. Amidst the exchanges of words among the group, they gradually returned to the matter at hand. Trunks gazed at the man before him, adorned with a hairstyle reminiscent of a crab. Recognizing that this journey through time was undertaken for his sake, he needed to deliver the miraculous medication for viral heart disease to Goku. Upon locking eyes with Trunks, Goku's keen battle instincts alerted him to the extraordinary power possessed by this young man, power that rivaled his own. Earlier, while traversing the cosmos, he had sensed an unfathomable and potent aura, which he surmised belonged to Trunks. Was it you who dealt with Frieza and his minions? Goku inquired, his focus unwavering on Trunks. Unbeknownst to him, this young man was of Saiyan descent. No, Mr. Goku, it was not I who vanquished Frieza and his crew, Trunks replied. But I urgently need to speak with you in private about something of great importance, he proposed, keen to avoid any further delay. So impatient was he that he even forgot the existence of Son Gohan. Upon hearing this, the surrounding Z-warriors were filled with confusion and bewilderment. The identity of the man with purple hair remains a mystery to them. There are matters that cannot be openly discussed and must be deliberated in private. This uncertainty heightened everyone's vigilance, including that of Son Wukong. The two parties exchanged glances for some time, before Son Wukong thoughtfully nodded and said, "Very well. Let us proceed to that side." He pointed towards the far end of the deep pit formed by the spaceship behind them and, utilizing his flight technique, soared towards that direction. Trunks followed closely behind, pursuing him. The distance between them spanned several hundred meters, allowing for conversation without fear of eavesdropping. However, unbeknownst to them, among the Z fighters present, Piccolo, being a Namekian, possessed sensory and auditory abilities far superior to others. He could hear even the slightest sounds from 100 meters away. His acute hearing, however, was also one of his vulnerabilities. Namekians cannot perceive whistling without experiencing severe auditory distress due to the intense stimulation of their eardrums. Upon reaching the opposite side, Trunks, who had been quietly observing, remained unperturbed. The two locked eyes, and Son Wukong awaited Trunks' words. He could sense that Trunks bore no ill intentions towards him, yet he had never encountered him before. Even if this youth was of good character, maintaining a cautious demeanor was essential. His instincts warned him that this individual was far from ordinary. "Mr. Son Wukong, I have something of great importance to discuss with you. But before that, I would like to verify whether what my mother told me is accurate," Trunks said, narrowing his eyes slightly as he regarded Son Wukong. He continued, "Before we delve into that matter, may I inquire if you, Mr. Son Wukong, can transform into a Super Saiyan at will, relying solely on your own control?" His approach was somewhat assertive, bordering on impolite. Fortunately, he was addressing the simple-minded Scion Son Wukong, who would not overthink the matter. Had it been someone else, Trunks' inquiry might have been perceived as a challenge. "When I first learned this transformation, it was indeed quite challenging. However, after training for a period on planet Yardrat, I can now transform at will," Son Wukong replied candidly, without any concealment. "I see. So, Mr. Son Wukong, you are able to control your transformation into a Super Saiyan at will, correct? Then, please allow me to witness your Super Saiyan form," Trunks stated directly. Though his request was rather straightforward and might raise suspicion, Son Wukong chose to trust his instincts. "Is that so? Very well, since you wish to see it. I shall transform into a Super Saiyan for you." As the words fell, Son Wukong summoned all of his energy. The S cells within him stirred, converging towards the center of his back, and in an instant, they erupted. Boom. In the blink of an eye, his aura transformed, and his power surged dramatically. His hair blazed with a golden hue, his emerald eyes shone brightly, exuding a golden flame from within. Undoubtedly, this was the first transformation into a Super Saiyan. With this metamorphosis, Son Wukong's battle power soared to an astonishing 250 million. The sudden transformation left the other Z warriors perplexed and in awe. All eyes instinctively turned towards Son Gohan. Observing that Son Gohan remained motionless, they glanced back at Son Wukong. What were they intending by transforming into a Super Saiyan right from the outset? Only Piccolo, possessing extraordinary hearing, discerned the truth of the matter. "Now, can I speak?" Under the exhilarating influence of the Super Saiyan transformation, Son Wukong's tone slightly shifted. "Of course, I too have transformed into a Super Saiyan." As he spoke, the energy within Trunks surged forth like a relentless flood. In the blink of an eye, his golden aura ascended, and compared to Son Wukong's transformation, Trunks' metamorphosis was notably more refined and swift. "What?" Son Wukong's pupils constricted in shock. Before him stood a young boy, a fellow Saiyan, who possessed the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan just like them. Who, indeed, is this individual? Apart from him, is there anyone else capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan? Chapter 42. I beg your pardon for my rudeness, Mr. Son Goku. Stabilizing the first level of the Super Saiyan state, Trunks swiftly drew his sword and struck down towards the center of Goku's forehead. The unfolding of this scene left all the Z warriors in a state of shock. The sudden emergence of yet another Super Saiyan took them by surprise, rendering them speechless. First, there was the enigmatic figure in a black cloak who transformed into a Super Saiyan, and now, this Trunks, whose origins were unknown, was also capable of becoming a Super Saiyan. Among them, the one most profoundly affected was undoubtedly Vegeta of this world. The appearance of a second Super Saiyan had already sent shockwaves through him, and now another one had emerged, including Goku. There were now 3 formidable Super Saiyans on this planet. As the Prince of the Saiyans, he found himself at the bottom of this extraordinary hierarchy. Meanwhile, Gohan, situated on the other side, began to rise slowly upon noticing Trunks' transformation. With a power level of 250 million, slightly lower than Trunks' 240 million. Their tentative confrontation began. "I wonder what kind of surprise my appearance will bring you, father," he mused with a mischievous smile, gradually ascending into the sky. Since Goku had reached this pivotal moment, it was indeed time for this father and son to meet. On the other side with Goku and Trunks. As Trunks swung his sword, poised to strike, he suddenly halted his attack. "Why didn't you dodge just now?" Trunks inquired, narrowing his eyes. Had he not pulled back in time, the blade of the hero's sword would have struck Goku's forehead in an instant, mere millimeters away. Had it been anyone else, they would have been paralyzed with fear. Yet Goku remained unfazed, standing resolutely without so much as a furrowed brow. "The moment you attacked, I sensed no intent to kill, nor any fighting spirit. I could deduce that you merely wished to test my mettle, thus there was no need to evade." Goku replied with a light smile. After his transformation into a Super Saiyan, he had become both confident and somewhat arrogant. The transformation infused him with a sense of exhilaration and bolstered his belief in his combat instincts. "Is that so? Then I shall hold nothing back from this point forward. Mr. Goku, allow me to witness just how strong you truly are," Trunks declared, retracting the hero's sword. His eyes narrowing as a glint of cold light flickered within them. Goku, sensing the shift in Trunks, raised his right hand, extending a single finger. With an aura of determination enhancing his defenses, he gravely stated, "Then let it begin." Both parties were fully prepared for battle. Trunks, without hesitation, swiftly drew his sword. The sword of courage, which he wielded with such rapidity that it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. His onslaught was fierce, each strike aimed directly at Son Wukong's forehead. Yet, each attack was effortlessly thwarted by Wukong's singular fingertip. Although both were Super Saiyans, a significant disparity in their power levels existed, with Trunks lagging behind Wukong by a staggering 10 million. Moreover, in terms of combat fundamentals, their differences were pronounced. Wukong's strength had been built steadily and methodically, while Trunks, despite his own incremental improvements, appeared as a mere novice in comparison to Wukong. The gap between them was starkly revealed. After several seconds of sparring, Trunks had already achieved his objective. He sheathed the sword of courage, simultaneously marveling at Wukong's formidable prowess. Prior to this encounter, he had speculated that Wukong's strength, while impressive, would not surpass that of his brother, Gohan. However, it was evident he had misjudged. If Wukong possessed such power at this stage, then when the androids appeared, his abilities would undoubtedly reach new heights. No wonder his mother held such unwavering faith in this man. Had he not succumbed to viral heart disease, the future world would likely have been spared from great turmoil. With the sword of courage returned to its sheath, Trunks reverted to his normal state. "Truly remarkable, Mr. Wukong. Your strength is indeed as formidable as my mother described," he remarked sincerely. "Your power is not inferior to mine. You merely weren't focused earlier," Wukong complimented in return, also reverting from his Super Saiyan form. "I'm quite curious. Who is your mother? How is it that she knows so much about me?" Wukong inquired, intrigued by the woman who bore such a formidable son. Trunks, with a light chuckle, replied, "There's no rush on that matter. I will share everything with you in due time." Meanwhile, they seemed oblivious to the presence of Gohan, clad in a black cloak, who had already arrived. The Z-fighters, situated 100 meters away, were taken aback. The one who had vanquished Frieza and King Cold was about to intervene. Chapter 58. Identities Revealed. A father-son battle. Son Wukong. The Saiyan who defeated the Frieza family is heading your way. Piccolo was the first to react, urgently shouting to Wukong across the distance. The current situation was far too chaotic. Both the purple-haired youth and the cloaked figure warranted extreme caution. Particularly now, the violet-haired youth has transformed into a Super Saiyan to confront Son Goku. Should the man in the black cloak intervene, the situation would escalate to an unimaginable severity. As the words left his lips, the tension among the Z warriors reached its zenith. Could it be that the Saiyan has also come in pursuit of Goku? Yamcha exclaimed, his face awash with astonishment. Truth be told, he was rather foolish, for if he were not here for Son Goku, why would he squander his time waiting idly? The others paid him no heed, each expressing their own thoughts. What an exasperating predicament. With our current strength, if a confrontation were to ensue, we would be utterly powerless to assist. Krillin, acutely aware of his own limitations, felt cold sweat trickling down his bald head as he gritted his teeth. In this era, we have been left far behind in this battle, and all we can do is watch Goku. Tien Jinhan clenched his fists, unwilling to accept the reality, yet powerless to change it. Father will surely be unharmed. I believe that if a fight were truly imminent, that man in the black cloak would have already made his move. Little Goten, in this timeline, still holds some semblance of hope at his age. He has begun to form his own beliefs. Piccolo glanced at him and nodded slightly in agreement. Krillin and Tianjinhan also regarded Gohan with expressions of surprise and pride, reflecting, truly, he is Goku's son. They had all witnessed Gohan's growth, and for someone so young to attain such a level of prowess is indeed remarkable. One must consider how many years they had invested in their own development, and yet, they now find themselves outshone by Gohan. At the periphery, Vegeta gritted his teeth, consumed by rage. His eyes, filled with disdain, were fixed resolutely ahead. The three great Super Saiyans have gathered together. Yet, his figure was nowhere to be seen. The dignity and pride of the Saiyan prince had been utterly humiliated. Observing Vegeta's impotent fury, he could only stew in his frustration at the spot, while Bulma gazed at him with concern. For the entirety of this year, Vegeta has been residing in her home, unbeknownst to them both. Vegeta has gradually established a certain standing in Bulma's heart. In the sky, 100 meters away, the arrival of Gohan has captured the attention of Trunks and Goku. For Trunks from an alternate timeline, this is a formidable adversary. As for Goku, he is now genuinely intrigued by the unfolding events. Gohan, clad in a black robe, descends from the heavens without stirring a particle of dust. In that very moment, the atmosphere shifts dramatically. This aura. At first glance, Goku's instinct as a warrior informs him that the strength of this enigmatic figure in black is exceedingly formidable. Such formidable strength is evident, even without the need for perception. It is clearly far beyond him. Who are you, and what are your true intentions? The appearance of the cloaked Son Gohan was not welcomed by Trunks. After all, his involvement meant that Trunks could no longer dictate the unfolding events. He was unaware of this individual's identity and could not fathom their motives. Much like the impulsive Trunks from my own timeline, he struggled to remain composed in the face of adversity, momentarily losing his composure. Shaking his head slightly, Son Gohan spoke again. Have you not yet recognized me? Logically, my existence should also be acknowledged in your timeline. You are. Trunks was taken aback, his identity fully revealed, as he inhaled deeply, utterly astonished. He never anticipated that the other party would possess such profound insight. Trunks found himself at a loss, caught in a reverie, desperately seeking concrete information about this individual from his memories. As he remained silent, Son Goku stepped forward to confront Son Gohan, stating, "Although I do not know who you are, I must express my gratitude. It was you who vanquished Frieza and his ilk before my return to Earth. Otherwise, our planet would have met its doom." Such courteous words were indeed pleasing to the ear, yet they held little significance. Son Gohan smiled calmly, cutting to the chase. Originally, it was supposed to be you, father, who dealt with Frieza, but I arrived first. Since fate has brought us together, I shall send them straight to hell. With that, Son Gohan removed the hood of his dark cloak under the puzzled gazes of the two. Although he had not intended to reveal his identity at this moment, circumstances had shifted his perspective. Upon seeing the familiar face, Trunks was left speechless, rubbing his eyes in disbelief, shock, and astonishment evident in his expression. Brother Gohan? How can it be you? A torrent of emotion surged through Trunks. For him, this person was not only his most cherished relative but also his mentor. However, in his future world, his brother Gohan had long since perished. It seems my suspicions were correct. The version of me from your future must have met his end, Trunks, Son Gohan remarked with a smile. Upon hearing Gohan's words, Trunks immediately understood that this brother Gohan was from a future parallel to his own two distinct futures. Overwhelmed with emotion, Trunks lost control, never expecting that this temporal journey would grant him the chance to reunite with his brother Son Gohan. After exchanging glances with Trunks for a considerable time, Son Gohan finally turned his attention back to Son Goku. Meanwhile, Son Goku was equally astonished, unable to fathom that this cloaked figure was indeed his son from the future. You truly are Gohan. As he attentively sensed the aura of Son Wukong, he became entirely convinced. No wonder there was a sense of familiarity from the very beginning. Instinctively, he cast his gaze towards the young Gohan, who was still beside Piccolo, 100 meters away. Although it was hard to believe, the truth lay plainly before him. All of this unfolds in a manner that is both surreal and utterly incomprehensible. The formidable figure clad in black robes, capable of vanquishing Frieza and his cohorts in an instant, is none other than Son Gohan. The intensity of his aura surpasses that of his current self by a significant margin. Though it is indeed difficult to fathom, the truth remains. Allow me to elucidate, father. I am Son Gohan from 20 years in the future, and this Trunks beside me is likewise from that same future. It may seem absurd, and you might wonder why Trunks and I are in such a peculiar situation despite both being from 20 years hence. Initially, I struggled to comprehend it myself. But now I have come to understand. The world of the past remains unchanged unless influenced by external factors. However, once an alien force intervenes in the annals of history, the future is inevitably altered. In my future world and Trunks' future world, as Gohan articulated his thoughts, not only were Goku and Trunks taken aback, but even Piccolo, situated 100 meters away, was astonished. For Piccolo, the situation was utterly bewildering. Who could have imagined it would unfold this way? Most crucially, the individual who so effortlessly dispatched Frieza and King Cold as Gohan. Piccolo instinctively cast a glance at the youthful Son Gohan beside him. It was hard to believe. He could not reconcile these two individuals in his mind. Has Gohan truly become this powerful 20 years hence? A sense of joy welled up within Piccolo. He harbored feelings akin to that of a father towards Gohan. Though the Gohan from another future 20 years later is not identical to mine, he is remarkably similar. Trunks exclaimed, his gaze fixated on Gohan's vanished left arm. The features, appearance, and aura were indistinguishable. Just as I surmised, it is undeniably so. To be precise, my future corresponds to what you would consider a parallel world. Gohan explained with a twist in his narrative. Parallel worlds? It seems that the theory my mother spoke of is indeed valid. So, Gohan, did you also travel through time to alleviate Mr. Goku's ailment? Trunks inquired. Precisely. My earlier reluctance to intervene was merely to ascertain your intentions. We share similarities, though our experiences differ slightly. Gohan nodded in affirmation. Their dialogue, one statement after another, left Goku in a state of bewilderment, feeling quite passive in the conversation. Wait a moment. Now that I understand Gohan's identity, does that mean you, young man, are also my future son? Goku pointed at Trunks, his mind swirling with confusion. And you mentioned coming to resolve my illness? I am not even unwell. The influx of information during this brief period is overwhelming, making it difficult for him to assimilate it all at once. Upon noticing Son Gohan's gesture, Trunks nodded and began to elucidate, as concealment had become futile. Since another future version of Gohan was present, he decided to introduce himself directly. My name is Trunks, and I am not the son of Uncle Goku. You must be wondering, who am I? That scion over there, Vegeta, is my father. This revelation inundated Goku's mind with a torrent of information and left him in a state of shock. You say you are Vegeta's son? Goku exclaimed in astonishment. The identity of Trunks struck Goku with a greater impact than that of Gohan. Even Piccolo, who had been eavesdropping, was taken aback. This purple-haired Super Saiyan was, after all, the son of Vegeta from a future world? Frankly, none of them had anticipated that Vegeta would have a child. Given that the Vegeta of this era had left a rather unfavorable impression on them all. After processing the deluge of information, Goku glanced back and forth between Trunks and Vegeta before finally calming himself. With identities clarified, Trunks proceeded to inform Goku about the upheaval in the future world, including the impending emergence of androids 3 years hence. Seizing the opportunity, he handed Goku a special medicine for viral heart disease, extending the same to Gohan. For preparedness is the key to averting calamity. Upon receiving the medicine, Goku felt an immense joy. It seemed that his destined demise could be averted. I returned to the present to change all of this and fulfill my mother's wishes. I never anticipated that, in addition to encountering Uncle Goku, I would also meet my future brother Gohan, who has already passed away. Trunks reflected. The ability to see his most significant relative aside from his mother filled Trunks with profound contentment. In your world, did everyone perish, including Gohan, leaving only you alive? Goku asked, feeling a pang of guilt, fully focused on the mention of the androids. Yes, aside from me, everyone fell victim to the rampage of the androids, including my brother Gohan. Trunks recounted, recalling his most painful memories and harboring resentment towards his own inadequacies, his fist clenched tightly in silent determination. Diverging worlds have traversed different trajectories. In the future world, 20 years ahead, the androids have been eradicated through my efforts, Gohan interjected. This statement startled Trunks. In another parallel world, the androids had not continued their devastation but were instead vanquished by Gohan himself. This realization dawned upon Trunks, marking a pivotal moment of transformation. Thus, Gohan, in your realm, you have resolved all crises, have you not? Goku's attention was fixated on Gohan, his gaze subtly drifting to the severed arm of his son. The absence of one hand undoubtedly signified a lasting scar from the battle against the androids. Indeed, I lost an arm in combat. My world mirrors that of Trunks' future, with the sole distinction being that I survived and vanquished the androids. My return to the past is solely to alter history, Gohan replied. Is that so? I comprehend now. Goku nodded thoughtfully. His gaze subsequently shifted towards his comrades. In their effort to thwart the invasion of King Cold and Frisia, his allies must have been carrying senzu beans. The future world must lack these beans. Otherwise, Gohan's arm would have surely healed. Please wait a moment, Gohan. As a father, Goku could not bear to see his son with but a single arm. He gently ascended and soon found himself amidst the Z fighters. Excuse me, everyone. Does anyone have a senzu bean? Could you spare one for me? Goku inquired of a few individuals. Senzu beans? To be prepared for any eventuality. I visited Korin Tower and obtained the remaining senzu beans from Korin. Goku, would you like one? Krillin produced a pouch from his pocket, unveiling 5 green beans before them. No, it is intended for that individual, Goku said, taking one of the beans and turning to fly towards Trunks and Gohan. Huh? For that person? Krillin was bewildered. Such a precious item, already scarce in quantity, was now being offered to an outsider? The Z fighters, unaware of the intricacies, were left in confusion. Only Piccolo grasping the full context. It's fine, the situation has stabilized now. These two are not enemies, he remarked, casting a contemplative glance at the young Gohan. As a paternal figure, he would not permit another tragedy to befall the future Gohan. Returning to Gohan and Trunks, Goku stated, Gohan, this is a senzu bean, consume it, and your severed arm will be restored. He extended the senzu bean towards Gohan. This series of actions undoubtedly astonished Gohan. He never anticipated that his father from the past would prove to be quite a responsible figure. The contrast with his future self became strikingly evident. Although he did not return solely for the sake of the senzu beans, he graciously accepted them when offered. Upon receiving the beans from Goku, Gohan did not hastily consume them. His system was already capable of exchanging senzu beans, and he could restore his arm at will. The reason for his delay was to achieve a higher realm before restoration. What is the matter? Aren't you going to eat them, Gohan? Goku inquired, puzzled. I'm not in a rush. Senzu beans are inherently rare, and I prefer to reserve them for dire circumstances. Besides, father, do you have any other intentions aside from giving me the beans? Gohan discerned his father's unspoken motives. Hiki, as my son, you truly understand me well. Goku chuckled before continuing, I indeed wish to spar with you. After all, I am uncertain of the capabilities of the androids in the future world. Perhaps by measuring against you, I can ascertain my own goals. Moreover, I am eager to witness the extent of your strength in the future and how it compares to my current abilities. Restoring his son's arm was a means by which this father could assist, and engaging in battle with his future son was a secondary objective. Chapter 56. The battle commences. Pressuring Transformation Brothers, please subscribe. The fight between future Gohan and past Uncle Goku. Observing the shifts in energy between Goku and Gohan, Trunks wisely stepped aside. Truth be told, if this battle were to commence, it would indeed be peculiar. Yet, like Goku, he was curious about the strength of Gohan from this parallel timeline. After all, this Gohan had already vanquished the androids in his future world. This alone confirmed that he was significantly stronger than the Gohan of Trunks' own timeline. Father from the past, you should realize that in this era, you are not my match. So, do we still intend to fight? Gohan candidly questioned. After all, the present Goku possessed a mere power level of 5 million in his base form, and 250 million in Super Saiyan. Nevertheless, Gohan was indeed eager and wished to test his abilities. Otherwise, he would not have made his presence known. Hehe. Whether or not you are my opponent will only be revealed through battle. One it, Gohan? Goku's fighting spirit remained undiminished, and he could freely exhibit his full strength in the face of his son. Then let us engage in battle. Confronted with such intense determination, Gohan smiled faintly and nodded. The atmosphere grew increasingly peculiar. Time passed slowly, enveloped in an eerie silence. At this moment, even the sound of a needle dropping to the ground could be distinctly heard. Come on. With a thunderous shout from Son Gohan, the atmosphere shifted. As Son Gohan's energy reached its peak, his gaze underwent a dramatic transformation. The terrifying aura emanating from him unleashed a formidable force, spreading outwards in all directions. For dozens of miles around, the eerie pressure caused the surroundings to tremble incessantly. The ground near Son Gohan's ankles cracked, and the instability of the air pressure caused countless stones to shatter, being lifted and then forcefully crushed into debris. Such a fierce momentum indicated that Son Gohan's strength surpassed their expectations. The overwhelming energy surged like a tempest, shaking the heavens and the earth. As an observer, Trunks was utterly astounded. The pressure of this aura far exceeded his imagination. Is this the true power of Brother Gohan? The Brother Gohan from another world possesses such formidable strength. It is no wonder he could defeat androids without even transforming into a Super Saiyan. Trunks felt a deep admiration for Son Gohan. If the Son Gohan from his world had not perished due to the androids, his strength would likely be comparable to the Son Gohan before him. It is truly terrifying that Gohan can exhibit such power without transforming into a Super Saiyan. Even though I am acutely aware of the vast disparity between us, I cannot suppress my desire to challenge you. Please do not hold back. Son Wukong, with beads of sweat on his forehead, lamented in awe. The overwhelming pressure of this aura made him feel utterly uncomfortable. In a normal context, they were worlds apart. 100 meters away stood the Z fighters, Piccolo, Gohan, Krillin, Tien Yamcha, Vegeta, and even Bulma, an ordinary woman of Earth, all sensed that something was amiss. This impending battle was inevitable. The black-robed figure had targeted Goku from the very beginning. Were they finally about to engage in combat? Krillin exclaimed. The moment his words escaped, it seemed to strike Piccolo's pride, for he had just asserted that the black-robed individual was not an enemy. To Piccolo, he was indifferent to the opinions of others. He concentrated his energy to perceive the formidable strength of future Gohan. It was hard to fathom the immense cost that future Gohan must have incurred to acquire such formidable power. He also began to speculate about the strength of the androids that would emerge 3 years hence. From the outset, the black-robed man had been biding his time, waiting for an opportunity to eliminate Frieza and King Cold, merely passing the time with those trivial tasks. Now, was he planning to confront Goku? Tien spoke up, a cold sweat trickling down his brow. For him at this juncture, a power level in the tens of millions was akin to defying the heavens and reaching the pinnacle of existence. It is worth noting that even after a year of arduous training, his battle power barely crossed into the hundreds of thousands, falling short of the million mark. The prospect of a power level in the tens of millions was utterly unattainable for him. It shouldn't be like this. That person harbors no hostility toward my father. His aura is simply overwhelmingly powerful, Gohan reasoned. Upon hearing this, Piccolo smiled faintly, affirming, indeed, like that purple-haired youth before, this battle remains a test. Their exchange momentarily calmed Krillin and Tien. They were rational beings. If the individual were truly an enemy, he surely wouldn't squander time in such a manner. Meanwhile, watching Kakarot prepare to face another Super Saiyan, Vegeta felt a tumult of frustration and anger within him. How infuriating. They were all Super Saiyans. Yet here I am. He was unwilling to accept it. This trial, belonging to the Saiyans, should rightly include him. However, devoid of mastery over the Super Saiyan state, he lacks even the qualifications to enter the fray. Now, he can only lament in solitude. In the realm of destruction, the Angel Whis observes the unfolding events on Earth through his staff. The performance is about to commence. In this era, Son Goku can be deemed a formidable presence within the universe. Whis anticipates the outcome of the father-son battle that transcends time and space. Suddenly, a voice calls out from beside Whis. Upon closer inspection, it is a blue fish, residing not only in a floating aquarium but also capable of speech. This fish, apart from the god of destruction Beerus and the Angel Whis, is the third entity dwelling in the realm of destruction, a prophetic fish endowed with the ability to foresee the future. What troubles you, dear prophetic fish? Whis inquired, turning his head towards the fish. Oh, nothing much. I am merely intrigued by what could captivate you so thoroughly, Whis, the prophetic fish replied, floating closer with a look of skepticism, gazing at the projection of Earth displayed atop the staff. Are these the Saiyans from Earth? Upon witnessing Whis observing the Saiyans, the prophetic fish felt an even greater curiosity. Indeed, a remarkable battle is on the verge of transpiring, one that nearly led to the demise of Frieza at the hands of Goku. I wonder what sparks may ignite between him and that cloaked figure? Whis mused lightly, refraining from revealing identities. Seeing the anticipation etched on Whis' face, the prophetic fish pondered for a moment before a realization struck him. He surmised that Whis' interest in the Saiyans must be linked to a prophecy from many years prior. Whis, do you believe that one among them may have the potential to ascend to the status of Super Saiyan God in the future? The prophetic fish inquired earnestly. In response to the fish's probing question, Whis merely smiled, offering no answer. The future remains a tapestry woven with uncertainty, and even as an angel, he dared not make presumptuous assumptions. Everything must unfold in its own time. Whether it be Trunks or Gohan, both hailing from alternate realities and regarded as outsiders, one would expect him, in his capacity as an angel, to awaken Beerus and obliterate them. Yet, he chose not to act. He perceived this as an inevitable occurrence, an indispensable part of history. As an angel, his vision extended far beyond that of any other existence. Dear prophetic fish, a fascinating scene is about to unfold, Whis remarked. shifting the topic with a gentle smile. The scene then transitioned back to Earth, where the standoff between Gohan and Goku continued to stretch. Even as neither had made a move, the mere pressure of their auras created a cataclysmic disturbance, causing the Earth to tremble and the sky to darken. This scene unfolded with an intensity that evoked the dread of an impending apocalypse. The energy exchanged was merely a clash of power on the scale of millions. Son Wukong had pushed his combat prowess to its utmost limits, unleashing a staggering 5 million in his normal state. In contrast, Son Gohan had barely tapped into even a tenth of his existing strength. Observing this spectacle up close, Trunks was left utterly astonished, grappling with disbelief. Although the level of pressure was not particularly daunting for him, given his current capabilities and understanding of energy, achieving such a feat in his normal state remained a distant reality. The energy seemed to reach a precarious equilibrium, with Son Gohan appearing remarkably composed and unfazed. In stark contrast, Son Wukong displayed signs of strain. The former still retained significant reserves, while the latter had fully exhausted his normal combat power, even resorting to the reservoir of Super Saiyan energy. Clearly, the gap between us is considerable, father. Are you not planning to transform into a Super Saiyan? Son Gohan quipped lightly, a subtle smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Continuing their standoff would yield no favorable outcome. Well, you have yet to transform into a Super Saiyan yourself, so why should I rush? Son Wukong replied with a wry smile. At that moment, the mere pressure of their confrontation was already proving quite overwhelming for him. He was astounded by the realization that Gohan, from 20 years hence, had grown so formidable. With his keen perception, he could discern the vastness of their disparity. This is merely a disparity under normal circumstances. Should he transform into a Super Saiyan, the gap would expand even further. Being surpassed by his own son leaves him in a quandary, unsure whether to feel joy or despair. Since you, father, are reluctant to transform, I shall compel your Super Saiyan form to emerge. Father, you must observe closely. The smile on Gohan's face grew increasingly pronounced, as his latent energy began to be unleashed. In an instant, a terrifying aura surged forth, escalating dramatically and explosively. The overwhelming presence emanating from Gohan bore down relentlessly on Goku. If he is unwilling to voluntarily assume the Super Saiyan form, then I shall force it out of him. A combat power of 5 million lacks even the merit to warrant a warm-up. Confronted with the dreadfully oppressive aura and its accompanying impact, Goku found himself momentarily unsteady, his pupils dilating in shock. A chill swept over him, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his brow. At that moment, he comprehended the vast chasm that lay between himself and Gohan, a disparity far more outrageous than he had ever imagined. It was almost inconceivable that Gohan could possess such power without even transforming into a Super Saiyan. Goku, filled with trepidation, swallowed hard and wiped the cold sweat from his brow in astonishment. He held a considerable confidence in his own abilities, however. The realm in which Gohan resided was so elevated that he could only look up in awe. Even with the awareness of this gap, he resolved to transform into a Super Saiyan. Father, Gohan exclaimed, his eyes narrowing as the oppressive aura surrounding him surged once more. In this situation, Son Wukong realized that he could no longer maintain his previous stance. In a mere breath, he summoned the S-cells within him, concentrating all his energy to undergo an instantaneous transformation. The unique golden aura of a Super Saiyan radiated from within, enveloping his form and amplifying his presence. With golden hair and azure eyes, he ascended to the first level of Super Saiyan. His battle power surged 50-fold, elevating his combat strength to an astounding 250 million. The oppressive feeling and pain diminished significantly, allowing Son Wukong to exhale in relief. Concurrently, with a mere thought, his aura erupted, momentarily pushing back the terrifying pressure that Gohan had previously exerted. In that fleeting instant, he had almost believed he would succumb to Gohan's overwhelming presence. Fortunately, he transformed in time. Otherwise, if he had lost consciousness, even the mightiest of powers would have been rendered ineffective. Chapter 60. Overcoming the strong with the weak. Son Wukong, in urgency. A plea for subscriptions, my brothers. Phew, that was truly perilous. I was nearly rendered immobile by your aura, Gohan. Son Wukong wiped the cold sweat from his brow, exclaiming with a sense of having escaped a calamity. Witnessing Son Wukong finally transform into a Super Saiyan ignited Gohan's enthusiasm. Only as a Super Saiyan could he engage seriously in battle, otherwise it would be rather dull. Now that the transformation has occurred, let me witness your Super Saiyan form. Father, with a resounding shout, Gohan did not hesitate and willingly chose to strike. This is not merely the obsession of a son battling against his father in this world, but also the fervor of confronting the protagonist. In an instant, his entire aura was retracted back within him. Son Gohan sprang into action in a flash, transforming into a radiant beam of light that shot forth. The ground beneath him crumbled in an instant. In less than 0.01 seconds, Son Gohan arrived before Son Goku. With the force of a crashing wave, he delivered a powerful blow aimed directly at Son Goku's face. A resounding explosion echoed through the air. The unstoppable force of destruction was intercepted by Son Goku, who perfectly dissipated its energy. The terrifying power was redirected into the earth, creating a massive pit approximately 10 meters in diameter and a depth of 1 meter at the base of Son Goku's feet. Son Gohan remained expressionless, while an excited smile appeared on Son Goku's face. In this initial clash, both parties were evenly matched, neither yielding an advantage. Trunks, watching from the sidelines, was pushed back by the shockwaves of the battle, retreating once more to a distance of 10 meters. In the midst of the battle between these two individuals, it would be prudent for him to retreat to a relatively safe location. Simultaneously, he found himself astonished by the magnitude of this confrontation. Is it truly commonplace for Brother Gohan to possess such formidable strength? It is no wonder that he can stand shoulder to shoulder with Uncle Goku, the Super Saiyan. In his world, the androids would undoubtedly be vanquished. Trunks inhaled sharply, his mind intensely focused, leaving no detail overlooked. This battle may indeed present a tremendous opportunity for him. 100 meters away, the location of the Z-Warriors. Could such a level of power truly be unleashed with merely a single strike? Piccolo felt even more astonished by the prospective strength of Gohan at 0.83, who, in his normal state, could withstand the might of Super Saiyan Goku. Such a spectacle, if not witnessed with one's own eyes, would seem utterly implausible. Yet, the scene unfolds before him in vivid reality. The disparity between them is not merely one dimension. Simultaneously, it ignites within him a profound sense of discontent. It is not dissatisfaction with the future of Son Gohan, but rather an acute awareness of his own inferiority compared to the still untransformed Son Goku. Throughout the past year, he has been devoted to rigorous training, believing he could bridge the gap, even daring to entertain the hope of surpassing Son Goku in his base form. Beside him, Vegeta grits his teeth in fury, loathing his own impotence and weakness. How infuriating, how despicable, how intolerable. His eyes, bloodshot and brimming with rage, reflect the pinnacle of his anger. All emotions coalesce into a torrent of hatred and fury. As the Prince of the Saiyans, a being of immense pride, imbued with royal blood, he now finds himself devoid of even the right to engage in battle, particularly when Son Goku, in his untransformed state, exudes an aura and pressure that far surpasses his own current abilities. This was a bitter pill for Vegeta to swallow, his heart brimming with unbridled rage. The scene shifts back to the battlefield, where Gohan's fist remains firmly grasped in Goku's palm, unable to break free. What will you do next, Dad? Gohan mused with a light chuckle. Gohan, it's unwise to conceal your true power. Unleash your Super Saiyan transformation swiftly. Otherwise, I shall defeat you in no time. Goku replied with a smile, his confidence soaring after transforming into a Super Saiyan, believing he could vanquish Gohan within 10 moves. Whether this was genuine confidence, arrogance, or sheer hubris remained uncertain. Indeed, the Super Saiyan form had elevated his combat power to staggering heights, reaching the 100 million mark. In contrast, Gohan's base combat power was a mere 85 million. Although there was a noticeable disparity compared to Goku's Super Saiyan form, Gohan's base power did not accurately reflect his full potential. Should he desire, Gohan could unleash a might far surpassing Goku's in his normal state, even without transformation. The energy reservoir of a Super Saiyan could still be tapped into. A playful smile danced across Gohan's face. So, Dad, are you implying that in your Super Saiyan state, you believe you can defeat me in my usual form with minimal effort? You truly underestimate me. The moment the words left his lips, Gohan abruptly withdrew his arm, signaling the onset of a fierce battle. His relentless barrage of punches and kicks swept toward Goku like a tornado, each strike infused with lethal intent and immense power. Each attack bore tremendous destructive potential, yet allowed for considerable reserve on Gohan's part. Even with just one arm, he maximized the ferocity of his offense. Bang, thud, bang, thud, bang, thud, bang, thud, bang, thud, bang, thud. In an instant, the air resonated with the sound of flesh meeting flesh and the cacophony of impact. Gohan immersed himself in the assault, channeling his ferocity and aggressive style to its fullest extent. For a fleeting moment, he managed to overpower Goku using only one hand and his legs. However, despite gaining the upper hand in the exchange of blows, Gohan found it impossible to suppress Goku in a short span. His base form unleashed without reservation, without hesitation. He struck with all his might. Ding! Automatically absorbing energy from Super Saiyan Goku, converting to energy points. 200, 000. Ding! Automatically absorbing energy from Super Saiyan Goku, converting to energy points. 300, 000. Ding! Automatically absorbing energy from Super Saiyan Goku, converting to energy points. 400, 000. Ding! Automatically absorbing energy from Super Saiyan Goku, converting to energy points. 500, 000. The incessant system prompts echoed in his mind. Each assault allowing the system to absorb the energy relinquished by Son Wukong, thereby transforming it into energy points. However, this was not sufficient. Gohan. Son Wukong effortlessly countered Gohan's attacks, believing that the current form of Gohan posed no real threat to him. As the tide of battle shifted, Son Wukong took the initiative, pressing the offensive against Gohan. He would not show mercy merely because his opponent was his son. Furthermore, the true combat prowess of this young man evidently surpassed his own. If he failed to seize the opportunity to subdue him now, he would surely be the one to suffer later. Then let us continue, Father. You had better hasten your assault to compel me to transform into a Super Saiyan, Gohan asserted, amplifying his energy as he engaged in combat. Even in the face of Son Wukong's relentless onslaught as a first-stage Super Saiyan, he exhibited no inclination to retreat, nor any desire to transform himself. Be cautious. With a fierce shout, Son Wukong intensified his offensive. The Kamehameha fighting style underwent a transformation. He shifted from defense to offense, dedicating himself wholly to the attack. At this juncture, the dynamics of the battle began to change. Son Wukong pressed Gohan relentlessly, forcing him into retreat. One must commend Son Wukong as a seasoned combat genius. Each of his strikes was imbued with terrifying weight, executed with precision and swiftness. Even while fully committed to the offensive, he retained considerable room for maneuverability. Under such overwhelming pressure, Gohan found no opportunity to counterattack, becoming a mere target for Son Wukong's relentless barrage. Nevertheless, his combat skills were undoubtedly superior to those of Son Wukong. Even with only one arm, he had undergone rigorous training, continually honing his abilities, ensuring that he would not falter even against an adversary of equal caliber. After exchanging hundreds of blows, Gohan had thoroughly deciphered Son Wukong's attack patterns. With this understanding, it was now Gohan's turn to counterattack. His combat style was far more intricate than it initially appeared, having been forged through countless trials. He had refined his combat instincts and techniques to perfection. In the fleeting moments before Son Wukong's attacks could strike, he consistently evaded them with uncanny precision and grace, deftly blocking when necessary. With a resounding crash, Son Wukong's blow missed its target, his formidable punch colliding violently with a rocky outcrop. In an instant, the mountain, struck by such overwhelming force, crumbled to ruins, scattering debris in all directions. Another miss? Just like before. This repeated failure caused Son Wukong to furrow his brow in concern. Has he truly seen through my methods of attack? The incredulity regarding the formidable strength of Gohan only deepens within me. Goku retracts his arm, which had obliterated the rocky mountain, and turns to meet Gohan's gaze. After enduring this battle, Gohan remains unscathed, engaging in combat with only one arm. Had Gohan both arms at his disposal, his offensive prowess would likely render Goku's defense far less effective. I have discerned your movements, Father. Despite your incessant alterations in your attacking strategy, attempting to predict my trajectory in hopes of striking me, it is utterly futile. I am well versed in your combat style and techniques. What you lack, I possess in abundance. Gohan states, his expression devoid of emotion. The words spoken ignited a deeper sense of provocation within Son Wukong. It dawned on him that this individual hailed from a future 2 decades ahead. However, the fact that his son, Gohan, could suppress the form of a Super Saiyan with his normal state filled him with a wave of indignation. The first level of Super Saiyan, failing to surpass his son's ordinary state, was truly a source of embarrassment for him as a father. He felt his dignity slipping away. Provoked by Gohan, Son Wukong's heart surged with defiance and rage. It was inconceivable that, even if one could decipher his attacking style, it was utterly impossible to evade every strike with perfect accuracy. In this world, no one could be invulnerable, not even you, Gohan. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Son Wukong's aura sharpened. In a mere heartbeat, he launched his assault once more. His energy surged, transforming him into a blinding streak of light as he charged towards Gohan with ferocity. In less than 0.1 seconds, Son Wukong's fists, imbued with a chilling brilliance, hurtled toward Gohan. In that fleeting moment of their gazes locking, a fierce battle erupted anew. Unyielding in his resolve, Son Wukong threw himself wholeheartedly into the fray, determined to crush Gohan with an overwhelming onslaught. This particular combat style bears a striking resemblance to that of Prince Vegeta. The sole distinction lies in the fact that the prince's technique utterly forsakes defense, immersing himself entirely in the offensive to deliver devastating blows to his adversaries. In contrast, Son Goku's fighting approach is characterized by a harmonious balance of attack and defense, enabling him to seamlessly transition between either mode with remarkable finesse. Observing the battle from a distance of several dozen meters, Trunks was left utterly astounded, unable to close his mouth in disbelief as he witnessed the most incredible spectacle of his life. In his normal state, this Gohan is able to engage in an intense and evenly matched battle with Son Wukong in his Super Saiyan form. Although they appear to be on equal footing, it is evident that Gohan is holding back significantly more power. Moreover, it is clear to him that Son Wukong is becoming increasingly anxious, desperately striving to overwhelm Gohan with an unrelenting offensive. This inadvertently played into Gohan's strategy. This Gohan, hailing from an alternate parallel universe, possesses an unimaginable level of power. He was astonished and rendered speechless. If he were to wield such formidable strength, the androids would pose no challenge to him, easily crushed at his whim. This also ignited within Trunks a profound admiration and yearning for Gohan. Uncle Goku's offensive had been utterly disrupted. It was unimaginable that he could contend with a Super Saiyan merely in his normal state. Trunks could only wonder what terrifying heights Gohan's power would reach upon transformation. He inwardly lamented the evident outcome of the battle. The defeat of Son Goku seemed merely a matter of time. In another location, the Z warriors were on high alert, their eyes fixated on the unfolding battle. The intensity of this high-level battle far surpassed their expectations, leaving them all in a state of astonishment. Warriors with combat power indices of no less than 100,000 could barely discern the trajectories of the combatants. Those whose combat power fell below this threshold struggled even to catch a glimpse of the afterimages. All the Z warriors present had undergone specialized training and refinement under the guidance of the King of the Worlds, their strength undoubtedly exceeding that of the Jinyu Force, firmly maintaining levels above 100,000. However, there was one exception. Upon revival, his strength not only failed to increase, but instead, due to a year of complacency, his physical capabilities had significantly waned. Without a doubt, the individual in question is Yamcha. Super Saiyan Goku, however, cannot even graze the hem of his opponent's garment. And this is in a state prior to his transformation into a Super Saiyan. Krillin is acutely aware that the situation has taken a dire turn. The dark-cloaked Gohan appears to be subdued, yet in reality, the two are evenly matched, with perhaps a slight advantage for one. Can it truly be that Goku, another Super Saiyan, lags so far behind this individual? That seems implausible. What is happening? The young Gohan, in disbelief, retorted. After all, they believe that all Super Saiyans should be on equal footing. Once one attains this transformation, any discrepancies in power should not be vast. They are not Saiyans, and their conjectures are limited to such notions. My father will not lose. If I keep watching, he will surely prevail. The young Gohan possesses unwavering faith in his father's victory. One can only imagine his expression upon discovering that he is battling an alternate version of himself from the future. Everyone harbors immense hope that Goku will emerge victorious in this confrontation. After all, Goku is the linchpin of their team, the very essence of their resolve. Should he falter, it would be an unbearably heavy blow for all. Can you not simply silence yourselves if you lack understanding of the battle? A group of fools. Your combat experience and insight amuse me. Vegeta dismissively scoffed at their remarks. He stands as the strongest among them, capable of perceiving what others cannot. Goku cannot maintain his Super Saiyan state for long. He is unable to sustain this transformation in battle for an extended duration. Kakarot is already exerting himself to the utmost, while that Saiyan retains considerable reserves. In this high-intensity conflict, Kakarot's stamina is rapidly depleting, and he cannot endure for much longer. Defeat is imminent. Vegeta elucidated to the others. To be frank, he could hardly believe that the scene unfolding before him was indeed real. In his steadfast belief, a Super Saiyan is an invincible warrior of the universe. Once transformed, they should be unstoppable, impervious to defeat. Yet now, this illusion has been ruthlessly shattered, demonstrating that Super Saiyans are not truly invincible. Given that they are both Saiyans, it is evident that if one possesses sufficient strength, they can vanquish a Super Saiyan even in their normal state. Vegeta is acutely aware that this dark-cloaked figure is not taking the fight seriously, maintaining a playful demeanor. treating Goku merely as a toy to be discarded mercilessly once boredom sets in. Damn it, why is it that, despite being of the same race, the disparity between them is so vast? He is undeniably the one among all who possesses the supreme royal bloodline, the individual capable of effortlessly overpowering Son Gohan. Maintaining a dominant stance over Super Saiyan with his natural state should undoubtedly be him. He has elevated his combat power from a mere numerical value to an astounding 4 million plus, fully aware of the method he employed. Currently, the most expedient way to augment one's ordinary combat power is through this very technique, resurrection from the brink of death, resulting in a dramatic surge in strength. Besides gravity training, I must also embrace this approach. At this moment, Vegeta has made a resolute decision in his heart. It is precisely this choice that will catalyze a profound transformation within him, propelling his future achievements to unprecedented heights, rendering them immeasurable. Not only will he be able to catch up to Son Wukong at an astonishing pace, but he may even surpass him in a single bound. As the scene shifts back to the battlefield, countless attacks fail to significantly impact Gohan, evoking a mix of joy and frustration within Goku. On one hand, as a father, he revels in witnessing his child's formidable combat prowess, far surpassing his own. On the other hand, the stubbornness of a father refuses to yield. Even though this young man is Gohan from 20 years in the future, he is unwilling to concede defeat so easily. Previously, he had hoped to compel Gohan to utilize his Super Saiyan transformation through sheer force in his normal state. Now, having unleashed his own transformation, he finds himself at the mercy of Gohan's ordinary power, rendered utterly helpless. Despite holding a considerable advantage in strength in various aspects, every attack falls short, failing to connect. What does it matter if the attacks are powerful if they cannot land? What is the matter, Dad? Is your strength limited to this? Or have you simply had enough and wish to cease fighting? This provocative demeanor only served to infuriate Son Gohan further. He was indignant. While it is true that in the state of a Super Saiyan, he retained a modicum of rationality and cognitive ability, his character and thought processes were nonetheless altered. Even though he understood that Gohan was deliberately teasing him, he found himself utterly intolerant. Gohan, you impudent child, you have truly grown bold. With a deep breath, the defiant Son Gohan steadied his stance, a sinister grin spreading across his face. His teeth ground in frustration. Since the first level of Super Saiyan proved ineffective, he would have to resort to that technique. Though he had little confidence in his ability to control it, and a moment's carelessness could lead to his own obliteration. He refused to concede defeat, especially to his own son. The limits must be shattered by his own resolve. Although you hail from 20 years in the future, I refuse to believe that I am so inconsequential before you now. Let me showcase the fruits of my training on planet Yardrat. While the duration may be fleeting, I am determined to prove my worth. Drawing a deep breath, a fierce combat spirit ignited in Son Wukong's eyes. He was ready to fight with all his might. This scene caused a slight frown to form on Son Wufan's brow. His facial expression shifted to one of gravity and astonishment. Through the perception of his aura, he sensed that Son Wukong's energy was expanding at an astonishing speed, and the intensity of this increase was far from trivial. A conjecture began to take shape in his mind. Could it be that his arrival had precipitated subtle alterations in the narrative of this timeline, triggering a series of unforeseen consequences akin to a butterfly effect? Or perhaps Son Wukong had conducted research on this matter in the original tale, yet had chosen to keep it concealed. Wong. The space around them rippled with layers of undulating waves, as a crimson light enveloped the golden flames, ultimately shrouding Son Wukong's form entirely. The crimson radiance is none other than the Kaioken. Ever since mastering the Super Saiyan transformation, Goku has not completely shelved the Kaioken technique. However, to think that the Kaioken would be employed in conjunction with the Super Saiyan state, only you, Father, would dare to do so. With narrowed eyes, Gohan swiftly discerned the dire state of Goku's body. Not only was he unable to maintain the Super Saiyan form for an extended period, but the burden imposed by the Kaioken only exacerbated his predicament. The members of the Sun family are indeed reckless in battle, each one more willing to risk their lives than the last. Goku was utterly incensed. Super Kaioken. With a furious roar, Goku's battle power surged dramatically. The Super Kaioken elevated his battle power by 50%. At this moment, Goku's battle power reached an astonishing 375 million, perilously close to the threshold of 400 million. In the blink of an eye, Goku launched himself into action once more. The golden aura entwined with the crimson malice culminated in a strike of immense force. The devastation wrought was nothing short of formidable. The sudden onslaught caught Son Gohan completely off guard. Bang! Without the opportunity to defend himself, A powerful punch landed squarely on his face. The force radiated from his visage throughout his entire being, an overwhelming power that rendered him unable to control his body, transforming him into a projectile that soared backward. Ding! The automatic absorption of energy from Super Saiyan First Level, Super Saiyan Kamehameha State, by Goku, resulted in a conversion of energy points. 1,000,000. The system's notifications rang out incessantly, yet Son Gohan paid them no heed this time. A trickle of blood slipped from the corner of his mouth. In a relentless pursuit, Goku, seizing the moment, closed in on the flying Son Gohan with remarkable speed. Showing no mercy, a deep crimson light traversed the space between them. In less than a breath, all his strength coalesced to its zenith, concentrating in his right leg, which then unleashed a devastating whip kick. Boom! The heart-stopping sound of impact reverberated through the air. Son Gohan's back took the brunt of the blow, propelling him skyward like a rocket. Ding! The automatic absorption of energy from Super Saiyan First Level, Super Saiyan Kamehameha State, by Goku, resulted in a conversion of energy points. 2,000,000. The tingling sensation and excruciating pain radiating from his back made him grimace and grin simultaneously. 0. Such an encounter holds a semblance of intrigue. Otherwise, it would merely be a one-sided onslaught, rendering it rather tedious. Prepare yourself. The frantic roar reverberated through the heavens as Son Gohan lunged once more towards Son Gohan in a stance reminiscent of the Super Saiyan God. His speed was so prodigious that it eluded the naked eye. He had anticipated Son Gohan's arrival at that precise location, channeling all his energy into a singular point. With his hands pressed together, he crafted a mighty hammer, delivering a thunderous blow aimed directly at the oncoming Son Gohan. Bang! The might of this strike could easily shatter mountains, its energy intensity even capable of stirring the very fabric of space itself. Enduring this unparalleled blow head-on, a fleeting expression of discomfort and pain crossed Son Gohan's face, yet he managed to suppress it. Ding! The automatic absorption of energy from the first level of Super Saiyan Super Kaioken form of Son Goku transformed into energy points. 3,000,000. The greater the force of Son Goku's assault, the more energy was absorbed and converted into energy points by the system. Struck by a devastating blow, Son Gohan plummeted from the sky like a shooting star, crashing into a colossal rock formation. Boom, 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 boom. Countless mountains were reduced to rubble as Son Gohan collided with them. In an instant, thick smoke billowed and debris flew in all directions. Though Son Goku's final strike was undeniably fierce and ruthless, it held little consequence for him. While it was his usual state, Son Gohan had secretly tapped into the reservoir of Super Saiyan energy to shield his body, preventing severe injury. After demolishing several massive rock formations, Son Gohan emerged unscathed, his attire untouched. It was as if Son Goku's assaults bore no effect upon him, pushing aside the boulders that had pinned him down. Son Gohan slowly rose to his feet. It hurt, indeed, but it was merely a fleeting discomfort. Rubbing his aching chest, Son Gohan mused that while the members of the Son family may appear gentle, in battle, they could be exceedingly ruthless, particularly the old rogue, Son Goku. When provoked, he showed no mercy. Such is the essence of combat. It must possess a certain thrill. However, this battle must conclude here, a lamentable notion, Son Gohan reflected. In his sense of ki, he perceived that after the explosive outburst, Son Goku's aura had diminished significantly, losing the sharpness and ferocity he had displayed during his assault. Judging Son Goku's location through his ki perception, Son Gohan leaped with agility and hastened towards him. In the past, this father, constrained by pride, forcibly unleashed the Super Kaioken, driven by the desire to avoid a humiliating defeat. Chapter 62. Goku admits defeat, stopping just in time. On the battlefield, Goku knelt on the ground. His hands braced against the earth, his breathing becoming increasingly erratic. A profusion of cold sweat covered his forehead and enveloped his entire body. Although he still maintained the first level of Super Saiyan, his body had reached its limits. A closer examination would reveal that his frame trembled slightly, as excruciating pain coursed through him. Utilizing the Kaioken in the state of a first-level Super Saiyan inflicted tremendous damage and strain upon his body. Executing the Kaioken while already at the brink of his limits was inherently a perilous endeavor, yet he had succeeded. However, even with this success, he paid a staggering price. The combined strain of the Kaioken and Super Saiyan resulted in unimaginable trauma to his physique. His physical exhaustion rendered his muscles uncoordinated. Every inch of his flesh and every cell in his body felt as though they were being mercilessly gnawed upon by countless ants, an agonizing suffering that was unbearable. Suddenly, Within his perception, he sensed Gohan's energy approaching rapidly, causing Goku's pupils to constrict and his brow to furrow. He abruptly lifted his gaze, filled with disbelief as he beheld Gohan drawing near. After Goku had unleashed the Super Kaioken, Gohan not only withstood it, but emerged unscathed. Remarkably, even his clothing remained intact. This is utterly outrageous. How could this possibly be? Son Wukong was astonished. Upon witnessing Son Gohan unscathed, his pride suffered a severe blow. He never imagined the chasm between himself and this future son would be so vast. It's over, father. You have underestimated me. I am far more powerful than you could ever conceive. However, battling you has greatly aided my understanding of what I lack. Regrettably, the disparity between us cannot be bridged by mere Kaioken. Even if I were to forcibly augment my energy through Kaioken, you would still not prevail against me. Son Gohan refrained from striking again. His gaze fixed on Son Wukong. He recognized that the latter was at his wit's end, rendering any further pursuit unnecessary. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong felt no anger. Instead, a sense of relief and exhilaration washed over him. Aha! Defeated by my own son, should I rejoice or lament? Gohan, you have endured excruciating training to hone such combat skills and strategies. It's unbelievable. You have seen through all my attack patterns, each time only narrowly evading them. Even with Kaioken, it was merely a sudden burst that caught you off guard. At that moment, a whirlwind of thoughts stirred within him, emotions swirling in tumult. Times change. And eras shift. His son had surpassed him. Son Gohan simply regarded Son Wukong in silence, showing no intention of further aggression. The battle had reached a point where continuation was unnecessary. The victor was clear. He had triumphed. Son Wukong was acutely aware of this truth. Thus he refrained from launching another attack using Kaioken. Even if he possessed that capability, he understood that Son Gohan would not be easily vanquished by such meager attempts. Should the exertion of Kaioken impose an unbearable strain on his body, he would undoubtedly lose this confrontation. Moreover, crucially, his earlier outburst had only managed to catch Son Gohan off guard due to the latter's unawareness. He did not believe his future son would make the same mistake twice. Son Gohan had already deciphered and scrutinized his Kaioken. Even if he were to transcend his limits again, Son Gohan would no longer be the passive recipient of blows, but would actively counter and turn the tide of battle, reversing the previous helplessness he had faced. Alas, it is truly disheartening that the gap between us is so immense. I once thought that even if I could not defeat you in my normal state, I would certainly prevail as a Super Saiyan. Son Wukong let out a self-deprecating smile, as if lamenting yet also admiring Son Gohan's strength. His emerald eyes fixated on his son as he spoke. The truth is harsh. The height you stand at far exceeds my current position. Gohan, splendidly executed. I concede. Son Wukong has admitted defeat. The once formidable aura dissipated entirely, as he transitioned from a state of Super Saiyan to his ordinary form, with the energy reservoir of the Super Saiyan fading. The immense burden of the Kaioken technique was no longer mitigated by this power, unleashing unimaginable agony upon Goku, who grimaced in pain. The side effects of the Kaioken began to backfire on his body. Gohan observed as every muscle in Goku's body twitched violently, as if living creatures were writhing within his veins. Gohan, too, found no desire to continue the battle, realizing it was best to cease at this juncture. This marks the inaugural confrontation between father and son, yet it is assuredly not the final one. Without uttering a word, Gohan stepped forward, extending his hand to assist Goku in rising. Let us engage in battle once more when the opportunity arises. By then, I shall be even stronger. Goku, supported by his son, grinned widely. He felt indignant, unwilling to concede defeat to his own offspring. Very well, should the chance present itself, I shall not decline. Gohan responded without a hint of hesitation, nodding in agreement. Goku's eagerness to challenge was something he welcomed with open arms. Moreover, who would refuse the gift of energy points so readily offered? Uncle Goku, Brother Gohan. At that moment, Trunks soared in from the distance. Having witnessed the entirety of the event, the formidable strength of Goku, as well as that of Gohan, even in divergent parallel worlds, the prowess of these two individuals left him in awe. Goku alone exhibited a level of strength that surpassed his own by a considerable margin. Had he lived to see 3 years hence, free from the affliction of viral heart disease, he would undoubtedly have grown even more powerful. The threat posed by the androids seemed trivial in comparison. Another source of exhilaration for Trunks was Gohan, the elder brother from an alternate timeline, whose might was astonishingly formidable. The androids were of no consequence in his presence. Outside the battlefield, the Z fighters bore witness to this spectacle, their hearts filled with astonishment and disbelief. Goku lost? Yamcha exclaimed, incredulous. To him, Super Saiyans were akin to deities. Goku stood in a realm and dimension beyond their reach, his strength having surpassed their understanding by an unfathomable degree. Yet, despite this, even after transforming into a Super Saiyan, he was unable to withstand the might of the cloaked Gohan, let alone compel him to reveal his own Super Saiyan form. How terrifying. Such a powerful warrior. Does he truly exist? Under the transformation of Super Saiyan combined with the Kaioken, Goku's body was on the brink of collapse, as the Kaioken state could not be sustained for long. Yet, even so, victory remained elusive. He could not even force that individual to transform. Krillin clenched his fists, beads of cold sweat appearing on his bald head due to fear. It was only at this moment that he realized how insignificant he truly was. Although his strength was among the pinnacle on Earth and the vast cosmos, he was merely a speck of dust adrift in the universe. The dimensional gap was too great. Even Super Saiyan Goku could not compel his opponent to reveal his true abilities. As Vegeta had previously remarked, Goku had been toyed with from the very outset. Had that cloaked figure wished to eliminate Goku, the moment their eyes met would have likely been his last. Tianjin could hardly suppress a gasp of disbelief. The dignity of his status as a martial artist had been profoundly undermined. He had believed that his arduous training, though perhaps not on par with the extraordinary abilities of Goku's Super Saiyan form, would yield commendable results. Yet, to witness Goku being utterly overwhelmed in front of a multitude was a shocking revelation. Even the first level of Super Saiyan was insufficient to contend with the prowess of that individual. Consequently, what worth did his own martial artistry hold? They should be grateful that this formidable being was not their adversary, and that the encounter between him and Goku was merely a friendly sparring session. Had this individual been their foe, one could scarcely fathom the catastrophic carnage that would ensue, a veritable river of blood. Piccolo hypothesized aloud, contemplating the dire implications of such a terrifying presence standing against them. He then cast a sidelong glance at the still youthful Gohan, marveling at the prospect that Gohan might one day rise to such astounding heights, a state of constant battle as a Super Saiyan. Such an outrageous event has utterly overturned all perceptions. After reflecting on this astonishing occurrence, Piccolo ultimately revealed a smile of satisfaction. A splendid performance, Gohan 5-0. The revelation that his father had been defeated left a young son Gohan wide-eyed in disbelief, seething with indignation over his father's downfall. Though incredulous, the truth remains, his father lost. He succumbed to that cloaked man with a severed limb. One can only ponder how Gohan will feel in the future when he learns that this enigmatic figure is, in fact, himself. He, who has triumphed over the father he has always idolized, albeit as a version of himself from 2 decades hence, would undoubtedly experience a sense of accomplishment. Yet, amidst all this, the focus remains on the present-day Vegeta. Damn it all. You shall all meet your demise. The depths of his hatred and fury grew increasingly profound, hinting at a potential descent into madness. Rage coursed through his being, igniting a fierce desire for vengeance and violence. An uncontrollable aura emanated from him, radiating outward. He yearned to unleash his power, to transform into a Super Saiyan like those 3 individuals. Yet, he found himself unable to do so. An unseen force shackled him, preventing the awakening of his own Super Saiyan form at this critical juncture. Chapter 63. If you wish to survive, dedicate yourself to training. Meanwhile, within the realm of the gods of destruction, the Angel Whis and the Oracle Fish observed the combat displayed through the projection of the scepter. As anticipated, Son Goku had been defeated by the cloaked man with a severed limb. When did such a formidable being emerge in our universe? That Super Saiyan was already formidable. Yet he pales in comparison to this individual, the Oracle Fish remarked in astonishment. It too was curious about the identity of the cloaked man, as the emergence of such a powerful entity would undoubtedly elevate the average strength of Universe 7. I only discovered him recently. He is indeed quite strong, Whis chuckled softly, taking a sip of tea as he spoke to the Oracle Fish. This cloaked man must be a Saiyan as well, right? Whis. Which of them do you believe will emerge as the Super Saiyan God foretold in the future? The prophetic fish, filled with curiosity, inquired of Whis. Although it possessed the extraordinary ability to foresee the future, its insights were only general in nature. As for the identity of the Super Saiyan God, it remained an enigma even to itself. In stark contrast, Whis, having lived through countless cycles, was an angel of profound wisdom, his vision piercing through the veils that obscured the ordinary eye. Who would be worthy of becoming the Super Saiyan God? The angel's judgment was nearly infallible. However, Whis' subsequent response momentarily left the prophetic fish in a state of bewilderment. I, too, am uncertain about who the Super Saiyan God is. We must await the unfolding of the future. That which is destined to appear will do so when the time is ripe, Whis replied, his demeanor calm and unhurried. Upon receiving this answer, the prophetic fish stared in astonishment, momentarily at a loss for words. Are there still enigmas in this world that even angels cannot decipher? This is indeed the first time I have witnessed such a spectacle. At that moment, a tremendous explosion erupted from the location of the God of Destruction's palace. Observing this scene, Whis remained unperturbed, having become quite accustomed to such chaos. With practiced ease, he deactivated the projection at the tip of his staff. Honestly, Lord Beerus is once again throwing a tantrum. Even his slumber is not free from disturbance. How vexing. Whis let out a resigned sigh. Having spent many years in the company of the God of Destruction, he was well aware of his temperament. And he had long since grown accustomed to the explosions that accompanied Beerus's morning moods. After all, he frequently found himself tasked with tidying up such messes. Staff in hand, Whis rose and leisurely made his way towards the God of Destruction's quarters. The scene shifted back to Earth. The battle had concluded, and Goku felt a significant reduction in the strain caused by the Kaioken technique. Phew, that was close. I almost thought I was done for. The Kaioken technique should not be used recklessly. Even transforming into a Super Saiyan does not change that. Goku took a deep breath, releasing a sigh of relief. His previously twitching muscles had returned to normal, no longer in convulsions. His aura, once chaotic, had reverted to a stable flow, albeit slightly weaker than usual. Well, now that the fighting is over, it's time for me to address the real matter at hand. Gohan intended to directly delve into the topic, intending to elaborate on events that Trunks was unaware of. Brother Gohan, are you not going to discuss the androids, just like I am? Trunks inquired, as that was the primary reason for their arrival. Little did he know, Gohan had much more to share. What I am about to reveal is something you are unaware of, a true adversary beyond the two androids, 17 and 18. Upon hearing Gohan's words, Goku and Trunks' expressions instantly turned grave. Trunks was taken aback. Besides these two androids, could there be an even more formidable threat lurking in the future? Gohan, are you suggesting that, apart from Android 17 and Android 18, there exists another enemy that will emerge in 3 years, one that is even stronger? Goku's demeanor grew serious. The might of Android 17 and Android 18, as described by Trunks, was such that they could toy with him effortlessly, making it seem easy to eliminate his present self. Yet, he had not anticipated that the androids were merely pawns, with an even more powerful and dangerous boss concealed behind them. Indeed, what I am about to elaborate on is the future that Trunks has yet to experience, the true enemy they must confront in 3 years. Androids 17 and 18. In his presence, would merely serve as nourishment for evolution. After a brief explanation, Gohan began to speak earnestly to the two, elucidating who the true enemy would be 3 years hence. 5 minutes elapsed as Gohan recounted everything that transpired in his future world to Trunks. The androids created by Dr. Gero were not limited to Android 17 and Android 18. There existed other models, far more formidable androids that had yet to be activated. These included androids 13, 14, 15, and 16, as well as the formidable Android 16, alongside the androids he himself had engineered, such as Android 20. Notably, this also encompassed the ultimate android, Cell. Gohan emphasized the significance of Cell, articulating with great precision. A culmination of countless powerful cells, including those of Frieza and his progeny, meticulously cultivated by Dr. Gero. Cell was an ultimate android capable of astonishing growth. He could evolve and enhance himself by devouring the flesh and life force of humanity. In this context, Androids 17 and 18 were merely sustenance for the monstrous entity's growth. Upon absorbing this information, Goku and Trunks were rendered speechless, particularly Trunks, who found himself overwhelmed and disoriented. To him, Androids 17 and 18 were the architects of Earth's descent into chaos. Yet, in comparison to the ultimate android, Cell, they were but insignificant threats. Gohan warned Trunks to remain vigilant against Cell, for in his memories of the original narrative, a version of Cell from a parallel universe had slain Trunks, usurping his place in the time machine to journey back 2 decades into the past, indeed, arriving a year before Trunks himself. Was the Earth of the future truly beset by such calamities? Gritting his teeth, Trunks clenched his fists, feeling increasingly helpless and troubled. The androids were merely a fade, the true challenge lay ahead. Gohan, you are aware of these truths because the ultimate android, Cell, fell by your hand. did he not? The astute Son Wukong inquired further. The reason Son Gohan possessed such extensive knowledge must surely stem from their previous encounters, in which he emerged victorious. Since Son Gohan had triumphed, it suggested that the future was not devoid of hope. 3 years, there remained 3 years during which he could seize the opportunity to strengthen himself. Confident that he could become formidable enough to rival Son Gohan. Indeed, I chanced upon that individual and utterly vanquished him, perhaps sensing the trepidation in Son Wukong's heart. Son Gohan cautioned, I am aware of your thoughts, father. You need not fret about cells hatching. The cell of this timeline has a considerable way to go before maturity. During this interval, you should seek out Dr. Gero's laboratory. Should you discover that monster, you can eradicate him before he even begins to emerge. Thank you, Gohan. This information will prove invaluable to me. Son Wukong furrowed his brow, astonished by the disarray that had befallen the future world. The adversaries he faced were far more numerous than he had anticipated. Simultaneously, he felt an overwhelming regret. The Red Ribbon Army. He should have eradicated them completely in his youth. Had he slain them all, he would not now be confronted with such numerous calamities. He had come to understand a harsh truth. One must root out the source of evil, even with his inherently benevolent nature, for the sake of Earth and this world. He must embrace a certain ruthlessness. Well, since you are already aware, I need not elaborate further. The antidote for viral heart disease has been provided by Trunks. There is no longer a need for me to linger here. Turning away, Son Gohan waved his hand, intending to depart. If you wish to avoid death, then devote yourself to rigorous training. We shall meet again in 3 years. With a wave, Son Gohan activated his instant transmission, heading toward the desolate expanse in the distance. He left without affording anyone the chance to bid farewell. Wait for me, brother Gohan. After a moment of struggle, Trunks resolved to follow Son Gohan. Since this elder brother was so powerful, having resolved the crisis of the parallel world, he surely possessed the means to address the peril in his own world. He believed that by harnessing Son Gohan's strength, he could alter his own destiny. With a surge of energy, Trunks pursued him. Watching the two figures gradually vanish into the horizon, Son Wukong hesitated, his emotions in turmoil. Finally, he exhaled deeply, his gaze heavier than ever before. The world is on the brink of change. Must we not pause for even a moment? Thank you, Gohan, for providing me with this information. Otherwise, I would remain oblivious to the perils that await in the future. Goku clenched his fists tightly, a fervent desire to grow stronger igniting within him. To be candid, after mastering the power of the Super Saiyan, he had contemplated retiring. Yet, he never anticipated that the strength of a Super Saiyan would prove insufficient against the adversaries that would emerge 3 years hence. He must constantly strive to enhance his power, relentlessly pushing his limits. Chapter 64, Protecting One's Own World. As Gohan in his black cloak and Trunks departed, all the Z-fighters soared over to Goku. Are you all right, Goku? Krillin approached, expressing concern for Goku's condition. Noticing that Goku merely appeared slightly fatigued, he sighed in relief. What did that person say to you, Goku? Tien inquired, stepping forward. Given the abrupt confrontation, he had already categorized the cloaked Gohan as an enemy. Just as Goku was about to respond, he was ruthlessly interrupted by Piccolo. It's best if you refrain from asking about this matter. Knowing will serve no purpose. If you wish to avoid demise 3 years hence, dedicate yourselves to training. Piccolo's sudden interjection startled everyone, particularly Goku. Piccolo, do you know everything? Goku exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief as he pointed at Piccolo. The truth regarding those two being travelers from the future must remain unspoken. Rest assured, even if I am aware, I will not disclose it. The matters concerning them should remain between us, Piccolo reassured, sensing Goku's apprehension. He was not one to carelessly divulge information. He understood the peril that words could unleash, capable of leading this world into unpredictable turmoil. What do you mean by training desperately to avoid death 3 years from now? Yamcha, taken aback, failed to comprehend Piccolo's ominous words. The other Z-fighters were equally perplexed, unable to grasp the full meaning of Piccolo's statement. Listen, 3 years from now, formidable foes will arise. To ensure our survival, we must train diligently and prepare together for the future of Earth, Goku interjected, emphasizing the urgency. There were truths he could not reveal, yet the impending crisis 3 years hence must be met with their united strength. Several dozen kilometers away, Gohan descended onto a desolate expanse, with Trunks following closely behind. Is there something else you wish to discuss, Trunks? Turning around, Son Gohan locked eyes with Trunks, sensing that Trunks had something significant to express. After a brief moment of struggle and hesitation, Gohan's older brother resolved to articulate his thoughts. Gohan, since you hail from an alternate parallel universe, I kindly request that you accompany me to my own parallel world to aid me in vanquishing Android 17 and Android 18. And indeed, other androids as well. Trunks articulated his audacious request. In that instant, it became evident what kind of mindset this young man possessed. This fellow remains the same immature child. After following me for so long, did you come after me merely to utter such an utterly foolish remark? You truly disappoint me. Tenix. In response to Tenix's plea, Son Gohan shook his head. Why does this young man not contemplate relying on his own strength to salvage the future world, but instead seeks assistance from another? Brother Gohan has reprimanded me, and Trunks finds himself at a loss for words. He believes that his own abilities are insufficient to vanquish the androids, and that with Gohan's power, the annihilation of these foes would be effortlessly achieved. Alas, his aspirations are enchanting, yet reality is starkly unforgiving. Gohan has no leisure to venture into his future world, and even if he wished, it may not be possible. Listen well, Trunks, Gohan states, though I am your elder brother, we hail from disparate worlds. In my realm, I have altered everything, thus, why should you not endeavor to change your own world by yourself? It is better to rely on oneself than to seek aid from others. As Gohan approached Trunks, an overwhelming aura surged forth like a tidal wave, pressing down upon Trunks's form. In an instant, Trunks sensed an unimaginable pressure descend upon him, nearly causing him to falter and fall. Fortunately, his resolve was robust and his body resilient, allowing him to withstand Gohan's formidable presence. At this moment, Trunks felt a pang of apprehension. It dawned on him just how foolish his actions had been, despite standing before someone as dear to him as Brother Gohan. The chasm between their worlds rendered the possibility of assistance impossible. This action has undeniably altered the course of history. One's own world should be salvaged through one's own efforts, rather than relying on the strength of others. It is truly a sign of weakness. No wonder one feels psychologically overshadowed by mere artificial beings. Despite inheriting the blood of Vegeta and being of the same Saiyan lineage, you allow these creations to instill fear within you. They have become the shadows and haze of your existence, and with this fear, you shall never triumph over them. Without raising his voice, the mere utterance of Gohan's words increases the pressure around him, intensifying the weight of his presence. Trunks can only feel his body ensnared by an overwhelming gravity, causing him to twitch uncontrollably, teetering on the brink of collapse. This time, Tenix remained silent, gritting his teeth in resolute determination. The oppressive aura emanating from Son Gohan simulated the environment of the gravity training chamber, intensifying to an overwhelming degree, causing Tenix's form to grow increasingly heavy and uncontrollable. Just as he seemed on the verge of collapsing forward, this young man stubbornly refused to fall. This is precisely what Son Gohan had hoped to witness. He has finally regained a semblance of clarity, albeit still not fully matured. Yet, this marks the commencement of his transformation. Are you not yet inclined to succumb? Perhaps you should, for should you fall, I may indeed show mercy and venture into your realm to vanquish all the androids. Son Gohan jested playfully with Trunks, expecting him to topple forward upon hearing his words. However, the outcome defied his expectations. Trunks made his own choice, enduring Son Gohan's overwhelming aura, determined not to yield. After a tense stalemate lasting 10 seconds, Son Gohan voluntarily dissipated his oppressive presence. Trunks, feeling a wave of relief, gasped for breath, his inhalations becoming increasingly frantic. Finally liberated from that terrifying pressure, he recognized the vast gulf between himself and Son Gohan. If he could harness this power, defeating the androids would pose no challenge. It seems you have made your choice, Trunks, Son Gohan observed, a light chuckle escaping him as he regarded the panting Trunks. Yes, I understand now. Thank you, Brother Gohan. Trunks replied, having awakened to the realization that he could no longer rely on others to save the future world. Only through his own strength could he achieve true salvation. The future world was his to rescue, not someone else's. With newfound direction, Trunks dispelled his confusion. In light of your fervent desire to save your world, I shall grant you a modicum of assistance, Son Gohan said with a gentle smile. In the face of Trunks' astonished gaze, he tossed the magical bean that Goku had previously bestowed upon him. For Son Gohan, the bean held little significance, though it could restore his severed arm. The timing was not yet ripe. If he wished to regrow his arm, he could easily exchange for another bean from the system's marketplace. Energy points were trivial to him. Is this a magical bean? For me, Trunks exclaimed as he caught the item tossed by Son Gohan, recognizing it as a Senza bean. In the future world, such beans were nearly extinct. Had they still existed, battles would not have been so arduous. If they had been available, his own brother Gohan would not have perished. Now, he had received a senzu bean. Your world must be saved by your own strength. The assistance I provide is but a paltry gift. Son Wukong admonished like a stern mentor guiding Trunks. I understand, Brother Wukong. Thank you. With the celestial beings in his possession, Trunks felt a newfound sense of confidence. As a hybrid scion, he understood that as long as he remained alive, every severe injury he healed from would render him stronger. The celestial being given to him by Gohan was akin to granting him a second lease on life. Since you seem to have awakened, let me share a piece of news with you, Gohan stated. Super Saiyan is merely the beginning, not the pinnacle. If you can surpass Super Saiyan, then defeating the androids will be a trivial task. Surpassing Super Saiyan? Trunks murmured, a realization dawning upon him as his pupils constricted. The Gohan before him had already transcended Super Saiyan. No wonder he was able to vanquish the androids of the future. Once one transcends Super Saiyan, eliminating androids becomes a mere formality. For so long, Trunks had believed that Super Saiyan represented the ultimate limit for their kind, but now, with Gohan's guidance, clarity washed over him. Without that layer of doubt, he comprehended how to transcend his own boundaries and grow stronger. Indeed, once you surpass Super Saiyan, the androids will merely be feeble insects, easily extinguished with a mere flick of your hand. To achieve this transcendence, seek out the gravity training chamber left by your father. There, you will swiftly discover your own answers. With that final piece of advice, Gohan turned, retrieving a universal capsule from his pocket. He pressed the button and casually tossed it aside. Boom! The capsule erupted, revealing a time machine. Chapter 65, The 3-Year Pact. As the time machine materialized before him, Gohan opened its hatch and leaped into the control room. Before departing, he cast one last glance at Trunks, the visitor from another parallel world, and said, Every world has its own future, and the future is not something to be handed to you. It is something you must strive for. Until we meet again, Trunks, I hope that by then, you will have grown significantly stronger. With those parting words, Gohan activated the time machine. As the machine powered up, the hatch sealed, and it began to ascend into the heavens. An invisible force surged forth, and the time machine vanished, entering the temporal tunnel. Do I need to forge my own future? Trunks pondered, not merely relying on the charity of others, standing still in contemplation. After a considerable time, he glanced down at the celestial being nestled in his palm. This is the gift bestowed upon him by Son Gohan before his departure, evoking a memory he most wishes to forget. In that fragile new world of his, Son Gohan fought alongside him against the androids. However, the sheer might of the androids proved overwhelming, and his own power was still immature, rendering him utterly incapable of standing against them, leading to his near demise. In a desperate bid to ensure his survival, his elder brother Son Gohan sacrificed his own arm, utilizing the last of the senzu beans to save his life. Although revived by the bean, he remained insufficiently powerful, unable even to awaken as a Super Saiyan, rendering him a complete liability. The second tragedy struck with the demise of his brother Son Gohan. It was during that time that he finally awakened as a Super Saiyan. Yet it was to no avail, as he remained as insignificant as before. I shall remember your words. Next time, I shall not let you down, Brother Gohan. Trunks silently vowed within his heart, armed with the senzu bean and the opportunity for growth that Gohan had imparted. He understood clearly what he must do next, transcend the Super Saiyan. With the senzu bean secured, Trunks retrieved his versatile capsule containing the time machine and, with a press of a button, hurled it to the ground before him. Boom. The capsule exploded, transforming into the shape of the time machine. Leaping into the control room of Time Machine 100, Trunks navigated it back to the future world, 20 years hence. Meanwhile, on the side of the Z fighters, Goku and Piccolo were elucidating the impending crisis that awaited them in the future. To avert the tragic world that would arise 3 years later, they resolved to undertake rigorous training for the next 3 years, designating the location of the android's emergence as their rendezvous point. Are you certain those two mysterious individuals are truthful? Goku? Will formidable foes arise, even beyond the capabilities of a Super Saiyan? Questioned Yamcha, while the others had already accepted the reality. Believe it or not, if powerful adversaries do appear 3 years hence, and you fall to them, blame your own inadequacy. I, for one, shall not remain idle nor cease my training, retorted Piccolo, dismissing Yamcha's foolishness before Goku could speak. Knowing the true identities of Gohan and Trunks, how could there be any doubt? Piccolo's harsh words left Yamcha feeling alarmed. Truthfully, he felt like a mere pawn, having long contemplated abandoning his training. Yet, He was not entirely ready to relinquish that identity, subconsciously desiring to remain. He could not bear to let go, yet his strength lagged behind that of his companions. Even with 3 years remaining, he feared he would only fall further behind. But why don't we use the Dragon Balls to halt Dr. Gero's experiments before the androids even appear? Why not eliminate him in advance to prevent the creation of artificial beings? At that moment, Bulma interjected with a sudden remark. Upon hearing her words, everyone fell silent for a moment. It made sense. If we were to utilize the Dragon Balls to ascertain Dr. Gero's whereabouts and deal with him beforehand, the androids would never come into existence. Yamcha felt a surge of delight and quickly concurred. Silence. Anyone who dares to entertain such notions shall be the first I eliminate. The first to voice opposition was Vegeta. As the Prince of the Saiyans, his dignity forbade him from evading conflict. The others lapsed into silence. To be honest, they too were unwilling to shy away. As warriors, facing challenges head-on was the correct path. Foreseeing a crisis may allow for opportunism, but what of subsequent threats? That Bulma, suggesting the killing of Dr. Gero, who had yet to commit any wrongdoing, seemed rather unjust, did it not? Goku spoke up. What difference does it make? He is a member of the Red Ribbon Army. Moreover, this concerns the future of Earth and our lives. Is it not prudent to extinguish the crisis in its infancy? Bulma retorted, a hint of frustration in her voice. She was reluctant to endure any unpleasantness. Don't say that, Bulma. Honestly, I'm quite curious about how formidable the androids will be in 3 years. Besides, knowing the future doesn't guarantee defeat. Goku unabashedly expressed his desire for battle. He was a Saiyan, yearning to engage with powerful warriors rather than retreat like a coward. Though my strength may be lacking, I, like Goku, hold dear the honor of a martial artist. I too do not wish to prematurely conclude the events of 3 years hence, Tien Shinhan interjected. You are utterly hopeless. Since you have all resolved to proceed this way, what can I, an ordinary person, say? Despite her frustration, Bulma could only let out a resigned sigh. I shall strive to grow stronger over the next 3 years, and when the time comes, I will lend you my support, Goku. Krillin, Goku's fellow disciple, stated without hesitation after a moment of contemplation. He too sought to grow stronger, although he could never surpass a Super Saiyan. He found satisfaction simply by staying close to Goku. As a martial artist with his own pride, he had time to push himself to his limits, aspiring to become more powerful within 3 years. It seems some among you remain clear-headed, unlike that coward, Vegeta remarked, casting a fierce glare at Yamcha. Who are you calling a coward? Yamcha, now filled with rage, shouted at Vegeta. However, as realization dawned upon him, he was left horrified to find that he had dared to raise his voice at Vegeta. This is indeed Vegeta. With just a single strike, he could bring himself to his demise. I never mentioned any names, so do not take it personally, you fool. In response to Yamcha's counterattack, Vegeta let out a cold snort, his mere glance nearly sending Yamcha into a state of panic. A taunting expression was evident upon his visage. Coward. Disdainfully regarding Yamcha in his heart, Vegeta shifted his gaze to Goku. Kakarot, do not presume that mastering Super Saiyan will enable you to forever surpass me. In 3 years, I shall make you understand who truly reigns as the strongest Saiyan. This applies to those 2 fellows from before as well. I will defeat each and every one of you without exception. Vegeta's words dripped with fury and jealousy. 3 years, he intended to utilize this time to completely transform himself, to awaken his own Super Saiyan powers in their entirety. Very well, I shall await your attempt to surpass me, Vegeta. Goku remained unfazed by Vegeta's provocation. 3 years would be ample time to create a significant gap between them, particularly since Vegeta currently had yet to master Super Saiyan. That distance would only widen. To suggest that Vegeta could surpass him in such a short span of time was, quite frankly, something Goku could not believe. Of course, from a certain perspective, Goku hoped that Vegeta would indeed surpass him. That would render their rivalry all the more intriguing. We shall see. Such a dismissive response ignited a fire of frustration within Vegeta, yet he felt powerless to react. With a mighty leap, he unleashed his energy and swiftly departed from the area. He was determined to grow stronger at the fastest possible pace, no matter the cost, solely for the sake of reclaiming his dignity. As he soared through the skies, the fury within Vegeta intensified, and fleeting images of the Black Cloaked, armless Gohan and Trunks flickered through his mind. In particular, the figure of the Black Cloaked, armless Gohan was one he deemed essential to defeat. Just wait. In 3 years, we shall meet again, and at that time, I will reclaim everything that is rightfully mine. Vegeta vowed silently, vanishing in a flash. That fellow Vegeta, I truly do not comprehend why you continue to tolerate him, Goku. Piccolo maintained a hostile attitude towards Vegeta. After all, they were adversaries. It was under Vegeta's hand that he had met his demise at the hands of Nappa. Even to this day, Vegeta remained a villain of the highest order. Goku should have eliminated him the moment he arrived on Earth. Do not speak so, Piccolo. Time has the power to change everything. I believe that Vegeta has already transformed significantly since the time he first arrived on Earth. I trust that one day, he too will become a truly good person. Goku candidly expressed his thoughts without reservation. This has left others speechless. Is Vegeta truly a good person? Nonsense. Among those present, aside from you, Krillin, and Gohan, who has not fallen victim to his hand, if they were not at a disadvantage against him, they would certainly have eliminated Vegeta. So, my friends, we shall meet again in 3 years. Having clarified everything, Tianjin Fan expressed his desire to leave and turned to soar into the skies, leaving behind a solitary silhouette. Since a decision has been made, I shall return to Master Roshi's place. With that, Krillin unleashed his energy, performing the instant transmission technique, and ascended into the heavens. With his departure, only 5 individuals remained. By the way, Piccolo, do you have any plans lately? If you are willing, I would like to extend an invitation for you to train alongside me and Gohan. Suddenly, Goku conceived an idea and sought to invite Piccolo to train with them. After all, Piccolo was aware of the impending events in the future world, and his strength was formidable, second only to Vegeta and himself. If they could train together, the efficacy of his growth over the 3 years would be significantly enhanced. You wish for me to train with you? That is not out of the question. Upon hearing this, Piccolo found it intriguing and readily agreed. It was a perfect opportunity to hone his abilities and assess the current gap between himself and Goku. Moreover, Gohan from this world was also present, providing a chance to personally mentor him, enabling him to shine even brighter in the future. That would be splendid, Goku chuckled softly. Meanwhile, within the time tunnel, a time machine traversed the currents of time. The master of this time machine was none other than Gohan. This journey was not to the future world 20 years hence, but rather to the world 3 years forward. He intended to leap through time, heading directly to that future realm. The time machine's fuel had been replenished and refined, allowing for 5 journeys within a century. I wonder how my intervention will alter the future world. They should all become stronger than in the original narrative, shouldn't they? Son Gohan began to ponder the nature of the future 3 years hence. After all, in the world of the past, his existence had made a significant impact. And news regarding other androids, including the ultimate android Cell, had also emerged. Gohan sincerely wished for them to grow stronger. Their strength would ultimately benefit him. He had a premonition that the future would not mirror the original narrative precisely. History had been altered, and his arrival had introduced subtle discrepancies, leading to unforeseen changes in what lay ahead. Chapter 66. The future 3 years later, on the 12th day of May in the year 766 of the age of the universe, at 6 o'clock in the morning. On a small island 6 kilometers southwest of South City, the Z-Fighters gathered as predetermined, just as they had agreed 3 years prior. The arduous training over the past 3 years had transformed them significantly. Each of their powers had undergone remarkable qualitative leaps. In a mere span of 3 years, Goku's base combat power had surged from 5 million to 12 million. Piccolo had experienced a profound transformation, his strength now reaching the extraordinary realm of hundreds of millions. Compared to 3 years ago, he had become exponentially more formidable. Truly, he was the epitome of a warrior from Namek. In this era, Son Gohan also underwent a significant metamorphosis. Though not as powerful as his father, his youth revealed extraordinary potential. His base combat power had already reached 5 million. And in moments of anger, it could easily double. The duo of Tianjin and Krillin also experienced tremendous enhancements in their abilities, both surpassing the 1 million mark. Tianjin's combat power had risen to 5 million, while Krillin edged slightly ahead at 5 million. Nearly everyone present had broken through the million threshold, with one notable exception. Yamcha, as in the original story, had trained intermittently over the past 3 years, but his commitment waned, resulting in a power level of only 500. 000, an improvement from 3 years prior, yet still rendering him a mere cannon fodder character. While he was indeed far stronger than Captain Ginyu, in the context of this era, he was inconsequential. It was no wonder he was so easily pierced by Dr. Gero, who had transformed himself into an android. With just an hour remaining before the androids would commence their assault, Goku addressed his assembled comrades, urging them to prepare. Indeed, after 3 years of arduous training, I am no longer the same. Even with the android's appearance, I am confident in my ability to face them. His fists clenched. Tianjinan expressed his unwavering confidence in the strength he had attained through relentless effort. Yes, I feel the same. Klin clenched his fists, brimming with excitement. At that moment, a plane soared through the sky, landing beside the Z warriors. At this moment, Bulma, cradling Trunks, descended from the aircraft. Is that your child with Yamcha? Krillin instinctively inquired upon noticing the infant in Bulma's arms. That is certainly not my child. Yamcha vehemently denied Krillin's assumption, his tone laced with jealousy and depth. Bulma was no longer his woman. Amidst the astonished gazes of everyone present, Son Goku approached, looking at the small infant in Bulma's embrace, and instinctively remarked, "He must be Vegeta's child, right?" The words left everyone in a state of bewilderment, including Bulma, who displayed an expression of disbelief. "How did you know he is Vegeta's child?" Bulma exclaimed in shock. She had certainly not divulged this news to anyone. Her companions had been diligently training, undisturbed by one another. Today, she had specifically brought Trunks to introduce him, yet it seemed as if Goku had anticipated it all along. "Oh, I just guessed," Goku replied. Realizing he had nearly let something slip, his face flushing with embarrassment and a hint of guilt. "Guessed?" Bulma shot him a skeptical look, clearly unconvinced by Goku's fabrication. "Time is running short, Goku," Piccolo interjected, adeptly alleviating Goku's awkwardness. "Everything will proceed according to the plan we had previously established. Should we detect the appearance of the androids, we will maximize our energy and come at once," Piccolo commanded without the slightest hesitation. All the Z fighters nodded in agreement, ready to commence their actions based on the assigned positions. An hour later, true to the original storyline, Android 16 and Android 20 made their appearance. Yamcha was swiftly pierced through the chest, nearly meeting his demise. To avoid collateral damage to the humans within the city, they relocated the battlefield. At this moment, in an unremarkable desolate mountain range in the south, a time machine materialized suddenly. The hatch opened, revealing Son Gohan, who had traversed time from the future. Transforming the time machine into a universal capsule, he murmured to himself, expanding his energy perception. Through this enhanced awareness, he sensed that a battle was already unfolding on a nearby small island. Undoubtedly, it was the energy of Son Goku, who had indeed grown significantly stronger compared to the Goku of the past. Yet, it seemed this was the limit. "It appears I have arrived just in time. His energy fluctuations are quite pronounced. Has the viral heart disease already manifested?" In the realm of aura perception, Sun Wukong's energy fluctuated unpredictably, leading Son Gohan to conclude that, true to the original narrative, Sun Wukong believed himself to be unharmed, thus neglecting to take his medicine. With a mere thought, Son Gohan immediately focused on Sun Wukong's aura. Teleporting instantaneously, his form dissipating like a ghost, vanishing from the spot. The scene shifts to the battlefield, where the conflict is at its zenith. Sun Wukong, in his first transformation into a Super Saiyan, confronts Android 16. Initially, he harnesses the formidable strength of his Super Saiyan form to dominate Android 16. However, as the battle endures, his power wanes, accompanied by increasing, agonizing pangs in his heart. This also resulted in a significant decline in his combat prowess. When faced with Android 16, he went from having the upper hand to being utterly overwhelmed. The onlooking Z fighters sensed that something was amiss. "Oh no, Goku's viral heart disease has flared up." Piccolo immediately discerned the problem. Father's energy is waning. Young Gohan, feeling his father's plight, wished to rush in to assist, but was stopped. Aside from Android 16, there was also Android 20. They dared not act recklessly, particularly in light of their unfamiliarity with this Android 20. "Hiki, this battle belongs to Son Goku. Do not interfere lightly." The corner of Android 20's mouth twitched with a cold smirk. He somewhat overestimated his own combat capabilities. Among those present, only Piccolo had the potential to defeat him. Yet his previous caution stemming from intelligence reports held him back from acting decisively. Without anyone to aid him, Goku was being relentlessly pressed by Android 16. Just as Android 16 intended to utilize his energy absorption device to drain Goku's life force, Gohan arrived at the battlefield in the nick of time with instant transmission. As his target was set on Goku, he materialized at the heart of their confrontation in an instant. Android 16's eyes widened in shock at the sudden appearance. Before he could regain his composure, a powerful kick struck his head, sending him hurtling thousands of meters away, crashing through countless boulders before coming to a halt. You made it, Gohan," Goku exclaimed as he beheld the figure in the black cloak. Memories flooding his mind. After 3 years apart, his future son had indeed arrived. "You're really risking your life, Dad. Fighting in Super Saiyan form despite knowing your health is compromised. Gohan remarked, looking at his father, who was in a weakened Super Saiyan state, barely able to speak. Hee. I just wanted to test their strength. As soon as Goku spoke, the pain from his viral heart disease caused him to revert from his Super Saiyan transformation. Cold sweat pouring down his face, unable to breathe. The two descended from the sky, and Goku stumbled, nearly collapsing to the ground. Fortunately, Gohan quickly rushed over to steady him. Due to the absence of the special medication for his viral heart disease, they could only return to their home at Capsule Corporation. No one leaves my presence alive. Android 20 seethed with fury, resolutely refusing to allow anyone to rescue Son Gohan. A surge of pink energy beams erupted from his dual pupils, aimed directly at the ailing Son Gohan. However, his arrogance proved excessive, as the two rays were effortlessly repelled into the air by an invisible force. Who are you? Dr. Gero's gaze fell upon Gohan. Due to the dark cloak concealing the figure's face, he remained oblivious to the individual's identity. For years, having operated from the shadows, he had gathered intelligence on all the Z warriors on Earth, yet the true identity of the man before him eluded him. Gohan cast a glance at Dr. Gero, and the combat power reading appeared before his eyes, only 60 million points, a stark contrast to Android 16's 250 million. After lurking in the shadows for so long, don't you know everything? Dr. Gero, you don't even know who I am? Gohan teased, revealing the name of Android 20, which instantly shocked everyone present. This robot was indeed Dr. Gero? Dr. Gero is dead. I am Android 20. Upon having his secret unveiled, Dr. Gero narrowed his eyes. His transformation into an android had remained a closely guarded secret. Yet this cloaked man discerned his true identity in an instant. Something felt amiss. Android 20, is it? Do as you wish. In truth, you are already a dead man. Gohan dismissed the notion of wasting further words on Dr. Gero. Do you think you can kill me at any moment? Dr. Gero's disdain ignited a fury within him. The one who will kill you is not me, but that fellow. Gohan pointed skyward. Everyone turned their gaze in the direction he indicated. In the sky, clad in a blue battle suit, Vegeta entered their line of sight. He is Vegeta? When did he arrive? Krillin gasped in astonishment upon seeing Vegeta above. He had been completely unaware of his presence. That guy has been here since the battle commenced, merely concealing himself in the shadows, Piccolo explained, having sensed Vegeta's energy long before. TCH, have I been discovered? Upon being discovered, Vegeta ceased his pretense. He descended slowly from the sky, exuding an aura of unparalleled ferocity. His combat power registered within Gohan's sight, 13 million. In his normal state, he surpassed Goku by 1 million. Reflecting on the original narrative, it was indeed at this moment that Vegeta eclipsed Goku. Just then, the battered and disheveled Android 16, previously sent flying by Gohan, approached with fury etched upon his face. You damn bastard! I will kill you. The returning Android 16 seethed at Gohan. Gohan, however, regarded him with disdain, hardly deigning to acknowledge the android. Merely an insect. Android. Let me see what you are truly capable of. Vegeta's gaze fixated on Android 16. For 3 years, he had prepared for this battle. He had successfully shattered his limits. Today was the moment to assess his strength. You think you can challenge me? Android 16 scoffed at Vegeta. Noting that his energy detector indicated Vegeta's combat power was but a fraction of his own. Trash. Vegeta, if you wish to live, step aside. I possess all your combat data. Your techniques are useless against me. Android 16 was singularly focused on eliminating Gohan, dismissing Vegeta entirely. Oh, you possess all my combat data? Then I wonder if your data includes this. Vegeta's eyes narrowed, veins bulging on his forehead as he clenched his fists, drawing upon the S cells within him. A terrifying aura radiated outward, and Vegeta's energy surged from within. In an instant, his combat power skyrocketed, astonishing everyone present, save for Gohan. In a fleeting moment, Vegeta's overwhelming energy eclipsed that of all others in attendance. Chapter 67, The Challenge of Vegeta. A golden flame radiated from within, forming a catastrophic shockwave that created a massive crater beneath his feet. The skies darkened, and golden lightning struck the earth, lashing down in fury. Amidst his frenzied cries, Vegeta exerted every ounce of strength to transform into a Super Saiyan. It was almost complete. Gohan recognized the escalating combat power as a precursor to Vegeta's transformation into a Super Saiyan. During this period, Vegeta indeed possesses the ability to transform. However, it appears that his arrival has significantly enhanced his strength. While Gohan maintains a composed demeanor, the Z fighters react differently. Vegeta unleashes a terrifying energy potent enough to annihilate the world, coupled with the spectacle of his golden aura radiating magnificently. This fellow Vegeta has surprisingly mastered the transformation into a Super Saiyan. The overwhelming presence emanating from Vegeta leaves Piccolo utterly astonished. This force had already left him far behind. How could a Super Saiyan be? A look of fear flickered in Tianjin Fan's eyes. This overwhelming aura carries with it a chilling malevolence that instills terror in the heart. This sensation far surpassed any adversary encountered before, even leading Tianjin Fan to believe that Vegeta was more formidable than Frieza, who had arrived 3 years prior. Impossible. Wasn't the prerequisite for transforming into a Super Saiyan supposed to be a heart of utter purity? How could Vegeta possibly possess such mastery? Krillin was left astounded. The young Son Gohan of this era was rendered speechless, overwhelmed by the sheer intensity of this aura. The transformation into a Super Saiyan did not hinge on possessing a heart of absolute purity. Son Gohan interjected with a reminder. The Super Saiyan transformation is a manifestation of the Saiyan bloodline's power. Once one reaches a certain threshold of strength, anyone can awaken it. The S cells are the key to becoming a Super Saiyan, and the quantity and purity of these cells fundamentally determine the limits of a Saiyan's transformation. They were all mistaken. Having once believed that only those of pure hearts could attain the Super Saiyan state, this transformation is, in essence, the awakening of the malevolent heart of a Saiyan, cleansed by the fury of intense emotions, enabling the utilization of the S cells. Even from several dozen kilometers away from the battlefield, Goku, being carried towards the Baozi Mountain by Yamcha, could perceive this formidable aura. Yamcha, in turn, was thoroughly frightened. The terrifying aura emanated from Vegeta. How could such power, even more formidable than Goku's transformation into a Super Saiyan, originate from him? Yamcha, trembling with fear, exclaimed, "This overwhelming energy, could it truly be Vegeta's?" Goku, still retaining a flicker of consciousness, could not help but smile wryly upon sensing Vegeta's extraordinary presence. Before he could utter another word, darkness enveloped him, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. "Hey, Goku." Noticing Goku's precarious condition, Yamcha disregarded everything else and hastened towards the direction of Baozi Mountain. On the battlefield, Vegeta had undergone a transformation, emerging as a Super Saiyan. With golden hair, piercing blue eyes, and a sinister smile, he exuded an unparalleled aura and overwhelming power. The Super Saiyan power is not merely the domain of Kakarot and you lot. I, Vegeta, have also mastered this strength. Vegeta declared with a wicked grin as he emerged from the deep crater. His energy levels were astonishing, radiating a terrifying presence akin to that of a demon. Is this another transformation similar to Goku's? It matters not. I can defeat Goku. Vanquishing you will be a mere trifle. The enigmatic confidence of Android 16, believing himself the victor over Goku, rendered Vegeta insignificant in his eyes. In contrast, Android 20 fell into deep contemplation. His internal energy detector revealed that Vegeta's power far surpassed that of Goku. Is this yet another transformation not recorded in the data? Android 20 pondered a retreat plan. He had assumed that, after becoming an android, everything would be under his control, but the current turn of events hinted at impending peril. He needed to flee, and swiftly. Indeed, it is an astonishing presence, Gohan remarked, gazing at the first stage of Super Saiyan Vegeta. Before him, Vegeta's combat power was vividly displayed. With a baseline of 13 million in his normal state, Vegeta's transformation into a Super Saiyan amplified his power 50-fold, elevating his combat prowess to an astonishing 650 million. This formidable power can be regarded as the strongest on this planet. This aura has surpassed that of Goku. He has achieved it. Feeling the terrifying presence emanating from Vegeta, Piccolo is filled with trepidation. The force was overwhelming, threatening to cast him aside entirely. The onlookers, Tianjin Fan and Klin, were left utterly astonished. Their combat power was merely over 5 million, a mere speck in the presence of entities boasting over 100 million in strength, rendering them insignificant like ants. Do you truly believe that defeating Kakarot places you on par with me? Vegeta's eyes sparkled with newfound confidence, a trait he had once lost. Arrogance, dignity, audacity, and bravado, all that he had forsaken had returned to him in this moment. Vegeta's spirit swelled immensely, dismissing all others with disdain. Do not be so presumptuous, Vegeta. I possess all your combat data. Just moments ago, Son Goku transformed into your form, yet he still fell before me. The mysterious confidence of Android 16 seemed to arise from nowhere, despite his combat power being a mere 200 million, vastly overshadowed by Vegeta's prowess. Is that so? A sinister smile crept across Vegeta's face. Kakarot merely faltered due to a viral heart condition, unable to unleash the full might of a Super Saiyan. Did you truly believe yourself invincible? Allow me to reveal the true terror of a Super Saiyan. Let us see if you can withstand my strike. With a malicious grin, Vegeta raised his hand, blue and white arcs of electricity dancing in his palm, a terrifying energy coalescing within. The relentless energy formed into a colossal azure and gold lightning sphere. The moment this sphere materialized, Android 16 was taken aback, his internal energy detector signaling an imminent danger, compelling him to flee. Perish. Big Bang attack. With a thunderous roar, horrifying energy erupted from Vegeta's palm, hurtling towards Android 16. Android 16 attempted to resist, using his energy absorption device to consume Vegeta's Big Bang attack, but the reality was brutally harsh, proving his overconfidence misplaced. Vegeta's attack collided with him at an astonishing speed, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. Boom. A deafening sound echoed as the energy detonated. Its terrifying might seem incapable of upending the world itself. A tempest of wind and waves surged forth, thick smoke billowing upwards, a visible mushroom cloud rising into the sky. At the center of the explosion, a 100-meter-deep crater formed. Android 20 was rendered speechless by the scene before him. Just one strike had obliterated Android 16. From the heart of the explosion, a round head was blasted to the feet of Android 20. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the head of Android 16. How could this be possible? The stark contrast instantly instilled fear in Android 20. Previously, Android 16 could fiercely contend with Super Saiyan Goku, but upon Vegeta's arrival, he was swiftly vanquished. What a farce. Unbeknownst to him, Goku was unable to unleash even a fraction of his formidable strength due to viral heart disease. Had he been able to exert even half of his power, Android 20 would have met his demise. At that moment, Android 20 firmly resolved that his earlier premonition was indeed correct. He needed to flee. Humph. Dull. It seems these androids are rather unimpressive. Vegeta displayed a confident, sinister smirk. The Z fighters, mere onlookers, were rendered speechless by the spectacle before them. It was utterly absurd. Such formidable power, and Android 16 was annihilated in an instant. Vegeta's gaze shifted to Android 20, his contemptuous eyes filled with disdain, devoid of any intent to engage. With a single glance, he discerned that Android 20's strength was even inferior to that of the recently defeated Android 16. However, upon realizing that Vegeta had noticed him, Android 20 immediately turned and fled without a backward glance. Worthless. With a keen understanding of the android's capabilities, Vegeta dismissed the idea of pursuing such detritus. His true objective was Gohan. Stop him, Vegeta, Piccolo suddenly shouted. Yet, Vegeta remained unfazed, slowly turning to fix his sharp, cold gaze directly upon Gohan. Huh? Have you set your sights on me? Gohan felt a flicker of surprise as Vegeta shifted his interest from Android 20 to himself. He could sense that Vegeta's target had never been the androids, but rather him. Vegeta, this is not the time for recklessness. Piccolo attempted to interject, but was silenced by Vegeta's icy stare. I could easily eliminate that trash of an android. Compared to that fleeing coward, my focus is solely on him. Vegeta's terrifying aura erupted, his arms sweeping dangerously close to sending all the Z fighters, save for Piccolo, flying. His singular aim was Gohan. Anyone foolish enough to challenge him would face dire consequences. Vegeta is insufferable. Piccolo seethed with rage towards him. This individual remains, undeniably, an unstable factor. He could have directly annihilated the androids, yet he chose to provoke Son Gohan instead. It appears you have had your sights set on me from the very beginning. Son Gohan remarked with a slight smirk at the corner of his mouth. Initially, I intended to eradicate all the androids, but they proved to be too feeble. That fool Kakarot, hindered by his viral heart condition, is incapable of exerting his full strength, rendering him unworthy of my effort to defeat. But then you appeared. That changes everything. A fierce battle spirit surged within Vegeta's eyes. The recent swift defeat of Android 16 had led him to consider all androids as mere refuse. Due to his viral heart condition, Son Goku is unable to perform at his peak, and he also scorns the notion of taking advantage of others' misfortunes. The arrival of this one-armed figure in black robes is precisely what he desires. In comparison to the androids and Son Goku, his primary concern lies with this most formidable Saiyan. It seems that a confrontation is inevitable. Son Gohan's expression remained impassive. The humiliation you inflicted upon me 3 years ago is still vivid in my memory. Now, I have mastered Super Saiyan. Everything I once lost, I shall reclaim. With his teeth clenched, Vegeta's resolve was unshakable. This battle could not be avoided. This is his battle to prove himself, a fight in which he wagers his dignity. Shane? I hardly recall bringing forth any disgrace. If you wish to fight, then let us engage. Sun Wukong 5-0 readily consented. For who would refuse the opportunity of energy points presented so conveniently? Damn Vegeta, always seeking trouble at such moments. Does he truly believe that transforming into a Super Saiyan will grant him victory over Gohan? Piccolo regarded Vegeta's actions with disdain. This individual shall undoubtedly face the consequences of his actions. With a surge of energy, Piccolo soared towards the direction in which Android 20 had fled, followed closely by the other Z warriors who paused momentarily before giving chase. Since Vegeta was reluctant to eliminate Android 20, it fell upon them to eradicate the threat completely. On this island, only Son Gohan and Vegeta remain. Though they have yet to engage in battle, an intense atmosphere has already begun to build. Son Gohan stands resolute, braving the terrifying aura emanating from Vegeta in his Super Saiyan first form. 3 years. I have awaited this moment for 3 long years. At last, I have attained the power of a Super Saiyan. Today, I shall demonstrate who truly reigns as the strongest Saiyan. A fervent battle spirit flickers in Vegeta's eyes. The title of first holds immense significance for him. Well then, come at me swiftly, Son Gohan replies nonchalantly. It is only logical to seize the energy that presents itself. 3 years ago, our disparity was indeed vast, yet if you approach me with the same demeanor you used against Kakarot, I shall make you pay a grievous price. Vegeta warns, noting that Son Gohan has yet to transform. His threats, however, only invite mockery and derision from Son Gohan. I am quite curious to see what sort of painful price you intend to make me pay, Son Gohan retorts. Chapter 68, Normal Form Defense. The Prince's Might. Even before the battle commences, the atmosphere has grown heavy. The Super Saiyan Vegeta and Son Gohan lock eyes, and merely the clash of their auras ignites arcs of blue electricity between them. This is merely the lingering influence before the formal commencement of battle. And Son Gohan has yet to transform into a Super Saiyan. It is not solely a contest of strength, nor merely a clash of momentum, rather. It is a unique realm forged by the combatants' indomitable will to fight. Neither has made the first move. Yet the collision of their auras and fighting spirit intensifies with each passing moment. Vegeta's aura is tempestuous and fierce, exuding an invisible pressure capable of annihilating all in its path. In contrast, Son Gohan's aura resembles a tranquil sea, deceptively calm yet concealing the depths of a surging tide. It is profound, steady, mysterious, and formidable, leaving others unable to discern its true extent. Although it may appear as his normal state, he has subtly summoned the energy reservoir of the first level of Super Saiyan. Come forth, unleash your Super Saiyan form, or your defeat is inevitable, Vegeta declared. His fist clenched, his expression grave, with flames of determination igniting in his gaze, speaking in a tone laced with cold resolve. Has the battle not even begun? And yet you presume to predict the outcome, Vegeta? Such excessive confidence is hardly a virtue, Son Gohan retorted, playfully challenging Vegeta. During this period, Vegeta has indeed grown formidable. Yet he still falls short of true strength. Even without transforming, he can easily draw upon the energy reservoir of a Super Saiyan to contend with his opponent. However, should he choose to ascend to Super Saiyan form, the outcome would be trivial. A single strike from him would be sufficient to vanquish Vegeta. Gohan's words ignited a spark within Vegeta. Nevertheless, he did not succumb to rage. Instead, a cold smirk crept across his lips, and a chilling aura enveloped his being. Words are futile. True strength speaks for itself. I shall demonstrate to you the true power of a Super Saiyan. I, Vegeta, am the mightiest Super Saiyan. A desperate roar erupted from Vegeta's lips as he fully activated his internal reservoir of Super Saiyan energy. With a thunderous crash, his overwhelming presence surged forth, accompanied by an unimaginable weight and force, pressing down towards Gohan's position. Sensing the intensity of Vegeta's unleashed aura, Gohan remained utterly unmoved. The chasm between them was not trivial. As the energy of the first stage of Super Saiyan was summoned, Gohan effortlessly dissipated the terrifying aura emanating from Vegeta. Come, let us settle this. With a furious shout, Vegeta crouched, gathering strength, and leapt forward with astonishing speed towards Gohan. He moved like the wind, swift as lightning. I am eager to uncover your true nature. In a flash, Vegeta, enveloped in a fierce golden flame, approached Gohan in a mere 0.5 seconds, delivering a cataclysmic punch. As the earth-shattering blow descended, Gohan seemed to anticipate it, swinging his own fist to meet the oncoming strike. The collision produced a deafening boom, and the resulting shockwave rippled outward, creating a nearly 10-meter-wide crater at the point of impact. Ding! automatically absorbing the energy from the first stage of Super Saiyan Vegeta, converting it into energy points, 800,000. Both combatants were propelled several meters back by the recoil, yet they quickly regained their footing. To my surprise, you managed to react. I underestimated you. With a hint of a devilish grin, Vegeta resumed his battle stance after his probing attack was rebuffed, although he appeared outwardly confident. A deep-seated apprehension regarding Gohan's strength lingered within him. Gohan's power surpassed even that of Kakarot, who, 3 years prior, could withstand the Super Saiyan form in his normal state. Now, Gohan was capable of countering his Super Saiyan with merely his base strength. Impressive speed, commendable power, yet still lacking a touch. Gohan smiled nonchalantly, his gaze sharpening as he summoned the energy reservoir of the first stage of Super Saiyan without actively transforming, merely enhancing his aura. Enough with the pretense. Fury surged within him, and in an instant, Vegeta launched himself once more. The earth beneath his feet shattered with a resounding crash as he unleashed an astonishing burst of speed. In the blink of an eye, he materialized before Son Goku, delivering a cataclysmic punch imbued with unparalleled might aimed squarely at Son Gohan's face. Yet, this time, Son Gohan remained remarkably composed, effortlessly blocking the formidable blow with a mere lift of his hand. This time, the assault failed to even stir a tempest. Vegeta's power was effortlessly dispelled by Gohan in an instant, dissipating into the ether. This also prompted Vegeta to approach Gohan with greater caution. I refuse to believe that you can defeat me without transforming into a Super Saiyan. The defiance within him ignited Vegeta's blood, causing his aura to surge dramatically. In a flash, a tempestuous onslaught erupted. The prince unleashed his combat techniques, exhibiting terrifying strength and unparalleled speed, completely overpowering Gohan in an instant. Ding! Automatic absorption of energy from the first stage Super Saiyan Vegeta has converted into energy points, 500,000. Ding! Automatic absorption of energy from the first stage Super Saiyan Vegeta has converted into energy points, 600,000. Ding! Automatic absorption of energy from the first stage Super Saiyan Vegeta has converted into energy points, 700,000. Ding! Automatic absorption of energy from the first stage Super Saiyan Vegeta has converted into energy points, 800,000. Ding! Automatic absorption of energy from the first stage Super Saiyan Vegeta has converted into energy points, 1,000,000. The relentless barrage continued, and Gohan's energy level steadily ascended. The more ferocious Vegeta's assault became, the greater the energy points he accumulated. Is this the prince's battle strategy? Solely offensive, indeed remarkable. Under the relentless onslaught of Vegeta's swift and decisive attacks, Gohan felt an unyielding tension, his nerves stretched to the utmost. Faced with Vegeta's combat power, which approached an astonishing 700 million without transforming into a Super Saiyan, he certainly sensed the pressure. Had it been Goku's turtle school martial arts, he would have had a method to counter, but this princess strategy was something he was encountering for the first time. In a brief moment of adaptation, Gohan swiftly discerned the flaws and weaknesses inherent in the prince's tactics. The aggression was fierce, yet the defense was a glaring vulnerability. What is the matter? Is your combat power limited to this level? If you do not transform into a Super Saiyan soon, do not blame me for what happens next. While launching a furious assault, Vegeta incessantly provoked Gohan, urging him to transform. Little did he know, all his actions had been seen through. Gohan, having transitioned from being suppressed to a state of equilibrium, altered his combat approach, and quickly developed a new strategy that perfectly countered the prince's tactics. As the tide of battle shifted, the advantage evaporated, causing Vegeta's heart to tighten with unease. Is this the prowess you take pride in after transforming into a Super Saiyan? Truly laughable. Effortlessly parrying all attacks, Gohan disdainfully remarked. His keen insight revealed Vegeta's openings during the offensive. In a flash, he unleashed a powerful punch. With a resounding bang, Vegeta was caught off guard and sent flying by Gohan's strike. His body careened uncontrollably, crashing into a boulder 100 meters away, resulting in a collapse of the rock formation before he finally came to rest. This serves as ample evidence of the formidable power behind Gohan's punch. In the distant realm of the god of destruction, the angel Whis, feeling a sense of intrigue, activated his staff to project the unfolding events on Earth. He chanced upon the battle between Gohan and Vegeta. Has Vegeta also mastered the transformation into a Super Saiyan? Whis displayed a smile of curiosity. In the next moment, his gaze shifted to Gohan. Indeed, a time traveler has appeared. Since Lord Beerus is fast asleep, I shall pretend I did not see this. with a mere thought, was conjured an array of delicacies through his staff, savoring them while observing the battle. Although such a level of conflict seemed merely child's play to him, it was certainly more engaging than idly passing the time. The scene shifted to the battlefield on Earth, where a furious Vegeta, buried beneath debris, erupted with rage. Damn it! With veins bulging on his forehead, Vegeta clenched his fists, his anger surging within him. Though that last blow did not injure him, it severely wounded the dignity he held as the Prince of the Saiyans. It is worth noting that he faced Gohan, who had yet to transform into a Super Saiyan, while he himself was already in his transformed state. Was it not abundantly clear that with his current capabilities, he was far from being able to compel him to transform? He could not endure such an outcome. Gazing into the distance, Vegeta clenched his fists, an unending surge of energy erupting from within him. Until now, he had merely exerted about 50% of his strength, believing that it was unnecessary to go all out against Gohan in his normal state. Now, he was prepared to unleash his full power. What had transpired earlier was merely a warm-up. Now, he would confront you with all his might. With a focused gaze, golden energy streamed forth from Vegeta, a tremendous force that obliterated everything in its vicinity. At that moment, Gohan wore a playful smile. He could sense that this was truly Vegeta's full strength. What had occurred earlier was mere child's play. Now, the real battle was at hand. Finally, has your true power arrived? Gohan's expression gradually shifted to one of seriousness. In a flash, Vegeta attacked once more. Boom. The island beneath them shattered under the weight of his overwhelming might. Vegeta charged forward at full speed, transforming into a golden streak of light as he surged towards Gohan. The power behind his strike was unimaginable. He instinctively raised his hand to block Vegeta's full-force assault. Bang! A terrifying punch unleashed a storm through the air. Even Gohan, who had partially tapped into his Super Saiyan energy reservoir, felt an immense pressure. Ding! Automatically absorbing the energy dropped by Vegeta in his first Super Saiyan form, it was converted into energy points. 5 million. Is this truly your full strength? Indeed. It is formidable, but for me, it falls short. After enduring this blow, Gohan spoke coldly. The moment his words fell, he shifted from defense to offense, shaking off Vegeta's wrist and launching a counterattack. In an instant, a dazzling melee erupted. Both combatants unleashed a series of ferocious assaults, and within the briefest of moments, they had exchanged hundreds of blows. Vegeta's prowess, fully unleashed and immersed in his offensive, was beyond imagination. Gohan, in his normal state, found himself thoroughly suppressed. Ha 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 ha. In a resounding roar, Vegeta seized upon Gohan's opening and delivered a powerful uppercut. Gohan snapped back to attention, raising his right arm to block this devastating blow. Boom! A heart-stopping impact resonated through the air as Gohan was caught off guard by Vegeta, steadying his body. Gohan felt a sharp pain radiating from his arm, prompting an involuntary gasp. Chapter 66, The Confrontation of Two Super Saiyans. Suppressing the throbbing sensation in his arm, Gohan scanned his surroundings, seeking the whereabouts of Vegeta. In his heightened sense of ki, Vegeta's energy had vanished, leaving him perplexed. Where could he have gone? The sudden disappearance of Vegeta's presence piqued Gohan's interest in the battle. It had become intriguing. Even his finely honed perception could not pinpoint Vegeta's exact location, revealing just how much Vegeta had progressed. A swift whoosh pierced the air. A figure enveloped in golden aura materialized behind Gohan. It was none other than Vegeta. It seems my speed slightly surpasses your reflexes. With that proclamation, Vegeta clasped his hands together, forming a hammer, and summoned all his strength to deliver a powerful downward strike. What? The unexpected blow caught Gohan off guard, delivering a jolt of formidable energy that surged through his body, sending him plummeting like a meteor from the heavens. However, as he fell, Gohan adeptly dissipated the force of his descent, landing gracefully and precisely on the ground. Though struck, he suffered no substantial harm, merely a twinge of pain in his back from the impact. But it was not over yet. Vegeta, high in the sky, unleashed a thunderous roar. Raising his hands aloft, a deep blue energy coalesced into a massive sphere of light within his palms. With a mighty throw, he released the terrifying energy, unleashing a tempest of power that surged forth with unstoppable force towards Gohan. An impressive attack. Gohan narrowed his eyes, a hint of surprise flickering across his features. The butterfly effect of his influence had rendered Vegeta significantly more formidable than the character depicted in the original narrative. Even the androids from the future, when not fused, would struggle to exert such pressure on him. The energy sphere in the sky was immensely powerful, its destructive potential staggering, yet Gohan stood his ground, refusing to evade or retreat. This sphere of energy, perceived as lethal by others, appeared to him as a coveted treasure. With one hand shielding himself, he summoned the energy within, coalescing it into a tangible protective barrier. A thunderous roar erupted as the energy detonated, flames soaring into the heavens. And a tempest unleashed its fury. The system automatically absorbed the remnants of the colossal explosion, converting them into an astounding 30 million energy points. Yet, this was merely the beginning. As his words faded, Vegeta inhaled deeply, his muscles taut, and extended both hands backward, concentrating energy into his palms. Ah! His voice resonated like thunder, echoing across the expanse. With swift motions, he unleashed his princely combat technique once again. A barrage of densely packed energy blasts surged mercilessly toward Gohan, who stood at the epicenter of the island. Sensing the dreadfulness of this energy, Gohan refrained from underestimating the threat. If faced with an adversary of equal prowess, none could endure Vegeta's relentless assault, not even he could withstand it. Tapping into the energy reservoir of the Super Saiyan's first stage, a golden aura radiated from within him. The sound of the energy explosion reached terrifying heights, shaking the entire island as thick smoke billowed upward. The horrific detonation unleashed an unparalleled wave of destructive energy, potent enough to obliterate everything in its path. The system continuously absorbed the energy released by the Super Saiyan Vegeta, converting it into energy points. 500, 000, 1, 000, 000, 2, 000, 000, 3, 000, 000, and finally 4, 000, 000. In an instant, the sky was ablaze, and thick smoke enveloped Gohan, leaving his fate uncertain. Meanwhile, dozens of kilometers away, the Z warriors pursuing the fleeing android 20 were gripped by fear as they sensed the shockwave from the distant explosion. Has Vegeta lost his mind? Even from this distance, the remnants of the battle reach us. Krillin, beads of cold sweat dotting his bald head, felt a mix of dread and panic at Vegeta's overwhelming might. This individual is undeniably a madman, entirely indifferent to the feelings of others. The power of the Super Saiyan is astonishing. That person is even more formidable than the current Goku, remarked Tianjin Fan, trembling with fear. For 3 years, he had devoted himself to rigorous training, yet ultimately, he found himself outmatched by these Saiyans, leaving his pride as a martial artist utterly shattered. Particularly vexing was that damned Vegeta. He had aspired countless times to grow stronger and seek revenge, but the might of his opponent rendered him hesitant. In this world, Son Gohan clenched his fists tightly, overwhelmed by tumultuous emotions, momentarily lost in contemplation. Uncle Vegeta's aura is exceptionally powerful. That mysterious figure has been subdued. Son Gohan furrowed his brow, sensing the intensity of the battle occurring elsewhere. Our current mission should not be focused on Vegeta and that individual. We must devote our efforts to apprehending the escaped Android 20. If my assumptions are correct, that individual intends to release the other androids, Piccolo remarked. Noticing that the others had been distracted by the chaos of the battle, he too was monitoring the situation, yet their priority remained capturing the fleeing Android 20. Indeed, Vegeta's power is formidable, but when compared to the aura that Son Gohan exhibited 3 years ago during his transformation, it pales in comparison. If I am not mistaken, Dr. Gero is likely preparing to activate the other androids. It remains uncertain whether these androids are the 13th, 14th, and 15th that Son Gohan mentioned 3 years ago, or the 17th and 18th referred to by Trunks. In the realm of destruction, as an unsuspecting spectator, was nibbled on snacks while observing the battle unfold. The life of an angel is indeed leisurely, albeit somewhat monotonous. With his keen angelic insight, he could readily discern which side was preserving its strength more effectively. While Vegeta's Super Saiyan form is undeniably powerful, this one-armed Gohan from another world is evidently superior. It appears the outcome has already been determined. Having foreseen the result, Whis lost interest in continuing to watch. After all, a battle whose conclusion is already known holds little intrigue. Just as Whis contemplated deactivating the projection from his staff, an unexpected event transpired. The gem atop his staff began to emanate a brilliant emerald light. Buzz. Is there yet another anomaly emerging? After receiving the information transmitted through his staff, Whis furrowed his brow, revealing a look of grave concern. The situation appeared to be subtly veering towards an uncontrollable direction. Whether it was Trunks or Gohan, their presence in this realm might not pose a significant threat. In fact, it could potentially lead the world towards a more favorable path. However, the emergence of a third entity, one that does not belong to this world, cast a shadow over the circumstances. The scene shifts back to Earth. The relentless bombardment continued, with Vegeta's ferocious assault unabated. The entire island crumbled under the force of the explosions, sinking into the depths of the sea. Thick plumes of smoke billowed forth, and a colossal mushroom cloud ascended into the sky. Gohan's whereabouts remained unknown, yet the energy unleashed by Vegeta's attacks was seamlessly converted into energy points by the system. A minute passed. Flames engulfed the landscape, and dense smoke obscured the surroundings for several kilometers. Vegeta finally ceased his relentless onslaught, his hands trembling slightly, and the explosive aura surrounding him diminished significantly as he gasped for breath. The continuous barrage of energy had drained a considerable amount of his strength. Fortunately, his mastery over energy was nearly flawless. Otherwise, a substantial portion of the earth would have been obliterated. With a heavy breath, Vegeta let out a laugh, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead after a brief moment of respite. In his perception of energy, Gohan's power suddenly surged, causing Vegeta's expression to grow grave. He understood precisely the reason behind this abrupt escalation of energy. At long last, the moment had arrived. The tedious probing must come to an end, Vegeta murmured to himself. This time, he refrained from launching another assault. Instead, he crossed his arms and gazed down from a lofty perch at the billowing smoke that arose from the explosion. Amidst the thick haze, Son Gohan stood unscathed, enveloped in a golden aura, his golden hair and blue eyes epitomizing the Super Saiyan form. The previous bombardment had indeed posed a threat that compelled him to transform into a Super Saiyan. In the next instant, his aura expanded, dissipating the smoke that lingered around him in an instant. Raising his gaze, Son Gohan fixed his eyes upon Vegeta in the heavens above. With a mere thought, he executed the instant transmission technique, appearing before Vegeta in a heartbeat. Is this truly your essence? Vegeta mused, observing Son Gohan before him with a flicker of recognition, though he could not recall where he had encountered him before. Never mind, such musings were unnecessary. Perhaps he was overthinking. The two Super Saiyans locked eyes, their unspoken tension darkening the sky and creating an oppressive atmosphere. At last, you have transformed into a Super Saiyan. This is the perfect opportunity to determine who among us is the mightiest Super Saiyan, Vegeta proclaimed. He had long awaited the moment when Son Gohan would unleash his full potential. The preceding battle had merely seen him exert around 70% of his strength. Very well. But while we can test who the strongest Saiyan is, shouldn't you also reveal your full power? Son Gohan retorted, his gaze steely as he regarded Vegeta. Have I been discovered? Your perception is quite commendable, Vegeta replied, an enigmatic smile gracing his lips. In the next moment, he clenched his fists tightly, once again elevating his energy. A rich golden glow radiated from his body, his aura surging to its zenith, even surpassing his previous peak. Son Gohan could distinctly feel Vegeta's energy soaring. And as his abilities activated, Vegeta's battle power manifested before his eyes, 680 million. And it continued to rise, approaching the monumental threshold of 700 million. Observing Vegeta's escalating energy, Son Gohan's expression remained unperturbed. Had Vegeta truly exerted his full might earlier, Gohan, without transforming into a Super Saiyan, would have likely been overwhelmed before he could even assume his battle form. Aya! Vegeta bellowed, veins protruding from his forehead as his golden aura blazed like flames around his form. At this moment, his battle power finally breached the 700 million mark, surpassing that of Goku in this world by a full 100 million, and even rivaling that of Android 18 from the original series. This indeed represents his true strength, his utmost power. Even the world's Sun Wukong pales in comparison to him now. It is astonishing to witness such a formidable aura. It is beyond imagination that one could elevate the intensity of their spirit to this level. Stretching his neck, Gohan chuckled lightly. I hope you can remain as composed in the future as you are now, Vegeta replied in a low voice. Deep within him, there lies an insatiable desire to defeat Gohan. He harbors an obsession with the notion of being the strongest, as if without achieving that pinnacle, everything else would be rendered meaningless. In a flash, Vegeta surged forward, launching himself at Gohan with a fist enveloped in golden flames, carrying unparalleled destructive force aimed directly at Gohan's face. The might of this punch surged forth with an overwhelming force, unparalleled by any prior assault. Under normal circumstances, it would be nearly impossible for Gohan to withstand such a blow. However, the present moment was different. I fear that it may not unfold as you desire. As the words fell from his lips, Gohan instantaneously unleashed roughly 1/10 of his power, delivering a heavy strike. A thunderous sound erupted, akin to the roar of the heavens. The collision of fists unleashed a tremendous explosion that stirred a tempest within the air, its might comparable to that of several hundred tons of TNT detonating. The sheer magnitude of the force was beyond imagination. Even beings of 1,000,000-level prowess could not dare approach it, for a moment's carelessness would result in utter dismemberment. Chapter 70. The arrival of Trunks. Identity revealed as the fists clashed. The two combatants found themselves evenly matched, neither gaining the upper hand. Ding! An automated alert signaled the absorption of energy from the fallen Super Saiyan Vegeta, converting it into energy points. 800,000. Once again, the system chimed, indicating that another 800,000 energy points had been collected by Gohan. Currently, he was utilizing only 1/10 of his power. If he were to exert just a fraction more, Vegeta would be annihilated in an instant. Come again! With his previous attack thwarted, Vegeta summoned his strength for another ferocious onslaught against Gohan. The prince's fighting technique was executed with full force, his strikes as swift as lightning, more ferocious than a tornado. The sheer intensity of his might and the velocity of his assaults vividly showcased the terrifying nature of the prince's combat style. Indeed, his offensive was fierce. Yet Gohan was swifter and stronger, effortlessly countering what appeared to be an inescapable barrage. The relentless, high-speed, lethal strikes were executed with deadly precision, leaving no room for mercy. Section 58. The prince's combat technique, challenging even equals. However, the question remained, how long could this full power state be sustained? The prince's technique was inherently flawed, presenting both advantages and significant drawbacks, akin to a double-edged sword. While the ferocity of his onslaught was indisputable, his defense emerged as the most substantial vulnerability. When confronting a more formidable opponent, this fighting style was tantamount to courting death, inflicting harm upon oneself while attempting to vanquish the adversary. In battles of equal standing, speed and strength indeed held the majority of the advantages, yet, this state could not be maintained indefinitely, as his energy would ultimately deplete due to the high-intensity exertion. A cacophony of collisions reverberated through the space, the sound of unceasing impacts lingering in the air. Visible shockwaves spread outward, the scope of the battle expanding ever wider. Ding! Automatic absorption of energy from the fallen Super Saiyan Vegeta converted into energy points. 500,000. Ding! Automatic absorption of energy from the fallen Super Saiyan Vegeta converted into energy points. 1,000,000. Ding! Automatically absorbing the energy dropped by Super Saiyan Vegeta, converting it into energy points. 1,500,000. Ding! Automatically absorbing the energy dropped by Super Saiyan Vegeta, converting it into energy points. 2,000,000. As the collisions intensified, the fallen energy was continuously transformed by the system into an unending stream of energy points. Ha 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 ha. After several relentless exchanges, Vegeta seized an opportunity, exerting all his might in a spinning kick aimed at Gohan's neck. Boom. This devastating blow possessed unimaginable power, capable of leveling a mountain with ease. Even with only 10% of his fighting strength, Gohan was sent flying several meters by the terrifying force, despite attempting to block it with one hand. Phew. The continuous high-intensity battles had greatly drained Vegeta's stamina. His momentum began to wane. You seem rather exhausted. Perhaps you should take a brief respite. Observing the disheveled Vegeta, Gohan casually teased, refraining from making a move. The words ignited a seething fury within Vegeta. He could scarcely tolerate the provocations of others. Enough of your arrogance. The golden aura surrounding Vegeta surged explosively as he charged towards Gohan with lightning speed. A devastating blow capable of shattering mountains was deftly evaded by Gohan, who merely turned his head aside. The ferocious assault surged from all directions, sweeping Gohan, who had just regained his footing, back into a whirlwind. The onslaught of punches and kicks was truly formidable. Yet, Gohan's counterattack commenced. After enduring so many strikes, it is now my turn. With those words, Gohan accurately pinpointed Vegeta's location and unleashed a powerful strike. The impact resounded with a thunderous bang. A crushing fist sank into Vegeta's abdomen, instantly flooding his eyes with blood vessels. His internal energy surged tumultuously, his organs tossed into disarray. Retracting his fist, Gohan delivered another heavy blow to Vegeta's face. A dull thud echoed. The terrifying force distorted Vegeta's features, sending him hurtling backward for hundreds of meters, tumbling through the air multiple times before barely stabilizing himself. Gah! Just as Vegeta managed to regain his balance, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his energy plummeting drastically. It was merely a stroke of luck that Gohan had landed that hit. Vegeta trembled and convulsed. His robust physique allowed him to withstand this terrifying blow. Yet his pride would not let him concede. He believed Gohan's strike was merely fortuitous. Even now, he failed to recognize a fatal flaw, despite his formidable attacks. He had never truly managed to inflict a lethal blow on Gohan, nor could he cause him any significant injury. In contrast, Gohan's casual strike left him in unbearable pain. Among Super Saiyans, there exists a disparity in strength. You have only just begun to master the Super Saiyan form, while I have fully harnessed its power. In an instant, Gohan teleported before Vegeta. In that fleeting moment of movement, Vegeta's pupils constricted sharply, filled with astonishment. Just moments ago, he had not even detected the slightest trace of Gohan's maneuver. Impossible! Gritting his teeth, Vegeta unleashed another punch. Yet this time, his feeble blow was effortlessly grasped by Gohan with a single hand, rendering it immovable, unable to retreat or advance even an inch. Engage! No longer holding back, Gohan initiated a counterattack, unleashing 1/5 of his power. The eruption of combat prowess exceeding 1 billion left Vegeta utterly defenseless. Bang! A devastating knee strike sent Vegeta's internal organs into turmoil, forcing him to expel a mouthful of bile. In just one blow, Vegeta sustained a severe injury. Fortunately, his physical condition was remarkably resilient. Otherwise, he might have succumbed to Gohan's relentless onslaught. This is merely the beginning. The relentless onslaught ravages Vegeta's body, rendering him incapable of counterattacking, his form marred with injuries and covered in a myriad of bruises. How could there be such a disparity between us, when we are both Super Saiyans? How could I, Vegeta, be so utterly overwhelmed? The excruciating pain coursing through my entire being nearly drives me to the brink of despair. At that moment, he became acutely aware of the vast chasm that lay between him and Son Gohan. Yet, for the sake of his dignity as a Saiyan prince, he would never yield, even if it meant shattering himself to pieces. On a small island thousands of meters away from the battlefield, a disturbance in the fabric of space occurred as a time machine tore through the dimensions, descending from the distant river of time. The hatch opened, and Trunks emerged from the time machine. Upon arriving in this temporal realm, Trunks immediately sensed the chaos of a fierce battle unfolding before him. What was happening? He hastily transformed the time machine into a capsule and stored it away, utilizing his ki to sense the atmosphere. He swiftly identified the owners of the two formidable energies. One belonged to his elder brother, Son Gohan, and the other to his father, Vegeta. How could the world he once knew 20 years ago have devolved into such turmoil? What astonished him further was not merely their struggle, but the fact that his father, Vegeta, had transformed into a Super Saiyan. In his recollections, his mother, Bulma, had informed him that his father had never discovered the means to attain that transformation before his demise. Yet in this alternate reality, his father had not only achieved Super Saiyan status, but his power radiated with terrifying intensity. How could this be? Trunks was bewildered by the circumstances of their battle. With a surge of energy, he rushed towards the fray. On the battlefield, Vegeta was being toyed with by Son Gohan. The onslaught initiated by Gohan was ferocious, leaving Vegeta utterly defenseless. With a resounding crash, a forceful strike landed on Vegeta's arms, launching him several dozen meters away. At that moment, Vegeta was covered in wounds. Visible imprints of fists etched across his body. Gritting his teeth, he forced down the blood that surged from his throat. He summoned his ki, causing his muscles to swell, and the bruises on his body vanished in an instant. However, this was merely a stroke of luck. He must not let it go to his head. As he regained his composure, Vegeta felt a surge of frustration. His Super Saiyan form was being overwhelmed by Son Gohan, who was also a Super Saiyan, and furthermore, Gohan was fighting with only one arm. This must come to an end. Your true enemy is not me. Son Gohan wished to conclude the battle, realizing that continuing would serve no purpose. His real adversary lay in the androids, not in his own kin. Yet, Vegeta was unwilling to let the fight end so easily. One of us must fall, otherwise, the battle will not be deemed complete. Vegeta seethed with determination. He was resolute. Without a definitive victor, he would never relent. Very well. If it is a decisive battle you seek, then I shall oblige your wishes. Fully aware of Vegeta's temperament, Gohan let out a helpless sigh. Attempting to verbally persuade Vegeta to cease fighting was virtually an impossible endeavor. To make him stop, one must first defeat him. Ha 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 ha. With a fervent roar, Vegeta exerted every ounce of his energy, his aura soaring to its zenith, while Gohan remained unperturbed. Even if Vegeta were to become 10 times stronger at that moment, Gohan was confident in his ability to subdue him. They were never on the same level. Please, stop. Gohan and father. Just as tensions escalated and an inevitable clash loomed, Trunks arrived just in time. Nanny? Gohan? Father? Noticing Trunks' address, Vegeta promptly halted, his gaze shifting to Trunks, demanding an explanation. For a brief moment, He felt an odd familiarity. Trunks bore a striking resemblance to his newly born child. You've come, Trunks. Perfect timing to reason with your father. He insists on determining a victor here. Gohan looked to Trunks, sharing his own sense of helplessness. This confrontation could have been entirely avoided, yet Vegeta was adamant about settling the score. Upon hearing this, Vegeta's mind momentarily froze. Did you say his name is Trunks? In that instant, realization dawned upon Vegeta. The same hair color as his newborn child, the identical name, and the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan. Coupled with the news of the androids that would emerge in 3 years, Trunks, feeling somewhat troubled, met Vegeta's gaze. In that moment, all traces of battle intent vanished from Vegeta's eyes, replaced by profound shock and disbelief. At this moment, he comprehended everything. As you can see, Father, I am your son. And I hail from the future, 20 years hence. Trunks could no longer conceal the truth and addressed Vegeta. No wonder you could transform into a Super Saiyan. It turns out you are my son from the future. Upon learning this revelation, Vegeta realized how foolish he had once been. He had been frightened into nightmares by his own son. Shifting his gaze from Trunks, Vegeta's attention turned to Gohan. Now composed, he meticulously sensed Gohan's energy, which was identical to that of the Gohan from this time period. Damn it, he should have detected this much earlier instead of remaining oblivious. If he is indeed Trunks, then you are truly Kakarot's son? Vegeta's demeanor shifted entirely. Without a word, Gohan merely nodded. Acknowledging his identity, Vegeta felt a surge of rage, his teeth grinding in frustration. He had been utterly dominated by Kakarot's son. Humph, this is nothing short of a farce, Vegeta declared with evident displeasure. The very adversary he was determined to confront turned out to be the offspring of his eternal rival, Kakarot. A wave of shame washed over him. Chapter 71, The Moment of Awakening. After grappling with his thoughts for what felt like an eternity, Vegeta set his sights on the androids. Humph, Gohan. One day in the future, you and I will inevitably clash again, and it will not end as it does now. With that declaration, Vegeta's fury ignited as he soared into the distance. The battle did not continue, a development Gohan had anticipated, for with Vegeta's departure, he also reverted from his Super Saiyan first stage transformation. His gaze fell upon Trunks, as the abilities granted by the system allowed him to perceive Trunks' combat power. In his normal state, it reached an impressive 12 million. While slightly inferior to Vegeta's, the disparity in strength was not particularly vast. It seemed that since their last separation, he had diligently trained. It has been a long time, Gohan. Trunks greeted him warmly. In response, Gohan offered a slight nod. For Trunks, it had been an eternity. Yet for him, it was merely a fleeting moment. Of course, Gohan understood that a considerable amount of time had passed and inquired, your power has increased significantly. What of it? Has the crisis in the future been averted? Hearing the question, Trunks shook his head despondently. With my current strength, I could defeat one of them. Yet 17 and 18 are always together. Taking them both on simultaneously remains unfeasible. Trunks responded, acknowledging that, in the absence of any guidance in his training, his journey to this point, achieved through sheer effort, is commendable. At the very least, he stands on par with one of the androids. Indeed, while he has yet to emerge victorious, has he not made significant progress? Gohan offered him a comforting smile. Brother Gohan, do you truly believe I can expel the androids of the future using my own strength? It is my fear that has led me back to this timeline, Trunks confessed. Grappling with self-doubt. Although his power continues to grow, he finds himself without support, inevitably leading to uncertainty on his path forward. Regardless of the circumstances, never underestimate yourself. Gohan urged Trunks. Have faith in your abilities, for it is this belief that will propel you forward and enable you to grow stronger. Gohan said, gazing intently at Trunks. This serves as both instruction and a casual reminder, allowing him to understand that he must determine his own path moving forward. Here, the situation has stabilized. While on the other side, within Dr. Gero's laboratory, it must be said that the escape of Android 20 is truly remarkable. Not only did he deftly evade the pursuit of the 4Z fighters, but he also returned to his research facility unscathed. At this moment, he stands before 2 dormant capsules, controller in hand, his expression grave and his demeanor tense. Many years prior, he had personally deactivated Android 17 and Android 18, embarking on extensive modifications in an effort to transform them into obedient mechanical warriors. Now, after all these years, he is uncertain whether his alterations were successful. After a moment's hesitation, Android 20 boldly activates the capsule containing Android 17. As the capsule opens, Android 17 awakens, slowly emerging from its confines. Upon awakening, His gaze falls upon the transformed figure of Dr. Gero. A surge of hatred floods his heart, yet upon noticing the controller in Dr. Gero's hand, he momentarily suppresses his anger, adopting a demeanor of compliance to lower Android 20's guard. It has been a long time, esteemed Dr. Gero, Android 17 greets, feigning nonchalance. What did you just call me? Android 20 exclaims, visibly agitated by the address. Esteemed Dr. Gero, have I said something amiss? Android 17 replies, pretending to be at a loss. This scene filled Android 20 with immense joy. Splendid. It seems my modifications have succeeded. You have finally obeyed my commands. The exhilaration coursing through Android 20 was palpable as he eagerly shifted his gaze to the hibernation pod of Android 18, murmuring to himself. If Android 17 has been successfully modified, then surely Android 18 has as well. With a heart brimming with anticipation, Android 20 opened the hibernation pod of Android 18. As the pod opened, Android 18 emerged. Much like her predecessor, upon encountering Dr. Gero, she first noticed the controller in his hand, then caught the knowing glance from her brother, Android 17. Dr. Gero, it's been a long time, Android 18 remarked. Indeed, you have been successfully modified. Splendid. Now, the companions of Son Wukong will find themselves facing certain doom. To Android 20, it appeared that both androids had been successfully transformed under his guidance. Dr. Gero, have you also been transformed into an android? Android 18 inquired. Indeed, flesh and blood are frail. Through mechanization, I have attained a form of eternal life. Androids 17 and 18, heed my words. The companions of Son Wukong will soon arrive here, and your sole task is to eliminate them. At this moment, Android 20 was utterly defenseless, never once questioning his own prowess. Little did he know, his demise was imminent. The companions of Son Wukong, murmured Android 17, as he stealthily approached Android 20 from behind during his moment of relaxation. Indeed, your mission is, before he could finish his sentence, Android 17 snatched the controller from Android 20's grasp. What are you doing? 17. Android 20 exclaimed, panic-stricken as the controller was wrenched away. I have no intention of remaining in hibernation any longer, old man. Revealing his true nature, Android 17 crushed the controller in his hand. Thus, no one could restrain him any longer. You scoundrel! You were deceiving me just now. The Android 20 seethed with rage, realizing he had been tricked. There had never been loyalty, hence, the notion of deceit was absurd. Dr. Gero, the Android 18 remarked with a smirk. Now that the controller had been destroyed, she no longer feared being deactivated by Dr. Gero. With the controller obliterated, no one in this world could command us. I have no desire to return to that dreary slumber chamber, she stated, casting aside the shattered remnants of the controller. You bastards are all failed creations. Clenching his jaw, Android 20 simmered with anger. Is that 16? At that moment, Android 18 noticed another dormant chamber nearby. I recall that even 15 was dealt with by the doctor. Now another 16 has emerged. Is he also a new type of android like us? Android 17 remarked in astonishment. Should we awaken him? Such a large dormant chamber must house a formidable android, Android 18 suggested. Stop. You have no idea what you are doing. Cease immediately. 16 must not be awakened. Upon hearing the suggestion to awaken Android 16, Android 20 panicked. Years ago, driven by a longing for his son, he had created Android 16, endowing him with immense power as well as a gentle disposition, which ultimately rendered him a failed creation, despite being labeled a failure. No one understood the terror of Android 16 better than he. The power possessed by this android was the most formidable, second only to the ultimate android. Outside the door, Piccolo, Gohan, Krillin, and Tien Shinhan had arrived. They overheard the conversations within. The androids have been activated. Piccolo exclaimed in disbelief. Oh no, we're too late. The android has already been activated by that fiend, Krillin said, drenched in sweat and visibly anxious, hardly daring to breathe. Tien and Gohan remained silent, their expressions grave, prepared for battle at any moment. Just then, Vegeta, who had previously fought alongside future Gohan, arrived on the battlefield. Vegeta's sudden appearance made Piccolo's brow furrow. If he is here, does that not imply? Piccolo instinctively turned his gaze towards the cave's entrance. Black-robed, one-armed Gohan and Trunks also arrived, preventing any unforeseen complications. Behind this door, could there be other androids? Vegeta's tone was grave as he inquired of Piccolo. Indeed, we have arrived too late. The androids have already been activated by Dr. Gero, Piccolo elucidated. Activated already? That suits me just fine. The proud Vegeta raised his hand, gathering a sphere of golden energy in his palm, and unleashed it towards the imposing door before him. Boom. The release of energy detonated against the gateway. The colossal 10-ton alloy gate was warped under the relentless assault of Vegeta's energy, ultimately transforming into a mere heap of scrap metal strewn across the ground. As the gate crumbled, 3 androids emerged into the gaze of the onlookers. Damn it, they have all arrived. Number 17. Number 18. How much longer do you intend to wait? Eliminate them. Android 20 gritted his teeth and once again commanded numbers 17 and 18 with fervor. This thoroughly infuriated Android 17, impatient and irritable. He leapt up and delivered a swift kick that severed Dr. Gero's head from his body. The murder of Dr. Gero sent shockwaves through all the Z fighters present, with the exception of Gohan, Vegeta, and Trunks. How dare you kill me, your creator? Android 20, with only his head remaining, struggled to comprehend that he had been vanquished by the very weapons he had forged. I only eliminate those I wish to, Dr. Gero, Android 17 replied impassively, as if it were a trivial matter. In the next moment, he sprang forward and crushed Android 20's head beneath his foot. Thus, the creator of the androids, Android 20, met his ultimate fate. In this temporal realm, the artificial beings surpassed their counterparts from the future by a considerable margin. The ever-silent Son Gohan scrutinizes Android 17 and Android 18. Android 17 possesses a combat power of 800 million, while Android 18 boasts a combat power of 700 million. Having dealt with Android 20, the expressionless 17 casts a sweeping gaze over the gathered crowd, ultimately fixing his eyes on the trembling figure of the bald Krillin, who cowers behind Tianjin Fan. A playful smile graces 17's face as he beckons Krillin closer with a casual curl of his finger. This action left Krillin thoroughly frightened. Why me? Krillin was utterly terrified by the movements of Android 17. Ultimately, death was inevitable. It was merely a matter of sequence. Nearby, Tianjin Fan was sweating profusely, and upon noticing Krillin's trembling fear, Android 17 decided against further provocation. Android 18, activate Android 16, 17 instructed. Was 16 the android that Gohan had mentioned? One whose power far exceeded that of Android 17 and 18? Reflecting on the past 3 years and Gohan's additional comments, Trunks understood that the threat posed by Android 16 was far greater. They absolutely could not be allowed to activate him. I will not permit the tragedies of the future to manifest in this world. With a furious roar, Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan, unleashing a terrifying aura that captured everyone's attention. Gohan, sensing the tension, wisely stepped aside and cautioned his counterpart from this timeline, stay back. The Gohan of this world snapped back to reality and swiftly exited the cave. Androids, this is the end. With a thunderous shout, Trunks unleashed a colossal energy from his palms. A golden beam of energy surged towards the 2 androids located within the research facility. Boom. The energy erupted instantaneously, engulfing androids 17, 18, and even the dormant android 16 in the explosion. Ding! The energy from the fallen Super Saiyan Trunks was automatically absorbed, converting into energy points, 1 million points. The research facility was obliterated by Trunks' explosive attack, with thick smoke billowing into the sky. The entire mountain was reduced to rubble by this strike. As the smoke cleared, androids 17 and 18 appeared before them, completely unscathed. You foolish, ignorant child. Your attack was utterly pointless, a mere waste of energy. Vegeta scoffed contemptuously at Trunks' actions. As the prince of the Saiyan race, he held no respect for underhanded tactics. If one were to fight, it should be done openly and honorably. Chapter 72. The man in the black robe is future Gohan. After reprimanding Trunks, Vegeta's gaze refocused on the 2 androids. To withstand a blow from a Super Saiyan Trunks unscathed was indeed impressive. They were not to be compared with the pathetic Android 16 he had previously dispatched. Truly, a rude bunch, attacking us without provocation, Android 17 remarked expressionlessly. However, he was not angry. Let us awaken Android 16 now. I am curious to see what kind of being Dr. Gero deemed capable of destroying the world, 17 said, turning to Android 18. Indeed, the curiosity of Android 18 regarding Android 16 was palpable. Pressing the switch to open the dormant chamber, the door slowly creaked ajar. But in her impatience, Android 18 forcefully kicked it open. As the chamber fully revealed its contents, the slumbering Android 16 awoke, his eyes fluttering open. Towering above 2 meters, the formidable figure of Android 16 was now fully conscious. His awakening caught the attention of the Z warriors. Is that truly Android 16? Krillin, filled with trepidation, remarked, sensing the ominous aura surrounding him. Is he the one Gohan mentioned 3 years ago? I have never encountered him in this future, Trunks said, gritting his teeth and furrowing his brow. Is that really 16? Doesn't he seem to embody malevolence? Piccolo murmured thoughtfully, recalling the information Gohan had shared 3 years prior. He remembered that these androids were merely a prelude to the real threat, the ultimate android capable of evolution through consumption, the terrifying Android 100. Moreover, the current androids appeared to harbor no hostility towards them. As long as they refrained from provoking them, it seemed unlikely that they would initiate an attack. Are there other androids besides them? Damn it. I feel utterly useless. 3 years of arduous training have amounted to nothing. Tianjin unclenched his jaw, seething with frustration at his own inadequacy. For the past 3 years, he has devoted himself to rigorous training, all in hopes of showcasing his prowess on this very day. Yet, the harsh reality has plunged him into despair. The strength he painstakingly acquired pales in comparison to that of the androids. His companion, the present-day Son Gohan, finds himself at a loss. What would his father have done had he not succumbed to viral heart disease? The android, number 16, Gohan murmurs, his gaze sharpening as the combat power of Android 16 materializes in his mind. Although he appears innocuous, his combat power is the highest of any single android Gohan has encountered, reaching an astonishing 650 million points. The androids of the past world significantly surpass those of the future. A pleasure to meet you, number 16. This is the first time I've seen you in action. Having been dormant for so long, you must not have moved for years. Dr. Gero was reluctant to let you out. Claiming your power could threaten both me and Android 18, number 17 remarks, arms crossed. The purpose of your awakening is to unravel this mystery. Android 18 interjects. In response, the just-awakened Android 16 casts them a fleeting glance, betraying no hint of emotion. Do you have anything to say? Or are you simply silent? Android 18 inquires. In my view, he seems to belong to the reserved type of androids. Let us move on. Number 17 decides after observing 16 for a while. He does not perceive 16 as stronger than himself. His awakening was merely a whim fueled by curiosity about his abilities. Where to? Android 18 asks, puzzled. Isn't it obvious? We are going to find Son Goku. Dr. Gero created us to eliminate him, and I believe he shares the same intent. Number 17 articulates with conviction. Indeed. Android 16 concurs. Oh my, you've finally spoken. That isn't an easy feat, number 17 jests. His response mirrors that of Dr. Gero's commands. The old man had deemed him a failure. Android 18 scrutinizes 16, analyzing, everything must conform to Dr. Gero's plans, which is rather dull. However, as androids, we must have a purpose. Eliminating Son Goku is a commendable goal. Let us proceed. With that, Android 17 slowly ascends into the air, followed by Android 18 and 16. The trio of androids departs towards the horizon, under the watchful eyes of the Z-Warriors. How dare they? Do they truly disregard me? Overlooked by the androids, Vegeta's fury surged within him. He was, after all, the illustrious prince of the Science, yet these androids disregarded him entirely and simply flew away. Remarkably, they departed without igniting a battle. As the 3 androids vanished, Krillin felt a wave of relief wash over him. At least he no longer had to live in fear of impending doom. What were they truly after? Where were they heading now? Tianjin pondered with confusion. The androids' intentions were utterly inscrutable. They did not seem to be on a mission of destruction in the north. What could their purpose be? Piccolo spoke gravely. Do we even need to discuss it? Aside from the intent to eliminate Son Goku, what else could they possibly be aiming for? Gohan interjected, reminding them. At this moment, the Z-Warriors suddenly regained their composure. Years ago, due to Son Goku's destruction of the Red Ribbon Army, Dr. Gero harbored a deep-seated grudge against him, and the creation of the androids was aimed solely at eliminating Son Goku. The path they were headed towards was indeed the home of Son Goku. As the group pondered their next course of action, Vegeta's fury erupted. How dare those androids disregard me so brazenly? With veins bulging on his forehead, Vegeta unleashed his energy, the S cells within him surging forth due to his emotional upheaval, instantly transforming him into a Super Saiyan. Ding! The automatic absorption of energy from the first level of Super Saiyan Vegeta converted into energy points. 500,000. As Vegeta transformed in a fit of rage, the scattered energy was also converted into energy points by Gohan's system. Enraged, Vegeta charged towards the direction the androids had fled. Wait, now is not the time to engage the androids. Just as Vegeta sprang to his feet, Trunks positioned himself in front of him. preventing his father from making a reckless move. In the future, Vegeta was killed by Android 18, and Trunks wished to avoid history repeating itself in this world. Are you trying to stop me? Stop your father? Vegeta scoffed. Please, father, cease your actions. Wait for Mr. Goku to awaken, and then we can deliberate further. Trunks earnestly implored Vegeta. Humph. Even without Kakarot, I could reduce those androids to scrap metal. Step aside. Vegeta barked vehemently. Please, father, do not act rashly. Trunks remained adamant, standing his ground before Vegeta. Humph. You seem to misunderstand. My greatest disdain is not for the androids, but for that Kakarot fellow. Even without relying on his power, I can defeat the androids and show you, and ultimately, the one I wish to conquer is Kakarot. Do you understand? Vegeta was infuriated by Trunks' interference. He was exerting tremendous effort to rein in his emotions. Were it not for Trunks being his son, he would not have wasted so many words. No. If you go, it would merely be sending yourself to your doom. Trunks persisted in blocking Vegeta. Humph. At those words, Vegeta snorted coldly, a flicker of anger glimmering in his eyes. Bang. A resounding thud echoed as Vegeta delivered a powerful punch to Trunks' abdomen, temporarily incapacitating him. Having dealt with Trunks, Vegeta flew at full speed towards the android's direction. Krillin, Tien, Piccolo, and the Gohan of this world quickly surrounded him. Are you all right? Clint inquired with genuine concern. I am fine, I replied, though my father stubbornly refused to heed any advice. Temporarily suppressing my anguish, I finally grasped the true nature of my father. As my future mother once said, he was a proud scion warrior. Regardless of how formidable the adversary might be, he would never retreat, but would instead confront challenges head-on. You must hurry and catch up. If he faces the androids alone, it will only lead to his demise, Piccolo urged. This compelled Trunks to grit his teeth and suppress his agony, his breath erupting as he transformed into a Super Saiyan and pursued at full speed. Observing Trunks receding into the distance, Tianjin Fan murmured, 2 Super Saiyans. I wonder if they can prevail against the androids. Uncle Piccolo, should we lend our assistance? Inquired Son Gohan from this world. No, we have more pressing matters to attend to, Piccolo replied, his gaze shifting to the cloaked, one-armed Son Gohan behind them. At this juncture, you need not conceal your true identity any longer, Gohan. Piccolo addressed the cloaked figure. Upon hearing these words, everyone was taken aback. Piccolo, what are you saying? He is Gohan. Krillin exclaimed, astonished. The enigmatic figure who had emerged 3 years prior, vanquishing King Cold and Frieza with overwhelming power, was indeed Son Gohan? Did he, like the youth named Trunks, hail from the future? Tianjin fans swiftly pieced together the sequence of events. The identity of this enigmatic and formidable figure cloaked in black is none other than the future incarnation of Son Gohan. He is, in essence, a reflection of my own self from the future. The current Son Gohan is taken aback. The black-cloaked Super Saiyan, who appeared 3 years ago and vanquished Frieza and King Cold with overwhelming might, is indeed his future self. It is no wonder that the energy emanating from this individual resonates so closely with his own. Clearly, my true identity has long been unveiled. After all, it is none other than Uncle Piccolo who has discerned it. With his identity laid bare, Son Gohan harbors no further desire to conceal himself. He tears off his black cloak and casts it aside. The countenance of this young Son Gohan, so remarkably identical to that of his counterpart from this world, wore only the addition of a scar. Every other feature remained unchanged. Are you truly the Gohan from the future? Krillin exclaimed, astonished, his mouth agape as he repeatedly rubbed his eyes. The individual who had appeared 3 years prior, formidable enough to vanquish Goku in his Super Saiyan form with ease, was indeed Gohan. If you were truly Gohan, then why did you not reveal your identity to us 3 years ago? Tianjin Gohan, recovering from his astonishment, inquired with a hint of confusion. It was not that I chose to remain silent, but rather that the time was not right. Now, do you not understand? Gohan replied with a smile. You are truly the future version of me? The Gohan of this era approached. Disbelief etched on his face as he scrutinized his future self. Greetings, my past self. I am indeed you from 20 years hence, Gohan said, affectionately ruffling the hair of his counterpart. Gazing at his future self, a cascade of memories flooded his mind. The present Gohan was overwhelmed with joy. His future self had become extraordinarily powerful, capable of not only defeating his father's Super Saiyan form, but also restraining Uncle Vegeta's Super Saiyan. In his eyes, a blend of envy, longing, and anticipation shimmered. This is not the time for idle conversation, Gohan. I recall that 3 years ago, You mentioned to Goku that our true adversary is not merely the androids 17 and 18, but the ultimate android cell, created from the cells of countless formidable beings by Dr. Gero. Do you know his whereabouts? Piccolo interjected, directly addressing the matter at hand. He was acutely aware of what was paramount and what was secondary. The threat posed by Cell far surpassed that of the recently awakened androids. I am not entirely certain, but I can assure you that at this point, Cell remains an embryo. If we search around the laboratory that Trunks just destroyed, we should be able to locate a hidden research facility, Gohan responded. Still an embryo? Then it poses no real danger. Piccolo exhaled, relieved. As he had feared, Cell was fully hatched. Since he is but an embryo, we must eradicate him before he can develop. Chapter 73, The Overwhelmed Beta. You all proceed to search for Dr. Gero's secret laboratory. I must head over there. If Vegeta and Trunks engage in battle, the likelihood of their defeat is considerable. To prevent any unforeseen occurrences, Gohan explained. Wait a moment, Gohan, Piccolo called out, then turned to Krillin, asking, Krillin, how many Senzu beans do we have left? Senzu beans? I have a total of 6 here, Krillin replied, producing a pouch filled with the beans. Very well, give 2 beans to Gohan. We shall keep 4 in reserve for emergencies, Piccolo wisely suggested. Understood. Krillin acquiesced to the proposal and approached Son Gohan, presenting him with 2 Senzu beans. Touched by Piccolo's profound concern for him, Son Gohan felt a moment of emotion. I shall take my leave now, he said, accepting the Senzu beans without hesitation. Son Gohan expanded his aura perception, swiftly locking onto Vegeta's energy signature. It appeared that they had already encountered the androids. With a mere thought, Son Gohan activated instant transmission, vanishing into thin air like a fleeting shadow. After his departure, Krillin distributed the remaining 4 Senzu beans amongst several individuals, ensuring that each received one, just in case of unforeseen circumstances. After a brief discussion, they formulated a search area and a plan, led by Piccolo. The 4Z fighters commenced a thorough search of Dr. Gero's secret laboratory. Meanwhile, in a desolate expanse several dozen kilometers away, Vegeta smirked. I never expected to find you all leisurely conversing here. Huh, is that Vegeta? Android 17 remarked, noticing the golden aura surrounding him. This individual appeared somewhat different from before, and upon detecting the astonishing intensity of his energy, he was momentarily taken aback. This force, when compared to them, is by no means feeble. It appears that your records contain no mention of the Super Saiyan. However, that is of little consequence. Prepare yourselves, for this transformation will usher you into the depths of hell. The arrival of Vegeta exuded arrogance and hubris as his brazen gaze scrutinized the 3 androids, number 16, number 17, and number 18. Huh? Do you believe you can defeat us? Number 17 posed, hands on his hips, displaying an air of indifference. What a stubborn fellow. Despite his lackluster strength, he maintained such a haughty demeanor, remarked number 18, casting a dismissive glance at the towering android, number 16. You handle this one, 16. I wish to witness your prowess. I refuse. Number 16 replied with resolute finality. I was created solely to vanquish Son Goku. Beyond that, I have no desire to engage in battle with anyone. His expression remained impassive. Humph. You shall have no opportunity to meet Kakarot. You 3 androids will perish at my hands first, Vegeta declared, extending his palm, brimming with arrogance and bravado, utterly disregarding their taunts. Upon hearing this, number 17 and number 18 exchanged glances. Is this amusing to you? Laugh while you can, for soon enough, you will have no chance left, Vegeta said, his expression cold and unyielding. It seems that arrogance is a trait inherent to Saiyans. Son Goku must possess this quality as well, an individual who, despite lacking the necessary abilities, revels in heroics, destined for an early demise, observed number 17. Enough with the idle chatter. Who wishes to meet their end first? Vegeta declared, wishing to eliminate these 3 androids, both to prove his superiority over Son Goku and to demonstrate to Trunks that his father possesses the capability to annihilate androids as well. In the sky, a disturbance in the fabric of space announced Gohan's arrival via instant transmission, allowing him to witness the standoff between Vegeta and the androids. It seems I have arrived just in time, he murmured, shifting his gaze towards Trunks, who was powerless to intervene. A father-son collaboration? Alas, the outcome is predetermined. With a single glance, Gohan discerned the inevitable result of this confrontation. Even if Trunks and Vegeta were to join forces, defeat was assured. Earlier, Vegeta had expended considerable energy in his battle against Gohan and had not consumed a Senzu bean to replenish his strength. Thus, his Super Saiyan form could not be sustained for long. The androids, on the other hand, possessed infinite energy and stamina. In the initial moments of combat, they might be evenly matched, but as time passed, defeat was inevitable. Yet, it mattered not. His purpose for coming was merely to gather energy points and to preempt any unforeseen occurrences. With Trunks' arrival, the atmosphere shifted to one of uncanny tension. Humph. Are you here to obstruct me? Noticing Trunks, Vegeta inquired. No, I am not here to hinder you. I am aware that I cannot stop you. Since you wish to engage the androids, I shall join you. With that, Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan at the first level. His power not significantly inferior to Vegeta's. Humph. At last, you display a semblance of what it means to be a Saiyan. Just don't lag behind. Vegeta remarked with a satisfied grin. Gazing ahead at the three androids, Vegeta decided that since Android 16 was not inclined to intervene, he would face Android 17, leaving Android 18 for Trunks. In an instant, Vegeta launched himself forward, closing the distance to Android 17 with astonishing speed. Delivering a powerful uppercut imbued with immense destructive force aimed at 17's jaw, Android 17 deftly evaded Vegeta's assault, leaping to a higher rock face. Seizing the moment, Vegeta charged at Android 17 once more, unleashing a relentless flurry of punches and kicks like a torrential downpour. Employing his royal combat techniques, he applied comprehensive pressure on Android 17. Caught off guard, Android 17 was struck and sent crashing into a pile of rubble, embedding himself within the rocks. It seemed that the android's prowess ended there. Having easily subdued 17, Vegeta's arrogance and bravado surged. Crack, crack. Emerging from the debris, Android 17 dusted himself off, locking his gaze on Vegeta and chuckling softly. Not bad. Soon, you won't be smiling. Vegeta crossed his arms, and the two stood in a tense standoff. In a flash, both sides charged at each other once again, unleashing fierce attacks as the chaos of battle erupted. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, Trunks faced off against Android 18. Drawing the sword of hope from his back, a murderous intent flickered in Trunks' eyes. His hatred for the androids ran deeper than anyone else's. Can you transform into golden hair as well, like Vegeta, being a Saiyan? My records contain no mention of your existence. I can overlook the attack you launched against me before, but it is not too late for you to leave now. With an impassive expression, Android 18 replied. You may be unaware of my existence, but I am well aware of yours, and I have contemplated numerous times how to eliminate you androids. Words are futile. Trunks, wielding the legendary sword of the hero, charges towards Android 18. In the realm of the future, confronting two androids may pose a challenge. Yet now he faces Android 18 alone, brimming with confidence that he can vanquish her. However, he remains oblivious to a crucial fact. The Android 18 of the past is far more formidable than her future counterpart. As the hero's sword descends upon her, Android 18 neither dodges nor flinches. She resolutely withstands the blow with her unyielding head. Crack. At the moment of impact, the blade of the hero's sword shatters, rendering the once razor-sharp weapon useless. What? The sudden break of his weapon sends a shockwave through Trunks' mind. Perhaps retreating now could afford him a chance at survival. Android 18 mocks. Flee? I shall not retreat again. Stowing the broken sword in its sheath, he shifts to engage Android 18 in hand-to-hand combat. With no weapon at his disposal, he resolves to prevail through sheer physical prowess. The clash is imminent. In the skies above, Gohan observes the unfolding battle with an impassive expression. Meanwhile, his system automatically absorbs the energy released from the combatants. Ding. Automatically absorbing energy from Super Saiyan Level 1 Vegeta, converting to energy points. 600, 000. Ding. Automatically absorbing energy from Super Saiyan Level 1 Trunks, converting to energy points. 700, 000. Ding. Automatically absorbing energy from Android 17, converting to energy points. 800, 000. Ding. Automatically absorbing energy from Android 18, converting to energy points. 1, 000, 000. The system notifications resonate in his mind, and his energy points surge at an astonishing rate. The battle intensifies, with both sides maintaining a precarious equilibrium. Though it appears evenly matched, the two androids hold the upper hand. Vegeta, through a brief outburst of power and the fierce tactics of a prince, can momentarily contend with Android 17, yet he cannot sustain it. Trunks, too, despite his newfound strength, still faces a significant gap when pitted against Android 18. After enduring a protracted high-intensity confrontation, he is bound to succumb to exhaustion. Suddenly, the uninvolved Android 16 raises his head, gazing up at Gohan in the sky. Has he been noticed? Aware of Android 16's scrutiny, Gohan remains indifferent. Who is he? Gazing at the sky where Son Gohan resided, number 16 commenced his search within the database for any information pertaining to Son Gohan. Upon failing to locate any relevant data, he assessed Son Gohan's energy levels and found them lacking, subsequently dismissing him from further consideration. The fierce battle raged on for approximately 5 minutes. The stalemate was shattered following the prince's ferocious assault, which left him with a vulnerable defense. All his strength was directed towards offense, rendering his defense a significant weakness. Enduring such intense combat for 5 minutes was already the limit of Vegeta's current capabilities. It appears your limits have been reached. Number 17 had lost all interest in prolonging the struggle. A mighty blow struck Vegeta's right arm with a resounding crash. The harrowing sound of impact echoed as the devastating force shattered the bones within Vegeta's arm. A cacophony of anguish erupted from Vegeta as he cried out in excruciating pain, his arm succumbing to the onslaught. Those who revel in heroics seldom endure long, Number 17 muttered, delivering a swift kick that struck Vegeta's jaw. With a thunderous noise, Vegeta's body was propelled skyward like a cannonball. Crimson droplets of blood scattered through the air, and after enduring 2 brutal strikes, his energy plummeted dramatically. Number 17 activated his mainframe once more, preemptively positioning himself above Vegeta, his entire being hurtling downwards with intent. A heavy thud resonated as the formidable strike connected with Vegeta's back, the terrifying force radiating throughout his entire body in an instant. With just one blow, the Super Saiyan state dissipated, and Vegeta plummeted to the earth, succumbing to unconsciousness. One foe dispatched. Descending from the heavens, number 17 shifted his gaze to another battlefield. The situation involving number 18 seemed poised to reach a decisive conclusion. Having grown weary of the confrontation, number 18 exerted a one-sided dominance over Trunks, the disparity in power and speed becoming increasingly evident. Impossible! How could there be such a vast gap in strength? The capabilities of the androids from the past world had exceeded expectations, leaving Trunks in disbelief. In the future world, he could take on 2 opponents simultaneously and even eliminate an android in one-on-one combat. Yet now, he found himself steadily retreating under number 18's relentless pressure. Clearly at a disadvantage. What a pity, it seems you were destined to lose. Number 18 raised her hand, a devastating beam of energy erupting from her palm. This is bad. Feeling the astonishing intensity of this energy, Trunks found himself with nowhere to hide, instinctively raising his hands to shield his body. The energy beam engulfed Trunks, obliterating him along with the rocky mountain behind him. The explosion unleashed a massive wave through the space, flames spreading and thick smoke billowing. Struck directly by this energy assault, Trunks was left battered and bruised, trembling yet gritting his teeth in perseverance. Blood flowed from his wounds as his consciousness began to fade, and he uncontrollably collapsed forward, succumbing to unconsciousness. You seem to be enjoying yourself, Android 18, remarked Android 17, descending from the sky to join her side. This Scion possesses considerable strength. He can hold his own for a few exchanges. I wonder how he compares to Goku. Android 18 brushed off the dust from her clothes, her expression devoid of emotion. The 2 androids had fought vigorously without pausing to catch their breath. Chapter 74, The Puppet Master revealed. Having dealt with Vegeta and Trunks, Android 17 and Android 18 chose not to kill them, but instead returned to the side of Android 16. The trouble has been resolved. It's time to seek out Goku, declared Android 17, hands placed on his hips, his tone indifferent. Android 16 nodded, and the trio took to the skies once more. As they departed, Gohan slowly descended from the heavens, gazing at the near-lifeless forms of Vegeta and Trunks. He administered the Senzu beans that Piccolo had entrusted to him, reviving the 2 warriors. As in the original tale, upon awakening, Vegeta, consumed by rage, set off to train alone. After a brief exchange with Gohan, Trunks, now revived, furiously pursued Vegeta. Let me think. During this period, where else might I collect energy points? Not in a hurry to act, memories flooded his mind, and countless plotlines from the Dragon Ball universe began to surface. During this period, unless a butterfly effect occurs and adversaries previously seen in the theatrical releases make an appearance, little else transpires. Even if those cinematic bosses do manifest, they are considerably feeble, making it exceedingly challenging to amass substantial energy points. After much contemplation, Gohan once again accessed the system. Host, Gohan age, 27 bloodline, half-breed Scion, special, normal combat power index, 85 million points. Current energy points held, remaining energy points, 1, 768. 046, 500 points. Following several recent battles and observations, His energy points had surged significantly once more. However, despite the seemingly abundant quantity, it remains woefully insufficient. He could exchange for 17 level 6 power enhancement cards, yet he is unable to obtain a level 7 power enhancement card. His ambition lies with the coveted level 7 card, not the mere level 6. Should he activate the time machine once more, venturing into the future world 7 years hence? At this moment, acquiring additional energy points appears implausible, and Gohan finds himself pondering the narrative that lies ahead. Simultaneously, in the southern capital, within the heart of the city. In this place, an unimaginable catastrophe has unfolded. The entire population of the city has vanished into thin air, leaving countless garments scattered in all directions, each marked by a singular flaw, a gaping hole. At the heart of the city, a 3-meter-tall creature resembling an alien is prowling about. He is the architect of this city's desolation, Cell from the future. His harvest is bountiful. The life energy of an entire city will soon augment his power, allowing him to surpass androids 17 and 18 and achieve his complete form, an imminent reality. Cell greedily licked his lips, for he hails from a parallel universe, having traversed time and space after slaying Trunks to arrive in this bygone era. In his quest to attain his ultimate form, he will consume humanity at any cost to amplify his energy. Just a little more sustenance, and he will thoroughly eclipse the 2 androids, transforming into his perfected state in no time. As his senses expanded, he detected no trace of life within the city. Cell resolved to seek a new target to devour life energy and fortify himself. However, just as he was about to commence his actions, a deep, oppressive voice halted him in his tracks. Do you wish to become complete? Perhaps I can assist you. The voice's owner presented Cell with an offer he could not refuse. Nanny. Cell turned, bewildered, and was met with a sight that made his eyes widen in disbelief. You are. How is this possible? At that moment, Cell, as if confronted by a specter, rubbed his eyes repeatedly in disbelief. Before him stood a figure that mirrored his own, yet was even more perfect and formidable, the complete Cell. There is nothing impossible. I am like you, having crossed the boundaries of time, albeit encountering a minor error that brought me to this era, the complete Cell stated, fully aware of his counterpart. He extended an offer that was irresistible. I can expedite your transformation into your complete form, even elevate you beyond that. But first, you must submit to my command. Why should I trust you? Cell demanded, apprehensive. The visage of his completed self loomed before him, yet he sensed a hint of treachery in the air. Because you have no other choice but to believe me, unless you wish to forego your transformation into completeness, the complete Cell replied with a knowing smile, expertly manipulating the other Cell's psyche. Upon hearing this, Cell fell into deep contemplation. He had traversed time at any cost to become complete. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved. Very well, I shall cooperate with you, but only if you ensure my transformation into completeness. I can help you become complete right now, came the response. In his complete form, Cell squinted his eyes and smirked. You speak of now? Upon hearing this, Cell felt a surge of joy within. Achieving his complete form was the culmination of his lifelong pursuit, and he would stop at nothing to attain it. Now, with the opportunity laid before him, how could he possibly let it slip away? Of course, my other self, come forth. I shall assist you in becoming whole. With a light laugh, complete Cell leaped into the sky. Observing this, Cell hesitated for a moment before unleashing his rage and following closely behind. The Cell from another timeline, having devoured 2 androids, sensed their locations. With a radar-like awareness, he effortlessly pinpointed the positions of androids 17 and 18. After 5 minutes of flight, they arrived at a desolate stretch of land. Here lies a desolate expanse, still some distance from the northern capital. A kilometer away, Android 17 and Android 18 were soaring towards their designated positions, accompanied by Android 16. Upon noticing the 2 androids, Cell's pupils constricted sharply, a glimmer of greed surfacing in his eyes. The conditions for attaining the perfect form he had long coveted were now within reach. By consuming these 2 androids, he could finally realize his ultimate dream. But who is that? Cell's curiosity was piqued upon seeing Android 16 trailing behind 17 and 18. In the memories imparted to him by Dr. Gero, there was no mention of Android 16. This imposing and colossal android was a failed creation of Dr. Gero, one that could easily be disregarded. The perfect form of Cell chuckled softly, dismissing 16 entirely. In his timeline, Android 16 had posed a significant obstacle before he achieved his perfection. Now, however, he was nothing but refuse, easily overlooked. They have arrived. Cell's eyes narrowed slightly as the 3 androids, previously a kilometer away, had now drawn near. How delightful. They have come sooner than anticipated, The moment of becoming perfect is finally at hand. A cruel and greedy smile spread across Cell's face. Meanwhile, the perfect form of Cell remained silent, a wicked smile curving his lips. He raised his hand, and a vibrant green energy began to converge in his palm. Get back. Android 16 sensed the unusual intensity of this energy and swiftly yanked 17 and 18 backwards. Yet, he himself bore the brunt of this devastating blow at close range. With a thunderous explosion, the emerald light streaked across the sky. The terrifying energy instantly severed Android 16 in half, while the residual shock waves ravaged the bodies of Android 17 and Android 18. Agonizing screams of pain erupted from 17 and 18 as unimaginable agony coursed through their bodies. The green currents enveloped them, rendering them temporarily immobile. Helpless, they plummeted to the ground like discarded debris. The force of this casual strike left the partially transformed Cell in a state of astonishment. Is this the power he has long yearned for? How terrifying! Is this the might of a complete form? With a mere flick of his hand, such formidable energy can be unleashed. Within him, a profound admiration and longing for this complete power began to blossom. The strength of a complete form is beyond imagination. This is merely a fraction of that power. Should I unleash my full might, obliterating the entire galaxy would be but a trivial feat now. Go forth, by consuming these two androids. You too can attain power akin to mine, remarked the unconcerned complete Cell, a shadow of darkness flickering in his eyes. Then I shall not hold back. With a gaze imbued with greed, Cell surged towards Android 17 at full speed. Ha ha ha. Hurry and become complete. Only in your complete form will you qualify as the sustenance for my evolution, Cell sneered. Although his arrival in this world was unexpected, he had no qualms about devouring another version of himself to enhance his strength. He was no longer merely a complete form. His power transcended that of an ordinary complete being. Below, Androids 17 and 18 lay paralyzed from a blow delivered by Cell. Their bodies were enveloped in emerald currents, rendering them temporarily immobile. How could this happen? 17 struggled to regain control of his body, but found it impossible. At that moment, Cell descended beside him, seizing his collar with one hand and lifting him effortlessly. I have awaited this day for far too long. Let us begin with you, 17. The greed in Cell's eyes materialized, and drool dripped from the corner of his mouth. Who are you? 17 exclaimed in terror, having no recollection of this green monster. It seems Dr. Gero's files did not mention my existence, but that matters not. Allow me to enlighten you. I am the ultimate android created by Dr. Gero, and you and 18 are the final sustenance he has provided for my evolution. Cell eagerly extended his tail, opening his maw wide, poised to envelop 17's body. Damn it. How could I become fodder for a pest like you? Dr. Gero made your demise far too easy. 17 struggled fiercely, attempting to break free from Cell's grasp. But the more he fought, the more violent the currents became. His body was paralyzed, unable to move, forced to watch helplessly as Cell's tail consumed him. Beside him, 18 attempted to rise, but only exacerbated her injuries. After devouring 17, Cell underwent a transformation. A colossal aura surged from within him, a terrifying energy spreading rapidly across the globe. On the side of Gohan, in the realm of breath perception, an astonishingly powerful aura suddenly emerged, causing Sun Wukong to widen his eyes in sheer astonishment. He was well acquainted with this aura. This energy belonged to Cell. As he gazed towards the source of the explosive power, Son Gohan recalled unmistakably who the master of this energy was. The sudden surge in power indicated that he had undoubtedly consumed an android. Has Cell in this world grown strong enough to defeat androids so swiftly? Why had I not sensed his presence before? Son Gohan murmured. Within his perception of energy, Cell's power was rapidly escalating, soon surpassing the billion mark, soaring towards an even more formidable realm. There was no time for further contemplation. With a mere thought, Son Gohan activated his instant transmission. As this overwhelming and ferocious energy swept across the globe, all the Z fighters felt the extraordinary strength. They were left far behind, rendered insignificant and fragile, akin to mere ants in the face of this power. Fear welled up within them, causing their bodies to tremble. The instinct to rush towards the battlefield surged within their hearts, yet the sheer terror of the energy paralyzed them with dread. The scene shifted back to Cell. Having consumed Android 17, he began to evolve towards his mature stage, his body swelling and gradually transforming in a more human-like direction. Has he entered the second phase? Hurry and become your perfect form. The complete form of Cell loomed ominously in the sky, fixated on the newly ascended Cell in his second stage. The hunger within him was nearly unbearable. With his energy stabilized, Cell finally completed his metamorphosis, taking on the grotesque appearance of his second form from the original story. Feeling the explosive surge of energy within him, Cell was ecstatically delighted. If this second form was already so powerful, how terrifying would his complete form be? Chapter 75, The Lightning Across Time and Space, Cell, Power Level 7 billion. Suppressing his excitement, the second form of Cell gazed hungrily at Android 18. His greed unabashedly evident. He began to stride slowly towards her. At this moment, Android 18 had finally recovered from the impact of a blow from the complete form of Cell, struggling to rise from the ground. "You bastard! What have you done to 17?" she shouted, her fury ignited as she witnessed her brother's consumption. "I have made him a part of my perfect body. Soon, you will join him, Android 18. The purpose of Dr. Jero's creation of you and 17 is to facilitate my evolution into my complete form," Cell explained, continuing his approach towards 18. "Who would want to become a part of your grotesque monstrosity?" With a fierce roar, Android 18 concentrated a golden energy blast in her palm and hurled it towards Cell. The energy sphere, possessing an astonishingly destructive power, was obliterated by an invisible force when it was merely half a meter away from Cell. "Noticing your apparent reluctance, allow me to demonstrate just how formidable I have become after absorbing Android 17. Observing Android 18's obstinacy, Cell raised his hand and unleashed a crimson energy sphere. The crimson energy sphere ruptured the fabric of space, crashing before Android 18. A thunderous explosion ensued, unleashing a billowing cloud of smoke that soared 100 meters high. Such a casual strike bore an astonishing destructive power. It would have sufficed for her to be effortlessly consumed by me, yet she insisted on enduring hardship. Cell was supremely confident in his mastery of power. That previous maneuver was merely intended to inflict injury upon Android 18, not to obliterate her entirely. He sauntered toward the epicenter of the explosion, his gaze sweeping the surroundings in search of her elusive form. As the haze began to dissipate, Cell still failed to discern the whereabouts of Android 18. "Damn it, where has that wretch vanished to?" Her sudden disappearance filled Cell with a sense of foreboding. "Fool, look above you." The fully formed Cell could no longer contain himself and shouted. At the sound, Cell lifted his gaze toward the heavens. Unbeknownst to him, Gohan had arrived, swiftly rescuing Android 18 just before she was struck by the energy blast. It appeared that my arrival had precipitated unforeseen changes in this world, astonishingly. There were now two Cells. Gohan, witnessing this remarkable scene, was taken aback. Before him stood two Cells, one of which was in its perfect form. With a mere glance, the battle power readings of both Cells registered in Gohan's vision. The perfect Cell boasted a staggering battle power of 5.6 billion, while the second form Cell's power reached 1.5 billion. Simultaneously, the perfect Cell began to regard the suddenly appearing Gohan with newfound seriousness. "Who is he? This world harbors entities unknown to me." The perfect Cell scrutinized Gohan, a glint of wariness flickering in his eyes. "This world appears to be rather dissimilar to his own. A mysterious one-armed man, whom he has never encountered before, has emerged, and the strength of this individual eludes his comprehension. What perplexes perfect Cell the most is that this one-armed figure bears a striking resemblance to Son Gohan. However, at this juncture, Son Gohan is merely a 10-year-old child. It is inconceivable that he could have grown so tall. Who is this audacious individual that dares to hinder my ascension to perfection? He must perish." At this moment, Cell, infused with an inexplicable confidence, recklessly propels himself towards Son Gohan. "Oh no! Stop immediately!" Cell's rash actions leave perfect Cell utterly astonished. If this fellow were to be eliminated, his plans would surely be thwarted. Unaware of his impending doom, the foolish insect, as the second form of Cell advanced menacingly, Gohan paid no heed to Android 18 beside him. With a mere thought, he ignited the energy reservoir of Super Saiyan Level 1. In an instant, he transitioned from his normal state to the full power of Super Saiyan Level 1. His combat power surged to an astounding 6.8 billion. The terrifying aura erupted like a colossal wave, instantly suppressing the approaching second form of Cell from the air down to the ground. What in the world? Bound and unable to move, Cell was struck with immense shock. The overwhelming pressure that bore down upon him rendered him as feeble as an ant. It was not just him. Even the perfect form of Cell was taken aback, for this aura surpassed that of his current perfect form. "Perish, insect!" With a disdainful snort, Gohan hesitated not for a moment. He aligned his index and middle fingers towards Cell's position and gently curved them. The gigantic storm was unleashed, triggering an extensive explosion at Cell's location. With a thunderous roar, the explosion radiated over several thousand meters. The force of the blast conjured towering waves of destruction, enveloped in thick smoke, with dust swirling into the sky. Under Gohan's gigantic storm, Cell's energy dissipated, leaving nothing but obliteration. Android 18 gasped, her eyes wide with disbelief. The very cell that had threatened to absorb her was now laid low, and she was acutely aware of his formidable strength. In his presence, she felt utterly powerless. Yet now, this one-armed savior who had rescued her had vanquished the foe with a single move. Are you all right? After subduing Cell, Gohan glanced at Android 18. Upon arriving, he had inadvertently saved this android as well. I'm fine. A blush crept across 18's face as she realized, thanks to Gohan's reminder, that she was still leaning against him. Gohan offered no response, slowly descending from the sky and temporarily distancing himself from her. If you can still move, you should flee at once, Gohan advised. Android 18 would only hinder him here. That perfect form of Cell was no trivial opponent, matching him in strength even at his full Super Saiyan Level 1 power. In a bygone world, a formidable being emerged, a perfect form of Cell, rivaling even the swift and lethal Cell himself. Grateful for the understanding of Android 18, who recognized the perilous nature of this place, she realized that remaining here would lead to certain doom. Just as she prepared to depart, her peripheral vision caught sight of Android 16, now split in two. Sparks of electricity dancing from his lower half, 100 meters away. Upon noticing the critically injured Android 16, Android 18 surged forward with all her might towards the near-lifeless figure. Meanwhile, in the distant realm of the destroyers, the Angel Whis, staff in hand, observed the unfolding events on Earth. The encounter between the two beings from disparate worlds, Gohan and the perfected Cell, occurred slightly sooner than he had anticipated. That creature, reminiscent of humanity, must be the ultimate android created by Dr. Gero, he mused, taking a sip of tea with a hint of gravity in his gaze. His keen eyes missed nothing, for even the slightest shift in any corner of the universe was not beyond his notice. These two individuals, hailing from different epochs, now stood under his watchful gaze. The seventh universe, which he governs, has descended further into chaos. Even beings from other dimensions have begun to manifest here, resulting in a resurgence of time rings. This indicates the emergence of yet another parallel world. Nevertheless, it matters little. This realm is already rife with disorder, and a touch more chaos is inconsequential. Shaking his head, Whis dismissed the thoughts that lingered in his mind. The emergence of these two extraterrestrial beings may not necessarily be a negative occurrence. Perhaps it is simply an integral part of this world's history that must be endured. As an angel, intervention is warranted only when the delicate balance of the universe is profoundly disrupted. Presently, Son Wukong and Cell have yet to reach a level that could disturb the cosmic equilibrium. Thus, he remains merely an observer, quietly watching, akin to enjoying a splendid performance. The scene shifts back to the battlefield on Earth, where Super Saiyan Son Wukong stands in confrontation with the fully formed Cell. Their gazes lock, and an intangible aura of tension permeates the air, rendering the surroundings eerily silent. Fully formed Cell carefully attunes to Son Wukong's energy. The more he perceives, the more familiar it becomes. You are Son Wukong, are you not? He inquired after a moment's hesitation. This aura, so reminiscent of Son Gohan, compelled him to believe that the figure before him was indeed Son Gohan. Humph? It took you this long to recognize me? Cell, your eyesight leaves much to be desired. Son Gohan scoffed with disdain. Indeed, it is you. Son Gohan. The realization of the identity before him ignited a glimmer of delight in the eyes of perfect Cell. In his timeline, the only individual who could rival him in combat was Son Gohan, and now it was Son Gohan who had disrupted his plans. Although his counterpart from another timeline had been eliminated, the outcome would have been the same with Son Gohan present. Moreover, the benefits of consuming this Son Gohan far outweighed the value of devouring his alternate self. Tell me, from which parallel universe do you hail, Cell? Why have you appeared here? Son Gohan's gaze radiated a piercing chill as he spoke in a low voice. Hee. Surely, you have already surmised the answer in your heart? However, since you've asked, I shall repeat it. A confident and arrogant smile graced perfect Cell's face as he relished recounting his glorious exploits. In my world, I absorbed androids 17 and 18, achieving my perfect form, and hosted a martial arts tournament, seizing the opportunity to break through once more and annihilate all of you. Later, I discovered Trunks' time machine, altered its coordinates, and, due to unforeseen circumstances, arrived in this era. Perfect Cell boasted of his illustrious victories. All the Z fighters fell by his hand, and his journey through time was also in search of a worthy opponent. Is that so? In that timeline, you eradicated all who opposed you? Son Gohan furrowed his brow. astonished by Perfect Cell's actions. In the original story, Perfect Cell was meant to be defeated by the Super Saiyan 2 Son Gohan of that era. Yet this Perfect Cell had reversed the outcome, eliminating everyone instead. Indeed, Son Gohan, Perfect Cell replied with a wide grin. In the next moment, Perfect Cell's gaze shifted to Son Gohan's severed arm. Do you think you can impede me with just one hand, Son Gohan? Perfect Cell scoffed, fully aware of the implications of being one-armed. Even if Son Gohan possessed slightly greater strength, his combat effectiveness would be significantly diminished in such a state. One hand is more than sufficient to deal with your kind, Son Gohan retorted coldly. Is that so? I hope you can maintain this calm demeanor for a while longer. With that, Perfect Cell unleashed all the energy within him. A thunderous roar erupted as an overwhelming wave of golden energy surged forth. A ferocious whirlwind transforming into a force capable of obliterating all in its path, sweeping across the land and sky. The very planet trembled under the weight of this terrifying power. Ding! Automatic absorption of Perfect Cell's released energy converted into energy points, 7 million. In the eyes of Son Wukong, the battle power of Perfect Cell was ascending at an astonishing rate. A golden tempest swept through the heavens and the earth. When this terrifying aura dissipated, the form of Perfect Cell underwent subtle changes. Enveloped by arcs of blue and white electricity, his menacing presence even warped the fabric of space. Perfect Cell? No. At this moment, he deserved a different appellation, Lightning Cell. In Son Wukong's perception, the battle power of Lightning Cell was revealed to be a staggering 7 billion, making him the strongest opponent Wukong had ever encountered. A power level of 7 billion? No wonder everyone in that world was defeated. Such strength would have posed a significant threat had I not mastered the Super Saiyan's second transformation. The sheer energy emanating from Lightning Cell startled Wukong. This 7 billion level of battle power surpassed even his full-powered Super Saiyan first transformation, albeit only slightly, with innumerable arcs of blue and white electricity crackling around him. Lightning Cell displayed a confident and sinister smile. Though I have slain you once in that world, I would not mind doing so a second time, Son Wukong. The fully unleashed Lightning Cell regarded Wukong with disdain. Cell, before we engage in battle, allow me to inform you that in my world, you were nothing more than a mere insect beneath my heel, incapable of mounting any resistance. Even you, from another realm, remain but a pest in my eyes. Wukong declared fearlessly as he assumed a combat stance. Chapter 76, Lightning Cell, still dominant. Upon hearing these words, Cell was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure. The transcendent form of Lightning Cell instilled within him the courage to conquer all. So, you are the Son Wukong from another world. In your realm, I met my demise at your hands. Now, the outcome shall be reversed. As he spoke, Lightning Cell raised his hand and unleashed a magic piercing light cannon toward Wukong. The spiral-shaped penetrating energy tore through space, hurtling directly at Wukong's face. Faced with this sudden assault, Wukong leaped gracefully, evading the magic piercing light cannon with precision. The energy struck the ground, erupting in a fiery explosion that obliterated a vast area of land within a kilometer radius. Ding! Automatic absorption of the energy from Lightning Cell's magic piercing light cannon converted into energy points, 13 million. The systematic prompt echoed once more in his mind. Yet Son Wukong remained undistracted. Within his heightened awareness, he sensed the formidable Lightning Cell charging towards him with astonishing speed. A brilliant flash of light erupted as the Lightning Cell approached with an unstoppable force. Anticipating the assault, Son Wukong deftly evaded this cataclysmic strike. Sliding downward and gripping the ankle of the Lightning Cell with one hand. Propelling himself towards the ground, he exerted force through his right arm, hurling the Lightning Cell's body downwards as if it were a mere toy. With a resounding crash, the Lightning Cell's form slammed into the earth, causing the ground beneath to fracture violently. In an instant, a nearly 100-meter-long fissure expanded outward. The attempt to strike had backfired, igniting a deeper fury within the Lightning Cell. Son Wukong. A roar of rage erupted from the Lightning Cell. The golden aura surged forth, conducting lightning in all directions. Son Wukong found himself momentarily overwhelmed by this fierce energy. Notifications chimed, indicating the automatic absorption of the Lightning Cell's energy, transforming it into energy points, 800, 000, 600, 000. 1, 000, 000, 2, 000, 000. As the energy dissipated, a look of fury manifested on the Lightning Cell's face. Though uninjured, he felt a surge of irritation. He had transcended into a perfect form, yet this one-armed Son Wukong had managed to inflict damage, a blow to his pride that was difficult to bear. In a flash, the Lightning Cell surged forward, covering the distance to Son Wukong in a mere 0.55 seconds. His speed was astonishing, rendering even those with battle powers exceeding 3 billion unable to perceive his movements. With fists and feet unleashed, the pace of his assault quickened. A relentless barrage akin to the roar of thunder, capable of uprooting mountains and splitting the earth. The intensity of the lightning cell's onslaught escalated, exerting immense pressure upon Son Wukong. In the first level of Super Saiyan with full power, the weight of this pressure was palpable, a testament to the ferocity of the lightning cell's might. What is wrong, Son Wukong? Is this the extent of your power? The lightning cell's furious roar accompanied a renewed surge of force in his attack. A resounding explosion echoed through the air. A punch, enveloped in golden flames and bluish-white arcs of electricity, descended upon Gohan's left arm with the force of 1,000 mountains. The terrifying might of the blow sent Gohan staggering several dozen meters away, his arm emitting wisps of white smoke. His brow furrowed in concern. He felt the sting of adversity. The entirety of his arm throbbed with numbness from the impact. It was precisely this strike that ignited the Saiyan blood within him, causing it to surge and boil. Seizing the moment, the lightning-fast Cell raised his hands high, conjuring an energy disk of crimson hue. With a sweeping gesture, he tore through the fabric of space, locking onto Gohan with lethal intent. Was this Frisia's cutting disk? The sight of this technique conjured memories of Frisia in Gohan's mind. The cutting disk, endowed with tracking capabilities, left no choice but to be destroyed. Drink! With a fierce shout, Son Wukong unleashed his aura in its entirety, enveloping the entire battlefield with his formidable presence. Bang! Bang! The two slicing discs, hurtling towards him, were shattered into oblivion by his fists and feet. As the energy skills were obliterated, an expression of disbelief flickered in the eyes of the lightning-imbued Cell. This Son Gohan is stronger than he had anticipated. In his timeline, even the Super Saiyan second-grade Son Gohan could hardly contend at this level. Such trivial attacks hardly compel me to take you seriously, Cell. Stretching his neck, Son Gohan wore an expression of lingering excitement. Upon hearing this, the lightning-quick Cell refrained from launching another assault, instead donning a grave demeanor. At this moment, at the unobserved periphery of the battlefield, an inconspicuous small piece of flesh was writhing incessantly, visibly expanding at an astonishing rate. This small fragment of flesh is none other than the core of the second form of Cell, which was previously vanquished by Son Gohan. It is indeed fortunate that it remains unscathed despite the extensive energy bombardment. As this core continues to writhe, the once obliterated second form of Cell begins to restore itself to its original state. Not only that, but it also undergoes a metamorphosis, directly ascending to its perfect form. Now rejuvenated, it gasps for breath, experiencing a sudden qualitative leap in its internal energy. The design of Dr. Gero proves to be remarkably flawless, even without absorbing Android 18. I can attain my perfect form. However, Cell does not revel in the newfound power that accompanies his transformation. Instead, he is engulfed by a profound sense of helplessness. Though he is now more than twice as strong as in his second form, what does it matter? The other self, along with the one-armed Son Gohan, surpasses him in strength. His perfect form appears as a mere just before them. At last, he comprehends why the alternate version of himself so benevolently assisted him in achieving his perfect form. It was to facilitate his own ascension beyond perfection. In this moment of clarity, Cell realizes the ulterior motives of his counterpart, who has merely been biding time until he could consume him after his transformation, completing a secondary evolution. Moments ago, Son Gohan had reduced him to mere fragments, successfully deceiving both his alternate self and the one-armed Son Gohan in the process. Oh, did you not expect this? I, Cell, have not perished. With a sly, enigmatic smile, Cell activates his ability to conceal his energy, lurking at the periphery of the battlefield, observing the ebb and flow of the ongoing conflict. 10 kilometers away, the Z fighters have gathered, unaware of when they converged at this location. Vegeta, Trunks, Piccolo, Krillin, Tien Shinhan, and this world's Son Gohan all sense the terrifying aura of Cell and rush to the scene. Inadvertently encountering the battle between the one-armed Son Gohan and the lightning-infused Cell. What manner of being is that? Why does it emanate my essence alongside Kakarot's? Vegeta keenly sensed the terrifying aura emanating from the lightning Cell, his teeth clenched in fury and disdain. In this moment, he came to a stark realization about himself. Previously, he had foolishly sought to challenge Gohan in a bid to prove himself as the strongest Super Saiyan. Yet it was only after engaging in battle that he comprehended the depths of his own insignificance. The power he once took pride in was vanquished by an android. And now, a monstrous being with a similar aura had suddenly emerged, possessing strength that far surpassed his own. Gohan's might was on par with that creature, and the monster could extinguish his life with but a single blow. The prince's pride lay shattered at his feet. From the very beginning, they existed in entirely different dimensions. Was this overwhelming energy the true power of Gohan? It was unfathomable who this monster could be. Why did it bear the essence of all of them? Trunks could only grit his teeth as he watched from the sidelines of the battlefield. The collision of power between Gohan and Lightning Cell was so formidable that even a moment's carelessness could lead to their demise. The disparity was insurmountable. The essence shared by them all, akin to Gohan and Trunks, hailed from another world. He was the ultimate android, Cell, crafted by Dr. Gero. Sensing his own essence radiating from Lightning Cell, Piccolo immediately deduced that this creature was indeed Cell. He had never anticipated that the power of the ultimate android would reach such heights, casting them into an entirely different dimension. Even if Goku were to awaken now, he would be no match for Lightning Cell and Gohan, not even measuring up to a mere fingertip of theirs. The hopes of this world rest entirely upon your shoulders. Gohan, you must prevail. The only thing Piccolo can do now is silently cheer for Gohan in his heart, urging him on. What manner of creature is this? The intensity of this aura is truly terrifying. Krillin trembles, his legs weakening as fear wells up within him. Gohan's forehead beads with cold sweat, his breath held in trepidation. In this moment, the current Gohan trembles uncontrollably, his breathing becoming rapid. Even from 10 kilometers away, they can feel the palpable pressure, as if their lives could be snatched away in an instant. On the battlefield, I have roughly gauged the extent of your strength, and it is not beyond my expectations. With a light chuckle, Gohan flexes his right arm. Are you underestimating my power? Gohan, it seems you have yet to grasp the situation. In terms of energy intensity, I surpass you. If this battle continues, your defeat is inevitable. Lightning Cell's derisive taunt rings out. It is you who misunderstands the circumstances. The warm-up is over. Gohan clenches his fist, and with a mere thought, the S-cells within him begin to mobilize and converge. In an instant, a golden aura radiates outward, his energy surging forth as arcs of gold crackle around him. In a fleeting moment, Gohan's energy intensity eclipses that of Cell. As Cell senses this escalating aura, astonishment and fear flicker in his eyes. He has witnessed this boundary-breaking scene before. The S-cells gather from the core of his spine to his crown, culminating in an explosive release. With a thunderous roar, a terrifying force ascends to the heavens. Crackling arcs of electricity envelop Gohan, his hair standing on end, a distinctive lock framing his forehead, and his gaze turning icy cold. Super Saiyan Second Stage. Power level, 8. 5 billion. Indeed, in this form, you will witness Gohan's transformation. At that moment, Lightning Cell affirms that this is the Super Saiyan Second Stage. Indeed. I too possess this power. This is my Super Saiyan Second Stage. You are the first to witness the manifestation of this strength, so do not be alarmed. A sinister smile dances on Gohan's lips as the chasm of power between them widens. Cease your pretentiousness. In another realm, you too transformed into a Super Saiyan Second Stage. Yet still fell by my hand. You shall meet the same fate. Lightning Cell roars, channeling his energy as he shatters the ground beneath him, dashing toward Gohan like a streak of light. His movements appear to Gohan as if time has slowed to a crawl. This time, Son Gohan did not evade. He allowed the full force of Lightning Cell's strike to land. With a resounding crash, Lightning Cell's powerful fist slammed into Gohan's chest, the shockwaves reverberating through his body and stirring up a tempest behind him. What? Lightning Cell's heart raced in disbelief. Gohan, standing firm against the onslaught, remained unshaken as if he were an immovable mountain. Though a slight sting lingered in his chest, it was of no consequence. Was that all there was to it? Then it is my turn. With that thought, Gohan swiftly raised his right hand. His fist clenched tightly, electric energy swirling around it, his muscles pulsating in an irregular rhythm, reminiscent of a dragon's unstoppable charge. With a thunderous boom, his iron fist struck Lightning Cell's face. The devastating force contorted Cell's features and sent forth a torrent of blood. As he was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing into a rocky mountain. In an instant, the earth trembled and the sky shuddered. Dense clouds of smoke billowed into the air as the towering mountain crumbled into fragments under the sheer magnitude of the impact. Although your strength exceeds my expectations by a slight margin, it matters not. At this moment, Gohan's presence resembled that of an invincible deity. What of Lightning Cell's might? He too is but a being to be suppressed. Chapter 77. Confrontation, Seeking Death. The sight of Lightning Cell being forcefully subdued left everyone in deep shock. The Z-Fighters looked on with expressions of disbelief. What was that? Gohan's Super Saiyan form seemed distinctly different from a typical Super Saiyan state. His energy surged to an incredible height, effortlessly casting Cell aside. Krillin gaped, keenly sensing the terrifying aura emanating from Gohan, and could not help but silently marvel at the monstrous nature of the Saiyans. Can such an extraordinary aura truly emanate from a single individual? This presence is vastly superior to ours. That creature possessing the essence of us all is undoubtedly doomed. Tianjing fan marveled. Is this the true extent of your power? Gohan from the future? You have entirely surpassed your father, Piccolo remarked, unable to contain his astonishment at this formidable force. He felt a mix of pride and a twinge of envy, realizing that as a mentor, he lagged significantly behind the future Gohan. Is this the power that awaits me in the future? The present Son Gohan was filled with a profound sense of yearning and exhilaration. The thought that his future self could attain such strength left him acutely aware of his own current frailty. This stark contrast left the Son Gohan of this world feeling disheartened. It must be said that the personality of this world's Son Gohan closely mirrors that of the original, thus presenting the risk of diverging towards a path akin to that of Goku's son. But how could it be? Has he truly surpassed the limits of a Super Saiyan? Observing Son Gohan's current state, the most profound shock undoubtedly emanated from Vegeta at this moment. As one who has also mastered the transformation into a Super Saiyan, he could instantly discern the discrepancies in Son Gohan's condition compared to his own transformation. This signifies a profound transformation, a stark divergence between two forms of metamorphosis, far surpassing his Super Saiyan transformations. His pride has once again been shattered. He can endure being surpassed by his own son, yet being eclipsed by the offspring of his rival, Kakarot, has utterly obliterated his self-esteem. Even the son of his nemesis has outstripped him, even if only from the future. Is this the transformation that Brother Gohan mentioned to me 3 years ago? Surpassing the Super Saiyan? It is hard to believe. His aura has significantly intensified compared to earlier. If I could master such a transformation, I would effortlessly vanquish the androids of the future world. Trunks felt an indescribable excitement within him. He yearned desperately for power and sought the means to transcend the Super Saiyan. If he were to succeed, saving the future would be an inevitable triumph. In the realm of the gods of destruction, as the supreme angel, Whis observed like a mere bystander. When Gohan ascended to the second level of Super Saiyan, he was momentarily taken aback, though it was merely a fleeting sense of surprise. Such formidable energy. Could this be the recent anomaly among the Saiyans? Beyond the Super Saiyan, there exists an even higher transformation. Whis took out a piece of cake, savoring it slowly as he spoke. The outcome of this battle is already apparent, even without witnessing its progression. One can only hope that this journey through time is the final one. Having traversed time once before and now again, it has occurred twice. Traditionally, 3 times is a crowd. Should Son Gohan cross the temporal barrier once more into this realm, he, as an angel, can no longer turn a blind eye. On Earth, amidst the battlefield, Son Gohan instantaneously arrived at the location where the lightning cell lay buried under a cascade of rubble, suspended in mid-air. He surveyed the scene from an elevated vantage point. Come forth. How long do you intend to hide? Are you not eager to demonstrate the might that surpasses your perfect form? Then hasten to reveal it to me. He called out toward the heap of debris below. His provocative words ignited the fury of Lightning Cell. In an instant, his presence surged, shaking the very foundations of the earth. Boom! A tempestuous aura intertwined with blue-white lightning raged forth, enveloping Lightning Cell in a tempest of shattered stones and thick smoke. Ding! The automatic absorption of energy from the fallen Lightning Cell converted into energy points, 5 million. Although his aura showed little sign of abatement. A trace of purple blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. At that moment, a mix of gravity and rage flickered in his eyes. Ever since his transformation to this realm, no one had managed to inflict injury upon him. Now, being wounded by another Son Gohan ignited an inferno of wrath within him. Wiping away the blood from his lips, his cold gaze zeroed in on Son Gohan. A blend of dread, admiration, and greed simmered within him. In his own timeline, he had vanquished the Z-Warriors without consuming them all. Now, encountering an equal, perhaps even a superior entity, he pondered whether consuming Son Gohan might lead him to evolve once more, stepping into an invincible domain untouched by others. Is that blood? Even a genetic aberration like you can bleed? I presumed you were invulnerable, Son Gohan remarked with a sardonic smile. All you can muster now are mere words. Lightning Cell retorted, unperturbed, as the Saiyan cells and blood within him began to boil. Both combatants, brimming with fighting spirit, locked gazes, and the atmosphere thickened with tension. The sky darkened with ominous clouds, and their burgeoning energy caused the world itself to tremble. In a flash, the fierce battle reignited. Both warriors transformed into streaks of light, shooting skyward to commence the first clash. Bang! The aftermath of their collision distorted the very fabric of space, sending shockwaves rippling across a radius of several dozen kilometers. This time, the battle was no longer evenly matched. Rather, Son Gohan held a decisive advantage. The formidable power of the Super Saiyan second stage, combined with his inherent combat prowess, drove the lightning cell into a relentless retreat. The resounding impacts echoed. Bang! Pound! Bang! Pound! Bang! Pound! Bang! Pound! Bang! Pound! The continuous barrage of lethal strikes left a multitude of chilling fist impressions on the body of the lightning cell. Ding! Automatically absorbing the energy released by the fallen lightning cell, converting it into energy points. 5 million. Ding! Automatically absorbing the energy released by the fallen lightning cell, converting it into energy points. 2 million. Ding! Automatically absorbing the energy released by the fallen lightning cell, converting it into energy points. 3 million. Ding! Automatically absorbing the energy released by the fallen lightning cell, converting it into energy points. 4 million. As the battle raged on, the energy shed by the lightning cell transformed into a continuous stream of energy points. The exponential increase in energy points brought immense delight to Son Gohan. This is indeed a tool capable of incessantly extracting energy points. Suppressed. Lightning Cell felt a surge of fury welling up within him. He unleashed his aura once more, forcefully repelling Gohan. Is this truly the extent of the power of a fully realized form? It is profoundly disappointing. Gohan, unhurried in his approach, cast a disdainful glance at Lightning Cell. How infuriating. Do you dare to look down upon me with such contempt? The anger within Lightning Cell surged. In the next moment, his entire being radiated with an overwhelming aura, infused with a lethal intent as he charged towards Gohan. The speed of this eruption surpassed the previous one nearly by a factor of 2. In an instant, it manifested, arriving before Gohan in less than half a second. A fist, enveloped in azure and white lightning and boundless destructive force, surged forward, laden with fury, directly aimed at Gohan. In response to the ferocious assault from Lightning Cell, Gohan sprang into action. Despite the disparity in their powers, his figure evaded the onslaught of Lightning Cell as heavy blows with an almost ghostly finesse. The force of the crushing knee strike descended with relentless might. A resounding bang echoed as the impact reverberated. Lightning Cell was sent soaring into the sky, blood erupting from his mouth in torrents. The tide of battle shifted dramatically in an instant. After launching Lightning Cell into the air with a kick, Gohan refrained from pursuing further. Instead, he willed himself into a blur, vanishing without a trace. As he ascended, Lightning Cell struggled to regain his balance, the excruciating pain radiating from his abdomen rendering even the act of breathing a monumental challenge. His visage twisted in agony. A tempest of turmoil surged within him. He found it unbearable to accept such a vast disparity in strength. Though both were Super Saiyans of the second grade, he had previously defeated that world-esque Gohan. Yet now he was being subdued, leaving him profoundly unsettled. Casting his gaze wide, he expanded his aura, searching for Gohan's whereabouts. Where has he gone? Lightning Cell muttered to himself. Concurrently, beneath him, countless violet energy orbs, exuding an enchanting aura, homed in on Lightning Cell as if possessing sentience. Noticing the approaching energy blasts, Lightning Cell remained unfazed, concentrating his energy into a purple barrier, successfully deflecting the incoming assault. Humph, just a trivial trick. Show yourself already. No more hiding in the shadows. After effortlessly blocking Gohan's strike, Lightning Cell began to boast. As you wish. Unbeknownst to him, Gohan had already positioned himself behind Lightning Cell. The sudden transformation left Lightning Cell in a state of shock and astonishment. Instinctively, he turned his head away, and before his eyes, magnified infinitely, was the foot of Son Gohan. With a thunderous crash, the energy barrier shattered, and Lightning Cell was once again struck by a devastating blow. The unbelievable force distorted his features, causing blood to spurt forth, and his mind went blank, plunging him into a brief state of disorientation. After suffering the brutal impact, Lightning Cell became like a meteor, plummeting from the sky toward a hill several dozen kilometers away. In an instant, the hill was reduced to a shower of debris, billowing clouds of smoke surging into the heavens, causing minor tremors across a vast radius. Son Gohan's kick had been delivered without restraint, nearly costing Lightning Cell his life. Amidst the swirling smoke, Lightning Cell's disheveled form came into Son Gohan's view. He slowly emerged from the haze, his twisted visage eliciting a sense of revulsion. Descending from the sky, Son Gohan landed 10 meters away from Lightning Cell. "What an unsightly sight," he remarked coldly. "How infuriating." Lightning Cell's eyes were bloodshot, the previous blow having grotesquely deformed his head. Viscous purple blood flowed incessantly from his skull, as if it might explode at any moment. He activated the regenerative abilities of his Namekian cells, restoring his battered body to its former state. Although he appeared physically intact, his aura plummeted sharply, a testament to the severe damage inflicted by Son Gohan's strike. Fixing his gaze on Son Gohan, he clasped his hands together at his waist, forming a sunflower shape as his energy coalesced. A disagreement seemed to signal a surge in power. Kamehameha wave? Upon noticing Cell's movements, Son Gohan quickly deduced that his opponent was preparing a formidable attack. Yet, he remained unperturbed, gathering energy in his palm, golden aura swirling within. "Die, Son Gohan. In another world, you met your end before me, and this time, the outcome will be no different. It is over for you." Lightning Cell bellowed, unleashing the full extent of his energy, his roar echoing into the sky. In a flash, his energy surged dramatically, a blue radiance soaring upward. Super Kamehameha wave. With a furious cry, a colossal blue energy beam, 100 meters in diameter, shot forth, hurtling towards Son Gohan. Magic Flash. With a single hand, Son Gohan unleashed the Magic Flash, its might surpassing even the full-force Kamehameha wave released by Lightning Cell. The two formidable energies collided with a resounding explosion. Ding! Energy from Lightning Cell's Kamehameha was automatically absorbed, converting to energy points. 15 million. Ding! Energy from Lightning Cell's Kamehameha was automatically absorbed, converting to energy points. 20 million. Ding! The automatic absorption of energy from the Lightning Cell's Kamehameha has transformed into a staggering 25 million energy points. Ding! The automatic absorption of energy from the Lightning Cell's Kamehameha has now escalated to an impressive 30 million energy points. The shockwaves generated by the collision of energies continue to expand, affecting an ever-widening area. The full-force Kamehameha of Lightning Cell and Gohan's Mystic Flash stand in a delicate balance. The epicenter of this energy clash is relentlessly expanding, causing atmospheric instability and gravitational shifts across the entire planet. This scene evokes an apocalyptic ambience. The Z-Fighters, observing from a distance, are overwhelmed by a sense of powerlessness. In the face of such formidable combat, they found themselves utterly inept, incapable of offering even the slightest assistance. A mere charge forward would result in instant incineration by the unleashed aura. This was true for all, even for the formidable Vegeta and Trunks, both of whom had mastered the Super Saiyan form. Chapter 78. What you see is merely what I wish to show you. The clash between the Kamehameha and the evil Flash continued unabated, with both parties locked in an energy stalemate that endured for nearly half a minute. Lightning Cell had reached the absolute limits of his power, drawing forth every ounce of energy his body could muster. In contrast, Gohan had only utilized about 60% of his potential, holding back his true strength. "I refuse to believe you can sustain this." Gohan gritted his teeth as Lightning Cell unleashed every bit of energy within him, a relentless flow coursing through his form, amplifying the Kamehameha's power yet again. The surge in energy caused the diameter of the Kamehameha to expand noticeably. Under the scrutiny of countless eyes, Cell's full-powered Kamehameha surprisingly began to falter against Gohan. As the pressure in his hands intensified, Gohan remained unfazed, a slight smirk gracing his lips, exuding an air of captivating charm. "Do you still have strength left? How regrettable." A subtle shift in his expression revealed a hint of mischief as Gohan activated the dormant reservoir of energy within him. His arm muscles swelled, and the energy of the evil Flash surged in response. With a thunderous roar, the diameter of the evil Flash's energy underwent a remarkable surge, swiftly eclipsing the full-powered Kamehameha of Lightning Cell. "Impossible!" Cell's face contorted in horror as he witnessed his Kamehameha being pushed back, his eyes wide with shock and fear. He desperately sought escape, but it was futile. His body was consumed by the overwhelming energy of the evil Flash. This unimaginable destructive force relentlessly battered and dismantled his form, as he helplessly watched his body dissolve under the onslaught. "I cannot possibly perish like this." Lightning Cell clung to his last vestiges of energy, shielding his core. Commanding the energy of the evil Flash, Gohan waved his hand, forcibly altering its trajectory skyward. The evil Flash, imbued with incomprehensible residual power, broke through the Earth's atmosphere, ascending into the vastness of space. With a resounding explosion, the energy detonated, sending shockwaves rippling through the cosmos, illuminating the darkness with brilliant hues. as the explosive shockwaves dissipated. The Earth once again fell into tranquility, and Gohan sensed the absence of Lightning Cell's aura. The individual appeared to have been utterly annihilated, leaving not a single cell behind. With a sigh of relief, Son Gohan smiled, feeling assured that the lightning-infused cell was essentially vanquished. Nevertheless, to err on the side of caution, he activated his insightful eye, scanning the surroundings for any remnants of Cell's core. Should the core remain intact, that fiend could potentially resurrect himself, and even more alarming, his combat prowess could be augmented as a consequence. This is also due to the Scion blood coursing through his veins after a near-death revival. His combat prowess experienced an explosive surge. In a forgotten corner, the core of Lightning Cell remained unscathed, a seemingly insignificant mass pulsating like a heart. He had left a contingency. In the moment the explosion consumed his body, he utilized his final strength to eject his core from the blast's aftermath. As long as the core remained intact, he could achieve a second rebirth. Furthermore, upon regeneration, his potential would be unleashed, granting him an even greater power akin to before. Gurgling sounds emanated as Lightning Cell began to actively reconstruct his form. His central core writhed incessantly, gradually expanding until it soon took on a small, embryonic shape. The complete restoration was merely a matter of time. Once fully revived, his strength could surge to rival that of Gohan. However, what he did not anticipate was that, in this moment, he had fallen victim to another's scheme, becoming nourishment for someone else's evolution. Not far away, a shadow flickered through space, materializing before Lightning Cell's core. Surprised to see me? Another version of myself, still alive. Everyone thought you perished, but I knew you would not die so easily. Just as I suspected. You retained your core, and now, allow me to consume you. Concealed in the shadows, Cell had taken the initiative to locate Lightning Cell's central core. Greed glimmered in his eyes, nothing compared to the effect of consuming oneself. Seeing this, Lightning Cell's core was alarmed, hastening its writhing in a desperate attempt to restore its body. Alas, it was too late. Previously, you had gone to great lengths to aid my transformation into perfection, all with the intention of devouring me to turn me into your sustenance. Unfortunately, your plans were thwarted by the unexpected emergence of a powerful Gohan, completely derailing your intentions. Did you think I vanished in his explosion? No, I merely sought to deceive your perception, making you believe I was dead. Cell smirked, extending his tail and unfurling its pointed tip. Regrettably, I am not only alive, but have also ascended to perfection. Now, you belong to me. Surviving is less desirable than fulfilling another version of myself. Offer all that you are to me. This is your final worth. I shall consume you and become the singular Cell. Rest assured, I will avenge you. A crimson light flickered in Sheru's eyes, prompting him to spring into action. The central core of Lightning Share arrived rapidly, expanding as it resisted the harsh truths of reality. He had plotted against an alternate version of himself. Yet he never anticipated that he would ultimately become the sacrificial garment for his counterpart. To restore his form in an instant was far from a simple endeavor. Sheru's tail unfurled, revealing a gaping maw that swiftly engulfed the central core of Lightning Sheru. As he was consumed by the tail, Lightning Sheru struggled violently, but alas, all resistance proved futile. With his complete annihilation, Sheru underwent a remarkable metamorphosis. A radiant white light erupted from his being, as a terrifying aura surged uncontrollably, far surpassing any prior manifestation. The energy within him swelled dramatically, compelling Sheru to unleash a thunderous roar. Having devoured another version of himself, he experienced explosive growth in all aspects. Transcending his complete form, he ascended to a super-complete state. His presence and that of Lightning Sheru became increasingly dense. Though both were manifestations of Lightning Sheru, the power of the super-complete form had eclipsed that of the previous iteration. This should be referred to as the ultimate form. In the realm of key perception, Cell's energy suddenly erupted, showcasing an unprecedented leap in power. Gohan instantly pinpointed his location and executed an instantaneous move to arrive at the scene. He bore witness to Cell's transformation and evolution. What is happening? Gohan's heart raced. The power that Cell unleashed surpassed the bounds of his imagination. The spreading aura, in an instant, eclipsed his Super Saiyan second level. As his abilities activated, Gohan observed Cell's battle power escalating steadily. 7 billion, 7, 5 billion, 8 billion, 8, 5 billion, 9 billion, 10 billion. A cacophony of frenzied roars erupted as Cell finally completed his metamorphosis. After devouring another version of himself, although he still retained the form of Lightning Cell, his strength was no longer comparable to what it had been. His form stabilized, and the intensity of his aura gradually balanced itself. Now, His power was significantly superior to that of the previous Lightning Cell. How could you possess such strength? Gohan was astounded by the battle power of Lightning Cell, which had surpassed 10 billion. As his abilities activated, he saw Lightning Cell's power reading soaring to an astonishing 8 billion. No. At this moment, he should be called Ultimate Cell. Is this the power that transcends perfection? It is truly magnificent. The meticulous plans of that fellow have ultimately led him to become my stepping stone, granting me power beyond perfection. Perhaps I should express my gratitude to him. After consuming Lightning Cell, Ultimate Cell also gained access to all of his memories, including the scenes of devastation in another parallel world. You are not the same Cell from before. Upon hearing this, Gohan's expression turned serious and grave. The previous Lightning Cell, even with a core left to regenerate, could not possibly achieve such terrifying strength. Yet, the power possessed by the Ultimate Cell had indeed surpassed 10 billion. I am certainly not the same Cell you faced moments ago. I am the one who narrowly escaped your onslaught. I am fortunate to have survived and evolved into my perfected form. After devouring another version of myself, the feeling is utterly sublime. Gohan, can you still handle me as you did that previous version? Ultimate Cell revealed a wicked smile, with endless blue-white arcs of electricity swirling around him, exuding an aura of terrifying might. He reveled in the ecstasy of his newfound power, a realm beyond his wildest imagination. It is overwhelmingly strong, truly formidable. Humph. Even if you have devoured your kind, what of it? A bug is still a bug. Fundamentally, nothing has changed. Gohan scoffed dismissively. What does it matter if your battle power exceeds 10 billion? I possess the capability to subdue it all the same. Humph. It appears that arrogance is indeed a characteristic of the Psiots, and there is no denying this fact. Do you still fail to comprehend the vast chasm that separates us? Allow me to demonstrate the magnitude of my strength after transcending the complete form and evolving into the ultimate life form. As the words echoed, the Ultimate Cell eagerly unleashed the newly acquired power within him. A resplendent golden aura erupted, radiating outward with explosive intensity. Boom. In an instant, the golden wave of energy coalesced into a whirlwind, spreading its astonishing force in all directions. Ding. The automatic absorption of energy from Ultimate Cell's fallen power transformed into energy points. 3 million. Ding. The automatic absorption of energy transformed into energy points. 4 million. Ding. The automatic absorption of energy transformed into energy points. 5 million. Ding. The automatic absorption of energy transformed into energy points. 10 million. The release of power at the level of billions exerted considerable pressure on Gohan, yet he exhibited no signs of panic. Rather, a hint of a charming smile graced his lips. How about that? This is the ultimate power I have attained. I have surpassed the complete form and the ultimate strength previously possessed by Cell. Gohan, do you still think you stand a chance against me? Ultimate Cell laughed heartily, brimming with confidence in his abilities, convinced he could subdue Gohan within 10 strikes. Is this the extent of your power after consuming another self? Truly disappointing, Gohan remarked, his expression unchanging, tinged with disappointment. Upon hearing this, Ultimate Cell momentarily froze, disbelief etched across his face, but he quickly regained his composure. Gohan, surely you are not so daft as to believe my current strength frightens you into uttering such nonsense? Your energy pales in comparison to mine. With an air of disdain, Ultimate Cell proclaimed, what you perceive is merely a fraction of my true strength, which is contingent upon your own capabilities. His authoritative and weighty tone inadvertently prompted Gohan to assertively showcase his bravado in front of Ultimate Cell. What did you say? Ultimate Cell, filled with rage and resentment, seethed internally, wishing to tear Gohan apart immediately. However, he hesitated to act rashly, unable to discern whether Gohan was concealing even greater power. Suppressing his fury, Ultimate Cell calmly declared, very well. If that is the case, let me witness your true strength. All right, as you wish. But do try not to be overwhelmed, Gohan replied, a slight quiver at the corner of his mouth as he communicated with the system, opening the system shop. Meanwhile, in the realm of the God of Destruction, was observed with a hint of surprise as Cell, having consumed his own kind and ascended to an ultimate form, displayed a remarkable transformation. This force can already be considered among the most formidable beings in the universe. It has become increasingly intriguing. Son Gohan, how will you confront such a formidable adversary? Or is it that you possess untapped powers yet to be revealed? Whis' attention does not rest upon the Ultimate Cell. The one-armed Son Gohan, in his current state, draws his attention even more. It is perplexing. Although he is merely a mortal, he remains an enigma that eludes comprehension. His instincts suggest that within this ordinary being lies boundless potential. What I perceive is merely what you wish for me to see. How intriguing. Therefore, allow me to witness the powers you have yet to reveal. A slight smile dances upon his lips as Whis grows increasingly curious about Son Gohan. Chapter 76, A Desperate Situation. The scene shifts back to Earth, to the battlefield where Son Gohan stands in a tense standoff against Ultimate Cell. The unspoken tension between them distorts the very fabric of space. The fiery desire for battle ignites within their eyes, an unquenchable flame. If you wish to witness my true power, then display your own capabilities, Cell, Son Gohan asserts, unperturbed and adorned with a confident smile. Indeed, Ultimate Cell is formidable, far surpassing his current self, but despite this, Gohan remains assured. He intends to harness the pressure exerted by Ultimate Cell to elevate himself to greater heights. To accelerate personal growth, a balanced confrontation has always proven the most effective. I see your words are mere bravado, Son Gohan. If that is the case, do not blame me, Cell sneers, his eyes narrowing as a terrifying aura envelopes him, descending upon Gohan. The overwhelming pressure surges forth like a tidal wave, bearing down on him with a weight akin to a colossal mountain. As he grapples with this unimaginable force, Gohan feels his body grow heavy, his movements becoming somewhat cumbersome. Do you truly fathom the unfathomable depths of a Scion's power? How well do you understand the Scion race, Cell? A derisive smile graces his face as Gohan's gaze sharpens, and a deep crimson beam of energy erupts from his eyes. The intensity of the godly eye is such that it could pierce through all existence and reshape reality itself. Yet, Ultimate Cell remains unmoved in the face of Gohan's sudden onslaught, scarcely acknowledging it. With a mere gesture, he shatters the incoming beam into fragments. Son Gohan, you are indeed overestimating yourself. I have evolved into an unparalleled ultimate life form. In terms of power, speed, and all aspects, I far exceed you. The fury within Ultimate Cell surged forth, intent on demonstrating to Gohan the vast chasm that separated them. With an explosive velocity that transcended the speed of sound, he closed the distance to Gohan in less than a tenth of a second. His indomitable iron fist transformed into a cataclysmic force, poised to strike Gohan's visage with devastating impact. Had any of the Z fighters faced this annihilating blow, they would have been reduced to mere fragments. Sensing the impending peril, Gohan heightened his vigilance, every muscle in his body taut with tension. A sharp whoosh sliced through the air as Ultimate Cell's heavy punch tore through the fabric of space, narrowly evaded by Gohan. Seizing the opportunity presented by Cell's momentary lapse in defense, Gohan propelled himself off the ground, delivering a powerful kick aimed at Ultimate Cell's jaw. However, the ever-cautious Ultimate Cell effortlessly sidestepped Gohan's assault with a deft pivot, retaliating with a whip-like kick aimed directly at Gohan. The swiftness and power of this whip kick were beyond imagination. Sun Wukong had nowhere to evade and could only brace himself head-on, shielding his chest with one hand. With a resounding boom, the very fabric of space trembled in response. The forceful strike, akin to a relentless torrent, struck Son Gohan's abdomen with unerring precision. Despite the obstruction of one arm, he felt an unimaginable power coursing through his entire being. In but a fleeting moment, he was propelled backward for thousands of meters. As he soared through the air, his aura erupted, utilizing its impact to counteract the residual force of Ultimate Cell. With great effort, Son Gohan stabilized his body and landed gracefully. A sharp, searing pain radiated from his arm, the intensity of which compelled him to draw in a sharp breath. With a tremendous effort, he managed to block the strike. For the first time, he felt an overwhelming sense of oppression. Taking a deep breath, the fighting spirit in Son Gohan's eyes intensified rather than waned. The sharp pain and pressure inflicted by Ultimate Cell transformed into the very motivation propelling him to continue the battle. Regaining his composure, Son Gohan raised his hand, and a deep, enchanting purple light emerged from his palm. Tempestuous storm. With those words, countless dazzling energy spheres, equipped with tracking capabilities, surged forth from his hand. Dozens of these vibrant orbs locked onto Ultimate Cell's form, hurtling towards him with unparalleled speed. However, it was merely a futile struggle. I, who have transcended the perfect form and evolved into the ultimate life form, am beyond your capacity to confront, Son Gohan. As those words fell, a golden aura enveloped Ultimate Cell, coalescing in an instant into an impregnable defense. Leaping forward, disregarding the incoming energy blasts, he charged straight at Son Gohan. Boom, boom, boom. The relentless explosions expanded in scope. Ultimate Cell, undeterred by Son Gohan's fierce onslaught, transformed into an unstoppable projectile, racing towards him. In a mere 0.01 seconds, he forced his way through the barrage of energy, brimming with lethal intent, descending upon Son Gohan. With a clenched fist, he unleashed a cataclysmic blow. The sound of the impact echoed with a thunderous roar, its might shaking the heavens and causing the very spirits to weep. In a moment of dire peril, Son Gohan forcibly braced himself with his palm against that unimaginable punch. The overwhelming force seemed to engulf him entirely. Reeling from the blow, Son Gohan's legs trembled violently, while the ground beneath him caved into a deep pit measuring 10 meters in diameter. Huh, you actually blocked it? You certainly surprised me, Son Gohan. Ultimate Cell remarked with a sly smile, his eyes narrowing slightly in amusement. What will astonish you even more lies ahead. The Saiyan blood within him surged, and with a sweeping motion of his hand, Son Gohan deflected Ultimate Cell's iron fist, transitioning from defense to offense as he launched a counterattack. The barrage of strikes descended mercilessly like a torrential downpour. Boom, bang. The relentless assault, a tempest of fists and feet, wreaked havoc. Each blow powerful enough to shatter mountains and rend the earth asunder. Such a relentless assault, if it were faced by the previous Lightning Cell, would have been reduced to mere shreds in an instant. Yet, Ultimate Cell not only engages in direct confrontation but does so with remarkable ease. His form glides through the air like a fish in water, precise and swift, rendering him nearly untouchable. What is the matter? Is your speed so lamentably slow? Gohan, your power is so feeble that it hardly piques my interest. With such a meager level of combat prowess, you stand no chance against me. Ultimate Cell taunted while parrying Gohan's counterattacks. In response, Gohan remained silent, merely intensifying both his offensive rhythm and the strength of his strikes. Hee, I sense your attack speed has quickened. A slight smirk creased Ultimate Cell's lips, dismissing Gohan's efforts with a derisive chuckle. In the next heartbeat, a glimmer flashed in his eyes as he seized upon Gohan's opening, delivering a devastating blow that shattered the very fabric of space, hurtling towards Gohan with terrifying force. With a resounding bang, Gohan was struck squarely in the chest. The overwhelming power surged through him, causing his consciousness to waver and blood to pour from his mouth. By the time he regained his senses, he had been sent flying thousands of meters away, crashing violently into a towering rock formation. With a thunderous boom, the mountain crumbled, burying Gohan beneath a cascade of rubble. Having personally sent Gohan sprawling and subdued him with overwhelming strength, Ultimate Cell reveled in his own power with immense satisfaction. After absorbing his counterpart, Lightning Cell, and evolving into this ultimate life form, his strength had surpassed any challenge that Gohan could pose. Honestly, I never expected to become so formidable after consuming another version of myself. Gohan, you can no longer impede my path. A sinister smile adorned Ultimate Cell's visage as new schemes began to take shape in his mind. Gohan was the sole individual worthy of his full attention. If he were to consume him, how much stronger could he become? The mere thought of potentially evolving a second time by devouring Gohan, transcending his current form, and stepping into an entirely new realm was tantalizing. Please, do not perish so easily, Gohan. Ultimate Cell greedily licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with desire and avarice. Meanwhile, among the Z-Warriors, witnessing Gohan being subdued by Ultimate Cell instilled a profound sense of despair and helplessness within them. Gohan's strength has utterly failed. That monster is even more powerful. Krillin's face turned pale, his breathing becoming laborious. At that moment, it felt as though an unseen hand was tightly gripping his heart, leaving him teetering on the brink of death. Had the power of Super Saiyans truly been surpassed? The monster's formidable presence sent a chill coursing through Tianjin Fan, awakening a profound sense of fear within him. In that moment, he grasped the extent of his insignificance and felt a deep remorse for his own frailty. Despite being a martial artist who had foreseen the impending arrival of the artificial beings and had diligently trained to enhance his strength when the true threat emerged, he found himself utterly powerless. He felt akin to an ant, vulnerable to being crushed. The chasm between their realms of power was insurmountable. In a fit of rage, unable to express the turmoil within, Bick could only roar at the heavens. He loathed his own weakness and ineptitude. If only he could grow stronger. If he could lend a hand to Gohan, the outcome might have been different. The Gohan of this world, too, was engulfed by despair and impotence. If even his future self, 2 decades hence, had succumbed to defeat, how could he possibly offer assistance? Trunks trembled, his lips quivering violently as he grappled with feelings of helplessness and dread. He longed to rush forward and assist, yet fear paralyzed him, rendering him immobile under the weight of overwhelming power. His instincts screamed of impending doom, and even with the enemy before him, he was engulfed in profound terror and helplessness. We are doomed. We shall all be slain, even Gohan, he realized, as the disparity in strength loomed insurmountable. At that moment, Vegeta, too, had succumbed to despair. His Super Saiyan form had dissipated, and his confidence suffered a crushing blow. The intense fear that took root in his heart left him feeling utterly powerless. Despair had seeped into the very core of his being, stripping away any courage to resist. As the Prince of the Saiyans, he now stood paralyzed by sheer terror. What a ludicrous situation it is. Positioned at the edge of the battlefield, Android 18 remains, observing the state of the combat. Beside her stands the half-destroyed Android 16. Though severed in two, he still possesses residual energy, sustaining his life force. The power of that monster has far surpassed that of the armless man. The outcome has already been determined, and everything is poised for annihilation, Android 16 analyzed. Based on data and calculations, he sees no glimmer of hope for victory. If the armless Gohan were to be defeated, then all life on this planet would cease to exist. In stark contrast to Android 16's perspective, Android 18 clings to a belief and attitude of hope. Until the final moment, one must not presumptuously declare victory or defeat. 16. Even though the disparity is vast, I still believe that individual can triumph, she said, gazing into the distance of the battlefield, pondering for a moment. For some unknown reason, she feels deep down that the armless man can turn the tide and prevail. Android 16, poised to speak, fell silent after careful consideration. Now, what else could they do but believe? Should Ultimate Cell emerge victorious, the entire world would face inevitable destruction. Though I do not know your name, please, you must win. Avenge 17. Android 18 clenched her fists, silently urging within her heart. She could not forget the harrowing sight of her brother being devoured before her eyes. Chapter 80. The Armless Man's Recovery. The fierce battle continues. The scene shifts back to Gohan, who is sent flying. Massive rocks collapse into rubble, burying him deeply at the center. In the next moment, his energy erupts, sending the heavy stones that weighed him down flying away. Now, his clothes are tattered and torn, the result of Cell's brutal strikes, leaving him with numerous wounds inflicted by the shards of rock. Logically, as a time traveler, you should experience fear after such grievous injuries, leading him to hesitate in continuing the fight. However, Gohan does not. The inflicted wounds cause his blood to boil and ignite. He can distinctly feel the Saiyan blood within him surging due to this trauma. An unceasing flow of S-cells provides him with the energy to battle. He senses that the barrier that has long troubled him has been shattered at this moment. With a mighty roar, Ahat, Gohan exerts every ounce of his strength to elevate his energy. The S-cells within him churn and boil, further amplifying his aura. At this moment, his combat power, originally at 8.5 billion, continues to rise. This enhancement is not a transformation achieved through the breakthrough of the Super Saiyan second grade, but rather a significant advancement in his inherent combat prowess. It feels as though I have finally shattered the barrier that has long obstructed my path, and my power has ascended once more. Clenching his fists, Gohan disregards the searing pain coursing through his body, a smile gracing his lips. With his icy visage as a Super Saiyan second grade and the blood vividly staining him, he appears overwhelmingly formidable at this moment. Under the strain of immense pressure, having endured a grievous blow, his latent potential has been unleashed. Now, his combat strength has soared to an astounding 10 billion points. His natural combat power has transcended its previous limits, leaping from millions to the realm of billions due to this recent pressure. Has my aura surged once again? I have indeed grown stronger, yet at this level, nothing truly changes. Ultimate Cell has mysteriously materialized above Gohan, arms crossed, observing him with a bemused expression. Within his aura perception, Gohan's energy exhibits an explosive increase, a notable enhancement compared to before, yet Cell remains confident in his ability to suppress it. After assimilating another version of himself, Cell's combat prowess is far more intricate than it appears on the surface. Should he desire, he can grow even stronger. You are so self-assured. Do you believe nothing can alter this? Gohan gazes upward, confronting the aloof Ultimate Cell that hovers in the sky. His objective has been achieved. There is no longer any need to deliberately restrain anything. The barrier that has long plagued him has been shattered. It is time to liberate his true power. Gohan, even if you have grown stronger, what of it? My aura still eclipses yours. As you stated earlier, what you see now is merely a fraction of my power. Cell? It is simply what I wish for you to perceive. If I were to unleash my full might, you would have met your demise the moment the battle commenced. Ultimate Cell snorts derisively, a look of arrogance etched upon his face, his demeanor exuding unparalleled hubris. Within him, the cells of Vegeta began to stir, embodying arrogance, pride, and hubris. Are you suggesting you can slay me at any moment? Son Gohan narrowed his eyes, a piercing glint surfacing within them. Ultimate Cell, far too audacious. Though I am loath to admit it, the truth remains. Ultimate Cell spread his arms wide, awakening the dormant power within him at his command. A cacophony of frenzied screams erupted as Ultimate Cell unleashed the full extent of his energy. The power he had previously consumed from Lightning Cell fused seamlessly with his current form. With a resounding crackle, the upheaval unleashed by Ultimate Cell wrought significant alterations to the Earth's climate. The sky within a 100-mile radius darkened ominously, while countless golden lightning bolts cascaded from above. Encased in a golden aura, he was lashed by streaks of golden lightning. Ding! Energy dropped by Ultimate Cell automatically absorbed, converted into energy points. 7 million. Ding! Energy dropped by Ultimate Cell automatically absorbed, converted into energy points. 8 million. Ding! Energy dropped by Ultimate Cell automatically absorbed, converted into energy points. 6 million. Ding! Energy dropped by Ultimate Cell automatically absorbed, converted into energy points. 10 million. Ding! Energy dropped by Ultimate Cell automatically absorbed, converted into energy points. 12 million. As Ultimate Cell erupted, a substantial accumulation of energy points was garnered. In Son Gohan's gaze, Ultimate Cell's combat power surged steadily, escalating from 10.8 billion to the threshold of 12 billion. His aura stabilized, his breath retracting within his form, enveloped in dense blue and white arcs of electricity, exuding an overwhelming and formidable presence. This is the true essence of his power. Do you see it clearly? Son Gohan, this is the chasm that separates you and me. I now stand as the ultimate life form at the pinnacle of the universe. It is a tremendous honor for you to even contend with me. The Ultimate Cell is deeply enamored with his own formidable strength and this imposing demeanor, displaying an arrogance that borders on oblivion. At this moment, he perceives himself as a deity capable of bringing death to the entire cosmos. The only one who can challenge him, Son Gohan, possesses power that barely scratches the surface. You are truly hopelessly foolish. Son Gohan is amused by the Ultimate Cell's words, as he dares to assert himself as the apex of the universe with mere power in the 100 billion range. How short-sighted this fellow is. Setting aside the question of the existence of destructive deities in this world, merely considering the timeline, the formidable Majin Buu, who appears 7 years hence, will far surpass the current Ultimate Cell in power. Such a level of combat prowess is unworthy even to lace the shoes of Majin Buu. You seem dissatisfied with my strength. However, fret not, for soon you shall become an integral part of my perfect form. Only by consuming you can I truly ascend to the pinnacle of this world. Ultimate Cell paid no heed to Gohan's taunts, his eyes gleaming with avarice. At this moment, Gohan represented the missing upgrade material he so desperately sought. Devouring him would elevate his power to unprecedented heights. Thus, I label you a genetic aberration. Even now, you remain oblivious to what I have been awaiting. The time has come. Your dreams will soon be shattered. Gohan regarded Ultimate Cell with disdain. The reason for his delay was to ensure his base power surpassed 100 million. With his objective now achieved, he no longer needed to restrain himself. The moment to restore his complete form had arrived. What do you mean by that? A look of confusion crossed Ultimate Cell's face. Unable to comprehend why Gohan maintained his composure throughout their exchange. Despite the vast disparity in their strengths, Gohan exuded an air of assured victory. As if everything was under his control. You will soon understand, Cell. Gohan revealed a knowing smile, and in the next moment, he activated the system interface. Host, Gohan age, 27 bloodline, half-Earthling half-Scion, special, base power index, 100 million Super Scion second stage, 10 billion current system energy points, remaining energy points, 668 billion. After the previous series of battles, the energy points converted by the system had reached an astonishing 668 billion. System, exchange for a Senzu Bean, Gohan instructed. Ding. Senzu Bean successfully exchanged, deducting from host energy points, 100,000. Remaining energy points, 667,6485 billion. The sound of system notifications echoed in his mind as a vibrant green bean materialized in the palm of Gohan's hand. That is, a Senzu Bean. Ultimate Cell noticed the Senzu Bean that had suddenly appeared in Gohan's palm, an ominous feeling washing over him as his gaze shifted to Gohan's severed arm. It seemed he began to grasp the implications. The severed arm of this individual is not beyond recovery. Rather, it is a deliberate act. At this moment, the ultimate self finally comprehends why Son Gohan has consistently maintained an air of fearless confidence. He is patiently awaiting the opportune moment to restore his severed arm. For only then can his power be maximized. How could I allow you to triumph, Son Gohan? With this realization, the ultimate self ceases to be the arrogant tyrant he was moments ago. To prevent any unforeseen incidents, he must take action. With both hands thrust backward, a continuous stream of energy converges from his arms into his palms, unleashing a barrage upon Son Gohan. It is now too late for you to eliminate me, Cell. As those words leave his lips, a protective barrier of violet energy materializes around Son Gohan. He consumes a senzu bean, and with its miraculous potency coursing through him, he begins to rejuvenate. At that instant, the relentless assault from Ultimate Cell resumes. Boom, boom, boom. The continuous explosions generate waves throughout the space, engulfing Son Gohan and the energy barrier in a thick cloud of smoke and flames. An ominous foreboding resurfaces within Ultimate Cell, igniting a sense of urgency as he accelerates his attacks. He relentlessly bombards Son Gohan, intent on inflicting severe damage. At this point, he no longer harbors hopes of consuming Son Gohan. He merely wishes to prevent him from ingesting another senzu bean to avert any further unforeseen occurrences. Ding. Automatically absorbing the energy from Ultimate Cell's continuous bombardment, converting it into energy points. 700,000. Ding. Automatically absorbing the energy from Ultimate Cell's continuous bombardment, converting it into energy points. 8,000,000. Ding. Automatically absorbing the energy from Ultimate Cell's continuous bombardment, converting it into energy points. 600,000. Ding. Automatically absorbing the energy from Ultimate Cell's continuous bombardment, converting it into energy points. 1,000,000. Ding. Automatically absorbing the energy from Ultimate Cell's continuous bombardment, converting it into energy points. 2,000,000. A minute passes. Flames engulf the surroundings, and thick smoke pervades the area for thousands of meters. Ultimate Cell finally halts his ferocious assault, his hands trembling slightly as his breath quickens, and the explosive aura he had exhibited begins to wane considerably. The incessant bombardment has drained a substantial amount of his energy. Ha ha ha. Gasping heavily, Ultimate Cell felt cold sweat trickle down his forehead, his breath quickening. He could not fathom that, under his relentless onslaught, Gohan could emerge unscathed. With bated breath and unwavering focus, Ultimate Cell stared intently at the billowing smoke before him, his vigilance at its peak. Amidst the thick haze, Gohan remained unscathed, encircled by a violet aura that formed a protective energy barrier. Ultimate Cell's ferocious assault was utterly ineffective against him. The frenzied attacks of Ultimate Cell merely served to empower Gohan further. As the smoke began to clear, Gohan appeared before Ultimate Cell, not only uninjured, but with his severed arm restored to its original state. The aura he emanated now was vastly different, exuding an entirely new level of strength. The sensation of his arm's restoration was invigorating. As he moved his arms, Gohan relished the long-forgotten pleasure of having his left arm back. Now, as he regained his complete form, it was time to reveal his true power. Humph. What does it matter that you have healed? It is merely an additional arm. The outcome remains unchanged. Ultimate Cell, no longer exuding his initial arrogance, now perceived Gohan's restored arm as a potential threat. Below, Gohan, unfazed by Cell's words, dissipated the energy barrier surrounding him and regarded Ultimate Cell with cold, piercing eyes. His suppressed aura left Ultimate Cell unable to gauge the extent of his strength. Raising his left hand, Gohan provocatively challenged Cell. Come on. Ultimate Cell, unable to tolerate such arrogance, seethed with rage. Enough of your pretenses. Soon, I shall leave you in pieces. Filled with fury, Ultimate Cell unleashed his full power. Golden flames entwined with blue-white arcs of electricity enveloping him, rendering him a figure of terrifying might. In a mere 0.01 seconds, Ultimate Cell surged forward at full speed, charging towards Gohan. Chapter 81. A passionate and fiery battle. The Ultimate Cell erupted with a speed reminiscent of lightning, resembling the ethereal glow of the aurora. Previously, Gohan would have suffered greatly under such a relentless assault. However, he is transformed now, having regained his complete form and the ability to unleash his full potential. With the power of a Super Saiyan at its second tier, he possesses combat prowess that rivals, if not surpasses, that of the Ultimate Cell. As Ultimate Cell unleashed his full force, akin to a tempest, it surged toward Gohan from all directions. In the face of this unyielding barrage, Gohan danced gracefully amid the chaos, his form darting through space like a wraith, deftly evading every strike with precision. This remarkable shift in power left Ultimate Cell in profound shock. Merely regaining a severed arm had granted Gohan the ability to contend with him, even to a stalemate. A thunderous clash resounded as their fists collided, generating a blinding radiance that enveloped the surrounding area for miles. All spectators instinctively shielded their eyes from the searing light. As the brilliance faded, both Ultimate Cell and Gohan remained poised, fists still extended. Countless arcs of electricity coiled around their arms, resembling venomous serpents ready to strike. The darkness of the sky was shattered by the force of their collision. Locked in a stalemate, their gazes met, igniting a fervent battle spirit within both. Ultimate Cell, incredulous, realized that a mere restoration of an arm had dramatically altered the tide of battle. "I underestimated you, Gohan," he conceded. His previous arrogance replaced by a gravity of demeanor and a hint of cautious respect. "From the very beginning, you were within my calculations, Cell. I trust you enjoyed your moment. Now it is my turn." With that declaration, Gohan launched his offensive, having regained his severed limb. His strikes came with the ferocity of thunder, increasing both in power and frequency to unprecedented levels. His onslaught was relentless, a barrage that struck with the swiftness of lightning, forcing Ultimate Cell to retreat in disarray. The momentum of the attack escalated, becoming ever more fierce and aggressive. The Ultimate Warrior, under Gohan's relentless barrage, found himself compelled to defend. "Damn it. His method of attack has completely transformed, and I cannot decipher it," Ultimate Cell thought, desperately seeking a pattern in Gohan's ferocious strikes. Yet, the intensity of the onslaught kept his nerves taut, for to analyze the techniques would reveal his vulnerabilities. Boom. A dull thud resonated through the air as a forceful strike landed squarely on Ultimate Cell's face. In an instant, his features contorted, and his body transformed into a projectile, hurtling through space. As he soared backwards, a surge of energy erupted from him, and his massive wings unfurled, allowing him to stabilize his form with remarkable grace. With his index and middle fingers aligned, he began to gather energy. Death Beam. With energy reaching its zenith, Ultimate Cell swung his arm, unleashing a violet golden beam that cleaved through the fabric of space, hurtling directly towards Gohan. Merely a trifling skill. Faced with the oncoming energy, Gohan neither dodged nor flinched. Instead, he raised his hand and struck with tremendous force. A resounding bang echoed as the space around them erupted into a tempest due to the impact of their energies. The death beam was shattered by Gohan's palm, its vibrant energy scattering into the void. Ding! The automatic absorption of Ultimate Cell's death beam energy converted into energy points, 2 million. However, just as Gohan dispersed the death beam, Ultimate Cell unleashed his full speed, breaking through the barriers of space and delivering a powerful headbutt to Gohan's face. Bang! A muffled sound resonated as Gohan was sent flying several dozen meters away. Regaining his composure, he noticed a crimson smear at the corner of his mouth. Yet, the headbutt had inflicted minimal damage. "It seems that after the recovery of my arm, the gap between us has considerably narrowed." A confident smile graced Gohan's face as he wiped the blood away. "Humph. You possess quite the confidence in your strength, Gohan. I must remind you, do not forget that your cells reside within my body. Everything you can do, I can do as well." Adjusting his stance, Ultimate Cell mirrored Gohan's fighting posture perfectly. "Huh. Have you begun to imitate my fighting style?" Gohan remarked with interest. "Die, Gohan." Without Gohan's notice, Ultimate Cell concentrated the energy of a magical flash, unleashing a golden wave of light to obscure Gohan's vision. However, Gohan, ever vigilant, left behind an afterimage and deftly evaded the magical flash attack. "I see you." Ultimate Cell quickly pinpointed Gohan's location and charged forward with blinding speed, closing the distance in an instant. His barrage of punches and kicks was as ferocious as thunder, each strike powerful enough to wreak havoc upon the world, surpassing even the ferocity of their previous encounter. The intensity of his attacks placed even the Super Saiyan's second-level Gohan under pressure. Yet, Ultimate Cell's assault was identical to his past fighting style, revealing vulnerabilities within his approach. Who, if not Gohan, could understand himself better? The combat style of Ultimate Cell has been discerned, and Gohan accurately anticipates each of Ultimate Cell's moves. Every attack is countered, and he delivers devastating blows to Ultimate Cell with his overwhelming power. On the surface, the battle appears to be evenly matched, with neither side able to claim superiority. Whether it be the Z fighters observing from the periphery of the battlefield or the androids covertly watching, they struggle to perceive the movements of either combatant. Instinctively, They assume that both are on equal footing, with neither gaining an advantage. However, in reality, Gohan maintains a distinct upper hand. After restoring his arm, his condition gradually becomes more fervent, altering his fighting style and enhancing his power level. By harnessing the pressure exerted by Ultimate Cell, he quickly adapts to his arm, which leads to his escalating strength. The fierce battle intensifies, entering a stage of extreme heat. Amidst this relentless competition, the Scion cells within Ultimate Cell begin to go berserk. He now exhibits a unique talent akin to that of the Scions, becoming stronger as the battle progresses, and his fighting style undergoes a transformation. Abandoning the approach similar to Gohan's, he resorts to the most primal and effective offensive tactics, devoid of any semblance of structure or pattern. He relies solely on his reflexes to execute various evasive maneuvers and attacks. Initially, Gohan does not regard this state of Cell as a significant threat, easily dodging his attacks and skillfully blocking them with his fists and feet. However, as the intensity of the battle escalates, Gohan is astonished to discover that Ultimate Cell is continuously evolving throughout the fight. The situation gradually shifts from an evenly matched contest to a clear dominance by Gohan, only to reverse subtly, with Gohan now finding himself at a disadvantage. This unexpected turn of events jolted Son Wukong back to reality, prompting him to recall a crucial detail. As the ultimate android created by Dr. Gero, the perfect cell had never undergone any training since its inception. It merely attained a level surpassing that of ordinary androids by absorbing human energy. Even its current formidable strength was a result of fortuitously devouring an alternate version of itself from another timeline. One could say that the current perfect cell is akin to a magnificent gem, requiring only meticulous refinement to achieve absolute perfection, with potential for explosive enhancement in power. During their previous battle, this entity had not yet reached its current level of might. It had only taken a brief period of combat for it to evolve to this extraordinary state. This individual is truly a complete enigma. His limits are far more intricate than depicted in the original work. If granted ample time, with his exceptional talent and potential, even Son Gohan, renowned among the Z fighters for his boundless capabilities, may find it challenging to rival Cell. Utterly terrifying. This individual is truly terrifying, far surpassing Frieza. In the original narrative, both Frieza and Cell, since their inception, have not engaged in serious training. However, during the era of Dragon Ball Super, upon his resurrection, Frieza exhibited an astonishing talent, experiencing a meteoric rise in power within a mere 4 months, reaching a level capable of contending with Super Saiyan Blue Goku and Vegeta, and even developing his own golden form. It is important to note that at that time, Goku and Vegeta had spent decades honing their skills to attain Super Saiyan Blue, and it was only with Whis' guidance that they mastered such formidable strength. The Scions are undoubtedly powerful, ranking among the elite of the universe. Yet they remain significantly distant from the pinnacle of power. The Frost Demon Frieza possesses a talent so formidable that it instills fear and dread. Ultimate Cell, endowed with the cells of both Scions and the Frost Demon race, boasts an even more terrifying potential. Beyond Cell, there exists another being, one that emerged millions of years ago, whose presence alone evokes sheer terror, Majin Buu. Upon his arrival, he was capable of annihilating 3 Supreme Kais with overwhelming battle prowess. And it was only through the intervention of the Grand Supreme Kai that this harbinger of destruction had his most primal urges subdued. One cannot help but wonder, should Majin Buu engage in training, how immensely powerful would he become? Such a thought is almost unfathomable. Simultaneously, within the realm of the gods of destruction, the angel Whis, as an observer, found himself deeply captivated by this evenly matched, intense battle. It surpassed his expectations, revealing the remarkable potential of both Gohan from another world and the individual known as Cell, whose latent abilities seem boundless. Whis mused, a profound glint shimmering in his eyes. Regrettably, they do not belong to this temporal reality. If they were of this era, with their potential, it would not be impossible for them to be candidates for the position of God of Destruction. In the next moment, Whis' attention shifted toward Gohan. He placed greater importance on Gohan than on Ultimate Cell. While the latter is indeed powerful, Whis, with his discerning eye, perceives the limits of Ultimate Cell. However, the former radiates infinite possibilities. Even after countless reincarnations, Whis has yet to fully comprehend the depths of Gohan's potential. Gohan, I sense you still harbor hidden power yet to be revealed, do you not? After your arm's restoration, your strength must surpass what I have witnessed thus far. Whis silently murmured to himself. Earth. In the aerial battlefield, the clash between Son Gohan and Ultimate Cell intensified. The conflict oscillated between ground combat and aerial skirmishes. transitioning from the sky to the earth and back again, with the scenery perpetually shifting. The scope of their battle expanded ever further. Ultimate Cell grew increasingly formidable as the fight progressed. He became acutely aware of this transformation, which liberated him entirely, free from constraints and considerations, allowing his strength to burgeon without restraint. Son Gohan, despite his ability to withstand the fierce onslaught, found it impossible to maintain a continuous defense against such relentless aggression. As for Son Gohan, after the restoration of his severed arm, coupled with the pressure exerted by Ultimate Cell, the Scion blood within him began to seethe. His body temperature rising, a fierce warrior spirit emanating from his very gaze. This was the first time he experienced such a perfectly matched battle. The formidable strength of Ultimate Cell was unparalleled among the foes he had encountered, making the thrill of combat profoundly exhilarating. The blood within him began to boil, finally allowing him to savor the true joy of fighting. This marks the first occasion since Son Wukong's traversal that he has felt exhilarated and impassioned by the thrill of battle. At long last, he comprehends why so many formidable beings in the Dragon Ball universe yearn for a worthy adversary. The sensation of power enhancement and personal growth is simply sublime. After enduring relentless suppression, the moment for his counterattack has finally arrived. A terrifying aura erupts from his being, as his battle power as a Super Saiyan reaches an astonishing 13 billion, an unending surge of energy pouring forth from within him. In an instant, this explosive aura eclipses the ever-growing power of Ultimate Cell. With fists and feet in harmonious assault, Son Wukong retaliates against Ultimate Cell. Even though the opponent's strikes are as swift as lightning and each attack carries cataclysmic force, Son Wukong remains undeterred. His relentless offensive swiftly overwhelms Ultimate Cell, tilting the scales of victory in his favor. Chapter 82. The finale. Son Wukong's sudden and fierce onslaught sends Ultimate Cell reeling. Previously, with only one arm, he was unable to exert such overwhelming pressure. The absence of an arm inevitably hindered his offensive capabilities. Now, with both arms restored, his assault is ferociously powerful while still retaining substantial control. A perfect balance of offense and defense, he strikes while guarding and guards while striking. The cacophony of clashes reverberates through the air, each thunderous explosion striking fear into the hearts of those who bear witness. Thankfully, their battle unfolds high above the ground. Had it occurred on the earth, the devastating shockwaves produced by each collision would have torn the land asunder in an instant. Son Wukong's violent suppression ignites a furious wrath within Ultimate Cell, who now embarks on a frenzied counteroffensive. He exhibits signs of madness, fully committing to his assault and forsaking defense. Under the relentless barrage of Ultimate Cell's desperate attacks, Son Wukong, too, cannot escape injury. It is not until they are forced apart by the force of a collision that their close combat transforms into a battle of energy. Magic Flash. With energy amassed, Son Wukong decisively unleashes his ultimate technique, Kamehameha. In response, Ultimate Cell hastens to fire 1,000 Kamehameha waves. Boom. The two streams of energy collide, generating a tempestuous storm in the heavens. Both powers are unleashed at maximum capacity, locked in a stalemate. Ding. Energy absorbed from Ultimate Cell's Kamehameha transforms into energy points, 5 million. Ding. The ultimate absorption of energy from the Kamehameha wave unleashed by Ultimate Cell has transformed into an impressive 15 million energy points. Ding. The automatic absorption of energy from the Kamehameha wave has indeed yielded 15 million energy points. To have battled me to this extent, since I mastered this transformation, you are truly the first. Your strength has indeed exceeded my expectations, Gohan praised, maintaining the output of energy with both hands. At this moment, Ultimate Cell also sustained the release of energy while entering a state of contemplation. Gohan. To be able to contend with my form that transcends the complete state in such a closely matched struggle, you are indeed a formidable opponent. Alas, it appears that you are merely at your last gasp. You must have realized that my power is continuously amplifying with each passing moment of combat. Although you are also growing stronger, my rate of enhancement far surpasses yours, Ultimate Cell taunted while intensifying his energy output. Now brace yourself. My full-powered Kamehameha wave. With all his might, Ultimate Cell had no intention of maintaining the status quo. As he fully unleashed his energy, augmenting the Kamehameha wave's power, he paid no heed to the potential devastation this energy release could wreak upon Earth. His sole desire was to vanquish Gohan and then consume him. A sinister smile appeared on Gohan's face as he grasped Cell's intentions. The muscles in his arms swelled visibly, and his aura intensified, becoming more menacing. Chapter 74. As the energy output surged, Gohan's special beam cannon gained a significant upgrade. The fully unleashed Kamehameha wave was blocked. This scene left Ultimate Cell in a state of shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. This time, the energy assault represented his utmost confidence and a culmination of his strength. He was certain of his victory over Son Gohan, even if it meant the annihilation of Earth, for he possessed the cells of the Frost Demon Frieza and King Cold, ensuring his survival amidst the cosmos, regardless of the planet's fate. The Scions, however, could never endure in such a harsh environment. Currently, his Kamehameha was thwarted by Son Gohan's magical flash, akin to an impenetrable fortress, rendering any further progress impossible. The tempest unleashed by the clash of energies escalated rapidly, exerting tremendous influence over a radius of hundreds of miles, causing the very earth to tremble and exhibit signs of fracturing. The terrain crumbled and splintered, shifting its very foundations. At this moment, no corner of the earth remained untouched by peril. The collision of these formidable energy techniques unleashed unprecedented might, instilling an unparalleled terror. The shock waves reverberated through the planet, even reaching the solar system beyond Earth, and stirring the far-flung galaxies, drawing the attention of numerous powerful beings in the universe toward this beleaguered sphere. These entities exist at a level of cosmic supremacy, with some even posing significant challenges to the Z-Warriors in the future. At this moment, the sorcerer Babidi and his entourage traverse the fringes of the galaxy, seeking the powerful energy required to resurrect the Majin Buu, navigating the 4 great galaxies. Additionally, the planet that seals away the space pirate Bojack and his crew has also felt the tremors of this power, causing the seal to weaken. The immense energy fluctuations generated by the clash between Gohan and the Ultimate Cell have drawn the attention of these formidable beings from the original saga to this seemingly inconspicuous blue planet. As Gohan activated his abilities, he observed that the combat power of Ultimate Cell had escalated to a terrifying level 14 billion. It ends here, Cell. This time, I will eradicate you completely, leaving not a single cell behind. I have dispatched you too many times already. I have grown weary of it. Gohan's gaze sharpened as he recognized that the epicenter of their energy clash had reached a critical point. If a victor were not determined soon, the ensuing explosion could obliterate not only the Earth but potentially the entire solar system. He could no longer afford to delay. He had discerned the nefarious scheme brewing within Ultimate Cell. If the energy were to explode, the Earth would inevitably be reduced to cosmic dust, vanishing without a trace. Moreover, Ultimate Cell was devoid of any concerns. Firstly, the cells from the Frost Demon Frieza and King Cold granted him the ability to survive in the cosmos. Secondly, even if the explosion were to shatter him to pieces, as long as his central core remained intact, he could resurrect himself. Although Gohan was confident he could teleport away from the planet at the moment of the explosion, the Z-Warriors on this planet would be doomed. Should the Earth explode, the Z-Warriors would perish, and history would irrevocably change. The extent of our powers is merely on par with each other. Do you truly believe you can kill me? Cease your grandiloquent assertions, Gohan. Ultimate Cell relentlessly intensified his energy release, emboldened by his perceived invulnerability, unfazed by the potential consequences. That is why I deem you an irredeemable fool, Cell. What you see is merely what I choose to reveal. My strength is contingent upon yours. My true power extends far beyond this. The potency of the magical flash surged, and Gohan began to genuinely unleash his strength. With his arms restored, his base combat power soared, and he transcended the limits of the Super Saiyan's second-level transformation. What he had previously displayed was merely the pinnacle of the early stages of the Super Saiyan first level. Now, he was poised to unleash a higher echelon of the Super Saiyan second level. The recovery and adaptation of his arms propelled his base combat power to an astounding 150 million. In the mid-phase of Super Saiyan second grade, his base power multiplier surged to an extraordinary 120 times, elevating his combat power limit to an astonishing 18 billion. As he unleashed his full energy, Gohan's arms swelled with muscle, and the lightning that enveloped him intensified, causing his presence to soar and his energy to more than double. With the release of his energy, an overwhelming pressure enveloped the surroundings, causing Ultimate Cell's eyes to widen in terror. This power is impossible. How can you continue to augment your strength? You should have reached your limit by now. I refuse to believe it. Gohan's unfathomable might, with no visible boundaries, nearly shattered Ultimate Cell's composure. He had evolved to such heights in battle, yet he was still no match for Gohan. He had surpassed his perfect form to ascend as the ultimate life form, only to be utterly defeated. The full force of his Kamehameha was relentlessly pressured by Gohan's magic flash and ferocious aura, reducing the massive blue energy beam to a mere fraction of its original size. If this continued, his fate would be to await annihilation by both his own energy and Gohan's. How infuriating. My power will not be confined to this. A roar erupted from Ultimate Cell as his golden aura writhed and howled like a raging dragon. His combat power surged once more with his shout, now reaching an impressive 15 billion. Though Ultimate Cell's strength had once again escalated, this increment of 1 billion was inconsequential to Gohan. His desperate struggles bore minimal fruit. Even his final resistance before demise proved futile. Cell, prepare to meet your end. Consider this a vengeance for another version of myself from a different timeline, this time. The tide has turned. The frenzied energy continued to swell, and Gohan imparted one final message to Ultimate Cell in his dying moments. In a flash, the energy of the magic flash surged dramatically once again, with a blue energy beam manifesting at its core. This blue energy beam represented the Kamehameha. The explosive power generated by the fusion of these two distinct energies was transformative. Ultimate Cell's strength became utterly feeble against Gohan's combined onslaught of Kamehameha and Magic Flash. In the blink of an eye, the energy that could have engulfed several planets was devoured by an even mightier force. The golden blue dual-colored energy beam, unleashed with all of Gohan's might, expanded relentlessly, causing a violent collision between energy and space that sent tremors rippling through the Earth's very fabric. The Ultimate Cell was consumed by this overwhelming force, unable to utter even a final word. He witnessed with his own eyes as every single cell of his body was obliterated, including his regenerating core, which was utterly annihilated to the point of leaving no atomic remnants behind. This astonishing scene will forever be etched in the memories of all who witnessed it. Such a level of energy collision is a spectacle that, even over a lifetime, one may never have the opportunity to witness. The Z Warriors, positioned at the edge of the battlefield, beheld this extraordinary scene, their hearts initially suspended in trepidation, yet ultimately overwhelmed by a profound shock that rendered them momentarily speechless. In their minds, Son Gohan had irrevocably ascended to an unparalleled existence, a figure to whom they could only aspire. Even the mightiest among them, the Super Saiyan Vegeta, appeared as insignificant as an ant before him. Having triumphed over Gohan, Piccolo stood with his mouth agape, the astonishment within him rendering him unable to regain his composure for an extended period. As the shock subsided, it was swiftly replaced by exhilaration. They had truly won. That monster has perished. His presence has vanished, Krillin exclaimed loudly. In those fleeting minutes of combat, the experience proved immensely rewarding for them, akin to a dream. To witness such a caliber of battle within their lifetimes was already a source of great satisfaction. Gohan's triumph represented a transcendence of Super Saiyan power, a genuine victory. Tears of joy welled in Trunks' eyes. Initially, they had glimpsed despair, believing their demise was inevitable and that Earth would face destruction alongside them. Yet, Gohan bestowed upon them hope, revealing the profound depths of Super Saiyan potential. Among the spectators, emotions varied. Some rejoiced, while others were filled with sorrow. Among them, Vegeta underwent a profound transformation in his mindset. Surpassed by his long-standing rival and then by his rival's son, his pride sustained a grievous blow. Chapter 83, After the Battle. Dragon Ball Wishes. Kakarot and his son, Gohan, how infuriating. I, Vegeta, have inexplicably become the weakest among you. Clenching his teeth, Vegeta found it difficult to accept the vast chasm that now separated him from Gohan. His pride and arrogance as a Saiyan prince lay utterly shattered. Unlike in the original tale where Gohan's defeat of Cell led to overwhelming emotional turmoil, Vegeta did not succumb to despair. Instead, he emerged stronger. Victory had indeed been achieved, the monstrous aura had completely dissipated. Gohan exclaimed. Previously, he had been in a state of heightened tension. Now, with another version of himself victorious in the future, he no longer felt the same trepidation as before. The Z fighters, excluding Vegeta, surged with exhilaration, racing toward Gohan's location. In the sky, the battle had finally reached its conclusion. Gohan reverted from his Super Saiyan second-level transformation, the golden aura fading without causing any shockwaves or aftereffects. And the Earth, after several tremors, returned to its former tranquility. Exhaling deeply, an overwhelming sense of fatigue washed over him. The extensive energy expenditure had taken a significant toll on his mental state. Under the strain of exceeding his limits in the Super Saiyan second-level transformation and forcibly executing the energy technique of the fusion, he could only utilize it as a final strike. Expanding his senses, Gohan searched for any trace of the Ultimate Cell. It was only after he was completely convinced that the creature's presence had vanished that he sighed in relief. That fiend must surely be dead. With no signs of ultimate cell survival, Gohan finally felt at ease. The overwhelming might of this ultimate cell is such that even he himself did not anticipate the immense pressure it would impose on his current self. This recent journey around the globe has been immensely fruitful, transcending previous boundaries and witnessing a remarkable surge in combat prowess. Even the Super Saiyan 16 has ascended to a higher realm of existence. Most notably, his energy levels have skyrocketed significantly due to this battle. Meanwhile, in the underworld, the deceased ultimate cell promptly appeared before King Yama. Upon arriving in the afterlife, he sought to plunge this world into chaos. However, as a soul, he could only await his fate of annihilation and judgment. In this realm, King Yama reigns supreme, and despite his lack of overwhelming strength, his authority over the souls of the deceased is absolute, with none daring to resist. The now damned ultimate cell was sentenced to hell by King Yama. Once in hell, though he may boast for a considerable time, in the presence of the formidable beings of the underworld, ultimate cell may not hold his ground. In life, his power was formidable, exceeding 15 billion, but in death, diminished by a lack of spiritual essence, his combat abilities have fallen to less than half of their former glory. He is now akin to a mere lightning cell, among those in the underworld favored by the King of Worlds, who can retain their physical forms for training on the Grand Kai's planet. None are to be underestimated. In the realm of destruction, the angel Whis, holding his staff, witnessed the demise of Ultimate Cell, and a knowing smile graced his face. What a splendid battle it was. I wonder if Son Gohan from the future is aware that I, in the future, along with Lord Beerus, might seek him out due to the prophecy of the Super Saiyan God? With that thought, Angel Whis deactivated the projection from his staff. The battle has concluded, and he finds himself indifferent to what lies ahead. Rising to his feet, Whis, staff in hand, strides toward the depths of the shattered divine realm. On Earth, the Z fighters, with the exception of Vegeta, have gathered around Son Gohan, though their hearts brim with 1,000 unspoken words. They are at a loss for how to articulate their emotions. Apart from a few words of consolation, they remain uncertain on how to convey the fervor that stirs within them. In this battle, Sun Wukong triumphed, and the Earth was saved. There are words that can be spoken upon our return, as Sun Wukong reassured the agitated hearts of his companions. Let us proceed to the heavenly temple, for we must summon Shenron with the Dragon Balls to restore the Earth to its former glory. This conflict has claimed far too many innocent lives, suggested Piccolo. The other Z warriors nodded in agreement, their energies surging. Just as they were about to depart, the android number 18, who had been observing from the shadows, emerged. In her arms lay the severely damaged android number 16, barely clinging to life, sustained only by a dwindling power source. Android 18. The appearance of the android heightened Trunks' vigilance as he assumed a defensive stance. I am not here to fight. I implore you to assist 16. She appealed to the Z warriors. Previously, Sun Wukong had rescued her, fostering a belief that she could seek help from him. Who would aid you? A being of artificial creation? Trunks retorted. The androids were the very source of this crisis, and he harbored no favorable sentiments towards them. Unlike the other Z warriors, Krillin hesitated, for he perceived Android 18 in a different light, believing she did not embody malevolence. Such a pitiable girl. She hardly seems like a demon capable of annihilating the world. He yearned to speak on behalf of Android 18, yet he found himself at a loss for words, for he lacked the authority to make such determinations. Beside him, Piccolo's gaze rested upon Gohan, awaiting his resolution. Only after resolving the crisis threatening Earth could Gohan truly claim the right to decide the fate of it all. As he regarded the desperate figure of Android 18 before him, Gohan reached a conclusion. Although in a future world, androids were unequivocal fiends in this timeline, they were merely ordinary beings with slightly enhanced strength. Trunks, relax. Do not cast a disdainful gaze upon anyone, Gohan urged as he stepped closer, patting Trunks' shoulder in a gesture meant to dispel his inner resentment. Turning to meet Gohan's eyes, Trunks was suddenly flooded with familiar memories. Since his elder brother had spoken, how could he possibly make a different choice? If you wish to restore Android 16, then come along. We can also utilize the power of the Dragon Balls to revive your brother, Android 17, Gohan communicated with an ordinary tone, devoid of hostility, as he fixed his gaze on 18. Upon hearing this, the Z fighters nearby displayed expressions of astonishment. Not only did Gohan intend to aid 18 in reviving 16, but he also proposed to use the Dragon Balls to bring back 17. Are you truly serious? Android 18's pupils dilated in disbelief, a look of incredulity manifesting within her beautiful eyes. In this world, is there truly something capable of resurrecting the dead? Whether it is real or merely an illusion, one shall soon discover the truth. Without any further ado, Son Gohan's aura erupted as he propelled himself towards the sacred temple. The battle had concluded, and apart from the earth, which lay in ruins, none of the Z warriors had perished. Son Goku, too, had not met his demise despite departing with the self-destructing cell. History has been rewritten, albeit with little consequence. Since Gohan has agreed, I harbor no objections. Let us proceed. Piccolo was the first to rise, hastening to keep pace with Gohan. Wait for me, Uncle Piccolo, called out this world's Son Gohan, as he soared into the sky, fueled by rage. Observing Piccolo's departure, Tianjin Fan and Krillin exchanged glances, nodded in understanding, and followed suit. The only one remaining was Trunks, whose gaze remained fixed upon Android 18. As memories of the past surged through him. In the future world, this woman was a notorious fiend, yet, in the present, she appeared no different from an ordinary person. After a moment's hesitation, Trunks shook his head, casting aside the tumultuous emotions within him, and raced to join the other Z warriors. Whether the Dragon Balls can indeed revive my brother or not, I must attempt it, and restore you as well. Number 16. Android 18 was determined not to let this opportunity slip away, even in the absence of certainty. Her intuition told her that Gohan would not deceive her. With the almost incapacitated number 16 in tow, she ascended into the heavens, closely following the Z warriors. 10 minutes later, at the temple above the clouds, Son Gohan arrived first. Upon reaching the sacred temple, he surveyed his surroundings. The environment was even more breathtaking than that depicted in the original narrative. Sacred temple. It has been so long, Gohan sighed from the depths of his heart. In the future world, not only was the Korin Tower destroyed, but the sacred temple had been reduced to mere fragments scattered across the ground. This also led to the destruction of the mystical time chamber, a sacred place for cultivation. Hello, Gohan. The divine servant Bobo approached to greet Son Gohan. As a servant of the celestial realm, he possessed the ability to perceive the affairs of the mortal world, and he was already aware of Gohan's true identity. Greetings, Bobo of this era, Son Gohan responded amicably. Simultaneously, a combat power value of Bobo materialized before him. In the original narrative, Bobo's combat power was recorded at 1,030 points. However, the Bobo before Son Gohan now exhibited a staggering combat power score exceeding several 100,000 points. How extraordinary! Was Bobo truly this formidable during this period? Remaining in the shadows as a mere servant of the gods seemed an utter waste of his talents. It was no wonder that during the era of Majin Buu in the original tale, Bobo was capable of thwarting the attacks of Goten and Trunks, even managing to intercept them after they transformed into Super Saiyans, relying on his extensive experience. After a few seconds, the Z fighters, accompanied by Android 18 and Android 16, finally arrived. For the Z fighters, this location was familiar territory, having visited numerous times. Yet for Android 18 and Android 16, the existence of such a grand palace in the heavens was entirely absent from their records. That old deity must have gathered the Dragon Balls by now. Bobo, please retrieve the Dragon Balls, Piccolo instructed, his expression stoic as he regarded Bobo. During this period, Piccolo had not yet merged with the divine. The Earth's deity still existed. The esteemed deity had successfully gathered the Dragon Balls, and I shall now present them. Without a moment's hesitation, BB turned and proceeded deeper into the palace. After approximately 3 minutes, the 7 Dragon Balls were retrieved by BB. As the incantation was recited, darkness enveloped the sky above the divine temple, and a colossal green dragon, obscuring the sun, emerged from the 7 Dragon Balls. O gatherer of the 7 Dragon Balls, speak your wish. No matter what it may be, I shall grant you one, proclaimed the dragon, as was its timeless opening statement. Is that truly the dragon? Android 18 exclaimed with disbelief, gazing at the immense creature in the sky. A sense of trepidation arose within her. The dragon had been summoned. It was time to make a wish, Gohan. Piccolo relinquished the power of wishing to Son Gohan, for only he was worthy of making this momentous request. Dragon, my wish is to restore all those who perished at the hands of Cell, along with everything that was destroyed, to their former state, Gohan declared, locking eyes with the dragon above. The dragon fell silent for a moment before explaining, strictly speaking, your wish constitutes 2 wishes. However, in light of your valiant protection of Earth, I shall make an exception and grant this wish. Please note that the Dragon Balls will require 2 years to return to their original state after this wish is fulfilled. Is that agreeable? Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged glances. And finally, Gohan nodded in affirmation. Very well. With that, the dragon received its answer and began to unleash its power. A resonant sound echoed, and a crimson light flickered in its eyes. In an instant, an immense wave of wish energy spread across the globe, restoring all that had been ravaged by battle and resurrecting every human lost due to Cell's devastation. The overwhelming wish energy enveloped the Earth, and under this miraculous force, the deceased returned to life, and the ravaged planet was rejuvenated, including Android 16, who had been torn asunder by Cell. 16? You are truly restored, exclaimed 18, profoundly astonished by the scene before her, rubbing her eyes in disbelief. This is indeed somewhat ethereal, were it not for her unwavering clarity. She would surely believe it to be a dream. I have truly recovered. On the 16th, she marveled at her own transformation, while the dragon Shinron entered his repository. Your wish has been granted. Farewell. Having fulfilled his mission, Shinron began to dissipate. Chapter 84, The Hyperbolic Time Chamber, The Malevolent System. Your wish has been granted. Farewell. Having fulfilled his mission, Shinron began to dissipate. With the vanishing of Shinron, the sky once again returned to a state of clear blue. The 7 Dragon Balls simultaneously shot upwards, soaring towards 7 distinct directions, scattering across the globe. Now, it is all over. Stretching lazily, Son Gohan turned to face Android 18, reminding her, the wish has concluded, and 17 has been resurrected. As for his whereabouts, that is for you to discover. Thank you, Son Gohan. After a moment of contemplation, Android 18 stepped forward to express her gratitude. It was but a trifling effort. Son Gohan paid little mind to it. Yet what transpired next from Android 18 exceeded his expectations. Seizing the moment when he was distracted, she bestowed a gentle kiss upon his right cheek. This scene left all the Z warriors in a state of astonishment, including Gohan, who felt an unexpected surprise. This is your reward for saving me and resurrecting Android 17. Android 18 left these words before turning and soaring away from the sacred temple. Meanwhile, Android 16 cast a final glance at the others, maintaining his silence, and leaped down from the sacred temple. It was truly bewildering. Rubbing his face, Gohan smiled, the warmth still lingering. In the future world, he had personally taken the lives of androids 17 and 18, yet in this past realm, he had inadvertently stirred feelings within 18. Nevertheless, these matters seemed trivial. Soon enough, he would depart. As for whether he would return, that was uncertain. Noticing the glances from the other Z warriors, Gohan faintly detected a hint of bitterness emanating from Krillin. According to the original narrative, 18 was supposed to end up with Krillin, but his presence had altered that trajectory. By the way, Mr. Popo, could you prepare the hyperbolic time chamber for me? After this battle, Gohan had touched upon a higher realm. In this bygone era, the hyperbolic time chamber was undoubtedly the premier place for training. His request astonished the assembled Z warriors, with Tianjin and Krillin displaying expressions of confusion. Hyperbolic time chamber? Isn't it the hyperbolic time room? Tianjin exclaimed in surprise. Gohan, do you wish to enter that place for training? Piccolo's brow furrowed. He was well aware of what the hyperbolic time chamber entailed. Allow me, the Supreme Kai, to elucidate the matter regarding the hyperbolic time chamber. At that moment, a frail, stooped figure emerged from the depths of the sacred temple, the Supreme Kai of Earth stepping forth from the shadows. Upon seeing the Supreme Kai's appearance, Piccolo turned away irritably, unwilling to waste time on this other half of himself. Supreme Kai, Mr. Popo addressed him with utmost respect. Mr. Popo, please prepare the necessary items for entering the hyperbolic time chamber, the Supreme Kai instructed. Yes, Mr. Popo nodded and turned to venture deeper into the sacred temple. Noticing the puzzled expressions of the others, the Supreme Kai began to explain, aside from Piccolo. Perhaps all of you are curious, why is it the hyperbolic time chamber instead of the hyperbolic time room? In truth, the hyperbolic time room is merely another manifestation of the hyperbolic time chamber. The true essence of the hyperbolic time chamber lies within the sacred temple as an extreme training ground. Being in a dimension distinct from this world, time flows differently. A year spent in that realm equates to merely a day outside. With the Supreme Kai's elaborate explanation, all the Z warriors were taken aback. The hyperbolic time chamber was indeed such a wondrous place for training. They were entirely unaware. This is merely the first point. Secondly, the hyperbolic time chamber serves as a training ground for deities. Beyond the differing flow of time, the internal environment is exceptionally harsh. The air is thin and oppressively hot. with temperatures fluctuating between 50 degrees Celsius and minus 40 degrees Celsius, and gravity is 10 times that of Earth. Anyone with a weak will who enters to train will soon succumb to hallucinations, the deity elaborated. As a divine being, he provided a comprehensive explanation. It turns out that the hyperbolic time chamber is such a formidable training ground. One day outside equates to an entire year within, to rapidly enhance one's strength. Training inside is the solution. Tian Jingfan, a martial artist, displayed a look of yearning upon hearing the deity speak of the chamber's effects. The hyperbolic time chamber holds tremendous allure for martial artists like them. I advise everyone not to regard the hyperbolic time chamber as a place for unlimited access. Each individual is permitted entry only twice in their lifetime, and only 2 people can enter at once. If the allotted time is exceeded, the exit will vanish, leaving those inside forever lost in another dimension, the deity added, observing the excitement of the others. Subsequently, his gaze returned to Son Gohan. Before you enter, I must caution you that the trials within are not something everyone can withstand. The hyperbolic time chamber is a rapid means for you to grow stronger. Yet even your father, Son Goku, did not endure beyond 2 months inside, despite his formidable strength. Thank you for the warning. I am well aware, Gohan replied resolutely. Entering the hyperbolic time chamber for training is imperative for him. He must return to his timeline. However, possessing only this level of strength is evidently insufficient. For soon, the timeline will reach the onset of the Majin Buu saga. Even though he can currently defeat Ultimate Cell, he holds no chance against a creature like Majin Buu. Based on his estimations, Majin Buu's power likely exceeds hundreds of millions, possibly even reaching the trillion level. Half an hour has passed. Gohan. The essential supplies for daily life within the hyperbolic time chamber have been prepared. Bobo approached during their conversation. Thank you, Bobo, Gohan acknowledged. Following Bobo's lead deeper into the chamber, the others, witnessing this, followed suit. In half an hour, all necessary discussions had been thoroughly addressed. Yet, who could resist the curiosity? Certainly, for the Z warriors, they only possess a rudimentary understanding of the situation. After Gohan entered the hyperbolic time chamber, the Z warriors began to depart, leaving only Piccolo behind. After all, Goku's condition was still far from optimal. Seizing the moment, the Supreme Kai of this era approached Piccolo after a brief hesitation. What do you intend to do, old man? Piccolo inquired with an impassive expression. I believe we can engage in a meaningful conversation, the Supreme Kai stated, evidently with a purpose in mind. There is nothing of significance to discuss between us, Piccolo retorted, not offering the Supreme Kai a favorable demeanor. I understand what occupies your thoughts at present, yet you are incomplete. Even if you train in the hyperbolic time chamber, the results will be subpar, the Supreme Kai began, but was abruptly interrupted by Piccolo. What exactly are you trying to convey? Piccolo turned to face him, his cold gaze locking onto the Supreme Kai's. After all these years, I have come to realize that what this world truly requires is not a feudal Supreme Kai, but rather formidable warriors. My presence has limited your growth, and now I have made my decision. The Supreme Kai's words illuminated Piccolo's understanding of the old man's true intentions, leaving him somewhat astonished. Are you suggesting we reunite? Such a foolish notion, Piccolo swiftly rejected. I know your concerns. Once we unite, I will merely become your strength. Without influencing your character, your consciousness will remain dominant, the Supreme Kai explained. Upon hearing this, Piccolo's expression grew serious. He could not bring himself to believe that the Supreme Kai was genuinely devoid of ulterior motives. This world no longer requires the Supreme Kai, it demands powerful warriors. They exchanged resolute gazes. After a moment of mutual contemplation, Piccolo finally acquiesced. Are you certain you wish to merge with me? Once we become one, there will be no turning back, and you shall cease to exist, Piccolo reiterated for confirmation. The Supreme Kai did not respond verbally, but merely smiled in acknowledgement. He placed a hand on Piccolo's shoulder, transforming into a beam of white light that seamlessly integrated into Piccolo's being. As the radiance dissipated, the Supreme Kai vanished, and Piccolo emerged as a complete entity, experiencing a profound transformation in power. Old man, humph. With a cold snort, Piccolo, feeling an exhilarating surge in his power, found it impossible to summon even a trace of joy. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Divine Temple, Bobo had emerged, having witnessed the poignant moment of Piccolo merging once again with the deity. The voice of the divine Bobo was somewhat hoarse, and tears glistened in his eyes. From this moment forth, the concept of a deity would no longer exist. Soon, 2 hours slipped by, inside the hyperbolic time chamber. While merely 2 hours had elapsed in the outside world, it equated to a full month within the chamber. For those in the external world, 2 hours felt fleeting. almost as if they passed in the blink of an eye. Yet for Gohan, who was diligently training within the confines of the hyperbolic time chamber, those 2 hours represented a substantial 30 days. In the span of this month, Son Gohan not only solidified his mastery over the mid-stage of Super Saiyan 2nd grade, achieved through his battles, but also elevated his power once again. While the enhancement was not monumental, it was indeed commendable. At this moment, Son Gohan, in his Super Saiyan 2nd grade transformation, exhibited an astonishing calmness, rendering his depths imperceptible. After concluding a round of training, he accessed his system. Following his confrontation with the Ultimate Cell, his energy points had considerably increased, prompting him to explore the system's shop for valuable items to exchange. Host: Son Wukong, age 27, bloodline Earthling Hybrid Scion, special, normal combat power index, 200 million current energy points held, 3,067, 648. 500 points accumulated. Shop list recommended exchange dark magic, limitless in its reach. Capable of unlocking potential and controlling others. Required energy points, 1 billion points. Complete version required energy points, 10 billion points. The first item that caught his eye was dark magic, which astonished Son Gohan. Isn't this the dark magic employed by Babidi in the original work to control the Demon Realm King, Dabura? Even Vegeta fell victim to the influence of this dark sorcery, becoming even stronger. However, this item is rather exorbitant. The incomplete version alone demands a staggering 10 billion energy points. As for the incomplete version, it offers little assistance to him. Moreover, being a scion and a warrior, he has no need for such arcane arts to bolster his strength. Casting his gaze downward, Gohan's attention was drawn to the second recommended exchange item. The items this time have far exceeded his expectations. The energy points required for the 3rd level of Super Saiyan, 500 billion, originally priced at 1 trillion. This damned, unscrupulous system, you truly are a mercenary. Witnessing this scene left Gohan utterly speechless, prompting him to unleash a vehement tirade against the system. This contraption, fully aware of its pitifully scant energy points, nonetheless insists on presenting him with such unattainable luxuries that only serve to tantalize his desires. The 3rd tier of Super Saiyan demands a staggering 500 billion energy points, with its original price soaring to an astronomical 1 trillion energy points. This could be considered a half-price clearance sale, yet he still cannot afford it. Moreover, even if he possessed a staggering 500 billion energy points, he would never squander them on a Super Saiyan at the 3rd level. Chapter 85, Back to the Future. He gazed towards the next tier of recommended exchange items. This is it. Upon encountering this line of recommended exchange items, a look of astonishment spread across Son Gohan's face. At last, an item has emerged that he can afford, one of immense value to him. The nuclear regeneration ability, as long as the core remains unscathed. It can regenerate indefinitely, requires 2 billion energy points for the basic version, while the complete version necessitates 20 billion energy points. This ability mirrors that of Cell. Provided the core remains intact, with sufficient time and energy, regeneration is achievable. Although he cannot afford the complete version, acquiring the basic one suffices. With this capability, even when confronted by opponents of superior strength, he can challenge them on a higher level. At the very least, he now possesses a means of survival. System. I have fallen for your trap this time. I shall exchange for the nuclear regeneration ability. Without hesitation, Son Gohan decisively executed the exchange for this power. Ding. The basic version of the nuclear regeneration ability has been successfully exchanged, deducting 2 billion energy points from the host. The host's remaining energy points, 1,06,764,8,500 points. In an instant, the newly acquired ability began to transform his body. Son Gohan felt a small entity emerge at the center of his brain. As long as this essence remains undamaged, it would enable him to regenerate countless times. Although the expenditure of 2 billion energy points did not elevate his combat power, the regeneration ability imbued his battles with limitless possibilities, ensuring that even in the event of a fatal injury, he would not succumb to death. Son Gohan clenched his fist, feeling a deep satisfaction with this outcome. The combination of regeneration and the Scion's dramatic power surge upon near death was nothing short of a bug. Alas, it was not the restoration ability of Majin Buu. With the exchange completed, Son Gohan no longer lingered, closing the system interface and preparing to resume his lengthy training. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. In the outside world, 2 days had elapsed. Within the hyperbolic time chamber, 2 years had gone by. In the fleeting passage of a mere couple of days, the outside world remains oblivious to the profound transformation occurring within Son Gohan. For him, these days have been a relentless ordeal, a veritable hell. The hyperbolically termed Room of Spirit and Time, notorious for its psychological torment, can drive those with insufficient willpower to madness after 2 years of confinement. Yet, Son Gohan has emerged unscathed. Over the course of these 2 years, he has not only perfected his mastery of the Super Saiyan 2nd level, but has also transcended his own limits to attain the Super Saiyan 3rd level. However, despite reaching this formidable transformation, an insatiable hunger for greater power gnaws at him. Must he rely on the ancient Kaioshin to unlock the enigmatic state depicted in the original narrative? After 2 years of rigorous training, he finds himself utterly at a loss regarding that form, let alone the legendary Super Saiyan beast. Son Gohan murmurs to himself, reflecting on his earlier intention to master that unique state within the confines of the Room of Spirit and Time. Yet, after enduring 2 years of relentless trials, he realizes the futility of this endeavor. The mysterious form seems to elude him entirely. Even with his profound understanding of Saiyan transformations, he cannot uncover the secret to achieving that state. Should he venture to the realm of the Kaioshin? He contemplates seeking the wisdom of the ancient Kaioshin during this pivotal time. However, after a moment of reflection, he dismisses the thought entirely. As an outsider, his direct approach to the Kaioshin could lead to unnecessary complications. Matters regarding the enigmatic state can certainly be addressed upon his return to his own parallel world. Returning to the present, Son Gohan's gaze shifts toward the exit of the Room of Spirit and Time. His time has come. It is time to emerge. As he steps out, a formidable aura envelopes him once more, shaking the very foundations of the sacred world. Piccolo and Den, present in the sacred world, are immediately struck by the intensity of his presence, their eyes drawn to the entrance of the Room of Spirit and Time. Though in his normal state, Gohan's aura is far less terrifying than that of a Super Saiyan. It now exudes a steadiness and depth that is both profound and intimidating. The pressure emanating from him sends shivers down their spines. Soon, he stands before them, and disbelief washes over Piccolo, who exclaims in astonishment, "It's incredible. This is the first time I've seen someone endure such a lengthy stay in there." "Dad, you've grown even stronger," Den marvels, astonished by Gohan's newfound strength. Piccolo, sensing the steadiness and ferocity of Gohan's aura, feels a genuine happiness for him. It is clear that Son Gohan has unequivocally ascended to the pinnacle of power in the world, transcending both time and space. "Uncle Piccolo, you two have transformed. You are entirely different from when I entered the Room of Spirit and Time. Have you merged with the Supreme Kai?" With a squint of his eyes, Son Gohan perceived the formidable combat power value of Piccolo before him, soaring to an astonishing level of 800 million. A strength that surpassed the previous Piccolo by a staggering 8-fold. Indeed, in this world, the gods would no longer exist. Thus, Gohan, what are your intentions moving forward? Piccolo inquired with curiosity. "I wish to reside in this world for a few days, to return to the lookout." "Ah, that makes sense. It is indeed time for you to visit," Piccolo nodded, as their exchange deepened and came to a close. Son Gohan unleashed his instant transmission technique and leaped gracefully from the sacred land of the Kais. Watching Gohan depart, a subtle twitch at the corner of Piccolo's mouth revealed a thoughtful smile. "Gohan, the future you is truly remarkable. Even I find myself left far behind." At that moment, Piccolo was filled with myriad emotions, both pride and a tinge of reluctance. Gohan's strength ignited within him a fervent desire to grow stronger. Previously, due to his incomplete form, his power had seen limited growth. Now, restored to his full body, both his talent and strength were poised for a qualitative leap. Turning away, Piccolo hesitated momentarily before making his way toward the entrance of the hyperbolic time chamber. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Everything unfolded according to the meticulously outlined path of the original narrative. Goku's viral heart disease was resolved through the miraculous effects of the medicine. Under Trunks' suggestion, Vegeta entered the hyperbolic time chamber to train. The only deviation from the script was that, in this timeline, Goku had not perished, rather, he was thriving. After spending 3 days in this world, Gohan allowed himself to relax, contemplating the possibility of extending his stay, even wishing to remain in this realm indefinitely. However, he understood he must return to the future. He was ultimately not of this era. While it was permissible to linger for a while in this world, he could not overstay his welcome. Most importantly, events were soon to unfold in the future world. Calculating the time, it would not be long before the emergence of the Majin Buu incident. Furthermore, shortly thereafter, a being named Zamasu would appear, having seized Goku's body. Having paused for a few days, it was time for him to depart. In a clearing on the backside of Lookout Mountain, Goku, Gohan, and the present-day Goten gathered. Are you in such a hurry to return to the future? Will you not stay a while longer? Goku felt a pang of reluctance as his son from the future prepared to leave. To be precise, it was not merely reluctance, but rather a desire for Gohan to showcase his transformation into a Super Saiyan beyond limits, hoping to gain further inspiration. Father, while I too wish to linger a bit longer, there are many matters in the future world that require my attention. I do not belong to this world and cannot remain indefinitely. Son Gohan could certainly discern the subtle thoughts of Son Wukong. Chuckling softly, Son Wukong offered a resigned smile and nodded at Gohan. Before departing, Gohan crouched down, contemplating the 11-year-old version of himself. The other me. I eagerly anticipate what you will become in the future. If fate allows us to meet again one day, you should be a warrior capable of standing on your own. Truth be told, Son Gohan felt a thrill of expectation for the ripple effects his influence might have on this world. If this younger version of himself remained steadfast in his training, his future accomplishments would undoubtedly surpass those of his present self. In the future, I too shall grow strong. Just like you. The young Son Gohan had quietly resolved to transcend the limits of a Super Saiyan, much like the version of himself from the future. Very well. I shall await that day. With that, Son Gohan extended his right hand into a fist. Understanding the unspoken bond, the younger version of Gohan mirrored the gesture. Their fists meeting in a silent pact. This is a pact between two different eras of Son Gohan. Aren't you going to bid farewell to your mother? Son Goku reminded, gazing at Son Gohan. Indeed, future me, there is no need for such haste, young Son Gohan replied. Upon hearing these words, Son Gohan shook his head thoughtfully. No. Saying goodbye feels too melancholic. Everything that needed to be said has already been conveyed. Rising, Son Gohan retrieved a universal capsule from his pocket, pressed the button, and tossed it aside. With a loud boom, the universal capsule exploded, revealing the time machine. Approaching the time machine, he pressed the switch, and the control chamber opened. Son Gohan leaped inside the cockpit. As he did, the time machine's door closed, and it gradually ascended. As it climbed to a significant height and prepared to enter the time tunnel, Son Gohan profoundly felt the reluctance of Son Goku and young Son Gohan in this timeline. At that moment, a shout echoed. It was his mother from this timeline, asking where he was going, his lunch would soon be ready. In response, Son Gohan smiled, feeling a sense of relief. Finally, he noticed a figure hidden behind a rock not far away. It was Android 18, surprised to see her lurking behind the rocks. Son Gohan was taken aback. He never expected this woman to appear here. Noticing the change in Android 18's expression, he felt a sense of resignation. They were not from the same world, destined to have no outcome. Whoosh! A sudden sound of splitting air echoed as the time machine vanished. Entering the temporal tunnel. With Gohan's departure, the son and father of the Son family no longer lingered, soaring away from Bowsy Mountain. After their exit, Android 18 finally emerged from behind the rocks. She lifted her gaze to the sky, and despite the multitude of emotions swirling within her, she found herself powerless in that moment. With a resigned sigh, she leapt away from Bowsy Mountain. 20 years later, in a future world, the vast backyard of the Capsule Corporation was no longer in a state of disrepair. It had regained its former glory. Periodically, Din would deliver supplies. And now the Capsule Corporation, along with other damaged structures, was undergoing reconstruction. Simultaneously, within the immense circular gravity training chamber, significant changes had taken place. Not only had its size expanded, but the upper limits of gravity had also been enhanced thanks to Bulma's modifications. Red light reflected off every corner of the training room as Trunks engaged in gravity training, striving to present a transformed self to Gohan upon his return. Diligently honing his skills, Trunks could now withstand a gravity environment of 500 times the norm during his training. At that moment, he achieved mastery of the first level of Super Saiyan, entering a state of full power, with only a single step remaining to fully ascend to the second level. Just then, a disturbance rippled through the space 10 meters before the gravity training chamber, heralding the arrival of Gohan's time machine. Sensing Gohan's energy, Trunks immediately halted his training, deactivated the gravity, and opened the chamber doors to step outside. Gohan. Upon seeing his brother's return, Trunks jogged to his side. Hey, Trunks. Gohan greeted, restoring the time machine to capsule form. In his view, Trunks-based battle power was displayed, revealing a staggering 15 million, surpassing the Trunks from their previous world. It seems that during my absence, you have dedicated yourself to your training, Gohan marveled at Trunks' remarkable progress. The young man's cultivation talent is not inferior to his own. Gohan. Your arm. Trunks noticed the restored left arm of Son Gohan, a glimmer of joy emerging in his eyes. 20 years ago, I used a Senzu bean to heal this severed limb, Gohan explained, moving his left arm. This is truly wonderful. Gohan's lost arm had always been a source of burden for Trunks. Had it not been to protect him, Gohan's arm would never have been severed. Now that it is healed, it alleviates the lingering knot in Trunks' heart. Let's head to the living room. Mom will be so happy to see you back. Trunks eagerly wished to share the news of Gohan's return with his mother. All right. Nodding in agreement, Gohan followed Trunks toward the underground living room. Chapter 86. Journey to New Namek. Meanwhile, in a distant alternate dimension, within the realm of the gods of destruction, Son Gohan's return across time and space was sensed by the angel Whis. A new transformation is approaching for this world. A new future awaits, Whis murmured. His gaze fixed on Gohan. As an angel, he perceives depths beyond the ordinary vision. Although he cannot directly foresee the distant future, he senses that this parallel world, which should have been cast aside and reset, is poised to regain its rightful path, all due to the anomaly that is Son Gohan. What kind of future will your existence bring to this world, Gohan? It truly is something to anticipate. He developed an intense fascination with the mortal, Son Gohan, and was reminded of a prophecy regarding the so-called Super Saiyan God, who was said to be on par with the God of Destruction. This entity was foretold to potentially re-emerge, and through his angelic insight, he deduced that this Super Saiyan God might very well be Son Gohan. The scene shifts back to Earth, specifically to the living room of the Capsule Corporation mansion in West City. Son Gohan recounted to Bulma and Trunks the events that had transpired in the past world. Upon hearing that a version of Trunks, hailing from another parallel universe, had appeared 20 years prior, Bulma was momentarily taken aback. Long before the creation of the time machine, she had speculated whether others in different timelines were also attempting to alter the past by traversing from a distant future. It seemed her theoretical musings were indeed correct. Then, Brother Gohan, the Trunks you encountered 20 years ago from another future world was the one who traversed time. In his world, did he not foresee the tragic events occurring in another parallel universe? Bulma pondered. Since he replaced Son Gohan in this time travel, it implies only one possibility. You are correct. Different parallel worlds yield distinct outcomes. In this particular world, I survived, while in another, I perished long ago in the battle against the androids. Understanding the depth of Trunks' thoughts, Son Gohan elucidated further. Hearing this, Trunks fell into a profound silence, grappling with the despair of having lost the last of his kin, save for his mother, in another parallel existence. With all that needed to be expressed now articulated, Son Gohan rose and made his way towards the door. He would return to the future world to relay the occurrences of the past and prepare for a new future. In this future world, the enigmatic Majin Buu may appear at any moment, and Son Gohan, well prepared, has contemplated his next steps. Stepping into the open space outside, he focused his thoughts and initiated contact using the coordinates provided by King Kai. High above in the realm of the afterlife, King Kai of the North Galaxy lounged comfortably in his chair, lost in slumber. Suddenly, the voice of Son Gohan echoed in his mind, stirring him from his peaceful repose. Who calls upon me? He mumbled, groggily surveying his surroundings. It is I, Son Gohan, came the reply. Son Gohan, what brings you here? King Kai quickly regained his composure, recalling that he had bestowed upon Gohan the ability to connect telepathically for urgent matters. King Kai, I seek the coordinates of the new Namek. I hope you can provide me with their precise location. I require the Dragon Balls from there. Gohan's request shifted King Kai's demeanor to one of gravity. You wish to use the Dragon Balls of Namek to make a wish? Had it been anyone else, I would have dismissed their inquiry outright. However, Gohan is different. He is the son of my pupil, Goku. Yes, Gohan affirmed. I can indeed provide you with the coordinates of Namek, but I must caution you, unless absolutely necessary. Refrain from using the Dragon Balls. They can disrupt the fabric of our world and invoke karmic repercussions, King Kai advised thoughtfully after a brief pause. Thank you for your warning. I am aware of the risks. Nevertheless, King Kai, I feel compelled to proceed. Well then, since you are resolute in your decision, I shall relay the coordinates of the new Namek. King Kai transmitted the information directly into Gohan's mind. After sharing the coordinates, King Kai sensed Gohan's intent regarding the wish he planned to make with the Dragon Balls. Rising from his chair, he set off towards the direction of the Z warriors who were training on King Kai's planet. Meanwhile, Gohan, with the precise coordinates of Namek resonating in his mind, closed his eyes and expanded his sensing abilities towards the direction indicated by King Kai. After approximately a minute, he detected numerous energies reminiscent of Piccolo. I found it. With a mere thought, Son Gohan executed a technique of instantaneous movement, vanishing from his original location. He traversed countless starry rivers, making his way to the new Namek. Since the demise of the cosmic tyrant, Frieza, over a decade ago, the inhabitants of Namek utilized the Dragon Balls to locate a suitable haven for their existence, subsequently making a wish with Porunga, ensuring that nefarious individuals could not discover their new home. Countless Namekians toiled diligently, day in and day out, year after year, accustomed to this tranquil existence, devoid of any complaints. In the village where the Grand Elder of Namek resided, Son Gohan descended upon the new Namek after crossing the vast cosmic expanse. Who goes there? His sudden appearance aroused the suspicions of the Namekians guarding the village. After enjoying over a decade of peace, the arrival of an outsider prompted these warriors of New Namek to instinctively regard Son Gohan as a foe. Gohan's gaze swept across the battle-ready Namekians, and he assessed each individual's combat power. The weakest among them possessed a power level of 2,300, while the strongest boasted a staggering 30,000. Truly, the denizens of this new era of Namek were formidable. Who are you? Why have you suddenly appeared on Namek? Outsider, how did you gain access to our world? A cacophony of voices bombarded Gohan with questions, just as he was about to offer an explanation. The Grand Elder of Namek made his entrance. Do not be rude. He is one of the benefactors who saved our Namek. The words of the Elder dispelled the warriors surrounding Gohan. Is he truly one of those who fought alongside the Super Saiyan Goku against Frieza? They pondered. Now we understand. We beg your pardon for our disrespect. Upon recognizing Son Gohan's true identity, the Namekian warriors offered their sincere apologies and retreated. Greetings, Grand Elder. It has been many years. Son Gohan politely acknowledged. The Grand Elder approached Gohan, smiling as he scrutinized the visitor from Earth. You are indeed our benefactor. You need not stand on ceremony. I have already been informed of your purpose by Lord North Kai. We have been prepared for the Dragon Balls. I will summon them forth now. Thank you very much. Grand Elder, Gohan responded with respect. Soon, at the Elder's command, Namekians from various villages began to mobilize, gathering the Dragon Balls scattered across 7 different locales and bringing them to the Grand Elder's palace. Are you Gohan? At that moment, a young Namekian noticed him and approached. I am Son Gohan. Are you Din? Upon gazing at the visage of the Namekian, Son Gohan was instantly reminded of his identity. It is I, Dandy. Gohan, it has been an eternity. I thought I would never encounter you again. Reunited with his childhood friend, Dandy was filled with excitement. But we have met now, Dandy. You have grown significantly. Son Gohan appraised Dandy, the second deity of Earth from the original tale. 5 minutes elapsed. The Dragon Balls, scattered across 7 distinct villages, were gathered by warriors from Namek. As the 7 colossal Dragon Balls, larger than watermelons, descended, the Grand Elder of Namek recited incantations over them. The sky of the new Namek darkened, and the awe-inspiring Shenron Porunga emerged amidst a breathtaking spectacle. Gatherer of the 7 Dragon Balls, articulate your desires. I can fulfill 3 wishes of any nature. Porunga proclaimed his timeless phrase. Now, Gohan, declare your wish, the Grand Elder urged, his gaze fixed upon Son Gohan. Contemplating the majestic Dragon Porunga in the heavens, Son Gohan pondered for a moment before articulating his wish. Dragon, please restore the Heavenly Temple and Korin Tower on Earth. This wish was too straightforward for Porunga, who gestured an okay with his hand. A flash of red light flickered in his eyes, and his divine will radiated forth. Wielding an unseen power that restored Korin Tower and the Heavenly Temple, both shattered by the androids. Your first wish has been granted, and as a bonus, I offer you a small benefit. Now, please state your second wish. Porunga, seemingly aware of Gohan, hinted at something more. Surprised, Son Gohan refrained from inquiring further, knowing full well that even persistent questioning would yield no answers. After a moment of contemplation regarding his second wish, he considered resurrecting the Z-Fighters of this timeline. Just then, King Kai's voice resonated in his mind. Gohan, I just consulted Goku and the others. They all declined resurrection. Did my father and the others all refuse to return? He pondered. Very well. The message from King Kai dissuaded Son Gohan from pursuing the revival of the Z-Fighters. It was likely that they were captivated by the formidable warriors in the afterlife, rather than returning to the mortal realm to train alone. They preferred to grow stronger on King Kai's planet. After all, they possessed physical forms in the afterlife, rendering the distinction between life and death inconsequential. With clarity of purpose, Gohan declared, "Purunga, my second wish is to resurrect Master Karin and his assistant, Bubbles." "No problem," Purunga replied. As the words fell, a crimson glow once again ignited in the depths of Purunga's eyes. In an instant, an immense force of desire manifested, allowing the long-deceased divine servants, Bobo and the immortal Karin, to be resurrected. "Your second wish has been fulfilled. Now, speak your third wish," the dragon Polona proclaimed. With but one wish remaining, Son Gohan narrowed his eyes slightly. There was no doubt in his mind that he needed to restore his tail. For only by regaining his tail could he perfectly resolve the issue of energy leakage that occurred during the transformation into Super Saiyan 3rd grade. Moreover, should he aspire to attain Super Saiyan 4th grade, the tail was indispensable. "Dragon, my third wish is for my severed tail to regrow," Son Gohan declared to Polona, articulating his final wish. For Polona, the task of rekindling the tail that had been lost for many years was a mere trifle. "Very well." As the words echoed, the crimson light radiated from Polonga's eyes. Son Gohan felt an odd sensation accompanied by a sudden sharp pang. Upon turning around, he beheld a nimble black tail breaking through his trousers, swaying behind him. "The tail has returned. Indeed, it is the wellspring of Saiyan power. My body seems to have undergone a transformation." As his tail re-emerged, Son Gohan could distinctly sense unexpected changes within himself. "All your wishes have been granted. Farewell." With those words, the dragon Polona vanished into the sky without hesitation. The 7 Dragon Balls reverted to their massive stone forms, scattering across the 7 corners of Namek. "Well then, wishes fulfilled. Gohan, do you have any further requests for our assistance?" The elder, with a kind and gentle smile, spoke in a leisurely manner, resembling a benevolent grandfather. "Besides the wishes granted by the dragon, I indeed have another matter I hope the elder will consent to," Son Gohan replied, deciding not to withhold any longer. "As long as it is within my capacity, feel free to speak," the elder readily agreed. "Currently, there is a vacancy for the position of God on Earth. I would like to request one of your esteemed Namekians to take on this divine role, as Earth also requires Dragon Balls." Chapter 87. A year later, upon hearing Son Gohan's final request, the elder furrowed his brow slightly, his expression serious as he contemplated the matter thoughtfully. To send a Namekian to Earth to assume the role of God would indeed be a tremendous boon, for the Namekians are renowned as exceptional descendants of the dragon lineage. The elder regarded Son Gohan, recognizing his kindness, strength, and status as one of the benefactors of the Namekian race, which perfectly aligned with his internal criteria. "I consent to this request." After a moment of feigned contemplation, the Grand Elder had already settled on a suitable candidate in his heart. His gaze shifted to Dandy, and he spoke. "Dandy, come forth." "Yes, esteemed Grand Elder." Dandy promptly understood and hurriedly approached. Dandy is the most distinguished descendant of the Dragon Clan among our Namekian kin, and he is also your friend. What do you think of appointing Dandy to the position of Earth's deity?" the Grand Elder proposed. Upon hearing this, Son Gohan nodded in agreement. There was no doubt that Dandy was indeed the most suitable choice to become the deity of Earth. The individual he had initially envisioned for this role was none other than Dandy himself. After all, he had performed admirably in the original narrative. "Well then, Dandy, do you consent to accompany Gohan to Earth?" the Supreme Kai inquired of Dandy. Though it seemed a question, it was, in fact, a command. "Yes, I am willing to serve as the deity on Earth," Dandy affirmed with a nod. In his view, a friend in need warranted his assistance without hesitation. "Very well, Gohan. From this moment forth, Dandy shall be entrusted to your care," the Grand Elder said, revealing a satisfied smile. He had his own calculations at play. By assigning Dandy to leave Earth with Son Gohan, he was also providing a protective umbrella for the Namekian people. As friends, should an unforeseen calamity befall Namek, they could rely on Dandy to reach out to Son Gohan for assistance. After all, while the Namekians were formidable, they were not invincible. Son Gohan could easily discern the Grand Elder's intentions, which had become evident when Goku sought him out to recommend Dandy as the new deity. After confirming with Dandy, he bid farewell to his compatriots and friends. In just half an hour, Dandy had made all necessary preparations. Consequently, Son Gohan utilized instant transmission to depart New Namek with Dandy. On Earth, the sacred world of the Kais was restored to its former glory, and the long-deceased deity attendant, Bubbles, was revived. Returning to this familiar place was almost beyond belief for Bubbles, as a torrent of emotions surged within him. Previously, when he was still in the sacred world, An unidentified green insect had suddenly appeared, and after an unfruitful conversation, it had obliterated this sacred world. He had assumed that his mission had come to a close, but due to his status as a deity attendant, he had retained his physical form while residing in the afterlife. Now, although he was uncertain about the cause of his resurrection, he had a faint inkling that it was somehow related to the Dragon Balls. Years have passed, and he remains perplexed, left only with the passage of time. A sudden whoosh pierced the air above the celestial temple. Behind Bobo, Son Wukong and Dandy reappeared through instantaneous movement. Sensing something unusual behind him, Bobo turned to behold the long-absent Son Wukong. Although the figure before him had undergone a significant transformation, Bobo recognized him at once. "Is that you, Wukong?" Bobo asked, a hint of disbelief in his voice. "Yes, it is I, Wukong. It has been far too long, Mr. Bobo," Son Wukong replied, a smile gracing his face as he nodded in acknowledgement. Simultaneously, Bobo's combat power level manifested before Son Wukong's eyes. As a servant of the deity, Bobo's combat power now reached an impressive 5 million points. The combat prowess at this level surpasses that of Bobo from 20 years ago by a considerable margin. "Did you resurrect me using the Dragon Balls?" Bobo inquired. "Indeed. I ventured to Namek and utilized their Dragon Balls to wish for the restoration of the Heavenly Temple and Korin Tower. Initially, I intended to revive my father and the others, but they all declined resurrection. Thus, I could only bring you and Master Korin back," Gohan explained. As he spoke, he turned his gaze towards Dandy, who stood beside him, and introduced him to Bobo. "This is Dandy, whom I found on the new Namek. I envision him as the next guardian of Earth. Greetings, Mr. Bobo. I look forward to your guidance." Dandy stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Pleased to meet you." Bobo responded courteously. A new guardian, and one of the Namekians as well. Bobo discerned Gohan's intentions. However, he was indifferent, for the presence of a new deity meant he could continue his previous duties. The former guardian had perished years ago and could not be resurrected without a guardian. What would become of his role as a divine attendant? "From now on, I entrust Dandy to you, Mr. Bobo. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave for now. I will return once I have finished." After ensuring all was in order, Gohan leaped into the air and descended from the Heavenly Temple. As he flew toward the base of the Heavenly Temple, he soon arrived at the central location of Korin Tower. The revived Master Korin surveyed his surroundings, still incredulous about his return to life. With a swift whoosh, Gohan dove from the skies, heading straight for West City. This also caught the attention of Master Karin. "Gohan? It has been so many years. And he has grown so much," he mused, gazing at the distant figure gradually fading from view. Upon seeing Son Gohan, he felt a sense of understanding, realizing that this resurrection was orchestrated by Gohan himself. Time flows like a stream in a river, ceaselessly passing by. In the blink of an eye, a year has elapsed since Son Gohan returned to the future world from Namek. Under the guidance of the savior Satan, humanity's home has already been restored to a great extent within the year. The once desolate ruins of cities now have solid foundations laid, ready for reconstruction. Given some time, it is believed that the landscape of the world before the cataclysm will soon be revived. Over the course of this year, Son Gohan has experienced a remarkable enhancement in his strength. Not only has he substantially increased his energy levels through daily training with Trunks, but he has also amassed a considerable number of energy points, reaching the trillions. A year ago, during his 2-year training in the hyperbolic time chamber, his baseline combat power was already an astounding 1 billion. Now, it has soared to 5 billion. This impressive combat prowess represents an increase of more than double his previous capabilities. Through consistent training, gravitational exertion, and the refinement within the hyperbolic time chamber, Son Gohan's power has reached an unparalleled level in this era. Even the Z warriors, who are still training in the afterlife, cannot compare to his rapid advancement in strength. As a scion with immeasurable potential, once he dedicates himself to training, his rate of growth is beyond any of their reach. At this moment, due to the regrowth of his tail, the previous drawback of his Super Saiyan 3rd grade form, its tendency to lose energy during battle, has been rectified. He has even transcended to a higher realm within this transformation. Additionally, 6 months ago, he attempted to ascend to the Super Saiyan 4th grade. Concerned that he might lose control and wreak havoc upon Earth in his Great Ape form, he conducted this transformation on a desolate planet, aiming to achieve the Super Saiyan 4th grade. Unfortunately, that endeavor ended in failure. While he did transform into a Great Ape, he did not attain the Golden Great Ape form and lost all rationality, devolving into a frenzied beast. Fortunately, The planet where this transformation occurred was devoid of life. Otherwise, the inhabitants would have faced annihilation at his hands. As for Trunks, his combat power has also undergone a tremendous transformation within the same year. After a year of arduous training, coupled with the refining experience in the hyperbolic time chamber, Trunks has exceeded 100 million in baseline combat power, stabilizing at 50 million, and has successfully broken through the boundaries of the Super Saiyan first grade, advancing into the second grade. It must be said that Trunks is indeed a prodigy, even with Son Gohan's guidance. What a dandy! Under the guidance of Bobo, he has transformed into a qualified deity, possessing profound insight into the realms below and an intimate understanding of all matters within the heavenly temple. As Dandy is the most exceptional descendant of the Dragon Clan from Namek, the creation of Dragon Balls is merely a trivial endeavor for him. Not only has he crafted a new set of 7 Dragon Balls, but he has also expanded the wishes that the Earth's dragon can grant from 1 to 3. High above in the heavenly temple, Sun Wukong is engaged in deep meditation, striving to unlock the utmost potential within his being in the most tranquil manner possible. In addition to external pressures, he must also guide his internal potential with serene composure. Only through the harmonious combination of these two distinct approaches can he fully unleash his capabilities. Mr. Bobo, how long do you think Gohan's meditation will last? He has remained utterly still in that place for half a month, Dandy inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. With each session of meditation, Gohan's strength experiences significant enhancement. And as his friend, Dandy genuinely rejoices in Gohan's progress. Lord Deity, last time Gohan meditated for a month. I cannot ascertain when he will awaken this time. Bobo replied candidly. The disparity in their realms is monumental. Should he be able to predict Gohan's awakening, it would imply his superiority over Gohan. At that very moment, as the two conversed, Sun Wukong, emerging from his profound meditation, awakened. Upon concluding his meditation, his aura had grown more substantial. Yet the increase was not as remarkable as he had hoped. This bottleneck is proving to be more formidable than I anticipated. Half a month of meditation has yielded little progress. It seems I must adopt a new strategy, Gohan reflected, dissatisfied with his meditation training. Continuing to rely on meditation to transcend to a higher realm and break through this bottleneck appears exceedingly challenging. He contemplated whether to enter the hyperbolic time chamber again. After much deliberation, he recognized that while the chamber is a miraculous tool for breaking limits and gaining strength in a short period, the time and energy required for a 5-0 breakthrough would be immense. Furthermore, the prolonged mental strain and isolation within the chamber weigh heavily on his psyche. Even for him, this time, he decided to adopt a different approach, seeking to induce a formidable external stimulus to compel him to transcend his limits. However, as of now, Son Gohan has yet to identify a source of such intense pressure, though he has contemplated the formidable Majin Buu. He has been unable to ascertain the whereabouts of the sorcerer Babidi and his cohorts. After much deliberation, he ultimately resolved to turn his attention to the underworld. Given that Majin Buu has yet to make an appearance, and with no indication of when he might, it seems prudent to directly contact King Kai and engage the powerful warriors residing in the underworld in battle. The scene shifts to the underworld, which at this moment is abuzz with unprecedented activity. The 4 kings of the galaxy, along with the Grand Kai residing on Grand Kai's planet, have gathered in unison. The underworld is currently hosting the latest edition of the underworld's premier martial arts tournament. Each of the 4 galaxies has dispatched 5 formidable warriors to compete for the title of the strongest in the underworld. As the matches progress, the tournament swiftly advances to the climactic final showdown, featuring Son Goku from the North Galaxy pitted against Reboku from the West Galaxy. One is the strongest contender from the North Galaxy and a disciple of King Kai, while the other stands as the preeminent warrior from the West Galaxy. The match has just commenced, sending the excitement of the Underworld's martial arts tournament to unprecedented heights. Chapter 88, The Journey to the Underworld. A father and son reunion. As the competition reaches its zenith, every warrior training in the underworld displays a look of astonishment. The intensity of the battle between Son Goku and Reboku is unparalleled, far exceeding their previous encounters. It seems that Son Goku's strength has diminished, while Reboku appears significantly stronger. The West Kai's lips curl into a triumphant smile, reveling in his delight and dismissing Son Goku entirely. During the last Underworld Martial Arts Tournament, Reboku had decisively overpowered Son Goku with overwhelming strength. The West Kai harbors no concern for Son Goku, a vanquished foe. However, the North Kai interjects, adjusting his glasses and countering. Let us not be hasty in drawing conclusions when the outcome remains undecided. While others may be unaware of Son Goku's true strength, his master is well aware. Indeed, Roboku triumphed in the last tournament, but the Son Goku of that time pales in comparison to the one standing today. Now, Son Goku has surpassed the limits of Super Saiyan, with a strength that far exceeds that of Roboku. Let us await the outcome and see who will ultimately emerge victorious. The West King was reluctant to become overly entangled with the North King, choosing instead to let strength speak for itself. With the irony of the North King's intentions having been fulfilled, the West King turned and leisurely departed. After the West King's exit, a subtle smile crept upon the North King's lips, hinting at deeper meanings. Soon, the battle on the arena escalated to a fever pitch, marking the conclusion of the first clash between Son Wukong and the rice dish. The second round was poised to commence. In that fleeting moment as the battle began, the voice of Son Gohan echoed in the North King's mind. North King, can you hear me? The voice of Son Gohan drew the North King's thoughts back into focus. I can hear you, Gohan, the North King replied, calming himself. I wish to see my father in the underworld, Gohan declared without hesitation. You wish to meet Goku? I fear I cannot assist you with that, unless you personally visit the underworld. Otherwise, you and your father cannot reunite, and besides, you are not dead. Unbeknownst to the North King, with the coordinates he provided, Son Gohan could indeed follow that line of energy and sense his father's presence, thereby reaching the Grand Kai's planet in the underworld. Who said one must be deceased to enter the underworld? I will personally journey there and see what powerful being has captivated my unwillingly revived father. Far away in the Earth's heavenly temple, Son Gohan's lips curled into a distinct smile, with the ability of instantaneous movement. As long as he could sense an energy signature, traversing to any corner of the universe posed no challenge. In days past, his power was insufficient, and his range of energy perception was severely limited. However, he had long since surpassed those bounds, capable of sensing even the energy of the kings far in the underworld. What? You say you are coming? No. This is absolutely unacceptable. Gohan, you are a living being. The underworld is a realm for the deceased. If you, a living person, come here, everything will be thrown into chaos. The North King, in a state of panic, tried to prevent Son Gohan from proceeding, but alas, it was too late. Son Gohan had already sensed the North King's energy and was making his way towards him via instantaneous movement. In the Dragon Ball universe, the 12 universes each corresponded to a distinct dimension of the afterlife. In this realm of the underworld, it differs from the divine domains of the Kaioshin and the God of Destruction, existing merely a tier above the mortal realm. It can be said that a universe comprises numerous distinct planes. If visualized as a flat surface, it resembles a multitude of concentric circles, with the demon realm positioned at the very center. Enveloping the demon realm is a circle representing the human world. Above that, encasing the human realm, is the underworld. Ascending further, one encounters the realms where the supreme deities reside, the Kaioshin's domain and the God of Destruction's realm. In the presence of the North Kai, Son Gohan suddenly appeared before him, nearly causing the North Kai to lose his balance and tumble from the observation area. Why you? You actually made it to the underworld? And directly to the Supreme Kai's planet? This is impossible. You're just a mere mortal. You shouldn't be able to come here. Son Gohan's arrival completely shattered the North Kai's perception of mortals. This marks an unprecedented occasion throughout history, as a mere mortal has traversed to the realm of the afterlife while still alive, ultimately arriving at the Grand Kai's planet. I owe my gratitude to the North Kai for providing me with the coordinates, otherwise, I would have been unable to sense the essence of the underworld. A year ago, my strength was insufficient, rendering a journey to the afterlife impossible. However, now my powers have grown ample, allowing me to perceive the energies of this world and to enter and exit at will, which shall no longer pose a challenge. Observing the astonished expression of the North Kai, Son Gohan calmly elucidated. He then shifted his gaze towards a burly, golden-haired man standing behind the North Kai, who was one of his most formidable warriors, Oliver. In the original narrative, he exhibited remarkable prowess. Son Gohan's attention fixated on Oliver, as the combat power metrics of the latter materialized before him. This individual possesses a formidable combat power, measured at an astounding 1 billion. Simultaneously, Oliver sensed the penetrating gaze of Son Wukong's son, and he regarded this newly emerged stranger with a wary demeanor. From the very first moment of being scrutinized, a chilling sensation coursed through him, as though he were the prey of a top-tier predator in the food chain. Lord Kai, is he truly the strongest warrior within the North Galaxy, the son of Son Wukong, whom you have mentioned to me? Oliver's expression shifted to one of grave seriousness. Indeed, He is the son of Son Wukong and the first individual to arrive at the Grand Kai's planet in the form of a living being. What an unexpected revelation. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, the North Kai composed himself and proceeded to elucidate the situation to Oliver. At that moment, the other Z fighters, who had already been eliminated from the competition, began to arrive in their designated resting area. Upon their return, they encountered a figure that was both familiar yet strange. As they drew closer, the features of this individual became clearer. Gohan! Exclamations of astonishment and disbelief erupted simultaneously from Piccolo, Tien, Krillin, and Kairatsu. Gohan turned his gaze towards the source of the voices and recognized the 4 Z fighters before him. It has been a while, Uncle Piccolo, Uncle Tien, Uncle Krillin, and Kairatsu, Gohan declared, revealing his identity. Simultaneously, he perceived the combat power levels of the individuals before him. Piccolo, with a power level of 1.5 billion, Tien, at 750 million, Krillin, at 800 million, and Kairatsu, at 30 million. Upon witnessing the combat prowess of his fellow warriors, Gohan fell into deep contemplation. Except for Kairatsu. Every one of them possessed strength that far surpassed that of the androids. In the original story, the mere ability to resurrect one of them would have made Gohan's battles in the future significantly less arduous. However, one puzzling question lingered in his mind. Why were Yamcha and Vegeta absent from this place? Gohan, how did you end up in the other world? Piccolo asked, his heart racing. The only conceivable reason for someone to be present on King Kai's planet was if Gohan had perished. However, when he looked up, he was taken aback to find that Gohan bore no halo, the emblem of the deceased. No halo above Gohan's head. Could it be that you arrived at King Kai's planet on your own? Tien observed, astonished. You are still alive and have made your way to King Kai's planet? It is hard to believe how you managed to get here. Klin also expressed his astonishment, stating that he had personally arrived at the underworld, greeting everyone with a warm, long time no see. As the conversation deepened and ultimately concluded, Son Wukong began to grasp the reasons behind their refusal to be resurrected. They had come to terms with death, believing that the mortal realm held little value for them anymore. Here, they encountered superior resources and formidable adversaries, which ignited their desire to grow stronger. Their nostalgia for the human world was scant. As for the absence of Yamcha and Vegeta, he discerned the reasons. Yamcha likely felt that further training would bear little significance. Rather than honing his skills on the Supreme Kai's planet, he preferred a mundane existence in heaven. Considering the passage of time, he must have already been reincarnated. As for Vegeta, that wretched individual was condemned to hell by King Enma for his numerous transgressions during his lifetime, and he had since established dominance in the underworld, instilling a semblance of order among the malevolent souls there. Having acquired all the answers he sought, Son Wukong's gaze shifted to the arena of the first martial arts tournament in the underworld. There, his father was engaged in an intense battle with Ribrian in his Super Saiyan form. It was no wonder that his father chose to decline resurrection. The experts in the underworld surpassed the androids by a significant margin. Son Wukong's eyes were fixed on the fierce clash between Goku and Ribrian. With his abilities activated, both combatants' power levels materialized before him. In his full-power Super Saiyan form, Goku's battle power reached an astounding 184 billion. When taking into account the 80-fold augment of his regular power in the first stage of Super Saiyan, Son Wukong calculated that Goku's base battle power was approximately 3 billion. Although this was 200 million less than his own current level, the disparity was negligible. Ribrian's battle power appeared to be 200 billion. Yet it concealed an even greater potential. When fully unleashed, her power would soar higher. Curiously, the Ribrian from the original story did not possess such formidable strength. However, considering that this reality was set 20 years after the original narrative, it was understandable. Since he had arrived in the underworld, any questions could be addressed directly with Goku. Son Wukong, having reached the underworld, understood that the North Kai could only let events unfold as they would. The day that Goku had dreaded most had finally come. Son Wukong was in no rush to reveal himself. Rather, he wished to ascertain just how strong Goku had become in this period. As the battle intensified, the confrontation between Son Wukong and Rib Rice approached its climax. Son Wukong unleashed his ultimate form, the pinnacle of Super Saiyan second grade, amplifying his base power by an astonishing factor of 150, elevating his combat prowess to an astounding 345 billion. Rib Rice, exerting his utmost effort, achieved a power level of 250 billion. In the face of Son Wukong's Super Saiyan peak, Rib Rice's strength seemed trivial. In the final clash of energies, Rib Rice was vanquished, and Son Wukong emerged victorious. At that moment, Son Gohan made a dramatic entrance, leaping from the audience to the arena with grace. "It's been a while, Dad," he greeted, descending slowly from the celestial realm of the afterlife. His unexpected appearance drew the gaze of countless onlookers, particularly when they noticed the absence of a halo above his head, which left many astounded. The most taken aback was none other than Son Wukong, the freshly crowned champion of this martial arts tournament. "Why, you're Gohan. How did you come to the afterlife?" Son Wukong exclaimed, his surprise palpable as he found himself momentarily at a loss for words. The realization that Gohan was not among the deceased, but rather alive, further astonished him. "I arrived in the afterlife through instant transmission, and I finally understand why you refused to be revived," Son Gohan said, crossing his arms with a smile. Locking eyes with his father, Son Wukong, caught off guard by Gohan's insight, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Meanwhile, the presence of Gohan had also captured the attention of the Grand Kai, the overseer of the realm. "A living person? How is it possible for a living soul to be here?" the Grand Kai exclaimed, rising in astonishment at Gohan's sudden appearance. Behind the Grand Kai, a red-faced man clad in divine attire emerged. Should Gohan notice him, he would instantly recognize him as Jebet, the attendant of the Kaioshin. "So this is Son Gohan, the one the Kaioshin has mentioned, arriving in the afterlife as a living being? Truly remarkable," Jebet remarked, his tone suggesting he had been keeping a keen eye on Gohan for some time. At that moment, a voice resonated in Jebet's mind, the message from the Kaioshin. "Jebet, let this Son Gohan battle Son Wukong to determine the strongest." "Understood, my Lord Kaioshin," Jebet replied, grasping the implication immediately. "I apologize, Lord Jebet. It was my oversight that allowed a living person to appear in the afterlife. Allow me to address the situation," the Grand Kai said, his anxiety evident as Gohan's unexpected arrival disrupted his plans, fearing for his position. "No, let them continue their match." Jebet's unexpected declaration caught the Grand Kai off guard. What? Did Lord Jebet imply that this living person should engage in combat with Son Wukong? The great king of the other world exhibited a look of bewilderment. Could it be that this unexpectedly appearing mortal was a guest specially invited by Jebet? "The king of the other world has decreed that the martial arts tournament shall proceed," Jebet stated with a stoic expression. Chapter 86, Father and Son Battle, a Collision of Billions. As Jebet's words resonated, the great king of the other world promptly rose to his feet. Son Gohan, as a living being, had arrived at the realm of the great king of the other world, a peculiar circumstance that had drawn the attention of the king of the other world. The inaugural martial arts tournament of the underworld was not restricted solely to its warriors. Those from the earthly realm, having the capability to reach the underworld, were also permitted to participate. Once on the stage, a match must ensue. This sudden announcement incited a stir among the warriors present. Son Gohan was now regarded as a special guest. On the arena stage, upon hearing the words of the great king, Son Gohan faced off against Son Wukong. Yet the atmosphere was not as harmonious as one might envision. "Father, there is no need for you to feel sorry. To be honest, I am quite happy to see you again," Son Gohan remarked, having discerned Son Wukong's sentiments, thus providing him a means of retreat. "As long as you can understand, that is sufficient," Son Wukong replied with a wry smile. Nonetheless, he felt a surge of joy. His son had matured beyond his expectations, at least without harboring any resentment toward him. What Son Wukong remained unaware of was that Son Gohan was no longer the child he once knew. At this moment, Son Gohan was profoundly impressed by the immense power that Son Wukong possessed, particularly the peak of the Super Saiyan second stage, which nearly matched his own Super Saiyan second stage. The disparity between them was minimal, leading Son Gohan to speculate whether Son Wukong had already touched upon the transformation into the Super Saiyan third stage. "Since the great king has permitted you to partake in the competition, it is fortuitous that I shall test your current prowess," Son Wukong declared, shifting the conversation back to the matter at hand. As a fervent warrior, he viewed any formidable opponent as a challenge. Yet battling against a mere skeleton of a meal would hardly satisfy him. The arrival of Son Gohan had brought him unforeseen delight. His instincts told him that the current Gohan was far more powerful than when he last communicated with him through the North King. Gazing at the battle-hungry Son Wukong before him, Gohan found that this conflict aligned perfectly with his intentions. His purpose for coming to the great king of the underworld was to engage in a battle with his father in this lifetime. "Before we commence, Father, perhaps you should first recuperate your strength and energy," Son Gohan suggested, considering the battles that had transpired prior. These words momentarily stunned Son Wukong, who soon found himself chuckling. Indeed, the battle against the rib rice has drained quite a bit of my stamina, so please grant me a moment. With that, Son Wukong soared down to the arena's base, seeking out the North Kai. In the realm of the afterlife, although the deceased appeared no different from the living, their restoration of energy and stamina proved to be far more arduous. The dead could only recuperate through rest, which was a slow process. After a brief minute of recovery with the assistance of North Kai, Son Wukong ascended back to the arena. "Come forth, Gohan," he called with a smile. "But, father, do exercise caution," Gohan replied, his lips curling into a determined smirk as he activated the S cells within him, concentrating them atop his head for a singular explosive release. With a resounding boom, a golden aura erupted forth, and Gohan seamlessly transitioned into the pinnacle of Super Saiyan second stage. With both exhibiting a combat power enhancement of 150 times in their base forms, Gohan's battle prowess surpassed that of Son Wukong, reaching a staggering 375 billion. "Such a formidable presence, you've surpassed me. I never imagined you would grow this powerful. What kind of training have you undergone, Gohan?" As he attuned himself to Gohan's formidable energy, Son Wukong's excitement intensified visibly. His own achievements were the result of countless battles against formidable opponents in the afterlife, accumulated over the years. Yet, Gohan had managed to reach his current level through solitary training in roughly a year. Such a terrifying talent for cultivation left Son Wukong feeling humbled. This also reminded him of the latent potential exhibited by Gohan in his childhood. Gohan did not respond, merely revealing a confident smile at the corners of his mouth, silently adopting his own battle stance. Upon witnessing this, Goku understood his son's intent and likewise assumed his own fighting posture. The atmosphere grew exceedingly tense as the two Super Saiyans faced each other in a second-level standoff. After a brief moment of stalemate, Goku initiated the assault. In an instant, Goku surged forward with explosive speed, so swift that Gohan could only glimpse a fleeting shadow before Goku was upon him. A barrage of strikes, combining offense and defense through the Turtle School's martial arts, pressed down upon Gohan. The fierce onslaught of punches and kicks was met with Gohan's unwavering defense, yet the overwhelming force left his limbs tingling. A long-forgotten surge of passion and excitement welled up within Gohan's heart. Despite the disparity in their strength, Goku matched him blow for blow, drawing on his vast combat experience and battle-hardened techniques. In this caliber of combat, Son Gohan had not experienced such intensity for quite some time. He couldn't help but marvel at the fact that his visit to the Supreme Kai's planet was indeed a prudent decision. Were it not for this journey, he would never have had the opportunity to relish a battle of such equal footing. Under Goku's relentless pursuit, Gohan was forced to retreat continuously. With a thunderous explosion, Goku unleashed a tremendous surge of energy, delivering a powerful blow that struck Gohan's arms with immense force, propelling him 5 meters away. A sharp sensation coursed through Gohan's arms, accompanied by the rising smoke from the fierce impact. As he was pushed back by the force of the strike, a glint of determination ignited in Gohan's eyes. It was time to counterattack. In a flash, Gohan transformed into a streak of light, appearing before Goku and initiating his offensive. With a series of rapid strikes, every limb and every possible point of attack became instruments of his assault. Both combatants unleashed their full physical prowess, resulting in a remarkable surge in their strength and combat capabilities simultaneously. The continuous collisions and fierce energy waves caused the Supreme Kai's planet to tremble under the weight of their mighty clashes, while the arena beneath them became increasingly battered and uneven due to their relentless exchanges. With the warm-up concluded, the time for serious combat had arrived. After a brief period of preparation, Gohan resolved to showcase his true abilities. With a powerful shout, he unleashed all the energy of his Super Saiyan second transformation. In an instant, his aura surged to an unprecedented height, reaching the pinnacle of the Super Saiyan second transformation. This realm exists above the pinnacle of the Super Saiyan second level, representing the ultimate form of this transformation. The standard power increase of 200 times elevates Gohan's combat capabilities to unprecedented heights. Sensing the surge in Gohan's energy, Goku's eyes widened in astonishment, not daring to be complacent. He too unleashed his hidden strength. In an instant, he revealed the full extent of his Super Saiyan second-level power, also experiencing a 200-fold increase that significantly augmented his own combat prowess. Although Goku's strength was formidable, it paled in comparison to Gohan's. In their base forms, the disparity was not excessively pronounced, as the difference amounted to merely 200 million points. However, once both warriors unleashed the pinnacle of their Super Saiyan second-level powers, the Grand Kaishin Star could no longer remain indifferent, beginning to tremble violently. An overwhelming aura expanded, with golden flames threatening to engulf the entire Grand Kaishin star. Goku's might was unparalleled, while Gohan's energy was profoundly enigmatic. The intensity of their auras soared until they reached a certain zenith, at which point they stabilized. Goku's combat power was firmly established at 460 billion, while Gohan soared to an astonishing 500 billion. It was hard to believe that, despite both being Super Saiyan second level. My energy fell slightly short of yours. It seems your training has been far more arduous than I had anticipated, Gohan. Having transformed into the ultimate state of Super Saiyan second level, Goku felt a wave of calm wash over him as he began to analyze the situation. You're not too shabby yourself, Dad, Gohan replied, his eyes ablaze with fighting spirit. Since reaching this level, Goku was the first individual capable of meeting his gaze. Haha. Though I begrudge the fact that I am slightly inferior to you at the same transformation level, I am overwhelmingly excited. Gohan, you have finally surpassed me. With your current strength, safeguarding Earth from potential future calamities will be a breeze. Goku's heart raced with exhilaration, his warrior instincts fully ignited. In the next moment, he crouched low, assuming a battle stance in preparation for the offensive. His energy retracted within his body, preventing any leakage and ensuring that he could unleash his full power without restraint. Goku's fist sliced through the fabric of space, propelled by an unmatched force as it surged towards Gohan. The terrifying might of this strike could even wound Son Gohan, for it was a fist wielding a power of unimaginable magnitude. In an instant, Son Gohan's figure danced like a specter, effortlessly evading Son Goku's assault. And he retaliated with a punch aimed squarely at Son Goku's abdomen. The resounding thud of flesh meeting flesh echoed as this forceful blow landed solidly. The overwhelming force radiated from Son Goku's midsection throughout his entire being, causing him to retch in agony. Drawing upon his formidable willpower, he swiftly suppressed the pain and retaliated with a powerful kick to Son Gohan's chest. A surge of immense strength coursed through him, sending Son Gohan hurtling 10 meters away before he came to a halt, gasping from the searing pain. As the sting enveloped him, the combatant within Son Gohan stirred to life. The pain transformed into fervor, igniting a euphoric spirit for battle within his heart. His body began to radiate heat from the impact of the blow. Without a moment's hesitation, Son Gohan charged once more at Son Goku, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks. Fists and feet combined in a ceaseless onslaught, raining down upon Son Goku with a ferocity akin to a tempest. Fortunately, Son Goku's vast experience and exceptional skill allowed him to endure. Otherwise, a lesser fighter would have succumbed to this impenetrable assault. Yet, even so, Son Goku felt an unprecedented pressure bearing down upon him, a sensation unlike any he had experienced since mastering this power in the underworld. He was being overwhelmed. The one exerting this pressure was none other than his own son. The tumult of excitement and frustration within him became his motivation, and Son Goku struggled to respond to Son Gohan's relentless attacks. After 2 arduous minutes, the melee finally subsided. Throughout their close-quarters combat, Son Goku gained no advantage and was forced into a defensive position. While Son Gohan maintained the upper hand, he could not utterly vanquish Son Goku through sheer brawn. With the failure of their physical confrontation, they transitioned to an energy battle, where countless energy blasts roamed the skies above the Grand Kai's planet, either exploding upon impact with the arena or being shattered by a deft palm. The myriad energy blasts sparkled like a sea of stars, unleashing unparalleled destruction upon the battlefield. Ding! Automatic absorption of energy from Super Saiyan second grade limit Son Goku has converted to energy points, 50 million. Ding! Automatic absorption of energy from Super Saiyan second grade limit Son Goku has converted to energy points, 80 million. Ding! Automatic absorption of energy from Super Saiyan second grade limit Son Goku has converted to energy points, 100 million. Utilizing energy attacks to exploit his opponent's vulnerabilities proved futile. Sun Wukong resolved to unleash a ferocious strike. At this moment, his entire aura surged forth, shattering the incoming energy blasts from all directions. With his hands pressed together in the shape of a sunflower at his waist, pale blue energy particles converged in his palms. And his momentum escalated dramatically with the accumulation of this power. Kamehameha. Sun Wukong unleashed his ultimate technique with all his might. Sensing the impending crisis, Son Gohan heightened his vigilance. Magic Flash. With his palms joined together, a pure golden wave of energy erupted instantaneously. The 2 formidable energies collided like bulldozers, relentlessly pressing down upon each other. The energies of both parties remained locked in a stalemate, producing countless sparks of electricity in the surrounding space. Ding! Automatic absorption of energy from Super Saiyan Second Grade Ultimate Son Wukong's Kamehameha resulted in an energy conversion, 500 million. Ding. Automatic absorption of energy from Super Saiyan Second Grade Ultimate Son Wukong's Kamehameha resulted in an energy conversion, 600 million. Ding. Automatic absorption of energy from Super Saiyan Second Grade Ultimate Son Wukong's Kamehameha resulted in an energy conversion, 700 million. The standoff between the two energies persisted, neither side gaining the upper hand. The observers, including the warriors of the underworld and the four great Kais, were profoundly shaken by this spectacle. The battle had reached a level beyond their capacity to assess. The four great Kais felt an intangible pressure descend upon them, rendering their breaths labored and their vision of the battle reduced to mere afterimages. The Grand Kai was astounded, struggling to believe that a mortal could possess such immense power. Even Jebet, a servant of the Kaioshin, was drenched in cold sweat, overwhelmed by the might of a mortal. Chapter 60. Ultra Super Saiyan Wukong, the pinnacle of a billion? In the ongoing confrontation of energies, Son Gohan gradually exerted his power, intensifying the output of his magical flash. His vision was obscured by the energies of the magical flash and the Kamehameha wave, preventing him from discerning the situation on Son Wukong's side. However, the inability to see did not equate to ignorance. Through the fluctuations of ki, he could sense Son Wukong's energy. At that moment, Son Wukong was being relentlessly pressured, retreating under the weight of his son's ultimate technique. He had to either elevate himself to a higher level of Super Saiyan or be consumed and defeated by the magical flash. Given his current strength, he could not withstand the onslaught of the magical flash. Faced with the overwhelming force exerted by his son, Son Wukong's face flushed crimson, his eyes reflecting profound astonishment. He could hardly believe that his son Gohan, could subdue him to such a degree. A tumult of emotion swirled within him, leaving him at a loss for words. It had only been a year since their last conversation, at which time Gohan had merely begun to master the transformation into the second level of Super Saiyan. In contrast, he had long since perfected that transformation, his mastery unparalleled. He never imagined that he would be surpassed by his son so swiftly. Nevertheless, despite the overwhelming emotions, he was unwilling to concede defeat. With a frantic roar, Son Wukong unleashed all of his energy. In an instant, a golden aura erupted, and his formidable presence surged dramatically. The energy of the Kamehameha wave he had gathered expanded significantly, maximizing his ki. Indeed, there existed a greater power. Was he tapping into the energy reservoir of Super Saiyan Level 3? Sensing the increasing pressure in his palm, Son Gohan speculated that Son Wukong must be utilizing the energy pool of Super Saiyan Level 3. Although he had not transformed, the essence of that ki was unmistakable to Gohan. With the augmentation from the energy reservoir of Super Saiyan Level 3, it would be effortless for him to surpass Wukong in a heartbeat. Was he still reluctant to unleash his full potential? Father, if you hesitate, I shall compel you to unleash your true strength. A slight smirk graced Gohan's lips as he also tapped into the energy reservoir of Super Saiyan Level 3. His battle power soared to an astonishing 500 billion, the terrifying energy doubling the potency of his magical flash. How is this possible? Gohan, your power has advanced so remarkably. The pressure within his palm surged unexpectedly, altering Son Wukong's perception of his son once more. Although he appeared unreliable on the surface, carefree and somewhat foolish, in the realm of combat, he was an unparalleled genius, exhibiting prowess beyond the ordinary. Since his demise and arrival at the Supreme Kai's planet, he had been training relentlessly. It had nearly been 20 years. He found it hard to fathom the harrowing trials his son must have endured to reach such a level. The Kamehameha wave was visibly faltering, and Son Wukong gritted his teeth, realizing that if he continued to conceal his strength, he would inevitably be consumed by his son's demon flash. Though he was already deceased, the impact of his own energy, coupled with Gohan's demon flash, could very well lead him to a second death. He had no intention of resorting to Super Saiyan 3rd level just yet. For Gohan was merely showcasing the transformation of Super Saiyan 2nd level. Should he unveil a higher transformation, it would signify that, in an equivalent state, he was inferior to his son. Both were in the ultimate state of Super Saiyan 2nd level, and he was unwilling to concede defeat. Just as the energy threatened to engulf him, Son Wukong decisively executed instant transmission, vanishing from his original position. With his sudden disappearance, the Kamehameha wave lost its energy and support, rapidly collapsing under the might of the demon flash. The energy from the demon flash surged beyond the Supreme Kai's planet, resulting in an explosion at a remote corner of the underworld. Although the underworld was vast and seemingly endless, the residual waves from the explosion stirred violent storms, causing the Supreme Kai's planet to tremble incessantly. As the explosive remnants dissipated, Gohan's perception expanded, yet he could not detect Son Wukong's presence. He began to piece together the situation. Instant transmission? He murmured, fully concentrating. Sensing the shifts in the surrounding space, he suddenly locked onto a position behind him and unleashed a powerful punch. His strike, relentless and fierce, was met with Son Wukong's sudden emergence through instant transmission. Startled, Wukong instinctively turned his head, narrowly evading the blow. Golden strands of hair floated in the air as beads of sweat formed on his brow. He had intended to use instant transmission to evade the demon flash while launching a surprise attack from behind Gohan, but he had underestimated the situation. Instant transmission was not solely his domain. Gohan could wield it as well. You saw through my instant transmission? He marveled, astonished by Gohan's unexpected strength. How remarkable you have become, Gohan. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead as Son Wukong gasped in astonishment. In that fleeting moment, he felt a chill run down his back. Had he been struck by that punch, he would have fallen into a state of utter passivity. The father and son exchanged a glance. Descending from the sky to the arena, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, and it was Son Gohan who broke the silence first. Father, how long do you intend to conceal your true strength? Just because others cannot perceive it does not mean I cannot. You are hiding a transformation even more advanced than the second level of Super Saiyan, aren't you? The fighting spirit in Son Gohan's eyes intensified as he urged Son Wukong to unleash a higher form to engage him in battle. The revelation of his hidden prowess astonished Son Wukong. This transformation, which he had only recently developed, had been identified so directly. It was worth noting that even the North Kai was unaware of this form. I didn't expect you to see through it, Gohan. When did you realize? Son Wukong inquired. His expression serious yet unhurried. From the moment your energy surged just now, Father, Son Gohan responded, anticipating the full extent of Son Wukong's power. The third level of Super Saiyan, a long-lost realm of combat for him. As a Saiyan, only through battle could he undergo rapid transformation and growth. Ha. Since you've discovered it, there's no helping it. To be honest, I haven't yet tested this form. Even Lord Kai and the others are unaware of my transformation beyond Super Saiyan. But since you've asked, I shall demonstrate it for you. With a confident rub of his nose, Son Wukong teased before transforming, just don't be too frightened, Gohan. Meanwhile, among the Kais and the warriors from the underworld, disbelief spread across their faces when Son Wukong declared that this was not his full power and that he had concealed an even stronger transformation. The strength of the second level of Super Saiyan had already reached a realm beyond their imagination, a level they could only look up to. Yet Son Wukong now proclaimed that this was not his ultimate form. As the strongest warrior of the West Galaxy, Raboko had clashed with Son Wukong and experienced firsthand the might of his second level of Super Saiyan. Initially, he believed he was merely slightly inferior, however. Witnessing the fierce confrontation between Son Gohan and Son Wukong made him realize the vast gap in strength that lay between them. Yet, this did not shatter Raboko's resolve until Son Wukong mentioned that he possessed yet another transformation beyond the second level of Super Saiyan, which left him shaken. On the side of the North Kai, he pondered when Son Wukong had achieved this surpassing transformation of Super Saiyan, a feat even he was completely unaware of. The North Kai was taken aback by Son Wukong's declaration. He was familiar with the transformation into a Super Saiyan second grade, having witnessed Son Wukong's breakthrough firsthand. However, he had never encountered the more advanced Super Saiyan third grade, nor had he heard Son Wukong mention it. After transcending the state of a Super Saiyan, could Wukong truly achieve yet another transformation? The notion of 3 transformations far exceeded the understanding of Saiyans held by Tianjin Fan. At this moment, he felt that even a decade of arduous training would not allow him to compare with such prowess. Wukong was earnest, beyond the Super Saiyan second grade. There existed an even higher echelon, the Super Saiyan third grade. While the existence of this transformation was incredulous, Krillin held an unwavering belief in it. Beside them, Piccolo and Oliver remained silent, yet their fists were clenched in quiet determination. If Wukong's words were indeed true, it would mean that the chasm between them would once again widen, a gap that could not be bridged even by centuries of cultivation. On the arena, Son Wukong was finally ready to unveil his true abilities. After years of grueling training in the underworld, he had mastered the Super Saiyan third grade. A primal scream erupted from his lips. Instantly, a golden aura surged upwards, piercing through the realm of the dead. Terrifying blue and white arcs of electricity expanded at a visible pace, spreading like wildfire. The intensity of his aura was so overwhelming that it drastically altered the climate and environment of the underworld. The sky darkened, and within that darkness, ominous golden lightning descended, potent enough to obliterate all in its path. The entirety of the Grand Kai's planet trembled violently as Wukong's form was enveloped in a sphere of golden light, his presence expanding at an astonishing rate. This fearsome aura reverberated throughout the underworld, causing chaos and upheaval as everything around quaked in response. With a thunderous roar, the Grand Kai's planet could not withstand the force of this formidable energy, visible cracks spreading and widening across its surface. At this moment, the Grand Kai, along with his attendant Jebbet, were deeply shaken by Wukong's terrifying presence, their faces pale and eyes betraying a sense of dread. Can such a formidable aura truly emanate from an ordinary mortal? At this moment, it is not only they who are astonished, even the Supreme Kai. Observing the king of the netherworld from the distant realm of the Supreme Kai, is awestruck by the terrifying presence unleashed by Son Wukong. The overwhelming aura reminiscent of ancient times evoked memories of a monstrous entity that had once claimed the lives of the three supreme deities, including the Grand Kaioshin. Millions of years ago, as this formidable energy intensified, Goku, enveloped in a golden energy halo, underwent a remarkable transformation. His eyebrows vanished, brow bones lowered, and his golden hair cascaded down to his waist, complemented by a tuft of bangs on his forehead. His demeanor and expression underwent a dramatic metamorphosis, exuding a coldness that surpassed even that of death itself. This form was none other than the third level of Super Saiyan. Ding! Automatic absorption of energy from the third level Super Saiyan Goku, converting it into energy points, 100 million. Ding! Automatic absorption of energy from the third level Super Saiyan Goku, converting it into energy points, 200 million. Ding! Automatic absorption of energy from the third level Super Saiyan Goku, converting it into energy points, 300 million. As anticipated by Gohan, Goku's mastery over the third level of Super Saiyan was fleeting. Moreover, due to his nascent grasp of this form, the critical issue of energy leakage remained unresolved. However, in this realm of the dead, regardless of the magnitude of energy he unleashed, it would promptly be replenished by the rules of this world. Thus, Goku, embodying the third level of Super Saiyan, initially sensed no discomfort. Gohan gazed intently at Goku, his eyes narrowing as combat power metrics materialized before him. At this moment, Goku's combat power surged to an astonishing 62 billion, mere steps away from reaching the trillion mark. Chapter 61, Defeating Goku. The invitation from the Kaioshin. With his aura stabilized, Goku turned his head, locking eyes with Gohan, his cold gaze devoid of any emotional fluctuation within his emerald irises. This is my transcendence beyond the Super Saiyan. The form I now call the third level of Super Saiyan. This is my utmost strength, Gohan. Goku clenched his fists, the energy coursing around him like a tempestuous current. In terms of aura, he now far surpassed Gohan, confident that with this transformation, the outcome was already determined. The third level of Super Saiyan aligns perfectly with my intentions. Father. A smile of exhilaration graced Gohan's face, his eyes ignited with fervent battle spirit. Sensing Gohan's resolve, Goku was taken aback. He discerned no trace of surprise on Gohan's face, as if he had anticipated Goku's ascension to the third level of Super Saiyan all along. Since you have unleashed your full power, I too shall give my all, Gohan declared, startling Goku. What did you just say? Gohan, have you? Goku's expression shifted dramatically, the astonishment in his eyes unmistakable. He began to comprehend why Gohan had maintained such an unyielding demeanor. He too has attained the third level of Super Saiyan. The Super Saiyan third stage is not solely your father's domain. I have invested considerable effort in the hyperbolic time chamber and have finally achieved it. As these words left his mouth, Gohan concentrated, summoning all of his S-cells within. The S-cells responded to his will, gathering at the crown of his head, culminating in an explosive release. The crackling of blue and white electricity surged forth, as Gohan's aura experienced a profound elevation and transformation. In this moment, he bore the same posture and visage as his father. Unlike Goku, whose transformation into Super Saiyan third stage required an extended build-up, Gohan's metamorphosis was seamless, with no energy wasted in the process. Furthermore, despite both being Super Saiyan third stage, there exists a disparity in strength between them. Gohan's combat power had transcended the 100 million threshold, stabilizing at the trillion level. Although they both attained the same form, the difference in their powers and auras was stark. A trillion and 100 million are not equivalent. This is truly astonishing. Gohan, you have exceeded my expectations. The scene before him left Goku utterly stunned, questioning the very essence of his existence. Achieving the Super Saiyan third stage took him years of arduous training in the other world. Yet his son had accomplished it with a power that seemed to surpass his own. After more than a decade of grueling effort, Goku felt his cheeks flush with embarrassment, realizing that his son had surpassed him through solitary training on Earth. Times have changed, and the old must yield to the new. While Goku felt joy in his son's newfound strength, he also grappled with a sense of resentment. Come, father. This time, let us hold nothing back and give it our all. With a fierce cry, Gohan assumed a battle stance, his aura coalescing into an imperceptible form, rendering it undetectable. Very well. I shall give my all this time. Goku eagerly sought a worthy opponent with whom to clash. After a brief moment of contemplation, both warriors' energies surged to their zenith, and within 0.01 seconds, they launched towards one another. They materialized before each other, unleashing a tempest of strikes that rained down like a storm upon their respective forms. The intensity of the battle ignited with fervor. The direct clash of Super Saiyan third stages produced shockwaves powerful enough to disturb the great King Kai's planet and shake the very foundations of the otherworld. After only a few exchanges, Goku found himself increasingly alarmed as Gohan's attack speed escalated. He sensed a disconcerting feeling of falling behind. Boom! With a sudden thud, Son Wukong was unexpectedly struck back several meters by a powerful punch from Son Gohan, nearly teetering off the arena. Seizing the opportunity, Son Gohan descended with remarkable speed before Son Wukong, launching into an aggressive onslaught once more. In the ensuing melee, Son Wukong found himself at a disadvantage and decided to adopt a different approach to combat. He soared furiously towards the Grand Kai's planet, shifting the battlefield to afford himself greater maneuverability. A tempestuous storm ensued. Son Gohan pursued with fervor, channeling energy into his right hand, unleashing a barrage of dazzling purple energy orbs that hurtled towards Son Wukong under his command. If it were to collide directly with him, constantly enduring damage, Son Wukong would undoubtedly suffer severe injuries. Confronted with such a relentless energy assault, Son Wukong realized evasion was futile. However, he refused to remain passive as Gohan wielded his power. In the blink of an eye, he ascended to the skies several hundred meters above the Supreme Kai's planet. Coming to a halt, Son Wukong summoned his energy, and a translucent barrier materialized around him, repelling all incoming lethal energy. The resounding explosions echoed incessantly, their reverberations shaking the very fabric of the underworld. Fortunately, they were not above the Supreme Kai's planet at that moment. Otherwise, that place would have crumbled in an instant. Such a level of power is beyond the capacity of even the deities of the realm of kings, let alone a mere great king star, which would undoubtedly crumble under such unimaginable force. I have found you. Locking onto the rapidly darting figure of Son Wukong amidst the billowing smoke of the explosion, Son Gohan hastened his speed once more. In the blink of an eye, he surged into the smoke, locating Son Wukong's position. The battle had officially entered a feverish phase. Countless afterimages and shockwaves rippled through the sky, and none present could discern the true state of the conflict unfolding above. The only discernible elements were the two immensely powerful auras colliding fiercely, accompanied by an incessant, thunderous roar that echoed in their ears like a distant tempest. The confrontation between Super Saiyan 3 Son Wukong and Super Saiyan 3 Son Gohan had surpassed their comprehension. As the battle intensified, Son Wukong and Son Gohan, soaring at an altitude of 1,000 meters, once again shifted the battleground back to the Great King Star, utilizing various inconsequential planets beyond it as platforms to continually maneuver and engage in combat. Even someone as formidable as Raboka felt cold sweat trickling down his brow, his mouth agape in disbelief at the sheer ferocity of the battle unfolding before him. Despite his strength, he could only perceive a fleeting golden light, and his ability to sense their aura was nearly incapable of keeping pace. At this juncture, both Son Wukong and Son Gohan bore numerous wounds. Yet their auras did not diminish, rather, they grew increasingly potent with each clash. Son Wukong reveled in this long-awaited, exhilarating battle, his warrior instincts pulsating, and his blood igniting with fervor. Son Gohan felt similarly. He could sense the pressure emanating from Son Wukong, drawing him ever closer to breaking through that barrier. Come on, Gohan. With a fierce determination in his eyes, Son Wukong charged excitedly towards Son Gohan. In that fleeting moment, Son Gohan felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. A long-forgotten feeling of crisis surged back into his heart, causing his nerves to tense. Reacting swiftly, he deftly evaded Son Goku's frontal assault, his agile form appearing directly beneath Goku as he locked one hand around Goku's ankle. Oh no! With his ankle ensnared, Goku realized he had fallen prey to Gohan's maneuver. An irresistible force coursed through his body, severing his control entirely. In the blink of an eye, He was forcefully slammed onto the already dilapidated arena of the Grand Kai's planet. In an instant, the stage collapsed completely, and a terrifying, shattering force radiated through Goku's entire being. A searing pain shot through every nerve, eliciting a pained howl from him. A stream of black blood erupted from his mouth. From that moment forth, the outcome seemed all but decided. Goku's energy plummeted drastically. Gohan, choosing restraint, refrained from striking again. Gazing down from his elevated position at Goku, now buried beneath a pile of rubble. "It appears my Super Saiyan third grade is indeed stronger," Gohan remarked with a smile. Coughing, Goku struggled to push away the debris and slowly rose to his feet. Each movement sent waves of agony through his body, as if his bones were on the verge of shattering. Although he could still maintain the Super Saiyan third grade transformation, his spirit for battle had waned. Having just recently mastered this form, he realized it could not be sustained for long. Mere minutes of combat had drained his stamina to the brink. He understood that to continue would be futile. Relinquishing the Super Saiyan third grade state, Goku raised his hand and declared, "Great King Kai, I concede." This proclamation sent shockwaves across the Grand Kai's planet, leaving countless warriors from the afterlife in stunned silence. The Super Saiyan third grade Goku, a figure they could only admire from afar, had been defeated by a living mortal from the world of the living. Goku's sudden surrender took Gohan by surprise. He had anticipated that Goku would fight until the very last moment, yet he had not expected such a decisive withdrawal from combat. Recognizing Goku's lack of will to continue, Gohan too refrained from further aggression. With his Super Saiyan third grade transformation dispelled, Gohan approached Goku. This marks the inaugural encounter between father and son within this realm. Son Wukong, undeterred by his defeat, felt an immense satisfaction with Son Gohan's performance. "Well done, Gohan. Your strength has now completely surpassed mine." A medley of emotions surged within Son Wukong, transforming into his most sincere acknowledgement of Gohan. "No, if father had not conceded, I fear victory would have eluded me as well. This can only be deemed a draw," Gohan humbly replied. Soon after, the Grand Kai appeared to announce the results of the match. The champion of the first martial arts tournament of the underworld was none other than Son Gohan. Curiously, the victor of a competition meant for the deceased was a living soul from the realm of the living. At that moment, the Kaioshin's attendant, Jebit, materialized. Gohan's gaze turned towards him, though he had recognized Jebit long before. Before him, Jebit's combat power was revealed to be an astonishing 500 million. "Mr. Son Gohan, champion of the first martial arts tournament of the underworld, the Kaioshin summons you," Jebit announced. In an instant, Gohan was transported to the Kaioshin realm. "Is this the Kaioshin realm?" Gohan inquired, surveying his surroundings and taking a deep breath. The air quality here was exponentially superior to that of Earth, filling him with vitality and tranquility. "This is indeed the Kaioshin realm. Follow me. The Kaioshin has been expecting you," Jebit stated impassively, walking ahead. His words prompted Gohan to ponder deeply. It seemed that the Kaioshin had been aware of his existence long before. The first martial arts tournament of the underworld was evidently orchestrated by them, and the saga of Majin Buu was poised to unfold. In the heart of the Kaioshin realm, a circular lake came into view, dominated by a towering mountain that pierced the clouds, its summit flickering with a faint white light. The Kaioshin awaited quietly at the edge of the lake. "Lord Kaioshin, I have brought Son Gohan," Jebit respectfully announced. "Thank you, Jebit," the Kaioshin replied, turning to appraise Gohan. As the Kaioshin scrutinized him, Gohan reciprocated the gaze, attempting to sense the Kaioshin's thoughts but to no avail. "Greetings, Mr. Son Gohan. Welcome to the Kaioshin realm," the Kaioshin said with a warm smile as he approached. "If you have summoned me to the Kaioshin realm, please communicate your purpose directly, my lord." Son Gohan gazed at the Supreme Kai and candidly remarked. To be frank, it was an inquiry made with an understanding of the answer. Yet it was necessary to pose it nonetheless. If all were known, it would render one a prophet of sorts. Since Gohan did not mince words, "I too shall be direct." Under the Supreme Kai's discourse, the narrative concerning Majin Buu gradually unfolded. Chapter 62, Breaking the Seal after a moment of contemplation. The Supreme Kai began to elucidate the primary reason for summoning Son Gohan. As in the original tale, it pertained to the matter of Majin Buu. As a traveler from another realm, Son Gohan was already well acquainted with the preceding events. Besides this issue, the Supreme Kai also disclosed another motive for calling upon Son Gohan. He sought to harness the strength of the mightiest mortal to extract the legendary sword of the Supreme Kai and obtain the unparalleled power that is said to reside within the Supreme Kai realm. "You brought me to the Supreme Kai realm to draw forth the fabled Supreme Kai sword. Am I correct? If my guess is accurate, that sword up there is indeed the legendary Supreme Kai sword," Son Gohan said, lifting his gaze and pointing towards the summit of the colossal rock. At the highest point within the clouds, a location shimmered with brilliance. In the original narrative, the Supreme Kai sword was situated there. Indeed, that sword, sealed within the Supreme Kai realm, was said to bestow upon its wielder the strongest power in the universe. Unfortunately, for tens of millions of years, no one had succeeded in drawing it. The Supreme Kai turned his gaze towards the Supreme Kai sword perched atop the massive rock. He had summoned Son Gohan to test whether he could indeed extract this legendary sword. After all, the Supreme Kais were not particularly powerful. They lacked the qualifications to pull the sword from its resting place. Perhaps Son Gohan might be capable of achieving it. Atop the mountain peak, Son Gohan landed beside the Supreme Kai sword, his eyes scrutinizing the blade, which appeared to be easily extractable from the stone. With keen insight, he discerned that a seal had been placed upon the sword. Furthermore, he sensed a faint yet extraordinarily potent mysterious power emanating from the seal. If his intuition served him correctly, this power belonged to the god of destruction. Alternatively, it could very well be the power of an angel. After all, the original text did not clarify whether it was Beerus himself who sealed the old Supreme Kai, or if it was accomplished with Whis' assistance. After pondering for a moment, Son Gohan grasped the hilt of the Supreme Kai sword. Taking a deep breath, he began to exert his strength. The weight was astonishing, catching Son Gohan off guard. His current power was considerable, undoubtedly magnitudes greater than that of the original narrative. Had I underestimated this seal, finding it to be so burdensome? With a sudden surge of determination, Sun Wukong took a deep breath once more, placing his other hand firmly upon the hilt of the sword. He exerted his full strength, pulling the King Kai's sword upwards. Yet, despite the force of his arms, it remained immovable. Truly, its weight was astonishing. The sword must weigh no less than 100 tons, and holding it for an extended period could indeed serve as a formidable exercise. Reflecting on the original text, it was evident that it had indeed enhanced the original Sun Wukong's abilities. A thunderous explosion resounded, and an overwhelming aura erupted as all of Wukong's power was willingly unleashed. A terrifying cyclone emanated from his body, expanding outward in all directions, generating shockwaves that rippled through the fabric of space. Below, both Jebbet and King Kai instinctively retreated, their senses heightened, fully aware that if Wukong could indeed draw forth the King Kai's sword, it would be a remarkable feat. Sun Wukong had unleashed a full 100% of his power, a staggering energy level of 2.5 billion, a force that could be aptly described as cataclysmic. However, the King Kai's sword remained stubbornly lodged in its crevice, utterly unyielding. Such a situation is indeed unexpected. After all, even in his transformed state, Gohan's original power level barely reaches a few billion, does it not? Given his current strength, he should not be facing any difficulty in extracting himself from this predicament. Humph. I have no time to waste on you. With a mere thought, the reservoir of Super Saiyan energy surged forth. In an instant, Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan. The explosive energy, at a staggering level of 200 billion, radiated outward, its terrifying force affecting the entire realm of the Supreme Kai. A golden aura enveloped him, intertwined with arcs of blue and white electricity. Though not Super Saiyan 2. The immense power of Super Saiyan 1 was so profound that it manifested lightning phenomena typically associated with Super Saiyan 2. Come forth. He unleashed the full power of the first stage of Super Saiyan. With a resounding roar, the ground trembled violently within a 10-mile radius centered around Gohan. The seal of the Supreme Kai's sword was disturbed, unleashing an unimaginable seismic upheaval throughout the realm. The earth beneath his feet cracked visibly, expanding as dense fissures spread like a spider's web, sending shivers down one's spine and instilling a sense of dread. The ground crumbled, the atmosphere shifted. The mountaintop teetered precariously, on the brink of collapse. Under Gohan's overwhelming force, the Supreme Kai's sword was shaken, and the powerful seal that had been set in place was shattered in that very moment. With a thunderous crash, the entire cliffside collapsed, transforming into countless fragments that plummeted from the sky, crashing into the lake below, and sending waves surging forth. Meanwhile, the Supreme Kai and Jebbet, as mere observers, stared wide-eyed in astonishment, their jaws agape in disbelief. Such a scene is profoundly awe-inspiring. He has succeeded. The divine sword of the King of Worlds has indeed been drawn forth by him. I always knew I was not mistaken in my judgment. The Supreme Kai Shin called out in disbelief, his heart swelling with unprecedented excitement. For generations, the divine sword of the King of Worlds, which had eluded all previous Supreme Kais, has today been drawn from its resting place by a mere mortal from the lower realm. Beside him, Jebbet stood in astonishment, his mouth agape as he witnessed Gohan's remarkable feat of drawing the divine sword. This scene stirred a tempest within him. As a servant of the King of all, he had always held a certain disdain for mortals, considering himself rather exceptional. Now, he realized just how foolish he had been. Mortals, when empowered, could indeed surpass the divine. In the distant realm of the god of destruction, the anomalies occurring in the King of All's realm had not gone unnoticed by Whis, the angel. He activated the projection of his staff, revealing the unfolding events within the King of All's domain. The first figure to enter his view was Son Gohan, wielding the sword of the King of All, which piqued Whis' curiosity and astonishment. Although he was uncertain how Son Gohan had arrived in the King of All's realm, the mere act of drawing the sword was ample testament to his formidable strength, far removed from the fledgling he had once observed. Could it be that the barrier set by Lord Beerus himself has been shattered by you? How unexpected, he mused. A knowing smile gracing his lips as his eyes narrowed slightly. Once upon a time, a profound enmity was forged between the god of destruction, Beerus, and the Supreme Kai. In a fit of rage, Beerus sealed the Supreme Kai within the Supreme Kai's sword and concocted the legend that whoever could draw the sword would obtain the ultimate power of the universe. Now, the Supreme Kai's sword has been drawn, yet the fate of that original Supreme Kai remains unknown. In the realm of the Supreme Kai, after the seal of the sword was broken, the ensuing disturbances persisted for over 10 seconds before gradually subsiding into tranquility. The East Supreme Kai, Shin, along with Jebet, lifted their heads to gaze at the sky, their fists clenched, overwhelmed by an indescribable exhilaration. In midair, as Gohan extracted the Supreme Kai's sword, its true form was revealed. The blade emanated an unimaginable divine pressure, instilling a sense of reverence in all who beheld it. The sheer weight of the sword was such that it made the wielder feel a considerable strain. As Gohan grasped the sword with one hand, he felt its weight, which surely exceeded 100 tons. It was no wonder that, aside from the seal, the mere heft of the sword was beyond the capacity of an ordinary person to lift, let alone to extract it. If my conjecture holds true, this enigmatic energy is the divine power radiating from the former Supreme Kai. A subtle essence emanated from the blade, evoking an indescribable sensation within Gohan. It felt both tangible and intangible. During the era of Dragon Ball Super, Goku and Vegeta achieved mastery over divine power under the tutelage of the Angel Whis, which led to the evolution into Super Saiyan Blue and eventually into the more advanced forms of Super Saiyan Deep Blue and Ultra Instinct. With a sudden release of his aura, Gohan returned to his normal state, and the weight of the Supreme Kai sword felt even more pronounced in his grasp. With a mere thought, he descended from the sky and landed beside the circular lake. Upon Gohan's descent, the East Supreme Kai, Shin, and Jebet hurriedly approached him. It is said that the one who draws the Supreme Kai's sword will possess the strongest power in the universe. Gohan, now that you have drawn this sword, do you feel any changes within your body? Shin inquired. Though it was not he who drew the sword, the legend had circulated for countless years, and his eagerness surpassed that of anyone else. To be honest, he felt rather foolish, for even without the sword, Gohan was already among the most formidable beings in the universe. After drawing the sword, I did not sense any changes within my body. Honestly, my initial impression of the sword, aside from its unexpectedly heavy weight, is that it possesses no extraordinary qualities. I suspect that the legend of drawing the Supreme Kai's sword to become the strongest in the universe is merely a fabrication. Gohan candidly expressed his thoughts. As a traveler from another realm, he understood better than anyone that the Supreme Kai's sword lacked such abilities. Nanny, this is indeed the divine sword of the King of Worlds, a legendary artifact that has been passed down for millennia. How could it possibly be merely heavy? As Jebet, the servant of the King of Worlds, how could he accept such a conclusion? Despite being a mere servant, he dreamed daily of drawing the King of Worlds sword. Alas, he was unable to do so, and now that someone could pull it from its resting place, he was told that the sword was only heavy and of no other worth. How could he possibly reconcile with this? Then I shall bestow this sword upon you. Give it a try, Son Gohan remarked, casting a glance at Jebet and noticing the hint of arrogance on his face. He decided to toy with him, tossing the divine sword into Jebet's hands. Startled, Jebet instinctively reached out to grasp the hilt and blade. Yet, at the moment of contact, he discovered that his strength was utterly insufficient to budge it. With a thunderous crash, the immense weight of the divine sword shattered the ground beneath him, embedding the blade deep into the unyielding earth. Jebet, who had instinctively reached to catch the sword, now found himself in a dire predicament. His hand firmly pinned and unable to withdraw. It is truly heavy. I cannot move it, he exclaimed, exerting every ounce of strength he had. Even with all his might, he could not free his hands. No matter how hard he tried, The divine sword remained immovable. His power was too feeble to even stir it. The sword held no concealed power. Its only noteworthy feature was its staggering weight, making it no simple feat to extract. Perhaps this is why you cannot pull it out. Son Gohan observed, stretching his arms leisurely after dispelling the seal. Meanwhile, the East Kaioshin, Shin, silently witnessed the scene, feeling a profound sense of shame at having been deceived by such a trivial legend for so long. As a Kaioshin, he felt embarrassed to have been misled by a mere tale. The legend was indeed false. The sword was merely astonishingly heavy, and the one who could draw it would not gain any extraordinary powers. The words of the King of Worlds were laden with resignation and despair. At that moment, he felt a sense of hopelessness, for if he could not obtain the power of the universe's mightiest, the threat of Majin Buu would remain insurmountable. He found himself in a deadlock, believing that without such power, he would never be able to contend with Majin Buu. Indeed, the legend was a fabrication. Yet the sword's incredible weight confirmed it to be an indestructible weapon, capable of slicing through iron as if it were mere clay. Son Gohan reached for the divine sword once more, thereby alleviating Jebet's plight. This old fellow is indeed rather disgusting. A lesson must be imparted to make him aware of his true standing. With the might of his normal state, Gohan wielded the Kaioken sword. Although it required some effort, he would likely master it with practice. Without the suppression of the sword, Jebet withdrew his hands, gasping for breath. His already crimson skin, now heightened by the stimulation from the sword's pressure, made him appear as if he were possessed, sending chills down one's spine. Chapter 63, Unleashing Potential. The arrival of Majin Buu. Observing the Kaioken sword in his grasp, Gohan's lips curled slightly in resolve. There was no need to squander time training with this blade. Thus, releasing the old Kai was the immediate course of action. He mused aloud, pondering the resilience of such a heavy sword. Gohan then unleashed the energy reservoir of his Super Saiyan second-grade limit state. The power surged to a staggering 500 billion, amplifying his battle prowess 200-fold. Though it did not reach the trillion mark, this magnitude of strength was more than sufficient to snap the Kaioken sword, concentrating all his energy into his left arm. A fierce aura coalesced in Gohan's palm. Crack! The terrifying force erupted in an instant, and the Kaioken sword shattered in two. Jebet. Kaioken. Just after being drawn, the sword was witnessed breaking, leaving Jebet and the Kaioken in stunned disbelief. A sacred artifact of the Kaioken realm, steeped in legend for millions of years, was shattered so easily? What kind of absurdity is this? How could the Kaioken sword simply break like that? The Eastern Kaioshin's psyche teetered on the brink of collapse, while Jebet stood speechless, unable to utter a word. It appeared that the sword's value was indeed limited to its weight alone. With that thought, Gohan discarded the broken sword onto the ground. Even in its fragmented state, its weight remained formidable, causing the earth to sink beneath it. Gohan paid no heed to the Eastern Kaioshin and Jebet. At that moment, he was fixated on the Kaioken sword, eager to see how the old Kai would extricate himself. As he observed, no peculiar occurrences manifested. Yet a subtle change in the aura was discerned. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the old man has emerged. Suddenly, a voice echoed, prompting Sun Wukong to turn and gaze in its direction. With the emergence of this voice, the subtle sensation dissipated entirely. Concurrently, Jebet and East Kaioshin also redirected their attention toward the source of the sound. An elderly figure appeared within their line of sight. Without a doubt, this venerable being was the old Kaioshin. "Who might you be, old sir?" East Kaioshin inquired, utterly astonished, for they were in the realm of the Kaioshins, a place not easily accessible to just anyone. At this moment, the old Supreme Kai finally regained his composure from the overwhelming emotions of being freed. Upon hearing the inquiry, he turned his gaze towards the current Supreme Kai, clasping his hands behind his back, and spoke in a nonchalant tone, "You must be the new Supreme Kai, huh? After all these years, I have been waiting for the day when a Supreme Kai would release me. I never expected that it would be a mere mortal. Truly, the present Supreme Kais are a disappointment." Upon hearing these words, both the Supreme Kai and Jebet were left utterly bewildered. "You mean to say that he broke the Supreme Kai sword to free you? What is going on? Who are you? How could you possibly be inside the Supreme Kai sword?" In response, a mysterious smile graced the face of the old Supreme Kai as he remarked, "It has been so long that no one recognizes me anymore. If one were to count, I would be the Supreme Kai from 15 generations before you." "What did you say?" "The Supreme Kai from 15 generations ago." The Supreme Kai and Jebet were simultaneously rendered speechless by the revelation. A Supreme Kai from 15 generations prior would, in terms of lineage, be akin to their ancestors' ancestors. Aware that the East Supreme Kai and Jebit were struggling to accept this truth, the old Supreme Kai paid them no heed and slowly approached Gohan. He scrutinized Gohan with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression shifting from disinterest to astonishment and eventually to admiration. Although he appeared enigmatic, there was nothing particularly complex about it. You are the young man who freed me. To achieve such heights at such a young age is commendable indeed. The old Supreme Kai nodded in approval, expressing his admiration for Gohan. After examining him for a moment longer, he continued, if I am not mistaken, your intention in drawing the Supreme Kai sword was to attain the strongest power in the universe, am I correct? Upon uttering those words, a glimmer of light suddenly illuminated the eyes of the Supreme Kai and Jebit. The legend was not a fabrication, rather, it was their understanding that was flawed. Great ancestor. Could it be that this legend is indeed true? The East Supreme Kai, Shin, could not help but inquire. If the legend were authentic, then there remained hope for this universe. The crisis posed by Majin Buu could only be resolved through this means. Humph. Of course it is true, otherwise. Do you think such rumors would persist? The elder Supreme Kai cast a disapproving glance at the Supreme Kai, his tone laden with dissatisfaction. However, Gohan had already drawn the Supreme Kai sword, yet he felt nothing in return. Shin's scalp tingled. As the Supreme Kai, he found himself chastised, unable to rebuke. For the elder was his forebear. Young one, drawing the sword is merely the first step, releasing me is the crux. For only I can bestow upon the wielder the unparalleled power of the universe. The elder Supreme Kai continued to maintain his demeanor of an otherworldly sage. This also revealed an expression of naivety on the faces of the Supreme Kai Shin and Jebit. There is no need for circumlocution. You may speak plainly, old Supreme Kai. Son Gohan was well aware of the underlying intricacies but preferred not to engage in tedious discourse with the old Supreme Kai. To maintain one's composure in the face of the universe's supreme power is an exercise of will that surpasses the mere acquisition of formidable strength. After praising Son Gohan, the old Supreme Kai took a deep breath and continued. In simple terms, I possess the ability to profoundly unlock the latent potential within others, regardless of who they are. With my guidance, they can experience rapid and significant enhancement of their abilities in a remarkably short span of time. Drawing forth the Supreme Kai sword grants access to the universe's greatest power. Frankly, those with such potential, upon undergoing my potential development, will become the strongest entities in the cosmos. Upon finishing, the old Supreme Kai narrowed his eyes slightly and added, since you have unsheathed the Supreme Kai sword, I can initiate a potential development for you. The decision now lies with you. You may accept or decline. The old Supreme Kai stood upright, a smile gracing his face as he observed the changes in Son Gohan's gaze. Given the gravity of the situation, refusal would be foolish. The very purpose of coming to the Supreme Kai realm was to undergo the old Supreme Kai's development. The unique potential within him, that mysterious power, can currently only be unlocked by the old Supreme Kai. Meanwhile, on Earth, a crisis had quietly begun to unfold following Son Gohan's arrival in the Supreme Kai realm. Babidi and his minions had descended upon Earth in a bid to siphon the energy required for the resurrection of Majin Buu. Babidi commanded his subordinates to invade the cities inhabited by humans, forcibly extracting their energy to fuel Majin Buu's eventual revival. Outside the spaceship, Babidi and his formidable ally, the Demon King Dabura, stood before the magical egg sealing Majin Buu. At that moment, the egg shimmered, indicating that it was on the brink of achieving energy saturation. Lord Babidi, there are not many beings on this planet with considerable energy. Using their energy to fulfill the remaining requirements for Majin Buu's revival may not suffice, expressed the concerned Demon King Dabura. Do not worry, Dabura. The resurrection of Majin Buu is imminent. I have calculated that if we eliminate all humans on this planet, their energy will be just enough to complete the final portion required for Majin Buu's awakening, Babidi replied, his eyes gleaming with greed. Viewing the lives of humans as inconsequential, the realization of his dreams was now within reach. Soon, Majin Buu would be resurrected, and he would fulfill his aspiration to reign over the universe. Although unaware of the identities of these intruders, I must inform you that the last group you dispatched has already been eliminated by me. Now, it is your turn. A thunderous voice echoed from the sky. Looking up, they found themselves confronted by none other than Trunks. While cultivating at home, he sensed several powerful auras, distinct from ordinary humans. Fortunately, he realized this in time and eliminated all the invaders. Otherwise, the Earth, which had only recently begun to recover, would have faced devastation once more. Huh? Did he just slay the warriors dispatched by Lord Babidi to gather energy? How intriguing. As Dubra detected the intensity of Trunks' energy, a flicker of surprise graced his features. Is there truly such formidable energy within a mere earthling? Upon noticing the energy reading fluctuating rapidly, Babidi swiftly conceived a nefarious plan regarding Trunks and commanded Dubra. This human possesses an exceptionally powerful energy source. Dubra, seize it all for me. As you wish, Lord Babidi, Dubra responded, immediately charging towards Trunks. However, the sudden burst of speed alerted Trunks that something was amiss. This individual is not on the same level as the batch we just dealt with. Humph. With a cold snort, Trunks activated the S-cells within him, surpassing his own limits in an instant, transforming into a Super Saiyan at full power. The usual power increase of 80-fold, combined with his base combat strength of 50 million, catapulted his battle power to an astonishing 40 billion. The sudden surge of energy startled Dubra, momentarily causing him to falter and expose a weakness. With a resounding thud, seizing the opportunity, Trunks delivered a powerful punch to Dubra's face. The impact contorted Dubra's expression, sending him flying backward, landing in a disheveled heap. What? Dubra was pushed back? This unexpected turn of events left Babidi utterly astonished. Throughout his confrontations, Dubra had always dispatched his enemies in an instant, and Babidi was acutely aware of Dubra's formidable strength. Yet now, he was sent sprawling by a single punch from Trunks. You must have come from the universe, but Earth does not welcome you. Trunks descended slowly from the sky, his expression void of emotion. At this moment, his demeanor was cold, his words devoid of any hint of emotional fluctuation. The warning had been issued. Those who remain obstinate would face dire consequences. Humph. Quite impressive. I was careless just now. Rising once more from the ground, Dubra wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a bloodthirsty smile creeping onto his face. Seeing this, Trunks steeled himself. The fact that Dubra could withstand his unrelenting Super Saiyan assault without significant harm indicated that this adversary was far from ordinary. At last, those useless minions proved somewhat useful, bringing back a host with immense energy. If I can strip you of all your power, resurrecting Majin Buu would be a trivial matter. Dubra's gaze toward Trunks grew increasingly ravenous. If he could slay Trunks and absorb his energy, resurrecting Majin Buu would be within reach. Majin Buu? I see now. Those I dispatched earlier were merely to gather energy. Such a pity. Trunks' eyes narrowed, his aura retracting into his body, rendering him nearly imperceptible. There is no regret. You shall soon meet your demise. Dubra's cruel smile widened, and in an instant, his overwhelming energy erupted with a ferocity that rivaled Trunks' full Super Saiyan power, perhaps even surpassing it. Dubra charged forward, suddenly conjuring a sharp, crescent-shaped sword in his hand, aimed straight at Trunks. Observing this, Trunks swiftly drew the sword of hope from his back and swung it with all his might. Boom! With a resounding explosion, the weapons of both sides, imbued with unparalleled energy, unleashed a tempest at the moment of collision. As the valiant sword countered the ferocious assault of Dubra, Tenenks too felt the weight of the impact pressing upon him. This is the first encounter with an equally matched opponent. After exchanging glances, Trunks and Dubra suddenly transformed into fleeting shadows, vanishing from sight. Babidi, perplexed, wondered where the two had disappeared to. Boom, boom, boom. A cacophony of thunderous explosions erupted in the sky, instantly capturing Babidi's attention. Countless waves of devastation rippled through the atmosphere. Dubra and Trunks were engaged in aerial combat at a velocity imperceptible to the naked eye. The energy dispersed from their fierce confrontation provided just the essence needed for the resurrection of Majin Buu. Who would have thought such formidable beings could exist on a mere planet? Once Dubra thoroughly defeated Trunks and siphoned away all his energy, the revival of Majin Buu would be assured, rendering the energy of others unnecessary. At that moment, Babidi's heart swelled with joy. The resurrection of Majin Buu was imminent, a moment he had long awaited in his dreams. With Majin Buu revived, wielding both Dubra and Majin Buu as his trump cards, his aspiration to become the Emperor of the universe would be within reach. Chapter 64, not Fat Buu, but Majin Buu. In the realm of the Supreme Kai, Babidi's faction on Earth commenced their actions, and East Supreme Kai Shin seemed to sense a disturbance. He retrieved a mysterious crystal ball that allowed him to observe the happenings below. The scene unfolded, revealing Trunks in combat with the Demon King, Dubra. This was Dubra. Babidi had managed to control even the Demon Realm's king? A look of disbelief crossed East Supreme Kai Shin's face as he was struck with astonishment. Surely he, as a Supreme Kai, was aware of the notorious title of the Demon King Dubra. The king of the Demon Realm, in many respects, stood as their antithesis. If a being as powerful as Dubra could be under control, East Supreme Kaishin dared not imagine the consequences if he were unable to find a strong and suitable ally who could prevent the resurrection of Majin Buu. Currently, Gohan was still undergoing potential development under the old Supreme Kai's guidance and required time. They could only hope that the other scion, Trunks, could prolong his battle with Dabura, allowing Gohan's potential to be fully realized. East Supreme Kaishin's calls coincidentally reached Gohan and the old Supreme Kai's ears. Babiti's group had indeed arrived on Earth. A development Gohan had not anticipated. The old Supreme Kai perceived Gohan's unease. You must remain focused during the potential development ritual. A single misstep could lead to failure. Concentrate, he advised. Understood. Nodding slightly, Sun Wukong closed his eyes. On Earth, Majin Buu had yet to be unleashed, and Trunks should still be able to manage. So there was no immediate cause for concern. One can only hope that this potential development would proceed without incident, sparing the Earth from calamity. Meanwhile, the conflict between Trunks and Dabura escalated into a terrifying turmoil, with the ramifications expanding ever wider. During this period, the formidable demon lord, Dabura, possessed a staggering power exceeding 4 billion, surpassing even the full-powered state of the first-level Super Saiyan, Trunks. As Dabura relentlessly pursued him with fierce attacks, Trunks sustained numerous injuries. Unbeknownst to him, the energy seeping from his wounds became the vital force required for the resurrection of Majin Buu. It was not until Trunks sensed an overwhelmingly potent dark energy that he finally realized the gravity of his situation. What on earth is happening? An ominous aura pervades. As my energy continuously drains away, is that egg absorbing my power? As the battle between him and Dabura intensifies, the dark and malevolent light emanating from Majin Buu's egg grows increasingly potent. Trunks senses an immensely powerful evil entity imprisoned within that egg, and in his moment of distraction, the Demon King Dabura seizes the opportunity to launch a fierce assault against him. The air is filled with the ceaseless sounds of explosive collisions as the fight escalates further. With each clash, energy is scattered across the battlefield, while the observing sorcerer Babidi absorbs all the energy with his dark magic, channeling it into Majin Buu's egg. As the energy intensifies, the sinister glow at the egg's core becomes more pronounced. The malevolence, deeply sealed within, begins to seep out slowly. The sky above Earth darkens due to the released demonic energy. No, I must not allow whatever is within that egg to emerge. That power is too terrifying. Trunks feels a lethal sense of crisis emanating from the egg. His instincts warn him that if this entity is unleashed, the entire world will face unimaginable consequences. With Gohan absent, he must endure this ordeal alone. A furious shout erupts from Trunks as the S cells within him are activated, concentrating towards the crown of his head. In an instant, they erupt forth, catapulting his combat prowess to unprecedented heights. The full power of the Super Saiyans first level instantly transforms into the early stages of the second level. This exponential increase in strength elevates Trunks' battle power to a staggering 5 billion. The sudden surge of energy causes Dabura's expression to shift dramatically. Before he can comprehend the situation, Trunks, wielding his sword of valor, cleaves towards him with fierce determination. The sound of flesh being severed resonates in succession. Trunks swings his sword with relentless fury, mercilessly tearing Dabura asunder, showering the surroundings in a torrent of blood. Though his body lies in pieces, his vitality remains astonishingly resilient. Even in fragmentation, he struggles, clinging to his consciousness. His eyes widen in disbelief. He never anticipated that the mere mortal he had been dominating moments ago would turn the tables and slay him. As the king of the demon realm, it is indeed ironic that he meets his end in such a manner. Die. Trunks retracts his sword of valor, bringing his pal a powerful energy blast soared into the heavens, utterly consuming the severed remnants of the Demon King, Dabura, and casting him away from the earth. Thus fell a legendary tyrant. This decisive outcome was not what Trunks had anticipated. He had hoped for a fair confrontation, only to find himself ensnared in a cunning trap. The death of Dabura left the sorcerer Babidi with a darkened countenance. His gaze was intently fixed on the readings of energy stored within the magical egg. At that moment, the energy required to resurrect Majin Buu was completely saturated. With a thunderous roar, a malevolent storm of unimaginable ferocity erupted from the magical egg, unleashing a torrent of dark energy that surged forth relentlessly. As the skies above Earth darkened, violet lightning crackled through the mists, mercilessly striking the ground. Majin Buu, my Majin Buu, is finally on the verge of resurrection. Soon, I shall dominate the entire universe. The resurrection of Majin Buu loomed imminent, and the sorcerer Babidi struggled to contain his tumultuous emotions. Sensing the terrifying energy emanating from the egg as Majin Buu's revival approached, Trunks clenched his jaw tightly. His brow twitching, and a look of sheer dread surfaced in his eyes. What malevolent force lies within that egg? At that moment, he experienced, for the very first time in his life, an overwhelming presence of profound malevolence. He understood that the emergence of the so-called demon Majin Buu must not be permitted. Otherwise, the entire world would be at risk. The chaos and tempest generated by his resurrection were already terrifying. Who could fathom the horrors that would follow his emergence? With a guttural roar of desperation, Trunks clasped his hands together, preparing to unleash a surge of energy. As he fully liberated his power, the form of his Super Saiyan second-grade state underwent a notable transformation. His hair stood even more erect, and arcs of blue and white electricity visibly surged and expanded around him. His entire being was mobilized, energy coalescing into a formidable shape. Receive this. Fiery spiral cannon. A thunderous explosion resounded as a golden wave of energy, potent enough to rival the might of 100 billion level warriors, surged toward the demon egg of Majin Buu. The destructive force collided with the egg, yet it failed to budge even slightly. Instead, Babidi was nearly obliterated by Trunks' devastating assault, reduced to mere dust in an instant. Humph. Ignorant Earthling, your futile attack merely accelerates Majin Buu's resurrection. Once he is fully revived, your demise is inevitable. Babidi spat venomously at Trunks. Such a feeble attack could not even breach the seal of the demon egg, let alone harm Majin Buu. Undeterred by Babidi's taunts, Trunks gritted his teeth and intensified his energy output. His muscles swelled as he transcended his limits, releasing energy in a state of overload. Boom. The intensity of the energy waves surged dramatically in an instant. The terrifying force relentlessly battered and ravaged the demon egg, the onslaught persisting for nearly half a minute. With a crack, a fissure appeared at the heart of the egg, spreading further under Trunks' energy assault. Bang! In a flash, the egg exploded, splitting in two. As the egg shattered, Trunks ceased his energy barrage, his arms drooping as he gasped for breath. Gritting his teeth, he raised his gaze to the now broken egg. Splendid! The seal of Majin Buu's egg has finally been broken. My Buu, my plans to dominate the universe hinge entirely upon you. With the egg opened, the most elated was none other than the sorcerer Babidi. He hurriedly scrambled to the side of the egg, eager to see if Majin Buu had been released. However, after peering for a considerable time, he discovered not a single trace of a figure. Where's Buu? Where's my Majin Buu? Babidi leaned closer to the egg, his eyes widening in disbelief as he found no sign of life. Had Majin Buu vanished into oblivion during the millions of years of his imprisonment? It seemed impossible. As the most formidable entity in the cosmos, it is inconceivable that one could succumb to the mere passage of time. Nevertheless, Babidi could not fathom that Majin Buu would vanish during the protracted ages of his confinement. Yet, the undeniable truth lay before him, compelling his belief. In his inability to locate Majin Buu, Babidi could only stomp his feet in frustration, venting the fury that brewed within him. However, Trunks seemed to sense something amiss, his body stiffening as he lifted his gaze. Above, an ethereal pink mist had materialized, its ominous aura unmistakably emanating from it. Damn it, he has emerged, Trunks muttered, his words barely coherent. Although the form remained unseen, Trunks could ascertain that the potent malevolence radiating from the mist unmistakably belonged to Majin Buu. Soon, the pink vapor began to coalesce, visibly taking shape into a humanoid form. This incarnation of Majin Buu was not the plump figure from the original narrative, but rather the embodiment of evil, known as Super Buu. Buu, at last, you have appeared. My painstaking efforts to amass energy have led to this very moment. Soon, no one shall stand in our way, and the entire universe will bow before us. Babidi exclaimed with uncontainable excitement upon perceiving Super Buu in the heavens. He seemed oblivious to the gravity of the situation, questioning why his father had risked death at the hands of Majin Buu to seal away this formidable being. However, enlightenment would soon dawn upon him. Upon his resurrection, Super Buu wore a chilling smile that exuded malevolence, his penetrating gaze fixated on Babidi. With a mere flick of his hand, a crescent-shaped wave of energy surged forth from his palm. Splat! Unprepared for the attack, Babidi found himself decapitated in an instant, the crescent wave obliterating a massive rock formation hundreds of meters away. With bloodshot eyes, the grotesque creature that was Babidi realized, at long last, the reason behind his father's decision to seal away Majin Buu. This fellow is nothing more than an uncontrollable monster. Despite the fact that I was the one who set you free, why must you take my life? Babidi uttered these words with his last breath before succumbing to death. His large eyes, filled with blood, were a sight of sheer horror, reflecting the tragedy of one who could not find peace in death. Unable to utter the final sealing incantation, Majin Buu, indifferent to such matters, descended from the heavens and with a ruthless stomp, obliterated Babidi's head. Is this man a lunatic? Upon his arrival, he swiftly eliminated the one who resurrected him. The merciless actions of Majin Buu left Trunks in a state of trepidation. Before long, Majin Buu's gaze fell upon Trunks, who, having just been revived, now stood before a mere toy, a perfect diversion for his boredom. Sensing the intensity of Majin Buu's stare, every nerve in Trunks' body tightened. In that fleeting moment, an unimaginable chill coursed through him, as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. Just a glance nearly shattered his composure. Perhaps only his brother Gohan's third transformation into a Super Saiyan could contend with such a foe. Forcing down his fear, Trunks maintained his battle stance, his vigilant eyes fixed on Majin Buu. Hey, I relish that look in your eyes. You appeared quite formidable just now. Come at me. Majin Buu's signature grin spread across his face. Chapter 65, Development completed, Power greatly enhanced. Do not let your arrogance get the better of you. Provoked? Trunks charged at Majin Buu without hesitation. In less than a breath, he materialized before Buu, unsheathing the sword of the hero with blinding speed, delivering an unstoppable strike aimed at Buu's forehead. With a thunderous boom, the sword of the hero cleaved through the air and struck Buu's brow. However, its razor-sharp edge failed to split Buu in two. Instead, the horrifying recoil left Trunks' arms numb, and the sword shattered before his eyes, disintegrating into countless fragments. How could this be possible? Staring at the ruin of the sword of the hero, Trunks was utterly stunned. He never imagined that his once indomitable sword could be obliterated by another's overwhelming force of recoil. The smile on Majin Buu's face grew increasingly grotesque and twisted, the mockery in his eyes intensifying. To him, Trunks was merely a toy, a plaything for his amusement. Witnessing the derision on Buu's face ignited a fire within Trunks. He cast aside his weapon, opting to attack with his fists. Bang, wham, bang, wham, bang, wham, bang, wham. Bang, wham, bang, wham. A relentless barrage of powerful strikes, infused with overwhelming force, rained down upon Majin Buu. Yet, in the face of Trunks' all-out assault, Buu remained unfazed, barely even blinking, as if Trunks' attacks were nothing more than a mere tickle. How could this be? The realization that every strike was dismissed left Trunks engulfed in a suffocating sense of despair. Since the arrival of the androids, he had not felt such a profound disparity. No matter how hard he fought, he could not even graze his opponent's surface. Are you finished? Then it's my turn. The corners of Majin Buu's mouth curled with a devilish charm, his sinister grin growing ever more pronounced. In the blink of an eye, he struck. The resounding thud of impact echoed as an ostensibly mundane knee strike forcefully collided with Trunks' abdomen. In that fleeting moment, an unimaginable force engulfed Trunks' entire being, sending his internal organs into disarray. Blood surged within him, and he expelled a mouthful of dark crimson. His body transformed instantaneously into a projectile, hurtling through the air to shatter a colossal mountain a kilometer away. Was he truly so fragile? With a single blow, Majin Buu lost all patience for further play. The toy broke so easily. It would be best to eliminate it swiftly and seek other amusements thereafter. Majin Buu floated slowly, gliding towards the position occupied by Trunks. The scene shifts back to the Supreme Kai realm. East Supreme Kai Shin trembled, his body shaking as he struggled to articulate the profound terror within him. Majin Buu had been unleashed once more. Clenching his jaw, Shin's fists were tightly balled, beads of cold sweat cascading down his brow, and his nerves were frayed. Even through the crystal ball, he could sense the overwhelming malevolence, a shadow cast by Majin Buu 500,000 years ago, deepening his fear. It was terrifying that such pure evil could penetrate the sanctity of the Holy Land. Jebbet was equally stunned, his mouth agape in disbelief. Previously, he had thought that Majin Buu was not as formidable as Shin had made him out to be. Now, however, he realized the error of his assumptions. The horror of Majin Buu was far greater than he had imagined. Merely the presence of this malevolence extinguished any thoughts of resistance within him. Shin cast a glance at Gohan, who was not far away and was currently undergoing the final stages of potential development under Old Kai. He could not afford to let Gohan be distracted. Jebbet, go and rescue Trunks. Any powerful being from the lower realm that can be saved is worth the effort. East Supreme Kai Shin made his decision, dispatching Jebbet to save Trunks. My Lord Kai, you wish for me to retrieve this mortal from the grasp of Majin Buu? Jebbet was taken aback. This mission felt like a death sentence. To risk his life for a mere mortal seemed absurd. Jebbet, at this juncture, you are the only one capable of rescuing that mortal. This task falls solely upon your shoulders. Shin's words rendered Jebbet momentarily speechless. The scene shifts once more to Earth. The battlefield. Trunks, struck by a fatal blow from Majin Buu, was sent hurtling thousands of meters, ultimately coming to a stop after crashing through multiple rocky mountains. At this moment, his energy was waning, plummeting dramatically. He was internally bleeding, and a rib had fractured. The power of Super Saiyan's second stage was lost, leaving him incapacitated in his base form. Damn it, just one blow inflicted such grievous harm. He coughed, trembling, a spurt of black blood escaping his lips. Pale and devoid of combat capability, he realized that the Super Saiyan's second stage was utterly inadequate against Majin Buu. His power, less than 100 billion, rendered him merely a target for annihilation. Struggling to rise, he found Majin Buu had mysteriously appeared before him. Farewell. The cruel and bloodthirsty smile reappeared upon the visage of Majin Buu. He raised his right hand, gathering a wave of purple energy in the palm of his hand. Sensing the terrifying power emanating from this energy wave, Trunks trembled with fear, his pupils constricting sharply. In such circumstances, evasion was impossible. He was destined to be struck. And death was inevitable. How infuriating. Was I truly meant to perish here? Regrettably, in this dire predicament, Trunks could hardly conceive of a means to reverse the situation. Just as the tension peaked, Jebbet arrived from the realm of the Kais, deftly appearing beside Trunks. Upon noticing Jebbet's presence, Majin Buu momentarily froze in surprise. The energy wave in his hand surged uncontrollably toward Jebbet's head. Oh no! With his life hanging by a thread, Jebbet hastily grasped the barely conscious Trunks and executed instant transmission, whisking them away from Earth. The mist energy blast collided with the ground 100 meters away, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion. A colossal mushroom cloud ascended into the sky, and the crater left in the wake of the explosion measured a staggering 10,000 meters in diameter. Jebbet's sudden appearance and Trunks' vanishing act left Majin Buu momentarily stunned. A wave of humiliation washed over him, igniting an uncontrollable fury. Consumed by rage, Majin Buu roared madly, the energy within him coalescing into a devastating tornado capable of annihilating everything in its path, sweeping across dozens of miles. His fury caused the earth to tremble and the fabric of space to distort. In the realm of the Kais, space shattered, and Jebbet, having narrowly escaped, successfully returned with the gravely injured Trunks. Success. Well done, Jebbet, exclaimed East Kaioshin, filled with immense joy. Initially, he had merely hoped that Jebbet would give it a try. Yet now, with Trunks safely returned, Gohan would have no reservations. Executing Lord Kaioshin's orders was my duty, Jebbet replied, wiping the cold sweat from his brow and taking a deep breath. To have escaped from Majin Buu's clutches, a chance of 1 in a billion, was a stroke of fortune he had encountered. Who are you? The rescued Trunks regained a modicum of awareness, scanning his surroundings. He had never seen Jebbet or East Kaioshin before. With no time for explanations, East Kaioshin urged Jebbet to activate his healing abilities and perform a healing technique on Trunks. As verdant energy particles flowed into Gohan's body, the internal organs devastated by Majin Buu's onslaught rapidly mended, and his wounds were completely healed in a short span, revitalizing him entirely. With his breath steady once more, Trunks sprang to his feet, inhaled deeply, bowed to Jebbet and East Kaioshin, and expressed his gratitude. It was then that Trunks noticed Gohan, not far away, undergoing potential development under the guidance of old Kaioshin. Gohan, how could he be here? Upon encountering Gohan here, Trunks was utterly astonished. Previously, while on Earth, he had failed to sense Gohan's energy, and at that time, he did not think much of it. At this moment, he suddenly grasped something, intertwining all the events into a cohesive understanding. Yet, he remained perplexed, his mind swirling with the question of what had truly transpired. Meanwhile, in the realm of the old Kai, upon sensing the presence of Trunks in the Kaioshin realm, Gohan felt an inward sigh of relief. He had been poised to employ instant transmission to rush over and intervene, but unexpectedly, Jebbet had outpaced him, rescuing Trunks first. He cast a glance at the old Kai, who was still diligently unlocking his potential. The ritual for unlocking potential has seemingly become an arduous task, hindered by the overwhelming strength he now possesses compared to the original text. The Elder Supreme Kai, drenched in sweat and panting heavily, shows no signs of halting his efforts. Just a little more, and Majin Buu will no longer be my adversary, Gohan mused, closing his eyes to keenly perceive the transformations occurring within his body after undergoing the Elder Supreme Kai's potential enhancement. At that moment, It appeared that no one noticed the peculiar behavior of Majin Buu, projected within the crystal ball. Rather than wreaking havoc upon any city or heading towards foes, he remained eerily still, doing nothing. Soon enough, an hour passed. The Elder Supreme Kai's enhancement process finally approached its conclusion. With the completion of the final step, Gohan's potential guidance came to an end. The Elder Supreme Kai had devoted a full 2 hours to unlocking Gohan's potential. As the ceremony concluded, the Elder Supreme Kai gasped for breath, and Gohan awoke from his meditation. "You truly astonish me, young man. I never anticipated your potential to be so vast that I could not even fathom its depths. This is all I can achieve," the Elder Supreme Kai remarked. Struggling to maintain his composure, his voice tinged with disbelief. Despite his ability to delve deeply, even he could not fully unlock Gohan's potential. "Thank you, Elder Supreme Kai," Gohan replied, rising and unable to resist the urge to test his newfound strength. In the original timeline, even after neglecting his trainings, Gohan had experienced a tremendous surge in power and mastered a mysterious state after the Elder Supreme Kai's enhancement, becoming the most formidable warrior of the Z era. Now, after undergoing the Elder Supreme Kai's potential unlocking, he was eager to put his abilities to the test. The Elder Supreme Kai recognized Gohan's desire to gauge his strength and turned to head towards East Supreme Kai Shin. At that moment, everyone was immensely curious about how powerful Gohan had become after the Elder Supreme Kai's enhancement. With a resounding shout, Gohan unleashed the power within him. Boom. Instantly, a tremendous white aura surged from his feet, overwhelming the realm of the Supreme Kai with an intimidating pressure that forced those standing 100 meters away to freeze in fear. Paralyzed by the sheer intensity of his energy, the skies above the Supreme Kai realm darkened, laden with ominous clouds and rumbling thunder. As Gohan relentlessly slammed against the spatial walls of the Supreme Kai realm, exuding an aura that hinted at the potential to shatter the very barriers of this dimension. What incredible power! Did Gohan truly become this strong after unlocking his potential? Trunks' pupils dilated in shock, his face paling under the weight of Gohan's overwhelming presence. This was the first time he had ever experienced such an astonishing and terrifying aura. Even the formidable Majin Buu, who had previously defeated him, appeared as insignificant as an ant in the presence of this overwhelming power. Chapter 66, 100 million battle power. Annihilating Majin Buu. His energy continued to surge, defying belief. Could this truly be the power unleashed from a mere mortal? Jebbet was utterly dumbfounded, his gaze filled with terror, unable to comprehend the reality before him. The formidable energy radiating from Gohan rendered Majin Buu seemingly insignificant, akin to an infant in his presence. Truly, the words of the ancestors were not in vain. Judging by the aura, Gohan's power has evidently surpassed that of the current Majin Buu. Such a level of strength can rightfully be deemed as the strongest in the universe. The East Kaioshin exclaimed with delight. The strongest in the universe? The old Kaioshin muttered, his gaze fixed intently on Gohan. The magnitude of power Gohan exhibited was indeed beyond his expectations. However, to assert that it qualifies him as the universe's mightiest was still a considerable stretch. Not to mention, the god of destruction who had sealed him could extinguish Gohan with but a mere finger. A cacophony of roars and shouts erupted from Gohan, his voice echoing through the realms. Silver-white lightning coiled around him, and golden radiance surged skyward, resembling a colossal dragon that pierced the heavens with its relentless roar. From the Kaioshin realm to the mortal world, the underworld, and the demon realm, Gohan's terrifying aura resonated, reaching far beyond the lower dimensions. As the tempest of energy subsided, Gohan had not transformed into a Super Saiyan. His hair remained black, yet it bore the semblance of the second stage of Super Saiyan. His aura was exponentially stronger than the third stage transformation he had achieved in the underworld, surpassing it by 100-fold. This form was neither his normal state nor a Super Saiyan. It was a unique transformation belonging solely to Gohan. In this mysterious state, even the might of deities paled in comparison. Jebbet clenched his fists tightly, utterly astonished by Gohan's overwhelming energy. What a terrifying force this is, rendering even the divine as insignificant as ants before it. With such power, the fiend Majin Buu pales in comparison. The East Supreme Kai, filled with both astonishment and joy, felt an immense sense of relief, realizing that bringing Son Gohan to the Kaioshin realm to draw the Kaioshin sword was indeed a judicious decision. His strength, it seemed, would effortlessly obliterate the formidable Buu. This power is truly fearsome. Trunks, forcing himself to calm his racing thoughts, found it an impossible task. Son Gohan's might had already surpassed him by unfathomable distances. Following the potential enhancement from the Elder Kai, Gohan's strength had completely eclipsed him. The disparity between them was not merely a matter of dimensions. In the presence of his elder brother Gohan, he felt as insignificant as an insect. In the realm of the god of destruction, the Angel Whis had been quietly observing the transformations occurring within the Kaishin realm. Son Gohan's strength had surged to such heights after the Elder Kai's potential development that even he was taken aback. The Elder Kai's ability to unlock potential was indeed remarkable. Gohan's power had escalated so dramatically that he could now rightfully be deemed the universe's foremost warrior, albeit only beneath the god of destruction. Simultaneously, on Earth, the long-silent Majin Buu, having waited 2 hours to sense Trunks' energy amidst the vast cosmos, suddenly detected Gohan's presence. Though fleeting, the intensity of this energy surge was formidable, piquing his interest even more than Trunks had. With a swift sound of air being sliced, Majin Buu vanished from his location as if he had been evaporated from existence. In the Kaishin realm, as the energy explosion subsided, Son Gohan contained all his power within, revealing not a trace, ensuring that his enemies remained oblivious to his true strength. Is this truly my current power? It has increased by more than 100-fold. Clenching his fists, Son Gohan meticulously sensed the tumultuous energy within him, akin to a volcano ready to erupt. Upon his preliminary estimation, his combat power in this mysterious state was at least at the 100 trillion level. He finally comprehended why Goku had ascended to become the mightiest singular warrior during the Z Saga after experiencing the Elder Kai's potential unlocking. The augmentation of strength in this mysterious state far exceeded that of the Super Saiyan 3rd grade. Host: Son Gohan, age 30, bloodline half Earthling, half Saiyan, special, normal state combat power index, 100 billion mysterious state combat power index, 100 trillion current system energy points, 1 trillion, 113 billion, 676,485,000. As he opened the system list, Son Gohan clearly observed his current combat power value. Following the potential development by the Elder Kaishin, his base combat power soared to an astonishing 100 billion, while in his mysterious state, it surged by a staggering 1,000-fold, elevating him to the realm of 100 trillion. Just then, an unexpected visitor arrived in the Kaishin realm. With a sharp tearing sound resonating through space, Majin Buu appeared before Son Gohan, a mere 10 meters away. Majin Buu. The sudden manifestation of this formidable entity startled Son Gohan, especially upon realizing that it was the formidable Kid Buu, rather than the more rotund version. Moreover, astonishingly, he had mastered the instant transmission technique. Majin Kid Buu. How could he possibly have arrived in the Kaishin realm? The abrupt emergence of Majin Buu widened Jebit's eyes. This was indeed a sacred place, unfit for mortals. How had Majin Buu managed to traverse here? It seemed that when Jebit had previously rescued Trunks, Majin Buu had utilized his instant transmission. East Kaishin Xian wore a grave expression, recalling that Majin Buu had never possessed the ability to teleport, so this must have been how he learned it. The fact that he could learn instant transmission merely by observing it and then arrive in the Kaishin realm made Majin Buu an even more terrifying entity than he had previously imagined. Trunks assumed a defensive stance, feeling both powerless and anxious. He had personally experienced the overwhelming strength of Majin Buu. Realizing that his own power was insufficient to even stir the opponent. Why are you also tense? It's just a mere Majin Buu. Yet you act as if you've seen a ghost. The Elder Kaishin sneered disdainfully at those around him, remaining completely unfazed, even calm as a rock. In light of the immense power Son Gohan had just unleashed, Majin Buu was nothing more than a giant infant. Upon hearing the Elder's words, the East Kaishin Xian blushed, suddenly snapping back to reality and feeling quite embarrassed. What was Majin Buu even worth now? Alas, the current Kaishin truly lacked worldly experience. It baffled him how this young one became a Kaishin, trembling in fear at the mere mention of a trivial Majin Buu. He knew well that before he was sealed, there were many beings capable of dispatching Majin Buu with a mere flick of a finger. The Elder Kaishin's remarks caused quite a stir, prompting East Kaishin Xian and Jebit to involuntarily gasp in shock. What manner of creature was this god of destruction from 15 generations ago? Not only were its abilities formidable, but it also had the acquaintance of a being capable of effortlessly vanquishing Majin Buu with but a single finger. This utterly subverts their understanding. Very well. Let us depart from this place, for Majin Buu is upon us, and that lad can deal with him. The old Supreme Kai spoke to East Supreme Kai Shin. Though he maintained a facade of calm, deep within, he was gripped by fear and yearned to leave swiftly. After all, his own strength was rather lacking. While Majin Buu may not be formidable enough to even serve as an attendant to the god of destruction, he could still easily bring about his demise. I see. Then let us descend to the lower realm, leaving this matter in the hands of Gohan. East Supreme Kai Shin, lacking the courage to dissent, decisively stated, "Remaining here would render him of no assistance. It is far better to comply and hastily retreat, ensuring that Son Gohan is not hindered." Meanwhile, Son Gohan fixed his gaze upon the colossal Bu, and the combat power reading materialized before him. 1,200,000,000,000. This newfound power surpassed even his previous Super Saiyan third-grade form by a slight margin. However, now, having undergone the potential enhancement by the Elder Kai, Majin Buu was reduced to mere insignificance. At this moment, Majin Buu gazed at him with an audacious and unrestrained stare. The gaze mirrored that of a hunter assessing its prey. The excitement in his eyes was palpable. Majin Buu had set his sights on Gohan. He was certain that the extraordinary energy he had sensed moments ago emanated from the very individual before him. "Fool, what are you grinning about?" Gohan remarked with a hint of mockery, leaping forth with a swiftness that was almost instantaneous, landing directly before Majin Buu. With a leg sweep that tore through the air, he struck Buu's face with tremendous force, sending his body hurtling sideways. The speed was so staggering that Majin Buu had no time to react. A thunderous boom resonated as he was propelled like a cannonball, his velocity surpassing even the speed of sound. The impact of his flight shattered numerous towering rock formations, creating a cacophony that echoed for hundreds of kilometers. The sheer power of Gohan's strike dramatically altered the terrain within a 10-mile radius, causing massive boulders to jut out in various shapes. Even from several dozen kilometers away, Buu's head appeared to splinter like clay, only to reform moments later. The sudden attack had left him with no opportunity to defend himself. The excruciating pain that surged through his head jolted him into complete awareness, igniting the fury within his heart. As a demon, this marked the first time since his inception that he had experienced such intense suffering. In a fit of rage, Majin Buu shattered the surrounding rocks, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy that surged outward like a tide. The ground beneath him trembled violently, with colossal boulders erupting from the earth, causing the entire Kaioshin realm to quiver under the force of Buu's unleashed power. Yet, this level of strength paled in comparison to the formidable aura that Son Gohan had previously unleashed. In the distance, Son Gohan pinpointed Buu's location, his gaze sharpening as he coiled his legs, propelling himself into the air. The earth crumbled beneath him as he transformed into a streak of light, darting through space at supersonic speed toward Buu. Die. The enraged Buu opened his mouth, launching a massive pink energy sphere towards Gohan. "Your attack. Return to you." A wicked smile crept onto Gohan's face as he caught Buu's energy wave with one hand, stabilizing it in his palm. In an instant, he appeared before Buu, stuffing the energy ball into his mouth amidst the demon's horrified gaze. As the energy sphere entered Buu's mouth, a purple light erupted within him. With a resounding explosion, Buu's body disintegrated, collapsing into a puddle of goo. Ding! The automatic absorption of Buu's energy wave yielded a conversion of energy points. 100 million. Is this truly the extent of Majin Buu's power? How disappointing. Observing the puddle before him, Gohan's lips twitched slightly as he taunted, "Gurgle, gurgle." Buu's form began to writhe, slowly regaining its original shape. Son Gohan would never allow him to achieve his desires. If their strengths were evenly matched, he would relish the opportunity to engage Buu in a fierce battle. However, at present, Buu failed to pique his interest. Soon, Majin Buu's form was restored. "I will kill you." Buu, driven by rage, twisted his rubbery body in an attempt to ensnare Gohan. Hearing this, Gohan's lips curled into a knowing smile. He unleashed half of his own energy, a relentless force of 50 trillion units pressing down upon Buu. In an instant, Buu's body compressed, pinned to the ground, unable to move an inch. How could this be? Who are you? Under the merciless suppression of Son Gohan, Majin Buu found himself utterly bewildered. Initially, he believed that Gohan's earlier assault was merely a stroke of luck. However, the overwhelming pressure now immobilized him completely. The disparity in their strengths was unfathomably vast. Only this level of combat prowess cannot bring about my demise. I must admit, you have indeed disappointed me. I shall not squander any more time playing with you. Majin Buu. With that, Son Gohan raised his hand, energy coalescing within his palm, radiating an increasingly brilliant golden light. The waves of energy intensified, and Majin Buu sensed an unprecedented, lethal threat. "Wait," was all he could manage to utter as he struggled desperately to break free from Gohan's oppressive aura. But his efforts were futile. His death had long been sealed following Gohan's ascension in power. Boom! A torrent of limitless golden energy surged forth from Gohan's palm. The energy engulfed Majin Buu's form, obliterating the ground beneath them, inciting a terrifying cacophony of explosions. In Chapter 67, re-entering the hyperbolic time chamber. The god of destruction's realm bore witness to Majin Buu's demise, eliciting a contemplative smile from the angel, Whis. He then voluntarily terminated the projection, as if he had reached a conclusion. Turning his gaze towards the chamber of Lord Beerus, the god of destruction, he noted that the deity still slumbered. But it would not be long before he awakened. In 2 years, Lord Beerus would rise again. One wondered if the prophesied Super Saiyan god would manifest during this time. A glimmer of anticipation sparkled in Gohan's eyes. Though 2 years seemed lengthy, for beings who had evolved to such heights, it was but a fleeting moment. In the lower realms, shortly after departing from the Kaioshin realm, East Kaioshin Shin, along with the old Kaioshin, Kibito, and Trunks, arrived on a distant planet. Observing the conflict within the Kaioshin realm through a crystal ball, they witnessed the battle between Son Gohan and Majin Buu in its entirety. Apart from the old Kaioshin, the others stood in stunned silence, their expressions betraying shock and trepidation. The terrifying essence that Majin Buu exuded, even in a formless state, caused their breaths to falter. Yet now, before Son Gohan, Majin Buu appeared as defenseless as an infant. The battle was overwhelmingly one-sided, even before Gohan had transformed into a Super Saiyan. In merely a fleeting minute, the victor and vanquished have already been determined. Is it possible that the formidable Majin Buu has been vanquished so swiftly? Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, East Kaioshin would scarcely dare to believe it. The tormenting, nightmarish presence that had haunted him for several million years was effortlessly vanquished before Son Gohan, who had unlocked his potential under the guidance of the old Kai. It was inconceivable that Gohan's power had reached such terrifying heights. Jebit's perception of humanity underwent a profound transformation. He once regarded humans as inferior beings, unworthy of respect in the presence of gods. Now, however, he found himself in the presence of such a formidable mortal as Gohan, feeling utterly unqualified even to meet his gaze. Was it truly so effortless for Gohan to dispatch the villainous Majin Buu? Gohan's astounding strength ignited within Trunks a sense of admiration and yearning. Yet, he also felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. His relentless training was aimed at catching up to Gohan, but the reality was starkly brutal. The chasm between them only widened. I had previously asserted that, following my own potential enhancement, Majin Buu was utterly inconsequential. When Gohan defeated him, the fiend had not even unleashed a fraction of his true power. Had he gone all out, the very fabric of the Kaioshin realm would have crumbled. A subtle smile graced the old Kai's face as he proudly explained this to the others, reveling in the triumph of having forged a warrior of Gohan's caliber. Let us depart now that Majin Buu has been dealt with. It is time to return to the Kaioshin realm, he instructed the East Kaioshin, Sin, with his hands clasped behind his back. Yes, ancestor, Sin replied, relieved that the menace of Buu had been eradicated. Jebit stepped forward, guiding the group as they utilized instant transmission to navigate back to the Kaioshin realm. Within the Kaioshin realm, the energy output persisted for nearly a minute, creating a terrifying beam of energy that left a vast chasm nearly a kilometer wide in the earth beneath. In his determination to ensure that not a single cell of Buu remained, Gohan unleashed his full power without regard for the destruction it wrought upon the Kaioshin realm. A third of the realm's landscape was irrevocably altered by the cataclysmic force of his attack. Debris filled the air, and thick plumes of smoke billowed upward. While Buu's form vanished entirely, Gohan stood tall, embodying the essence of a victor. Even so, he remained vigilant, amplifying his aura perception and activating his insightful eye to seek any trace of Buu's whereabouts. After a minute had elapsed without any sign of Buu, and no trace detected through his heightened senses, Gohan finally allowed himself to relax, declaring the demise of Majin Buu. This battle was a complete one-sided annihilation. In the face of his mysterious state and immense power, even Majin Buu stood no chance and was swiftly eliminated. Once Majin Buu was vanquished, Gohan took a moment to calm himself and meticulously attune to the nuances of his enigmatic transformation. This form is flawless to the point of being impeccable. It not only avoids the terrifying physical toll associated with the third level of Super Saiyan, but also spares the body from unbearable energy overloads that could cause damage, allowing it to be maintained as effortlessly as a normal state. However, this form, while seemingly resembling the usual state, is, in fact, a transformation. At present, he is unable to further transform from this state. It is akin to a choice, either to sustain this state or revert to the Super Saiyan form. The mysterious state represents an amplification of 1,000-fold beyond the norm, far surpassing the third level of Super Saiyan. I must now take a step further. Perhaps, by transforming from this mysterious state, I could attain the Super Saiyan beast form, and this completion of the mysterious state presents Gohan with a new aspiration. Although he cannot morph into a Super Saiyan while in the mysterious state, it does not preclude the possibility of achieving that transformation in the future. As a traveler, he is aware that beyond the mysterious state lies a transformation uniquely his own. It is certain that the power increase from this transformation is extraordinarily formidable, even exceeding that of Super Saiyan Blue. With a swift sound slicing through the air, East Kaioshin, Jebbit, Old Kaioshin, and Trunks returned from the lower realm. Upon noticing the desolate surroundings of the Kaioshin realm, they could not help but gasp in shock. Such immense destruction could be wrought with just a casual strike. Should Gohan unleash his full power, obliterating the Kaioshin realm would be trivial. Upon their return, Gohan took the initiative to approach them for a conversation. With the troubles brought by Majin Buu now resolved, there were no subsequent crises to contend with. Old Kaioshin, I would like to request your assistance once more, Gohan said as he engaged with the elder. Speak freely, as long as it is within my capabilities, Old Kaioshin replied without hesitation, readily acquiescing. Hearing this, a smile graced Gohan's face as he turned his gaze toward Trunks. Old Kaioshin, I would like to ask you to help Trunks unlock his potential as well. This lad's capabilities rival my own, Gohan stated graciously, which caused Trunks to tremble with surprise and gratitude. To help this boy unlock his potential? Old Kaioshin squinted, casting a glance at Trunks. In an instant, Trunks felt as though his entire being was laid bare. After a brief furrow of his brow, Old Kaioshin relaxed, a smile emerging upon his face. His eyes could see into the hearts of others, dispelling any doubts he had at that moment. Considering you have vanquished Majin Buu and alleviated a significant threat to the universe, assisting this boy in unlocking his potential is not out of the question. Old Kaioshin mused with a peculiar smile, his aged face taking on an oddly mischievous demeanor. The old man has his own conditions. As Son Gohan gazed at this lecherous figure wearing a smug grin, he immediately understood. Whatever the old Supreme Kai's stipulations might be, he felt no hesitation in agreeing, provided he could fulfill them. Perceiving the old Supreme Kai's intentions, Son Gohan feigned inquiry. While words were spoken, the actual timeline for realization remained uncertain. Very well. With your assurance, should I require your strength in the future, I shall seek you out. At that time, I trust you will not renege on your promise. Observing Son Gohan's consent, the old Supreme Kai was elated and shifted his attention to Trunks, promptly adjusting his demeanor and declaring, "Young man, follow me." Yes, Trunks, unaware of the underlying implications, nodded eagerly and jogged along. To him, the opportunity that his brother Gohan had procured was right before him. How could he possibly let it slip away? With the old Supreme Kai's potential enhancement, he was confident his strength would significantly increase. Even if he could not match Gohan's current prowess, at the very least, the disparity would not be as stark as it was now. If Gohan wishes to return first, I can instruct Jebbit to escort you back to Earth. As for Trunks, I shall wait until he completes the potential awakening before sending him home. East Supreme Kaioshin remarked, observing Son Gohan. There is no need to send me back. I can return on my own. As for Trunks, I appreciate your assistance. Not intending to linger in the realm of the Kais, Son Gohan concentrated, expanding his aura perception, which spread from the Kai realm to the earth below. Locking onto the energies of Dandy and Bobo, he executed an instantaneous teleportation. At that moment, on Earth, in the heavenly temple, Dandy, as the deity, utilized his abilities to gain insight into the events transpiring across the globe. Previously, when the malevolent Majin Buu emerged, he had sensed the overwhelming aura of evil. Trunks had attempted to intervene, but was nearly killed, ultimately saved by a mysterious entity. Following this, Majin Buu had remained stationary before vanishing entirely a few moments ago, leaving his whereabouts unknown. Lord Dandy, that creature seems to have departed from Earth. Bobo finally spoke after a prolonged silence. Let us hope he has truly left. If that monster remains on Earth, the consequences would be dire. With Gohan absent, it is conceivable that the entire planet could fall victim to his wrath. Dandy opened his eyes and exhaled deeply. If only Gohan were here, he thought, as the image of Son Gohan surfaced in his mind. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Son Gohan materialized before him. Gohan. At long last, Son Gohan has returned, and Dandy, as if beholding a glimmer of hope, divulged all that had transpired on Earth, including the distressing news of Trunks being gravely injured by Majin Buu and subsequently taken away by a mysterious figure. I had presumed there was something weighing heavily on your mind. Regarding Trunks, there is no need for concern. He shall return before long. Moreover, the pink monstrosity that appeared on Earth has been vanquished by my hand. Son Gohan's words soothed Dandy's restless heart. With Majin Buu defeated, there was nothing left to fear. Baba, could you kindly assist me once more? I wish to enter the hyperbolic time chamber for training again. Sun Wukong's request left both Baba and Dandy in a state of astonishment. Having just overcome a formidable foe, Wukong sought to enter the chamber yet again, even after vanquishing a creature as wicked and powerful as Majin Buu, and with no threats remaining on Earth. The notion of Wukong seeking further training was indeed perplexing. Though their minds brimmed with questions, Baba and Dandy found themselves unable to refuse. Approximately 5 minutes later, Baba had gathered the necessary supplies for an extended stay within the hyperbolic time chamber. He escorted Sun Wukong to the entrance of the chamber. Wukong, you have previously entered the chamber multiple times for training, yet each visit was of relatively short duration. This time, you may reside within for a maximum of 16 months. Otherwise, the exit will vanish. Before opening the grand door, Baba cautioned Sun Wukong, emphasizing that once the entrance disappears, there shall be no escape. Thank you for your reminder. Baba, I am well aware. With resolute determination, Sun Wukong opened the door to the hyperbolic time chamber and stepped inside with heavy strides. He harbored no concerns regarding the entrance. In fact, it scarcely occupied his thoughts. What significance did the exit hold for one of such formidable power? In the original tale, Majin Buu had torn asunder the connection between the chamber and the real world in a fit of rage. Now, he was exponentially stronger than Buu. And even if the exit were to be sealed, he possessed the means to find his way out. Chapter 68. 5 years of grueling training, shattering dimensions. With eager anticipation, he flexed his limbs, yearning to return to the time chamber. Two principal motivations fueled his urgency. Firstly, Son Gohan was intent on solidifying his newfound, enigmatic state, refusing to allow even a moment of complacency. After all, this form had only recently been attained. While it appeared stable, it remained precarious. And any misstep could lead to a decline in his mastery. Much like the original narrative, where Son Gohan ultimately forgot the sensation of his mysterious form. The second reason was to strive towards an even higher realm of power, based on his understanding of the original storyline. He recognized that the plot had progressed to this pivotal juncture, and he was acutely aware that time was not on his side. Although he had effortlessly dealt with the emergence of Majin Buu, he anticipated that future adversaries would prove far more formidable than he could imagine. Moreover, he was uncertain about the future of this timeline, whether it aligned with the Dragon Ball GT universe or the Dragon Ball Super universe. Despite the fact that Majin Buu in this world had appeared nearly a decade later than in the previous timeline, it was inevitable that the formidable beings present in the original saga would also manifest here. Should this be the Dragon Ball GT timeline? He would have little to fear from troublesome foes, as the threats would be limited to Baby and the evil dragons. As long as the Dragon Balls were not recklessly misused, the emergence of the evil dragons would remain a distant concern. However, if this were the Dragon Ball Super timeline, the situation would take a dire turn. The arrival of Majin Buu would herald the imminent awakening of the god of destruction, Beerus, whose overwhelming power would far surpass that of Majin Buu. This situation transcends mere comparisons of thousands or tens of thousands of times in disparity. Even though he now possesses the capability to effortlessly vanquish Majin Buu, he cannot be equated with the god of destruction, Beerus. He is acutely aware of his limitations. A power level in the hundreds of billions is indeed formidable in this era, reaching a realm unparalleled. However, before the god of destruction, such power falls significantly short. At the very least, one must attain the 16th level of the Super Saiyan Beast transformation to even begin to possess the strength requisite to contend with the god of destruction. He exerted every effort within the hyperbolic time chamber to hone his skills, striving to transform every ounce of latent potential within his body into pure power. Thus, his training commenced. Flames ignited in his eyes as Gohan ventured forth into the vast, wide expanse before him. He was determined to unlock a new world, a future that he alone would inscribe. Time flowed like a river, almost in the blink of an eye. 5 days elapsed on Earth, silently, within the sacred temple. Due to Gohan's prolonged absence from the hyperbolic time chamber, the attendant, Bubbles, and the Supreme Kai, Den, along with Trunks, who had already completed the potential unlock of the Elder Kai, waited anxiously. As time stretched on, Den's anxiety deepened. With each passing day, he became increasingly convinced that the situation was dire. In the outside world, 5 days had passed, but within the chamber, 5 years had elapsed, and the exit had long since vanished. Gohan may truly be unable to return. Although Bubbles spoke delicately, it was clear that the circumstances had surpassed his control. Before Gohan entered the hyperbolic time chamber for his training, he had been cautioned that the available time for training was limited to 16 months. While the resources and food prepared were ample, sufficient to meet the needs of a normal individual for over a decade, given a Scion's appetite, they would likely be exhausted within 2 years. Now, with 5 years having passed in the chamber, the resources would not last much longer. In that barren dimension, should food run out, the only fate awaiting Gohan would be death. Beside them, unlike the other two's expressions of concern, Trunks, though worried, remained steadfast in his belief that Gohan was not dead. Brother Gohan, I know you won't perish. You've always approached every challenge with conviction. This time, your 5 years of training in the hyperbolic time chamber was a deliberate choice, wasn't it? I believe you have grown far beyond my imagination. Within the confines of the hyperbolic time chamber, where 5 days outside equate to 5 years within, Son Gohan has devoted himself to an unwavering pursuit of mastery. Throughout this extensive period of concentrated training, he has seamlessly transformed the latent potential within his being into formidable combat prowess. By harnessing this inner strength, coupled with relentless self-discipline and the enhancement cards provided by the system, his current power stands in stark contrast to that of 5 years prior, one soaring in the heavens, the other buried deep underground, utterly incomparable. In those earlier days, he relied on a mysterious state to vanquish the fearsome Majin Buu with relative ease. Now, he finds himself capable of obliterating Majin Buu with but a fraction of his energy, without the need to assume that enigmatic form. At the heart of the hyperbolic time chamber, Son Gohan's aura is now contained within him, his presence as tranquil as a still sea, yet poised to erupt into a tempest at any moment. Most notably, he finds himself in an unprecedented state, not that of a Super Saiyan, nor the mysterious form he once wielded. His silver hair and crimson eyes emanate a pressure reminiscent of the ferocious beasts from an ancient age. This form is also known as the Super Saiyan beast. As he turned, the enormous clock within the Temple of Time came into view. Without the presence of this clock, Gohan would have been oblivious to how much time had elapsed. The temple still stood, yet the exit had vanished without a trace. Nonetheless, for Gohan, a mere thought was sufficient to leave this place. Time flies remarkably, and without realizing it, 5 years had slipped away. Regaining his senses, he attentively felt the surging energy within him. The current version of himself was as different from 5 years ago as night is from day. In fact, 3 years prior, he had already perfected the mysterious state within the room of spirit and time, unlocking his potential to a certain limit. However, as the duration of his training extended, he began to sense an elusive realm beyond that mysterious state. To transcend this layer, he prolonged his training within the room of spirit and time once more. Unbeknownst to him, 5 years had passed, and he successfully shattered the limits of the mysterious state, ascending to the higher realm of the Super Saiyan beast. In the remaining time, he also refined the transformation into the Super Saiyan beast to perfection. Now, not only had he experienced a remarkable elevation in his realm, but his strength had also surged across several dimensions. In his regular state, his battle power had evolved over time, surpassing hundreds of millions, trillions, and even quintillions, ultimately reaching the 7th dimension, quantified in the unit of Gai. Presently, his normal state stands at 10 Gai. The superficial battle power of the Super Saiyan beast has terrifyingly ascended to the 8th dimension, even touching the 6th dimension. Such formidable prowess, even in the presence of a god of destruction, would afford one the capability to engage in battle, if not to vanquish. It is time to venture forth and behold the world beyond. With a mere thought, Son Gohan summoned the dormant, tempestuous Saiyan energy within him. With no exit available, he resolved to create one himself. Previously, he possessed the power to tear through dimensions. Now, the prospect of shattering the dimensional barrier to return to Earth seemed effortlessly attainable. A thunderous roar erupted from Son Gohan, as the energy within him surged like molten lava. With a resounding boom, the indomitable ferocity of a beast soared skyward, resonating throughout every corner of this alternate dimension. In an instant, the heavens trembled and the very earth quaked, as the space-time chamber experienced a profound upheaval. The spatial barrier swayed visibly, and within moments, countless fissures spread rapidly, akin to a spider's web, sending shivers down one's spine. The dimensional barriers of the space-time chamber teetered on the brink of collapse due to Son Gohan's overwhelming power. His aura seeped through the rifts of this alternate realm and permeated the reality of Earth, first impacting the heavenly sanctuary. The previously serene sanctuary was abruptly assailed by the force emanating from Son Gohan's explosive energy. The very structure began to tremble violently, as cracks spiderwebbed across the once solid stone beneath. The semicircular sanctuary swayed precariously in the sky, on the verge of plummeting. As Son Gohan's aura radiated, the three occupants of the sanctuary displayed expressions of anxiety and terror upon realizing the significance of this power. This aura belonged to Gohan. He was on the verge of emerging from the space-time chamber. Sensing his presence and the tumultuous vibrations, Bubbles speculated that Gohan was breaking free from the alternate dimension and preparing to return to reality. The terrifying energy he now exuded was a stark contrast to the Gohan of 5 days prior. What grueling trials had he endured within? Dondi gasped in disbelief, rendered speechless by the sheer intensity of this remarkable aura. Had his brother Gohan truly ascended to such extraordinary heights? Trunks, acutely aware of this overwhelming energy, felt his heart constrict. An unimaginable pressure bore down upon him, delivering a soul-shattering impact. All three anticipated the moment when Son Gohan, who had diligently trained for 5 years within the space-time chamber, would finally emerge. Within the confines of the chamber, the spatial barrier of this alternate dimension was perilously close to shattering under Gohan's fierce energy. It was even sturdier than I had envisioned. However, now, break for me. A powerful shout erupted as Son Gohan unleashed his might. The energy of the Super Saiyan Beast surged dramatically, and the force of the shockwave erupted once more. Bang! With a thunderous roar, the fabric of the otherworldly dimension within the time chamber was subjected to immense upheaval, leading to its collapse. At the heart of the disintegrating sky, a colossal vortex, measuring 100 meters in diameter, emerged, connecting to the realm of reality. Gathering strength in his legs, Gohan leaped toward the vast whirlpool in the heavens. As he entered, the tumultuous time chamber began to gradually stabilize. The divine temple on Earth ceased its trembling. Dandy, Bobo, and Trunks held their breath, their attention unwavering, awaiting Gohan's appearance. Their gazes were fixated on the entrance of the time chamber, anticipating his emergence. However, after a prolonged wait, disappointment enveloped them. Gohan did not materialize, and the earlier surge of energy dissipated, leaving no trace behind. In another parallel universe, during the year 778 of the Age of the Universe, 4 years had elapsed since Goku gathered energy to form the spirit bomb that vanquished Majin Buu. During these 4 years, Earth enjoyed a tranquil existence, free from invaders. Yet, this idyllic life was shattered today. As the supreme god of destruction, Beerus, awakened. He embarked on a quest to locate the Super Saiyan God, heralding a new wave of crisis and challenge for Earth. On a private luxury cruise ship belonging to the Capsule Corporation, Beerus and the Angel Whis had arrived. They granted the Scions of this planet one final opportunity. If they could not summon the Super Saiyan God, Earth would be reduced to cosmic dust. Under the condition of gathering 6 Scions, the ritual to summon the Super Saiyan God commenced. Goku, Vegeta, Gohan, Trunks, Goten, and the yet-to-be-born infant, Pan, nestled in Vidal's womb, participated in this sacred and inviolable ceremony. As day turned to night and the seasons shifted, divine clouds appeared in the sky, a sign of the birth of a deity. Goku, infused with the righteous hearts of the 5 Scions, gradually progressed along his path to divinity. After an indeterminate period of purification, the divine power released, guided by the righteous hearts of the 5 Scions, empowered Goku to achieve the final transformation into the Super Saiyan God. Descending from the heavens to the center of the cruise ship's deck, all eyes were transfixed upon Goku in that moment. Their hearts were heavy, fists clenched, and nerves taut to the extreme. Goku now radiated a deep blue luminescence, obscuring his true form. Uncertainty loomed. None could discern whether they had triumphed or faltered. Yet, it appeared they had succeeded, my Lord Beerus. Sensing the invisible divine power emanating from Sun Wukong, the Angel Vish chuckled softly. Humph, at last. My wait has not been in vain. The formidable adversary foretold in prophecy, the god of Super Saiyans, has finally made his appearance. The god of destruction, Beerus, gradually rose to his feet, a hint of joy finally flickering in his eyes. Chapter 66, Lost in Time and Space, The Battle of Gods. A new volume embarks. Subscriptions are welcome. This temporal realm is the transcendent space-time of the Dragon Ball main storyline. In this temporal realm, the narrative has fortuitously progressed to the arc of gods and deities. Upon the vast expanse of the ocean, a luxurious cruise ship sails majestically. Behold, the intensity of the divine energy wielded by Sun Wukong, having attained the form of Super Saiyan God, is indeed formidable. This power is sufficient to compel Lord Beerus to adopt a more serious demeanor, should he continue to regard it with the same nonchalance as before. He may encounter unforeseen challenges. Observing the ascendant Sun Wukong, the Angel Whis, with a playful and carefree tone, jested. undoubtedly employing his customary manner of conversing with the god of destruction, Beerus. However, despite such banter, it is evident that even with the mastery of Super Saiyan God energy, Son Wukong remains significantly inferior to Lord Beerus. Though his newfound strength is impressive, it merely signifies a tentative step towards divinity, marking the commencement of a genuine transformation. It has been an eternity since you last spoke to me in such a manner. Whis, do you truly wish for me to be bested by another? Beerus retorted with a glance, dismissively voicing his thoughts. Ultimately, he was well aware of Whis's character and had long since adapted to this dynamic. Oh, I merely wish for you, Lord Beerus, to engage earnestly in battle. Should you falter, it would be a significant blow to your dignity. Whis continued his light-hearted teasing. You are overly optimistic. Even with his divine ascension, he is still of limited capability, Beerus replied with disdain. As their playful exchange concluded, their gazes simultaneously turned towards Son Gohan. The crimson aura enveloping him dissipated, revealing his current visage, deep red hair, and a physique that appeared somewhat leaner. Unlike any previous transformations, the Super Saiyan God now exuded an aura of tranquility, indistinguishable from that of an ordinary individual. The appearance and form before him suddenly reminded the god of destruction, Beerus, of a scene from his dreams. Indeed, this is it, the god of Super Saiyans. This visage, this divine power, the Super Saiyan God I have been searching for is this young man. Beerus's tone exhibited a hint of excitement, clearly revealing his heightened emotions. At this moment, Son Goku, having transformed into a Super Saiyan God, had attained the prowess of the sixth dimension. His transformation as a Super Saiyan God had reached an astonishing level of 4,500 trillion. However, Goku, the protagonist, remained oblivious to the extent of his newfound strength. He only comprehended that he was immensely powerful now, several dozen times stronger than he had been in his third Super Saiyan form. I sincerely apologize for the wait. Lord Beerus, I have now become a Super Saiyan God, and in my current state, I believe I am qualified to challenge you. The Super Saiyan God bestowed upon Goku unfathomable energy. He fancied that with his current might, he could stand as a rival to Beerus. Yet, he remained unaware that he was still merely a frog at the bottom of a well. He failed to grasp that while the transformation into a Super Saiyan God had significantly elevated his power in a short span and had allowed him to brush against the divine realm, the harsh reality was that his strength remained exceedingly feeble in the presence of Beerus. In truth, to defeat him, Beerus would only need to exert a fraction of his seriousness. In the original narrative, when Goku clashed with Beerus, it appeared evenly matched. Yet it was merely Beerus's playful demeanor at work. Otherwise, how could one compel a formidable god of destruction to unleash his full potential? As a god of destruction, their minimum strength is at the level of 1,000 quintillion. Presently, Goku's combat power barely reached 5,000 trillion. How could he possibly compare? Haha, confidence is commendable, but excessive confidence borders on arrogance. Even transformed into a Super Saiyan God, how much power can you truly unleash? Allow me to personally experience this and add a touch of amusement to my endless eons. The god of destruction, Beerus, was intrigued. He traversed the vast distance from the realm of destruction to Earth solely to engage in battle with the Super Saiyan God. Now, with the Super Saiyan God before him, let the contest begin. Additionally, let us see to what heights this young man has ascended following his transformation into a Super Saiyan God. Rest assured, I shall not disappoint you, Lord Beerus. Having received permission, Son Wukong's lips curled slightly, and a look of excitement emerged on his face. Previously, he had suffered a complete defeat at the hands of the god of destruction, Beerus, but now it was time for him to reclaim his honor. As he invoked the technique of flight, his body began to ascend slowly into the sky, with the god of destruction, Beerus, following closely behind. Intending to engage in a spirited match with the Super Saiyan God, Son Wukong. The battle had yet to commence, yet the outcome was already predetermined. The two figures hovered in the sky, their gazes locked in a fierce confrontation. In that fleeting moment, the conflict was poised to erupt. Meanwhile, in the celestial palace of this realm, due to an invitation from Bulma, the deity Dandy and his divine attendant Bobo made their way to a luxurious cruise ship upon the sea to partake in the festivities. This has resulted in the current absence of any individuals. The once desolate temple of the gods now experiences a sudden and alarming transformation. The space above the platform exhibits violent distortions, which coalesce into a terrifying vortex of darkness. This is the entrance connecting different dimensions. Moments after its appearance, a man with silvery white hair, standing tall, emerged. He is none other than Son Gohan, who has diligently trained in the hyperbolic time chamber for 5 long years. Finally stepping out into the world, he inhaled the fresh air outside, a faint smile gracing his lips as he reverted from his Super Saiyan Beast transformation. Having endured the harsh conditions within the chamber for 5 years, the environment of Earth felt like paradise in comparison. At the very least, there was no torment from the ever-changing temperature, and the oxygen levels were sufficient. As he surveyed his surroundings, Son Gohan sensed something amiss. Strange. Where have Dandy and Bobo gone? A look of confusion crossed his face as he murmured to himself. Logically, both Bobo and Dandy would never stray far from the sacred world, so their absence was indeed puzzling. Focusing his thoughts, Son Gohan expanded his key perception, initially hoping to locate Trunks. However, upon sensing the energy, he was left utterly astonished. When did the human presence on Earth become so abundant? The life energy on Earth now was several 100,000 times greater than before he entered the hyperbolic time chamber. The population had conservatively reached hundreds of billions. He had only spent 5 years in the chamber, and yet, how could such monumental changes occur in just 5 days? Wait a minute. These energies are astonishingly powerful. As he further heightened his key perception, he detected several familiar and immensely strong presences. Among them were the Z fighters who had long since passed: Krillin, Tien, Piccolo, Yamchu, Kaiatsu, Vegeta, Trunks, along with an energy identical to his own, and another that bore a slight resemblance. Yet, these were not the most significant discoveries. The most crucial revelation was that he sensed 2 energies that did not belong to humans, but rather to deities. They were so formidable that even the divine power resonated with him. Could it be that I have traversed time and space once more? These 2 energies belong to the father of Super Saiyan God and the god of destruction, Beerus. Son Gohan meticulously attuned himself to these familiar energies, arriving at a conclusion that even he found hard to believe. If it were not so, there would be no explanation. The reason might lie in the overwhelming power of the Super Saiyan Beast, which not only shattered the dimensional barriers within the hyperbolic time chamber, but also breached the world barriers separating different realms. The previously profound passage was not merely a return to his Earth, but rather a tunnel leading to another parallel world. It was truly astounding that just as he concluded his training, he found himself inadvertently drawn into the timeline of Dragon Ball Super, where the timeline seemed to coincide with the inception of the God vs. God saga. Calmly composed, Sun Wukong's face revealed an enigmatic smile. It can be said that this turn of events was so abrupt that it left him feeling quite helpless. This unforeseen twist of fate has shattered the barriers of reality, transporting him back to the tangible world, albeit not to his original realm. Yet, what can one do? Having arrived in this new existence, one must find solace in acceptance. He has entered this world, and thus, he must adapt. The universe's most formidable deity of destruction has seemingly been drawn to this realm by some cosmic design. After all, this has always been my aspiration. As he sensed that elusive, terrifying power, Sun Wukong narrowed his eyes, his body trembling involuntarily, a natural response to the presence of a formidable entity. His rigorous training in the Room of Spirit and Time was solely to prepare for the eventual arrival of the god of destruction, Beerus, from a timeline unknown. Now, having completed his cultivation, he unexpectedly traverses time and space. In this world, Beerus coincidentally found himself present. With a mere thought, he executed instantaneous movement, causing Gohan to vanish from the sacred temple in an instant. Upon his reappearance, he had concealed his aura and arrived at the most secluded spot on the luxurious private yacht of the Capsule Corporation. Shrouded in secrecy and hidden in the shadows, he quietly observed the unfolding battle. After all, this was a rare conflict, and witnessing it in its entirety would undoubtedly prove beneficial for him. Indeed, everything unfolded precisely as he had anticipated, without deviation. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Gohan immediately confirmed all his previous conjectures. The sky reverberated with a series of muffled explosions. Boom, 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 boom. As he lifted his gaze towards the heavens, he noticed that everyone's attention was captivated by the ongoing battle between gods. In that very moment, the system displayed the combat power values of Super Saiyan God Goku, which soared to an astonishing 4.5 trillion. In terms of combat prowess, this level of strength undoubtedly possesses the potential to become the cornerstone of the universe's greatest warrior during this era. However, from the perspective of Son Gohan, this power remains woefully inadequate. 5 years ago, had he entered the hyperbolic time chamber, he would have found it far beyond his reach. Yet now, the combat power of several thousand pales in comparison to even a fraction of his usual capabilities. As for the god of destruction, Beerus, his combat power is notoriously unstable, fluctuating around the level of tens of quintillion. Quintillion level strength, could this truly be the might of a god of destruction? Beerus's combat power is not excessively outrageous. Yet it must be acknowledged that if he were to truly unleash his full potential, it would indeed be astonishing. The original narrative had long indicated that, at this juncture, Beerus was merely toying with Son Goku, exerting only a modicum of his strength. His gaze shifted to the crowd of onlookers, and he was taken aback to find that, during this period, 3 androids were also present: Android 16, Android 17, and Android 18. Frowning slightly, he recalled the original storyline, which stated that Android 16 had perished long ago, while Android 17 was occupied guarding Monster Island. Yet, in this world, it seemed that 16 had survived for some unknown reason, and Android 17 had also joined the festivities. Most intriguingly at this time, Android 18 appeared not to have formed a bond with Krillin, nor was there any sign of their daughter as depicted in the original work. What could be the explanation for this? Was this yet another entirely new parallel universe? He pondered to himself. During this period, the combat power values of the Z fighters vividly manifested before his eyes. Krillin possessed a strength that was neither too weak nor too strong, boasting a power level of 3.2 billion. Tianjin's abilities were slightly inferior, with a combat power value nearing 3 billion. As a warrior-type Namekian, Piccolo exhibited a formidable power level in the hundreds of billions. Young Trunks, still in his childhood, had a combat power value of 18 million in his normal state. Goten, although slightly weaker than Trunks, reached a combat power level of 16 million. Vegeta, in his ordinary state, demonstrated a staggering combat power of 30 billion. As for himself during this period, Gohan cast a glance and could not help but shake his head. His power was insufficient, falling short of 10 billion, and even less than 2 billion. It appeared that regardless of the timeline, he would gradually diminish due to the constraints of the main storyline. Chapter 100, Super Saiyan God. Nearly the beginning, Gohan absorbed the combat power values of the Z fighters present, gaining a clearer understanding of his contemporaries. His attention gradually shifted to Whis on the other side. The once infallible system seemed to exhibit glitches at this moment. The values that were meant to be displayed suddenly became pixelated, and instead of materializing, the combat power values blurred into an indistinct haze. Such a situation caused Sun Wukong to involuntarily gasp in astonishment. Even the system was unable to ascertain the combat power value of Angel Whis. What does this signify? Angels above the system. Section 67. This is utterly impossible. What is the matter? System. Can it truly be that even you cannot ascertain the precise power level of the angel? Son Gohan inquired, a slight furrow forming on his brow as he sought clarification from the system. Simultaneously, his trepidation regarding the angel deepened. It was well known that the god of destruction possessed formidable strength, yet the system could accurately detect the current combat power in measurable units. The fact that it could not gauge the angel, Whis, was a testament to the terrifying echelon of existence the angel had attained. Ding. Please rest assured, host. The system has not erred, nor is it incapable of detecting the angel's true strength. The issue lies solely with the host's current inadequacy in power, rendering the requisite threshold unattainable. The system's response elicited a faint sigh of relief from Son Gohan. At the very least, this suggested that the system's capabilities surpassed those of the angel, or else his fate would be sealed. It was crucial to acknowledge that he, an anomaly, was endowed with such a system, a supreme entity within this native realm, and could not simply be overlooked. Given his current prowess, he remained uncertain whether he could even challenge the mightiest god of destruction, Beerus, let alone an angel. In the original narrative, the angel had never truly revealed his full strength, maintaining an enigmatic identity and power that far surpassed that of the gods of destruction. Son Gohan reflected inwardly, grateful that the current battle was intensely critical, with all attention fixated on the Super Saiyan God, Goku, and Beerus. It was likely that Whis had not noticed his arrival. He had perhaps been overly confident, underestimating the angel as the most mysterious and unfathomable being in the Dragon Ball universe. The angel was far from the simplicity he had assumed. Unbeknownst to Son Gohan, as he instantaneously transported himself onto the luxurious cruise ship, the angel Whis had already detected his presence. However, he chose to disregard it, exhibiting a nonchalance that led Son Gohan to believe he remained undiscovered. Every action of his was under the watchful scrutiny of Whis. At that moment, when no one was paying attention, a knowing smile graced the face of the angel. Ah, Son Gohan from the future, you have appeared once more. This marks the third instance you have transgressed the laws of time, this time. I can no longer turn a blind eye. In her heart, the angel Weiss whispered. Above the heavens, the battle between the god of destruction, Beerus, and the Super Saiyan god, Son Goku, had escalated to an intense climax. With a playful demeanor, Beerus toyed with Son Goku, who was in his Super Saiyan god form, stimulating Goku's divine power through relentless combat, causing his combat strength to soar. His latent potential was unleashed, activating the characteristic of the warrior race that grows stronger with each battle. Goku's battle power, initially at 4.5 trillion, climbed steadily to 5 trillion, then surged dramatically to 6 trillion, and it continued to rise exponentially. How formidable! Is this what battles between gods entail? We are so far behind, Krillin exclaimed, rendered speechless by the fierce conflict unfolding in the sky. His current strength was merely in the tens of billions, while the power displayed by Goku and Beerus transcended billions and trillions, reaching the level of trillions. For those of lesser strength, it represented an absolute dimensional blow. He could hardly fathom the fortune of witnessing such a caliber of combat within his lifetime. The disparity between their dimensions was immense. With fists clenched, Tien lamented the weakness of his own power. In the face of a battle between deities, he felt like a mere ant, easily squashed at a whim. This was a realm attainable only by gods, and they could only observe. Taking a deep breath, Piccolo watched as the unimaginable battle in the sky intensified, his mind filled with countless thoughts yet unsure of how to proceed. Once, he had been among the top fighters of their group. Now, only Son Goku stood capable of facing such challenges alone. The others had been left behind. No, among them, one could reach such heights, but he had long since fallen into neglect. This individual, undoubtedly, embodies the essence of Son Gohan from this era. Regarded as the warrior with the most unfathomable potential among them, it is a pity that he has forsaken his training and now lies in ruin. The power of Kakarot, the Super Saiyan god, must encompass more than this. You possess strength yet to be unleashed. What nonsense regarding the god of destruction? Surpass him. Vegeta clenched his fists, silently shouting within. Presently, all hope for Earth rests solely upon Son Goku. If the Super Saiyan god cannot turn the tide of battle, then the fate of Earth is sealed. Alas, he fails to comprehend that the outcome of this conflict was determined from the very beginning. As mere frogs at the bottom of a well, they cannot fathom that this fierce struggle is but the tip of the iceberg of the god of destruction's unfathomable terror. How intense it is! Since the days of Majin Buu, battles have ascended to such heights. Number 17 gazed at the tumultuous, seething flames in the sky, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, his heart gripped by sheer horror. As an artificial human endowed with an eternal energy furnace, he, too, was once human and possesses the potential for growth and strength. At this juncture, he has already entered the realm of trillions, rendering Cell merely an insignificant insect in his presence. Yet, upon witnessing the might of the god of destruction, he realized what it truly means that there are beings beyond humanity and realms beyond the heavens. The divine stands at the pinnacle of existence. The energy exceeds calculable limits and cannot be expressed through mere numerical values, stated Android 16 in his mechanical voice. As a fully mechanized android, his strength is fixed. However, over the years, he has been upgraded by Bulma from Capsule Corporation, enhancing his energy furnace, which has now reached a staggering 60 billion. Unable to rise further unless something is discovered to elevate his energy intensity once more. Otherwise, his power will remain eternally static. Beside him, Android 18 remained silent. Her fists clenched tightly, her gaze sharp and grave. 18, at this point, are you still waiting for that man to appear? Number 17, her brother, discerned her thoughts with a single glance. So much time has passed, yet my sister remains infatuated with that man. Although both share the name Son Gohan, the Son Gohan of this world fails to evoke even a modicum of interest in Android 18. She has been waiting all these years for the man who once saved her life, and that wait has stretched into 12 long years. My affairs are not yours to meddle in, Android 17, she retorted, casting a sharp glare at him, her thoughts laid bare. For reasons unknown, her intuition today was particularly potent. The instincts inherent to her womanhood whispered that today might be the day he reappears. Indeed, her hunch proved accurate. The intuition of a woman can be quite formidable. Son Gohan was indeed present. If he were to discover this, he would surely be taken aback. For this realm is the future of the past world he once traversed. In the high skies, the tide of battle grew increasingly unfavorable for Goku. His breath quickened, and an overwhelming fatigue began to envelop his entire being. The intensity of the battle continuously drained his physical stamina. He relentlessly launched energy attacks while striving desperately to grow stronger. Although it appeared he was consistently improving, in reality, he was depleting his resources. In stark contrast, the god of destruction, Beerus, maintained an unwaveringly calm demeanor throughout the fight, seemingly unaffected by the chaos. He toyed with Goku, adopting a playful attitude. What's wrong? Is the power of a Super Saiyan god merely this? He taunted. If you lose, this planet will be destroyed. A smile crept across Beerus's face as he further provoked Goku. Unsurprisingly, Earth was Goku's red line, burdened with the fate of the entire planet. He could not afford to concede defeat. How could I possibly end this battle so easily? It has only just begun. With his pride offended, Goku erupted once more. The deep, crimson divine power of the Super Saiyan God reignited, fueled by his intense emotions, its strength surging yet again. His combat power soared to an astounding 7,000 trillion. With a roar, he unleashed his full might upon Beerus. Each strike was imbued with tremendous force, the destructive capability far exceeding that of before. Yet, despite this, he remained merely a plaything in the hands of Beerus, manipulated at will. The sounds of collisions echoed relentlessly, the very fabric of space trembling. The Super Saiyan God, Goku, transformed into a crimson streak, relentlessly pursuing Beerus with ferocity. On the surface, his attacks were fierce and imposing, each move capable of unleashing tremendous waves and spatial vibrations. However, these assaults were either effortlessly neutralized by Beerus or deftly evaded. No matter how powerful the attack, it was futile if it did not land. The fighting spirit remained undiminished. A wicked smile graced Beerus's lips. He was ready to unleash his true power. The battle continued to escalate. Hidden in the shadows, Gohan observed everything unfold. This confrontation would soon reach its conclusion. The power of the Super Saiyan God was merely temporary and would soon fade away. With profound feelings, Son Gohan murmured to himself. Given his level of understanding and insight, he could discern the current phase of Son Wukong. While others perceived the clash between the Super Saiyan God and the God of Destruction, Beerus, as a stalemate. The reality was that the battle had been a one-sided onslaught from the outset. Throughout the encounter, Beerus's divine aura remained unwavering and undisturbed, and he bore not a single visible wound. In contrast, although Son Wukong's divine power had been steadily increasing, his unstable realm rendered the transformation into a Super Saiyan God merely a burden, destined to dissipate soon. However, Son Gohan speculated that, owing to Son Wukong's exceptional comprehension, even if he were to revert from the Super Saiyan God form, his realm and strength would not diminish significantly. Much like a scene from the original tale, Son Wukong, no longer a Super Saiyan God, could still unleash power equivalent to, or even surpassing that of his God form at full capacity as a first-level Super Saiyan. As the battle continued, nearly 5 minutes elapsed. Following Beerus's surge of power, the Super Saiyan God Son Wukong began to suffer relentless attacks, with the pressure mounting on the offensive front. Soon, Son Wukong's Super Saiyan God state faltered, forcing him back into the full power state of a first-level Super Saiyan. Yet, even in this form, his strength did not wane. Rather, it exhibited a linear ascent, as Son Gohan had indicated mere moments ago. This was no ordinary full-power first-level Super Saiyan state, but rather a Super Saiyan infused with the might of a Super Saiyan God. Assuming that Son Wukong had lost the advantages of his divine state, Beerus let his guard down, becoming somewhat indifferent. However, this complacency led him to suffer setbacks at Son Wukong's hands twice. Amused by the challenge posed by Son Wukong, Beerus refrained from anger, instead offering him a way out, suggesting he concede rather than obliterate him outright. At this juncture, Son Wukong finally comprehended the terrifying nature of the gods of destruction. The chasm between them was far more profound than merely a difference in dimensions. He felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, realizing that from the very beginning, he had been outmaneuvered by Beerus, naively believing that transforming into a Super Saiyan God would place him on par with the God of Destruction. Now, he understood that the Super Saiyan God was merely the beginning. Yet, despite acknowledging the vast disparity in power, he was resolute in his refusal to concede. Without exerting himself to a level that satisfied him, he was utterly unwilling to accept defeat. Lord Beerus, I am grateful to you for allowing me to experience the power of a God of destruction, but I shall not concede. With a resolute gaze, Son Wukong summoned every ounce of strength within him, experiencing an explosive surge of energy. He fully channeled his innate power, adopting the ancestral stance, determined to conclude this battle with his final Kamehameha wave. Very well, if that is your desire, Then I shall oblige. You truly are a hopeless fool. Observing this, Beerus resolved to fulfill Son Wukong's wish. Since the battle would continue until the end, he would deliver a devastating super destruction sphere. Should it be deflected, all would be as if nothing had transpired. Should it not, they would both be reduced to cosmic dust along with the planet. The god of destruction, Beerus, formed a super destruction sphere with a diameter of 1 kilometer, emanating an astonishingly destructive energy. Anything caught in its path would vanish without a trace. Son Wukong unleashed his full power, bolstered by the energy of a Super Saiyan god, achieving an unprecedented level of strength. He reached the pinnacle of the quintillion unit realm, just a step away from transcending into the realm of the myriad. Chapter 101. The Fall of the Super Saiyan God. Gohan emerges. Receive this, Lord Beerus. This is my ultimate Kamehameha wave. With a thunderous roar, Son Wukong liberated all his energy. A deep blue energy beam, honed to perfection, surged forth, carrying a destructive force capable of obliterating stars and seas, slicing through space towards Beerus. Facing the immense blue energy beam hurtling towards him, Beerus, the god of destruction, did not flinch or evade. He remained entirely unconcerned. A subtle smile played upon his lips, revealing a hint of malevolence. With a casual wave of his hand, the already formed super destruction sphere descended under his mental command, colliding with Son Wukong's full-strength Kamehameha wave. The earth-shattering roar echoed as two forces of annihilation clashed, generating ripples throughout the cosmos. The two ultimate techniques remained locked in a stalemate, unable to determine a victor in the short term. However, beneath the surface, the disparity was immense. The state of the two combatants revealed a stark contrast. Son Wukong had reached the limits of his potential, and despite his efforts, he could not alter the outcome. In contrast, Beerus maintained an air of effortless ease throughout the conflict. To be candid, few mortals in this world could compel him to wield such energy, and Son Wukong was indeed among the elite. Alas, this formidable warrior was soon to be undone by Beerus. There was no alternative. He had granted Son Wukong an opportunity. Regrettably, the latter preferred to fight until the very last moment rather than concede defeat. As the god of destruction, he could only acquiesce to the natural course of events, obliterating both Son Wukong and the earth in the process. Now, everything had come to an end. The Super Saiyan god murmured expressionlessly, as a deep violet aura of destruction enveloped him. At last, he was compelled to unleash his true power. With the activation of his destructive energy, the super destruction energy sphere surged forth, overwhelmingly overpowering Son Wukong's full-strength Kamehameha wave. This was dire. Son Wukong's heart skipped a beat, sensing the imminent peril. His pupils dilated in shock. The scene unfolding before him was beyond his capacity to halt. As he witnessed his utmost Kamehameha being forcefully repelled by the super destruction energy sphere, he exerted every ounce of effort to resist, knowing he could not evade. This terrifying attack, incomprehensibly formidable, could be thwarted by none other than himself. No other soul upon the earth could stand against it. Should he evade it, the earth would vanish in a wisp of smoke. The super destructive energy sphere mercilessly engulfed his body, as the internal destructive force gradually began to dismantle his form, sending excruciating pain coursing through every fiber of Son Wukong's being. A rival of equal strength, the god of Super Saiyans, observing Son Wukong being consumed by the destructive energy, Beerus's eyes reflected a glimmer of disappointment. The opponent foretold by the prophecy fish had faltered slightly. Indeed, the god of Super Saiyans had emerged. Yet to be deemed his equal, there remained an insurmountable distance. He was far from qualifying. With his hands clasped behind his back, the god of destruction, Beerus, turned away, seemingly convinced that Son Wukong's defeat was inevitable. In his eyes, it was merely a matter of time before Son Wukong succumbed to the disintegration wrought by the destructive energy. However, the Saiyans have always been known to conjure unforeseen miracles. In the face of life-threatening peril, Son Wukong inadvertently awakened the dormant energy reservoir of the Super Saiyan within his being. The energy unleashed in this eruption was unprecedentedly powerful, surpassing even the 6th dimension and entering the realm of the 7th dimension. Though it lasted but a fleeting moment, it was sufficient to preserve his life. The destructive energy was instantaneously dissipated, allowing Son Wukong to narrowly escape with his life. What have you done? Noticing the unusual disturbance behind him, the god of destruction, Beerus, turned to see his destructive energy being disintegrated, leaving him utterly astonished. In that brief instant, this young fellow had unleashed a level of energy capable of countering his super destruction ball. Do not hastily proclaim the limits of we Saiyans. Although Lord Beerus, you are a deity, The limits of us mortals are not for the gods to arbitrarily declare. Exhausted and battered, Son Wukong finally could no longer sustain his body and plummeted from the heights. In this divine battle, it appears that the outcome has been decided, with the god of destruction, Beerus, emerging victorious through his overwhelming might. Standing aloft, he gazes silently at the plummeting figure of Son Goku. In this battle, although he did not exert an overwhelming amount of energy, he clearly recognized the unfathomable potential of mortals. The formidable Super Saiyan God, who could rival him, may not have manifested at this moment, yet it does not imply that such a being will not arise in the future. How intriguing, Goku, is it? That name lingers in my mind. A smile graced the face of Lord Beerus as he descended gracefully from the heavens. On a luxurious cruise ship, Vegeta swiftly caught the plummeting Goku. Gratefully acknowledging Vegeta's timely intervention, Goku managed a weak smile, expressing his embarrassment. How humiliating. Despite my newfound power, I still suffered such a crushing defeat. Vegeta vocalized his grievances, yet he was acutely aware that Kakarot had exerted his utmost effort. This is a battle that even two Super Saiyan gods could not possibly win. The overwhelming power of the god of destruction is evident. Despite the Super Saiyan gods transcending their limits and attaining a higher realm, they are, in the eyes of the god of destruction, hardly even worthy of being mere warm-up opponents. With Goku's defeat in the 66th round, the Z-Warrior's spirits plummeted. If even Goku in his Super Saiyan God form could not prevail, how could they possibly hope to win? The destruction of Earth seemed inevitable. In this battle, I have emerged victorious, and according to our agreement, I shall obliterate the Earth. Lord Beerus, the god of destruction, descended from the heavens, landing upon the cruise ship with his hands clasped behind his back. His presence heightened the already tense atmosphere to the breaking point. Krillin exclaimed, "Damn it. Is this truly the end for Earth?" Tien Shinhan responded, "If even Goku has fallen, we cannot stop the god of destruction." Piccolo lamented, "It's over. It's all over." The atmosphere was stifling, with everyone convinced that Lord Beerus would annihilate them along with the planet. Goku struggled to rise, unwilling to permit Lord Beerus to destroy Earth unless it meant his own demise. They all braced themselves, forming a united front. They were the final line of defense for the Earth. Just then, Whis stepped forward. Given the current circumstances, his intervention was crucial. Without it, Beerus would find no way to retreat, and the situation would spiral further out of control. Uninvited guest, you have observed long enough. Do you not intend to reveal yourself? Whis's gaze fell upon an inconspicuous corner of the platform. This statement astonished everyone, including Beerus. Undoubtedly, the guest referred to by Whis was none other than Gohan. His words left all present with expressions of bewilderment. The individuals aboard the vessel have all gathered here. There are no others present. All eyes turned towards the direction indicated by Whis. At this moment, Gohan felt a tightening in his heart. It was indeed unexpected for him. He had believed himself to be undetected, unaware that he had long been under the angel's scrutiny. As he stepped forth from the shadowy corner, Gohan's figure became visible to everyone. Since his presence was already revealed, there was no need for further concealment. "You are Gohan," Krillin exclaimed in astonishment. The figure before them, exuding an air of calm authority and possessing formidable strength, was none other than Gohan. Indeed, this aura unmistakably belonged to him. Yet, Gohan was right here. No, could it be that this was the Gohan from 12 years ago? Memories flooded back to Tianjin as he recalled the events of that time. The Gohan who had aided them in vanquishing the ultimate android, Cell, thus saving the future of the world. Was the Gohan from the future truly the same as the one they once knew? Piccolo's eyes gleamed with recognition upon seeing the future Gohan, and a wave of joy washed over him. He had thought that the farewell 12 years ago would be forever, yet here they were, reunited after all this time. However, he could not definitively ascertain if this was indeed the same individual, as it was all too surreal and a dozen years had lapsed. Is this the future me? Am I truly that person from the past? The most astonished of all was the present-day Gohan. Memories from that time surged back, vivid and clear. What was the nature of this Gohan from the future? Did it imply that an uncontrollable situation had arisen once more? Goku was equally bewildered. The circumstances were becoming increasingly unpredictable. First, there was the god of destruction, Beerus, and now the future Gohan. "Sister, he has appeared," 17 called out from the rear of the crowd, offering a kind reminder. Little did he know, 18 had long since been unable to hear his voice. The sudden appearance of Gohan led 18 to an immediate conclusion. He is indeed him. The premonition in her heart was realized at that moment. As 18 gazed at her sister, lost in thought, 17 murmured softly. Concern was clearly etched upon his face. He understood how, despite the passing years, future Gohan held an exalted position in his sister's heart. Once a woman has determined her truth, it remains immutable. Her obsession would only deepen with time. Hearing the words of the Z fighters as they spoke one after another, Gohan felt as if the world were spinning around him. At that moment, enlightenment struck him. He had thought that this serendipitous arrival in the world of Dragon Ball Super was a new parallel universe. Little did he realize that this world was the future of the one he had visited 2 decades ago. To my astonishment, I have once again found myself in this temporal realm. The moment I arrived, you must have detected my presence, only allowing me to reveal myself once the battle between the father of this world and the god of destruction concluded. I murmured to myself, as if answering an unspoken query. At this moment, my expression was grave, my gaze fixated upon the angel, Whis. It is Whis who deserves my utmost attention, for his abilities are far more formidable than I had ever anticipated. It is likely that the instant I set foot on this opulent cruise ship, Whis had already sensed my existence, yet chose not to confront me. He bears a striking resemblance to that lad beside him, the future god of destruction, Beerus. Narrowed his eyes, his brow furrowing. As a deity and a god of destruction, he could not possibly be oblivious to the emergence of one who defies the sacred laws of time. Indeed, my lord Beerus, he hails from the future world, Son Gohan. Whis nodded, as if elucidating to Beerus. So it is true, a time traveler. Moreover, it seems this is not his first transgression. A perilous aura emanated from Beerus's eyes, casting a shadow upon his countenance. Time travel, a grievous offense. Even as a god of destruction, he is incapable of traversing time, let alone possessing such authority. If such an occurrence were to transpire in some distant corner of the universe, it would remain beyond his knowledge, and thus, beyond his concern. Yet now, a being from the future boldly stands before him. As a god of destruction, he cannot feign ignorance. Sensing the lethal intent radiating from Beerus, Son Gohan felt a shiver run down his spine. This can be regarded as a passive acceptance. Although I would like to claim that this temporal traversal was an unforeseen incident, it seems that articulating such a notion now would bear little significance. To seek to rationalize this predicament to the god of destruction might be futile, as it wholly depends on whether Beerus, the god of destruction, is inclined to hear such explanations. After all, beings of their supreme caliber are seldom concerned with the journey. Their focus lies solely on the outcome. Eradicating entities that do not belong to this realm is indeed one of the responsibilities of a god of destruction. The notion of maintaining the order of time and preserving the balance of the universe. You suggest that arriving in this temporal realm was still an accident. This deity has no desire to entertain such a tedious rationale. Once one transcends time, it becomes an exception that must be obliterated. Beerus, the god of destruction, is characterized by his decisive and swift approach. He raised his hand, conjuring a potent violet sphere of destructive energy within his palm. In the next moment, this destructive orb detached from Beerus's grasp, hurtling towards Gohan with lethal intent. The magnitude of its power instilled dread in all who beheld it. Goku, having previously clashed with Beerus, exhibited an expression of sheer terror. The seemingly diminutive sphere of destructive energy belied its potency, surpassing the formidable super-destructive energy sphere he had just neutralized. This is bad. Gohan, quickly dodge. Goku shouted with the last vestiges of his strength. At that moment, he was tempted to recklessly charge forward, yet his battered body had lost the capacity for movement. As he took a single step, his injuries exacerbated rapidly, forcing him to kneel upon the ground. The hearts of all present momentarily halted. Only Gohan remained unperturbed, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth, exuding an enigmatic charm. Confronted with the offensive onslaught of the god of destruction, Beerus, he neither flinched nor sought to defend himself. Instead, he nonchalantly raised his hand. In his palm, energy coalesced into a vortex, and the oncoming sphere of destruction was arrested mere 5 millimeters from his hand. Chapter 100. Chapter 102. The Power of 1,000 Worlds. The first encounter with the god of destruction. What? Beerus gazed in astonishment as the destructive energy sphere was halted by Gohan before him. Such a scenario has never existed in his memory. Never has a mortal been capable of withstanding destruction. This Son Gohan, hailing from a different dimension, possesses far greater strength than he had anticipated. No wonder he dared to traverse time and enter this realm. This scene elicited an expression of disbelief from Whis, the angel. He realized that the strength of Son Gohan was indeed far from the ordinary perception he initially held. Compared to the last time he observed, Son Gohan had grown immensely stronger, a difference akin to heaven and earth. It was truly astonishing. Had he reached a level capable of contending with the power of a god of destruction? Whis pondered silently. In his eyes, it was evident that a remarkable spectacle was about to unfold. The other Z fighters were equally taken aback by the power Son Gohan displayed at that moment. The terrifying energy sphere of destruction he conjured exuded an even greater sense of oppression than the colossal super-destructive energy sphere from earlier. For a brief moment, they felt as though they might be obliterated alongside it. I accept your gift, Son Gohan stated nonchalantly as he effortlessly blocked the energy sphere from Beerus, the god of destruction. With a single hand, he exerted force. Boom. An invisible power crushed the formidable energy sphere, which he shattered with ease. The scattered purple energy particles drifted through the air, leaving no trace of their former potency. Ding! The automatic absorption of the energy from Beerus' destructive sphere converted into energy at 1.47 quadrillion. With the destruction sphere obliterated, Beerus furrowed his brow slightly. This is far more astonishing than merely blocking a destructive sphere. With hands clasped behind his back and a piercing gaze fixed upon Gohan, the god of destruction, Beerus exudes an aura of formidable power that seems unparalleled across the vast expanse of the universe. Ignoring the laws of the cosmos and daring to traverse time, he now prepares to engage in resistance. Thus, he shall approach this encounter with a modicum of seriousness. Beerus's expression is grave and cold, his eyes regarding Gohan as if he were already a lifeless entity. At this moment, the oppressive and terrifying aura emanating from Beerus instills a profound sense of dread, as if he possesses the capability to obliterate worlds at any given moment. There is no need for overly definitive statements. I have arrived in this once familiar world merely by chance, and even if you are a deity, your confidence is excessive, even as a mere mortal. No, regardless of being a mortal, I too possess the potential to stand shoulder to shoulder with gods, or even surpass them. A calm smile graces Gohan's face throughout this encounter. In the face of Beerus's divine pressure, he exhibits neither fear nor retreat. Since fate has led to this confrontation, he chooses to meet it head-on. While ordinary individuals would immediately display terror upon encountering a god of destruction, Gohan's eyes reflect a fervor for battle. For him, years of rigorous training have brought him to this level, yet he has long yearned for a worthy opponent such as Beerus. It has been an extensive period since he last engaged in a genuine fight. Against opponents of lesser caliber, he would scarcely deign to acknowledge their presence. As a god of destruction, you indeed possess the capacity to rekindle the thrill of combat within me, with the scent of conflict hanging in the air. Gohan expresses his sentiments to Beerus. All the Z fighters instinctively hold their breath, eyes wide with astonishment and dread. Does Gohan, hailing from a future world, truly possess power that can rival that of Beerus, the god of destruction? Such audacity! I hope your strength matches your bold words. Do not let me down. With a focused gaze, Beerus becomes serious. In an instant, Gohan perceives a shift in the data before him. In this seemingly ordinary state, Beerus's combat power has already reached an astounding 100 quintillion, and this figure continues to rise. Then let it commence. With a fierce glare and a thunderous shout, Gohan unleashes his full power at 100%. After 5 years of arduous training in the hyperbolic time chamber, he has transformed all his latent potential into formidable strength. Without any transformation enhancements, he now stands at an astonishing 1,000 quintillion in his base form. An intensely fierce aura erupts, sweeping across the landscape like a tempestuous tide, its terrifying intensity reverberating across the globe, even penetrating the Earth's atmosphere and surging into the cosmos. How could this aura possibly exist? Is this truly a power that a mere mortal can unleash? Beerus is taken aback by the overwhelming might emanating from Gohan. The sheer terror of this overwhelming energy surpassed even the full extent of his current power. All the Z warriors present were utterly astounded. Even Son Goku, who had absorbed much of the Super Saiyan God form, was taken aback. He had anticipated that this future Gohan would surpass their abilities, but he never imagined it could reach such a terrifying level. This is merely a state of normalcy, possessing such power without transforming into a Super Saiyan. What might occur after the transformation? Beside Beerus, the angel Whis maintained a calm demeanor. Although his expression revealed no discernible change, his inner emotions had indeed been stirred by Gohan. The magnitude of such power was entirely unforeseen by him. As the crowd stood in astonishment, Sun Wukong swiftly broke through in an instant. In that fleeting moment, a surge of power surpassed 100 times the speed of sound, arriving before Lord Beerus, the god of destruction. Gohan's sudden assault left Beerus utterly astonished. He had never anticipated that Gohan could manifest such formidable strength. It became evident to him that Gohan, too, was a scion, possessing this extraordinary power even without transformation. If he were to ascend to the third level of Super Saiyan, or even the divine form of Super Saiyan God like Goku, how formidable would he become? With a resounding bang, Gohan unleashed an uppercut, which Beerus caught with one hand. Yet was enveloped by an unimaginable force. In an instant, his body transformed into a projectile soaring into the heavens. To shake the God of Destruction with a single blow was an achievement that even Goku in his Super Saiyan God form could scarcely accomplish. As Beerus was propelled 100 meters into the sky, he gazed at his hand, which was emitting wisps of white smoke, lost in contemplation. Had he actually been injured? Surprisingly, rather than succumbing to rage, he felt a thrill of excitement and anticipation. From the dawn of the universe until now, this was the first time he had been wounded by a mortal. Intriguing, it seemed that his destined adversary was not the Super Saiyan God Goku, but rather you. This was the first time he had been harmed by a mortal, and he acknowledged Gohan's strength. A smile crept across Beerus's face as he marveled at the situation. Soon, Gohan leapt from the deck of a colossal cruise ship, landing before Lord Beerus. Now that you have witnessed my true capabilities, I implore you, God of Destruction, to unleash your full power, so I may grasp the terrifying extent of your might. If you confront me with your current strength alone, the defeat you shall face will be most grievous. Gohan understood that Beerus had not yet revealed his full potential. If a power level of 100 quintillion represented Beerus's utmost effort, then even Golden Frieza could contend with him. Such audacity from a mere boy. Very well. I was not fully satisfied with my previous encounter against the Super Saiyan God. Now, I shall exert a fraction of my strength to deal with you. With that declaration, Beerus began to summon his divine powers. A rich, purple aura emanated from his being. In an instant, an oppressive sensation surged that seemed to penetrate the very souls of all present. As Beerus's aura intensified, the entirety of the seventh universe felt the tremors of his wrath. An invisible force expanded, permeating every corner of the cosmos. The very fabric of Earth's space twisted and swayed, affected by the might of the God of Destruction. Battle power reading, 150 quintillion. Battle power reading, 200 quintillion. Battle power reading, 350 quintillion. Battle power reading, 500 quintillion. Battle power reading, 1,000 quintillion. Gazing across the vast cosmos, you are the first mortal capable of eliciting such formidable energy from this deity. I hope you can maintain the composure you displayed moments ago. The eyes of the God of Destruction, Beerus, shimmered with a faint purple glow. In an instant, an inexhaustible aura of destruction flickered around him. Even the pressure of his speech was suffocating, rendering breath difficult. Is that so? Perhaps it is my privilege. The blood within Son Gohan surged with fervor, stimulated by the God of Destruction, Beerus. It had been a long time since he had experienced the exhilarating rush of adrenaline. As their gazes locked, the battle commenced. Son Gohan launched the first attack, leaping through space in less than 0.001 seconds, arriving before Beerus with blinding speed. His right fist clenched tightly, his biceps bulging. And the force behind his strike, infused with tremendous power, struck Beerus squarely on the jaw. The sheer intensity of this blow stirred up a tempest within the very fabric of space, propelling the God of Destruction skyward. A piercing pain swept through Beerus's mind in that fleeting moment, a long-forgotten sting that made him grimace in agony. The flames of fury ignited within him. How impolite. Destruction. With a fractured thought, Beerus raised his hand and swung it violently. The essence of his destructive power, fueled by his fury, coalesced into tangible form, conjuring dozens of deep purple, swirling orbs of destructive energy. Their dazzling appearance shone like radiant stars, a beauty that belies the inherent danger within. This energy, resembling a magnificent display of fireworks, possesses the formidable power to obliterate even the stars into mere dust. With remarkable composure, Son Gohan raised his hand, unleashing a multitude of resplendent purple energy orbs that danced through the air like fish in water, surging forth from his palm. The resounding bang, 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 echoed repeatedly as the relentless collisions of energy ignited a dazzling spectacle in the sky. The unimaginable magnitude of the explosions unfolded in succession, unleashing a terrifying aura of destruction that spread across the globe, distorting the very fabric of Earth's space and causing it to shudder incessantly. After half a minute of relentless energy clashes, a tenuous calm settled, with both forces reaching an equilibrium, neither gaining an upper hand. The initial bout concluded in a stalemate. Both the God of Destruction, Beerus, and Son Gohan furrowed their brows, intently scrutinizing one another, each harboring their own ulterior motives and thoughts. Amidst the Z warriors aboard the cruise ship, A sense of unease lingered as they gazed at the lingering haze and flames in the sky. To them, it seemed that the confrontation between Son Gohan and Beerus was evenly matched, with the energy blasts counterbalancing one another with equal might. However, the reality diverged significantly. Even though Son Gohan demonstrated formidable strength, matching Beerus in combat prowess, the intensity of the energy blasts, amplified by the God of Destruction's power, was an overwhelming force. None present could discern the underlying truth, except for Whis, the angel, who perceived it clearly. Theoretically, Beerus's energy attacks, bolstered by his divine power, should have resulted in an absolute domination, yet, not only did he fail to achieve such dominance, but he also found himself at a disadvantage, a scenario that should have been inconceivable. In the fleeting moment of energy detonation, Whis observed what others could not. Within Son Gohan's energy orbs lay a remarkably unique force. Following the explosion, the uncontrollable divine energy that permeated the space was consumed by this very force in a cataclysmic self-detonation, leading to their mutual annihilation. What force this is, Whis could not ascertain. The precise answer resides solely within Son Gohan himself. The magnitude of his power has reached unprecedented heights, suggesting that Lord Beerus has begun to entertain the prospect of genuine combat. Whis murmured to himself, to contend with a god of destruction on equal footing is no trivial matter. The might of a god of destruction transcends mere brute strength. Engaging in battle without succumbing to inferiority is a formidable challenge. Sheer power alone is insufficient. In the high heavens, the clash of energy blasts subsided, leaving a thick smoke that lingered ominously. While the battle appeared to pause momentarily, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense and fraught with anticipation. Chapter 103, The Warm-Up concludes. A mysterious state emerges. The fierce energy confrontation temporarily abated, intensifying the gravity of the situation. As the billowing smoke from the explosions began to dissipate, the stances of Son Gohan and the God of Destruction, Beerus, came into focus. The seriousness in their gazes deepened, and the energy within them surged in tandem. In a flash, a chilling brilliance erupted in their eyes, and both unleashed an even greater power. Boom! Son Gohan unleashed the full reservoir of his Super Saiyan First Stage energy. A terrifying golden aura materialized, resulting in an explosive increase in his combat power. His base level stood at a staggering quintillion, and with the Super Saiyan First Stage's full power amplified by 80 times, his combat strength soared to an astonishing 8 quintillion, marking his entry into the 8th dimension. God of Destruction Beerus, too, further released the divine energy within him. As the godly energy unfurled, Beerus experienced a monumental leap in combat power, rocketing to 10 quintillion. In terms of momentum, he eclipsed Son Gohan. The fierce battle was on the verge of igniting. Both combatants struck simultaneously, golden luminescence clashing with violet shadows in the skies. Each collision unleashed shockwaves powerful enough to distort space itself. The fabric of reality on Earth appeared fragile under the weight of their powers, contorted beyond recognition, as if on the brink of collapse. All the Z-fighters aboard the colossal luxury cruise ship gasped in sheer terror at the sight before them. In that moment, they realized how inconsequential they truly were. The future Son Gohan and the God of Destruction had grown so formidable that they could only look up in awe. Among them, the one most profoundly affected was the Son Goku of this era. In the past, before departing, Son Gohan's strength had already surpassed his, and now, upon his return, he was even more powerful. What was even more infuriating was that even with the transformation into Super Saiyan God, he fell short of future Gohan's prowess, rendering him unqualified to participate in this battle. The Earth could no longer withstand their clash. If this continued, the entire planet would disintegrate. The god of this world, Dandy, exclaimed in alarm. As a deity, he could sense the profound changes the Earth was undergoing at that moment. The battle between Son Gohan and the God of Destruction, Beerus, was exceedingly fierce. Even the residual energy wreaked unimaginable havoc across the globe. Should this continue, the very planet itself would crumble, and everything would follow suit into oblivion. What Dandy did not realize was that it was not merely the Earth that was affected. The entire star system, the galaxy, and indeed the entire universe were experiencing subtle transformations. The realm in which Son Gohan and Beerus resided was beyond reach, leaving them as mere spectators gazing from afar. On the battlefield, the conflict intensified, with Son Gohan relentlessly pursuing Beerus. The power of the first level of Super Saiyan was unleashed to its fullest extent, each move embodying a terrifying shockwave capable of shattering a small asteroid with ease. However, as the God of Destruction, Beerus was certainly not to be underestimated. He adeptly countered Son Gohan's successive assaults, responding with his own attacks. The full power of the first level of Super Saiyan was suppressed in this confrontation with Beerus. A resounding bang echoed as, amidst hundreds of clashes, Son Gohan was forcefully pushed back by a powerful strike from the God of Destruction. The tremendous impact landed squarely on Son Gohan's face, pain radiating as a streak of crimson appeared. The pain was real. One could not deny the might of a God of Destruction. Steadying his body from the backward momentum, Son Gohan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his fighting spirit igniting even further. The countless exchanges stirred the warrior within him, causing his combat instincts to surge. "What's wrong, kid? Is this the extent of your power?" Beerus remarked casually, hands clasped behind his back, feigning indifference as he teased Son Gohan. "Of course not." With that declaration, Son Gohan surged forward in an instant. At that moment, his form underwent a transformation, ascending from the full power of the first level of Super Saiyan to the ultimate state of the second level of Super Saiyan. The remarkable enhancement of combat power by 200-fold elevated his strength to an astounding 20 quintillion. With a comprehensive boost in capabilities, Son Gohan dashed towards the God of Destruction, Beerus, with the swiftness of a lightning strike. His sudden explosive assault caught the deity completely off guard. A deafening roar reverberated as the fabric of space was torn apart in swirling tempests. As he approached Beerus, Son Gohan unleashed a full-powered Kamehameha. The shockwave unleashed over a short distance was so formidable that even the God of Destruction could not withstand it. Beerus was propelled to a height of 10,000 meters, barely managing to stabilize himself. This was far more intriguing than before. The corners of Beerus's mouth twitched slightly as he grew exhilarated by Son Gohan's strike. With arms outstretched, the God of Destruction gathered his immense power, emanating an oppressive purple radiance from within. The energy he was cultivating became increasingly terrifying and formidable. The wrath of the God of Destruction. As he spoke, countless purple energy orbs erupted from his center, raining down destruction in all directions, leaving Son Gohan with no avenue for escape. Yet for Son Gohan, evasion was not an option. Instead, he chose to obliterate them all. With an array of rapid strikes, he opened his arms wide, channeling his energy at an incredible pace, coalescing into thousands of golden energy spheres that collided with Beerus's projectiles. The air was filled with a cacophony of explosions, each blast reverberating like thunder, shaking the very earth and boiling the seas. Ding! Automatically absorbing the energy from Beerus's wrath of destruction, it transformed into energy points, 10 quintillion. Ding! Automatically absorbing the energy from Beerus's wrath of destruction, it transformed into energy points, 30 quintillion. Ding! Automatically absorbing the energy from Beerus's wrath of destruction, it transformed into energy points, 50 quintillion. Amidst the fiery chaos of the explosions, the two figures resumed their fierce clash. The battle was a constant ebb and flow, each side attacking and defending, pursuing and striking. Locked in a stalemate that seemed impossible to resolve. The battlefield shifted continuously, from the sky to the sea, then to the land, ultimately returning to a height of 10,000 meters. Since the onset of the conflict, a peculiar dynamic had persisted, with Son Gohan continually surging in power, while Beerus effortlessly neutralized his assaults, engaging with equal prowess. This scene instills a profound sense of dread among all the Z fighters, revealing that the might of the God of Destruction is far more complex than they had ever imagined. Even the formidable Gohan, whose power transcends their comprehension, finds himself suppressed in the face of the God of Destruction. The future version of myself. In this realm, Gohan can do nothing but silently cheer for another version of himself. Although they share the same name, one stands by to observe while the other possesses the strength to contend with the God of Destruction. Such a stark contrast intensifies the feelings of defeat within him. If granted another opportunity, he would not squander the time he once had for training, striving with unwavering determination to grow stronger. Even if he cannot match his future self, he would at least aspire to bridge the gap. Is the God of Destruction, Beerus, truly invincible? Vegeta seethed, gritting his teeth in rage, his voice a continuous roar. As a seasoned warrior, he could immediately discern that Beerus was holding back even more power. If they did not devise a strategy to alter the current predicament, the outcome of the battle was all but certain. Gohan would be defeated. The only way to turn the tide was to unleash a higher transformation into Super Saiyan. Otherwise, there was no other recourse. Yet, even if he were to achieve Super Saiyan 3, would it truly shift the balance of power? The battle escalated rapidly, with their clashes numbering in the thousands within mere minutes. Beerus, too, began to grow weary of the current level of combat. In an instant, the God of Destruction glided through space like a specter, appearing behind Gohan in less than 0. 0.0001 seconds. At that moment, an unprecedented chill and sense of impending doom washed over Gohan. Beerus poised his hand, ready to deliver a lethal strike to Gohan's nape. Should this blow land, Gohan would find himself bereft of any chance to unleash his formidable strength. In a critical moment, Gohan tapped into a deeper reservoir of energy within him. Crackling with golden arcs of electricity, his aura surged, creating ripples in the air. The sudden spike in energy propelled Gohan's power levels to unprecedented heights. His golden hair extended to his waist as he seamlessly transformed into the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 3. With a whoosh, the sound of displaced air echoed as Beerus's hand sliced through space, leaving behind a long ripple. Gohan narrowly evaded the attack, prompting a knowing smile to grace Beerus's face. This was how it should be. From the moment you engage with a god of destruction, you must unleash your true power, for otherwise, the encounter would hold little meaning. Observing Son Gohan transform into his Super Saiyan at the third tier, Beerus contemplated that this must represent Gohan's utmost strength. After all, in his understanding, the transformations of a Saiyan encompass only 3 stages, ranging from Super Saiyan level 1 to Super Saiyan level 3. Aside from Goku's Super Saiyan God form, there exists no higher transformation, truly worthy of the title of God of Destruction, to have compelled me to such lengths. Gohan's brow furrowed as the numerical value of Beerus's combat power materialized before his eyes, 100 quintillion. This is merely a glimpse of the power that Beerus is willing to reveal. As a traveler from another realm, he is acutely aware of the immense strength possessed by Beerus, the God of Destruction, whose formidable combat prowess undoubtedly surpasses that of all other gods of destruction across the multiverse. The power he currently displays is likely not even a fraction of 1%, perhaps even less than a millionth of his true might. The authentic strength of Beerus, the God of Destruction, certainly transcends the realm of Ji and reaches even higher units. You are not without merit. It is the first time in my long existence that I have exerted such energy against a mortal, Beerus remarked nonchalantly, flicking his fingers while casting an indifferent gaze upon Son Gohan. With a warning tone, he stated, "Let the warm-up conclude here. It is time for you to unveil your true abilities. Otherwise, do not blame me for obliterating you." Having seen through his power, Son Gohan revealed a faint smile. He twisted his neck and stretched his limbs. As Beerus indicated, the warm-up had reached its conclusion. It was time to get serious. Here I go. Drawing upon a deeper reservoir of energy within, Son Gohan unleashed the enigmatic power residing inside him. A resounding boom echoed as a torrent of white energy erupted outward, exploding forth with tremendous force. A radiant aura enveloped Son Gohan, while dense and overwhelming blue-white lightning crackled around him. The terrifying energy far exceeding the Super Saiyan 3rd level he had previously demonstrated. As the white light dissipated, Son Gohan's golden locks vanished, replaced by a mane of fierce black hair. The style resembled that of the Super Saiyan 2nd level, yet its hue was a striking black. This was his mysterious state, a 1,000-fold increase in his normal capabilities. His combat power surged to a staggering unit of 100 G. Such formidable energy throughout the universe. It is unlikely to find another who can rival it. Sensing the intensity of the aura emanating from Son Gohan, Beerus's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a glimmer of interest. Since the dawn of the universe, Son Gohan was the first to garner the favor of a god of destruction. Alas, he did not belong to Beerus's world. As a god of destruction, he was compelled to eliminate him. If Son Gohan were of this realm, Beerus might have felt a twinge of compassion. Words are futile. Let us continue the battle. With a fierce shout, Son Gohan assumed a fighting stance. As you wish. A smile graced Beerus's face as he transformed into a streak of light within 0.001 seconds, charging towards Son Gohan. I see it. At the moment of Beerus's movement, Son Gohan also launched his attack. The fierce clash ignited. Bang, boom, bang, boom, bang, boom, bang, boom, bang, boom, bang, boom. The continuous reverberations of explosive sounds echoed throughout the space as the fierce battle between Beerus, the god of destruction, and Son Gohan commenced anew. The intensity of this battle is unprecedented, as the mysterious state of Gohan reveals a power that surpasses all his previous transformations. His speed, strength, reaction time, and energy consumption are remarkably superior to before. The god of destruction, Beerus, who had maintained a playful demeanor, now displays a serious expression. Should he continue to approach Gohan with the same nonchalance, he would undoubtedly suffer a crushing defeat. In Chapter 104, The pinnacle of the mysterious state, the battle of the crumbling universe. The fierce combat escalates, with Gohan and Beerus exhibiting speeds more than tenfold compared to earlier. A thunderous explosion reverberates through the air as Beerus's iron fist collides with Gohan's arms, creating a tempest of force akin to a colossal meteor striking the earth. With a surge of strength, Gohan repels Beerus. Unyielding, Gohan charges towards Beerus, and the clash of white and purple light in the air generates waves that threaten to plunge the world into oblivion. The rhythm of their battle accelerates as the blood within Gohan and Beerus, yearning for confrontation with a worthy opponent, begins to boil, intensifying their fighting spirit. The flames of combat burning in their eyes grow ever more fervent, unleashing colossal power from both. A resounding impact reverberates through the air as Gohan and Beerus collide, their fingers interlocking, each unleashing their full might against one another. The sky transforms under the overwhelming force radiating from them. As their energy surges, it triggers fluctuations in the atmospheric pressure. The unparalleled energy disperses, conjuring dark clouds and a relentless flurry of lightning, presenting a scene of extraordinary magnitude that astonishes all. Beneath them, the ocean churns violently from the shockwaves of their clash, and the earth, as the battleground, bears the brunt of this unimaginable power. Teetering on the brink of destruction. What is the matter? Scion, if you do not summon forth greater strength, you shall be crushed by my might. Beerus snarls, baring his teeth as he amplifies his energy, bearing down upon Gohan with the intent to overwhelm him with sheer force. This is the first time in history that a battle has ignited his fighting spirit, causing his blood to surge with fervor. After countless millennia, this sensation resurfaces, provoking a frenzy within Beerus. Humph! Do not underestimate me, the god of destruction. As his words resonate, a brilliant white light bursts forth from Gohan's eyes. His muscles tense, and the power of his mysterious state is further unleashed. The battle power reaches an astonishing 200 quintillion. Not bad at all. At this level, I can still continue to improve. Sensing the growing strength between his arms, Beerus grins, revealing his teeth. Gohan has greatly surpassed Beerus's expectations, delivering an unforeseen surprise. The clash of their powers intensifies, becoming an unstoppable force. Neither side relinquishes their grip, as their strengths continue to escalate. Crack, crack. The bones of both fighters creak under the extreme power, and the force radiating from Gohan and Beerus causes a cataclysmic shift on Earth. The seas boil, mountains tremble, and the sky darkens. The collision of their powers and auras is no longer confined to warping the space of Earth alone, but is distorting even the dimensions beyond it. At this moment, the surroundings take on a dreamlike quality, evoking a sense of dread. The spatial barrier of the real world is on the verge of being shattered by the forces of the other dimension. Beerus is acutely aware of this phenomenon, yet he remains unfazed. Gohan, however, is struck with shock at the emergence of the other dimension. He realizes that continuing the battle on Earth is no longer viable. Otherwise, the planet will face utter destruction. Gohan understands all too well the catastrophic consequences that would ensue if the other dimension were to breach the reality of their world. Those lacking sufficient power would perish. Clenching his jaw, Gohan's spirit surges, and the muscles in his arms bulge. Within the hyperbolic time chamber, he has honed his mysterious state to its pinnacle. The peak of this mysterious state is far superior to the nascent form he had just achieved. The pinnacle of the mysterious state amplifies his normal battle power by an astounding 5,000 times. It is not inferior to the power of a Super Saiyan god. The instantaneous surge in battle power overwhelms Beerus, rendering him utterly suppressed as his body is tossed around like a mere toy in Gohan's hands. Overcome by this unimaginable force, Beerus is momentarily stunned. He is flung several kilometers away by Gohan, but quickly regains his composure. The power of destruction surges within him as he charges at Gohan with full speed. Howya! As Beerus approaches with lethal intent, Gohan concentrates all his energy into his right leg. Blue and white lightning envelopes his leg, its ferocity more terrifying than thunder itself. The mysterious state is now fully unleashed. A formidable strike is imminent. This is a technique that Son Wukong developed through countless years of meditation in the hyperbolic time chamber. Confronted by the approaching god of destruction, Beerus, Son Wukong unleashed a powerful whip kick. The piercingly intense blue and white lightning, infused with a terrifying might capable of upending the very fabric of existence, twisted the space around it and exuded an overwhelming pressure. Rushing forward at full speed, the god of destruction, Beerus, found himself momentarily stunned, his pupils constricting as he instinctively raised his arms to shield his chest. The earth-shattering roar erupted with a deafening blast. The visible blue and white lightning expanded and danced, while the horrific shockwave layered upon itself, transforming into a storm that could annihilate all in its path. The god of destruction, Beerus, lost control of his body due to this unimaginable strike and soared through the Earth's atmosphere, hurtling towards the cosmos. The force of this strike was beyond imagination, rendering him unable to stabilize his body in such a brief span of time. Seizing the opportunity, Son Gohan shifted the battlefield from Earth to the vast expanse of outer space. He surged forth at full speed, racing into the cosmos. The intensity of this fierce battle left the Z warriors in a state of shock. Now that the battlefield had transitioned to the universe, their vision was obscured. And coupled with the ambiguity of energy readings, they were unable to ascertain the precise circumstances of the fight. As an observer, the Angel Whis thoughtfully utilized his abilities to project the events unfolding in space through his staff. This scene left everyone in a state of shock. They had previously regarded Whis merely as the attendant of the god of destruction, Beerus, believing him to be insignificant. However, it has now become evident that even a servant of a god of destruction is a master among masters. The mere ability to project images of battle is far beyond their grasp. The Z fighters held such thoughts, and one can only imagine their astonishment if they were to learn that Whis is, in fact, the master of the god of destruction. Meanwhile, in the vastness of space, the god of destruction, Beerus, wore a look of horror as he gazed at his arms crackling with blue and white lightning, which were now throbbing with pain. The pain caused him to furrow his brow and ignite a fire within him, yet these sensations were precisely what he had anticipated. Soon, Son Wukong transcended the earthly realm and arrived before the god of destruction, Beerus. The sight of Son Wukong astonished Beerus. He had not expected that a scion could endure in the vastness of space. However, such considerations were trivial now. From the very first glance upon their reunion, their eyes locked, and an invisible force erupted in a clash of might. The ferocious aura enveloped the surroundings, radiating with an intensity unparalleled. The energy of Son Wukong collided with the destructive power of Beerus, with these two disparate forces engaging in an electrifying confrontation, tearing open countless minuscule black holes at their center. Neither party broke the silence, yet the fierce battle intent blazing in their eyes conveyed their intentions with clarity. This fervent desire for combat permeated the cosmos, distorting the vast expanse of stars as if it were mere illusion. Previously, on Earth, Son Wukong had been cautious, reluctant to display his true strength, for any miscalculation could shatter the planet. The battlefield of the planet proved insufficient for their tumultuous clash, but now, in the boundless universe, they could unleash their full potential. The earlier strike had demonstrated considerable might. It had been eons since Beerus had experienced such intense pain. With narrowed eyes, the god of destruction released an unspoken aura of malice, transmitting energy that resonated in Son Wukong's ears. "Thank you for the compliment, god of destruction." Son Wukong replied with a dismissive chuckle. "Humph. To receive praise from the god of destruction, you should consider yourself fortunate to depart this world. I am already aware of your capabilities. Now, it is time for this to conclude." Beerus's eyes turned icy, and in an instant, the dormant destructive power that had accumulated within him for countless years began to awaken. The profound essence of destruction coalesced, and the deeply suppressed violet energy radiated from Beerus's palm, its terrifying potency palpable upon careful observation. The oppressive force of destruction sent a shiver of danger through Son Wukong. Destruction. With that exclamation, the sphere of destructive energy erupted from Beerus's palm. The destructive energy sphere this time is imbued with a deeper hue, presenting a rich crimson color. Its potent destructive divine power surpassing all imagination. Spiral energy sphere. Son Gohan is acutely aware of the formidable nature of this technique and does not dare to become complacent. With utmost concentration, he channels energy into the palms of his hands, forming a spiraling energy sphere that merges and compresses into a singularity. He then sweeps his hand, and the spiral energy sphere collides with the destructive energy sphere at an astonishing speed. Boom. The terrifying destructive divine power clashes with the spiral energy sphere. The overwhelming energy rampages in all directions, sweeping away at an incredible velocity, reaching tens of thousands of light years in but a fleeting moment. What? The technique that had instilled the utmost confidence in Lord Beerus for vanquishing Son Gohan has been thwarted, leaving the god of destruction utterly astonished. For the first time in history, divine power has been suppressed by a mortal's technique. "You shall not destroy me, Beerus." Son Gohan conveys his voice through energy transmission. simultaneously amplifying the strength of the spiral energy sphere. Through his modifications and creativity, the spiral energy sphere can harness the intense rotation to gradually decompose the destructive divine power. Beerus's super-destructive energy sphere is completely dismantled by the spiral energy sphere, scattering into countless particles that drift through the cosmos. Ding. Automatically absorbing the scattered energy from Beerus's super-destructive energy sphere, converting it into energy points, 100 quintillion. Ding. Automatically absorbing the scattered energy from Beerus's super-destructive energy sphere, converting it into energy points, 300 quintillion. Ding. Automatically absorbing the scattered energy from Beerus's super-destructive energy sphere, converting it into energy points, 500 quintillion. After dismantling the super-destructive energy sphere, the spiral energy sphere continues to advance until it halts before Beerus. It was not Gohan's intentional halt of the spiraling energy attack. Rather, it was Beerus, the god of destruction, who extended a finger to intercept this seemingly unstoppable blow of annihilation. Humph. With an irked snort, Beerus unleashed his divine power, shattering the spiraling energy attack instantaneously. In this scene, Son Gohan felt no turmoil within his heart. The spiral energy ball was merely an appetizer. If it could truly harm Beerus, the god of destruction, that would indeed be a surprise. Effortlessly shattering the spiral energy ball, Beerus narrowed his eyes, exuding a fierce killing intent, and in an instant, he launched another attack. His colossal fist, imbued with an unfathomable amount of destructive power, barreled towards Son Gohan. What a splendid encounter! Son Gohan observed Beerus's advance and realized that the power wielded by the god of destruction had exceeded 1,000 quintillions. Ultra Divine Strike. With his right arm engulfed in flames, Son Gohan counterattacked. A thunderous collision ensued as their fists met, sending tremors rippling through the cosmos. The unimaginable sound of devastation reverberated outward, an ineffable force of annihilation spreading in an instant to engulf the universe. Given the current might of Beerus and Son Gohan, the collision beyond the critical threshold could unleash destruction capable of obliterating the cosmos, echoing through endless galaxies. What a remarkable lad! You managed to withstand that? Beerus exclaimed in astonishment. That last strike was executed with all his might. He hadn't anticipated it would be blocked by Son Gohan. Once more, Son Gohan surged forward, charging at Beerus. An unprecedented and fierce battle erupted anew. The clash of fists and feet not only shook this star domain, but caused the entire universe to sway violently. Visible shockwaves radiated outward, transforming into colossal waves of space, spreading at a velocity of dozens of light years per second into the depths of the cosmos. Within the solar system, celestial bodies were struck by the dispersing aftermath, countless asteroids shattered under the terrifying force, obliterated by the combined might of the god of destruction and Son Gohan. Reduced to cosmic dust. Chapter 105, The Emergence of the Super Saiyan Beast, The Turmoil of the Universe. The intensity of the battle escalates relentlessly. This conflict has transcended the realm of Earth's Z warriors, drawing the attention of the four kings of the universe stationed in the cardinal directions, including the Supreme Kai and the Elder Kai residing in the Kai realm. The tumultuous clash between Gohan and the god of destruction, Beerus, has generated such magnitude that even the dimensional world they inhabit has felt its repercussions. On Earth, the Z warriors aboard a luxurious cruise ship upon the ocean are beset by expressions of dread and astonishment. Before their eyes, the sky is dominated by an endless sphere of white light that expands ceaselessly, emanating waves potent enough to obliterate everything in existence. In an instant, spatial ripples permeate the atmosphere, causing the sea's surface to undulate and the vessel beneath their feet to sway precariously, buffeted by the tumultuous waters. Across the globe, this upheaval has instigated unimaginable transformations. Is the apocalypse upon us? At this moment, Krillin's visage is as pale as parchment, uttering a feeble lament. In such circumstances, he feels as insignificant as an ant, longing to intervene, yet rendered powerless. How could the other Z warriors feel any different? In the realm of Tianjing, a figure akin to the legendary Sun Wukong, known as Son Gohan, instilled a profound sense of helplessness even in the hearts of Wukong and Vegeta, who clenched their fists in despair. In stark contrast to this battle, their previous confrontation with the god of destruction, Beerus, seemed trivial, akin to mere child's play, unworthy of serious attention. The future incarnation of Gohan was a formidable force, leaving one to ponder the rigorous training that could yield such power. Even the might of a Super Saiyan god would likely falter against a single blow from him. As Goku gazed skyward, he was overwhelmed by a sense of impotence and frustration. The notion of Super Saiyan God faded into insignificance when confronted with the ever-expanding shockwave above. After years apart, he had hoped to bridge the gap between them, yet he was taken aback to find that the chasm had widened beyond measure. Vegeta, silent and contemplative, directed a grave stare towards the heavens, his thoughts a tumultuous whirlpool. Today marked a day of unparalleled shock and realization for him. He never anticipated the battle would escalate to such a catastrophic level, should it continue. The very fabric of the universe might be rendered void under the combined might of Lord Beerus and this future Gohan. As an angel, Whis was acutely aware of the cosmic implications of Gohan and Beerus's unleashed energies, which had reached a magnitude capable of obliterating the universe. However, he showed no intention of intervening. Firstly, he wished to see Beerus exert himself, breaking free from his habitual lethargy. Secondly, this Gohan from another timeline was not an adversary that could be easily subdued by a god of destruction. Moreover, as an angel, Whis possessed the means to reverse any catastrophic consequences should the universe approach annihilation. In the Kaioshin realm, the old Kaioshin, his face etched with deep wrinkles, appeared ashenth, his age seemingly magnified. Alongside him, the East Kaioshin, Shin, and Jebet bore expressions of anxiety, their features betraying a sense of dread. Their gazes were fixated upon the sky above the Kaioshin realm, where an ever-growing spatial vortex loomed ominously. Please, cease this immediately, Lord Beerus, along with that future Son Gohan. Should this conflict persist, the entire universe will vanish in the wake of such overwhelming power. At this moment, the old Kaioshin could only silently lament within his heart. Regrettably, he found himself powerless to halt the destructive deity, Beerus. Presently, there was no one in the entire universe capable of intervening in the battle between the god of destruction and Son Gohan. All they could do was pray fervently, hoping that the clash between Gohan and Beerus would reach a swift conclusion. Otherwise, the entire cosmos would be utterly obliterated by the ensuing shockwaves. In the vast expanse of the universe, amidst the battlefield, the fierce combat had momentarily ceased. The god of destruction, Beerus, suspended in the cosmic void, regarded Son Gohan with an increasingly grave and incredulous gaze. Against a mere mortal, he had unprecedentedly summoned destructive powers potent enough to shake the very fabric of the universe and annihilate all in their path. Such news, if it were to spread, would surely incite the derision of other deities of destruction. To witness a scion from alternate realms achieve such feats is indeed a rarity, a phenomenon that can only be described as the emergence of an unparalleled genius once in a billion years. The very fact that you, a mere mortal, can contend with me to this extent is a source of immense pride. Lord Beerus, the god of destruction, with his hands clasped behind his back and his piercing gaze fixed upon Son Gohan, spoke in a grave tone. In the distance, Son Gohan, upon hearing Beerus's commendation, felt a flicker of joy cross his face. However, that smile was swiftly replaced by a serious expression. He understood that the reason for Beerus's praise was that the god of destruction was now prepared to engage in earnest. Enough of this farce, in my endless existence. You are the first mortal to compel me to unleash such power. Even in destruction, I shall find no regret. As his words echoed, Lord Beerus once again summoned the energy within him, an overwhelming force of destruction that surged forth, seemingly boundless and relentless. A thunderous roar erupted within the vastness of space. In an instant, the infinite power of destruction swirled around Beerus, coalescing into a tempest capable of annihilating all in its path, engulfing the entire universe in mere moments. Son Gohan, closest to Beerus, sensed the terrifying surge of energy and instinctively raised his arms in defense, channeling all his strength in an attempt to halt the impending force. Yet, the horror of the god of destruction surpassed his wildest imaginings, as he was violently propelled hundreds of meters away by the shockwave of this cataclysmic power. At this moment, Sun Wukong acutely sensed the immense power of the god of destruction. As he braced himself against the tempest of energy, the surrounding space trembled incessantly, with even the neighboring planets disintegrating into dust under the might of the god of destruction. The seemingly boundless force of annihilation instilled in Sun Wukong a profound sense of existential peril. This sensation is unparalleled. An overwhelming aura of purplish-red destruction envelopes him. As the combat power of the god of destruction, Beerus, skyrockets to a truly terrifying realm. Is this the true essence of a god of destruction? The oppressive force is almost suffocating, causing Son Gohan to gasp, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. The system automatically displays Beerus's current combat power before his eyes. Previously, Beerus exhibited a combat power merely in the thousands. Now, his strength has transcended the 8th dimension, entering the 6th dimension, boasting an astonishing combat power of 10 Ron. In comparison to moments ago, he has grown 100-fold stronger. Destruction. With a detached utterance, a visible shockwave of energy radiates outward, forcibly altering the trajectories of planets within the entire star system. In this mysterious state, Son Gohan can only manage to withstand the onslaught. Once Beerus unleashes the true might of a god of destruction, a mere phrase or gesture can incite turmoil throughout the universe. At this moment, Beerus gazes down upon Son Gohan from his elevated position, his cold eyes filled with disdain for all. With the manifestation of this power, the battle has nearly reached its conclusion. Aware of the terrifying pressure emanating from Beerus, Son Gohan understands that this is not the true source of the god of destruction's fearsome nature. It is this world that constrains his potential, limiting him to this level of power. If unshackled, Beerus could elevate his destructive prowess to an even higher dimension, directly ascending to the 10th dimension, surpassing all known boundaries. This is also what the original text conveys, the 10th unit. Such formidable power is truly terrifying. It seems that if I do not exert my full strength, I shall meet a dreadful end. Taking a deep breath, Son Gohan calms his mind and summons the Scion power that he has concealed within. What? Feeling the shift in Son Gohan's aura, Beerus's pupils constrict slightly, disbelief flickering in his eyes. Has it truly come to this? This Scion before him still possesses hidden strength? Suddenly, Beerus recalls the moment when Sun Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan God, and a bolt of realization strikes him. Could it be that you too can transform into a Super Saiyan God? Beerus exclaims loudly. Coupled with the previous prophecies of the Oracle Fish and the formidable strength displayed by Son Gohan, along with his Saiyan lineage, Beerus has now associated Son Gohan with the Super Saiyan God foretold in the prophecy. The individual before him may very well be the rival capable of matching him in strength. Regrettably, Beerus, you are mistaken. I have neither cultivated the divine power nor mastered the transformation into a Super Saiyan God. I am forging my own path. With a furious roar, a crimson light ignites in Son Gohan's eyes. An overwhelming, primordial ferocity erupts from within him, surging forth. A thunderous boom resounds. A fierce silver-white aura emanates outward, a terrifying tempest sweeping across the entire northern galaxy. Before Son Gohan, the destroyer god Beerus tenses, sensing the catastrophic energy surge in a moment of carelessness. He is propelled thousands of miles away by the onslaught of this menacing whirlwind. Section 105. The silver-white flames intertwine with blue-white currents, continuously expanding to form an energy sphere comparable in size to a celestial body. All living beings in the universe feel an overwhelming sense of terror descending upon them, as if their hearts are gripped by an invisible hand, making it difficult for them to breathe. This aura is not divine power. How can this be? A mere mortal has reached such heights. Beerus is astounded by Son Gohan's immense strength. Such a level of power, when compared to other universes, undoubtedly reaches the caliber of a destroyer god. In fact, even those destroyer gods at the lower echelons may not stand a chance against Gohan. On Earth, all eyes were fixed upon the astonishing blue and white light suspended high in the sky, along with Gohan's overwhelming aura, which was terrifying beyond measure. Each Z-fighter present was acutely aware of Gohan's boundless and formidable presence, understanding just how exaggerated and powerful this force truly was. The sheer impact and intensity of his aura were beyond their capacity to withstand. Even if they all combined their energies, they might still falter against this overwhelming pressure. Had the battlefield not shifted to the cosmos, the force generated by this explosive aura alone could have shattered the Earth countless times. Vados, an angel, gazed in astonishment at the energy center, observing Gohan's continuous transformation and ascension. As a mortal who had never cultivated divine power, nor had anyone to guide him, to reach such a realm through sheer self-discovery is indeed an extraordinary achievement. Such a level of power, even as a candidate for the god of destruction of the 7th universe, is indeed remarkable. It is astonishing that, as a mere mortal, he possesses such potential, exclaimed Whis in surprise. Simultaneously, his gaze shifted towards Gohan of this world. The Gohan hailing from another realm possesses such formidable strength. Thus, this world's Gohan equally embodies the same latent potential. Should I consider nurturing him? In the vast expanse of the cosmos, the boundless aura that had instigated cosmic upheaval began to retract, gradually diminishing. Beerus, bracing against the impact of this overwhelming force, summoned all his focus. In the face of such ferocious and fierce power, even the might of a god of destruction seemed somewhat insufficient. For the first time since assuming the role of god of destruction, Beerus felt a presence so unfathomable. Since the dawn of the universe, apart from Whis, no being had compelled him to engage with such seriousness. The era of invincibility had lingered for so long that it had dulled his sense of battle. Now, stimulated by Gohan's fierce aura, his blood began to stir restlessly, the long-dormant fervor within him roiling and boiling. Crackling sounds erupted amidst the pitch-black cosmos, unleashing countless bolts of lightning. Centered around Gohan, waves of energy continuously receded. Observing this, Beerus sharpened his focus, his eyes fixed intently on the epicenter of the energy. A shadowy figure began to materialize before his gaze. In this moment, the destroyer god, Beerus, felt his pupils constrict slightly. The scene before him mirrored that of his prophetic dream, yet it was not the form of a Super Saiyan god. It appeared that the prophecy of the Oracle Fish was erroneous. The Super Saiyan god was indeed destined to appear today. But the formidable adversary from my premonitory dream was not the Super Saiyan god at all. It was this young man. A fervent battle spirit surged within Beerus's eyes. Chapter 106, A God is Not Invincible. Having reached a sudden realization, the destroyer god, Beerus, clenched his fist with exhilaration. This fated opponent was someone he had long anticipated. His entire being trembled with excitement, a visceral joy emanating from within. In an instant, the energy erupting from Son Gohan began to diminish gradually. It shrank at a visibly discernible pace, with all energy converging towards the center, not a trace escaping. The diameter contracted from tens of thousands of meters to thousands, hundreds, and finally to mere dozens, transforming into a singular humanoid form. Son Gohan's figure emerged, exuding a ferocity more savage and terrifying than that of a beast. At this moment, he awakened like a primordial beast, each movement radiating an overwhelming pressure. With silvery hair standing on end and crimson eyes, his aura pulsated with such intensity that visible blue-white lightning crackled around him. All energy and aura were retracted back into his body. Yet this presence alone compelled Beerus to remain vigilant. He understood that this was a particularly formidable adversary. Is this your full power? Finally, it resembles something, Beerus remarked, his gaze fixed on the transformed Son Gohan. He sensed no divine aura from Gohan. This young man had ascended to this realm purely through his own immense strength. It was rare to encounter such a powerful entity throughout the cosmos. Thank you for your patience, Destroyer God, Son Gohan said, his demeanor transformed, radiating an unprecedented confidence and arrogance. Stabilizing his transformation into the first stage of Super Saiyan Beast, he flexed his fingers and stretched his body. Upon closer inspection, one would discern that his aura was calm, yet the pressure it emitted was enough to crush a being alive. Super Saiyan Beast. The ultimate form he attained after 5 years of arduous training in the hyperbolic time chamber. Once, he had contemplated transforming into a Super Saiyan based on his mysterious state. Now, he had succeeded. The Super Saiyan he became in that mysterious state was none other than Super Saiyan Beast. Now, he had cultivated Super Saiyan Beast to its full power, augmenting his battle power by an astonishing 80 times, equating it to that of a fully powered Super Saiyan. His battle power had surged to a staggering 4 quintillion, though there remains a considerable distance between him and the god of destruction, Beerus. He is now a veritable powerhouse of the 6th dimension. Intriguingly, a faint smile graced Beerus's face as he unleashed a violet energy beam with a mere snap of his fingers. In the face of this overwhelming divine force, Son Gohan remained unfazed, raising his right hand, enveloped in boundless energy, and gently waved it. With a resounding boom, Beerus's probing attack was instantly dispersed. The space around them warped and tore due to the sheer force exerted by Son Gohan, creating a miniature black hole. The surrounding cosmos brimmed with the essence of destruction, which in turn became nourishment for the system. Ding. Energy from the destruction caused by Beerus was automatically absorbed and converted into energy points. 1G. Ding. Energy from the destruction caused by Beerus was automatically absorbed and converted into energy points. 3G. Ding. Energy from the destruction caused by Beerus was automatically absorbed and converted into energy points. 5G. Ding. Energy from the destruction caused by Beerus was automatically absorbed and converted into energy points. 10G. Such trifling antics hold no sway over me, God of Destruction. I have now summoned my full strength. Come forth, let me witness whether the God of Destruction prevails or if my Super Saiyan Beast surpasses you. Son Gohan assumed a battle stance, heightening his vigilance, his crimson eyes radiating an indescribable cold glimmer as they fixated intently on Beerus, leaving no room for complacency. Such bravado. Beerus chuckled lightly, maintaining a seemingly vulnerable posture, as the divine power within him stirred and surfaced. In an instant, their auras collided. The cosmic space visibly warped under the immense pressure of their intent to battle, marking the commencement of the ultimate confrontation between the strongest mortal and the god of destruction. Super Saiyan Beast versus God of Destruction Beerus. A deafening roar echoed through the cosmos, causing the very fabric of space to tremble incessantly. Son Gohan and Beerus struck simultaneously, transforming into beams of light that traversed the universe, silver and deep violet luminescence leaving a brilliant and indelible mark across the heavens. With a cataclysmic explosion, unimaginable power erupted, unleashing devastating tidal waves of destruction throughout the cosmos. The clash of their forces generated shockwaves that rapidly expanded at a visible pace, obliterating nearby planets and reducing them to ash. This is merely the beginning. In the next instant, a relentless and ferocious onslaught of fists and feet follows. The resounding echoes of impacts reverberate through the cosmos. Bang, pound, bang, pound, bang, pound, bang, pound, bang, pound, bang, pound. The continuous sounds of explosive collisions between Son Gohan and Beerus, infused with both divine destruction and mortal essence, create a cataclysmic atmosphere that shakes the very fabric of the universe. The radius of their power expands ever wider, erasing countless stars and planets in its wake. Yet, neither Beerus nor Son Gohan pays heed to these extraordinary phenomena. They are wholly immersed in their battle, relishing the fervor and exhilaration that combat brings. With complete abandon, their bodies and souls ascend together, engaging in an unrelenting clash, alternating between offense and defense, pursuit and retaliation. The exchanges of blows transform into clashes of energy blasts, innumerable projectiles hurtling into the depths of the cosmos, obliterating any unfortunate celestial body struck, reducing it to mere nothingness. Ding! Automatically absorbing energy from the destruction of Beerus's energy blast, converted into energy points. 10G. Ding! Automatically absorbing energy from the destruction of Beerus's energy blast, converted into energy points. 30G. Ding! Automatically absorbing energy from the destruction of Beerus's energy blast, converted into energy points. 50G. A continuous barrage of attacks ensues. In his beastly state, Son Gohan reveals the formidable strength inherent to this form. Even when faced with a disparity in power, the Super Saiyan Beast can rise to the challenge, overcoming the mighty with the seemingly weak. The Saiyant's innate combat prowess, which grows stronger with each battle, becomes evident. Amidst the immense pressure of this top-tier clash, Son Gohan undergoes a constant metamorphosis, evolving and ascending at an astonishing rate. Bang! Pound! The god of destruction, Beerus, lands a heavy blow upon Son Gohan's torso. In retaliation, Son Gohan delivers a sweeping kick to Beerus's face. Both are propelled nearly 1,000 meters through the cosmos by the force of their clash. Stabilizing their bodies, they simultaneously channel their inner energies, gathering their ultimate moves. Son Gohan clasps his hands together, fully unleashing the energy reservoir of the Super Saiyan Beast as a formidable aura coalesces into a sphere of gold and blue energy. Manifesting in the center of his palms, crackling with energy, a swarm of blue and white lightning envelopes Son Gohan, intensifying with the growing strength of his aura. His power escalates exponentially as arcs of electricity spread and surge around him. This technique is a fusion of the instantaneous movement and the Kamehameha wave, perfected by Gohan during 5 years of rigorous training in the hyperbolic time chamber. Intransigent humans, despite your formidable strength, the chasm that separates you from a deity such as myself cannot be bridged by mere transformations. Before the might of destruction, you shall vanish into oblivion. With a thunderous roar, the god of destruction, Beerus, unleashed his overwhelming destructive energy once more. He raised his hands high, channeling and condensing an infinite reservoir of destructive power into a colossal energy sphere, measuring 100 meters in diameter. At this moment, the destructive energy sphere exudes an extraordinary power. Once detonated, a significant portion of the universe would vanish into oblivion, and even neighboring universes would feel its repercussions. Do not underestimate the Saiyans. With a hysterical roar, Gohan concentrated his dual energy waves in both hands and unleashed them, akin to a world-devouring dragon, roaring incessantly. A colossal, boundless pillar of golden blue energy, imbued with unparalleled and unstoppable destructive force, surged toward the god of destruction, Beerus. Observing this, Beerus's expression darkened further as he disdainfully declared, "You insolent fool, utterly foolish." In the next instant, he swung his hands with great force, propelling the maximally condensed super-destructive energy sphere. The collision of the two cataclysmic energies ignited ripples throughout space. The thunderous impact resonated, sending shockwaves cascading in all directions. the terrifying force churning the entire universe into chaos. As the energies clashed, the frequency of the cosmic tremors escalated dramatically. It was but a futile struggle, submit to defeat. With a cold huff, the divine energy within Beerus intensified. The power of a god of destruction can be magnified infinitely, contingent upon the intensity of his desire and conviction to obliterate. As long as his desire for destruction remains fervent, his strength can increase without bounds. In the moment Beerus exerted his power, the super-destructive energy sphere shifted from equilibrium to dominance. Gohan's dual energy beams were relentlessly pushed back, and he felt an immense pressure bearing down upon him. The sense of oppression in his palms surged, his muscles tensed, veins protruding like serpents across his skin. Stimulated by this formidable external force, Gohan's latent potential was further unleashed. The invisible barrier that had stood before him was shattered in an instant. His combat power skyrocketed from 4 quintillion to 10 quintillion. Such a staggering increase in strength took even Beerus, the god of destruction, by surprise. Ah! Gohan's frantic scream echoed throughout the cosmos. With a crackling sound, blue and white currents erupted around him, causing his muscles to swell dramatically. The golden-blue energy cannon in his palm doubled in size at a visible pace, instantly reversing the tide of battle. Boom! A resounding explosion reverberated through the cosmos, unleashing waves upon waves of tumult. The fusion technique of Son Gohan's Mystic Flash and the Kamehameha was forcing Beerus's super-destruction energy sphere into retreat. The energy sphere was pushed back, and Beerus's expression grew increasingly grim, a chilling aura of murderous intent emanating from him. The power of destruction surged in tandem with his rising fury. As a god of destruction, he possessed the capacity to annihilate all existence. Yet now, he found himself unable to vanquish Son Gohan, a profound affront to his divine authority. In this moment, his wrath ignited. For a mere mortal to challenge a deity was a testament to audacity, and now the time for retribution had come. With that declaration, Beerus amplified his energy manifold. The diameter of the super-destruction energy sphere doubled in size. The tide of battle shifted once more, and Son Gohan's impending defeat seemed inevitable. Had it been any other race, they would have surely succumbed. However, Scions never yield. A primal scream erupted from the depths of Son Gohan's being. A complete liberation of body and soul, as his ultimate skill output surged once again. The latent potential of his body, the elevation of his spirit, and the strength of the Super Saiyan beast converged in a moment of transcendence. The energies of the two opponents clashed in a stalemate, inciting a cosmic tempest that tore through the fabric of darkened space. For half a minute, the deadlock persisted, with no resolution in sight. Should this struggle continue, even the residual shockwaves of their energy release could obliterate the world. In the heart of the energy collision, the powers of destruction and Son Gohan's energy were relentlessly compressed and intertwined, ultimately forming a black void that greedily absorbed Beerus's destructive might and Gohan's energy waves. Yet, in their fervor, both Son Gohan and Beerus were oblivious to the void created by the energy rift. When the compression reached its zenith, an explosion ensued. A thunderous roar echoed through the cosmos as the two energies reached a critical point, spiraling out of control in a cataclysmic detonation. In the pitch-black universe, a brilliant white light surged forth, enveloping all in its path, as an unfathomable wave of energy reverberated throughout the cosmos. At this moment, both the Z warriors on Earth and the deities observing from their realms shielded their eyes from the blinding brilliance. Chapter 107. The Ultimate Battle Between Mortal and Divine. On Earth, time passed slowly, and after approximately a minute, the overwhelming radiance began to fade. Everyone lowered their hands, gazing into the now tranquil sky. When calm returned, it appeared as if nothing had transpired. Yet, all the Z warriors stood wide-eyed, their expressions filled with astonishment. Had Gohan's energy vanished? In this world, Bick gazed up at the sky, unable to sense Gohan's energy, as if it had vanished into thin air. A growing sense of unease enveloped him. The disappearance of a person's energy equated to their demise. He could not fathom that the battle between Gohan and the god of destruction, Beerus, would conclude in this manner. Such a formidable warrior could not possibly fall at the hands of a deity of destruction. Their energies had not dissipated, rather, they had spread into the depths of the universe. I can feel it, Gohan and Lord Beerus's energies. Their battle is far from over, solemnly declared Goku. He had transformed the mastery of Super Saiyan God into his own, achieving a remarkable enhancement in perception and other abilities. Among those present, aside from the most powerful warriors, none could detect Gohan's energy signature. Beside him, Vegeta remained silent, a glimmer of brilliance flickering in his eyes. With his strength, discerning the state of the battle was relatively effortless. At the periphery of the group stood Whis, the angel, wearing a smile. As the supreme angel of the universe, no one was more aware of the battle's true nature than he. Gohan was unharmed, and so was Beerus, even as the intensity of the conflict escalated. A resolution remained elusive. If a decisive outcome could not be reached in the near future, suspicion might arise in Whis' mind. Just as an unexpected turn of events unfolded, a dazzling green light suddenly erupted from the gem atop his staff. An exalted command emanated from beyond the universe, from a higher dimensional realm, reaching his hands. This message came from the Grand Minister. Upon careful perception, Whis' pupils constricted sharply. He understood all too well what this message signified. Aside from the Omni King, the most formidable deity was his father, the Grand Minister. To Whis' astonishment, the events transpiring in Universe 7 had indeed captured the attention of the Grand Minister. This is quite dire. In the cosmic expanse, within the meteorite zone located at the heart of the northern galaxy, after a cataclysmic explosion, Gohan was hurled thousands of light years away by the shockwave. At this moment, he lay upon a colossal fragment of meteorite. The form of the Super Saiyan beast was tenuously maintained, yet his garments lay in tatters due to the explosion, and his robust physique bore countless minute lacerations inflicted by the blast. Vivid crimson blood flowed incessantly from his wounds, and he was besieged by excruciating pain that felt as if myriad ants were gnawing at him. The agony was overwhelming. The power of destruction had inflicted such grievous harm upon him. His breathing became increasingly labored. Fortunately, Gohan had long since acquired the ability to survive in the cosmos. Otherwise, in his current state, death would soon claim him. The injuries he sustained could not heal in the short term, and despite his formidable strength, he was unable to harness it. With no other recourse, Gohan reluctantly accessed the system interface. Host, Gohan age, 35 bloodline, half-earthling Saiyan, special, normal combat power index, 2500 quintillion super Saiyan beast combat power index, 10 Ron current energy points, 130 Zeta 2300 quintillion 1500 Jing 1101 trillion 1130 billion 6760 4,000,8500 points. System, exchange for a Senzu Bean. Gohan unhesitatingly redeemed a Senzu Bean. Ding. The Senzu Bean exchange was successful, deducting 100,000 energy points from the host. Remaining energy points, 130 Zeta 2300 quintillion 1500 Jing 1101 trillion 1130 billion 6780 4,000,8500 points. A green bean materialized in the palm of Gohan's hand. Summoning the last of his strength, he placed the Senzu Bean into his mouth. As the bean took effect, its miraculous power surged throughout his body. The bleeding wounds not only ceased but also, in an instant, Gohan was restored to his prime condition. Alongside his healing, his combat power surged. For the Saiyan trait of rebounding from the brink of death resulted in a significant increase in strength. Rising from the meteorite fragment, Gohan flexed his body, clenched his fists, and felt the tempestuous energy within him, refined and more potent than before. The objective this time has been partially achieved. In this surge of strength, he must also express gratitude to the god of destruction, Beerus, of this time and space. Indeed, regardless of the circumstances, combat remains the foremost choice for a Saiyan to enhance their prowess. The rigorous training within the hyperbolic time chamber pales in comparison to the exhilaration of a fierce battle. Gohan clenched his fists, his heart brimming with excitement. Suppressing his fervor, a subtle smile graced his lips as he positioned his right hand into a palm, aligning his index and middle fingers at his forehead. Expanding his aura perception, he honed in on the energy of Beerus, the god of destruction, and with a mere thought, he executed an instant transmission. Simultaneously, at another location in the North Galaxy, Beerus, who had also been propelled away by the explosion, shook his head to clear his mind. The recent cataclysmic blast had disoriented him. Even as a god of destruction, he felt its substantial impact. Such a terrifying explosion must have obliterated that boy, leaving not a trace behind, right? Regaining his composure, Beerus cast a glance at his tattered divine attire, his frustration boiling within him. This garment, a symbol of divine identity, has been tarnished by mere mortals. For the first time, I find myself engulfed in a sense of frustration and humiliation. As a formidable being who has stood atop the pinnacle of this world since the dawn of the universe, the god of destruction, Beerus, has been wounded by a mortal from the lower realms. What is most astonishing is that his assailant did not even wield divine power. However, His fury dissipated swiftly. It is of little consequence. That young man should have been reduced to ashes in the explosion, thus fulfilling my mission. Upon reflection, Beerus could discern no plausible chance for Gohan's survival. Just as he believed Gohan had perished, Gohan appeared behind him, having traversed space in an instant. Not yet over. God of Destruction, I am not so easily extinguished. Gohan's voice resonated within Beerus's mind, instantly revitalizing the God of Destruction. An overwhelming and profound energy erupted behind Beerus, exuding an intensity beyond measure. This terrifying aura, reaching its zenith, could only be attributed to Son Gohan. The boy, seemingly invincible, arrived with remarkable speed. Beerus leisurely turned around, baring his teeth and glaring fiercely at Son Gohan. If I were not to come, would you truly expect me to wait for you to seek me out? Let us continue our battle. A fervent fighting spirit surged in his eyes as the God of Destruction, Beerus, spread his arms wide, unleashing a torrent of energy. The power of the Super Saiyan beast was fully awakened, its terror rivaling that of the ferocious beasts that emerged during the primordial era. This unparalleled momentum surpassed what had just transpired, causing the destroyer god, Beerus, to flinch. The Saiyan race truly is an extraordinary breed, having grown even stronger. Fortunately, he had once commanded Frieza to annihilate the entire Saiyan lineage. Otherwise, with such a multitude of Saiyans, now endowed with this formidable power, he could scarcely fathom any race in the universe capable of standing in their way. Just imagine, thousands upon thousands of Super Saiyan beasts converging, emanating an energy so potent that even he, as a destroyer god, would have to tread carefully. Humph, boy. If you believe this is the full extent of a destroyer god's power, you are gravely mistaken. As the words fell from his lips, Beerus took the initiative to strike. In that fleeting moment, his speed surged with such astonishing swiftness that it rivaled the very essence of light itself. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from his original position, appearing before Son Wukong with an alarming ferocity. Oh no! Such an unfathomable velocity caused Son Wukong's pupils to constrict sharply. He could scarcely comprehend the movements of the God of Destruction, Beerus, let alone perceive them clearly. In that fleeting instant, scarcely lasting even 0.00001 seconds, he did not even glimpse a shadow of what had transpired. A signal of impending danger surged through every cell in his body, prompting Son Wukong to regain his composure. He swiftly raised his hands in front of him, establishing an impregnable defense. In the next moment, the attack from the God of Destruction, Beerus, descended. With his right hand transformed into a claw capable of piercing through all, it deftly circumvented Son Wukong's defenses, delivering a crushing blow to his vulnerable spot. A thunderous roar resonated throughout the cosmos. The immense and boundless force of destruction radiated outward, transforming into colossal waves that swept across the expanse of space. Struck with tremendous impact, Son Wukong spat out a mouthful of dark blood, as unimaginable agony coursed through every fiber of his being. An unstoppable power engulfed him, propelling him backward relentlessly. The excruciating agony rendered him devoid of control over his own body. What on earth is happening? How could I have been so oblivious? Is such velocity truly achievable in an instant? As I traversed through the void, in the process of being propelled backward, Son Gohan calmly analyzed the momentary actions of the God of Destruction, Beerus. The technique of instantaneous movement flickered in his mind, yet upon further reflection, he dismissed the notion as impossible. Stabilizing his backward trajectory, Son Gohan felt a surge of pain, cold sweat trickling down as he grimaced. That last maneuver was not instantaneous movement, but rather a spatial technique. Cursed be it. The might of the God of Destruction surpassed my expectations. The original work never hinted that the God of Destruction possessed spatial abilities. This spells great trouble for me. Son Gohan's gaze sharpened, fixating intently on the distant figure of Beerus, who appeared utterly relaxed, seemingly devoid of any stress. Noticing the confusion and disbelief in Son Gohan's eyes only enhanced the triumphant smile on his face. TCH. A displeased huff escaped Son Gohan as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, the energy within him stirring to mend his injuries. He pondered calmly, strategizing on how to effectively confront the God of Destruction. Just as he was formulating his tactics, Beerus leapt through space once more, launching an assault against him. Have you devised any strategies, boy? Beerus's voice echoed in Son Gohan's ears. Suddenly, an icy chill penetrated his very bones, causing him to part his lips in surprise. Before he could brace himself, the terrifying force of destruction surged toward him. In a moment of dire peril, Son Gohan activated instantaneous movement again, transforming into a fleeting shadow and narrowly evading Beerus' devastating attack. He evaded it. Beerus raised an eyebrow, momentarily taken aback. In the next instant, Son Gohan materialized at his right side, delivering a devastating kick aimed squarely at his face. The impact resonated with a dull thud. The forceful strike was effortlessly caught by Beerus's single hand, stalling his advance. Instantaneous movement? I should have anticipated that you had mastered this ability. A smile crept onto Beerus's face as he swung his hand, hurling Son Gohan away with tremendous force. As he stabilized his backward flight, a glimmer of determination ignited in Son Gohan's eyes. He brought his hands together in a lotus formation at his waist, concentrating his energy. As eerie blue light began to manifest around him, with his full power unleashed, the deep blue radiance grew ever more resplendent. Prepare yourself. Spiraling Kamehameha wave, he bellowed, releasing the accumulated energy, causing immense waves to surge through the cosmos, relentlessly expanding and obliterating countless celestial bodies in its path. This was also practiced within the confines of the time chamber, where the Turtle School's Kamehameha technique was perfected to its zenith, consuming minimal energy while delivering formidable power and enhanced penetrative force. A resounding explosion echoed as a terrifying deep blue energy cannon, entwined with countless blue and white lightning bolts, erupted from Gohan's palm, surging and swirling like a mighty dragon, wreaking havoc in all directions with its boundless might, instilling sheer terror. At its core, there existed an unassuming blue vortex, reminiscent of a black hole, possessing the capability to devour all. Aware of the extraordinary potency of this attack, Beerus furrowed his brow slightly. The energy emanating from Gohan's move had reached a level capable of unsettling him. With no time to ponder further, Beerus crossed his arms, summoning his divine power to form an impenetrable shield. As the god of destruction, Beerus unleashed his power. His foremost thought was to confront Gohan's technique head-on. A thunderous roar erupted, resounding through the cosmos. Centered around Beerus, a profound wave of purple energy surged forth in all directions. The overwhelming force shattered Gohan's ultimate attack, illuminating the pitch-black universe with brilliant flashes of light. Effortlessly dissipating all energy assaults, Beerus conjured a sphere of energy, infused with unimaginable destructive power, in a singular hand. This technique is an upgraded version of the Super Destruction Energy Sphere. Resplendent like a supernova, it emanates an incredibly profound crimson glow. The Destruction Ball, one of the ultimate moves of the god of destruction, Beerus. This technique had never been mentioned in the original work. It could only manifest when the god of destruction, Beerus, recognized an opponent of unparalleled strength. Son Gohan is the first in history to compel him to unleash such a formidable energy and execute his ultimate attack. This sensation is utterly disconcerting. As the god of destruction, Beerus concentrated this unimaginable destructive energy for an assault. Every hair on Son Gohan's body stood on end. In that moment, he sensed an overwhelming and profound sense of impending danger. This move can indeed vanquish him. I shall employ this technique to obliterate you. As a mere mortal, compelling this divine being to unleash such formidable energy is already a feat worthy of acknowledgement. Beerus, with an expression of indifference, radiated a terrifying amethyst-hued destructive energy. This time, there shall be no unforeseen occurrences. The sphere of annihilation continuously swelled, expanding to an astonishing degree. Its diameter reaching hundreds of meters, then kilometers, then tens of thousands of meters. Did you truly believe my abilities were so limited, Beerus? Until the outcome is determined, do not hastily draw conclusions. With a focused gaze, a chilling crimson light manifested in Gohan's eyes. The ferocity and brutality of the Super Saiyan beast were vividly displayed by 16. The crackling of relentless energy surged forth, enveloping him in a tempest of blue and white lightning, as his aura soared, akin to an erupting volcano. Layer upon layer of energy waves stirred countless ripples in the cosmic fabric, unsettling the very space itself, causing the stars of the universe to shift in their positions. This technique marks the very first execution by Son Gohan, an ultimate energy assault that amalgamates the magic attack light cannon, the Super Kamehameha wave, and the magic flash into a trifecta of lethal prowess. This tumultuous fusion of energy possesses a magnitude formidable enough to warp the fabric of cosmic space, enveloping an unparalleled destructiveness. Its astonishing might is so fearsome that it instills terror and unease. With a thunderous roar, two distinct energies collide once more, provoking widespread turmoil throughout the universe. Ding! The energy from the god of destruction, Beerus, is automatically absorbed as the destructive orb cascades down, converting into energy points, 100 quintillion. Ding! The energy absorption continues, yielding 300 quintillion. Ding! Yet again, the energy is absorbed, transforming into 500 quintillion. After a brief stalemate, it is Beerus, the god of destruction, who shatters this fragile calm. A resonating sound reverberates as the intensity of his destructive power escalates, radiating a rich purplish-red luminescence that causes tremors throughout the cosmos. Countless celestial bodies, including a significant portion of the galaxy, are obliterated under the weight of this unleashed divine strength. A deep purplish-red aura emanates from Beerus, enveloping his form. Rather than flickering like flames, it clings to his surface like a liquid, exuding an overwhelming sense of dread and pressure. The potency of his destructive power surges once more. With a fierce glint in his eyes, a beam of purple energy erupts from the palm of Beerus, swiftly penetrating the destructive orb. This scene caused Son Gohan's brow to furrow. Before him, the system displayed a fluctuating power level. If the combat power exhibited by the god of destruction, Beerus, was a staggering 100 Rio, the current power level soared to an astounding 1,000 Rio. This fellow has never truly exerted his full strength. With a resounding boom, the cataclysmic projectile, with a diameter of 10,000 meters, swelled once more, transforming in an instant into an object the size of a small planet, ruthlessly crushing Son Gohan's triple fusion ultimate technique. In this moment, Sun Wukong's mouth fell agape, his eyes shimmering with terror. The power at the level of a celestial deity. This is the true essence of a god of destruction. No, this merely represents the tip of the iceberg of the unfathomable strength possessed by such beings. After enduring 5 years of arduous training in the hyperbolic time chamber and mastering the power of Super Saiyan Beast, Sun Wukong had always believed that even if he could not triumph over Beerus, the strongest god of destruction, he could still rival the deities of other universes. Indeed, he had the might to shake the very foundations of other gods of destruction, even Beerus, the most formidable among them. However, his true power had yet to reach a level where it could genuinely contend with that of a god of destruction. Until he grasped the concept of the 10th dimension and its units, he remained, in the eyes of the gods, akin to an ant. How infuriating. All of my energy has been consumed. The energy that surpasses Super Saiyan Beast has been entirely channeled into my ultimate technique. At this moment, confronted with a purplish-red sphere of destructive energy, comparable in size to an asteroid, he found himself utterly devoid of any means of resistance, rapidly disintegrating. The form of Super Saiyan Beast was no longer tenable. Sun Wukong was utterly exhausted, stripped of all guarantees of survival. At this juncture, he lacked even the strength to teleport away from the battlefield. Consume a Senzu bean? He wished he could, but his body was rendered immobile, devoid of the vigor necessary to exchange for one in the system's marketplace. He had grossly underestimated the might of the god of destruction, leading to this defeat. From the outset, he should have utilized a power-enhancing card. Yet he had not made that choice, opting instead to consume a Senzu bean to recover from his injuries and bolster his strength. With any other attack, Sun Wukong might have retained confidence in his survival, thanks to his nuclear regeneration ability. As long as his core remained intact, he could endure. However, now he faced the most pure and unfathomable force of destruction in the universe. Even a mere touch would render his regenerative abilities ineffective. Should he perish beneath the might of the god of destruction, even the eternal dragon might not be able to revive him. Perhaps the super dragon created by the dragon god Salama could bring him back, but whether he would return as himself remained uncertain. As the power of destruction surged towards him, Sun Wukong found himself bereft of any capacity for resistance. At this moment, it seemed that his defeat was inevitable. Across the earth, all the Z fighters, through the staff of Angel Whis, witnessed this scene with grave expressions and somber faces. They beheld Gohan's battle and understood that he no longer possessed the strength to fight. Faced with the terrifying onslaught of the god of destruction, Beerus, capable of annihilating the entire universe, none could offer assistance, only silence. No, it cannot be. How could that man possibly lose? He has triumphed over every formidable foe. The once silent Android 18 exclaimed vehemently, unwilling to accept this fate for Gohan. And what of the others? Were they not of the same mind? Gohan from the future, whose power far surpassed their own, was a truth they had recognized 12 years prior. Now, Gohan was on the verge of defeat, succumbing to the hands of the god of destruction, Beerus. This harsh reality is one that they find exceedingly difficult to accept. Yet, such is the nature of truth. They are left with no recourse. How infuriating! Is there truly no glimmer of hope? As he gazes upon the formidable destructive energy, Piccolo feels an overwhelming sense of resentment towards his own inadequacy, reaching the pinnacle of his frustration. If only he could attain greater strength, he could assist Gohan. Just a fraction more power would suffice. He would willingly sacrifice himself in Gohan's stead. Goku, in this realm, observes the images projected from the tip of Whis' staff. Clenching his fists in silent determination, his expression growing grave, although he is unaware of the form Gohan has assumed. The sheer magnitude of Gohan's power leaves him feeling utterly powerless. Even in this form, Gohan stands no chance against the god of destruction, Beerus. How could they possibly offer any assistance? Witnessing another version of himself on the brink of obliteration fills Gohan with a profound sense of unease. He is consumed by feelings of indignation and sorrow. Years ago, they had made a pact to astonish one another upon their next reunion. Yet, now that they have met again, the outcome is disheartening. The version of him from the future is locked in a fierce battle with Beerus, while he himself lacks even the qualification to join the fray. If only he could harness the power of Super Saiyan Beast, everything would be turned on its head. It seems that fate has already been sealed. All has come to an end. The Angel Whis murmurs with a solemn expression. Should Gohan perish at the hands of Lord Beerus, I shall not need to escort him to the King of All's palace to meet his father. For reasons unknown, Whis suddenly felt a sense of relief. He was grateful that he had not encountered his father. Had he truly brought Gohan before the Grand Minister, the outcome would have been utterly unpredictable. It was conceivable that the entire seventh universe could face annihilation. With no possibility of redemption, everything had come to an end. Vegeta's voice resonated with a profound heaviness. Now, it was too late. Even if Goku utilized instant transmission to rescue Gohan and evade this calamity, he could not escape the subsequent trials that awaited them. Should the god of destruction, Beerus, truly intend to eradicate Gohan, no one could intervene. Escaping once might be feasible, but evading twice would inevitably lead to total obliteration. Ultimately, should Beerus be provoked to his limits, Earth too would meet its demise. Their involvement in the conflict would only result in their own destruction. Not long ago, Whis had asserted that Beerus would not genuinely destroy Earth, but that was contingent upon not crossing the god of destruction's boundaries. Should that line be breached, death would be the fate of all, and Earth would disintegrate into cosmic dust. At present, they could only hope that, after Gohan's demise, the dragon could restore him to life. However, they were unaware that once erased before the might of a god of destruction, the dragon would be powerless. The power of destruction could obliterate the very essence of existence. It was a force capable of annihilating everything, not merely extinguishing Gohan's corporeal form, but also obliterating his very soul. With nothing left, the possibility of resurrection would vanish. In the vastness of the universe, Gohan found himself cornered, bereft of any means of reversal. In despair, he closed his eyes, awaiting the impending annihilation wrought by the god of destruction. The breath of death surged toward him, the most intense he had ever faced. This time, he was doomed. Even as a traveler endowed with countless means and a system, he faced inevitable demise. Is this where it ends for me? Echoed Son Gohan's thoughts in the depths of his consciousness. It is often in the face of despair that a Saiyan can unleash unimaginable miracles. Destructive energy engulfed Son Gohan's body, disintegrating his flesh and annihilating his soul, gradually consuming him. One must admit, you are a prodigy, however. It is regrettable that you are an outsider. As a god of destruction, it is my duty to eradicate foreign entities. I must eliminate you, otherwise chaos will ensue throughout the universe. With a profound tone, god of destruction Beerus remarked. To be frank, he did not wish to obliterate such a formidable opponent capable of challenging him. It would be a pity to end the confrontation so abruptly. Yet, there was no alternative. This individual did not belong to their realm. The world already had one Son Gohan, and the introduction of a second would lead to utter chaos. No, it is not over yet. Son Gohan, engulfed by the destructive sphere, suddenly emitted a deep, resonant cry. Upon hearing this, god of destruction Beerus momentarily paused. Soon thereafter, a dismissive smile crept across his face as he mockingly declared, "What can you possibly change in your current state? Nothing at all." However, he quickly sensed something amiss. Son Gohan's battered form began to emanate an unimaginable power from within. Boom! At the center of the destructive sphere, a terrifying aura surged forth, colliding with the destructive energy contained within. What? This spectacle left god of destruction Beerus astounded. Was it possible for a reversal at this juncture? Within the body that was being consumed by destructive energy, a formidable force erupted. One capable of contending with the godly power. His latent potential awakened, and a silvery light enveloped Son Gohan. The dormant bloodline power within him was roused by the formidable stimulus and lethal threat posed by the godly energy. The silvery brilliance pierced through the purplish-red energy cocoon formed by the destructive force, sending beams of light cascading into the depths of the universe, shattering the boundless darkness of the cosmic river. Chapter 106. The True Power of the God of Destruction. How is this possible? The power of destruction has been shattered, leaving the God of Destruction, Beerus, utterly astonished as he witnesses this scene unfold before his eyes. Simultaneously, he hastily evades the expanding silver energy beam that stretches into the cosmos. At this moment, he stands dumbfounded, overwhelmed by disbelief. It is crucial to understand that such an event, in his perspective, was entirely inconceivable. The power of destruction possesses the capability to annihilate everything. Yet now, its defeat signifies the emergence of a force that surpasses that of the God of Destruction. On Earth, the attention of all was captivated by this spectacle, eliciting profound astonishment. Gohan has not been obliterated, and the battle is far from over. The angel, Whis, bears an expression of shock, as the circumstances have transcended his expectations. The power of destruction from Lord Beerus not only failed to eradicate Gohan but instead awakened his latent potential, shattering the constraints of possibility and unleashing an extraordinary might. Whis slowly articulates this analysis, as no superior explanation can be found. This revelation rekindles hope among the onlookers. Gohan, that young lad, always manages to deliver unforeseen surprises. At this moment, Piccolo's face brightens with a smile, his clenched fist betraying his excitement, which is difficult to contain. Humph! Rising anew from the brink of death. The power of Science will experience a remarkable enhancement. God of Destruction, your path to victory may not be so effortless henceforth. The current Vegeta, sensing Gohan's boundless and formidable aura, too, clenches his fist in silent determination. This surge of energy represents a qualitative leap compared to before. It is as if one were in the heavens while the other dwells underground. The chasm between the two is utterly incomparable. Much like the disparity between those who have not attained divinity and those who have, he is convinced that under this power belonging to the Scions, even a being as formidable as the God of Destruction, Beerus, would find it exceedingly difficult to vanquish them effortlessly. It appears that a turning point has emerged in the battle. Son Gohan seems to have grown stronger. The android number 17, witnessing this, cast a glance at his sister, observing the expression on number 18's face. At the moment when Son Gohan was engulfed by the power of destruction, number 18's visage was filled with terror and anxiety. Now that the tide is turned, her countenance is radiant with joy. At this instant, number 18 is overwhelmed with excitement, her delicate hands clenched tightly, silently cheering for Son Gohan. In the universe, the vast expanse of darkness is now illuminated by a silvery glow. The silvery light resembled hope, akin to the dawn. The destructive power was thoroughly dismantled and scattered, revealing the current form of Son Gohan. This silvery radiance transformed Son Gohan entirely into a white warrior. At this moment, the brilliance emanating from him rivaled the pinnacle of Goku's mastery during the Tournament of Power in the original tale. The silvery energy was continuously absorbed by Son Gohan, concentrating within his being. As his form fully materialized, Son Gohan reverted to the state of Super Saiyan Beast. However, this iteration of Super Saiyan Beast was strikingly different in intensity compared to the previous one. The silvery aura surged higher, and the crimson glow in his eyes intensified. He had truly awakened as a Super Saiyan Beast at full power. The latent strength of his bloodline was entirely unleashed as a hybrid of Saiyan and Earthling. He had now fully awakened to a form unique to himself. Was this the true power of Super Saiyan Beast? Taking a deep breath, Son Gohan meticulously sensed the astonishing changes occurring within him. In that fleeting moment, he had believed he was on the brink of death. Little did he know that from the edge of demise, he had been reborn, the destructive energy of Beerus's annihilation attack having catalyzed his current state. Revived from the threshold of death, his base combat power underwent a transcendence, leaping from the realm of thousands to the 8th dimension, the unit of ZH. His current base combat power now reached a staggering 10 ZH. Coupled with the 40,000-fold amplification from Super Saiyan Beast, his superficial combat power soared to an astonishing level of 400 YO. Although there remained a slight disparity compared to the current destroyer god, Beerus, what mattered more was that the barrier that had long plagued him was shattered. He comprehended the existence of an even greater transformation beyond Super Saiyan Beast. Casting a glance towards the cosmos where Beerus resided, witnessing the panic-stricken expression on the destroyer god's face, Son Gohan felt an unexpected amusement. Noticing the glint in Son Gohan's eyes, Beerus furrowed his brows, his gaze filled with astonishment. Have you evolved? Or did you always possess this power, only now revealing it? Beerus was eager to know the answer. The surprises that Science brought him were truly overwhelming, though Son Gohan's appearance seemed unchanged from before. The aura he now exuded was utterly transformed. My strength depends on how much destructive power you, Lord Beerus, choose to wield. A sly smile crept onto Son Gohan's lips, and these words ignited Beerus's fury. The dignity of the Destroyer God was being desecrated at this moment, which was absolutely intolerable. You dare to underestimate a Destroyer God? A fierce and boundless killing intent radiated from his gaze as the God of Destruction, Beerus, emanated an even greater aura of destruction, rendering him a figure of unparalleled dread. To be scorned by a mere mortal, did one truly believe that the God of Destruction was limited to this? Were it not for the constraints imposed by this universe, which instilled in him a sense of caution, Son Gohan would have perished the moment their eyes met. No, I have never underestimated the God of Destruction, rather. It is you who has consistently belittled me as a mortal. Son Gohan's eyes blazed with profound dissatisfaction and fury. As the most formidable God of Destruction among the 12 universes, how could Beerus's power be confined to what is merely visible at this moment? This individual has likely yet to unleash even a fraction of his true power. What? Upon hearing this, Beerus slightly furrowed his brow. The anger within him dissipated somewhat, replaced by confusion, yet he could not help but acknowledge Son Gohan's assertion. Perhaps I should express my gratitude. It is your divine destruction energy that has awakened the latent power within me, shaping the being I am now. However, I am acutely aware that despite my newfound strength, it may not suffice to challenge a God of destruction such as yourself. Throughout this battle, you have yet to reveal your true prowess. Clenching his fists, Son Gohan gazed into the eyes of the God of Destruction, Beerus, a fervent determination shining through, devoid of any retreat. As the most formidable God of Destruction among the 12 universes, Beerus's power should be unparalleled, commencing from the 10th dimension, yet due to certain reservations, he has only employed less than a fraction of his true might. Although it is difficult to fathom that at this juncture, the God of Destruction has utilized merely a fraction of his potential, this remains an undeniable truth, a harsh reality. As a being consistently perched atop the power hierarchy within Dragon Ball, Beerus's true strength is far more terrifying than it currently appears. Even after the power tournament, he remains an unequivocally supreme and invincible God of Destruction. It seems my influence has birthed a version of you that is stronger than before, which surprises me greatly that you have discerned this. A sly smile crept across Beerus's face. As Son Gohan stated, he indeed had not revealed his full capabilities, maintaining a playful demeanor throughout. Even in the face of cosmic annihilation, he remains in a state of amusement. My boy, now that you comprehend the chasm that exists between us, do you still wish to engage in these futile struggles? The God of Destruction, Beerus, placed his hands behind his back, his words laden with oppressive weight and formidable impact. The overwhelming pressure emanating from him intensified, rendering Son Gohan increasingly uncomfortable. Even though he has shattered his limits and reached this level, he still falls woefully short in comparison to the vast power exhibited by Beerus. I am fully aware of the disparity between us, yet despite this knowledge, I shall fight until the very end. Because I am a Scion. Even with the understanding of the vast gulf in strength, Son Gohan resolves to battle until the last moment, fully cognizant of the impending defeat, yet determined to engage nonetheless. Thus, the Scion. Even as a traveler from another realm, over the years he has come to accept his identity, firmly believing himself to be a quintessential Scion. Haha. Upon hearing this, Beerus let out a resounding laugh, seemingly both praising Gohan's courage and mocking his incompetence and self-destructive path. As the echoes of his hearty laughter faded, Beerus's gaze shifted from casual indifference to solemn seriousness. Young one, as you wish, as a final gift before your demise, I shall allow you to witness the true form of a God of Destruction. Open your eyes wide and observe closely. The other gods of destruction from different universes are unworthy to witness this moment. You shall be the first. With that proclamation, the God of Destruction, Beerus, spread his arms wide. And at that moment, his profound destructive power underwent a transformation and elevation. The previously oppressive and overwhelming purple energy now transformed into a vibrant crimson hue, its pressure, impact, and combat power surging exponentially. The crimson light illuminated the boundless darkness of the universe. The entire seventh universe was thrown into chaos, with every galaxy, every star system, and every celestial body trembling under the sheer magnitude of this terrifying power. The fabric of space itself contorted under the fearsome weight of the God of Destruction's might, appearing as fragile as glass. Even at the fringes, countless minuscule black holes began to emerge, The overwhelming divine pressure emanating from the god of destruction, Beerus, is of an entirely different caliber compared to before. As Gohan meticulously senses this immense force, the numerical value of his battle power fluctuates before his eyes. The suffocating sense of oppression caused Son Gohan to tremble uncontrollably, his complexion paling. He yearned to articulate his thoughts, yet found himself unable to utter a single word, as if an invisible hand had tightly grasped his throat. Indeed, the 10th dimension, summoning every ounce of strength, Son Wukong finally managed to voice a single phrase. In that moment, he discerned the combat power value of the god of destruction, Beerus. The 10th dimension, measured in units of G. Hundreds, thousands, millions, billions, trillions, and beyond now. The combat power of Beerus was quantified in these celestial units. His lips quivered, and his pupils constricted sharply as he gazed intently at the formidable figure of Beerus. This is a transformation of qualitative significance, a sublime elevation, a transcendence into a grand realm. Directly from the 6th dimension of the cosmos, it soared to the 10th dimension, the realm of divinity. The god of destruction, Beerus, gazed down upon Gohan with an increasingly radiant smile upon his face. At this moment, he had assumed the role of the protagonist, the supreme being of this world, the one and only god of destruction, suspended at the center of the universe. The power of destruction bestowed upon him an almost flawless demeanor. Now, he stood at the pinnacle of the cosmos, with all of existence compelled to look up to him. As the exalted god of destruction, Beerus surveyed everything with an all-seeing gaze, particularly relishing the astonishment and fear etched upon Gohan's face, which brought him immense delight. "What is the matter? You appear quite terrified. Have you succumbed to fear upon witnessing the true might of the god of destruction? From the very beginning, you should have understood that this battle held no suspense. Your fate was sealed, destined to be obliterated by my hand," he taunted, a slight smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Taking a deep breath, Gohan endeavored to steady his racing heart, suppressing his anxiety. Yet, his body trembled involuntarily in response to instinct. The power of Beerus, the god of destruction before him, was magnitudes greater than his own, with mere combat power metrics exceeding tenfold. This is merely a glimpse of the preliminary power of the god of destruction. Son Wukong is acutely aware that this opponent still possesses hidden cards, particularly the divine technique mastered by the angels, the Ultra Instinct. It is rumored that as the mightiest god of destruction, Beerus, although he has not fully mastered this divine skill, can still wield it with remarkable proficiency. However, even without resorting to this technique, the realm he has attained through his inherent destructive power is one that Son Wukong can only look up to in awe. In the presence of such formidable beings, even a unit of energy seems trivial. With but a thought from the opponent, one could meet their demise. Is this the true power of a god of destruction? It truly instills a sense of dread. Nevertheless, I am not without means to counter it. Son Wukong clenched his fists tightly, taking a deep breath. In this critical moment, he has no choice but to resort to that. The Battle Power Enhancement Card. This is also a final safeguard. Previously, during the fierce battle with Beerus, he had converted a significant amount of divine power into energy points. And now he possesses a considerable number of energy points. Earlier, he lacked the opportunity to use them, but now fate has granted him that chance. Given the circumstances, do you still wish to resist until the end? You don't appear to be merely bluffing. Chapter 111, 11th Level Battle Power Enhancement Card, Cosmic Level Strength. Rest assured, I shall not disappoint you. The god of destruction's eyes narrowed slightly as Son Wukong began to communicate with the system. At present, the god of destruction, Beerus, has unleashed a 10th dimensional level of cosmic strength. If he does not find a way to enhance his powers soon, he will inevitably find himself unaware of how he met his end. Host, Son Wukong age, 35 bloodline. Earthling mixed scion, special, normal battle power index, 10 quintillion. Super scion beast battle power index, 400 quintillion. Current energy points held, 1 quintillion 1130 trillion 2300 billion 1500 million 11 1000 1130. The system panel was activated, and after engaging in countless rounds of fierce combat with the god of destruction, Beerus, Son Wukong now possesses energy points that have reached the quintillion level. In the past, such a scenario was utterly unfathomable. The Level 7 Power Enhancement Card, randomly increasing combat power by 100 million to 666. 6 billion points, requires an energy expenditure of 1 trillion points for redemption. The Level 8 Power Enhancement Card, randomly increasing combat power by 1 trillion to 666. 6 trillion points, necessitates an energy cost of 1 quadrillion points. The level 6 Power Enhancement Card, randomly increasing combat power by 1 quadrillion to 666. 6 quadrillion points, demands an energy expenditure of 1 quintillion points. The level 10 Power Enhancement Card, randomly increasing combat power by 1 quintillion to 666. 6 quintillion points, requires an energy cost of 1 sextillion points. Before his gaze, the data concerning the Power Enhancement Cards unfolded. However, the cards below level 10 were not what Gohan desired. To achieve power equal to that of the God of Destruction, Beerus, he must redeem the level 11 Power Enhancement Card. The level 11 Power Enhancement Card, randomly increasing combat power by 1 sextillion to 666. 6 sextillion points, necessitates an energy expenditure of 1 septillion points. The level 11 Power Enhancement Card, with the energy points Gohan currently possesses. This is the highest grade card he can redeem. Furthermore, he can only redeem one such card. System, redeem the level 11 Power Enhancement Card. He made the decision without hesitation. Ding. The level 11 Power Enhancement Card has been successfully redeemed, deducting energy points from the host, 1 septillion. Remaining energy points, 1, 130 sextillion, 2, 300 quintillion, 1, 500 quadrillion, 1, 101 trillion, 1, 130 billion, 67, 840 million, 8,500 points. Using the level 11 Power Enhancement Card, Gohan immediately activated the card he had just redeemed. Ding. Level 11 Power Enhancement Card successfully used, randomly increasing combat power index by 1, 660 sextillion points. As the system's prompt concluded, an overwhelming surge of energy enveloped Gohan's entire being. This warm current coursed through him, merging completely into his essence, becoming an integral part of his strength. Ha 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 ha. A fierce roar erupted from Gohan's lips. With a terrifying explosion of energy emanating from his body, countless beams of light radiated outward in all directions, centered around Gohan. Endless meteoric bodies were obliterated by the residual force, causing even planets to tremble under the influence of this might. The overwhelming power became increasingly brilliant, akin to the luminosity of a cosmic explosion, with unimaginable waves of energy cascading outward in layer upon layer. At this moment, not only this universe, but even the adjacent 6th and 8th universes were profoundly affected, trembling incessantly. Could such a force genuinely emanate from the body of a mere mortal? What a ridiculous notion. Feeling the terrifying power emanating from Son Gohan, the God of Destruction, Beerus was struck with a sense of dread. Such an overwhelming aura, radiating from a mere mortal, was a first for him. Both in intensity and magnitude, it far surpassed his expectations. From the dawn of the universe until now, Beerus had never encountered such an astonishing energy. At that moment, he felt a tinge of regret for granting Son Gohan any respite. If this continued unabated, the entire 7th universe would surely dissipate under this overwhelming force. Should this universe meet its demise due to Son Gohan's power, his role as the God of Destruction would come to an end. Enough. This time, I shall not afford you another chance. Be obliterated beneath the might of a God of Destruction. In an instant, the God of Destruction, Beerus, traversed the fabric of space. He descended before Son Gohan, channeling the destructive energy within his palm and pressing it against Gohan's forehead. With a resounding boom, Beerus was instantly struck with disbelief. How could this be possible? The God of Destruction, Beerus, stood agape, gazing at Son Gohan, who now resembled a primordial beast of ancient times. At this moment, Gohan gripped the sphere of destructive energy in Beerus's palm. With a sudden surge of strength, he shattered the energy sphere into nothingness. Beerus found himself at a loss for words, unable to articulate the tumult of emotions within him. He could only silently absorb the continuous, radiant silver aura emanating from Son Gohan's being. The ferocity of this aura is nearly comparable to his current state. God of Destruction, do not underestimate us mere mortals. As Gohan regains his composure, he unleashes the full force of Super Saiyan Beast. That tumultuous silver-white energy surges forth like a cosmic storm, echoing the roars and cries of a ferocious beast, exploding outward with astonishing speed, leaving the God of Destruction, Beerus, acutely aware of the impending danger and utterly astonished. Damn it! This kid possesses such power. I have been careless. Beerus, filled with trepidation, raises his arms defensively, conjuring his divine energy to shield himself from the onslaught. However, the intensity of Gohan's aura far exceeds his expectations, ruthlessly shattering the God of Destruction's defenses. This terrifying energy inflicts countless injuries upon his body, piercing him with its relentless force, leaving innumerable wounds, and utterly destroying the divine attire that symbolizes his status as a god of destruction. It is crucial to understand that this is nearly impossible. Only angels, the Grand Priest, or the King of all, among other beings, could possibly obliterate such garments. Even another god of destruction, utilizing their own power, would find it impossible to do so. At this moment, Gohan's strength has ascended to an unimaginable realm. A level where even the combat prowess of Beerus, rated at a 10-dimensional scale, struggles to withstand. Soon, the eruption subsides, and Gohan's battle power stabilizes. An 11-level power enhancement card elevates his baseline fighting capability from 10 Zetas to an astounding 2,000 Zetas. Now, in the state of Super Saiyan Beast, he officially transcends into the 10th dimension, achieving a combat power reading of an astonishing 8 Zetas. Not only that, while Gohan's apparent battle power reads as merely 8 Zetas, in reality, it is significantly higher. It may even reach the level of 10 Zetas, and in combat, he would be even more formidable. On Earth, all the Z warriors wear grave expressions, their faces betraying a sense of dread. They can sense that Gohan's energy is not divine power. The magnitude of this aura has reached a truly terrifying level. Even they find themselves in a position of reverence. The Angel Whis is left speechless by this astonishing transformation in Gohan. The contrast in Gohan's power is monumental. This formidable power, when surveyed across the 12 universes, reveals no mortal who can stand in comparison. In fact, even among the gods of destruction within these realms, there exists a certain cohort that may not match the prowess of the current Son Gohan. It is no wonder that he has captured the attention of his esteemed father, given such rapid growth within a mere span of time. At this moment, Whis has come to understand the reason behind the divine oracle bestowed upon him by the Grand Minister. Son Gohan defies conventional reasoning and cannot be assessed through ordinary measures. His strength transcends mere comparability to the gods of destruction. Lord Beerus now finds himself in considerable trouble. Within the universe, Son Gohan has reigned in his overwhelming aura, channeling the energy back into his being. He is acutely aware of his uniqueness, his ascension, and his formidable power. This is the 10th dimension, a realm of formidable power, truly unparalleled. He finally comprehended that during his previous battle with the god of destruction, Beerus, the latter's apparent astonishment was merely a fade, as he himself was but a jester. Having never ventured into the 10th dimension, he had no inkling of the terrifying combat prowess that resided within this realm. Had Beerus chosen to do so, he could have effortlessly crushed him in an instant. However, the circumstances have now shifted. In Section 112, he too has ascended to the 10th dimension. Although a certain disparity still exists between him and Beerus, it is no longer an easy task for the latter to vanquish him. Let us begin anew, Beerus. With those words, Gohan surged forth with a speed that transcended light, achieving an effect that rivaled spatial leaps. In a mere 0.00001 seconds, he had materialized before the god of destruction. The sheer velocity of his assault startled Beerus, who widened his eyes in astonishment and dread, but before he could fully register the shock, Gohan's strike had already descended. Humph! The god of destruction, Beerus, snorted disdainfully, raising his hand in a defensive posture. A thunderous crash echoed through the air. The indomitable iron fist, enveloped in an overwhelming force and terrifying destructive power, struck fiercely against Beerus' palm. The horrifying wave of destruction radiated outward at an astonishing speed, stirring up layers of turmoil within the cosmos and causing upheaval across a significant portion of the universe. The god of destruction, Beerus, was swept away by this unparalleled power, losing control in an instant and hurtling away at superluminal speeds towards a colossal, obsidian-hued planet of death. A thunderous roar reverberated throughout the void. The entire planet quaked under the impact of Beerus, trembling with a force that resonated threefold. On the surface, ripples upon ripples of oscillation cascaded, as an endless torrent of magma erupted from the epicenter. Beerus' form pierced through the entirety of the planet, and when he regained his senses, he found himself in an entirely different expanse of the universe. At this moment, his arm tingled. Overwhelmed, the Scion from an alternate timeline indeed stands as the formidable adversary foretold in his prophetic dreams. Even if he were to unleash his true capabilities, victory would not come easily. A sudden ripple in the fabric of space expanded outward. The dimension behind Beerus warped unexpectedly. Sensing the imminent threat, Beerus swiftly pivoted, delivering a devastating blow aimed squarely at Gohan's face, a strike of overwhelming force, infused with terrifying divine energy. However, Gohan skillfully and precisely evaded the onslaught, countering with a powerful strike to Beerus' abdomen. The impact resonated with a dull thud. The destructive force of this strike far exceeded that of the previous one. A piercing agony radiated from his abdomen, enveloping his entire body, causing Beerus's expression to contort in discomfort, his vitality surging chaotically, making him appear on the verge of retching. Boom. Another powerful whip-like kick descended with relentless ferocity. This time, Beerus was momentarily obstructed, yet the terrifying force propelled him through the air. The mere shockwave was sufficient to shatter the very fabric of space. Seizing the opportunity, Gohan extended his arms, a silvery energy materializing in his palms, which, under his mental command, flattened and began to swirl between his hands. Explosive slash. With this proclamation, Gohan swept his hand, unleashing the double-sided spiral-cutting disc he had concentrated within his grasp. It shot forth like a brilliant star, dazzling and radiant, hurtling towards the god of destruction, Beerus. Recovering from his backward flight, Beerus stabilized his body, his gaze sharpening with an increasing ferocity. He had sustained considerable injury, and the fury within him sought an outlet. His rage was formidable. Damn Scion, do not overstep your bounds. With an eruption of anger, Beerus unleashed a surge of purplish-red divine power, a force capable of slicing through anything, even planets. As the explosive slash approached within 10 meters of Beerus, it was utterly obliterated by his divine might. The wrathful Beerus was a sight to behold, a terror to behold, exuding an aura of fearsome power. This time, he did not rely on the power of space to leap, but instead surged forth with an extraordinary speed. A mere moment of explosive energy that transcended thousands of times the speed of sound. Son Gohan, equally resolute, charged fiercely towards the god of destruction, Beerus. The silvery light and the violet radiance drew ever closer. Chapter 111. The Angel, Incomprehensible. The cosmos trembled incessantly. The immense shockwave from this collision swept across a substantial portion of the world. Countless planets were engulfed, meeting their demise in the aftermath. The entire seventh universe was upended by the reverberations of their clash. The upheaval in the universe not only instilled fear in every living being of the seventh universe, but also alerted those entities that did not belong to this realm, who had stealthily infiltrated. Within the King of All's palace, located at the pinnacle of existence beyond the 12 universes, the Grand Priest, the overseer of all angels and the one who stands above all, observed the unfolding events in the lower realm with quiet contemplation. Utilizing his enigmatic abilities, he projected the current happenings of the seventh universe, revealing the fierce battle that had commenced between the god of destruction, Beerus, and the Super Saiyan beast, Son Gohan. This marks the first time in history that a mortal capable of rivaling the god of destruction has been encountered, igniting a profound curiosity within him. The fact that this Son Gohan, hailing from a parallel universe, possesses the power to contend with the god of destruction makes the prospect of his demise rather lamentable. The Grand Priest furrowed his brow, speaking with profound significance. He began to take note of this Son Gohan. From the dawn of the universe to the present, an unfathomable span of billions of years had elapsed, witnessing an incessant evolution from nothingness to existence. Now, the Scion race had emerged, giving rise to such a formidable being that even the Grand Priest, the supreme deity, was stirred with different thoughts. In terms of combat prowess, Son Gohan had already surpassed the destroyers of other universes. Through his divine consciousness, the Grand Priest contacted the Angel Whis, the overseer of the seventh universe, his son, and instructed him to bring Son Gohan forth. Within the realm of the Kaioshin of the seventh universe, the Elder Kaioshin, East Kaioshin Shin, and the trio of Jebet wore pale expressions, their breaths held in apprehension. As Kaioshins, they could distinctly perceive the astonishing transformations unfolding within the universe. During the battle between Son Gohan and Beerus, the entire cosmos was thrown into chaos, teetering on the brink of explosion. They, as Kaioshins, felt utterly powerless to avert this catastrophe, fervently praying for a swift conclusion to the battle, hoping to prevent the universe from fracturing. In the northern galaxy, on Earth, the terrifying shockwave wrought incredible anomalies. The sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, thunder roared, the seas churned with fury, and the ground trembled and tore asunder. Dormant volcanoes that had lain silent for eons erupted once more. Earth had been ravaged by the overwhelming energy shockwave, and a relentless series of supernatural disasters unfolded. Aboard a luxurious cruise ship upon the sea, Angel Whis employed his divine power to stabilize the vessel against the tumultuous waves. With his staff in hand, he observed the battle's progression, his countenance grave. Should the conflict continue, the explosions would not be confined to mere planets. The entire seventh universe would face obliteration at the hands of Son Gohan and Beerus. Even the neighboring universes would bear the repercussions, fracturing into chaos. Just as Whis contemplated intervening, The Grand Priest's divine consciousness reached out to him. At that moment, it was understood that he must take action. In the cosmos, the ultimate confrontation between Son Gohan and the destroyer Beerus had reached a fever pitch. The energy levels were terrifying, more searing than the sun, and its brilliance outshone the explosions of entire planets. As his combat power surged dramatically, enhanced further by the Super Saiyan transformation, Son Gohan had ascended to the 10th dimension, displaying a strength undoubtedly on par with the legendary destroyers. However, despite this, he found it challenging to gain the upper hand against Beerus. After all, he was the foremost destroyer among the 12 universes, embodying true terror and unparalleled strength. Each of the 12 universes boasted a destroyer, yet most of them, aside from Beerus of the 7th universe, languished in lethargy. Notably, the destroyers from the 6th universe, Sidra and Kampa, were merely comparable to the late-stage Super Saiyans Goku and Vegeta. Although Son Gohan had now entered the fray with the capability to contend with Beerus, even gaining a slight advantage, he was acutely aware that Beerus could easily reverse the situation at any moment. His concerns for the universe constrained his full potential. Boom, 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 boom. In the cosmos, an unceasing series of explosions ignites the brilliance of starfire, obliterating countless planets through the force of collision. Alongside their demise, innumerable lives also fall. The fierce combat escalates, with ever-increasing intensity and ferocity. The dazzling flames illuminate the pitch-black expanse of the universe, while the cataclysmic impacts momentarily upheave galaxies, distort worlds, and shatter celestial bodies. Amidst this exhilarating clash, Son Gohan's strength continually escalates, revealing the Saiyan characteristic of growing stronger with each battle. Under the pressure of such intense collisions, his combat prowess surges, his blood boiling with fervor, providing him with an inexhaustible source of energy. Boom! The fabric of the universe collapses. The energy shock waves generated by their clash possess the power to obliterate the entire world in an instant. The spatial barriers within the cosmos are shattered beneath this overwhelming force. Enormous temporal storms and infinitely expanding wormholes are birthed from their might, proliferating throughout every corner of the universe, greedily devouring all matter that can be consumed. Like an unending abyss, the intensity of the battle escalates once more, the explosive momentum surpassing all previous conflicts. Ding! The system automatically absorbs the god of destruction Beerus's fallen power, converting it into energy points. 10 Rio. Ding! The system automatically absorbs the god of destruction Beerus's fallen power, converting it into energy points. 30 Rio. Ding! The system automatically absorbs the god of destruction Beerus's fallen power, converting it into energy points. 50 Rio. Ding! The system automatically absorbs the god of destruction Beerus's fallen power, converting it into energy points. 100 Rio. As the battle continues to intensify, the god of destruction's power that Beerus loses is transformed by the system into a vast reservoir of energy points. Yet, in this moment, Son Gohan is wholly immersed in the fight, oblivious to these transformations. The Saiyan blood surging within him, coupled with the ever-intensifying warlike instincts, drives him forward. At this juncture, his mind is solely focused on combat. Presently, Son Gohan resembles a berserker, relentlessly pursuing Beerus with unyielding tenacity. The god of destruction, provoked, is also ignited with fury. This time, he was truly enraged. Damn Saiyans! Do you really believe that the title of god of destruction is bestowed lightly? I shall utterly annihilate you. With fury swelling within him, Beerus unleashed the full extent of his destructive power in a fit of hysterical rage. This time, his desire for destruction was unprecedentedly intense. The power of the god of destruction knows no bounds. It is contingent upon the user's capacity for devastation. And the emotions driving the urge to annihilate can surge to infinite heights. The more fervent the desire for destruction, the more terrifying the might of the god of destruction becomes. At this moment, Beerus was engulfed in a fury capable of incinerating everything in its path, even the very fabric of the universe itself. A relentless stream of destructive energy surged forth from within him, continuously ascending to new heights. This formidable power resonated throughout the 12 universes, drawing the attention of all gods of destruction, who gazed in unison towards the same direction. At the forefront, Son Gohan was pushed back by this boundless force, and as he beheld Beerus at the epicenter of this energy, a chill coursed through him. This being had completely lost his sanity. The entire universe was at risk of his wrath. Gohan regained his composure, and the fervor in his eyes diminished significantly. He understood what needed to be done. He must put a stop to the rampaging Beerus. The situation had escalated beyond his expectations. Taking a deep breath, Gohan spread his arms wide, channeling and converging all his energy into one focal point. Energy coalesced in his palms, continuously condensing and taking shape. Destruction, destruction, destruction. A relentless roar erupted from Beerus, his eyes now ablaze not with bloodlust, but with the searing power of destruction. The colossal sphere of annihilation he had conjured expanded at an astonishing rate, thousands of miles, tens of thousands of miles, millions of miles, until it reached the size of a small planet, then a superplanet. Everything seemed to come to a standstill in that moment, for this sphere of destructive energy, larger than a planet itself, shone with an unparalleled brilliance. With this strike, Beerus has concentrated his power to the utmost limit, harnessing all the destructive energy accumulated over countless eons. Even other gods of destruction from different universes may find it arduous to achieve such a feat. Let it vanish under the might of destruction. With a thunderous roar, Beerus unleashed this infinitely potent sphere of destructive energy, its terrifying power reaching an immeasurable magnitude. You shall not escape. With a fierce cry, Gohan unleashed the ultimate technique he had comprehended in this form, the Beast Rampage. In the state of Super Saiyan Beast, he channeled all his energy into a violently compressed shockwave, the destructive force astonishingly surpassing any energy attack he had previously unleashed. Countless silvery bolts of lightning coiled around the edges of the energy beam, erupting in a series of explosions that sent shivers down the spine, unfathomable in their ferocity. Since Gohan first grasped this technique, he was now releasing it for the very first time. The energy of the Beast Rampage collided with the colossal sphere of destructive energy condensed by Beerus. Boom! The deafening roar resonated as if it could shatter both flesh and soul countless times over. Planets within the 4 galaxies crumbled to dust, and innumerable lives were extinguished in the wake of this cataclysmic event. The clash of energy and divine destruction sent destructive shockwaves radiating in all directions, warping the center into a black hole that threatened to devour the world. The annihilation of the 7th universe seemed imminent at that very moment. Suddenly, an unforeseen anomaly occurred. A mysterious force froze time and space, instantaneously dispersing the most powerful energy attack between Gohan and Beerus. What is happening? The strongest blow had been thwarted, and Gohan's pupils constricted in disbelief. The mightiest blow, one that even the god of destruction could not withstand without a flicker of composure, was unleashed. Suddenly, a voice resonated with overwhelming divine authority, declaring, "Enough of this battle, Lord Beerus," and also, from another realm, Son Gohan. In the void, a being emanating a sacred white light and an ethereal aura materialized at the heart of the battlefield. This very individual nullified the most powerful attacks from both Son Gohan and the god of destruction, Beerus. As the blinding white light dissipated, the identity of this figure was revealed. It was the angel, Whis. Son Gohan found no surprise in Whis' intervention. As an angel, witnessing the battle spiral out of control with the potential for cosmic annihilation, he had no choice but to intervene and halt this catastrophic clash of energies. The life form of an angel surpasses that of a god of destruction by an immense margin. This is the essence of an angel, an existence currently beyond Son Gohan's reach. Son Gohan had anticipated Whis' involvement, yet the methods displayed were astonishing. At this juncture in the battle, neither he nor Beerus could ascertain which galaxy they occupied, for Whis had traversed countless light years in an instant without their slightest awareness. Truly, in the world of Dragon Ball, he represented a being more enigmatic and powerful than the gods of destruction, a true titan standing at the pinnacle of existence. As Son Gohan steadied his mind, he scrutinized Angel Whis, whose aura exuded a pressure far more formidable and terrifying than he had imagined. The inscrutable essence surrounding Whis rendered Son Gohan incapable of perceiving or devising a countermeasure. Even his system struggled to analyze the current realm and combat power of Angel Whis. According to the original narrative, Whis exists at the 15th dimensional level, his life form elevated far beyond that of the gods of destruction and all worldly beings. Chapter 112. The battle ceases, the Grand Minister summons. Son Gohan calmed his spirit, while god of destruction Beerus was decidedly displeased. He had been so close to obliterating Son Gohan, and now, why did Whis have to emerge at this moment to thwart him? Whis, what are you doing here? I was on the verge of destroying this guy, and you interrupted my opportunity. The god of destruction, Beerus, directed his fury towards Whis, bellowing with great intensity. Indeed, had Whis not intervened, given the momentum against Bu at that moment, it would not have been long before Gohan would have been obliterated by the god of destruction's might. However, such an action would not come without repercussions. Annihilating Gohan would inevitably lead to the destruction of the entire 7th universe. Lord Beerus, the battle has concluded. Take a moment to observe the current state of the seventh universe. If you continue to fight, the cosmos will be reduced to nothingness, and your own existence may be at stake. Whis interjected, his words carrying an unmistakable weight. If the entirety of the seventh universe were to be obliterated for the sake of one Gohan, it would render the endeavor utterly futile. With the universe's destruction, the god of destruction would lose all purpose for existence, and even the angels would find little reason to intervene in such trivial matters. Truth be told, he could choose to remain a passive observer. The annihilation of the seventh universe would merely reset the cycle. Yet, under the directive of his father, the Grand Priest, he could not allow Gohan to perish, which compelled him to act. Even if the universe were to vanish, what does it matter? As an angel, you possess the means to rectify the situation. Whis, step aside. This scion from an alternate timeline poses an unimaginable threat to this world. I will swiftly eradicate him. Consumed by rage, Beerus was resolute in his desire to obliterate Gohan completely. As a mortal wielding power rivaling that of a god of destruction, Gohan had evoked a sense of crisis in even the mightiest of deities. The threat he posed was too significant for Beerus, as the god of destruction, to ignore. Throughout the battle, Gohan displayed a terrifying capacity for growth. It was unfathomable to consider how far he could advance given a modicum more time. It was likely that he would evolve beyond the scope of what a god of destruction could manage, necessitating angelic intervention to subdue him. Lord Beerus, if you wish to continue battling him, I shall not impede you. Even if the seventh universe were to perish due to your conflict, I would accept it, as it would simply mean starting anew. However, I must caution you, persisting in this battle would be tantamount to defying the Grand Priest's orders. At this juncture, Whis understood that unless he invoked the name of the Grand Priest, Beerus would never relent. As anticipated, upon hearing the title of the Grand Priest, Beerus's expression shifted dramatically, halting him in his tracks. Not only Beerus, but even Gohan, upon hearing the mention of the Grand Priest, displayed an expression of disbelief. As a time traveler, he was naturally aware of the Grand Priest's existence. This individual, without a doubt, stands at the pinnacle of existence in this realm. Recognized as one of the supreme deities known, second only to the Omni King. It is astonishing that such a deity has chosen to intervene. Furthermore, it is evident that he is acutely aware of the occurrences transpiring within the seventh universe. How could this be? Has he taken note of the anomalies within the seventh universe? Did my battle with this scion draw his attention? The great priest himself has personally intervened to halt this confrontation, causing the countenance of the god of destruction, Beerus, to turn pale with terror, his lips trembling involuntarily. His mind racing with anxiety as he envisions the worst-case scenario. The fact that the supreme deity has taken notice is far from auspicious, particularly given the unprecedented magnitude of the turmoil he has instigated. Should the great priest be displeased, the consequences could range from Beerus losing his title as god of destruction to the complete annihilation of the entire seventh universe. Curse it all. The moment Son Gohan made his appearance, I should have unleashed my full power, utilizing the strongest destructive force to eradicate this intruder down to the last cell. It is solely due to my frivolous approach in dealing with Son Gohan that he has evolved from a mere insignificant insect into a formidable force that even a god of destruction cannot overlook. Observing Beerus's dark expression, was floated beside this scene, witnessed by Sun Wukong, left him feeling helpless. He could only stand resolutely in the vastness of space, ever vigilant. He calmly analyzed the current situation. The intervention of the god of destruction and the appearance of the angel were of little concern. The most formidable presence was that of the Grand Minister. Even the supreme god had made an appearance, and it was all due to him. Sun Wukong found himself perplexed, unable to comprehend what had drawn the Grand Minister's attention. Logically, such a level of conflict would be regarded as mere trifles in the eyes of the supreme god. In this world, even the god of destruction poses a significant threat, and should an angel intervene, no matter how much stronger he becomes, it would be of no avail. Son Gohan remained silent, his icy gaze fixed upon the angel Whis. He endeavored to utilize the system's capabilities to autonomously analyze Whis's combat power index, a typically reliable ability. At this moment, found itself unable to function against Whis. This precisely attests to a singular point. Perhaps the true might of the angels far surpasses his own. The conjectured 15th dimension may indeed hold truth. The power at the 15th dimensional level is as abundant as the sands of the Ganges. My presence cannot be overlooked by the angels, who are bound by the rules and cannot strike against me directly. To do so would result in their own obliteration from this realm. For now, I remain relatively safe, Yet I ponder what the two of them are truly communicating. Son Gohan's expression grew grave as he silently reflected. A minute passed, and the conversation between Angel Whis and God of Destruction Beerus drew to a close. At this moment, Beerus gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with confusion and ire. Whis, are you implying that the Grand Minister wishes to summon this scion from a parallel world? I cannot fathom why he would hold any significance worthy of the Grand Minister's attention, he thought, feeling increasingly at a loss. The imperative from the exalted Grand Minister to meet Son Gohan indicated that whatever circumstances were entwined with him carried immense weight. The more he contemplated, the more dread enveloped Beerus. He feared the repercussions of his failure. Could it be that due to this singular lapse, he might face retribution? It is known that the Grand Minister, a being of supreme divinity, is not one whom many can encounter, even as a god of destruction. Opportunities to meet the Grand Minister are rare, let alone being summoned by him directly. Aside from the Omni King, the Grand Minister stands as the pinnacle of power, a deity above all others. Should his dissatisfaction arise from his work, it is highly likely that Beerus would lose his position as a god of destruction, rendered powerless to resist such a fate. The particulars will only be revealed once this Son Gohan from another world meets with the Grand Minister. After all, the Grand Minister's decree was unequivocal: bring this scion to him. We are bound to comply, unable to defy. Whis, maintaining his composure, continued to elucidate to Beerus. In truth, he too was filled with uncertainty. Not only was Beerus perplexed, but even Whis, as the son of the Grand Minister, could not decipher his father's intentions. Very well. Since the Grand Minister wishes to summon this scion, I cannot oppose. However, I must accompany you, Whis. After a moment of contemplation, the god of destruction, Beerus, made a decision. To uncover the truth of the matter, he resolved to journey into the past. Failing to do so might lead to the wrath of the Grand Priest. Turning around, cold sweat trickled down Beerus's forehead as he feigned composure. Beside him, Whis discerned Beerus's thoughts. He bore no opposition to this plan and silently acquiesced. With a smile gracing his face, Whis directed his seemingly emotionless gaze towards Son Gohan, the scion from another realm. Mr. Son Gohan, you heard our earlier conversation, correct? Now, I kindly ask you to accompany us. Whis spoke with a disarming smile, exuding no hint of menace. As an angel, he could perceive the essence of a person. His eyes revealed that Gohan was not a malevolent being devoid of reason. Otherwise, the situation would not have reached this juncture. Before an entity even mightier than a god of destruction, what choice do I have? Son Gohan replied with a resigned smile. At this moment, he had no alternative but to comply. Even if he attempted to flee, where could he possibly escape to? Moreover, as a novice barely entering the 10th dimension, could he truly evade an angel whose understanding of life's hierarchies was beyond his comprehension? Whis, upon hearing this, did not respond but instead wore a knowing smile. After taking a deep breath, Gohan relinquished his Super Saiyan Beast transformation, reverting to his enigmatic state, and approached Whis' side. You should sense that I harbor no ill intentions. The Grand Priest seeks your presence without any malevolence. Please do not be anxious, Whis remarked, casting a glance at Gohan with a gentle laugh. In the next moment, Whis placed one hand on Gohan's right shoulder, while the jewel atop the angelic staff in his other hand shimmered with radiance. Habitually, Beerus rested his hand on Whis' back. As the powers of the angel were unleashed, a surge of extraordinary and mystifying energy erupted, overwhelming Son Gohan with sheer astonishment in that fleeting instant. This power, I have never before encountered. It is neither ki, nor the divine strength, nor the destructive power. Rather, it is a force of a higher order, unfathomable and beyond imagination. The angel truly embodies a terrifying existence. Son Gohan silently reflected. In the next moment, the three transformed into a radiant aurora that pierced through the cosmos, vanishing from this world. Simultaneously, on Earth, as the remnants of the battle dissipated, Son Gohan's aura vanished, and the god of destruction, Beerus, along with the angel, Whis, departed. Everything seemed to return to tranquility. However, the hearts of all were taut with anxiety. They understood that Son Gohan's disappearance was inextricably linked to the god of destruction, Beerus, and the angel, Whis. Yet, in this moment, they found themselves powerless. The android 17, observing his sister's captivated and worried demeanor, felt a pang of sympathy. After eagerly awaiting Son Gohan's return from another realm, he was now taken away by such enigmatic beings as Beerus and Whis. The current emotional state of Android 18 was profoundly complex, tinged with helplessness. I'm fine, they both forced a smile in response. If only that were truly the case. The other Z fighters remained silent, their words trapped in their throats, and the atmosphere froze to a chilling stillness. This conflict should not have entangled Son Wukong. It was an affair that originated within their own realm and ought to have been resolved by them. However, under the overwhelming power of the god of destruction, they found themselves bereft of any strength to resist. Let us not succumb to despair. I believe that Wukong will return soon, Bulma interjected, attempting to alleviate the tense atmosphere that had settled like ice among the group. Yet, her words bore little conviction. In truth, she was the one most affected by the situation. A joyous birthday celebration had been disrupted, casting a shadow over what should have been a cheerful occasion. Who could have anticipated that such calamity would unfold, not only disrupting the festivities but also threatening the very existence of the universe, leaving everyone in a state of trepidation? At this juncture, we can only trust that Wukong will successfully return, Piccolo stated solemnly. What else can we do now? Indeed, I too believe that Wukong will return safely. My intuition tells me that Lord Beerus, the god of destruction, is not malevolent, Goku concurred. Let us hope so, Vegeta remarked, yet he harbored a sense of unease. He suspected that the situation was far more intricate than it appeared. The Angel Whis, ostensibly an attendant of the god of destruction, emanated an aura that suggested he was far more formidable than Beerus himself. To be scrutinized by such a high-level being was not a favorable omen. Son Wukong's situation appeared dire. Chapter 113. The True Pinnacle of Existence. This realm does not belong to any dimension nor lies within the confines of the 12 universes. It resides in the supreme domain of the divine. At the entrance of the King of All's palace, the highest deity of the Dragon Ball world, the Grand Priest, awaited the imminent arrival of visitors. A mysterious smile lingered on his face, one that had long perplexed those who beheld it. Section 115. A mysterious white light flickered at the entrance of the King of All's palace, heralding the arrival of the god of destruction Beerus, the Angel Whis, and Son Wukong in this exalted realm. Your Excellency, Grand Priest, Beerus exclaimed, hastily kneeling on one knee, bowing his head in trepidation, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. It had been a considerable time since he last encountered the Grand Priest, and each meeting filled him with dread. Before such a supreme being, a mere god of destruction like himself could only prostrate in submission. Anxiety gripped his heart. Whis, the angel, exhibited no such tension. He merely inclined his head in a slight bow as a gesture of respect. After all, he was the son of the Grand Priest, and apart from the customary formalities, he was under no obligation to offer further reverence. Meanwhile, Son Wukong remained unperturbed, silent and motionless. His gaze swept across the surroundings, taking in the grandeur of this supreme divine realm, the King of All's palace. Is this, indeed, the pinnacle of the world? The abode of the supreme deities appears rather unremarkable, yet it encompasses a vastness surpassing that of an entire universe. Expanding his perception, Son Wukong was taken aback as he meticulously absorbed the expansive grandeur of the All-King Temple. The seemingly peculiar palace inscribed with the character belied in inner profundity, far exceeding his wildest imaginings. Soon, his gaze settled upon the Grand Priest. This is the moment to summon the 16 supreme deities, the High Priest. From the very first glance, the presence of the High Priest imparted an unsettling sensation to Son Wukong, as if he were both tangible and intangible. The profound aura emanating from him surpassed even the might of the angels, exuding an unparalleled sophistication. His system's capabilities could not decipher the battle prowess of the High Priest, leaving Son Wukong acutely aware that the High Priest undoubtedly transcended the 15th dimension. Hey, what are you dawdling for? Quickly pay your respects to the esteemed High Priest. Witnessing Son Wukong's nonchalance, Beerus grew increasingly anxious. The young man remains oblivious to the true nature of the entity before him. This is the Grand Priest, a being standing at the pinnacle of existence. Even the god of destruction dares not act frivolously in the presence of the Grand Priest. Yet Son Gohan boldly chooses to disregard him entirely. If I were to suffer the Grand Priest's wrath due to this reckless youth, it would indeed be a grave misfortune. He is neither my superior, nor am I you, nor a deity. I owe him no reverence, Son Gohan retorted. This statement was both rational and substantiated, leaving no room for counterargument. Beside him, Beerus gritted his teeth in frustration, utterly speechless at Son Gohan's audacity. This fool seems intent on courting disaster, dragging me down with him. He could only silently pray that the Grand Priest would remain indifferent. There is no need for concern, Beerus. He is neither my subordinate nor a being of this world, and he is unfamiliar with our rules. It is of no consequence. The Grand Priest remarked with casual ease upon witnessing the scene. With merely a word from him, any dilemma could be effortlessly resolved. This revelation also enlightened Son Gohan, who realized that it mattered little whether or not he saluted the Grand Priest. A mere greeting would suffice. After all, from the Grand Priest's perspective, he was merely an outsider, unfamiliar with the intricacies of this world. Upon learning that the Grand Priest did not pursue the matter further, the god of destruction, Beerus, exhaled in relief, his demeanor transforming to one of ease. He had nearly believed that everything was on the verge of catastrophe. Fortunately, the Grand Priest chose not to press any charges. Speaking of which, Beerus, your strength has indeed progressed. I witnessed the conflict between you and Son Gohan. Yet you must strive harder still. While you have successfully maintained the balance of the seventh universe this time, your methods were excessively radical and extreme. I hope that you take this as a lesson. Do not repeat the same mistakes in the future. The Grand Priest's seemingly theatrical words were, in truth, a critique of the shortcomings of Beerus, the god of destruction. This sentiment is readily comprehensible to all. The Grand Priest does not intend to deliberately suppress or criticize Lord Beerus, but rather to offer him a cautionary reminder, illuminating the areas in which he has erred. I deeply apologize, esteemed Grand Priest. I shall take this to heart and ensure it never recurs. In this moment, Lord Beerus, the god of destruction, was so apprehensive that he hardly dared to breathe. His complexion turned ashen from fear. Beads of cold sweat cascaded down like a waterfall, soaking his garments, and his entire being trembled incessantly. For him, this was, amidst misfortune, a stroke of luck. Thankfully, the Grand Priest did not hold him accountable nor impose any punishment. While others may remain oblivious to the perilous nature of the situation, as the god of destruction, Beerus is acutely aware of the Grand Priest's formidable power. Such a supreme deity possesses the power to whimsically reshape the very fabric of existence. A mere moment of discontent can lead to the upheaval of the world and everything within it. Just as in the past, when there existed 18 universes, 6 of them defied the will of the Grand Priest and the Omni King, becoming uncontrollable and unruly, ultimately succumbing to annihilation. Not only were those universes obliterated by the Omni King, rendered into oblivion, but even the Supreme Kais and Destroyers were likewise extinguished, including the 6 angels. Any existence that contravenes the will of the Omni King and the Grand Priest faces merciless eradication, with no chance of escape. It is good that you understand this. Now, Whis, I implore you to escort Beerus back and restore order to the 7th universe. Currently, your universe's standing has significantly declined, relegated to the lowest tier among the 12 universes. The Grand Priest nodded with a smile, shifting his gaze to Whis as a reminder. As you command, esteemed Grand Priest, Whis replied, not daring to show any sign of defiance. Meanwhile, the destroyer god, Beerus, was rendered speechless by the tension. For years, he had shown little regard for the average index of the cosmos. Now, it appeared that misfortune awaited him. His mismanagement of the 7th universe was already evident, and now, with opportunity at hand, he could not afford to let it slip away. As you command, esteemed Grand Minister, I shall diligently rectify the 7th universe and will not betray your expectations, declared the god of destruction, Beerus, with a solemn nod, thumping his chest in assurance. Soon, both vanished from the Grand Minister's palace, returning to the 7th universe. Only Gohan remained, standing alone before the Grand Minister. The two exchanged glances for an extended moment. The Grand Minister wearing a gentle smile, exuding warmth, while Gohan maintained a composed silence. Welcome to this realm, Gohan from the other parallel worlds. In the presence of Gohan, the Grand Minister exhibited no sign of hostility. This peculiar situation left Son Gohan feeling uneasy, heightening his vigilance. Upon observing the Grand Priest, he discerned something amiss. The entire trajectory of the Dragon Ball universe seemed meticulously orchestrated, and the Grand Priest showed no inclination to obliterate him. What, then, was his true objective? Son Wukong's brow furrowed deeper. In the original tale, the ultimate aims of the Grand Priest and the angels had never been disclosed. Yet there were ominous hints suggesting that momentous events would unfold in the future. Noticing the increasing gravity in Son Wukong's gaze, the Grand Priest maintained his serene smile. However, this only intensified Son Wukong's sense of unease, as if the Grand Priest were scheming something, leaving him feeling like a mere pawn in a grander design. The depths of this situation were unfathomable and elusive. Grand Priest, the supreme deity of this realm, I must confess, I never anticipated the honor of encountering a being such as yourself. Even the mightiest of gods of destruction have never evoked such a sensation within me. Yet before you, I feel as insignificant as an ant. Son Wukong expressed his thoughts candidly. Aha! The Grand Priest chuckled lightly, seemingly unfazed by his words. Do not underestimate yourself. Son Wukong from another realm. At the very least, you are formidable. Within this world, few can rival your strength. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong's expression remained unchanged, an inkling of realization dawning upon him. It was not surprising that the Grand Priest knew his name, as there existed another scion named Sun Wukong in Universe 7. Yet, the expression on the Grand Priest's face suggested that he had anticipated Sun Wukong's arrival from the outset. No, this visit was a result of an accident in his world. The Grand Priest could hardly pay attention to someone as inconsequential as him. Therefore, getting straight to the point, how had Sun Wukong crossed the boundaries of time and space to arrive in this world? The Grand Priest intended to inquire directly, without any further pretense. My arrival was due to an unforeseen incident during my training in a different dimension, which led me to this parallel world, Sun Wukong replied, his demeanor unwavering. I see. The Grand Priest responded. So, Sun Wukong, your power has indeed reached a level capable of shattering the barriers between dimensions? Acknowledging that Sun Wukong had not traversed to this world willingly, the Grand Priest nodded. However, his eyes soon narrowed, and Sun Wukong sensed a threatening aura. If I recall correctly, many years ago, Sun Wukong, you did venture across time and space to this world, did you not? And not just once. Upon the utterance of the High Priest's words, the atmosphere grew heavy with gravity. Sun Wukong felt a tightening in his spirit. Taken aback that the High Priest was privy to such matters, it seemed that before him, he harbored no secrets whatsoever. After a prolonged silence, Sun Wukong gazed at the High Priest, who maintained an unwavering smile throughout. What of it? Are you intent on erasing me from this world? Sun Wukong stated candidly. He had steeled himself to confront all that lay ahead. Even if his adversary were the High Priest, he would not passively await his demise. Do not be anxious. Sun Wukong, there is no need to misconstrue our intentions. Every circumstance has its rationale, and I harbor no desire to obliterate you. The High Priest replied with a faint smile, alleviating Sun Wukong's trepidation. Then why? Sun Wukong inquired, bewildered. If it were not to address him directly, what could the High Priest's summons signify? In truth, Sun Wukong, from the very moment you arrived in this realm, you have been acknowledged by it. Although you are not a denizen of this world, you possess the ability to remain here. The High Priest revealed a notion that left Sun Wukong utterly astonished. Upon hearing this, a look of confusion spread across Sun Wukong's visage. The implication was that he could dwell in this realm and traverse between two distinct worlds. Are you suggesting that I can reside in this world and journey back and forth between these two realms? Sun Wukong queried in astonishment. Sensing that the High Priest's summons held a significance far beyond mere chance, which was why he had been brought to the palace of the Omni King. Behind this, there must be other reasons. Indeed, your arrival in this world through the time machine did not result in your exclusion, which signifies your acceptance by this realm. Allowing you to linger here, the Grand Priest elucidated. Then, Grand Priest, your summons for me must entail more than this reason, Son Gohan inquired, his eyes narrowing slightly. To this, the Grand Priest merely smiled, offering no further response to Son Gohan's probing. Recognizing this, Son Gohan chose not to press further. Even if he did, answers would elude him, for he was not yet qualified. At least, in his current state, he fell far short. All Son Gohan needed to understand was that every action he undertook was merely a choice made for the betterment of this world. As for other intentions, perhaps it was merely an observation of how far he, Son Gohan, could grow. The Grand Priest's reply prompted Son Gohan to take a deep breath. Indeed, he had surmised correctly. In the realm of Dragon Ball, aside from the Omni King, the true sovereign was none other than the Grand Priest. The Omni King was the ostensible ruler of all, while the Grand Priest possessed the power to influence the Omni King, in some respects even surpassing him. It can be conjectured that the Omni King represents the core of this world, the manifestation of the world's consciousness. Conversely, the Grand Priest, in a certain sense, exists on par with, or perhaps even transcending, the Omni King. Chapter 114, the 18th of this time and space. The Grand Priest, within this world, is destined to serve the consciousness of this realm, the Omni King. Whatever the Omni King desires to enact, the Grand Priest can influence, counsel, and guide, yet cannot replace him. It is precisely for this reason that the Omni King appears as an innocent and pure child, for in his perception, there exists only the dichotomy of amusement and tedium, destruction and preservation. This is precisely the nature of the world's rules, rules established by the Omni King himself. That which is beneficial is allowed to remain and flourish, while that which is detrimental is ruthlessly eradicated. However, the Grand Priest possesses the extraordinary ability to transcend this realm, free from the constraints imposed by the Omni King. Should he desire, it is merely a matter of thought. At this moment, Son Gohan fell into silence, unable to fathom what kind of existence the Grand Priest truly embodied. Son Gohan, do you have any further inquiries? The Grand Priest inquired, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. If you do, feel free to ask. Should you require assistance, I can return you to the parallel world that rightfully belongs to you. Of course, if you wish to remain in this world. I can also escort you back to Earth in the 7th universe. With the topic deftly shifted, Son Gohan was left with a myriad of unanswered questions. Yet he found himself unable to voice them. In that case, please take me back to Earth in the 7th universe. Since I have come this far, I might as well find solace here for a while, Son Gohan responded. Having inadvertently arrived in this parallel world, he thought it wise to linger for a time, especially since his original world was currently stable and devoid of any intriguing events. It would be better to enjoy a brief respite in this realm, to relax and unwind from the tension that had accumulated. After 5 years of rigorous training in the room of spirit and time, he emerged ready to face the god of destruction, Beerus. Though he appeared unfazed, his body and mind were indeed weary. Even the mightiest warriors require rest. As you wish. I shall transport you back to Earth in the 7th universe. I will relay the specifics to Whis, who will arrange everything. Additionally, Son Gohan, should you have any needs, do not hesitate to consult Whis. The Grand Priest chuckled, as though he had some scheme in mind. Yet, Son Gohan could only speculate, lacking any substantial evidence. Even if the Grand Priest intended to ensnare him in some manner, as a mortal, he was powerless to counter it. Indeed, Son Gohan nodded in acknowledgement. In the next moment, the Grand Priest raised his hand, and an invisible, arcane force enveloped Son Gohan entirely. In an instant, he was transported away from the Omni King's palace. This approach, more exalted than that of angels, left Son Wukong utterly astounded. Is this the power of the supreme deity? The realm of the god of destruction in the 7th universe. The angel Whis and the god of destruction Beerus have returned to this divine domain. The 7th universe, having suffered destruction due to the conflict between Gohan and Beerus, has been restored under the mysterious powers of the angel. Everything has reverted to its original state. No lives were lost, nor were any planets obliterated, as if nothing had ever transpired. Has that scion from another world been granted permission to remain in this realm? The god of destruction Beerus, filled with myriad thoughts, feels a profound unease about the sudden emergence of Gohan, this formidable scion. Such strength, though not surpassing his own, is formidable nonetheless. Yet, he cannot quite fathom why he feels a lingering sense of discontent. My lord Beerus, it might not be entirely unfavorable for Gohan from another world to stay in our universe, Whis remarked, noting the troubled expression on Beerus's face. Beerus responded with a look of confusion. Previously, in the Grand Minister's palace, the Grand Minister had mentioned that our universe's average index was languishing near the bottom. Gohan's presence in this realm has significantly elevated our universe's average standard. At the very least, we shall not remain at the bottom, Whis explained. Contemplating numerous aspects and developing a keen interest in Gohan. Upon hearing Whis's reasoning, Beerus let out an irritable grunt. So I ought to thank that boy. Humph. With an annoyed huff, Beerus turned and soared towards his chamber. He preferred not to dwell on matters concerning the universe's average index. After all, when the time comes for improvement, it will inevitably occur. As gods of destruction, their duty is merely to annihilate the dead stars and hazardous planets within the universe. As for Gohan, Beerus was uncertain how to approach the situation. Suddenly confronted with a scion of comparable strength emerging in his universe, although the battles were enjoyable, Beerus found himself perpetually vexed. Whenever discontent arose, he felt an overwhelming desire to sleep. Out of sight, out of mind, perhaps he could slumber for decades, and when he awoke, everything would have changed. After all, the lifespan of mortals is but a fleeting moment, merely the blink of his own eyes. Observing the retreating figure of Beerus, Whis narrowed his eyes, pondering something unknown. Having spent countless years in close proximity to Beerus, he could discern his intentions. Feeling helpless yet unable to intervene, he watched as Beerus, with a serious demeanor, flew towards his chamber, the prophecies of the Oracle Fish and Gohan's displayed prowess intermittently surfacing in his mind. You are still far from being my destined rival. Beerus was in a foul mood, brooding in silence. Meanwhile, aboard Bulma's luxurious cruise ship on Earth, the atmosphere had grown tense as Gohan had yet to return, and the god of destruction had not made an appearance. They were reluctant to acknowledge it. Yet the harsh reality stood before them. Gohan from another world might truly be in peril. What is with all the long faces? At that moment, Gohan materialized from behind the crowd, gazing at the somber Z-fighters. His words pierced through the oppressive silence. prompting all the Z fighters to turn abruptly. Upon seeing Gohan return unharmed, their expressions of worry transformed into joy. Gohan, Kiki, his mother, was the first to rush forward, throwing herself into his embrace. Years ago, when Gohan had departed, she felt a deep sense of loss. Now, having reunited with her son from the future, she was determined not to let him leave again. Having learned about the future's grim realities, she dreaded the thought of Gohan returning to a world akin to hell. "It's been so long, Mom." Gohan smiled warmly, observing Kiki weep in his arms. Soon enough, the other Z fighters gathered around, eager to inquire about Gohan's current situation, including the events following his battle with the God of Destruction. Gohan did not withhold any details, even sharing his encounter with the Grand Priest. After a lengthy explanation, everyone finally grasped the sequence of events. "I never imagined the God of Destruction's power could be so terrifying, even you were at a disadvantage," Piccolo remarked, genuinely astonished. Through this ordeal with Beerus, he had glimpsed a broader dimension and a vaster sky, realizing just how insignificant he truly was. If even Gohan's Super Saiyan Beast form could not overcome Beerus, they were but ants in comparison. At the same time, he felt a sense of relief. It was a stroke of luck that Earth had not been annihilated. Had Gohan not rushed from the future, Earth and all its inhabitants would likely have perished at the hands of the God of Destruction, destined for the underworld. While Piccolo was correct in his assessment, he remained unaware that anything destroyed by Beerus would vanish entirely from this world, leaving no trace in either the underworld or the mortal realm. The eternal dragon of Earth could not resurrect them unless one utilized the Super Dragon Balls created by the dragon god, Zalama, to make a wish. Indeed, the God of Destruction's might was terrifying. If not for the timely intervention of the angel, I would have perished at his hands. However, though I may have lost this time, the next encounter may yield a different outcome. Son Gohan was not disheartened by this defeat. Falling down is not a cause for despair. What is truly daunting is to stumble in the same place twice. That said, Gohan, is that transformation of yours with silver hair a brand new Super Saiyan form? At this moment, unable to contain his curiosity, Son Goku stepped forward and asked eagerly, "Is there such a transformation with silver hair beyond the third tier of Super Saiyan?" They had never encountered it before. That form, I refer to as the Super Saiyan Beast, is a transformation I developed based on a mysterious state, which serves as the foundation for this Super Saiyan form. Son Gohan explained candidly. It was straightforward and easy to comprehend. At this moment, all present could not help but direct their gazes towards Son Gohan, the one from this world. In this world, Son Gohan had long ago attained the enigmatic state and the transformation into the Super Saiyan Beast. It was only natural that he should possess such abilities. Feeling the weight of everyone's gaze, Gohan experienced profound embarrassment. Though he had achieved this mysterious state years prior, he had forsaken his training, and his body had grown rusty. Transforming into a Super Saiyan was now a formidable challenge, let alone achieving the Super Saiyan Beast form. Transforming into a Super Saiyan based on the mysterious state? No wonder you were so powerful, Son Goku exclaimed, taken aback. However, he quickly regained his composure. Initially, he had intended to learn the Super Saiyan Beast transformation from Gohan. Yet, the mysterious state was exclusive to Gohan, and they could not attain it. They would have to seek a different path. To be honest, Gohan also fell to Lord Beerus, which somewhat levels the playing field for me, Goku remarked nonchalantly, earning a chorus of disapproving glances from those around him. In truth, ever since he had become a Super Saiyan God, he had taken his first steps into the realm of the divine. He had thought this would allow him to contend with the God of Destruction. But after witnessing Gohan's battle with Beerus, he realized just how insignificant he truly was. The Super Saiyan God was hardly noteworthy in their presence. Goku expressed his innermost thoughts, which resonated with Vegeta as well. To lose so disgracefully after utilizing my strength is truly humiliating, Vegeta scoffed, turning his head away in disdain, ignoring Goku. At present, he ranked as the third strongest Saiyan among all present. While Gohan from another world wielded the Super Saiyan Beast form, and Goku had attained the Super Saiyan God, Vegeta was left with only the second tier of Super Saiyan. No matter how he pondered it, Vegeta felt a deep sense of imbalance within. How infuriating. Nevertheless, it was thanks to Gohan's battle with Beerus that he gained deeper insights into this new transformation. He sensed a burgeoning potential within himself, and soon, he would step into an entirely new realm. Don't say that, Vegeta. Losing to the God of Destruction is not disgraceful, Goku urged with a pained expression, attempting to console him. That may be true for you, but not for me. One day, I will defeat Beerus with my own strength. Vegeta retorted angrily. his inner fury surging. He would not forget the shame of this crushing defeat. This intense impact would not break him, but instead fuel his relentless drive to grow stronger. At this moment, as the guest of honor at the birthday celebration, Bulma emerged, shattering the atmosphere of incessant discord. All right, everyone. Now that the god of destruction has departed, peace has been restored to Earth. Let us not wear long faces. My birthday celebration has only just begun, Bulma exclaimed, raising her glass high. The festivities resumed as everyone began to forget the recent peril, reveling in joy and merriment. Gohan, however, did not succumb to the celebratory spirit. His gaze drifted beyond the crowd, settling on the androids who appeared out of place among the Z fighters. Due to his intervention, the world had undergone a transformation. Android 18 had not become Krillin's wife, but remained solitary. Long ago, upon her departure, Android 18 had been observing from the shadows. Yet at that time, he had to leave, as he was not a denizen of that world. Now, however, things had changed. The Grand Minister had informed him that he could traverse between these two worlds freely, signifying that he could inhabit this realm for an extended duration, thereby becoming a part of it. Upon encountering Android 18 once more, he would not simply turn and walk away as he had previously. Chapter 115, The Possibility of the Second Tier of Beasts. After many years, he saw 18 and 16 again. Gohan took the initiative to approach. Seeing Gohan's proactive greeting, Android 17 reminded her sister, bringing her back to reality. In that moment, Android 18 was taken aback when Gohan approached her to greet her. She felt a wave of uncertainty wash over her. Indeed, it has been a long time, Gohan, Android 18 managed to say, her cheeks slightly flushed, unable to meet his gaze. Unlike Android 17 and 18, Android 16 exhibited a more natural demeanor. As a purely mechanical being, he had developed his own personality and emotions. However, between him and Gohan, there existed only a sense of gratitude. Meeting Android 16's gaze, Gohan offered a subtle smile. At this moment, with the absence of the god of destruction, Beerus, the previous oppressive atmosphere dissipated, allowing everyone to engage in free and open conversation. Taking the initiative to approach Android 18, Gohan sought to affirm a certain possibility. It was evident to nearly everyone present that Android 18 harbored special feelings for him. Even if it seemed absurd, no one dared to voice their opinions. Perhaps the only one feeling awkward was Gohan himself, having established a family of his own, with his wife being Videl. Yet, Videl remained unconcerned, believing that her Gohan would forever belong to this temporal reality. As the banquet progressed, the festivities quickly turned serious. The event had only just begun, relieving everyone of their previously tense demeanor. First, the entertainment team, long arranged by Bulma, took the stage, followed by a lottery segment featuring gift giveaways. As for the ultimate prize, the Dragon Balls had already been utilized to inquire about the transformation into a Super Saiyan God. Time passed unnoticed, and night fell. Bulma's birthday celebration reached a formal conclusion. After dinner and a brief period of reminiscing, everyone gradually retired to the rooms organized by Bulma for rest, enjoying the luxurious night's ambience aboard the cruise ship. Naturally, some chose to disembark from the opulent vessel. Piccolo, the supreme Kai dandy, and his attendant Bubbles were among them. Piccolo had his own matters to attend to, and no one knew what they entailed. As for Dandy, the supreme Kai, he had his own responsibilities, and his attendance at Bulma's birthday party was a rare opportunity amidst his busy schedule. With Dandy leaving, Bubbles, as his attendant, naturally followed suit. Aside from them, the remaining guests chose to stay. Even Goku, who typically prioritized training over enjoyment, decided to remain. It was uncertain whether he stayed of his own volition or was compelled by Chi-Chi's insistence. Vegeta, too, known for his relentless dedication to training, surprisingly chose to stay. An unexpected turn that left many incredulous. Soon, the night deepened. The sea breeze caressed the luxurious cruise ship, causing ripples on the water's surface and filling the air with a cacophony of sounds. Yet everything felt eerily tranquil at that moment. Countless seagulls settled atop the vessel, seemingly resting. As the night grew quiet, many drifted off to sleep, but Gohan, unable to find solace in slumber, found himself on the deck, gazing out at the ocean, a wineglass in hand, lost in thought. Had he arrived in this world by mere coincidence, or was it the result of deliberate design? Gohan pondered silently. At such an elevated level of strength, the nature of his contemplations had also deepened. The higher the realms he encountered, the more profound his internal uncertainties became. Lost in thought, Gohan failed to notice when Android 18 quietly approached his side. Under the soft glow of the lights, Son Gohan noticed Android 18 beside him and, somewhat surprised, remarked, "You're still awake at this late hour. Do you have something on your mind?" In response, a smile graced 18's face as she replied, "Indeed. I do have my concerns. However, it seems your burdens weigh heavier than mine." Gohan let out a hearty laugh, acknowledging her observation. Typically, he would not easily display his thoughts and emotions, revealing them only during particular moments. Who would have thought you possessed such a side? Is it the influence of that god of destruction that has left you in a state of confusion? 18 inquired, gazing intently at Gohan. He confided, "Upon ascending to a higher realm, what I encountered was not absolute confidence or the power to change everything, but rather a disorientation regarding the future. When one leaps into a higher dimension, one may find that they have rendered themselves even more insignificant. First, there was the god of destruction, then an angel, and ultimately the Grand Minister. Above them, even loftier beings exist. Though he appeared formidable, standing atop the universe, in truth, he felt utterly inconsequential." "I disagree," 18 replied with a soft laugh, moving closer to Gohan as they both gazed out at the endless sea. Memories of Gohan's past deeds, which had instilled hope in them all, surfaced in her mind. How could a man who brings hope to everyone be insignificant? "Is that so? I truly appreciate your kind words," Gohan said with a wry smile. The next moment, he sensed something amiss. Rubbing his right cheek, he discovered it was slightly damp. He turned in surprise to glance at 18, taken aback by her unexpected display of affection. "This is your reward for saving the earth from the god of destruction," 18 said, her face adorned with a smile as she casually offered an excuse before turning to leave. Watching her retreating figure, Gohan shook his head with a smile. In the blink of an eye, the sun rose on a new day. The group rose early, enjoying a simple breakfast on the luxurious cruise ship before parting ways. After all, they were not ordinary individuals and did not need to wait for the ship to dock. Such beautiful moments are always fleeting. As the Z fighters gradually departed, Gohan bid farewell to everyone and left alongside Goku. With Gohan's departure, the trio of androids followed suit, their destination unknown. After their exit, Bulma, the owner of the luxurious cruise ship, began to gossip. "Goodness gracious, the charm of future Gohan is truly remarkable. Even a stunning beauty like 18 is utterly captivated by him. I wonder if this is a blessing or a curse, considering they hail from different worlds." Bulma revealed a sly smile and began to speculate. "That was Gohan's own affair, beyond our influence. It was time for us to return," reminded Vegeta coldly from the side. All right, Bulma conceded, fully aware of Vegeta's character, knowing him better than anyone else. In the next moment, she began to instruct her subordinates to prepare for their tasks. Thus, the battle between gods at the beginning of Dragon Ball Super came to a close following Gohan's confrontation with the god of destruction, Beerus. Time swiftly passed, and before anyone realized it, a week had elapsed. Everything returned to tranquility. The lives of the Z warriors, including Gohan, who temporarily lingered in this world, resumed their previous routines. The protagonists of this realm, Goku and Vegeta, continued their grueling training as usual. However, unlike before, the two seemed to have reached a certain understanding, as if they had conspired in advance. No longer training like solitary wolves, they now practiced together, their rivalry complementing one another, yielding greater results with less effort. Perhaps stimulated by Gohan's encounter with Beerus, their cultivation advanced significantly within a few short days. Pressure played a role, as did talent. Though they paled in comparison to Gohan, it must be acknowledged that they were truly prodigies in their own right. Beyond their training, others were also growing stronger. Particularly this world's Gohan. Witnessing the formidable strength of his counterpart from another realm ignited a sense of dissatisfaction within him, a deep-seated frustration regarding his own perceived weaknesses. He was determined to strengthen himself. Even if he could not catch up to his alternate self, he would not allow himself to fall too far behind. Consequently, he sought out Piccolo as a training partner, hoping to reclaim the sensations of his past and once again master the mysterious state. The choice to not seek out his own father may have stemmed from an uncomfortable realization. Competing with himself felt futile, only leading to further frustration. As for Gohan himself, he was relishing a much-needed vacation. During his time in the future world, he had spent 5 years training in the hyperbolic time chamber, his nerves perpetually taut. After a week of enjoying the simple pleasures of an ordinary life, he found this sensation quite pleasant. Yet, he knew he could not remain in this state indefinitely. A week of rest was sufficient for him. Even while reveling in this rare respite, he did not neglect his introspection regarding his own power. Since his battle with Beerus, he had experienced profound insights into achieving a higher realm of strength. In a secluded area behind the Mount Payas, Gohan awoke from 3 hours of deep meditation. Throughout this week, he has been absorbing insights from the battle against the God of Destruction. Although his combat prowess has not seen a significant enhancement, his personal realm has approached a critical juncture, where a breakthrough seems imminent. The transformation into Super Saiyan Beast has unveiled a new metamorphosis, and he can distinctly sense that Gohan is on the verge of touching the barrier that stands before him. The Super Saiyan Beast is predicated on a mysterious state, which implies that there exists a Super Saiyan Beast Level 2 and Level 3 beyond this form. The method of unlocking these levels will depend on the approach he chooses to adopt. At present, he cannot force himself to shatter the shell of potential possibilities and ascend to a higher realm. Achieving this transformation necessitates the correct guidance and the stimulation of formidable external forces. In contemplation, Gohan recalls the challenges he faced during his training in the hyperbolic time chamber, where the circumstances mirrored his current predicament. At that time, he had 3 choices, each of which he had endeavored to explore. The first was the Super Saiyan 4th level, which he had attempted with his tail and even tried transforming into a great ape, but ultimately, he met with failure. Upon transforming into a great ape, he not only lost control of his consciousness, but also failed to achieve the golden great ape form. Thus, he abandoned the Super Saiyan 4 transformation. The second option was the power of the gods. At that time, he lacked a clear understanding of divine power and could not find a new direction for himself. Although he made some minor progress in the hyperbolic time chamber, the advancement was painfully slow, leading him to relinquish this path as well. The third choice was the current Super Saiyan Beast. He has successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan based on a mysterious state. Now, he finds himself back at that initial point. To surpass Super Saiyan Beast Level 2, he must revisit the 2 options he previously abandoned. Achieving the Super Saiyan 4th level with his current strength is not beyond the realm of possibility. In fact, the transformation of his bloodline could enable him to effortlessly ascend to the level of Super Saiyan Beast Level 2. However, this method carries substantial risks. As should he transform into a great ape and lose control, there would be no one in this world, save for the God of Destruction and the angels, who could withstand his current power. Thus, the first method is hereby dismissed. The only reliable option remaining is the second method, and he must now endeavor to explore it, the power of the gods. Although the current situation is not particularly favorable, the cultivation of divine power is not entirely unfeasible. The challenge lies in the fact that he struggles alone to comprehend the methods of harnessing divine strength, which proves to be rather arduous. He requires assistance from another. Just as Son Gohan was deep in thought, Earth welcomed an extraordinarily powerful being. His arrival went unnoticed by the weaker individuals, yet Son Gohan sensed his presence. The moment this aura emerged, his pupils constricted sharply as he gazed in a particular direction. To his astonishment, it was indeed the time for his arrival. If it were not for his acute perception, he might have found it hard to believe. However, since he had come, it meant that another path was now available to him. Chapter 116, An Audience with Whis, an Invitation? To think he returned to Earth so soon, Angel Whis. Son Gohan instantly recognized the source of this aura. Just a week prior, Whis had effortlessly neutralized the God of Destruction, Beerus's most formidable attack. True to the storyline, after Beerus fell asleep, he had come to Earth in search of culinary delights. His sudden appearance sparked a myriad of thoughts in Son Gohan's mind. Whis's abilities far exceed those of the gods of destruction, and he is a natural winner. In the original narrative, both Goku and Vegeta mastered the Super Saiyan God transformation and the higher-level Super Saiyan Blue form under his tutelage. If he could secure Whis's assistance, the 2 hypotheses he had just proposed could indeed be realized. Moreover, a week earlier, when he met the Grand Minister, the latter had clearly indicated that if he needed help, he could directly seek out Angel Whis. Your timing is impeccable, Whis. With his eyes slightly narrowed, Gohan set his sights on the Angel Whis. He believed that with the angel's assistance, he would experience a significant enhancement in a short period. In West City, at the Capsule Corporation, Whis, a devoted connoisseur of Earth's culinary delights, made his way directly to Bulma. Whis's unannounced arrival startled Bulma, momentarily leading her to fear that the God of Destruction, Beerus, had returned. Fortunately, Whis clarified that he was there alone, without Beerus in tow. His discreet visit went unnoticed by the Z fighters, as his sole purpose was to indulge in Earth's cuisine. Upon learning that Beerus had not accompanied him, Bulma's anxieties were alleviated. At the same time, the astute Bulma began to strategize regarding Whis. She recognized that Whis's identity was undoubtedly significant. While he appeared harmless, he was, after all, the attendant of Beerus, and she knew it was not as simple as it seemed. Furthermore, with Whis' connection, she saw an opportunity to leverage her relationship with Beerus, the god of destruction, for future contingencies. After all, Whis undoubtedly shared a profound bond with Beerus, and should Beerus ever descend upon Earth again, she could beseech Whis to intercede on her behalf, persuading Beerus to spare their planet. Presently, no one on Earth was a match for the god of destruction. It was evident that her husband, Vegeta, had suffered tremendously at Beerus' hands, and even the Super Saiyan god, Goku, had been defeated. Furthermore, Gohan from the future was also no match for Beerus. Faced with Bulma's warm hospitality, Whis found himself momentarily at a loss. He had come to relish Earth's culinary offerings, yet Bulma's enthusiastic demeanor left him feeling somewhat bashful. Nevertheless, since he was there and Bulma was so welcoming, it was all the more delightful. During this time, Vegeta, who had just concluded training with Goku, returned home and naturally encountered Whis. Whis' presence did not particularly concern Vegeta. He found it somewhat peculiar but chose to overlook it upon realizing Beerus was absent. In his eyes, Whis was merely the attendant of Beerus, and despite his formidable power, he doubted Whis would be overwhelmingly strong. It must be said that Vegeta was a relentless training enthusiast. Having just finished a session with Goku, he immediately immersed himself in his gravity training room, subjecting himself to an arduous regimen once again. Among the reasons, there lies the influence of Whis. Upon encountering Whis, Vegeta was immediately reminded of the god of destruction, Beerus, which only fueled his frustration. Consequently, he chose to retreat into the hyperbolic time chamber to vent his anger. He was determined to surpass his limits once more. Even if he could not ascend to the status of a Super Saiyan god or the legendary Super Saiyan beast, he was resolute in forging his own path. At present, he was merely at the pinnacle of Super Saiyan second grade. In a short span, he aimed to transcend his boundaries and reach a higher echelon of Super Saiyan. As Vegeta immersed himself in rigorous training, Whis silently held him in high regard. The innate talents of these Saiyans are among the most extraordinary he has encountered throughout his countless years of existence. Yet, he feels a sense of regret and sorrow. Vegeta possesses remarkable potential, but without the guidance of a suitable mentor, even if he ultimately forges a path of his own, his future achievements may remain limited. However, had there been someone willing to guide and direct him, his accomplishments could have transcended the ordinary, perhaps even positioning him among the most formidable beings in the universe, rivaling the god of destruction, Beerus. Alas, such what-ifs are scarce in this world. One's path must be chosen independently. Others will not beseech you to make their selections. In a high-end restaurant located in West City, under Bulma's guidance, Whis traversed the city, indulging in an array of exquisite culinary delights he had yet to experience. The vibrantly colored dishes, exuding enticing aromas, along with a multitude of delectable desserts, significantly heightened the appetite of the angelic Whis, awakening his taste buds to an unprecedented degree. Countless delicacies found their way into his belly, and the unforgettable flavors stirred such emotion within him that he was moved to tears. Though an angel, he is indeed a seasoned gourmand. Amidst the dual stimulation of culinary delights and spiritual elevation, Whis could not help but dance with joy and exclaim in exhilaration. Today, the gastronomic wonders of Earth have utterly transformed his perception. Had he known of such exquisite flavors earlier, he would have stealthily ventured here during the slumber of the god of destruction. Having lived through innumerable cycles, Whis has sampled countless cuisines. Yet this marks his first encounter with such extraordinary food, leading him to feel that his past years have been squandered, as if he had lived like a mere dog. Recalling the time he and Beerus first visited Earth, the planet was still in its primordial state, with humans merely underdeveloped primates. Now, as time has flowed and eras have changed, those primates have evolved into humans. Observing Whis so enraptured and reluctant to depart, Bulma felt a surge of joy within her heart. This revelation led her to discover the vulnerabilities of Whis. To engage with a gourmand, one must employ alternative methods. As long as she was willing to invest a bit more effort into the culinary realm, she could easily win Whis' favor. In such a scenario, he would be available to assist her with any matters, and their friendship could ascend to even greater heights. Boss, may I order another serving? No, make it two. With this thought blossoming in her mind, the affluent Bulma remained utterly unconcerned about the expenditure, extravagantly waving her hand in a display of generosity. Meanwhile, outside the restaurant, unnoticed by anyone, Gohan stood by the window, observing the angelic Whis, who was utterly absorbed in the culinary delights before him. He had arrived long ago, but had chosen to remain inconspicuous. With his arms crossed and observing from a distance, he quietly watched Whis and Bulma. The more he witnessed Whis indulging without a care, behaving like an ordinary person, the more enigmatic he found him. No matter how intently he gazed, he could never truly penetrate the mystery surrounding Whis, as if an invisible mist enveloped him, preventing any deeper understanding. You must have sensed my arrival already, Whis. Enjoying your meal while I wait patiently outside. Gohan was acutely aware that since the moment he had arrived, Whis had likely detected his presence. Yet, Whis made no move. He remained still, and Gohan could only bide his time. To intrude abruptly would only disrupt Whis and risk thwarting his plans and aspirations. Unbeknownst to him, an hour had slipped by. As an angel, Whis's appetite was astonishing, exceeding that of an average person by several times. However, in the presence of the affluent Bulma, it was hardly an issue. She could easily sustain a scion with an even larger appetite, let alone a mere Whis. Bulma, the cuisine on Earth is truly exquisite. If possible, I would like to take some with me when I leave, Whis requested with a smile. His stomach was full, yet he could not suppress his desire for more delicacies, so he opted to take some to go. Of course, we are friends, are we not? Take as many portions as you desire. I will cover the bill, Bulma readily agreed, a mischievous smile appearing on her face as she leaned closer to Whis and whispered in his ear, "Since we are friends, please do not forget our agreement. When Lord Beerus arrives next time, I kindly ask you to intercede on our behalf to avoid a repeat of the previous debacle. Rest assured, Bulma, Lord Beerus will not be returning to Earth anytime soon. Even if he does, after savoring the delights of Earth's cuisine, I am confident he will have no inclination to cause any destruction." Whis smiled gently and promptly assured. His understanding of the god of destruction, Beerus, surpassed that of anyone else. It would be a tremendous loss if this precious planet, Earth, were to be destroyed. Then it is settled, he declared. With the objective achieved, Bulma rose and took the bill handed to her by the waiter, heading towards the front desk to settle the payment. Upon arriving, Bulma addressed the waiter. "Please have all the dishes we ordered prepared again and sent here shortly." "Certainly," the waiter replied courteously with a nod. "All right, that's taken care of." Whis, how peculiar. Where has he gone? Bulma turned around only to find that Whis had vanished. Meanwhile, Whis had already stepped outside the restaurant. Finding a secluded spot devoid of onlookers, Whis glanced towards a certain direction and spoke. "Gohan, my apologies for the wait. Now, please reveal yourself. I expected you to remain inside for a bit longer, Whis." Gohan soon emerged from his concealed position. Having concealed his energy for over an hour, he had hidden in the shadows, undetectable by anyone. Yet, for an angel, such tricks were trivial. As Gohan revealed himself, Whis's gaze scrutinized him intently. Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback in an instant. In the span of just 1 week, a remarkable transformation had occurred within Son Gohan. Although his combat prowess had not seen a significant enhancement, his level of enlightenment had ascended to a new tier. The pace of this progress is nothing short of astonishing. Even the formidable god of destruction, Beerus, who trained under him, pales in comparison. It appears that within just a week's time, you have undergone significant transformations. Your very existence is truly remarkable, Son Gohan, Whis sincerely remarked. These profound words captured the attention of Son Wukong. Indeed, nothing can escape the discerning gaze of an angel. Ever since the battle with the god of destruction, I have gained considerable insights, yet I remain self-aware. Vados, it is time to address the matter at hand. Speaking candidly, Son Wukong promptly shifted to the crux of the issue. There is no need for trivial discourse. It is merely a waste of time. HM? Vados displayed an expression that suggested everything was as anticipated. He had foreseen Son Wukong's visit. And even the slight aura he emitted upon arriving on Earth was merely to capture Son Wukong's attention. Everything was unfolding according to his plan. Savoring exquisite cuisine was one objective, while luring Son Wukong was another. Your arrival on Earth likely entails more than just indulging in culinary delights, does it not? Son Wukong narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Vados. Upon locking gazes, Vados instantly understood. Caught in the act, well, I shall not mince words. I have come to Earth specifically to invite you to the realm of the god of destruction. Vados plainly stated his purpose. His visit was solely for Son Wukong. This perfectly aligns with Son Wukong's quest to seek out Whis. Training within the realm of the god of destruction would undoubtedly yield far superior results compared to doing so on Earth. Just as depicted in the original narrative, Whis had deliberately come to Earth to take Vegeta away. Now, the situation has shifted to him, to the god of destruction's realm. I have indeed contemplated this. But what might Beerus think if you were to escort me there? Son Wukong retorted. He had no objections to training in the realm of destruction. Yet the crux of the matter lay in whether the lord of that realm, Beerus the Destroyer, would grant his consent. Chapter 117. Arrival at the God of Destruction's realm. Aha. Regarding this, dear Son Wukong, you need not worry at all. Ever since our last battle, Lord Beerus, having expended a tremendous amount of energy, has entered a brief slumber and will remain unconscious for the foreseeable future. Furthermore, given your current strength, would you truly fear Lord Beerus? Wish chuckled softly, seemingly dismissive of this minor concern. His thoughts were entirely focused on Son Wukong, recognizing that a mortal capable of rivaling the mightiest of gods of destruction, once properly guided, would undoubtedly experience rapid advancement in strength. Gazing at Whis' countenance, Son Wukong felt an inkling of suspicion. Whis' hidden intentions were almost fully reflected on his face at that moment. This individual, through a blend of coaxing and deception, seeks to persuade him to disrupt the realm of the gods. Ah, there is one point I neglected to mention. Allow me to introduce myself. In your eyes, I am merely the servant of Lord Beerus, the god of destruction, and an angel of the seventh universe. However, on another level, I am also the master of Lord Beerus. Should you accompany me to the realm of the gods, I would be able to guide your cultivation. Whis explicitly declared his identity, and a triumphant expression began to adorn his visage. This scene elicited a twitch at the corner of Son Wukong's mouth. As a time traveler, he was certainly aware of Whis' identity. However, since Whis had extended an invitation, it would be rather impolite not to accept. Moreover, he had reached a plateau in his strength. Under the guidance of Whis, an angel, achieving a breakthrough in a short span of time was certainly feasible. In this world, only Whis, as an angel, possessed the qualifications to instruct him. The opportunity to grow stronger was right before him, and he could not afford to let it slip away. To his surprise, the master of the god of destruction, Beerus, had such an additional identity. Since he had already been invited, to decline would only show his own timidity. The realm of the god of destruction intrigued him. He was quite curious about the scenery that awaited him there. A smile graced his face as he accepted Whis' invitation. The chance to strengthen himself lay within the realm of the god of destruction. Ha 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 ha. This is simply splendid. I am eager to see Lord Beerus' reaction upon meeting you again. After all, your current strength has transformed immensely compared to a week ago. Even as an angel, I find it challenging to perceive the full extent of your power, Whis humbly remarked. Son Wukong's strength was not something he could overlook, though he could not discern the entirety of it. You flatter me. My strength pales in comparison to yours as an angel, Son Wukong replied. He had felt the might of an angel firsthand, and even a minuscule fraction of it was enough to leave him in awe. Just that slight edge was leagues beyond his current capabilities. Upon hearing this, Whis nodded subtly, about to speak further when he was interrupted by Bulma's sudden voice. Whis, why did you run off by yourself without informing me? I've been searching everywhere for you. Bulma approached Whis, her expression one of mild reproach. She then noticed Son Wukong, her curious gaze flitting between the two. Ah, I see. No wonder you ventured out alone. It's because Wukong is here. Bulma quickly grasped the situation. Hello, Bulma auntie. Son Wukong greeted her warmly. Yes, Wukong, Bulma responded with a smile. Ha ha ha. My apologies for keeping you waiting, Bulma. My conversation with Wukong has concluded. Is the food we ordered ready? Whis inquired. I initially intended for the restaurant to deliver it to the Capsule Corporation, but given the time that has passed, it's best for us to pick it up ourselves, Bulma replied. In the blink of an eye, 5 minutes had elapsed. Whis and Bulma exited the upscale restaurant, with the delectable food prepared by Bulma now securely stored within the gem atop Whis' staff. This black gem is no ordinary treasure. It harbors an almost infinite independent space within. In that realm, culinary delights remain untouched by the passage of time, perpetually preserved in a state of stasis. I am truly grateful to you, Bulma-san, for preparing such an abundance of delicacies for me. Bees expressed his gratitude. Frankly, he had not anticipated that Bulma would prepare 10 portions of every dish he had previously relished. Taking them back to the realm of destruction would suffice for quite some time. We are friends, are we not? This small favor is nothing for us as friends. As long as you do not forget our agreement, Bulma said with a knowing smile. I would never forget such a pact. I am already looking forward to my next visit to Earth, V's replied, beaming and nodding in affirmation. Then, I warmly welcome you to visit Earth again. Before you come, do let me know in advance so that I can have ample time to prepare. The food will surely surpass the flavors of this restaurant. Bulma added with a smile and a nod. I appreciate your kindness, Bulma-san, V said with a grin, then turned to walk towards Gohan, who had been waiting patiently. Gohan-san, I apologize for the delay, Whis said. No worries, I don't mind waiting a little longer. Since you are ready, let us set forth to the realm of destruction. Gohan replied, filled with anticipation for the experiences that awaited him there. However, before we depart, Gohan-san, would you not like to inform Goku-san and the others? Whis reminded him, revealing his true intention. His visit to Earth was not solely to take Gohan for training. He had plans for Goku, Gohan's father, as well. As for my father, he is not currently on Earth. If I am not mistaken, he should be training on King Kai's planet. Gohan quickly grasped the implication behind Whis' words. His purpose for coming to Earth was more than merely taking him to the realm of destruction for training. Is that so? How unfortunate. Whis' eyes flickered with a hint of disappointment, but it was of little consequence. Since Goku is not on Earth this time, I shall simply return another time to bring him along. Hold on tight, Gohan-san. If we were to fall into the cosmos during the transition, it could lead to considerable complications. As he spoke, the angel Whis focused his will, gently tapping his staff against the ground. In an instant, a dazzling radiance enveloped them in a luminous white circle, showcasing the power of the angelic being. The profound essence of the angelic power is indeed unfathomable, standing in stark contrast to the destructive force, which represents an entirely different extreme. As he meticulously attunes himself to the enigmatic energy of the angel Whis, Son Gohan finds himself ensnared in contemplation. Previously, he had merely grazed the surface of this celestial strength, and given the circumstances at that moment, he was initially struck by awe and an overwhelming sense of the unknown. Now, as he delves deeper into his perception, he realizes that this power is far more profound than he had ever imagined. This extraordinary ability, within the entirety of the Dragon Ball realm, can only be wielded by a being as enigmatic and exalted as an angel. With a resounding boom, a brilliant spectrum of energy enveloped Gohan and the angel Whis, propelling them at superluminal speed skyward. In an instant, they breached the Earth's atmosphere, soaring toward the cosmos. Watching Gohan depart alongside Whis, Bulma was taken aback. She never anticipated that Whis would take Gohan along with him on this journey. Should she confide in Vegeta about this matter? In the cosmos, under the enchanting powers of Whis, Gohan beheld countless celestial lights streaking past him, the scenery shifting continuously, appearing utterly magical. The astonishing speed of this traversal left Son Gohan utterly astounded. Even at his maximum velocity, he would scarcely achieve a fraction of what Whis could accomplish. Is this the ability of an angel? Merely traversing the cosmos with such a remarkable skill evokes a sense of inferiority. Whis, at our current velocity, how long will it take to reach the God of Destruction's realm? Upon regaining his composure, Gohan inquired of Whis. This is currently the fastest speed in the universe. At this pace, it will take approximately 15 to 20 minutes, Whis replied. The journey from Earth to the God of Destruction's domain requires merely around 20 minutes, a testament to the formidable nature of an angel's powers. 20 minutes? That's not an extensive duration. Whis' words reminded Gohan of the time he spent watching the Dragon Ball anime in his previous life, where each episode lasted no more than 20 minutes. Quite the conundrum. Upon reflection, the transit from Earth to the God of Destruction's domain equates to the length of a single episode. He mused silently, while Whis too pondered something. It will certainly be amusing to see Lord Beerus's expression when he awakens and finds Gohan in the God of Destruction's realm. Whis eagerly anticipated that moment. Based on his understanding of Lord Beerus, Gohan's presence would undoubtedly incite a furious reaction from him. Yet, this was precisely what Whis wished to witness. There were two primary reasons for bringing Gohan to the God of Destruction's domain for training. The first reason was Whis' desire to observe the heights Gohan could reach, given his potential after Whis' guidance. The second reason was to subtly apply some pressure on Lord Beerus through Gohan. After all, while Lord Beerus is the mightiest of the gods of destruction, he has gradually become complacent over the ages. If this continues, he might end up like Kampa from the Sixth Universe, transformed into a lazy cat, which is not what Whis envisions. Moreover, the strength of a god of destruction impacts the dignity of the entire universe and reflects upon Whis' own stature as an angel. The stronger Beerus becomes, the more confidence he will possess when encountering other angels, enhancing his prestige. Time passed, and after 20 minutes, amidst the superluminal traversal, a brilliant ray of light flickered at the edge of the God of Destruction's realm, instantly crossing an immeasurable distance and arriving at the heart of the domain. In this exalted realm of the divine, aside from Whis and Lord Beerus, there was a third entity, the Oracle Fish. At this moment, the Oracle Fish noticed the falling ray of light in the sky and realized that Whis had returned. You returned sooner than I anticipated. I wonder what delectable delicacies you have brought from Earth this time. The prophetic fish, unable to contain its insatiable curiosity, guided the fish tank towards the direction of Weiss's descent. This was the central realm of the god of destruction. As the radiant light of 5-0 traversed, the divine power of the angels receded, and the figures of Weiss and Son Gohan became visible. Gohan, here is the realm of the god of destruction, Weiss introduced. Soon, Son Gohan stepped out from behind Weiss, his gaze sweeping around, captivated by the extraordinary sights that met his eyes. The realm of destruction could no longer be described merely as grand or sacred. In this domain, even the Kaioshin realm, which also belonged to the divine, paled in comparison. Upon his arrival, Gohan closed his eyes to expand his perception, discovering that the realm of destruction was far more expansive than he had initially imagined. Upon first arrival, he had believed this place to be roughly equivalent in size to Earth. However, upon deeper reflection, he was astonished to find that the area of the realm of destruction was several times greater than that of the Kaioshin realm. Moreover, in terms of air quality and freshness, it surpassed that of the Kaioshin realm and the lower worlds beyond measure. The realm of destruction was indeed an extraordinary place. Even more so than the indulgent Lord Beerus had suggested, the quality of air here far exceeded that of the Kaioshin realm. After a thorough examination, Gohan opened his eyes and expressed a heartfelt exclamation. With his heightened perception, he could sense what was invisible to ordinary beings. It was not merely the vastness and air quality. The space within the realm of destruction was remarkably unique, permeated by a profound and potent mystical energy that enveloped every corner. This extraordinary force evokes a peculiar sensation, neither the power of angels nor that of destruction deities, but rather akin to the essence of a fundamental law. In Chapter 118, the initial encounter with an angel unfolds. The Dragon Ball universe encompasses far more than I had anticipated. Even the strength that underpins the realm of destruction is rooted in law. Such immense power signifies that Son Gohan is acutely aware of the nature of law's might. Once grasped, the power of law implies omnipotence. Yet, even at his elevated level, he can merely sense the presence of these laws. Mastering their application remains beyond his reach. However, the current inability does not preclude future mastery. The realm of destruction is indeed an exceptional sanctuary for cultivation and enhancement. The effects of training here surpass those in the lower realms by a factor of 10. Since the inception of the universe, no mortal has ever descended into the realm of destruction. Gohan, you are the first human to set foot in this domain, Vados remarked, directing his gaze toward Son Gohan. Is that so? I consider myself fortunate to have arrived in the realm of destruction as a mere mortal, Gohan replied with a smile. Upon his initial arrival, the environment of the realm of destruction rendered him slightly drowsy. A wave of lethargy washed over him, instilling within him a desire for a restful slumber. I finally comprehend why the god of destruction often succumbs to sleep. This comforting ambience even induces drowsiness in me. Gohan couldn't help but quip. It's no wonder that in the original narrative, Goku and Vegeta made such significant advancements in a remarkably short time after entering this divine domain. The realm of the divine and the mortal world exist in entirely different dimensions, and the benefits of training here are beyond imagination. Is that so? Then, Gohan, would you like to rest for a moment? The realm of destruction is vast, and I have already prepared your room, Vados suggested. Rest is unnecessary, Vados. I am not one to succumb to slumber so easily. After responding, Gohan stretched his body, allowing himself to relax fully before turning to meet Vados's gaze. My purpose in the realm of destruction is to grow stronger, not to indulge in a life of ease. Since the moment we last met, your formidable presence has been indelibly etched in my mind. Now that the opportunity stands before me, how could I possibly let it slip away? With those words, a radiant silvery light enveloped Son Gohan. The radiance emanating from him was blindingly fierce, exuding a savage intensity far surpassing that of his battle with the god of destruction. Beerus, merely a week prior. In an instant, he transformed into the pinnacle state of a Super Saiyan beast, all energy and aura retracting back into his being. Combat serves as the swiftest path for Saiyans to elevate their power, the most effective means of growth, for only under pressure can one truly evolve. As Gohan assumed the form of a Super Saiyan beast, Whis narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing his opponent, and soon revealed a look of astonishment. He recognized the vast differences in Gohan compared to before. It was truly incredible. Within just a week, he had undergone such a profound transformation that even Beerus, should he not unleash his full capabilities, would likely find himself at a disadvantage against Gohan. A mortal capable of earning Whis's unreserved admiration was unprecedented. Gohan was the first. Whis indirectly acknowledged Gohan's formidable prowess, declaring him the mightiest mortal in the universe beneath the god of destruction. There was no need for excessive praise. Whis, I am fully aware of your strength. Even now, I possess the ability to contend against a god of destruction, yet when faced with you, an angel, I fear I would not withstand even a single strike. Such words alone attest to the formidable nature of Whis. Moreover, Gohan, through the system, could now perceive a glimpse of Whis's combat power. At this moment, Whis's displayed combat power was in the early stages of the 11th dimension, registering at 200 units, undoubtedly a force of the 11th dimensional caliber. This merely represents a preliminary manifestation of combat power. Should Whis desire it, he could infinitely elevate it. To achieve such levels in a normal state is remarkable, but if he were to unleash his true might, he would effortlessly surpass the current 11th dimensional combat power metrics, soaring directly into the 12th dimension, or even ascend to the higher echelon of the 13th dimension. The brutal truth is that not even a single strike could be withstood. In fact, the mere ability to endure one blow is already an exaggeration, for with Gohan's current strength, in the state of Super Saiyan Beast, he is merely at the nascent stage of the 10th dimension, at best. Confronted by Whis, who in his ordinary state possesses a combat power of 200. A mere thought from him could render Gohan utterly annihilated in an instant. While it may seem hyperbolic, it is indeed a harsh reality. Even a nonchalant Whis is capable of dispatching him in a heartbeat. Do not belittle yourself so, Gohan. You hold me in too high regard. We angels are not akin to destroyers. Our existence is not predicated upon combat, but rather on maintaining the balance of the universe. Though you may perceive me as immensely powerful, the truth is I am not as formidable as you might think, Whis remarked with a smile, his words laden with profound significance. Angels, while seemingly powerful, are in truth bound by the constraints of rules. What significance does great power hold if it cannot be wielded? In this regard, Son Gohan naturally possesses the answer within his heart. The angels in the original narrative had explicitly stated that they are bound by rules, forbidden from engaging in combat. Should they defy these regulations, they would vanish into oblivion. In the later chapters of Dragon Ball Super, particularly during the Moro arc, the apprentice angel from Universe 7, Meruz, serves as a vivid example of this consequence. He disappeared due to his transgression. Nonetheless, the formidable power of the angels remains beyond doubt. What may appear insignificant to others presents an unimaginable pressure in Son Gohan's perspective. As he whispered a silent hope, Son Gohan took a deep breath, his expression growing grave. Were it not for the system, he might have believed Whis's words. The concept of 11th dimensional combat prowess is something that remains incomprehensible to him. It represents a pinnacle far beyond his reach. You will soon understand. For a time, I shall serve as your sparring partner, Whis declared, leaving Son Gohan utterly astonished. He had anticipated that his training would unfold as it did in the original story, with Whis helping him establish a foundation before imparting further knowledge. To his surprise, Whis announced right away that he would be his training companion. The notion of having an angel as a sparring partner is akin to possessing a living combat enhancement card. Whis's willingness to personally guide him would immensely benefit his strength and training. Just as he prepared to respond, a sudden voice interrupted the conversation between Whis and Son Gohan. How unexpected. Whis, you have returned with a mortal, and what a powerful one at that. The newcomer was none other than the oracle fish residing in the God of Destruction's realm. Floating slowly from its controllable fish tank, the oracle fish approached the two. After casting a glance at Son Gohan, it scrutinized him for a moment, feeling a sense of familiarity, yet unable to recall why. Its gaze then shifted back to Whis. After all, a fish is still a fish. This species possesses limitations in memory. Although the oracle fish is indeed unique, capable of foreseeing the future, it cannot transcend its fundamental nature. Its identity remains that of a fish, and aside from specific individuals and events it might remember, it tends to forget most things. For instance, the shockwave generated just a week prior when Son Gohan fought against the god of destruction, Beerus, nearly obliterated Universe 7. The fish has entirely slipped from memory. Long forgotten. Oh, prophetic fish, your arrival is indeed timely. Whis gazed at the prophetic fish with a cheerful smile, leisurely extending his greetings. Amidst the endless passage of time, the realm of destruction has dwindled to just him, the angel, and the god of destruction, Beerus. Unlike the others, the prophetic fish is the sole being, apart from the two, capable of residing in the realm of destruction, serving as Whis's companion throughout the years. Whis, what delightful treats have you brought from Earth this time? I am eagerly anticipating. The prophetic fish, manipulating its aquarium, swayed gently as it floated before Whis, inquiring simply and directly. The tone of this conversation bears no distinction from a casual greeting among friends. Ha ha ha. Rest assured, prophetic fish, I shall certainly not forget you. This time, I have brought a plethora of culinary delights from Earth. With a light chuckle, Vis wielded his staff, the gem atop it shimmering with a verdant glow. In an instant, the delectable dishes meticulously packaged on Earth materialized before him. Upon beholding these delicacies, the prophetic fish's eyes widened in awe, shimmering with a glint of greed and desire. The aroma was intoxicating, and the abundance was overwhelming. Without hesitation, the prophetic fish manipulated the feast directly into its aquarium, guiding it towards its dwelling. The selfish fish yearned to indulge in the delicacies all by itself. Although somewhat impolite, Son Wukong refrained from passing judgment. For this was a peculiar circumstance in the realm of the destroyers. Gazing at the retreating prophetic fish, Son Wukong remained silent for an extended period. His transformation duly noted by the angelic Whis. Is it that you find this fish excessively unruly and lacking in manners? Whis inquired with a smile. Not at all. I am merely intrigued. This fish is named the prophetic fish. Does it possess the ability to foresee the future, as its name suggests? Son Wukong articulated the question that lingered in his mind. Long before his journey across dimensions, Son Wukong had pondered the role of the prophetic fish within the Dragon Ball universe. Was its existence truly meant to herald the emergence of a Super Saiyan God? Perhaps the truth was far more complex than he had anticipated. To thrive in the realm of the destroyers, its status must undoubtedly be significant. In the vast expanse of the Dragon Ball world, it stood alone, uniquely singular. The fish is far more mysterious than he had anticipated. Just as Son Gohan had conjectured, the prophetic fish indeed possesses the ability to foresee significant events that are destined to occur in the future. Its existence serves to maintain the equilibrium of the universe. Once it foresees impending occurrences, it adjusts accordingly to avert all uncontrollable factors, thereby ensuring the universe remains in a state of balance, as Whis elucidated. There is no necessity to conceal the existence of the prophetic fish. After all, Son Gohan will inevitably learn of its capabilities in the future. How intriguing it is that such a diminutive creature possesses such extraordinary powers. Son Gohan nodded in acknowledgement, though he soon cast aside thoughts of the prophetic fish. His gaze shifted back to the angel, Whis, and with a serious expression, he said, Whis, since you have previously stated that you would be my sparring partner, may we commence now? At this moment, engaging in combat with an angel was his utmost desire. If he were to absorb even a fraction of the divine power that Whis might relinquish, how much energy could that potentially transform into? He scarcely dared to imagine. It seems that Son Gohan is already quite eager, Whis remarked with a slight smile. Perfect timing. I too could use a bit of post-meal exercise. With a subtle smirk, the angel, Whis, stood confidently, his staff in hand, facing the Super Saiyan beast form of Son Gohan with an air of nonchalance. Even a formidable being like Beerus could be incapacitated with a single blow from him, let alone someone like Son Gohan. Then let us begin, Gohan, Whis said with a light chuckle. As soon as the words left his lips, Son Gohan sprang into action. The full force of the Super Saiyan beast surged forth. With his legs coiled, he harnessed his power and, in an instant, erupted forth with a speed rivaling that of light. A resounding whoosh echoed as the space around him rippled with waves and shock waves. A silvery beam of light traversed through the fabric of space, and, in less than 0.00001 seconds, circled around Whis, aiming to deliver a powerful strike from behind. However, how could such an attack possibly connect with an angel like Whis? With a deft and precise pivot, Whis effortlessly evaded Son Gohan's ambush, maintaining an air of calm and poise. This scene was, indeed, anticipated by Son Wukong. If one could so effortlessly strike the angel, then his power would undoubtedly have surpassed that of the god of destruction. Chapter 116, The Mysterious State of the Divine. Truly, you are deserving of your title as an angel. My movements have likely been discerned by you long ago. With these words, Son Wukong launched another assault. His figure darted through the space like a phantom, unleashing an unrelenting barrage of attacks towards the angel, Whis. Such a level of assault is difficult to withstand, even for warriors of comparable strength. However, when faced with the relentless onslaught of Son Wukong, Whis exhibits no signs of pressure, appearing effortlessly composed. His body moves with an uncanny precision, as if it possesses an independent intellect, deftly evading all of Son Wukong's strikes. Wukong, your speed of attack has reached its current limit. If only you could unleash your strikes without the encumbrance of thought, perhaps you might graze my present self, Whis remarked while deftly dodging Son Wukong's advances. Understanding the context of the original narrative, Sun Wukong comprehended the implications of Whis' words. Yet achieving such a feat is immensely challenging. Without uttering a word, Sun Wukong's gaze sharpened, unleashing a devastating wave of energy towards Whis' face. The might of this strike is terrifying enough to split the heavens and the earth. Yet, in the eyes of Whis, it poses no threat. He effortlessly transformed into a beam of light, vanishing from sight. The ground of the divine realm was rent asunder, creating a vast chasm. Thick plumes of smoke billowed forth. Yet the presence of Angel Whis was nowhere to be found. Where had he gone? Son Gohan felt a pang of anxiety. This situation was rather dire for him. The movements of the angel were inscrutable, and at present, Whis concealed all traces of his aura. With his current perceptive abilities, locating Whis would prove exceedingly challenging. Just then, as Son Gohan pondered, he felt a hand rest upon his shoulder. In that fleeting moment, his pupils constricted, and he froze in place. Instinctively, he turned his head to glance at the hand that had found its way to his shoulder, only to discover Whis standing behind him. A serene smile gracing his features as he regarded him attentively. All of this transpired with astonishing swiftness, in less than a mere 0.01 seconds. Is this the power of an angel? Had he intended to take my life moments ago, I would surely have met my demise. Having personally experienced the terror of an angel, Son Gohan now comprehends the vast chasm that exists between dimensions. Even with his full power as a Super Saiyan beast, he could not hope to graze even a single hair of Whis. Shall we continue, Gohan? Whis inquired, his expression brimming with amusement as he observed Son Gohan before him. The outcome was already quite apparent. Continuing the battle would serve no purpose. There is no necessity for further conflict. I have come to understand the magnitude of the disparity between us. Gohan was acutely aware that prolonging the fight would yield no different result. He merely wished to grasp the true essence of the gap that lay between himself and the angel. Now that his objective had been achieved, there was no significance in continuing the struggle. Upon hearing this, Whis chuckled softly and withdrew his hand. Gohan reverted from his Super Saiyan beast form back to his usual state. Gohan, you have indeed changed significantly since a week ago. However, there are still areas that require improvement, Whis remarked nonchalantly. Gohan was undoubtedly powerful, even unmatched at his current level of mastery. Yet, in the eyes of the angel Whis, Gohan's weaknesses were far too numerous. Overcoming these flaws would require a considerable investment of time and effort. Then, I implore you, Whis, let us commence our training. Gohan urged eagerly, ready to embark on the next phase of his development. A week's rest on Earth had sufficed. He was now prepared to challenge a new threshold of power. Gohan, your fervent desire to grow stronger is quite palpable. Very well, since you have reached this level, I need not be circumspect. However, for training, we must relocate. This place will not yield significant results. As Whis spoke, he lightly tapped his staff against the ground, and a surge of mysterious energy enveloped Gohan. The two transformed into a beam of light and vanished from the spot, entering a uniquely crafted dimension created by Whis. Here lies the realm belonging to the angels, a world over which they reign. Unlike the lower realms in the divine domain, this is a distinctly unique dimension. It resembles the dimension of the time chamber, yet the environment here is far more extraordinary and remarkable. Here lies the extraordinary realm where the legendary Son Wukong and Vegeta honed their skills. It is within this very space that they mastered the art of the Super Saiyan God. Upon his arrival, Son Gohan prepared to take action, only to discover that his body was restrained by an enigmatic force, rendering him utterly immobile. His every movement was bound by an invisible chain. Mere strength was insufficient to navigate this domain. The more he struggled, the tighter the grip of this space became, ultimately constraining him to the point where even his breath was stifled. Gohan, remarked Whis, his eyes narrowing slightly as he observed Son Gohan with a calm intensity. With your innate talent and comprehension, this minor obstacle should pose no challenge for you, should it? The world before him is a creation of his own making. He is acutely aware of its merits and demerits. In this realm, struggle renders one immobile. However, by acting contrary to instinct, one may regain the ability to move. Reflecting on the sensation he experienced when he first comprehended divine power, Son Gohan closed his eyes. A faint flicker of divine energy surged within him, responding to his mental focus. Noticing the shift in Son Gohan, Whis' eyes narrowed slightly, a look of disbelief crossing his face. Has Son Gohan already grasped divine power? This does not appear to be a sudden revelation. Although this divine energy is somewhat rudimentary, it is undeniably divine energy. With a deep breath, he relaxed his entire being. allowing the divine energy to retract fully into his body, thus regaining his mobility. At last, I understand why you brought me to this space for training. Here, if one's aura is leaked, no matter how powerful one may be, movement is impossible, and the opportunity to exert oneself is non-existent. Only through mastery of one's own power can one regain the ability to act, he explained while clenching his fists. He felt fortunate that accompanying Whis to train in the God of Destruction's realm was indeed the right choice. The benefits derived from this sacred training ground far surpass those of the hyperbolic time chamber. It is truly astonishing that you have already mastered the application of divine energy. Though it is rough around the edges, with practice, you could achieve perfection. Perhaps I need not guide you extensively. Given your talent, you will naturally come to understand. Whis marveled at Son Gohan's comprehension and strength, recognizing him as an extraordinary prodigy. The Scions are indeed remarkable beings endowed with exceptional gifts. Before him, Son Gohan stands as one of the most outstanding among the Scions. However, should he find this too easy, it would render Whis' training methods seemingly meaningless. With a mere thought, Whis pointed his staff towards this extraordinary space. In an instant, the most enigmatic force within this realm was summoned, unleashing an overwhelming gravity that enveloped Son Gohan entirely. Despite his efforts to remain relaxed, he could not evade the crushing force of this gravity. What is this? He gasped as his body was pressed down, rendering movement nearly impossible. In his current state, maintaining complete relaxation in the face of such terrifying gravity felt like inviting suffering. He could neither relax too much nor exert too forcefully. This condition renders him exceedingly uncomfortable. Given Gohan's current strength, the effects of this space are almost negligible. I have added a little something. It will greatly benefit your training, Whis remarked with a slight smile, gazing down at Gohan, who was trembling and struggling before him. You, Whis, are truly. Gohan's words were cut short as an even more terrifying gravity enveloped his entire being, the sensation of pressure expanding relentlessly. It felt as though his body was on the verge of exploding. No matter how formidable the power, he could not unleash it. Any attempt would result in being restrained by this space. Yet, if he refrained from using it, he would be crushed by this overwhelming gravity. At this moment, even sustaining his own movements had become exceedingly difficult for Gohan. Is this the power of an angel? This overwhelming sense of oppression renders even my formidable strength ineffective. Gritting his teeth in frustration, Son Wukong calmly contemplated his response. Unbeknownst to him, the terrifying pressure enveloped him, causing beads of sweat to form densely upon his body, pushing him to the brink of collapse. With his jaw clenched tightly, Son Wukong persevered through sheer willpower. To fall here would be utterly disgraceful. Under the relentless pressure of despair, guided by instinct and intuition, he swiftly discovered a means to confront this overwhelming state. Gradually, the weight upon him began to lift, and his physical condition steadily improved. It would not be long before he fully acclimated to this environment. So swiftly, have they discovered a means to cope? The progress and cultivation surpasses my expectations. It seems I must adopt alternative strategies. The talent and comprehension displayed by Son Gohan astonished Whis. Having lived for such an extensive period, he had never before encountered a mortal of such extraordinary gifts. With appropriate guidance, I firmly believe that Son Gohan's remarkable advancements in a short span of time will be nothing short of astonishing. Thus, the journey of cultivation has officially commenced. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, half a month has elapsed. Son Gohan, having embarked on a new path of training in the God of Destruction realm, has already dedicated 2 weeks to his cultivation. With Whis' assistance and his innate talent, the growth he has achieved in this brief period exceeds all imagination. His strength and realm have undergone a transformative leap. Such formidable results from his training during these 2 weeks far surpass a year spent in the hyperbolic time chamber. With proper guidance, the effectiveness of his training is vastly superior to solitary efforts. It is no wonder that in the original narrative, both Goku and Vegeta were able to master transformations beyond Super Saiyan God under Whis' tutelage in a relatively short time. During this fortnight, Son Gohan has made considerable gains, not only making modest progress in harnessing divine power, but even developing a unique transformation of his own. At the center of a lake in the God of Destruction realm, Son Gohan hovers in a mysterious state, emanating divine energy. This enigmatic condition, bolstered by divine power, has become even more formidable. The divine energy radiates from his body, gradually being absorbed into him with his intent. As all the divine power is fully absorbed, Son Gohan's new state is complete. With a resounding boom, an astonishing pillar of energy surged from the lake's center, piercing through the entirety of the God of Destruction realm. The prophetic fish observing from the lake's edge was visibly astonished. Though it is but a fish, its existence within the God of Destruction realm endows it with considerable perception. The changes occurring within Son Gohan are unmistakably clear to it. Incredulous at such remarkable transformation within merely 2 weeks, the prophetic fish gasped in awe, recognizing that Son Gohan had adeptly mastered the utilization of divine power. Soon enough, the soaring beam of energy dissipated, and Son Gohan awoke from his deep meditative state. Sensing the changes within his body and the divine energy surrounding him, he realized that his hypothesis had succeeded. The mysterious state has been further amplified into a transformation. With his fists tightly clenched, Son Wukong intently attuned to the energy coursing through his body, a thrill coursed through his heart. At this moment, the potency of his mysterious state surpassed that of before, now doubling in strength. No, this was no longer an ordinary mysterious state, enhanced by divine power. This form ought to be designated as the divine mysterious state. The mysterious state, unenhanced by divine power, initially augmented combat strength by a factor of 1,000, peaking at 5,000. Thus, the divine mysterious state, bolstered by divine power, amplifies the standard combat capability by a staggering 816, 716, 866 times. This form's enhancement, being a myriad times greater than the norm, has unequivocally transcended the transformation of Super Saiyan God, even surpassing that of Super Saiyan Blue. Chapter 120, Arrival of the Second Saiyan. Stabilizing his transformation, Son Wukong drew a deep breath, easing the tension within his nerves. Through his exceptional talent and prodigious understanding, he ultimately attained this stage. He evolved the mysterious state once more, ascending to the divine mysterious state. After training under Whis, his standard combat prowess had also seen an elevation, reaching a formidable 3,000. With the mysterious state granting a 5,000-fold increase in strength, his combat capability surged to 1,500. The divine mysterious state could amplify this 1,000-fold, elevating his combat strength to an astonishing limit of 3,000. The saga is far from over. After dedicating 2 weeks to rigorous training in the realm of the Destroyer God, the most astonishing revelation lies within the enigmatic state of divinity. Transforming into the Super Saiyan beast in this form elicits an exhilarating response. Ha 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 ha. Gohan could no longer contain the ecstatic fervor within him, channeling a deeper reservoir of energy from within. Crackle. Silver lightning danced around his form, bursting forth in a spectacular display. His hair stood even more erect and densely packed, as his aura expanded exponentially, radiating an overwhelming presence that reverberated throughout the cosmos. The entire realm of the Destroyer God trembled under the weight of his power. Boom. A column of silvery energy shot skyward, dissipating in less than 5 seconds. Gohan had once again ascended into the state of Super Saiyan Beast. However, this iteration of Super Saiyan Beast was distinctly transformed from its predecessor. It was not merely a shift in momentum. Both the realm and essence had undergone a profound elevation. Success, just as I had envisioned. Feeling the tumultuous energy surging within him, Gohan was filled with uncontainable excitement. He clenched his fists tightly, his spirit soaring to unprecedented heights. The conception of evolving into the Super Saiyan Beast upon the foundation of the divine state had come to fruition. Previously, the battle prowess of the Super Saiyan Beast was a mere 400,000 times the normal state. Now, this new embodiment of Super Saiyan Beast boasts a staggering enhancement of 800,000 times. The numerical value is astonishingly formidable, almost terrifying. One must acknowledge that even during the latter stages of Dragon Ball Super's power tournament, Vegeta's awakened Super Saiyan Blue evolution only augmented his base power by a mere 200,000 times. As for the Ultra Instinct and the pinnacle of Ultra Instinct, the specifics remain elusive. However, Gohan firmly believes that his Super Saiyan Beast is on par with, if not superior to, Ultra Instinct itself, and even the ultimate form of Ultra Instinct. Just as Gohan prepared to revert from his transformation, an icy, bone-chilling aura surged from behind him, followed by a sinister, thunderous roar. No wonder. It is no surprise that during my slumber, I sensed a distinctly familiar energy. It turns out it was you, Saiyan. How did you find your way into the God of Destruction realm? Upon hearing the voice, Gohan turned around to find the God of Destruction, Beerus, clad in his pajamas. His expression one of furious annoyance. His overwhelming burst of energy had abruptly awakened Beerus from his deep slumber in the God of Destruction's palace. Disturbed from his rest, Beerus was already irate, and upon encountering Gohan, his fury intensified. "Well, Beerus, why do you look as if you're about to eliminate me? Is this how you graciously welcome guests?" Gohan inquired nonchalantly, unfazed by Beerus's wrath. Given his current strength, even if Beerus sought to obliterate him, it would require considerable effort, potentially resulting in the destruction of the entire God of Destruction realm. "Guest, I certainly do not recall inviting anyone to the God of Destruction realm, especially not you. I would never extend such an invitation to you." Beerus snarled, his face contorting with anger, shrouded in a shadowy aura tinged with purple light. He was exceedingly enraged. "Scion, I offer you one final opportunity. Answer me, how did you arrive in the God of Destruction realm?" A terrifying aura of destructive power enveloped Beerus, serving as his ultimate warning to Gohan. In the face of Beerus's impending explosion of rage, Gohan's demeanor remained unchanged. He lifted his gaze, his crimson eyes directed towards the sky of the God of Destruction realm. Just as Gohan spoke, a silver-white aurora sliced through the heavens, descending between Beerus and Gohan. The newcomers were none other than the Angel Whis, along with Goku and Vegeta. Whis' visit to Earth was not merely for the indulgence in its culinary delights, but also to bring along the two scions from this realm. It was indeed surprising that Lord Beerus had awakened so swiftly. Whis, observing the newly awakened God of Destruction, Beerus spoke with a hint of embarrassment. Greetings, Lord Beerus," said Goku, who arrived alongside Whis, scratching his head with a touch of trepidation. Vegeta, on the other hand, offered no salutation, instinctively stepping back a pace. The God of Destruction, Beerus, who was already on the brink of explosion, suddenly realized the reason for Gohan's unexpected appearance in the God of Destruction's realm, especially with the presence of these two scions. It dawned on him why Gohan had shown such remarkable growth and strength. No wonder this lad would appear in my domain. Even these two scions have come. It seems all of this is the doing of you, Whis. Beerus glared angrily at Whis, finally grasping the entire situation. Whis had brought all three scions from Earth to this place. Moreover, it was evident that Gohan had been in the God of Destruction's realm for some time. Otherwise, how could his power have surged so dramatically in such a brief period? Faced with Beerus's accusations, Whis could only awkwardly cover his face and smile. "Whis, you had better provide me with an explanation. Three scions suddenly appearing in the God of Destruction's realm is not something mere mortals can achieve," Beerus said darkly, stepping closer to Whis for questioning. Lord Beerus, there is no need for such anger. Gohan, Goku, and Vegeta did not arrive empty-handed. They have brought you delicacies from Earth." Whis could only attempt to appease the irate God of Destruction with the promise of earthly delights. At this moment, the only way to calm the tempestuous deity was through this means, as Beerus had previously savored the exquisite flavors of Earth. Being a seasoned gourmand, he could hardly resist the allure of such delectable offerings. "Nanny, you mean the food from Earth?" With those words, Beerus's eyes widened, and all his displeasure dissipated. However, he soon regained his composure and fixed a penetrating gaze upon Whis, causing the angel to feel a twinge of anxiety. "Whis, had I not awakened in time, would you have kept all these earthly delicacies for yourself?" Upon hearing this, Whis realized he had been seen through. Lord Beerus, please do not overthink it. I never harbored such intentions," Whis hastily replied. With a sense of unease, Whis could only offer a few perfunctory remarks to Beerus before sealing his lips with action. He lightly tapped the surface of the lake with his staff. In an instant, the gem atop the staff shimmered with an enchanting emerald glow. The next moment, a plethora of dazzling delicacies, exuding an intoxicating aroma, emerged from the hidden space within the staff. Even Beerus, usually as unyielding as a destroyer, found it difficult to resist the captivating scents wafting through the air, especially upon realizing that many of these culinary delights were entirely unfamiliar to him. Uncontrollably, drool slipped from the corners of his mouth. Since his last encounter on Earth during Bulma's birthday celebration, where he savored the exquisite earthly cuisine, the vivid memories had etched themselves indelibly in his mind, making it impossible for him to forget. However, due to the immense energy expended during the battle involving Gohan, he had returned to the realm of destruction and succumbed to an uncontrollable slumber. Now, stirred awake by Gohan's powerful aura and once again confronted with the delectable dishes of his dreams, all his prejudices against the three scions dissipated. Training in the realm of destruction was permissible as long as they did not disturb his rest. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Beerus issued a final ultimatum to the group, declaring that as long as they had brought ample gifts, he would refrain from pursuing any grievances. He could tolerate their training, provided they did not disrupt his slumber. With that, he enveloped all the culinary treasures brought by Whis in his own power and, with a mere thought, vanished from the spot. This scene left several individuals somewhat speechless. As the god of destruction, Beerus always possessed such a temperament? His mood shifts faster than a page can be turned. Speaking of which, Whis, did you bring my father and Uncle Vegeta along during your visit to Earth? Gohan inquired, glancing at the two behind Whis. Ha ha ha. Was it not for the purpose of providing a little motivation for your training, Gohan-san? By chance, I encountered Vegeta-san and Goku-san on Earth. They approached me voluntarily. Could I possibly decline? Whis replied with a subtle smile. While others may be oblivious to Whis's intentions, Gohan was acutely aware of what he was contemplating. Goku and Vegeta had already been earmarked by Whis. Their arrival to train in the realm of the gods of destruction was merely a matter of time. Gohan, how cunning of you to secretly come to the realm of the gods of destruction without informing me. If it weren't for Bulma's words, I would have been completely unaware of your whereabouts, Goku lamented. With his keen insight, he could discern the astonishing transformation that had occurred within Gohan. A fortnight ago, Gohan's strength was formidable. Even the aura of destruction he unconsciously emitted was capable of annihilating anyone. Now, however, Gohan's power was unfathomably terrifying. Yet he no longer exuded an overwhelming presence, making it difficult for others to perceive any changes. If Gohan a fortnight ago possessed an intimidating aura that could instill fear at a glance, his current state was one of concealed power, rendering him nearly undetectable. It is not my fault, father. When I met Whis a fortnight ago, you were not on Earth, and I had no way to notify you, Gohan replied, raising his hands in a gesture of helplessness. Upon this reminder, Goku suddenly recalled that after concluding his training with Vegeta 2 weeks prior, he had remained on King Kai's planet, making him utterly absent from Earth. He had missed that opportunity through his own oversight and could not blame Gohan. Meanwhile, Vegeta remained silent, his gaze scrutinizing Gohan intently. This marked the first occasion on which he observed Son Gohan's Super Saiyan beast from such a close proximity. The more he beheld, the more trepidation engulfed Vegeta. The son of Goku possessed an astonishing reservoir of potential. The sheer oppressive aura and tension radiating from this form were extraordinary. Fortunately, in their world, Gohan had fallen from grace, having ceased his training after attaining that enigmatic state. Otherwise, it was highly probable that a Super Saiyan beast would reemerge. Should that occur, Vegeta would inevitably find himself overshadowed once again. As they had all arrived in the realm of the god of destruction, allow me to orchestrate your training regimen, Vegeta declared. At that moment, Whis emerged, shattering the atmosphere among the group. Upon hearing his words, Goku and Vegeta instantly perked up, eagerly anticipating Whis's guidance. However, when Whis revealed the nature of the training, they were left utterly bewildered. Weeding the god of destruction's realm. What sort of training was that? To tend to the weeds, one would require certain tools. Eagerly, Whis conjured an ensemble of aprons and weeding implements for Goku and Vegeta with a mere thought. This scene filled the Saiyan Prince with overwhelming shame. What is this? This is not cultivation. It resembles my work at Bowsy Mountain entirely. Sun Wukong began to voice his complaints. Beside him, Vegeta's countenance was equally grim. As a Saiyan Prince, he found himself clad in an apron, wielding gardening tools. Had he not been aware of Whis's identity, he would have lost his temper long ago. Son Gohan, an innocent bystander, could only laugh helplessly at the absurdity of the situation. If this realm is indeed divine, then given your strengths, the moment you entered, you would have been regarded as intruders and perished at the hands of the gods. If you wish to grow stronger, you must heed my instructions, Whis firmly explained, maintaining a composed demeanor. Chapter 121, The Resurrection of the Evil Emperor. Earth. After a period of tranquility, unseen currents began to stir upon the planet. The departure of Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Son Gohan provided an opportunity for the remnants of the Frieza Force. Commander Sorb and combatant Tagoma of the Frieza Force had come to Earth to gather the Dragon Balls, compelled to resurrect the former Cosmic Emperor, Frieza, in a bid to restore the glory of their legion. Originally, the Dragon Balls had been utilized during Bulma's birthday celebration. However, due to the presence of the god of destruction, Beerus, who inquired about the Super Saiyan god, the wishes granted by the Eternal Dragon were rendered void. The Dragon Balls merely scattered across the world, remaining intact rather than turning to stone. Lord Sorb, we have gathered all the Dragon Balls. We can now summon the eternal dragon to resurrect King Frieza, Taguma said, standing beside Sorb with utmost reverence. You are correct, Sorb. Now is the time to resurrect King Frieza. Our legion needs a ruler to maintain order. Otherwise, our demise is merely a matter of time, Sorb said, impatient to bring Frieza back to life. Ever since Frieza's death, he had ascended to the position of commander, yet without a formidable warrior to lead. His strong subordinates were few. Apart from Taguma, there was only one other capable individual. To prevent the legion's extinction, he felt compelled to revive Frieza. Time was of the essence, as he feared that the Scions on this planet would discover their plans. Should they do so, the gathered Dragon Balls would be rendered useless, and they would meet their end upon this earth. Sorb's gaze drifted toward the trio of young children nearby, the three mischievous youngsters. Undoubtedly the infamous Pilaf trio from the original tale were taken aback by the piercing gaze of Sorb. The leader, Pilaf, felt a sudden jolt of fear that nearly caused him to faint. I grant you 3 chances at life, Sorb declared menacingly, summon the dragon immediately, or face death. A palpable aura of lethal intent radiated from him as he exchanged a knowing glance with Taguma, who understood the unspoken command. Without hesitation, the combat-ready Taguma raised his hand, a wave of violet energy manifesting in his palm, locking onto the Pilaf trio. The emergence of this energetic light wave instantly instilled a sense of terror in several individuals, who understood all too well that failure to disclose the method of utilizing the Dragon Balls could very well lead to their demise. I beg you, please, cease your actions, implored Pilaf, his voice raised in desperation for survival. Observing this, Taguma also dissipated the energy sphere resting in his palm. Having narrowly escaped the clutches of death, Pilaf took a deep breath, refraining from further utterance, and directly recited the incantation to summon the eternal dragon. As the incantation was spoken, the 7 Dragon Balls began to shimmer with radiant light, and in an instant, the sky above Earth was shrouded in darkness, heralding the appearance of the dragon. This scene caught the attention of the Z warriors on Earth, yet they paid it little heed. The Dragon Balls do not belong exclusively to them. Whoever gathers them holds the power to make a wish. As the eternal dragon made its appearance, it uttered its iconic phrase, "Gatherer of the Dragon Balls, state your wish. No matter what it may be, I can fulfill 3. This scene stirred a tempest within Taguma and Sorb, who were witnessing the dragon for the first time. They had only heard tales of the dragon's existence, never having laid eyes upon it. However, upon this encounter, the reality of the dragon diverged significantly from their imaginings, and it granted not 1, but 3 wishes. O dragon, my first wish is to resurrect King Frieza. Fully aware that his time was limited, Sorb proclaimed his first wish to the dragon in the sky. This wish seemed deceptively simple. The dragon formed an OK gesture with its claws, and in the next moment, a crimson light erupted from its eyes. An immense surge of wish energy was unleashed, but this time, the dragon played a trick. It resurrected Frieza, yet not entirely. The dragon summoned Frieza's severed head and his still twitching body. At present, Frieza existed in a state of limbo, neither fully alive nor completely dead. However, he retained his consciousness, and with timely intervention, revival was possible. Sorb, upon witnessing the disjointed state of Frieza, was utterly bewildered. What is this? Wasn't the wish supposed to resurrect him completely? What is the meaning of this head and body separation? Sorb demanded an explanation from the dragon, seeking clarity. Yet, the dragon paid no heed to this fool, offering a perfunctory excuse instead. Frieza has been dead for too long. I could only summon his body and restore his soul. If you wish for his complete revival, you must utilize your second wish. The dragon was cunning. It recognized Sorb's unscrupulous nature and deliberately made the fulfillment of his wish more challenging. Very well. Then my second wish. Just as Sorb prepared to voice his second wish, he was abruptly interrupted by Pilaf. O dragon, my second wish is for 1 million zeni. Faced with an opportunity before him, Pilaf could not let it slip away. He decisively seized the dragon's second wish. Several bundles of money rained down from the sky, landing squarely on Pilaf's head. Money. It's money. As Pilaf beheld this spectacle, his eyes sparkled with excitement. At long last, after all their efforts, they had finally acquired wealth. In the past, they had indeed collected Dragon Balls, but at that time, they were too old. Their first wish had been to ask the dragon to restore their youth. However, they had not anticipated the dragon's trickery, which transformed them into children instead. Now, having matured, they finally achieved their long-cherished aspiration, to amass riches. The sight of the immense banknotes left them utterly exhilarated, their smiles stretching wide. Witnessing the second wish snatched away, Sorb was momentarily taken aback. Regaining his composure, A surge of murderous intent coursed through him, his eyes bloodshot with rage, wishing nothing more than to rend Pilaf to pieces. How dare he steal my wish? Taguma, eliminate them at once. Fueled by fury, Solb commanded Taguma to execute Pilaf and his companions on the spot. At your command, Master Solb. Raising his hand, Taguma gathered a wave of energy in his palm, preparing to annihilate the trio. In this dire moment, Xiaowu called out to the dragons soaring in the sky, "Dragon, transport us three to find Trunks." Hearing her plea, the dragon bestowed upon Xiaowu a look of commendation. The young woman is sufficiently astute. She has been awaiting this very moment. Is this your third wish? Excellent. As the words fell, a crimson glimmer flashed in the dragon's gaze, and a tremendous surge of wish energy enveloped the scene, hastily whisking away the Pilaf trio. Their departure left Taguma and Sorb utterly dumbfounded. 3 wishes had been granted, and now it was time to bid farewell. With the proclamation that all wishes had been fulfilled, the dragon transformed into a radiant golden light and vanished without a trace. The 7 Dragon Balls, summoned by an unseen force, soared into the sky, dispersing to 7 distinct corners of the earth. The dragon's exit rendered Sorb completely stupefied. Of the 3 wishes, he had realized only one, while the other 2 had been seized by those 3 rascals. Infuriating. My wishes. How could they be stolen from me? Eliminate them. Taguma, find them for me. I shall see them all annihilated. In this moment, Sorb's fury reached a boiling point, relentlessly commanding Taguma to capture the trio on Earth and execute them on the spot. Having 2 wishes snatched away is a bitter pill for anyone to swallow. However, Taguma remained composed, acutely aware of the perils that lay on this planet. If they continued to squander time here, their demise would be inevitable. Lord Sorb, time is running short. Should we linger any longer on this planet? We too may find ourselves in grave danger. As for Lord Frisia, utilizing our Legion's regeneration device could restore the connection between his head and body, Taguma cautioned. This statement momentarily stirred Sobel from his stupor. He realized that his current predicament was far from optimistic. Should he remain any longer and be discovered, his demise would be inevitable. How infuriating. It would be prudent to let them off this time. Sobel commanded, "Take Lord Frisia, and let us depart from this planet." Regaining his composure, Sobel promptly issued orders to vacate the Earth. He was acutely aware of the perils that lurked on this planet. Even with his protection, discovery would seal his fate. Understood, Lord Sobel. Soon, Taguma transported Frisia's body and head aboard the spacecraft. The 2 piloted the vessel away from Earth. In the vastness of space, Taguma and Sobel dared not squander time, mindful of the urgency in restoring Frisia. Under the influence of the regeneration device, Frisia's head and body were rejoined, and he no longer bore the form of a mechanical entity, but rather, he reverted to his original self. With his body restored, the mechanical apparatus fell away, and he returned to his peak condition. Frisia's final form was perfectly resurrected. Unlike before, this resurrection endowed him with even greater power. In the depths of hell, his soul was constantly tormented, and the resentment and fury within him only served to strengthen his essence. The corporeal form that emerged after his revival was imbued with an intensified soul, naturally leading to a remarkable enhancement of his abilities. This place feels familiar. This king has finally returned to life. Back in the realm of the living, Frisia was overwhelmed with emotion, and the murderous intent in his gaze deepened and intensified. After countless years of waiting, he had finally reached this moment. The malevolent emperor was reborn. Congratulations on your resurrection, Lord Frisia. I am Sobel, the current supreme commander of the Frisia force. Due to the seance, it has been challenging for our subordinates to locate the Dragon Balls to bring you back. After years of searching, we finally seized an opportunity to use the Dragon Balls on Earth to revive you. Kneeling before Frisia, Sobel humbly spoke. Upon hearing this, Frisia turned, revealing an air of contempt and an aura of authority that demanded respect. He was not foolish. He understood precisely why he had been revived. My Frisia force has been decimated over the years, and someone like you has ascended to the position of Supreme Commander? Frisia regarded Sobel with disdain, who, in turn, dared not voice any complaints. He was acutely aware of Frisia's formidable strength, having witnessed it firsthand. Should he provoke the tyrant's ire, his life would be extinguished in an instant. You claim it took so long to find an opportunity to use the Dragon Balls on Earth for my resurrection? I find that hard to believe. The Frisia force has crumbled to its current state if I had not been revived. Surely there would be no Frisia force left in the cosmos. Upon uttering these words, Frisia instilled a profound terror in Sorbet, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. The sentiments expressed by Frieza were precisely those harbored within Sorbet's own heart. They had resurrected Frieza solely to ensure the continued dominance of his army within the cosmos. Fortunately, Frieza harbored no intentions of taking his life. Having been resurrected with great difficulty, he was unwilling to squander time on such a petty subordinate. As memories of his demise flooded his mind, he recalled his time on Earth, where he encountered the offspring of Goku, ultimately meeting his end at the hands of Gohan. The thought of it ignited a fierce rage within Frieza, intensifying with every recollection. He was resolute in his quest for vengeance. Without avenging this slight, he would not be worthy of the title of Emperor of the Universe. Approaching the transparent window of the spaceship, Frieza gazed out into the infinite expanse of the starry sky, his thoughts swirling tumultuously within. This resurrection has granted him an opportunity he shall not squander. He seeks vengeance and yearns for greater strength. The wretched Science, did you ever imagine that I, Frieza, have returned once more? Soon, I shall deliver an unforeseen surprise to you all. Every one of you shall meet your demise. This time, the fire of revenge burning within Frieza is unprecedentedly fierce. In the depths of hell, he endured torment, yet through a mystical crystal ball, he witnessed the significant events transpiring in the mortal realm. First, it was Majin Buu. Then the god of destruction, Beerus. Now, Goku has ascended to heights he could scarcely fathom. With his current abilities, he is no match for them. He requires training, evolution, and power. Frieza possesses unwavering confidence in his innate talent. Provided he remains steadfast in his training, within half a year, he shall wield the might to crush all. Surpassing Goku, and even eliminating him will be a trivial task, for he is a genius among geniuses. Chapter 126, The Revelation of the Transformation into Super Saiyan 4. In the blink of an eye, a month has passed. It has been a month since the resurrection of the Cosmic Emperor, Frieza. All remains tranquil. Everyone continues to live carefree in their peaceful existence. Unbeknownst to them, a new wave of crisis is poised to descend upon them once again. In this world, the Z fighters, with the exceptions of Piccolo, Son Goku, and Vegeta, have largely forsaken their training. In this reality, Krillin is no longer a martial artist. He has taken a position in law enforcement, contentedly embracing the life of an ordinary citizen. Although Tianjin Fan has not sought employment like Krillin, he has established his own martial arts dojo. As for Son Gohan in this world, he seems to have relinquished his training as well. After the arrival of the god of destruction, Beerus, he recognized his own insignificance and sought Piccolo's guidance for a time, yet subsequently, he appeared to abandon his efforts and delved into his academic pursuits. With his inconsistent commitment to training, akin to fishing for 3 days and sunbathing for 2, his endeavors yield no fruitful results. Rather, they exacerbate his decline. When a new crisis looms, he finds himself unwilling to accept his own frailty. Yet, he consistently relies on the strength of his father to extricate him from troubles, resembling an eternally immature child. Simultaneously, in the realm of the gods of destruction, 1 month has passed, during which the Angel Whis has laid a solid foundation for Son Goku and Vegeta, imparting the methods to cultivate divine power. It is beyond dispute that the Saiyan aptitude is remarkable. Within this brief span, the progress of these two is nothing short of astonishing. As Son Goku's combat prowess skyrockets, he also masters the transformation into Super Saiyan God. This time, he was able to transform into a Super Saiyan God without relying on the energy of other Saiyans, marking a significant enhancement for him personally. Of course, a substantial part of this achievement can be attributed to the fact that he had previously undergone the transformation into a Super Saiyan God. He retained the memory of that experience. The essence of the Super Saiyan God transformation did not dissipate at that moment, but instead lingered within him. This elucidates the reason behind his remarkably swift progress. In contrast to Sun Wukong, Vegeta's advancement appears rather insignificant, having mastered a fragment of divine power. His base combat strength has experienced a dramatic enhancement, even compensating for the inability to grasp the 3rd level of Super Saiyan. However, when juxtaposed with Sun Wukong, the chasm between them still encompasses the Super Saiyan God. Strengthening oneself through training cannot be rushed. Each step must be taken with diligence and steadfastness. Vegeta's mindset has faltered, driven by an urgent desire to transcend his current limits and surpass Sun Wukong, which has hindered his ability to take that crucial step. As for Gohan, his training diverges significantly from that of the others, shrouded in an aura of mystery. With divine power as a supplement and Super Saiyan Beast as the foundation, Gohan strives to transcend the realm of Super Saiyan Beast, venturing into uncharted territory. Throughout their training, Whis often provides Gohan with special attention, intentionally or unintentionally revealing the techniques of Ultra Instinct to see if, given his innate talent, he can master a divine skill that even deities find challenging to attain. Today, Vegeta once again endeavored to comprehend divine power, aiming to transcend his limits and reach the realm of Super Saiyan God. Filled with confidence, he attempted it. Yet the harsh outcome invariably ended in failure. Damn it! Why is this happening? Why can't I grasp Super Saiyan God? Another failed attempt sent his rage soaring. He has been surpassed by Son Gohan for quite some time, and if he does not find a way to break through that barrier and achieve that transformation, the gap between them will only widen, ensuring that he will be left behind. The difficulty in transcending to Super Saiyan God is a question you must pose to yourself, Vegeta. Whis, standing behind him, provided the answer. Impatience and an urgent desire for strength cloud your mind. Each step of growth requires a steady and methodical approach. In your current state, no amount of effort and training will yield results. Your heart has become unsettled. Vegeta fell silent, realizing the truth of his recent endeavors. Each grueling training session, devoid of rest, was solely to pursue greater strength. Yet, sometimes, rest itself is a form of training. If he can overcome the issue of his mindset, transforming into Super Saiyan God would be a trivial feat for him. Indeed, Vegeta, what you currently lack is not the stimulation of overwhelming external force nor the intensity of rigorous training, but rather the necessity of rest. Allow your body to recuperate and your spirit to relax. The transformation into Super Saiyan God represents a transcendence of realms and a metamorphosis of the soul. Given your present state, achieving this seems rather unrealistic. Whis illuminated a clear path for Vegeta, advising him to take a respite. Continuing his rigorous training would yield no benefits. Rest was the only option suited for him. Rest? Vegeta murmured, pondering how many years had slipped by without a moment of reprieve. It seemed that throughout his life, he had been either training or battling, never pausing. Whether on planet Vegeta, during his tenure with the Frieza Force, or in his relentless pursuit of Goku. He had spent these years in a relentless cycle of intense training, never once allowing himself to rest. Perhaps, this time, it was indeed the moment to consider it. In truth, I believe that Uncle Vegeta need not confine himself to the transformation of Super Saiyan God. There exists another path that he might traverse. At that moment, Gohan approached the two, offering a gentle reminder. Gohan, do you believe there is a better option for Vegeta besides Super Saiyan God? Whis inquired, his expression revealing a hint of surprise. Perhaps, Gohan's insight could yield unexpected benefits for Vegeta's training. Gohan, do you wish for me to transform into a Super Saiyan beast like you? Vegeta crossed his arms, casting a sidelong glance at Gohan. The Super Saiyan beast transformation, while formidable, did not resonate with him. Yet, he was mistaken. Gohan was not there to assist him in achieving the transformation. Even if he wished to, Vegeta would not attain it. If you, Uncle Vegeta, could achieve the Super Saiyan beast transformation, that would be splendid. However, aside from Super Saiyan beast and Super Saiyan God, we Saiyans possess another transformation. Upon hearing Gohan's words, Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically. Nanny? Are you suggesting there is yet another path? A glimmer of excitement ignited in Vegeta's eyes. He realized this was a novel opportunity, one that was uniquely his own. This Son Gohan, hailing from another realm, may indeed possess the knowledge required to shatter his current shackles. The key to achieving that transformation lies here, dear Uncle Vegeta. With these words, Son Gohan untangled the tail that was coiled around his waist. A tail? Upon witnessing Son Gohan's tail, Vegeta was suddenly jolted back to reality. In the past, all Saiyans possessed tails, yet after departing from Earth, he deemed them unnecessary and subsequently discarded his. Had it not been for Son Gohan's deliberate display, he might have forgotten that Saiyans even had tails. However, Vegeta did not comprehend the purpose behind Gohan's mention of it. The tail's function merely facilitated the transformation into a great ape, while the transformation into a Super Saiyan was infinitely more advantageous. Uncle Vegeta, your tail has been severed for many years. You may have forgotten the sensation of having one. Have you not noticed, in both combat and training, that our tails help us unlock unique powers? Perhaps this is why you have struggled to surpass your limits. Son Gohan's insightful explanation piqued Vegeta's interest. Upon reflection, there was indeed some truth to it. In the days when he had a tail, his combat prowess escalated rapidly, and his instincts and intuition in battle flourished. Yet now, he no longer experienced that sensation. Could it truly be the absence of his tail that accounted for this? Uncle Vegeta, if my conjecture holds any merit, The presence of the tail is intrinsically linked to our Scion transformations. Much like the transformation into a Super Saiyan, our bloodline undergoes a continual enhancement and evolution during the metamorphosis. After a brief pause, Son Gohan recalled something and addressed Vegeta once more. Uncle Vegeta, you still remember the sensation of transforming into a Super Saiyan, do you not? Nowadays, our transformations do not rely on emotions such as rage, but rather on the concentration of our energy towards the spine at the back, culminating in a powerful release. Son Gohan's words plunged Vegeta into a realm of reminiscence and contemplation. This question had never crossed his mind. The transformation into a Super Saiyan represents an evolution of their bloodline, a metamorphosis of the self, a pivotal moment in the Saiyans' journey of evolution. He merely aspired to become more powerful, never truly contemplating the nature of energy flow during the transformation into a Super Saiyan. Upon reflection, recalling the sensations experienced during each transformation, he realized that each instance involved the accumulation of energy concentrated at the center of the spine, culminating in a powerful release. Rather than being reliant on any emotional turmoil, such as rage. Eureka! The transformation into a Super Saiyan is not achieved through intense emotional fluctuations, as you once indicated. I have been entirely misguided in my pursuit. Vegeta experienced an epiphany at this moment. He had once believed that Saiyans derived their strength solely from overwhelming emotional surges, convinced that sufficient anger would lead to infinite growth. Now, it was evident that he was mistaken, profoundly mistaken. Simultaneously, he found himself lost in memories, pondering why his son Trunks and Goku's younger son Goten could so effortlessly attain the Super Saiyan form. The two young ones have found the correct path. From the very beginning, he had never delved into the origins of the Super Saiyan transformation. In the past, as well as in the present, he mistakenly believed that the transformation was solely a result of overwhelming anger. Now, this notion has been thoroughly debunked. Uncle Vegeta, you have now mastered the third level of the Super Saiyan transformation, however. The issue of excessive energy consumption remains, a flaw that cannot be rectified no matter how much training is undertaken. I too have attained the third level of the Super Saiyan, but due to my tail, the drawbacks associated with it do not affect me. Gohan observed Vegeta's captivated demeanor and realized that he had indeed taken the bait. The purpose of his lengthy discourse was to explore the possibility of the fourth level of the Super Saiyan transformation. Due to his mixed blood, with half being Earthling, his lineage could only ascend to the beast form of the Super Saiyan, rendering the Ultra Instinct unattainable for him. However, Vegeta is different. He is a pure Saiyan, and within him flows the royal bloodline of the Saiyans. Perhaps he could achieve the fifth level of the Super Saiyan transformation. Beside them, Whis, upon hearing Gohan's explanation, narrowed his eyes slightly. Gohan's reasoning held merit. He had once believed that the Super Saiyan transformation was merely a state of mutation among Saiyans. However, it now appeared that this was a manifestation of bloodline evolution, revealing a higher tier of existence. Thus, Gohan, I wonder, to transcend to the Super Saiyan God, or even other transformations, is a tail necessary? Vegeta eagerly inquired. While I am uncertain of the tail's significance in the Super Saiyan God transformation, I am certain that its presence is indispensable. The more powerful one becomes, and the higher the realm attained, the greater the need for the tail's coordination. Our Saiyan transformations represent an evolution of the bloodline. I further posit that this is akin to a reversion to ancestral traits. In my speculation, ancient Saiyans must have possessed transformation abilities, which have simply been forgotten over the ages. Whether it be the first or third level of the Super Saiyan, including the beast transformation, I perceive that Saiyans are evolving towards a return to their ancestral roots. Though I possess a tail, I am not a pure-blooded Saiyan. However, Uncle Vegeta, you are a pure Saiyan. If my hypothesis holds any truth, given your current prowess, coupled with the assistance of your tail, you might unlock a new transformation that transcends both the beast form and the Super Saiyan God. Gohan breathlessly articulated the potential of the Ultra Instinct transformation. Chapter 123, The Golden Great Ape Emerges. After listening to Gohan's lengthy discourse, Vegeta suddenly experienced an epiphany. He was vividly reminded of the words spoken by his father during his childhood. It was during the full moon that the Saiyans unveiled their true power. Those words were not mere fabrications. They were grounded in reality. Only under the full moon could the Saiyans unleash their authentic strength. If Gohan's hypothesis holds true, then should Vegeta possess his tail, he could not only rectify the flaw of the Super Saiyan third level's energy leakage, but also transcend his limits, potentially achieving what the Saiyans refer to as the Super Saiyan fourth level. As an impartial observer, Whis calmly analyzed the situation. In truth, he too was taken aback by Gohan's revelation. The Super Saiyan state was not simply a mutation of the Saiyan form, but rather an evolution of their lineage. A return to their ancestral state. The transformation into a great ape. How foolish I have been to sever my own tail. There must be an inseparable connection between the great ape transformation and the Super Saiyan state. With clenched fists, Vegeta was overtaken by regret for having committed such a grave mistake. The great ape transformation and the Super Saiyan form were the keys to shattering his limits and ascending to the Super Saiyan 4th level. Yet now, Vegeta was consumed by intense fury. His tail had been forcibly removed, and he had stifled its regrowth with sheer power. Now, after so many years, the tail had long since vanished, and the void it left had been filled with flesh. It could never grow back. However, regarding the matter of Vegeta's tail, I may be able to assist. At that moment, Whis, observing the furious Vegeta, interjected. Upon hearing this, Vegeta's astonished gaze shifted to Whis. Do you possess a method to restore my tail? Vegeta looked at Whis, his heart brimming with anticipation for Whis' response. If his tail could indeed regrow, even without training as a Super Saiyan god, he could forge a path uniquely his own. This path belongs solely to him, Vegeta, and no one else. Of course. Dear Vegeta, do not be overly excited. To me, this is merely a trivial matter. Whis smiled gently, his staff pointing lightly towards the area behind Vegeta. In an instant, a mysterious power emanated, converging at the spot where Vegeta's tail had been severed. Vegeta felt a sharp pain in the remnants of his tail and turned to see that, under the angel's enigmatic influence, his tail had regrown. The tail. It has regrown. Vegeta's heart swelled with exhilaration. At this moment, he could sense that his body had become whole once more. An unprecedented feeling surged through him with the return of his tail. He was astonished to discover that the energy within him had intensified. Vegeta, now that your tail has sprouted anew, what do you intend to do next? Whis inquired, his heart brimming with anticipation. He harbored a growing excitement for the continual evolution and transformation of the Saiyans. First, there was Gohan's Super Saiyan Beast, followed by Goku's ascension to Super Saiyan God. Vegeta chose a path distinctly different from theirs, one that, according to Saiyan lore, is known as Super Saiyan 4th level. Gohan, standing nearby, wore a smile without uttering a word. He too was immensely curious about the formidable nature of the Super Saiyan 4th level. The power amplification from the initial stage to full capacity of Super Saiyan 1st level ranges from 50 to 80 times. The amplification from the initial stage to its peak of Super Saiyan 2nd level spans from 100 to 200 times. The 3rd level, from its inception to zenith, boasts an amplification of 400 to 500 times. However, the Super Saiyan 4th level had yet to be truly experienced, and even Gohan was uncertain of its extent. Yet, he knew this form would undoubtedly rival the Super Saiyan God, perhaps even match the Super Saiyan Blue. After all, in the Dragon Ball GT saga, Goku transformed into a golden great ape due to the Earth's emitted Blutz waves, achieving a battle power at least 10 times that of a Super Saiyan 3rd level. Otherwise, he could not have overpowered Baby, who had possessed Vegeta. Moreover, beyond the realm of the black-haired Super Saiyan 4th level lies another tier. Revered as the Super Saiyan 4th level, Limit Break, also known as the red-haired Super Saiyan 4th level. The conditions to attain it require mastering the Super Saiyan 4th level while simultaneously cultivating strength through divine power. Super Saiyan 4th level? I can hardly contain my anticipation. A sinister smile crept across Vegeta's face. Recognizing the profound connection between the Great Ape transformation and the 4th level of Super Saiyan, he resolved to enter the Great Ape state and experiment. Although the realm of destruction lacked a moon and the Blutz waves, he possessed the unique ability to create an artificial moon, blending the air of the destruction realm to forge a suitable replica. Raising his hand, a sphere of white light materialized in his palm, forming the nascent shape of the artificial moon. In the next moment, Vegeta swung his arm with great force, sending the luminous energy spheres soaring into the heights of the destruction realm. Explode, artificial moon. He bellowed as he clenched his fist. Boom. The artificial moon erupted in the sky. From the moment it emerged, the Blutz waves were unleashed. It was about to begin. Gohan leaped backward, landing on a stone 100 meters away. Whis also distanced himself from Vegeta. The 4th level of Super Saiyan. I, Vegeta, am here. Gazing at the artificial moon above, Vegeta's eyes absorbed the Blutz waves, causing the bloodline within him to surge. A crimson glow flickered in his eyes as his great ape transformation commenced. The artificial moon this time differs significantly from the one previously created by Vegeta. This new moon, forged from the essence of the god of destruction's realm and crafted in accordance with this environment, emits a purity of Blutz waves not merely at 27 million, but an astounding 1 billion. As his body incessantly absorbs the stimulating Blutz waves, Vegeta's tail reacts, and his physique begins to swell. Countless veins rise to the surface of his face, rendering him grotesquely fearsome, akin to a malevolent spirit. A harrowing scream erupts from Vegeta's lips, beginning as a primal roar of humanity and swiftly transforming into the ferocious growl of a beast. The long-dormant Scion bloodline within him is stirred, awakening the most unadulterated and primal power of the Scion race that lies dormant within Vegeta's being. As he witnesses Vegeta gradually morph into a great ape, Gohan is engulfed in memories. He recalls his own attempts at transforming into a great ape, which met with a cruelly disappointing end, due to the impurity of his bloodline. Even when he could maintain a semblance of consciousness in his great ape form, he was unable to control his body, ultimately relegating him to the status of a mere black great ape, rendering the transformation into a golden great ape nearly impossible. He muses quietly to himself, uncertain if this time will yield success. Will his evolution lead him to become a golden great ape or remain a black great ape? As a traveler between worlds, he understands that the key to ascending to Super Saiyan Level 4 lies in the progression from the black great ape form to the golden great ape. This situation is akin to harnessing the energy of a Super Saiyan while in a state of a great ape, transforming into a Super Saiyan great ape. The evolution continues as Vegeta sheds his human form, his body swelling with each passing moment, dark fur erupting from his surface skin. The immense form, exuding an aura of terrifying ferocity, evokes a chilling sensation. The rhythmic pounding of his heart reverberates like distant thunder, intensifying with each beat, creating an invisible pressure that is utterly daunting. Such a commotion rouses Son Wukong, who is deeply immersed in meditation 100 meters away. What on earth is happening? Sensing this extreme aura of brutality, Son Wukong's mind sharpens, and he turns sharply towards the source of the energy. A colossal beast is visibly expanding and growing stronger before his eyes. The roar of the great ape reverberates throughout the realm of destruction, its magnitude momentarily stirring Beerus from his slumber in the God of Destruction's palace. With a contemplative glance at the source of the energy, Beerus recognizes its identity and promptly shuts his eyes, returning to his dreams, undisturbed by any intrusions. As the great ape form stabilizes, Vegeta completes his transformation. This overwhelming presence, could it be Vegeta? How has he transformed into a great ape again? Recognizing the ferocious aura emanating from the great ape, Son Wukong is taken aback, fully aware that this great ape is indeed Vegeta. Although he is uncertain of the circumstances, a foreboding sense of dread washes over him. With a powerful leap, he propels himself towards Vegeta's location. Hey, Vegeta, what is going on? How did you transform into a great ape again? Son Wukong shouts as he reaches Vegeta's side. However, in this moment, Vegeta resembles a frenzied beast, entirely oblivious to any sounds around him. Son Wukong's appearance becomes the target of his tumultuous rage. In his great ape state, Vegeta pounds his chest fiercely, and in the next instant, his massive hand slices through the air, capturing Son Wukong in an unyielding grip. A terrifying force envelopes Son Wukong, instantly immobilizing him. Even in his normal state, he finds it impossible to break free. Vegeta, what on earth are you doing? Gazing into Vegeta's blood-red eyes, Son Wukong senses the gravity of the situation. The strength of the great ape Vegeta is overwhelmingly powerful, far beyond what he can contend with at present. Yet, the immense pressure weighs down upon him, rendering him unable to unleash any of his own formidable power. The scene of great ape Vegeta firmly clutching Son Wukong is witnessed by Whis and Gohan, confirming that Gohan's earlier speculation was indeed misguided. Observing the frenzied Vegeta, Whis immediately comprehended the situation at hand. Unchecked power, regardless of its magnitude, serves no purpose. At this moment, Vegeta resembled a wild beast in a state of madness. If he cannot even harness his strength, there is no hope of becoming stronger, and he would inevitably become a slave to his own power. Meanwhile, Gohan remained silent, quietly scrutinizing the chaotic Vegeta. He understood that, as a scion of royal lineage, Vegeta would never lose his sanity even in the throes of transformation into a great ape. While a powerful golden great ape might pose a threat, the current form of Vegeta was merely that of a black great ape, and he would never succumb to being a thrall of his own strength. Thus, The only plausible explanation was that Vegeta was acting with intent. Gohan pondered whether the emergence of a Super Saiyan 4th grade in the context of Dragon Ball Super was a fortuitous or a detrimental development. His arrival had drastically altered the course of this world's narrative. According to the original storyline, both he and Vegeta were meant to master the transformations of Super Saiyan God and even Super Saiyan Blue. Now, while Goku had attained the Super Saiyan God form, Vegeta had chosen the path of Super Saiyan 4th grade. Whether this choice would yield positive or negative consequences remained uncertain, and he hoped it would not trigger an excessive butterfly effect. At that moment, on the battlefield, Goku found himself firmly grasped by Vegeta, unable to move an inch. After a brief stalemate, he seized the opportunity and broke free from Vegeta's hold in one swift motion. A deep crimson flame erupted, emanating from within, and in an instant, Goku transformed into the Super Saiyan God form. That was close. "You almost crushed my bones," he exclaimed, wiping the cold sweat from his brow with a sigh of relief. The transformation into Super Saiyan God drew the attention of the great ape Vegeta. However, instead of displaying rage, a meaningful smile appeared on his face. Goku felt a surge of dread at this unexpected reaction, a foreboding sense of impending danger. Before long, his premonition came to fruition. "Aha!" Roar! The great ape Vegeta unleashed a frantic roar that pierced the soul, surrounded by crackling blue-white lightning, his power escalating dramatically, with his black fur beginning its transformation into gold. Soon, his energy swelled to an extravagant extent, rivaling that of Super Saiyan God Goku. With his power stabilized, Vegeta was no longer a mere black great ape. He had transformed into a golden great ape. Chapter 124, Super 4 vs. Super God. Who is stronger? What is happening here? Noticing Vegeta's transformation, Goku's eyes nearly bulged with astonishment. At this moment, he was profoundly shaken. The form of this golden giant ape instilled a sense of imminent peril within him. Particularly, the intensity of this aura had escalated to an unimaginable degree. This is an overwhelming surge of energy, not merely an amplification of divine power. The resounding roar of the golden great ape Vegeta reverberated throughout the realm of destruction, as countless strands of dense blue and white lightning spiraled around his form incessantly. His energy became increasingly astonishing, its intensity magnified hundreds, even thousands of times compared to that of his previous form as a black-haired great ape. Witnessing this spectacle, Whis, the angel, displayed a slightly grave expression. He was aware that Saiyans could transform into great apes, yet the existence of a golden great ape had never been witnessed before. Moreover, this power, a manifestation of pure mortal energy, had transcended into the realm of the divine. This sensation is akin to the sudden emergence of Son Gohan, who, through his sheer and unadulterated strength, has ascended into the realm of the divine. Although the current golden great ape Vegeta pales in comparison to the Super Saiyan beast Gohan, he has nonetheless undeniably stepped into the domain of the gods. He has triumphed. The golden great ape. Witnessing Vegeta's remarkable transformation into the golden great ape, Gohan realizes that the completion of the 4th stage of Super Saiyan is now within reach. At this moment, the intensity of the golden great ape's aura far surpasses that of the 3rd stage of Super Saiyan, placing them in entirely different realms of power. Simultaneously, Gohan's system automatically displays the current combat power value of the golden great ape Vegeta. This power is rather unstable, fluctuating between 400 and 500 units, sometimes surging and at other times declining. Is this the manifestation of the Saiyan bloodline's ancestral evolution that you speak of, Son Gohan? Indeed, the current Vegeta is several times stronger than before, even surpassing Goku in terms of power. However, if this strength cannot be controlled, it holds no significance. Whis observed the formidable golden great ape, calmly analyzing the situation. Excessive and untamed power is not necessarily a boon. If it spirals out of control, it will only bring disaster. Furthermore, in his view, being unable to harness one's power while reveling in it merely reduces one to a slave of that very strength. Vegeta finds himself in such a predicament. Yet, from Gohan's perspective, the narrative unfolds differently. Whis, let's not be too hasty in our conclusions. Are you truly certain that Uncle Vegeta hasn't mastered this power? Gohan, at this moment, saw through it all. When Vegeta willingly transformed into the golden great ape, he had, in fact, reclaimed his self. It was merely the years of inactivity in achieving this transformation that caused him to exhibit signs of madness upon reverting. Once he acclimatizes, he will completely command this power. Whis slightly squinted, scrutinizing Vegeta, and faintly noticed the subtle curve at the corner of Vegeta's mouth. Suddenly, enlightenment dawned upon him. In that instant, everything became clear. The next moment, Gohan surged forward, and in less than 3 seconds, he positioned himself between Super Saiyan God Goku and Vegeta. Gohan. What is happening? Why has Vegeta transformed into this state? Goku, unaware of the truth, inquired earnestly. He sought to understand the situation. Father, do not fret. You will know shortly. Gohan's lips quivered slightly, his gaze fixed upon the golden great ape Vegeta. At this moment, while Vegeta exuded a fierce aura, he remained motionless. Uncle Vegeta, your acting is quite impressive. You nearly deceived me just now. Isn't it time to end the charade? Gohan smiled, meeting the gaze of the golden great ape Vegeta. Humph. I am the Prince of Science, endowed with royal blood. How could I lose my reason in this form? I merely needed to reacquaint myself with the sensations of the past. Now, I am nearly there. The golden great ape Vegeta uttered in a surprisingly human-like voice. This signifies that Vegeta has completely seized control of this body. So how does it feel now? Son Gohan gazed at the golden great ape before him, his heart brimming with anticipation. The golden great ape is the precursor to the 4th transformation of a Super Saiyan. Mastering the full extent of this form's energy would allow him to transcend himself and attain the state of a Super Saiyan at its pinnacle. I feel absolutely magnificent. This power suits me far better than that of a Super Saiyan god. The voice of the golden great ape Vegeta began to deepen. He could vaguely sense something, a formless barrier standing in his way, which would soon be shattered. In his great ape form, a sinister grin spread across his face, rendering him quite fearsome. It seems, Uncle Vegeta, that you have sensed the existence of that realm. I await with bated breath to see if you can succeed. With that, Son Gohan began to retreat. What exactly is happening? Is this state of Vegeta a completely new transformation? At this moment, Son Goku was utterly bewildered, instinctively stepping back as he awaited Vegeta's metamorphosis. The hearts of all present were now heightened with anticipation. They eagerly awaited to see what form Vegeta would assume after the golden great ape. You shall soon find out, Kakarot. The transformation into a Super Saiyan god is for you alone to experience. I possess my own power. With a frenetic roar, the golden great ape Vegeta erupted once more. With a thunderous boom, an overwhelming energy radiated outward, producing echoes throughout the space. Golden energy intertwined with blue and white lightning, enveloping the golden great ape Vegeta. This spectacle evoked a memory in Son Gohan's mind. In the Dragon Ball GT saga, when Goku regained his consciousness, he transformed into a Super Saiyan at the 4th level amid a similar scene. We are close to success. The first Super Saiyan at the 4th level in the Dragon Ball Super timeline. Come now. It is time for evolution. The golden giant ape clenched its fists tightly, its internal energy surging forth like an erupting volcano, boundless and relentless. In an instant, a golden whirlwind expanded, sweeping in all directions, radiating a dazzling light. Its terrifying might obliterating everything in its vicinity, as if it sought to overturn the very realm of destruction. Upon noticing Vegeta's explosive energy, the angelic Viz pointed his staff towards the void, delicately controlling Vegeta's unleashed power within a safe threshold. A violent onslaught surged forward as Gohan and Goku beheld this scene. Through the golden tempest, they discerned Vegeta's transformation. Ominous blue and white lightning danced around him like a serpentine dragon. The pent-up golden energy erupted suddenly, enveloping the form of the golden giant ape, Vegeta. His breath was restrained, confined within his body, as all energy retreated, causing the colossal figure of the golden giant ape to visibly shrink. At the heart of this brilliance, they could faintly perceive Vegeta's silhouette, a fusion of humanity and beastliness. This indeed is the manifestation of the Super Saiyan 4th level. The transformation between the great ape and the humanoid form still lingers. A resounding boom echoes as the energy condenses to its utmost limit before erupting once more. A dazzling golden radiance, centered around the golden great ape Vegeta, expands outward, illuminating everything within a 10,000-meter radius. The three hold their breath, intently awaiting the outcome. Before long, a minute passes quietly. The vast waves of the energy explosion dissipate, replaced by a sense of pressure that is beyond imagination, an aura that reaches unfathomable depths. He has succeeded. Gohan immediately concludes that Vegeta's transformation is a triumph. Their gaze is directed toward the source of the smoke. As anticipated, the current Vegeta embodies the state of the Super Saiyan 4th level. The enormous golden great ape form vanishes, replaced by a wild figure enveloped in fiery red fur, each movement exuding an astonishing presence akin to that of a red-haired monkey. His long black hair cascades down to his waist, slightly differing from the hairstyle of the Super Saiyan 3rd level. The fiery red fur covers his entire body, and his pupils exhibit a striking duality of blue and black, with a hint of crimson shadow framing his eyes, adding a sinister allure. If the Super Saiyan 3rd level exudes a cold demeanor, then the Super Saiyan 4th level embodies the essence of pure malevolence. This form is indeed the Super Saiyan 4th level, identical to the red-haired monkey that Gohan envisioned. With his transformation stabilized, Vegeta wears an expression of excitement and wicked charm, casting a sidelong glance towards Gohan and Goku. What manner of form is this? Lacking any divine power, yet it bestows upon me an extraordinary sense of oppression. Goku feels a cold sweat trickle down his forehead, as in his Super Saiyan God state, he senses the threat emanating from Vegeta. In this form, Vegeta not only rivals his own strength, but even surpasses it. It appears that Gohan's speculation has proven correct. Vegeta has undergone a transformation, not into the Super Saiyan God form, yet possessing a power that can rival that of a Super Saiyan God. This remarkable strength and stature seem quite fitting for a god of destruction. As Whis carefully scrutinizes the current Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, his satisfaction grows. Vegeta's image is wild and formidable, perfectly aligning with Whis's vision of a god of destruction. At this moment, Vegeta is overwhelmed with excitement. He has forged a path uniquely his own, one that diverges from Goku's Super Saiyan God and Gohan's Super Saiyan Beast forms, which do not resonate with him. Only the bloodline of a Saiyan, as a prince of his kind, courses through his veins. It is in the Super Saiyan 4 form that he truly finds his home. Congratulations are in order for you, Uncle Vegeta, for achieving the transformation into Super Saiyan 4. As Gohan observes Vegeta, the numerical representation of his combat power materializes in his mind. Due to the elevation of his bloodline, Vegeta's base combat power has seen a notable increase. Coupled with his royal lineage, this newly attained Super Saiyan 4 state is remarkably stable, even surpassing a certain threshold. Currently, Vegeta's combat power in the Super Saiyan 4 form reaches an astounding 400 trillion, while it may slightly pale in comparison to the golden great ape form. In terms of sheer combat power, the contained energy and the concentrated force manifest a destructive capability that far exceeds that of the golden great ape. Moreover, the surface-level combat power values do not encapsulate the entirety of his potential. Gohan understands that the Super Saiyan 4's capabilities extend far beyond this, representing the full activation of Vegeta's bloodline. In battle, he will only grow stronger. This is largely thanks to you, Gohan. Had you not enlightened me about the tail being the source of Saiyan power, I would not have broken through so swiftly. This is the essence of Super Saiyan 4. Even a god would be no match for me. The overwhelming energy surging within Vegeta instills in him an illusion of invincibility. With this power under his command, his confidence swells, leading him to believe that he is unparalleled. Is this the state of Super Saiyan 4? It is hard to fathom that. Aside from the Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan Beast, there exists an even higher tier of Super Saiyan 4, and its strength is astonishing. Curiosity enveloped Son Wukong regarding the transformation into Ultra Instinct. Despite lacking divine power, its potency rivaled his current state. Glancing at his father, Son Gohan was suddenly struck by an intriguing thought. Father, do you not wish to ascertain the differences between Uncle Vegeta's Super Saiyan 4th level and your Super Saiyan God? His words ignited the competitive spirit between Son Wukong and Vegeta. Ultra Instinct and Super Saiyan God represented two distinct manifestations. One a return to the primal essence of Saiyan lineage, the other a culmination of divine ascendance. Who, indeed, possessed greater strength? Chapter 125, A Union of Ultra Instinct and Divine Power. Prompted by Gohan's remark, Son Wukong turned his gaze towards Vegeta. The fierce aura emanating from Vegeta in his Super Saiyan 4th level stood in stark contrast to the serene divine energy of Super Saiyan God. This force is far more formidable than it appears. It manifests outwardly, exuding a terrifying sense of oppression that could crush one's spirit with a mere glance. Concerning his elevation and mastery, the 4th stage Super Saiyan, Vegeta, may indeed prove to be a worthy adversary. Such thoughts echoed in Goku's mind, and Vegeta, too, shared a similar sentiment. The might of the 4th stage Super Saiyan exceeded his wildest imaginings. Even Whis, an angelic being, acknowledged his prowess, deeming him a mortal who has entered the realm of the divine. At this moment, for Vegeta in his fourth stage, Goku, the Super Saiyan God, represents an admirable opponent. However, he has an even more enticing alternative. Both their gazes converged upon Gohan, whose eyes blazed with a formidable fighting spirit. In that instant, Gohan grasped their intentions. "So, it is I who you seek as your target." The astonishment on Gohan's face transformed into anticipation and resolve. Although the current power levels of Goku and Vegeta might seem inconsequential to him, the opportunity to confront both a Super Saiyan God and a fourth-stage Super Saiyan is a rare occurrence indeed. Rather than facing Vegeta's Super Saiyan God form, I am more eager to witness your Super Saiyan beast state, Gohan. I wonder if I can compel you to unleash that form in battle. With a step forward, Goku's eyes brimmed with escalating determination. Now, stabilized as a Super Saiyan God, his strength surged immensely. Though the distance between them was considerable, Goku held no belief that he would suffer a devastating defeat. I have ample opportunities to spar with Kakarot, having just achieved the fourth stage. I shall use you to gauge my abilities, Gohan. With that declaration, Vegeta, disregarding any semblance of martial decorum, initiated the assault. Raising his hand, a rough blue-white arc of electricity swirled within his palm, coalescing into a vibrant green energy sphere. Final flash, he bellowed, unleashing a devastating beam of green energy that radiated with unparalleled destructive power, capable of annihilating all in its path. In the face of Vegeta's sudden onslaught, Gohan's expression remained largely unchanged. The might of that strike was such that even Son Goku, as a Super Saiyan God, struggled to withstand it. Yet, before Son Gohan, it posed no threat whatsoever. What astonishing energy, dear Uncle Vegeta! Hardly had the words left his lips when a swirling orb of golden light materialized in Son Gohan's hand. In the next instant, he swung his arm, and the spiraling wave of energy tore through the fabric of space, hurtling towards the Big Bang attack. With a thunderous collision, the two destructive forces clashed, unleashing a cascade of waves in an instant. The energies negated each other, transforming into a myriad of particles that drifted through the ether. Ding! Automatic absorption of energy from Super Saiyan Level 4 Vegeta's Big Bang attack resulted in the conversion to energy points, 1 trillion. Ding! Automatic absorption of energy from Super Saiyan Level 4 Vegeta's Big Bang attack resulted in the conversion to energy points, 3 trillion. Ding! Automatic absorption of energy from Super Saiyan Level 4 Vegeta's Big Bang attack resulted in the conversion to energy points, 5 trillion. Humph. Such a probing strike was effortlessly neutralized. Even though he had anticipated it, Vegeta remained indignant. Bring it on, Uncle Vegeta. The two locked eyes as Son Gohan assumed a battle stance, his latent energy being stirred and released. The increase in power was imperceptible, rendering it impossible for anyone to discern that Son Gohan had engaged even a fraction of his strength. A sinister smile crept across Vegeta's face as a tempestuous golden aura erupted from within him, the savage power of Super Saiyan Level 4 manifesting vividly upon his form. Crackle and pop. The clash of their auras ignited countless sparks, unleashing a terrifying blue lightning that spread ominously in all directions. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong observed the unfolding events. Refraining from making the first move, he intended to study Son Gohan's combat style before determining the opportune moment to strike. Beside them, the observer, Angel Whis, watched intently, his expression gradually shifting to one of gravity. He was well aware of Son Gohan's formidable strength and anticipated the outcome of the battle, without a doubt. Son Gohan would emerge victorious. Yet, he scrutinized Vegeta's ascended Super Saiyan form, astonished to find that this transformation was far more complex than he had imagined. In many respects, the energy expenditure of this form was significantly less than that of the Super Saiyan God. As the intensity of their auras reached a critical threshold, Vegeta launched the first assault. The Super Saiyan 4th stage erupted in full force, transforming him into a projectile hurtling towards Son Gohan with extraordinary speed and devastating power. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance, his right fist clenched, imbued with cataclysmic energy, aimed squarely at Son Gohan. Anticipating the attack, Son Gohan adeptly and precisely evaded Vegeta's sudden onslaught. With his initial strike thwarted, Vegeta unleashed a relentless barrage, his princely fighting style manifesting as a tempestuous onslaught upon Son Gohan's form. Any warrior of equal caliber would surely feel overwhelmed and compelled to defend themselves. Weaker fighters would be reduced to mere pulp in an instant. Yet, Son Gohan, with remarkable precision and agility, deftly dodged all of Vegeta's strikes, highlighting the vast disparity between them. His evasive maneuvers were as swift and graceful as a fish in water, a speed so remarkable that even the observant Angel Whis narrowed his eyes in astonishment. The evasive maneuvers displayed were strikingly familiar, and the swiftness of avoidance was equally reminiscent, leading Whis to momentarily ponder whether Gohan had indeed grasped the essence of that elusive technique. I merely mentioned it in passing. With your innate talent, have you truly discerned the correct path so swiftly? Whis mused inwardly. The prodigious aptitude exhibited by Gohan left Whis in a state of disbelief. With his angelic vision, he could almost ascertain the truth. Although not yet adept, this form unmistakably resembled the Zai Gong. On the battlefield, all of Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta's ferocious assaults were deftly evaded by Gohan, with none of the attacks even grazing the hem of Gohan's attire. This incited a surge of fury within Super Saiyan 4th form Vegeta. He was acutely aware of the immense power he wielded, yet before Son Gohan, his Super Saiyan 4th form felt akin to a mere plaything, subject to capricious teasing. This realization was unbearable for him. Enough. In a tempest of rage, Vegeta summoned every ounce of his strength, unleashing a devastating blow with an unstoppable force. Chapter 130. In that moment, Son Gohan did not evade the strike. Rather, he chose to confront it head-on. A resounding boom echoed through the air. The ferocious force unleashed tumultuous waves through the fabric of space. Yet Son Gohan caught Vegeta's blow with but one hand. Even a power potent enough to shake mountains could not stir him in the slightest. What? This scene startled Vegeta deeply. It is my turn now, Uncle Vegeta. Son Gohan's words resonated in Vegeta's ears like a profound tolling at dusk. In this moment, Vegeta comprehended the gravity of his situation. He could no longer evade his fate and had succumbed to defeat. Just as Gohan made his move in a critical instant, Goku, who had been observing for a considerable time, sprang into action, delivering a powerful flying kick that forced Gohan to retreat and alleviated Vegeta's precarious predicament. Kakarot, what are you doing here? I do not require your assistance. Vegeta bellowed, his anger evident as Goku intervened to resolve the crisis. In the battles between Saiyans, the presence of a third party is utterly intolerable. Do not misunderstand, Vegeta. I am not here to aid you. I merely seized an opportune moment. But I did not anticipate Gohan would evade me, Goku explained, aware of Vegeta's temperament and fabricating an excuse. Given their current capabilities, defeating Gohan seemed nearly impossible. Even in collaboration, they doubted any significant change would occur. The disparity in their strengths was immense, with the gap between their realms being far from trivial. Has my father also joined the fray? Excellent. Join forces with Uncle Vegeta, as facing him alone would be rather dull, Gohan remarked, finally intrigued by Goku's involvement. To contend against either of them individually would be effortless for him at his current level, and he would even need to suppress his own power to engage in battle. Otherwise, a moment's carelessness could lead to his own demise. Such constrained combat was exceedingly unexciting. Did you hear that, Vegeta? If we were to fight separately, Gohan would not find the slightest interest. Do you prefer to battle alone, or shall we unite? A mischievous grin appeared on Goku's face. He had awaited this very moment. Humph. Should you hinder me, I will be the first to eliminate you. Vegeta acknowledged the situation's severity. Collaboration had become imperative. The fourth transformation of Super Saiyan was utterly ineffective against Gohan, who had yet to utilize even his Super Saiyan form. To witness Gohan's higher realms and greater power, their alliance was essential. Now that Vegeta has consented, I shall say no more. Presently, the most formidable force known in the universe, aside from the gods of destruction, stood before Gohan, the alliance of Super Saiyan God and the fourth-grade Super Saiyan. The overwhelming presence and indomitable fighting spirit emanating from the duo instilled in Gohan an understanding of their intentions. With a steely gaze, Gohan regarded the two before him, the corners of his mouth curling into a slight smile as he asked, "Are you ready, Father and Uncle Vegeta?" The two remained silent, yet shared an unspoken camaraderie, adopting a stance that Gohan had never witnessed before. Though they appeared as two, they were akin to one entity, projecting an aura of inviolable strength. Very well. I shall become serious. With that declaration, Gohan unleashed a portion of his power while in his base form. Boom. A ferocious and overwhelming aura surged forth, its intensity striking fear into the hearts of onlookers. Son Gohan merely unleashed a fraction of his combat prowess. In his normal state, he operated at the 8th dimensional level. Yet he displayed power on the scale of the quintillion. While this might seem a mere 1/1,000,000th of his potential, it nonetheless belittled his opponents. The truth remained that in his ordinary form, Son Gohan surpassed them by an insurmountable margin. As Son Gohan's aura enveloped the battlefield, both Son Goku and Vegeta furrowed their brows in apprehension. They sensed the terrifying, explosive force characteristic of Super Saiyan 4th stage, coupled with the serene, unfathomable mystery of Super Saiyan God. The power exhibited by Son Gohan was a testament to his unparalleled mastery over strength, perfect, commanding, and profoundly enigmatic. The intensity of his aura was indeed formidable. They could perceive it directly, yet not a trace of energy leaked from his being. The sheer force he displayed was monumental, leading them to ponder the potential strength he could unleash should he transform. The thought was almost too daunting to entertain. Unwilling to cower, Son Goku and Vegeta summoned their utmost energy. The divine might of Super Saiyan God clashed with the savage, primal ferocity of Super Saiyan 4th stage. Both manifestations represented the essence of Saiyan power, their divergent energies converging at a critical juncture, creating a cataclysmic fusion. The golden flames intertwined with the deep crimson energy, swelling in a moment of explosive brilliance. At that instant, the terrifying potential of both Super Saiyan forms reached its zenith. Although their combat power metrics remained unchanged, the surge of their auras and the palpable danger they exuded transcended dimensions, shifting from the realm of mere power to something far greater. In the next heartbeat, both warriors launched their assault simultaneously, akin to a thunderclap echoing through the air. Golden light and deep crimson blood energy spread through the space, almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Son Goku and Vegeta executed a flanking maneuver, charging towards Son Gohan with lethal intent. In the face of such an offensive, most warriors would adopt a defensive stance to devise a countermeasure. However, Son Gohan defied convention. His power erupted with unimaginable velocity, transforming from defense to offense, seizing the initiative in the battle. Chapter 126, Ruthless Domination, the Final Gambit. Son Gohan's unorthodox response caught Son Goku and Vegeta off guard. Their attacks fell short concurrently, while Son Gohan, moving with a speed they could not fathom, appeared behind them without a whisper of warning. Two successive muffled explosions erupted abruptly. An unstoppable force instantaneously engulfed the two individuals, propelling them backward like cannonballs. They soared through the air for several hundred meters before barely regaining their balance. The areas struck by the force radiated an excruciating pain, causing them to grimace. Yet, they did not succumb to defeat. Rather, the sheer intensity of the blow ignited the Saiyan blood within them, intensifying the fervor of their combat spirit. After a brief moment of gathering their strength, they charged toward Son Gohan with renewed vigor. In the face of the dual onslaught, Son Gohan did not flinch or evade. A glimmer of determination sparkled in his eyes. He charged forward, confronting the two adversaries head-on. The fierce battle was imminent. The sounds of their clashes reverberated. Bang, boom, bang, boom, bang, boom, bang, boom, bang, boom, bang, boom. The collision of fists and feet intensified, stirring countless waves of energy in the space of the Destruction God realm. The conflict among the three was nothing short of cataclysmic. If such formidable beings were to engage in combat on any planet in the lower realms, it would take less than half a minute for the entire planet to be obliterated. Even the God of Destruction realm, which is also known for its divine attributes, could hardly withstand the ferocity of their skirmish. To endure for even 10 minutes would be a remarkable feat across the vast universe. Only the realm inhabited by the gods of destruction could endure such high-intensity battles. As the battle escalated, the speed of their exchanges quickened to a dizzying pace. The sheer destructive power generated by their punches was sufficient to shatter a small asteroid. Fortunately, the Destruction God realm was the most resilient world in the universe, capable of withstanding their tumultuous clashes. After approximately 3 minutes of combat, the three were evenly matched, or so it appeared on the surface. Son Wukong and Vegeta had exerted their utmost strength, even transcending their limits. However, Son Gohan had yet to unleash his true capabilities. Should he choose to do so, he could effortlessly conclude the battle in an instant. The disparity between them was immense, a chasm that could not be bridged. Recognizing that hand-to-hand combat was futile, he resolved to shift the tide with energy-based warfare. Boom, boom, boom. The sky of the Destruction God realm erupted with a myriad of colossal spatial waves. Dense energy blasts collided in the atmosphere, resulting in explosive bursts. The scattered energy resembled a cascade of starlight scattered across the heavens. Ding! An automatic absorption of energy from Super Saiyan God Son Wukong's energy blast transformed into energy points, 10 trillion. Ding. An automatic absorption of energy from Super Saiyan God Son Wukong's energy blast transformed into energy points, 20 trillion. Ding. An automatic absorption of energy from Super Saiyan God Son Wukong's energy blast transformed into energy points, 30 trillion. Ding. An automatic absorption of energy from Super Saiyan 4th Stage Vegeta's energy blast transformed into energy points, 40 trillion. Ding. An automatic absorption of energy from Super Saiyan 4th Stage Vegeta's energy blast transformed into energy points, 50 trillion. The intensity of the battle continued to escalate, becoming increasingly fierce. Their combined efforts resulted in a qualitative transformation. While their combat power did not significantly increase, even I, with my formidable strength, found it challenging to gain the upper hand. The alliance of Son Wukong and Vegeta allowed Son Gohan to experience firsthand what it meant to have an external advantage. This is nothing short of an extraordinary display of power. As two warriors of the elite class join forces to unleash a force capable of contending with a warrior of the apex level in an evenly matched struggle. In the 131st chapter, while Son Wukong marvels at the might exhibited by Son Gohan, he and Vegeta simultaneously feel an immense pressure. Throughout this fierce confrontation, I have yet to graze even the hem of his garment. Can even the combined strength of Super Saiyan 4th level and Super Saiyan God fail to prevail against him? The sheer strength of Son Gohan leaves Vegeta devoid of hope. In this battle, Vegeta's Super Saiyan 4th level is in a constant state of growth and transformation. With his power steadily ascending, and Son Wukong is experiencing a similar evolution. Despite their increasing strength, they are unable to alter the tide of battle. This is merely the ordinary state of Son Wukong. Should his opponent transform into a Super Saiyan, the outcome of the battle would be decided in an instant. Unbeknownst to them, even in his normal form, Son Wukong possesses the formidable strength to annihilate both adversaries in a heartbeat. The power he currently exhibits is but a fraction, less than 1/millionth of his true potential. With a resounding boom, an ear-splitting roar erupted, the shockwaves from their clash intensifying. At that moment, the battle was compelled to pause, creating distance between the combatants. A brief respite enveloped the conflict. Son Wukong remained unfazed. For him, this level of combat was scarcely more than a warm-up. In stark contrast, Son Goku and Vegeta felt the toll of the fierce skirmish weighing heavily upon them, their physical and mental endurance waning, coupled with a profound trepidation towards Son Wukong. The energy within their bodies dwindled perilously low. Have you had enough? If so, it is now my turn. Observing the precarious state of Goku and Vegeta, Son Wukong resolved to expedite the conclusion of the confrontation. Swift as the wind and quick as lightning, his explosive speed rendered both warriors utterly astonished. Son Goku, Vegeta, a chilling sensation, deep and penetrating, surged from their feet and enveloped their entire beings. In the moment Son Wukong vanished, they sensed the gravity of the situation. With a dull thud, a heavy strike shattered the stillness, landing squarely on Son Goku's abdomen. The force was akin to a battering ram, delivering a devastating blow that incapacitated his internal organs and rendered him immobile. A surge of bile erupted, pain radiating through his entire body as Son Goku found himself momentarily paralyzed by Son Wukong's sudden onslaught. Overwhelmed by shock and disbelief, he could scarcely fathom that even in his form as a Super Saiyan God, he was unable to perceive even a glimpse of Son Wukong's afterimage. This is merely the beginning. Seizing the moment, Gohan denied Goku any respite and delivered a powerful elbow strike, sending Goku plummeting from the sky towards the earth. With such effortless ease, he dispatched the god of Super Saiyan Goku, leaving the Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta utterly astonished. Yet, before he could regain his composure, in a mere 0.001 seconds, Gohan, with an ethereal grace, traversed the space and appeared behind Vegeta. A swift hand strike landed forcefully on Vegeta's neck. With a resounding thud, pain and darkness enveloped him, rendering even his formidable strength impotent at that moment. Exhaustion swept over his entire being, and Vegeta lost control of his body. How could he have succumbed so easily, his Super Saiyan 4th level power utterly defeated? As his fading consciousness was consumed by darkness, his body uncontrollably descended towards the ground. The battle seemed to be reaching its inevitable conclusion. It was over. The observer, Angel Whis, had long anticipated this very moment. This battle, in essence, is nothing short of a farce. Son Wukong and Vegeta, one a Super Saiyan God, and the other a Super Saiyan of the 4th tier, have merely taken their first steps into the realm of the divine. In contrast, Son Gohan has already mastered the domain of the gods, his strength rivaling that of Beerus, the god of destruction. Even the gods of destruction from other universes may not stand a chance against him in terms of power. Observing Son Wukong and Vegeta, who are grappling with excruciating pain and plunged into deep unconsciousness, Whis refrains from intervening. Their injuries are not life-threatening. A brief respite will suffice. For Scions possess an indomitable vitality that prevents them from easily succumbing to death. This very scene is also witnessed by Beerus, the god of destruction, residing far away in his palace. The magnitude of the battle has severely disrupted his slumber. Fortunately, it has come to an end, and though a flicker of irritation lingers within him, it gradually dissipates. He returns to his chamber to continue his rest, casually dispatching the two. Son Gohan gently descends from the sky, landing gracefully on the ground. He gazes at Son Wukong, who is still struggling against the searing pain, and at Vegeta, who lies in a state of unconsciousness. Should we continue, father? Son Gohan inquires, observing Son Wukong's determined attempt to rise despite his agony. No matter how much they fight, the outcome remains unchanged. Of course, I have not yet lost. Son Wukong grits his teeth, rising with unwavering resolve, using his divine power to suppress the excruciating pain emanating from his wounds. This strike not only failed to subdue him, but instead ignited an even fiercer desire for battle within him. Such is the nature of Scions. The injuries that do not incapacitate them only serve to amplify their strength. Observing the indomitable Goku, Gohan felt utterly helpless. He understood his father's character. Unless thoroughly defeated, Goku would rise again, like an unyielding cockroach. No matter how the battle unfolded, the outcome would remain unchanged. Father, without Uncle Vegeta's assistance, you might struggle to even approach me, Gohan stated, his expression devoid of emotion. In the very next moment, an unexpected event transpired. Vegeta, who should have been plunged into a profound coma and unable to awaken for some time, gradually rose to his feet, bolstered by a formidable willpower. Do not underestimate me, he declared, fighting through the dizziness as he glared fiercely at Gohan. His immense determination and unwillingness to concede had pulled him from the depths of unconsciousness prematurely. Witnessing the rejuvenated Saiyan Prince, Gohan's expression remained unchanged, and his heart stirred not at all. Even if they were 1,000 times stronger, the result would remain the same. It was merely a repetition of the encounter. Very well, let us continue. This time, I shall ensure that both you and father are utterly convinced, Gohan proclaimed, once more adopting a combat stance. However, the revitalized duo chose not to launch an immediate attack. They exchanged glances, instantly comprehending the unspoken understanding in each other's eyes. This time, your opponent is not us, Gohan. Noticing Vegeta's acceptance, a sly smirk curled upon Goku's lips. Nanny, Gohan's face reflected a flicker of surprise. If they were not his opponents, then who could it be? Suddenly, Gohan grasped the implications of the situation, a glimmer of anticipation igniting within him. Meanwhile, the observer, the angel Whis, was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that they had yet to unveil some hidden technique? Watching the two, Whis felt a burgeoning sense of excitement as well. The battle appears to be growing increasingly exhilarating, as Son Wukong and Vegeta seem poised to deliver unexpected surprises. Observing that Son Gohan has begun to sense something amiss, Son Wukong chooses not to conceal his intentions any longer. He turns to Vegeta, locking eyes, and inquires, have you truly made your decision? If there are no objections, we will have to resort to that move. Upon hearing this, a mixture of reluctance and fury crosses Vegeta's face. Were it not for dire circumstances, he would never acquiesce to Son Wukong's proposition. In truth, the two had deliberated their strategy long before the battle commenced. At that time, Vegeta had dismissed the notion, believing that the power of Super Saiyan Level 4, in conjunction with the might of Super Saiyan God, could at least compel Son Gohan to transform into a Super Saiyan, even if they could not defeat him. However, the staggering disparity in strength has utterly shattered his resolve. In his normal state, Son Gohan's power far surpasses that of both of them combined. During the skirmish, Vegeta perceived that Son Gohan had not even begun to unleash his true potential, barely tapping into 1/10,000th of his strength. This immense gap in power has severely wounded Vegeta's pride. This resolutely solidified his determination to employ that technique alongside Son Gohan. There would be no more superfluous words this time. Hasten, Kakarot. Vegeta was unwilling to indulge in further idle chatter. Very well, only this once. If it were not absolutely necessary, I would not resort to this a second time. With that, Son Wukong leapt to Vegeta's left side, creating a 2-meter distance between them. This stance and distance unmistakably confirmed the conjecture in Gohan's mind. It was indeed the fusion technique of the Metamorans. Unexpectedly, he was fortunate enough to engage in combat with the being renowned as the mightiest warrior across all dimensions, Vegeta. Perhaps this battle would compel me to adopt a more serious demeanor. A smile graced Gohan's face, and his heart brimmed with joy. Given his current realm and strength, it seemed that only Vegeta could contend with him. So, this is how it is, the Metamoran fusion technique? Whis also recognized what this maneuver entailed. Having observed and researched Metamor, he noted that while the combat prowess of its inhabitants was not exceedingly formidable, they had devised a plethora of peculiar techniques, this fusion being one of them. Moreover, fusion was not merely a simple addition of one to another. It was the amalgamation of two warriors into a singular entity, resulting in a dramatic enhancement of their combined power. I recall that the Patera earrings of the Kaioshin also possess fusion capabilities. I wonder how they compare to the Metamoran technique. Whis narrowed his eyes, fully alert. Son Wukong, fusion. Vegeta, fusion. In unison, they shouted. And in the next moment, Son Wukong and Vegeta swiftly converged with synchronized movements. As their index fingers collided, the fusion technique was completed. Boom. A boundless expanse of white light pierced the heavens, accompanied by a terrifying force that swept across the surroundings. An unparalleled and dreadful pressure abruptly descended, stirring the very atmosphere of the god of destruction realm. Within this palpable aura, the formidable powers of Son Wukong and Vegeta intertwined with astonishing ferocity, swiftly merging into a flawless unity. Son Gohan patiently awaited the culmination of this energy, and as he sensed its intensity, a faint smirk graced his lips, revealing a hint of wicked charm. His instincts as a warrior whispered to him that within this white radiance, a warrior of extraordinary prowess was about to be born. In the realm of destruction, aside from the god of destruction, another force, remarkably fierce and awe-inspiring, was making its presence known. Soon, the blinding light began to dissipate. The figures of Son Wukong and Vegeta, who had previously executed the fusion dance, vanished without a trace, replaced by an individual clad in a small vest, embodying the traits of both warriors. Standing resolutely upon the ground of the god of destruction realm, the presence of Gogeta radiated an irresistible aura of power. In his current state, the intangible yet terrifying energy had already reached the 7th dimensional level. Quantified in the unit of Gai, the fusion technique of the Metamorans had exponentially amplified their combined strength, endowing the fused warrior with remarkable power. Before him, Son Gohan's gaze fell upon Gogeta, whose combat power had escalated to a staggering 100 Gai. This power surpasses that of Super Saiyan God Son Goku and Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta by a considerable margin. It achieves a staggering level of 100 quintillion in its base form. Can the fusion technique of the Metamorans truly augment the user's strength to such an extent? It seems improbable. There must be an underlying reason for this. As Whis carefully sensed the immense strength of Gogeta, he too was taken aback. This power far surpasses that of Vegeta in his Super Saiyan 4th stage and Goku in his Super Saiyan God form. Moreover, as a fused Saiyan, the opponent undoubtedly possesses the ability to transform. Given that their base state achieves such a remarkable level, one can only imagine the extent of their strength upon transformation. In Whis' recollection, the fusion technique of the Metamorans should not yield such an outrageous effect. This magnitude of enhancement even exceeds the boost provided by the Patera earrings used for fusion by the Supreme Kais. This extraordinary phenomenon plunged Vegeta into deep contemplation. Could it be that the irreconcilable enmity between Son Wukong and Vegeta, coupled with the fusion technique of the Metamorans, has engendered an unforeseen transformation? Or perhaps, the amalgamation of the divine power of Super Saiyan God with the bloodline power of Super Saiyan 4th stage has yielded unexpected results. It appears that, at present, there exists no more plausible explanation. Astonishingly, has such a level been attained even before transformation? Gazing at the figure of Gogeta before him, Gohan's face manifested a look of astonishment. In his normal state, Gogeta has achieved a battle prowess at the 100 quintillion level. In this ordinary form, Gogeta is comparable to a golden Frieza. Such a formidable adversary ignited Gohan's interest. Apologies for the wait. Now, your opponent is me. The newly emerged Gogeta bore a confident, malevolent grin that seemed capable of shattering all. His stern gaze was fixed intently upon Gohan. This marks his first emergence, filled with immense anticipation towards his current adversary. He is neither Son Gohan nor Vegeta. He is an independent entity, a being with self-awareness. The fusion technique of the Metamorans is distinct from the Patera earrings of the Supreme Kai. Fusion entails the complete inheritance of both individuals, yet it also gives rise to a new dominant consciousness beyond the two. Vegito is not merely a combination of Son Wukong and Vegeta. He represents a third entity. Fusion, on the other hand, perfectly amalgamates everything of the user, including their autonomous consciousness, to create a wholly new existence. This also elucidates why Gogeta and Vegito are born from Goku and Vegeta, yet their personalities differ significantly. Without further ado, the warrior born from their fusion surpasses my expectations in strength. Gohan's lips curled slightly, and a fervent battle spirit ignited in his eyes. Before the battle commences, allow me to impart a friendly warning. I am neither Goku nor Vegeta. I am Gogeta, and I am distinct from them. If you approach me with the same mindset you would use against them, you shall suffer a most grievous defeat. His words, brimming with audacity and unparalleled arrogance, undeniably reflect the essence of Gogeta. An overwhelming confidence radiated from him, suggesting he could conquer all. I am well aware that you are not my father nor Uncle Vegeta. Therefore, I shall adopt an entirely different strategy to confront you. I do hope your strength is as formidable as your bravado. Otherwise, should I overwhelm you with a single blow, it would render this encounter rather dull. Gohan cracked his knuckles and limbered up, provokingly. Is that so? If you can indeed defeat me, that would be splendid. Gogeta, undeterred, responded. As those words left his lips, Gogeta launched the first assault, unleashing his full power at a level that eclipsed 100 quintillion. The terrifying force radiated outward, causing ripples through the fabric of space itself. With his legs coiled like springs, the ground beneath him shattered as Gogeta erupted forth at a speed surpassing that of sound. Arriving before Gohan in the blink of an eye, his right fist clenched tightly, seemingly imbued with the might of 1,000 suns. He swung it down with tremendous ferocity. A resounding boom echoed, shaking the very earth within a 100-meter radius. This terrifying strike seemed to possess an unfathomable power capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth. Yet, it was precisely this exceedingly fearsome blow that Son Gohan adeptly contained with a single hand, skillfully dissipating all its force. This iron fist, capable of shattering all, could not shake him in the slightest. A tentative strike was effortlessly parried by Son Wukong, while the corners of Gogeta's mouth twitched slightly, his eyes igniting with fierce combat fervor. This is precisely what he had anticipated. Since his inception, he had yearned for the opportunity to engage in combat with formidable adversaries. And Son Gohan epitomized such a challenger. Is this truly your strength? It appears to be rather lacking. With a disdainful snort, Son Gohan forcefully flung aside Gogeta's arm and launched a relentless assault. With fists and feet colliding in a tempest of strikes, each movement possessed the potential to obliterate the very heavens, showcasing an exquisite mastery of combat. The air reverberated with a cacophony of impacts. Bang, thud, bang, thud, bang, thud, bang, thud, bang, thud, bang, thud. Son Gohan, fully committed to the battle, emanated an overwhelming force, instilling terror in his opponent. Even a warrior as formidable as Gogeta found himself retreating under the relentless barrage, utterly unable to retaliate. Each collision between Gogeta's form and Son Gohan's fists bore immense pressure. Despite being in their regular states, Gogeta found himself at a complete disadvantage against Son Gohan. The disparity between them was staggering. A sudden explosive sound erupted as Son Gohan's powerful punch struck Gogeta's arms. The terrifying force surged through Gogeta's body, momentarily robbing him of control, sending him hurtling backward like a cannonball. He flew nearly 100 meters before managing to stabilize himself, a faint sting radiating from his arms causing him to involuntarily gasp in surprise. In that moment, he felt neither anger nor frustration. Instead, exhilaration coursed through him. To encounter such a formidable opponent upon his very emergence, one even stronger than himself, was precisely what he had desired. I refused to believe that under identical conditions, I could ever be defeated by you. With a fervent spark of battle intent igniting in his eyes, Gogeta felt a surge of determination within. In their normal states, without transforming into Super Saiyans, he did not believe he was weaker than Son Gohan. Fixating his gaze upon Son Gohan, he summoned all his strength. And in the next instant, he propelled himself forward, shattering the ground beneath him as he charged at Son Gohan. The timing could not have been more perfect. Son Gohan leaped into the sky, marking the transition of the battlefield from land to air. The collisions intensified, with an unending cacophony of explosions reverberating through the void. Each shockwave echoed like distant thunder, each surge of power more formidable than the last. Those lacking in strength could only perceive two streaks of light colliding at supersonic speeds, with each impact unleashing a terrifying shockwave. Gogeta, the embodiment of Goku and Vegeta's fusion, was renowned as the mightiest warrior across all dimensions. In contrast, Gohan was lauded as the most potent individual warrior, possessing unfathomable potential. The sparks generated by their clash were far more intense than one might envision. Gogeta, having flawlessly mastered the combat styles of both fighters, seamlessly combined the turtle school techniques with the princely fighting style, creating a unique approach that balanced offense and defense. This allowed him to exert comprehensive pressure on his adversaries while retaining considerable flexibility. He adeptly adjusted his combat methods in accordance with the rhythm of battle, maintaining an optimal state to counter any assault. In a certain sense, this individual has attained a realm akin to that of the ultimate key mastery. In contrast, Son Gohan, while typically exhibiting combat prowess comparable to that of Vegeta, relies on his combat techniques and the autonomous responses of his cellular structure, resulting in a mere stalemate. However, this is merely a superficial observation. Should Son Gohan desire, he could effortlessly alter the tide of battle. The reason he suppresses his own strength is solely to discern the unique qualities of Vegeta. Unable to gain the upper hand in close combat, Vegeta transformed the nature of the confrontation from hand-to-hand combat to an energy-based contest. In Chapter 133, Radiant Shot, as he glides through space, Vegeta raises his hand to unleash a golden wave of energy. The seemingly trivial energy waves, upon departing from Gogeta's palm, fragmented into dozens, even hundreds of miniature energy orbs. The sheer volume of these projectiles culminated in a resounding explosion, illuminating the sky with a fiery blaze, engulfing Gohan's form in an all-encompassing energy detonation, leaving his condition uncertain. Ding! The automatic absorption of the radiant energy from Gogeta's attack converted it into energy points, 1,000 quintillion. Ding! The automatic absorption of the radiant energy from Gogeta's attack converted it into energy points, 3,000 quintillion. Ding! The automatic absorption of the radiant energy from Gogeta's attack converted it into energy points, 5,000 quintillion. Oh my, it has reached such heights. Without transforming into a Super Saiyan, this Saiyan's power surpasses that of both Goku and Vegeta, each in their own right. Alas, this state cannot be maintained indefinitely. The prowess exhibited by Gogeta left Whis in awe. The existence of a fused warrior is time-limited, were there no constraints, with his innate talent and strength. Coupled with Whis' guidance, it could be concluded that the rate of growth in a short span would be beyond imagination. Indeed, given a little more time, surpassing both Gohan and the god of destruction, Beerus, would pose no challenge. Unfortunately, such thoughts remain mere fantasies, unattainable. At that moment, Whis noticed something. His gaze shifted towards an inconspicuous corner. There, lurking in the shadows, was the god of destruction, Beerus, who had awakened unbeknownst to anyone. Even Lord Beerus has been roused? Remarkably, he did not display any anger. The sight of Beerus observing from the shadows surprised Whis slightly. After all, according to Beerus's character, being disturbed during his slumber would typically invoke his wrath, yet astonishingly, he remained calm. Chapter 128. The Normal State Overcoming Super Saiyan, the Might of God Gohan. In the sky, the thick smoke from the explosion had yet to dissipate, and Gogeta refrained from launching another attack, patiently awaiting the next move. He understood that such an assault was insufficient to harm Gohan. Will you not emerge? Gogeta's dual-toned voice echoed with a question. In the next instant, a tempest arose as Gohan, at the heart of the explosion, summoned a whirlwind with a single hand, dispersing the lingering smoke. Although the explosion from Gogeta's radiant energy was expansive, its power was not particularly formidable, inflicting not even the slightest scratch upon him. Witnessing this, Gogeta narrowed his eyes slightly, adopting a serious demeanor. Will you not reveal your true prowess? Had long been aware that Son Gohan's true strength far exceeded expectations, even in his normal state. His combat prowess could not possibly be so limited. During their confrontation, he sensed that Son Gohan was intentionally restraining his power. Do not be so hasty. Let us take our time and enjoy this, he remarked. As his words faded, a powerful white aura enveloped Son Gohan, the intensity of his energy widening his eyes in astonishment. At that moment, Son Wukong's combat power was measured at an astounding 200 quintillion, more than double that of. Furthermore, this was merely a fraction of his true capabilities, less than 1,000th of his full strength. One could only wonder how would react upon discovering the reality of the situation. Come, let us begin anew. With those words, Son Wukong surged forward, seizing the initiative. This time, his speed and strength experienced an unprecedented surge. In terms of techniques, velocity, and power, Son Gohan completely outclassed Vegeta. The immense pressure left Vegeta struggling to adapt, causing him to retreat under relentless attacks and resort to a defensive stance. Seizing the opportunity created by Vegeta's momentary lapse, Son Gohan gathered energy for a powerful punch that struck Vegeta's abdomen, propelling him nearly 100 meters away. As Vegeta soared through the air, wisps of white smoke emerged from his abdomen, remnants of Son Gohan's energy, indicating he had sustained an injury. With a cold snort, Vegeta harnessed the energy within him to heal his wounds and regain his composure, raising his hand to unleash a wave of blue energy. Such a feeble attack holds no effect on me. As the Kamehameha wave hurtled toward him, Son Gohan waved his hand dismissively. With a thunderous explosion, the overwhelming force shattered the incoming energy wave, dispersing it into countless particles that floated through the air. Ding! Automatically absorbed energy from Vegeta's Kamehameha wave, converting it into energy points, 1 quintillion. Ding! Automatically absorbed energy from Vegeta's Kamehameha wave, converting it into energy points, 6 quintillion. Ding! Automatically absorbed energy from Vegeta's Kamehameha wave, converting it into energy points, 10 quintillion. The ease with which Son Gohan dismantled Vegeta's attack deepened Vegeta's wariness of him. Nevertheless, he was determined to fight. Only formidable opponents are worthy of a true challenge. Having reached this juncture, it was time to unleash even greater power. If you do not intend to reveal your true abilities, then I shall compel you to do so. A deep, resonant shout erupted from Vegeta as he unleashed the energy of a Super Saiyan within him. Crackling like lightning, golden electricity enveloped his body, a fearsome golden aura slowly emanating from him. His S-cells pulsated, and Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan at full power, sending powerful waves of energy rippling throughout the God of Destruction realm. The battle power of a Super Saiyan at full power increased his combat strength from 100 quintillion to an astonishing 8,000 quintillion, a pinnacle of the 7th dimension, tantalizingly close to the threshold of the 8th dimension. Such power at the first level of Super Saiyan transformation was indeed somewhat exaggerated. However, before Son Gohan, it appeared rather insignificant. Transformed into a Super Saiyan, have you? Observing Vegeta, Son Gohan saw the combat power metrics before him and displayed an air of unshakable confidence. Vegeta was indeed strong now, yet still insufficiently so. Are you not going to transform into a Super Saiyan? Vegeta squinted, his displeasure evident in his inquiry. There is no need for that. Your current strength is still far from adequate. Son Gohan candidly expressed his thoughts, eliciting a furrowed brow from Vegeta, who was engulfed by a surge of fury. Is that so? Do you believe I lack the qualifications to compel you into becoming a Super Saiyan? You ought to be cautious. I hope you won't find yourself scattered and searching for your teeth. Defiant, Vegeta assumed a combative stance, a vibrant golden aura enveloping his form, intensifying in both strength and depth. The potent Saiyan energy surged, elevating his combat prowess to new heights. At this moment, the power within him melded more perfectly than ever before. The pressure exerted by Son Gohan forced Vegeta to forcibly convert all his yet-to-be fused energy into his combat strength. The clash of their formidable energies erupted with a cacophony of crackling sounds, sending numerous sparks flying through the air. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense and heavy, with both fighters' fervor igniting in a blazing inferno. With a sharp whoosh, Son Gohan and Vegeta initiated their assault simultaneously. The clash of pale light against golden brilliance unleashed another wave of impact. Their fists and feet collided, causing a tumult of force to reverberate through the space. With energy blasts colliding and triggering cataclysmic explosions, the battle raged on, and within mere seconds, they had exchanged blows in the dozens, perhaps even hundreds. Throughout the engagement, Son Gohan maintained the upper hand, not merely due to his superior strength over Vegeta, but also because he skillfully exploited the weaknesses in Vegeta's fighting techniques. Even though Vegeta wielded both the Prince-S combat style and the Turtle School-S techniques, he found himself consistently suppressed by Son Gohan. As the intensity of the battle escalated, the struggle between them grew fiercer and more savage. Son Gohan gradually unleashed greater energy, while Vegeta, in the heat of battle, experienced profound growth, mastering his form. His offensive speed became increasingly terrifying, and his strength multiplied exponentially. The energy within him, not yet fully integrated, accelerated its fusion amidst the fighting, enabling Vegeta to harness even greater power. The longer they battled, the more flawlessly he wielded that power. During the fray, Son Gohan took notice. As the fight progressed, Vegeta grew stronger, and the unmerged energy within him gradually transformed into his standard combat strength. From a battle power of 80 quintillion, it surged to 60 quintillion, and then directly ascended to the pinnacle of quintillions. Teetering on the brink of breaking into the 8th dimension, a mere thread away from the realm of the celestial. Damn it, there are no flaws to exploit. How could Gohan have achieved this? Even my Super Saiyan form cannot compel him to reveal his true capabilities? Vegeta gritted his teeth, feeling immense pressure in the fierce battle against Gohan. His energy and combat skills were evolving, yet the current situation remained unchanged, altering his battle strategy. Vegeta ceased direct confrontation and was compelled to create distance, dashing away at full speed to shift the battlefield. Do you think you can escape? Gohan saw through Vegeta's intentions in an instant. In the next moment, he unleashed a surge of energy and swiftly pursued the fleeing Vegeta. While chasing, he employed energy attacks to hinder him. A tempest of vibrant energy blasts erupted from Gohan's palms, homing in on Vegeta's form. Humph, don't underestimate me. Anger surged within Vegeta, who had been on the defensive. He abruptly turned, unleashing a wave of energy that collided with the dazzling energy blasts. Boom. The explosion illuminated the space with blinding sparks. However, this strike was insufficient to disperse the entirety of the tempest's energy. Residual purple energy blasts pierced through the haze, hurtling towards Vegeta. No one wished to be struck by such an energy attack. Even a warrior as formidable as Vegeta felt the weight of this truth. In the instant the attack approached, his ghostly figure darted through space with precision, elegantly evading the onslaught of energy blasts. With his keen combat instincts, he discerned an opportunity for counterattack. A layer of iridescent energy particles enveloped his form, rendering him almost ethereal. Sliding reprimand, a technique recognized by Gohan as a seasoned traveler, was an ability Vegeta had displayed upon his emergence in the Dragon Ball movie, where he had once decimated waves of malevolent energy. If facing an equally matched opponent, he might have indeed gained a significant advantage. However, Gohan would not fall for such a trick. While others might be puzzled on how to counter sliding reprimand, Gohan was well aware. Raising his right hand, he concentrated the energy into a shockwave that formed instantaneously. With a mere thought, the shockwave expanded. Boom! A tremendous roar resounded. The terrifying force of the shockwave stirred the air into tumultuous waves, a menacing energy that surged and echoed throughout the space. In an instant, the expanding power left Vegeta with no refuge, forcibly revealing his true form. How is this possible? The glide restraint was shattered, and disbelief flickered in Son Gohan's eyes. He never anticipated that Son Gohan would unravel his glide restraint with such a simplistic yet brutal maneuver. It is worth noting that without a profound understanding of this technique, one would be utterly incapable of finding a means to counter it. Yet, before Son Gohan, these obstacles appeared to vanish entirely. Now, there was no escape. The opportunity lay before him, and Son Gohan could not possibly let it slip away. In a mere instant, he tore through the fabric of space, descending like a streak of light before Vegeta, launching a comprehensive onslaught with an astonishing swiftness. Bang! Boom! 180. Bang! Boom! Bang! Boom! Bang! Boom! Bang! Boom! The culmination of relentless training and perfected combat techniques unfurled at this moment. The overwhelming force of suppression was palpable, and Vegeta, in his Super Saiyan first form at full power, clearly struggled to withstand the onslaught. The terrifying pressure and the forceful impact caused cold sweat to bead on his forehead. As his battle instincts tightened, demanding that he focus all his energy to cope with the situation. The slightest lapse in combat could lead to irretrievable doom. Under such immense strain, the power within him, still in the process of merging, finally transformed entirely into battle prowess at this moment, allowing him to attain his most perfect state. With a resounding roar, a golden aura surged instantaneously. A formidable shockwave of energy thrust Son Gohan back several dozen meters. Before him appeared the combat power reading of Vegeta, and for a brief moment, Son Gohan was taken aback. Astonishingly, it had increased so significantly. He had indeed grown stronger. Son Gohan understood that this was the true strength of Vegito, a flawless amalgamation of Goku and Vegeta's powers, enabling him to unleash 100% of his capabilities. At present, Vegito, merely in the initial full power of Super Saiyan Level 1, had astonishingly reached an astounding 4 trillion. He had stabilized at the early stages of the 8th dimension. This also signifies that his standard combat prowess has ascended to the realm of 500 quintillion. This force is already formidable enough to rival half of what he possessed when he accidentally arrived in the Dragon Ball world. This time, as you wished. I shall exert myself a little more seriously. With a thunderous shout, Son Gohan summoned 1% of his full power. The intensity of his terrifying aura surged instantaneously to 30 quintillion, surpassing that of Vegito by several folds. In the blink of an eye, he traversed the space and appeared before Vegito, unleashing a punch imbued with boundless destructive force. The impact of this strike was so terrifying that it could shake even the God of Destruction's realm to its very core. No single warrior could withstand such cataclysmic force. Not even Vegito, the fusion warrior, could Gohan believe would be able to endure it. Yet, surprises often emerge in the most unexpected moments. Vegito, renowned as the strongest warrior across all dimensions, rose to the occasion and successfully blocked the attack, albeit at a great cost. As he was propelled 1,000 meters away by the overwhelming power. How could the disparity be so vast? Stabilizing his body, Vegito involuntarily gasped in astonishment. Gohan's strike had unequivocally revealed the immense dimensional gap that existed between them. Chapter 126. Vegito's full power, Super Saiyan 4 God gazing at his still trembling arms. Vegito gritted his teeth in an attempt to quell the shuddering, yet found it utterly impossible. A stinging pain coursed through his entire being, leaving him both exhilarated and resentful. It would be some time before he regained control over his arms. One could only imagine the extent of the damage Gohan's attack had inflicted upon him. Even the Super Saiyan second stage could not withstand this overwhelming power, a notion bordering on absurdity. With clenched jaws, Vegito was consumed by a sense of indignation. Moments ago, at a critical juncture, he had tapped into the energy reserves of the Super Saiyan second stage, propelling himself from the full power of Super Saiyan first stage to the pinnacle of Super Saiyan second stage, with a battle power enhancement of 200 times. His combat prowess escalated from the full power of Super Saiyan first stage, rated at 4 quintillion, to 10 quintillion. Even so, he could not fend off this devastating blow. As if his arm bones were on the verge of shattering. On the side of Whis, the fusion had reached 100%. Could he unleash his full power? However, merely ascending from ordinary Super Saiyan first stage to Super Saiyan third stage was insufficient for Gohan to take seriously, at the very least. He needed to summon the might of Super Saiyan fourth stage, akin to that of Super Saiyan God. As a mere observer, Whis calmly analyzed the unfolding battle. Yet, he was acutely aware that even if Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan God or ascended to the 4th level of Super Saiyan, the outcome would remain unchanged. For Gohan, too, is a Saiyan. Even if he were to be defeated in his base form, he could still transform. In the shadows, the God of Destruction, Beerus, furrowed his brow slightly. It was undeniable that Vegeta exhibited formidable power, rivaling that of the recently emerged Gohan. However, Gohan's current strength was rather excessive. He was an entirely different individual compared to the first time they met a few months prior. What kind of training had Whis subjected him to, enabling such rapid growth? Gohan's prowess instilled a sense of trepidation within Beerus. It is worth noting that the gods of destruction have attained their current level through endless eons of refinement and perseverance. In contrast, Gohan was merely a mortal, not even a century old, yet he possessed strength that could rival a god of destruction, no, more accurately, the might of the strongest among them. Any other god of destruction from different universes would surely find him a formidable adversary. Curse you, Whis. It seems you genuinely wish to forge a worthy rival for me, thought Beerus, baring his teeth in frustration, yet feeling helpless. He had tacitly acknowledged Whis' training of Gohan, unable to oppose it. Perhaps having a worthy opponent was not entirely unfavorable. However, it was certainly not a wholly benevolent prospect either. On the battlefield, Gohan teleported in front of Vegeta, observing the trembling arms of his opponent. A playful smile gracing his face. Noticing Gohan's arrival, Vegeta turned his head away with gritted teeth. Gohan, you've come? Vegeta said with a bitter smile. Are you okay, Uncle Vegeta? Can you continue fighting? Gohan asked expressionlessly. Of course, I will continue fighting. Don't think I'll be so easily defeated, Vegeta retorted, his words dripping with defiance yet infused with fighting spirit. As a Saiyan, surrender was not an option, nor was retreat. Even if the disparity in power spanned an entire dimension, he would stand firm until the very last moment. As the tingling and painful sensations in his hands dissipated, Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, a fervent battle spirit igniting in his eyes. Simultaneously, a deeper reservoir of Super Saiyan energy within him was summoned. An unending flow of power surging forth from his being. Is this the sensation of Super Saiyan 3rd level? Gohan speculated, feeling Vegeta's aura escalate. Boom. A resounding explosion reverberated through the air as a blinding golden energy beam erupted from within Gogeta, illuminating the vast expanse of the God of Destruction realm. This pure and formidable aura instilled a profound sense of reverence in all who witnessed it. The golden radiance dissipated at a visibly rapid pace, with all energy and essence being absorbed back into Gogeta's form. As anticipated by Gohan, Gogeta's state embodied the essence of the legendary Super Saiyan 3rd grade, characterized by flowing golden hair and the absence of brows. With a tail compensating for any shortcomings, Gogeta's Super Saiyan 3rd grade exhibited no signs of leakage. In fact, in terms of power enhancement, his transformation surpassed that of Gohan. While Gohan's peak Super Saiyan 3rd grade augmented his base combat power by a mere 500 times, Gogeta's pinnacle reached an astonishing 600-fold increase. Consequently, his combat power ascended to the realm of 30 trillion. This level of combat prowess, when viewed within the cosmos of this era, stands unrivaled. The power exhibited by the current Son Gohan is indeed on par with it. As I suspected, he has attained the 3rd transformation of Super Saiyan. Gazing at Gogeta in his 3rd Super Saiyan form, Son Gohan's eyes reflected a profound sense of disappointment. He no longer harbored any desire to prolong the confrontation. If a battle is to ensue, let it be decisive. The strength of the 3rd Super Saiyan form is sufficient to contend with you. Gogeta, with an air of indifference, firmly believed that he could match Son Gohan in his base state. The 3rd Super Saiyan transformation undoubtedly possessed power that could rival Son Gohan's normal state. However, the reality proved to be harsh. Son Gohan's strength far exceeded that of Gogeta's 3rd Super Saiyan form. Indeed, even unleashing his full power might not suffice to match him. Really? Do you genuinely believe that the 3rd Super Saiyan form can contend with me? Son Gohan bestowed upon Gogeta a cryptic smile. What do you mean by that? It was this very smile that stirred Gogeta's vigilance as he sensed an imminent threat. Though it stung his pride, Son Gohan candidly admitted, to be honest, Uncle Gogeta, throughout this battle, I have only utilized less than 1% of my power. The moment those words left Son Gohan's lips, Gogeta's pupils dilated in shock. Impossible. You claim that you fought thus far using less than 1% of your power? Then what about me? Gogeta refrained from pressing further. As a wave of reluctance surged within him, he found it difficult to accept this outcome. As a fusion warrior, he possessed both confidence and a sense of pride. The notion that Son Gohan had only tapped into less than 1% of his power while in the 3rd Super Saiyan form was absurd. If this were indeed the case, what then did it make Gogeta, the strongest fusion warrior across all dimensions, reduced to a mere jester? Whether you believe it or not, I must now be earnest. If you think the 3rd Super Saiyan form is sufficient to deal with me, then by all means, continue using it. With that declaration, Son Gohan resolutely unleashed 100% of his base power. Having suppressed it for far too long, he needed Gogeta to comprehend the vast chasm that separated them. Boom. An unprecedented tempest of energy swept through the God of Destruction's realm, with Gogeta being the first to be struck by the storm, forced to retreat thousands of meters. Son Gohan's combat power surged exponentially, escalating from 30 trillion to 50 trillion, and finally reaching 100 trillion, then 1,000 trillion. For 1,000 trillion. This was merely his base combat power, reaching such staggering levels. What a farcical notion. The magnitude of this disparity was terrifying. This cannot be. As Gogeta acutely sensed the power erupting from Son Gohan in his base form, his worldview was irrevocably shattered. How could any Saiyan achieve such a level in their base state, vastly surpassing his own 3rd Super Saiyan form by a factor of more than 100? What Sun Wukong said was not mere illusion, but rather the stark truth. Do you still believe that merely relying on a Super Saiyan 3rd form can rival my ordinary state, Uncle Vegeta? A subtle smirk graced Sun Wukong's lips as he scrutinized Vegeta with a piercing gaze, teasingly. At that moment, Vegeta's expression darkened. his silence revealing an unspoken understanding of the vast chasm that lay between them. The energy exuded by Son Wukong caused Beerus, who was observing from the shadows, to furrow his brow slightly. The intensity of his aura had indeed reached an acceptable threshold for Beerus, yet the rapidity of his growth was rather excessive. Witnessing the magnificence of Son Wukong's energy and prowess, which had evidently surpassed his previous teachings, Whis nodded in quiet approval, affirming that his judgment had been astute. The pace of growth is such that even the formidable god of destruction, Beerus, would find it difficult to compare. It is believed that, in the near future, with Gohan's strength and mastery, he will earn his place within the realm of the divine. Now, Gogeta, it is time for you to unleash your full potential. The merging of two distinct powers promises an extraordinary force. Whis' attention shifted to Gogeta as the battle reached its climactic moment. The tedious preliminaries had concluded, and now the main event was about to unfold. High above, Gohan's formidable strength manifested outwardly, yet his aura and energy remained entirely contained within. A complete lockdown of his power. With a staggering battle force of 4,000, the pressure and tension it exuded rendered Gogeta hesitant to act recklessly. The disparity was immense. How about it, Uncle Gogeta? Are you still not prepared to give it your all? Gohan's eyes narrowed as he observed Gogeta, awaiting his response. He understood that Gogeta was merely biding his time, and now that he had demonstrated 100% of his strength, it was up to Gogeta to decide how to react. The mere weight of Gohan's words struck Gogeta with shock, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his forehead. The gap in their powers had widened to such an extent that, upon regaining his composure, Gogeta felt both astonished and begrudgingly resigned. Even if he were to cling to his stubbornness, the reality was laid bare before him. Gohan's statement had nearly shattered his focus. In the current circumstances, it was imperative that he exert himself fully. Fully aware of his opponent's formidable prowess, Gogeta ceased to hold back, channeling all of his internal energy reserves. A tremendous aura of malice emerged from his being, and his form transitioned from Super Saiyan 3rd grade to Super Saiyan 4th grade. His golden locks turned jet black, and dark crimson fur sprouted around his body, morphing from a human form into a primal one. Super Saiyan 4th grade stabilized. As the fused warrior of Goku and Vegeta, he possessed their abilities as well. His battle power surged dramatically, entering the realm of the 100 quintillion level. Yet, this was not the end. Once the Super Saiyan 4th grade form stabilized, a searing divine energy erupted from within, enveloping his entire being and transforming his once black hair into a vibrant crimson hue. The source of this divine power is none other than the Super Saiyan God. These two forces have been harmoniously fused through the mastery of Vegeto. The exterior of Super Saiyan 4 combined with the might of the Super Saiyan God, the fusion of bloodline power and divine energy has utterly converged into one. Is this a transformation resulting from the fusion of Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan 4th stage? A potent energy meticulously observed Vegeto's transformation. And upon sensing the amalgamation of divine power and bloodline energy, Gohan deduced this conclusion. As a traveler from another realm, he instinctively understood the significance of this crimson-haired form. In the Dragon Ball GT side story, the fused Vegeto possessed red hair, and at the time, Gohan found nothing amiss. However, he now comprehends the truth. This signifies a higher echelon of Super Saiyan 4th stage. Although the transformation materials have shifted, the extent of power augmentation may not significantly alter. The fusion of Super Saiyan 4th stage and Super Saiyan God births the divine Super Saiyan 4th stage. It is succinctly referred to as Super 4 God. As you wish. I unleash my full strength. Standing in the void as Super 4 God, Vegeto is enveloped in resplendent, flame-like energy particles, exuding a formidable aura that is utterly terrifying. In this moment, his battle power level materializes before Gohan's eyes. Neither weak nor overly strong, it has attained the level of 500 quintillion. The might displayed here has already reached 1/8 of Gohan's normal state. In the vast expanse of the universe, this power can be deemed absolutely invincible. Gohan has also calculated the degree of enhancement of Gogeta's power in this current form, which, akin to his divine mystical state, has achieved a staggering 10,000-fold increase from his normal capability. This is splendid. Observing that Gogeta has unleashed his full potential, Gohan resolves to engage earnestly this time. He will not hold back any longer. Although it differs from his anticipated Super Saiyan 4th level breakthrough, this Ultra 4 divine state of Gogeta is nonetheless impressive. Chapter 130. Beyond the Ultra 4 divine realm, the atmosphere grows increasingly tense and charged. as Gogeta in his Ultra 4 divine state locks eyes with Gohan. The unspoken pressure emanating from them enveloping the entire realm of destruction. Neither party initiates an attack to disrupt this silence. If you choose not to strike first, then I shall not be courteous. In a flash, Gohan makes his move. Section 136. Even in his regular state, the speed he unleashes is unimaginably terrifying. In a mere 0.001 seconds, he appears before Gogeta. The swiftness is astonishing, and as he moves, not a ripple disturbs the fabric of space. Everything transpires silently. Such profound and elusive stealth techniques, if employed for assassination, could effectively bring about death without a trace in an instant. As Gohan manifests before him in that fleeting moment, Gogeta's pupils widen, the confidence on his face vanishing entirely, replaced by sheer astonishment. This is dire. Gogeta forces his body into a defensive stance, but regrettably, it is too late. With a resounding thud, a brilliant burst of energy collides with Gogeta's right cheek. The unimaginable force distorts Gogeta's visage in an instant, reverberating throughout his entire being, causing him to lose control of his body and be propelled backward like a cannonball. The terrifying energy permeates his form, rendering him momentarily unable to regain control. Seizing the advantage, Gohan's aura explodes as he traverses the skies of the realm of destruction at supersonic speed, leaving behind a trail of elongated ripples. His ghostly figure transcends space, appearing behind Gogeta, and with a swift spinning kick, he aims for Gogeta's back. While in mid-flight, Gogeta suddenly regains his senses, forcibly reclaiming control of his body. In an instant, he evades Gohan's leg with precision and grace. Shifting position and teleporting directly in front of Gohan, his left leg igniting with dazzling energy particles, delivering an unstoppable kick. This is precisely one of Gogeta's signature skills. The Super Fuzzy Dance. A thunderous explosion reverberated through the skies of the God Realm, accompanied by a deafening roar and a terrifying shockwave that stirred colossal waves. The primal ferocity and explosive power of the Super Saiyan 4th grade, combined with the divine strength of the Super Saiyan God, melded seamlessly to unleash a force that far surpassed that of others at the same level. Even beings with battle powers reaching the formidable 180,000 threshold would find it exceedingly difficult to withstand Gogeta's overwhelming assault. Alas, Gohan's prowess far transcended his own. This strike, imbued with boundless destructive power, was effortlessly halted by Son Gohan, unable to advance even a fraction. This scene caused Vegeta to clench his teeth, revealing a fierce expression. He felt a deep sense of unwillingness, yet he could not deny the truth. He had exerted himself to the utmost, yet Gohan had barely unveiled his true potential. The fusion transformation of Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan 4th level was indeed remarkable, but your base power is woefully inadequate. The ruthless judgment fell, and Gohan's strength surged exponentially. The muscles in his arms swelled dramatically, and at that moment, unparalleled power erupted forth. With a single hand, he swiftly locked onto Vegeta's ankle, the terrifying force binding him tightly and rendering one of his legs temporarily useless. Boom! The air was filled with a raging tempest as Gohan, with one hand, propelled Vegeta's body, swinging him about as if he were a mere plaything. Vegeta struggled desperately to break free, yet found himself utterly helpless. Fly! With a resounding shout, Gohan unleashed a tremendous throw, sending Vegeta hurtling through the air. The overwhelming strength made it difficult for Vegeta to regain control of his body in the immediate moment. His form traced a graceful arc across the sky of the God of Destruction's realm. Seizing the advantage, Gohan brought his hands together, a golden radiance swirling within his palms. With a thunderous exhalation, an immensely powerful ki blast erupted from his hands, its destructive capability surpassing all imagination. At this moment, the flailing Goku finally stabilized himself after gliding thousands of meters in the high sky. Yet, before he could exhale in relief, the impending sense of crisis brought on by the golden energy wave jolted him back to reality. There was no evading it. Fully aware that he had been locked onto and was unable to dodge, Goku could only brace himself for the onslaught. He raised both hands, channeling the entirety of his strength into the palms of his hands, arms spread wide as he forcibly intercepted the infinitely destructive magical flash. With a thunderous roar, the boundless energy collided with the center of Goku's palm, and the terrifying shockwave surged through his body, compelling him to retreat step by step. Veins bulged on his arms as he exerted every ounce of his strength, gritting his teeth in determination. He firmly believed that with his power, He could certainly repel Gohan's magical flash, yet he had overestimated himself. The energy intensity of the magical flash and the resultant overwhelming force were far beyond his imagination. The notion of halting it was utterly fanciful. Silence. Unyielding, Goku erupted once more. His energy soaring in a straight line as the divine power within him and the bloodline strength boiled anew. Every muscle tensed, veins crawling like serpents across his surface, evoking a sense of dread. Nevertheless, even so, he was still unable to stop the advance of the magical flash. Under the immense pressure exerted by the magical flash, Goku once again grew stronger. Deep crimson flames erupted continuously from his body, as the powers of Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan 4th stage fused further. His battle power surged dramatically, leaping from the realm of 500 to the ranks of 1,000. With his strength firmly stabilized at the level of 1,000, Goku finally possessed the means to contend with the magical flash. Although he could not erase the energy of the magical flash, redirecting it was still within his grasp. Howa! In a frenzied roar, Goku unleashed all the energy within him. His outstretched arms suddenly lifted, forcibly altering the trajectory of the infinitely powerful magical flash, sending it into the skies above the God of Destruction's realm. With a whoosh, the magical flash's energy sliced through the fabric of the God of Destruction's realm, gradually vanishing into the heights above. Exhausting every ounce of his strength, Goku successfully altered the direction of the magical flash's energy as he had wished. However, it was at that very moment that he exposed a fatal flaw. This inevitably sealed his fate. Seizing the opportunity, Son Gohan transcended space to stand before Gogeta. Clenching his right fist as a deep blue radiance coalesced at the tip of his knuckles. In this moment, Goku's mouth fell agape, his body instinctively sensing an overwhelming sense of crisis. A chilling wave of coldness spread from his feet, enveloping his entire being. Although he had managed to redirect the energy of the magical flash, having neutralized the first attack, how would he counter the second? With a fierce declaration, Son Gohan's right fist became increasingly engulfed in blue flames, igniting into a blazing inferno. The colossal energy coalesced, distorting the space within a radius of several dozen meters. The azure radiance, though dazzling, concealed an unfathomable and terrifying power. The unstoppable iron fist struck Goku squarely on the face with a resounding impact. With a thunderous crash, the entire world seemed to freeze in that instant. An unimaginable force coursed through Goku's body, delivering a violent blow to his mind, and in a fleeting moment, darkness surged from the depths of his consciousness. Struck heavily, Goku's eyes turned pitch black, his aura dissipating as if he were a meteor plummeting from the sky, ultimately crashing down onto the devastated realm of the gods of destruction. The earth, upon impact, formed a massive 10-meter-deep crater, leaving Goku motionless on the ground. Although he still maintained the form of a Super Saiyan at its 4th level, he had succumbed to unconsciousness. "You surely cannot be defeated so easily," Son Gohan murmured, sensing Goku's energy plummeting drastically. If only the combat power of the fused materials, Goku and Vegeta, had been greater, then the fused warrior, Gogeta, would also have been stronger. Alas, the outcome of this battle was already determined. Having observed as a mere bystander, the angel Whis gazed at Gogeta, who lay incapacitated in the deep pit, fully aware that the battle's victor had been decided. The disparity was simply too vast. The power that Son Gohan possessed in his normal state was sufficient to utterly crush Gogeta's full strength. They were not even on the same level. This is still less than a fraction of Sun Wukong's true power. At that moment, Whis seemed to notice something. A flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes as he gazed into the deep pit where Gogeta lay. It appeared as though something extraordinary was about to awaken. Concealed in the shadows, the god of destruction, Beerus, observed the swift conclusion of the battle with a hint of disappointment in his gaze. He had anticipated that Gogeta, this fused Saiyan, would bring him significant surprise. However, it turned out he had overestimated this fused warrior. Having witnessed the spectacle, Beerus stretched languidly, weariness evident upon his face. The priestly performance had concluded, and now it was time for him to retire for a well-deserved slumber. Turning away, Beerus stifled his fatigue and wobbled toward the chambers of the god of destruction. Just as he had taken a few steps forward, he sensed Gogeta's once dwindling energy suddenly reigniting. Surging once more, this moment caused Beerus, the god of destruction, to halt his advance. A peculiar expression emerged on Beerus's face as his gaze fell upon the pit where Gogeta resided. It appeared that this battle had yet to reach its conclusion. In another realm, Son Gohan sensed the resurgence of Gogeta's energy, a spark of surprise and delight flickering in his eyes. Gogeta was not as easily defeated as he had presumed. With the divine power reignited, victory could not be attained without transcending the limits. As Gohan felt the scorching divine energy radiating from Gogeta, a faint smile graced his lips, and anticipation washed over his countenance. Just how much potential Gogeta possessed remained an enigma. The fusion warrior, born of a fleeting moment and destined for invincibility, had yet to fully unlock his potential. However, the tides have changed. Under the immense pressure and formidable stimulation from Son Gohan's might, this warrior shattered his own barriers. In the depths of the chasm, where one would expect Gogeta to remain unconscious, he now quivered as he stood, his once depleted divine energy and dormant bloodline power erupting simultaneously. The thought of defeat was intolerable for a fusion warrior. How could he possibly succumb so swiftly? My strength is certainly far greater than this. A deep, resonant cry escaped Gogeta's lips. His tightly shut eyes reopened, and crimson flames surged forth from his gaze, enveloping his entire being. A golden aura emanated outward, engulfed in the searing divine energy of the Super Saiyan God. His breath stabilized, and his state became resolute as Gogeta re-entered the fused form of Super Saiyan 4th level and Super Saiyan God. With a powerful leap, he ascended from the abyss, landing firmly on the ground, lifting his gaze towards Son Gohan hovering in the sky. "Are you prepared to continue this battle, Gogeta uncle?" Son Gohan inquired, his expression devoid of emotion. Before him, Gogeta's combat power was a mere 1,000, only a quarter of his normal capacity. Gogeta understood that with such limited power, the outcome would remain unchanged, merely a futile struggle. Unless, of course, he could break through the shell of potential and unlock a deeper layer of energy within himself. "Of course, we must continue," Gogeta replied, a significant smile gracing his lips as he brushed the dust from his body. His gaze towards Son Gohan igniting with fervent battle intent. "My existence cannot persist indefinitely. I was born to pursue battles against stronger foes. Now, a formidable adversary stands before me. I cannot ascertain whether this is my only opportunity in this lifetime. To let this battle end thus would be an immense pity. Wouldn't you agree, Gohan?" As he spoke, a flash of blue urgency flickered in Gogeta's eyes. He leaned slightly forward, fists clenched tightly, divine power and bloodline energy swirling around him in rhythmic motion. Indeed, to conclude it here would be too regrettable. Noticing Gogeta's transformation, Son Gohan sharpened his focus. "Thanks to you, I have advanced beyond my previous limits. Now, allow me to show you my form after surpassing those boundaries." With a powerful roar, Gogeta commenced the full activation of his S-cells and divine energy. Chapter 131. Transcendence, Metamorphosis, the Birth of Super Saiyan Blue. The eruption of Gogeta sent tremors throughout the entire realm of the Destroyers. An unparalleled power stirred this divine domain into chaos. Observing the spectacle, Whis and the Destroyer God Beerus narrowed their eyes. With their formidable perception and keen eyesight, they could discern the astonishing transformations occurring within Gogeta at that moment. The divine power was in a state of sublimation. The Saiyan race proved to be even more extraordinary than I had anticipated. They could achieve the metamorphosis of divine power through transformation, was sensed an anomaly. Combining his prior understanding of the Saiyans with Gohan's earlier remarks that every transformation of a Saiyan was a sublimation of their bloodline, he concluded that divine power could also be enhanced through transformation. Gogeta's current appearance was clearly indicative of an impending transformation. However, for an outsider, such nuances could not be easily discerned. Only another Saiyan could truly feel the subtle changes. In the sky, Gohan looked down upon Gogeta, who was undergoing transformation and sublimation. His instincts and intuition suggested that he would soon witness unexpected changes within Gogeta. With sharp insight, he noticed that the color of the divine power was shifting as its intensity increased, from deep crimson to blue. "So, you have grasped this level of transformation?" Building upon the foundation of Super Saiyan 4th stage and layering it with the mightier Super Saiyan Blue, this scene stirred memories within Gohan. Recalling the state that transcended Super Saiyan God, the Super Saiyan beyond the Super Saiyan God, the Super Saiyan Blue, the transformation that Gogeta was currently experiencing could only be described by this phenomenon. The stronger the enemy, the better it was for Gohan. If they were too weak, the thrill of battle would be utterly absent. In that instant, a profound surge of divine power erupted from Gogeta's position. In a fleeting moment, a towering blue energy column soared skyward, piercing the clouds. Its overwhelming might was several times more terrifying than before. At the heart of this azure radiance stood Gogeta, gravely injured yet resolute in a brand new form. His current state was neither Super Saiyan 4th stage, nor Super Saiyan God, nor Super Saiyan 4. Rather, it was a unique fusion state, a novel transformation born from the amalgamation of Super Saiyan Blue and Super Saiyan 4th stage. Super Saiyan 4 Blue. The figure of Super Saiyan 4, adorned with azure hair resembling droplets of liquid flame, exudes an ethereal, sacred, primal, and formidable presence. At this moment, Gogeta embodies both divinity and humanity. The sanctity and inviolability of the divine converge with the strength and ferocity of mortals. A tremendous divine power fills every cell of his being, granting him boundless strength while simultaneously mending the wounds inflicted upon his body. With a deep exhalation, Gogeta's previously closed eyes slowly open as he harnesses this immense divine energy within himself. Initially driven by a mere desire to experiment, accepting failure as a possibility, he unexpectedly finds success. This formidable power has instilled in him the confidence to confront Gohan, as he now believes his strength surpasses that of the latter. Raising his head, his ice-blue eyes met Gohan's gaze, adorned with a smile that exuded a disdainful confidence. Observing this, Gohan also smiled. At that moment, the combat power value of Vegito appeared before his eyes, 5,000. Positioned in the mid-range of the 8th dimension, this power exceeds his full strength in his normal state. I never imagined you would reach this level, Uncle Vegito, he murmured, gently descending from the sky. Upon witnessing Gohan's deliberate descent, Vegito heightened his vigilance, yet refrained from making a move. Gohan, too, chose not to disrupt this tranquility. His eyes scrutinized Vegito, discerning some anomalies. Aside from the Super Saiyan Blue form, it seemed that the 4th level of Super Saiyan had also seen an enhancement. No wonder his combat power has surged to such heights. In addition to the divine power of Super Saiyan God, Uncle Vegito, you have indeed transcended the 4th level of Super Saiyan. Haven't you? Gohan articulated his thoughts. The secrets and intensity of his form were effortlessly unveiled, startling Vegito, though he soon regained his composure. You truly are remarkable, Gohan. You saw through it with just a glance. Vegito did not conceal the truth. He had not only surpassed Super Saiyan God, but had also transcended the 4th level of Super Saiyan. The fusion of these two distinct, superior states resulted in his power swelling to such an extent. Having arrived at the answer he sought, Gohan's aura steadily sharpened. Feeling the surge of Gohan's energy, Vegito too became invigorated. The formidable divine force melded with an overwhelming human power, coalescing into a single entity, clashing with Gohan's intensity. Crackle! Before the battle even commenced, the collision of their energies unleashed intense sparks. The space within 100 meters transformed into their battleground. Having shattered his own limits, Vegito's strength undeniably increased. However, in response to Gohan's energy surge, he managed to disperse it with calm composure. In terms of sheer combat strength, he was indeed slightly stronger than Gohan. But when it came to mastery and precise application of power, he fell significantly short. That punch you delivered earlier still lingers on my face with a dull ache. You have bestowed upon me such a grand gift, and I must respond in kind. At the very moment those words fell from his lips, Vegeta sprang into action. His form transformed into a phantasmal specter, elusive and enigmatic. Once more employing his skill of gliding punishment, he became a streak of aurora, surging forth at a velocity rivaling that of light towards Gohan. The same trick will not affect me. Moreover, I have already deciphered your move, Gohan remarked with an air of calm. Activating his ability of insight, he perceived that which eludes the eyes of others. In that instant, Vegeta's position was firmly locked onto by Gohan's gaze. In a flash, Gohan initiated his own assault. With a fierce and unrelenting strike, he swiftly pinpointed Vegeta's location. Raising his right hand once more, deep azure light coalesced at the edge of his fist, the potency of this blow far surpassing its predecessors. An unstoppable punch descended directly towards Vegeta's visage. With a resounding boom, a cataclysmic roar echoed, sending ripples through the very fabric of the god of destruction's realm. The visible shockwave radiated outward, stirring the earth into a tumultuous sea of waves. This time, Son Gohan's powerful strike failed to render Vegeta unconscious. Instead, Vegeta effortlessly caught it. Gohan, I must remind you that the same trick will not work on me a second time. The tides have turned, and your techniques have significantly weakened. A confident glint sparkled in his eyes as Vegeta smirked mockingly. Oh, you seem quite self-assured in your current state. With a flash of brilliance in his gaze, Gohan swiftly retracted his right hand and launched into another fierce assault, his attacks becoming even more aggressive and relentless. The barrage of concentrated and ferocious strikes surged toward Vegeta like a tempest. Had it been the previous version of Vegeta facing this torrential onslaught, he would have been rendered unable to retaliate. However, the current fusion of higher-level transformations had drastically enhanced his vision, perception, reflexes, and combat prowess. His fighting ability now surpassed even that of Son Gohan. In the face of this unyielding onslaught, he not only handled it with remarkable ease, but also seized the openings in Gohan's offensive to mount a counterattack. The sound of fists and feet colliding produced a cacophony of deafening booms that sent destructive shockwaves rippling through the God realm. With each successive impact, the intensity of the shockwaves grew exponentially. These devastating forces, if unleashed upon any planet in the lower realm, would be sufficient to obliterate it into dust in an instant. Even the realm known as the King of Worlds, with its divine status, could scarcely endure for long. The fierce battle continued to escalate. With the foundation of Super Saiyan Blue fused with the higher levels of Super Saiyan 4th stage, Vegeta showcased his immense power and unparalleled growth potential. His speed increased continuously, making it seem effortless and pleasurable to counter Gohan's aggressive strikes. As the situation shifted in his favor, Vegeta began to take pride in his advantage. What's the matter, Gohan? Your speed seems to have diminished considerably. Where has that earlier sense of pressure disappeared to? As he spoke, Vegeta adeptly spun in midair, channeling energy into his right leg, and delivered an unstoppable whirlwind kick aimed squarely at Gohan's face. Boom! The primal power of the Super Saiyan 4th stage has been unleashed, creating shockwaves from the transformation enhanced by divine energy that far exceed expectations. Even Son Gohan was sent flying by this terrifying kick. Although his normal form had already reached an extraordinarily exaggerated level, he found himself somewhat overwhelmed by Vegeta's strike. After being propelled nearly 100 meters away, he struggled to stabilize himself upon landing. At this moment, his arms were emitting wisps of smoke, a testament to Vegeta's prowess. The intense pain coursed through him, causing the Saiyan blood within to surge and boil. In the distance, a blinding blue light flickered through the void. A profoundly deep energy wave coalesced in a brief moment, taking shape under Vegeta's mastery. Prepare yourself, Gohan. This is my Big Bang attack, Kamehameha Wave. Without giving Son Gohan a moment to breathe, Vegeta had already gathered his ultimate move from 100 meters away. The colossal energy beam, with a diameter reaching 1,000 meters, surged towards Son Gohan with unparalleled might. It sealed off any potential escape routes. Its terrifying power such that even equals would struggle to withstand it. Even if he survived, he would be left gravely injured. Facing this boundless energy wave, Son Gohan did not evade. Instead, he chose to confront it head-on. It seemed as though this Big Bang attack, capable of obliterating much of the universe, was non-existent in his eyes. The explosion erupted with a thunderous roar, engulfing Son Gohan's form and creating a deafening blast. The brilliance of the explosion radiated outward, and the intense gust of wind toppled the floor of the God realm. Thick smoke billowed into the air, shrouding the scene in haze. Son Gohan's position was transformed into a massive crater, 100 meters wide, as the clouds of smoke ascended, leaving his fate uncertain. The attack had struck true. Yet Vegeta's expression bore no trace of elation. Instead, a weighty seriousness overcame him, accompanied by an ominous premonition that began to stir within. In the next moment, his foreboding was realized. At the epicenter of the dense smoke, a golden aura flickered into view, its presence almost palpable. Son Gohan's energy surged, expanding exponentially compared to before. Sensing this terrifying force, Vegeta's countenance shifted, momentarily stunned before a grim smile crept upon his face, a smile more akin to a grimace than joy. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead as an unprecedented pressure enveloped him entirely. This sensation instilled a primal fear within him, evoking a mixture of exhilaration and reluctance. In the distance, the angel Vis, a mere spectator, wore a mysterious smile. As an angel, his keen perception allowed him to effortlessly discern the events unfolding amidst the haze. How unexpected it was to witness such a remarkable enhancement. The god of destruction, Beerus, who lurked in the shadows, displayed an expression of gravity. Being the most formidable god of destruction, his eyesight was undoubtedly sharp. He understood that Gohan had unleashed the power of a Super Saiyan. However, what astonished him was not merely the power of the Super Saiyan, but Gohan's level of mastery and the velocity of his growth. When Beerus first encountered Gohan, His transformation into a Super Saiyan had only elicited a fleeting sense of awe. Yet now, this transformation exuded an aura that hinted at a potential threat. The notion that an ordinary Super Saiyan could instill a sense of danger in the strongest god of destruction was indeed profound. Chapter 132. The relentless suppression of Super One power amidst the swirling smoke, Gohan's form became vaguely discernible. At this juncture, he transcended his usual state, embodying a more advanced Super Saiyan form. The explosive might of Vegeta's Big Bang attack was indeed capable of inflicting damage upon him in his regular state. In a moment of necessity, he had tapped into a higher tier of Super Saiyan transformation. Against the full power of a Super Saiyan at its first level, the intensity of such a Big Bang attack appeared somewhat inadequate. Ding. Automatic absorption of energy from Super Saiyan level 4, Blue Vegeta's Big Bang attack. Converted to energy points, 1G. Ding. Automatic absorption of energy from Super Saiyan level 4, Blue Vegeta's Big Bang attack. Converted to energy points, 5G. Ding. Automatic absorption of energy from Super Saiyan level 4, Blue Vegeta's Big Bang attack. Converted to energy points, 10G. The energy dispersed in the atmosphere was automatically absorbed and transformed into energy points by the system. When the smoke finally cleared, Gohan stood unscathed, exuding an air of malevolence. Each movement radiated an overwhelming power that rendered Vegeta's presence insignificant by comparison. With an 80-fold increase in battle power at full capacity of the first level of Super Saiyan, his battle power surged from 4000 G to 32 Yang, marking his entry into the combat prowess of the 6th dimension. Uncle Vegeta, I apologize for the wait. Now, let us commence anew. As you anticipated, I have indeed embraced the transformation of a Super Saiyan. Son Gohan's gaze was fixed intently on the solemn visage of Gogeta, who stood resolutely before him. With a measured tone, he remarked that, in certain respects, Gogeta had indeed emerged victorious in this battle. The gap between them was once several magnitudes apart. Even at full strength, Gogeta was not a typical opponent for him. Yet, this fusion of Saiyans had forcibly unlocked extraordinary potential and immense power. Under the pressure exerted by Son Gohan, Gogeta shattered the constraints of his latent abilities, ascending to a higher realm where he could not only contend with Son Gohan on equal footing, but even surpass him in strength. In a moment of necessity, the full power of the Super Saiyan's first level was unleashed. At last, you were taking this somewhat seriously, Son Gohan mused, a wry smile crossing his face, while Gogeta's expression mirrored a bittersweet grin. As he meticulously gauged Son Gohan's energy intensity, he realized that his adversary's power far exceeded his expectations. The difference in their energies widened in an instant, presenting a disparity that was, quite frankly, disheartening. Yet, this very realization ignited within him a fervor and anticipation for the battle's outcome. Following this confrontation, he would delve deeper into his own potential, advancing to a higher state of transformation. This is unavoidable, Gogeta. Son Gohan's eyes glimmered with resolve, and in the next heartbeat, an intangible energy coalesced into multiple energy slashes. Rushing toward Gogeta, Hurricane Slash, he declared, as the aura surrounding him transformed into ethereal blades, with dozens, even hundreds, of energy blades slicing through space toward Gogeta's position. Trivial technique, Gogeta retorted, his focus unwavering. He heightened his alertness and combat prowess to the utmost, merging divine power with his bloodline strength, condensing it to its peak before unleashing it from his palm. Boom! A devastating wave of energy erupted from Gogeta's hand, engulfing the onslaught of Son Gohan's hurricane slashes completely, obliterating them. Prepare to receive this. With fervent battle spirit surging in his eyes, Gogeta summoned all his might in an instant, charging towards Son Gohan. Swift as the wind and quick as lightning, he appeared before Son Gohan in less than 0.001 seconds. His fists imbued with the fusion of divine power and bloodline energy, striking down heavily towards Son Gohan's face. The terror of this move is sufficient to obliterate everything in its path. With such velocity and power, had it been in the previous norm, Gohan would have barely managed to evade it, yet still succumbed to the aftershocks of its might. However, before Gohan in his first full-power Super Saiyan form, such speed and strength appear inadequate. Until now, you have been the one on the offensive. It is my turn to return the favor. With a light chuckle, Gohan skillfully evades Vegeta's lethal strike, and with his left hand charged with energy, he delivers a perfectly controlled, powerful blow. The dull thud of impact resonates as his formidable iron fist ruthlessly strikes Vegeta's abdomen. The excruciating pain from this blow radiates throughout Vegeta's entire being. The unimaginable agony transforms Vegeta's expression, slowing his movements as his body writhes in torment. Struggling to suppress this unbearable pain, Vegeta summons all his strength, spinning at high speed. His power surging before executing a fierce spinning kick. The air ripples with intensity. The spinning kick landed successfully. Yet it was effortlessly blocked by Son Gohan with a single hand, preventing any forward momentum. The thwarted counterattack left Gogeta's expression transformed into one of horror, replaced swiftly by an overwhelming sense of impending doom that enveloped his entire being. It was my turn now. As the words fell, Son Gohan clenched his fist, powerful energy coalescing around it. In the next moment, a devastating blow descended with the force of a tidal wave. With no avenue for evasion, Gogeta could only brace himself for the impact of this fierce strike. The unstoppable punch shattered both divine defenses and aura, crashing heavily into Gogeta's chest. The unimaginable force caused him to spew forth a stream of black blood as white smoke erupted from the wound, leaving his flesh torn and battered. The terrifying might of this strike sent Gogeta hurtling through the air, gliding for several kilometers before he barely managed to halt his descent. A searing pain radiated from his chest, a clear indication of fractured bones, leaving him in a state of utter misery. Gasping, he glanced at his chest, which was emitting wisps of white smoke, and felt a chill run down his spine as cold sweat broke out on his forehead. The excruciating pain in his torso was unmistakable. His sternum had sustained severe damage, teetering on the brink of complete fracture. Is this truly the extent of your power, Gohan? Not even the formidable physique of a Super Saiyan at its 4th level can withstand it. How ruthless! Clenching his jaw, Gogeta endeavored to suppress the agony and summon divine energy to commence healing his wounds. However, Gohan offered him no respite. In the instant Gogeta was propelled backward, Gohan had already positioned himself directly above him. With a clash of hands, an incessant stream of golden particles surged forth as countless bolts of lightning tore through the void, filling the space around them. The sheer intensity of such energy jolted Gogeta back to reality. Super Magic Flash. With a resounding cry, a beam of golden energy, condensed to its utmost potential, erupted from Gohan's palm, locking onto Gogeta's form as if it were a divine judgment descending from the heavens. Aware of the terrifying threat posed by this attack, Gogeta's senses sharpened, disregarding the severity of his own condition. He forcefully ignited the divine power within him, along with his bloodline strength. Do not underestimate me. In this critical moment, Gogeta had no choice but to unleash all of his energy to form his ultimate technique. This was his all-out assault. Failure would lead to his demise. With his hands pressed together before his chest, a profound blue radiance materialized within his palms. An infinite reservoir of energy and unimaginable divine power condensed to its utmost. 100 times, super explosive Kamehameha wave. With a thunderous roar, an astonishingly intense beam of deep blue energy erupted from his palms, its rich luminescence containing the devastating might capable of annihilating a significant portion of the universe. Thanks to the influence of Son Gohan, his mastery of this form had reached new heights, enabling him to unleash a lethal technique of such potency that it could transcend dimensional barriers in combat. In this instance, warriors of the same caliber found themselves utterly powerless. With only entities of the 6th dimension capable of contending against such might, a mere misstep could lead to their demise at the hands of this formidable strike. A golden energy beam, emanating with a cataclysmic force potent enough to overturn all existence, spread forth like a colossal dragon obscuring the heavens, its gaping maw intent on devouring the 100-fold Kamehameha of Goku. In contrast, Goku's ultimate technique, a deep blue energy wave, cleaved through the fabric of space, transforming into a formidable magical dragon that surged skyward, hurtling forth with lethal intent. The clash of these two immensely powerful ultimate skills resounded with a thunderous roar, reverberating through the destruction of the divine realm and unleashing a terrifying force that began to warp the very space of the destruction realm itself. The realm of the gods has fallen into an unprecedented tremor. The collision between the two parties, if viewed from the perspective of the 7th universe, could soon lead to the collapse and annihilation of the entire cosmos. Fortunately, this is the domain of the destroyer gods, where their chaotic antics bear no consequence. A colossal wave of energy surged forth, obliterating all within a radius of several hundred kilometers. The intensity of this energy has reached a level potent enough to obliterate the universe. Even the robust realm of the destroyers would not remain unscathed. However, the angel Whis and the god of destruction Beerus will not merely stand by and watch. With a gentle tap of his staff upon the ground, The formidable energy emanating from Whis enveloped the entire realm of destruction in an instant. In that fleeting moment, the mysterious power of the angels spread forth, calming the tumultuous realm of destruction that had been in chaos. All manifestations of the ensuing shockwaves were dispelled, restoring tranquility to the realm, free from external influences. Having stabilized the realm of destruction, Angel Whis refocused his attention, acutely aware that the outcome of this battle would soon be determined following the confrontation. High above, the clash of energies persisted, with both sides locked in a stalemate, neither gaining the upper hand, as the energy collisions maintained a steady state. Yet, the outcome of this battle was, in truth, becoming increasingly evident. Son Gohan, in his fully powered first stage of Super Saiyan, still held considerable reserves. In stark contrast, Vegito had reached his critical threshold, verging on his absolute limits. Even should he gain further strength, it would likely yield little change. Ding! The energy of Super Saiyan Blue Vegito's 100-fold Big Bang Kamehameha transformed into energy points. 10 Xeno. Ding! The energy of Super Saiyan Blue Vegito's 100-fold Big Bang Kamehameha transformed into energy points. 50 Xeno. Ding! The energy of Super Saiyan Blue Vegito's 100-fold Big Bang Kamehameha transformed into energy points. 100 Xeno. Uncle Vegito, do you wish to continue resisting? But how much longer can you endure? With these words, the release of energy from Gohan intensified dramatically, a torrent of power erupting like a volcano in its ferocity. In a flash, his arm muscles swelled, and the energy of his super magic flash expanded exponentially. The energy surged to a staggering 5-0, reversing the tide of battle in an instant. The diameter of the super magic flash's energy doubled, its might growing ever more terrifying. Below, Vegito, who was resisting the energy onslaught, felt the overwhelming pressure in his palms, causing a sinking feeling within him. The sense of impending doom magnified relentlessly until it culminated in a profound realization. The previously balanced situation now tilted overwhelmingly in Gohan's favor. The transformation of Super Saiyan Blue, fused with the limits of Super Saiyan 4th stage, was being suppressed by Gohan's first stage Super Saiyan, which also bore the power of the gods. In terms of energy levels, it surpassed Gohan's by unfathomable margins. Yet, despite this, Vegito's strength was still being subdued by Gohan. Such occurrences, when viewed from the dawn of the universe to the present, are utterly inconceivable, particularly as they ascend to such formidable heights in this domain. The divine power they wield surpasses the purity and intensity of the energy utilized by mere mortals. However, Son Gohan stands as an exceptional case, without resorting to divine power. He demonstrates an extraordinary capacity for suppression and dominance. The mere energy augmentation brought forth by the first transformation into a Super Saiyan is sufficient to firmly restrain his unique state of fusion. Encountering an adversary whose outcome remains unalterable despite his efforts, he finds himself increasingly anxious. He cannot release his ultimate technique nor evade the confrontation. He is entirely focused. His nerves taut with intensity, aware that even the slightest lapse could lead to his swift defeat. Chapter 133. Setting everything aside, a pure battle in this precarious situation. Gogeta finds himself cornered. Unless a miracle occurs, his defeat seems inevitable. Cursed fate. Is this truly the end for me? With clenched jaws, Gogeta's eyes reflect his unwillingness to surrender. As a fusion warrior, he possesses an intense sense of pride. He absolutely refuses to accept defeat. Section 140. He must triumph. No matter the cost, victory is imperative. Fueled by this conviction, Gogeta makes a life-risking decision. His power, his potential, is fully unleashed just as he is about to be engulfed by Son Gohan's Super Majin Flash. With a thunderous roar, a colossal explosion of the Kamehameha wave surges forth, instantly pushing back Gohan's formidable attack. The intensity of divine power and the purity of his bloodline are entirely liberated, and under pressure, Gogeta's growth accelerates beyond imagination. Has he truly become this much stronger? Witnessing Gogeta's transformation and the escalating battle power, a look of astonishment fills Son Gohan's eyes. He has indeed surged to such heights. Before him, Gogeta's battle power nearly reaches the apex of the 8th dimension, with only a thin veil separating him from breaking into the 6th dimension. The fusion of divine power and bloodline strength continues to amplify his capabilities as he strives to shatter those limitations. He is on the verge of a breakthrough, poised for a complete metamorphosis. How intriguing. It seems this battle is far more exhilarating than I had anticipated. Gogeta's ever-increasing energy ignites a sense of anticipation within Son Gohan. The fusion of Super Saiyan 4th stage and Super Saiyan Blue is not the limit. He has the potential to grow even stronger. The divine power and the power of his bloodline have undergone a transformation under this immense pressure, rendering him utterly distinct from the individual he was prior to his 16th year. In the face of adversity, he has elevated himself, continuously transcending and evolving through combat, converting all pressure into strength, a phenomenon only the warrior race of Scions can truly claim. Within the realm of energy perception, Vegeta's intensity is steadily ascending. At this moment, he has completely crossed the threshold of limits, not only maximizing the fusion of Super Saiyan Blue and Super Saiyan 4th level, but also embodying a formidable strength that has directly breached the barrier of the 6th dimension, stabilizing at a level of 10 Rio. This terrifying combat power is now scarcely distinguishable from that of Gohan at full power in his first Super Saiyan form. Has he evolved in the face of despair? The harmonious integration of Super Saiyan Blue at full power with Super Saiyan 4th level, with the ability of the Eye of Insight activated, Gohan immediately discerned the nature of Vegeta's current state. If external enhancements truly exist, Vegeta undoubtedly embodies the very essence of such a concept. As the fusion of the primary and secondary protagonists of the Dragon Ball universe, adorned with the halos of both heroes, this world would not easily permit his failure. However, to suggest that Gohan is afraid would be utterly unfounded. As he witnessed the super magic flash being suppressed, a more intense smile spread across his face, and the fire of battle ignited within his eyes. Pressure, how long it has been. He believed this to be true, yet Vegeta's thoughts diverged. Even after unleashing all potential in the direst of circumstances, even at the cost of the lives of the fusion components Goku and Vegeta to forcibly obtain greater power, he is acutely aware that maintaining the current state would inevitably lead to his defeat. The intensity of such a fierce battle exacted a tremendous toll on his stamina and strength, significantly reducing the duration for which he could remain a fused warrior. The longer the conflict dragged on, the quicker his time of existence diminished. In truth, he had reached the utmost limits of his capabilities. The moment for fusion should have long since arrived. However, he was unwilling to succumb to oblivion or to fragment into Goku and Vegeta. He was uniquely himself. Vegeta was Vegeta. Enough. I shall no longer concern myself with your fates. In this battle, I shall leave no regrets. At that moment, Vegeta's resolve solidified. He cast aside all distractions from his mind, fully embracing the present. In this battle, regardless of the cost, even if it meant the demise of Son Wukong and Vegeta, he remained indifferent. His sole desire was victory. Let Son Wukong and Vegeta perish. Amidst a cacophony of maddened roars, Gogeta's eyes radiated a brilliant blue light. His pupils vanished as he frantically augmented the reservoir of energy within him. With each hysterical cry and bellow, a luminous power surged forth. The primal ferocity of Super Saiyan Level 4, coupled with its iconic golden aura, epitomized the Scion's formidable might capable of obliterating all. While the divine radiance of Super Saiyan Blue shimmered like the resplendent cosmos, entrancing all who beheld it. The explosive energy that erupted showcased a terrifying prowess that caught Gohan completely off guard. His super magic flash was instantly repelled by this overwhelming surge of power. What? This scene astonished Gohan in an instant. He could scarcely believe that his own magic flash could be deflected by Gogeta himself. What had once seemed an inevitable defeat had now been forcibly reversed. At the critical moment, Gohan evaded the colossal energy of his super magic flash and Gogeta's 100-fold explosive Kamehameha wave. This surge of energy ascended to an altitude of several 100,000 meters in the realm of destruction, culminating in a breathtaking explosion. The brilliance radiating from the blast was utterly dazzling, rendering it almost inconceivable. The resplendent light transformed into an endless array of energy particles, dispersing into the surrounding space. The entire atmosphere of the realm of destruction was profoundly affected by this cataclysmic event. Golden and azure energy particles cascaded through the air, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. A sudden whoosh echoed through the void as Gogeta traversed the space with astonishing speed, so swift that it defied perception. In less than 0.001 seconds, he had crossed the expanse and appeared before Gohan. The abrupt manifestation of Gogeta startled Gohan, leaving him astonished at the sheer velocity this being had unleashed. Prepare yourself, Gohan, Gogeta declared, fully aware that such power exacted a price, and he could not afford to delay any longer. The perfect combat style resulting from the fusion of the prince's fighting technique and the Turtle School's martial arts unleashed a ferocious assault upon Gogeta's form. The fervor of battle reignited. The relentless barrage of blows resounded. Boom, thud, boom, thud, boom, thud, boom, thud, boom, thud, boom, thud, boom, thud. The intensity unleashed by Gogeta was beyond imagination, each strike a harbinger of destruction. The overwhelming pressure from his unyielding offense left Gohan struggling to retaliate. Caught off guard by Gogeta's unrelenting onslaught, Gohan found himself retreating under the relentless assault. His fists grew sharper, his speed accelerated, and his strength surged. Focusing intently, Gohan braced himself against Gogeta's continuous assault. Before him materialized Gogeta's current battle power reading, 20 Ryo. The might of this individual has astonishingly reached such heights. It is worth noting that merely 5 minutes have elapsed since the onset of this battle. Such a rate of growth is indeed quite extraordinary. Under the relentless and fierce onslaught of Gogeta, Gohan revealed a slight opening. Seizing the moment, Gogeta's formidable fist artfully and precisely navigated past Gohan's defenses. A deafening roar reverberated through the space, followed by a jarring impact that resonated deeply. Gogeta's powerful blow unexpectedly struck Gohan's abdomen, a sharp pain surging forth, rendering Gohan's movements rigid. How could this happen? Gohan was astonished. His combat techniques and defenses had been deftly circumvented by Gogeta. The disparity between them was monumental, as though they were two entirely different beings. Capitalizing on his advantage, Gogeta concentrated all his power into a devastating kick, which descended with the force of a battering ram. A series of 4 thunderous impacts echoed in rapid succession, striking Gohan from 4 distinct angles: the abdomen, chest, back, and head. His body was sent hurtling like a projectile, soaring hundreds of meters away. The pain coursing through him did not incite anger. Rather, it awakened the warrior spirit within him. As Gohan soared backward, a sinister smile crept across his face. With a resounding explosion of energy, he stabilized his flight and surged forward once more towards Gogeta. Not to be outdone, Gogeta charged back into the fray, igniting their close-quarters combat anew. This time, Gohan did not hold back, unleashing the full power of his Super Saiyan first form. However, before the fully committed and battle-focused Vegito, it failed to exert significant pressure. Even when there was a disparity in their combat strength, Vegito in his ultimate state consistently surprised with his extraordinary capabilities. The aftermath of their clashes spread wider, radiating dazzling light from the two combatants at the center. In the heavens, colossal waves of energy rippled outward. Each collision of their bodies unleashed force sufficient to shatter a planet. As the golden and blue lights collided, they continuously shifted the battlefield, intensifying the ferocity of the combat. From the skies to the earth and onto the lakes, their forms traversed every corner of the realm of destruction in mere seconds. Ugh! This battle is excessively prolonged and grand in scale. Even if I wish to sleep now, slumber eludes me. The god of destruction, Beerus, observed the escalating conflict, his hands itching with anticipation. As a deity of destruction, he too yearned for battle, yet his overwhelming power necessitated restraint. Unleashing it could lead to the annihilation of the entire universe. Thus, he found himself compelled to limit his own strength, while simultaneously feeling a profound pressure. Regardless of whether it was the fusion warrior Vegito, born from Goku and Vegeta, or Gohan, a formidable warrior in his own right with inherent god of destruction level power. Both stood among the elite of the universe, having stepped into the realm of the divine. The rate of growth exhibited by Vegito astonished even Beerus. Gohan, being a Saiyan himself, presented a potential threat. Should he continue to train and grow stronger, even the strongest god of destruction might eventually be outmatched. Vegito's potential was unfathomable. Truly a testament to the fusion of Goku and Vegeta, having reached such heights in a matter of minutes. The Angel Whis marveled at Vegito's displayed talent. Recognizing that a fusion warrior was indeed incomparable to a singular fighter, excelling in intellect and combat prowess across all dimensions, firmly establishing themselves among the pinnacle of the universe. The recent contest between Gogeta and Gohan has vividly showcased the remarkable qualities of the Saiyan race. Fortunately, the current population of Saiyans is not excessively large. The entirety of planet Vegeta was annihilated by Beerus's orders to Frieza in the past, resulting in the demise of the vast majority of Saiyans. With only a small remnant surviving, he feels a sense of relief, recognizing that Beerus's decision to eradicate the Saiyan lineage was indeed the right one. Had the Saiyans persisted to this day and evolved, it is impossible to fathom what they might have become. The skies could have been filled with Super Saiyan gods or Super Saiyan fourth degrees, as well as Super Saiyan beasts. Furthermore, if they were to utilize the fusion techniques of the Metamorans to transform into fused warriors, he shudders at the mere thought. Even as a god of destruction, he would harbor a profound trepidation towards the Saiyan race. Indeed, should such a scenario arise, even he, as an angel, would find himself threatened. Regaining his composure, Whis shifted his gaze back to the battlefield. Gohan had yet to unveil his true prowess. a fact he was acutely aware of. However, in this relentless pursuit, to what extent could Gogeta chase Gohan? He was filled with anticipation. Let me witness the heights you can attain as a fused warrior in your pursuit of Gohan. Whis murmured to himself, simultaneously enveloping the entire realm of destruction with his angelic power to prevent any potential leakage of energy that could cause further devastation. While observing the battle unfold. Chapter 134. The imminent resolution of victory and defeat on the battlefield. The fierce clash between the two parties escalated. Having exhausted all his strength, Gogeta relentlessly pursued Gohan, his Saiyan heritage and combative instincts surging within him, causing his body to emanate intense heat. At full power as a Super Saiyan first degree, Gohan found himself momentarily overwhelmed, struggling in close combat. The rare pressure invigorated Gohan, heightening his anticipation for the ensuing battle and its intensity. Recognizing the need to alter his approach, as he was at a disadvantage in hand-to-hand combat, Gohan steeled his gaze and clenched his jaw, unleashing his power as he charged full force towards Gogeta. Unyielding, Gogeta responded with equal fervor. With a thunderous crash, they collided once more in midair, sending waves of spatial tremors rippling through the atmosphere, forcing them to separate momentarily. The recent clash has inflicted considerable injuries upon both individuals. However, those wounds that fail to vanquish them shall only serve to fortify their resolve. What a fierce battle it is, Uncle Vegeto. With the flames of combat igniting in his gaze, Son Gohan's warrior spirit is awakened by Vegeto's series of powerful strikes and the overwhelming force that accompanies his transcendence. The system automatically displays Vegeto's combat power before his eyes. The Saiyan's innate ability to grow stronger with each battle is vividly manifested in this fusion warrior. In just a few short minutes of combat, his potential is once again unleashed, and his combat power escalates. Currently, Vegeto's combat power stands at an impressive 30 quintillion. Compared to his Super Saiyan form at full power, the difference is negligible. Furthermore, the purity of divine energy far surpasses that of ordinary energy, rendering this minor disparity almost insignificant. Yet, this is still far from sufficient. A glimmer of determination flashes in Vegeto's eyes, as the Saiyan blood coursing through him plunges him into an uncontrollable yearning for battle. The divine power, however, restrains his exhilaration, allowing him to maintain his composure. He is not entirely overwhelmed by his strength, yet he harbors a profound wariness towards Son Gohan. As a fusion warrior, he naturally possesses the memories of both fusion components, Goku and Vegeta. This is merely the first level of Super Saiyan. If a higher-tier Super Saiyan beast were to emerge, or even the enigmatic state alone, it would effortlessly obliterate him in an instant. He must harness the pressure exerted by Gohan to catalyze a rapid, transformative growth within himself. Only through such growth can the tides of battle be reversed, instilling a glimmer of hope for victory. Is that not sufficient? I am of the same mind. With a fierce battle spirit surging forth, Gohan unleashed a thunderous roar, and golden flames erupted from his being like a volcano in full eruption. Moreover, the energies radiating from him traversed the space around, coalescing into countless visible golden orbs. Blue and white lightning flickered throughout the air, bursting forth with intensity. Prepare to receive my onslaught. Continuous energy bombardment. With a sweeping motion of his hands, Gohan's will propel the assembled energy blasts, sending them hurtling toward Gogeta's form. Here it comes, a barrage of firepower. A brilliant blue light emanated from Gogeta's palms, and with each word he bellowed, innumerable blue energy beams shot forth. An endless cascade of blue energy beams clashed with Gohan's assault. Boom, 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 boom. The resounding echoes reverberated through the atmosphere. The flames from the explosions illuminated the sky, casting a dazzling brilliance reminiscent of a planetary cataclysm, captivating all who beheld it. The flames spread, their reach growing ever wider. Ding. Automatic absorption of the Super Saiyan 4th level blue, full power, multi-directional fires fallen energy, converted into energy points. 100Z ding. Automatic absorption of the Super Saiyan 4th level blue full power multi-directional fires fallen energy, converted into energy points. 200Z. Ding. Automatic absorption of the Super Saiyan 4th level blue full power multi-directional fires fallen energy, converted into energy points. 300Z. The exchange of energy blasts persisted for approximately half a minute before Gogeta shattered this equilibrium. The blue divine power surged wildly, transforming his form into a beam of light as he navigated through the flames of the explosions. His movements resembled that of a fish gliding through water, achieving speeds that rivaled 100 times the speed of sound, arriving before Gohan in less than 0.001 seconds. Anticipating Gogeta's impending assault, Gohan had already positioned his hands defensively in front of him. Yet, what appeared to be an impenetrable defense faltered at the very moment it was completed. Gogeta's iron fist skillfully and precisely circumvented his guard, landing a powerful blow to his abdomen. Bang! A dull thud resonated as the formidable iron fist struck Son Gohan's abdomen with unrelenting force. Such a powerful blow possessed the might to shatter an entire planet. Despite Son Gohan's physique being robust enough to transcend celestial bodies, he still felt the brunt of Vegeta's punch, reeling from the unimaginable power that churned his insides, causing him to expel a mouthful of bile. Seizing the moment of weakness brought on by the excruciating pain, Vegeta unleashed a fierce kick, executing a series of chaotic strikes. With a resounding bang, 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 the relentless barrage sent Son Gohan flying, resembling a mere ball being kicked back and forth. After enduring such continuous suppression, a fire ignited within Son Gohan's heart. He realized he could not hold back any longer. Vegeta might mistake him for an easy target. In an explosive transformation, his entire aura surged, and in the blink of an eye, he ascended from the first stage of Super Saiyan to the pinnacle of the second stage. His battle power surged 200-fold, elevating his combat capabilities from 38 quintillion at full power in the first stage to an astounding 80 quintillion. This newfound strength allowed Son Gohan to stabilize himself mid-flight, skillfully redirecting his momentum to confront the approaching Vegeta. With a devastating upward kick, he struck with unparalleled force. Bang! Vegeta, caught off guard, was struck squarely by the blow. The overwhelming power coursed through him, flipping his body over. As he regained his balance from the backward flight, a trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth. Spotting the crimson stain, Vegeta disdainfully wiped it away with his thumb. Noticing the blue and white electric arcs enveloping Son Gohan and his signature cold hairstyle characteristic of the second stage of Super Saiyan, a smile broke upon Vegeta's face. He had finally compelled Son Gohan to unleash a higher level of power. This battle was a triumph for him. However, before Vegeta could strategize his next move, his body began to undergo unforeseen changes. He trembled violently, and faint apparitions of Goku and Vegeta emerged around him. Recognizing the unusual phenomena, Son Gohan immediately understood that Vegeta's fusion time was coming to an end. The sheer intensity of their battle had consumed energy beyond imagination, and the fusion technique would disintegrate prematurely if the energy expenditure was too great. Logically, Vegeta should have dissolved long ago. Yet, through sheer willpower, he had managed to extend their fusion time to this moment, intent on engaging in a battle without regrets. Your fusion time has concluded. It seems this fight is nearing its end. What a pity, Son Gohan remarked, observing the beleaguered Vegeta. Gohan comprehended that there was no longer any necessity to persist in the battle. Although it was regrettable, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction that this confrontation had compelled him to unleash the power of Super Saiyan second grade. To discern a victor may require another occasion. However, while Gohan contemplated this, Vegeta harbored a different sentiment altogether. In this fierce battle, he was reluctant for it to end so swiftly. How infuriating. Was time truly running out so soon? The fight had only just commenced. How could he simply vanish now? With a thunderous roar, Gogeta devoted himself entirely to the fray. He forcibly rejoined his soon-to-be separating soul, maintaining the fusion state against all odds. The phantoms surrounding him dissipated, and he regained his composure, gasping for breath. Although this act bore significant risk and could inflict unimaginable harm upon Goku and Vegeta, he cared not, to leave no regrets, even at the cost of his life. Was a price he was willing to pay. You managed to maintain the fusion state by sheer will? Gohan, witnessing this astonishing feat, was utterly astonished. What was Gogeta attempting? Was it even possible for a fused warrior to sustain their state and prolong their time? Though the means eluded him, Gohan understood that such an endeavor would undoubtedly exact a severe toll. Now, our battle can continue. Gohan, unleash your true potential. I too shall summon all my strength for this final confrontation. Though he had managed to hold onto his form, Gogeta was acutely aware that at any moment, he could dissolve and revert to Goku and Vegeta. He had resolved to utilize his final trump card. Upon hearing this, Gohan hesitated for a moment, but soon nodded in agreement. To encounter an opponent of your caliber so soon is truly exhilarating, he said, a smile gracing Gogeta's face. As the words left his lips, crimson flames ignited around his body, marking a monumental surge in his power. At the moment this scarlet aura emerged, his expression contorted into a fearsome grimace, his body began to swell and writhe. Veins pulsed grotesquely beneath his skin, reminiscent of writhing worms, a sight both chilling and terrifying. This scene startled Sun Wukong, as he comprehended the intentions of Gogeta. The moment that crimson aura manifested, He understood precisely what Gogeta aimed to achieve, the Kaioken. This technique, which depletes one's own potential and vitality in exchange for formidable power, finds Vegeta truly pushing his limits, especially in his current state. Merging the divine power with the might of his lineage is nothing short of a defiance against the natural order. In this state of fusion, his body has already reached the threshold of endurance. Only as a fused warrior can he withstand such a strain. Any individual scion would likely falter at this juncture. What is even more astonishing is the subsequent application of the Kaioken technique. Vegeta has completely lost his sanity. To invoke the Kaioken under these conditions is a perilous gamble. A slight miscalculation could lead to certain doom. Have you lost your mind? Your body has reached its limits. Invoking the Kaioken would result in an untenable surge of energy, causing your very form to explode. Gohan attempts to intervene, but the fervor with which Vegeta yearns to determine the outcome is overwhelmingly intense. No one can deter him. He is beyond the reach of any voice. Aha! Vegeta emits a harrowing cry. Each increment in the Kaioken's amplification is a torturous ordeal for him. This torment is not solely directed at the body, but also at the soul. A crimson light bursts forth from his eyes, his pupils vanish, and his form intermittently expands and contracts, resembling a balloon that is alternately inflated and deflated, on the verge of bursting at any moment. In the distance, the god of destruction, Beerus, and the angel, Whis, take notice of Goku's transformation, their attention piqued. With keen insight, Beerus, who possesses the title of the mightiest god of destruction, instantly discerns the precarious state Goku is in. For the sake of power, he is willing to forsake everything, even his own life. You scions are all reckless fools, pursuing power at the expense of your very existence, a veritable band of lunatics. Beerus cannot help but voice his condemnation. Chapter 135, The 20-fold King's Fist, a strike capable of slaying gods. Unlike Beerus's evident agitation, Whis, as an angel, is far more concerned with Goku himself. With the perceptiveness inherent to his celestial nature, he immediately understands what has transpired within Goku and the exorbitant price he has paid to forcibly maintain his disintegrating body, merging the souls of Goku and Vegeta. Though this approach may provide stability, it remains but a fleeting respite. Moreover, it will indelibly scar the souls of both Son Gohan and Vegeta. It appears this is the end. Observing the battlefield, where the crimson light of Gogeta ascends relentlessly, Whis' expression grows grave, as even he cannot assure that both sides will emerge alive from this confrontation. The scarlet glow, while seemingly formidable, reveals an essence of fragility upon closer inspection. It flickers like a candle's flame in the wind, wavering uncertainly, as if it might extinguish at any moment. At this juncture, his perception of the Scion race has been profoundly altered. What manner of creatures are these? It is utterly astonishing. The power exhibited post-fusion is undeniably potent. Yet it continues to escalate within the fray. Such an acceleration in strength is unattainable even through a year of arduous training. The potential for further enhancement remains. Albeit at the cost of one's very life, yet it is indeed a testament to their growing might. Whis focuses intently on Gogeta, eager to discern the limits of his capabilities. On the battlefield, Gohan's gaze fixates on Gogeta, whose ever-mounting energy exudes an undeniable pressure even he can feel. Remarkably, Gogeta has escalated the Kaioken multiplier to unprecedented heights. Observing the fluctuations in Gogeta's power levels, Gohan breaks into a cold sweat. 1 times, 2 times, 3 times, 5 times. And it continues to soar. At this moment, Gogeta's strength has reached its zenith, and with a resounding shout, an overwhelming aura surges forth, exhibiting a dramatic leap in intensity. 10 times the Kaioken. Gogeta's roar reverberates through the expanse, and his terrifying might manifests as colossal waves capable of obliterating all existence, radiating outward in all directions. The fearsome crimson energy surges forth like a volcano, erupting in an instant. His power level has now escalated to an alarming degree. With a battle power reaching 30 quintillion, the limit of 10 times the Kaioken catapults his strength to an astonishing 300 quintillion. The annihilating aura rushes forth, and even Gohan feels an oppressive weight bearing down upon him. In the next moment, Gogeta transforms into a deep crimson streak of light, his speed eclipsing 100 times the speed of sound in an instant. How swift! Gohan cannot help but exclaim, instinctively raising his hand to shield against Gogeta's assault, yet he is a moment too late. Enveloped in the scarlet aura, a mighty fist, imbued with unparalleled destructive power. Strikes before Gohan's defense can fully materialize. Bang! A powerful strike landed forcefully upon Son Gohan's visage. The terrifying force radiated outward, distorting his features. An unparalleled strength rendered Son Gohan momentarily bereft of control over his body, sending him hurtling backward like a cannonball. In the blink of an eye, his form was propelled thousands of meters away. Struggling to stabilize his body in flight, the searing pain on his face made him grit his teeth. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Son Gohan's gaze sharpened as he locked onto the approaching Vegito, filled with fury. It was evident that this power was not merely superficial. He was ready for battle, Uncle Vegito. With a fierce roar, Son Gohan unleashed a deeper reservoir of energy. The power within him surged forth like an erupting volcano. Crackling sounds echoed as an unceasing stream of energy ignited the air with countless terrifying sparks. His golden hair cascaded down to his waist, and the formidable Super Saiyan Third Grade made a resplendent return. At the pinnacle of Super Saiyan Third Grade, his combat prowess surged to an astounding 200 quintillion, a 500-fold enhancement. With a steady stance, Son Gohan charged towards Vegito, clenching his right fist. He contained all his energy within, condensing immense power at the tip of his fist before unleashing a cataclysmic blow. Vegito, undeterred, gathered all his strength. His left arm swelled with muscle as all his energy erupted simultaneously. The two fists collided with a resounding boom. The force of their clash unprecedented in its intensity and magnitude. A dazzling white light erupted above the realm of destruction. As their fists met, fierce sparks of electricity ignited, and an overwhelming might spread through the air, each combatant refusing to yield. Blue and white arcs of electricity danced around their fists. Vegito gritted his teeth, exerting every ounce of his strength in an attempt to subdue Son Gohan. The pressure of their fists grew ever more intense, with Son Gohan feeling Vegito's dominance in this contest of power. Impressive, Uncle Vegito. Now how about this? With a fierce shout, Son Gohan transformed his left hand into a sharp, blade-like form, golden flames swirling around him as energy coalesced into the shape of a blade. He executed a swift, razor-sharp strike aimed directly at Vegito's brow. Here it comes. With a grin, Vegeta's eyes ignited with fervent battle spirit. In his other hand, he similarly concentrated energy into a sword of air, capable of slicing through steel to parry Gohan's latest strike. The two exchanged knowing smiles before retreating momentarily, only to charge at one another in an instant. The melee transformed into a clash of sword techniques, sharp and potent, their speeds rivaling that of lightning. The air swords danced gracefully, leaving elegant arcs in their wake. Crackling sparks and flames erupted upon collision, igniting the space around them. Each clash resonated through the very fabric of their surroundings, creating ripples in the air. The battle escalated to a fever pitch once more. The intensity of their duel defied description. Within mere seconds, they had exchanged dozens, if not hundreds, of blows. After countless encounters, both warriors prepared to unleash a decisive thrust. Their blades met with pinpoint precision, unleashing a thunderous roar that reverberated through the atmosphere. Stalemated, neither seemed willing to yield, each determined not to give an inch. It appears we are evenly matched, Uncle Vegeta, Gohan remarked, a slight quiver at the corner of his mouth as he exerted force into his air sword, which trembled under the strain of their combined might. In terms of raw power, Vegeta held a slight edge, yet Gohan adeptly utilized his combat skills to counterbalance it. At these words, a triumphant smirk spread across Vegeta's face, his muscles rippling ominously as they bulged under the influence of the Dragon Fist technique. The crimson aura expanding once more. His momentum and battle prowess surged dramatically. "Is that so?" he exclaimed, his expression contorting as his already strained body approached the brink of explosion. With a resounding boom, his energy erupted explosively, catapulting his battle power to new heights. The system displayed Vegeta's combat power before Gohan's eyes. It soared from 300 to an astounding 600, a threefold advantage over Gohan. With a crack, the air sword in Gohan's grasp shattered, and he was thrust back hundreds of meters by the sheer force of the eruption. His arm trembled from the overwhelming surge of power. Feeling the sharp pain and tingling sensation in his arm, Gohan's smile broadened. He understood how Vegeta had achieved such a level. A 20-fold Kaioken? Uncle Vegeta, you truly are risking it all to continue this fight. With a slight narrowing of his gaze, Gohan instantly discerned that Vegito had elevated the multiplier of the Kaioken once more. It was only through such means that he could swiftly exchange for immense power. If a decisive victory could not be achieved with exhilaration, that sensation would be more unbearable than death itself. Vegito, with unwavering determination, declared his resolve. He was committed to battling Gohan with all his might, willing to risk his very life to avoid any regrets. He was acutely aware that he had reached his limit, and any further enhancement was virtually impossible. Gohan, unleash a greater power, Vegito urged. He could already sense the changes occurring within his body and soul. In less than a minute, he would disintegrate, reverting to Goku and Vegeta. Then I shall oblige, Gohan responded, liberating a deeper reservoir of energy within him. With a thunderous roar, a blinding white aura surged forth, a monumental divine power coursing through him. In this radiant light, Gohan experienced a transformation and ascension. Confronted with this immense expansion of strength, far surpassing his own, Vegito realized the vast chasm that lay between them. Even without transforming into a Super Saiyan beast, Gohan had reached such heights. The disparity between them was staggering. Vegito could only manage a bitter smile within the confines of his heart. He felt a deep-seated resentment towards his own weakness, while simultaneously admiring Gohan's formidable prowess. It was unfathomable that a solitary warrior could attain such heights. The price paid for such power must have been exorbitant. As the blinding light dissipated, a profound and potent aura descended upon the god of destruction's realm. Gohan's form underwent a transformation, shifting from a Super Saiyan third grade with hair cascading to his waist to a mysterious state unique to him. At the pinnacle of this enigmatic form, his power surged to an astounding 5,000-fold increase, elevating his battle strength to an astronomical 2,000 quintillion. The immense disparity in strength rendered the outcome of their clash evident without any need for combat. Reigning in his power, Gohan's piercing gaze locked onto Vegito, immediately perceiving the dire state of his opponent. He was on the brink of collapse. Uncle Vegito, why not settle this with a single blow? Use your strongest attack against me. Aware that Vegito could no longer sustain the fusion for an extended period, Gohan proposed this challenge. My strongest attack, you say? You possess great confidence in your abilities, Gohan. Then you must tread carefully. With a focused gaze, Gohan's words stirred a profound discontent within Vegito's heart. Yet, despite this, he acquiesced. He understood better than anyone the precarious state of his own body. The fusion had long reached its limits, and he was forcing it to endure at any cost. The souls of Goku and Vegeta flickered faintly. Should they fail to liberate themselves further, both would face demise. And he would not be exempt from this fate. Taking a deep breath, Vegito raised his right hand toward the heavens. In an instant, an energy reminiscent of celestial bodies was summoned forth, its formidable power not only distorting space but also shaking the very realm of the gods of destruction itself. This technique possesses an astonishing level of power. Although its destructive capability may not be the most formidable, it undeniably constitutes a lethal threat to adversaries. Even foes exponentially more powerful can find themselves injured or even face demise. As he beheld the culmination of Gogeta's ultimate move, Gohan's gaze sharpened, sensing the dire peril emanating from that strike. Moreover, he fully comprehended the significance of this attack. As the mightiest fusion warrior across all dimensions, Gogeta wields abilities that neither Goku nor Vegeta possess. Among these, the most emblematic is undoubtedly the technique known as the Soul Punisher. This technique is truly a lethal skill capable of transcending levels in combat. Even someone as formidable as Gohan would pay a steep price if he fails to approach it with caution. It is indeed an astonishing ultimate move. If not taken seriously, one might even risk their very life. In a significant shift from his previous demeanor, Gohan now stands resolute, a pale aura emanating from within him. His mysterious state unleashed in full force. His muscles are taut, vigilance at its peak, as his energy is concentrated and coalesced in front of him, forming an impenetrable defense. Vegeta's ultimate technique is also gathering power at an astonishing rate. The longer it coalesces, the more overwhelming its presence becomes. Even in its incomplete form, this technique is capable of causing disturbances in the very fabric of the god of destruction's realm. One can only imagine the sheer magnitude of power this ultimate move would possess once fully realized. Even the act of slaying a god would seem trivial in comparison. As mere spectators, the god of destruction, Beerus, and the angel, Whis, both wear grave expressions. Is this truly a skill developed by mortals? It surpasses my expectations. A tempest of emotions stirs within Beerus, as he senses an inkling of danger emanating from Goku's formidable display. The might of this strike instills a sense of trepidation even among the gods. Even the most formidable god of destruction, Beerus, dares not underestimate Gogeta's blow. Thus, one can only imagine the sheer terror of its power. Should a god of destruction from another universe, albeit slightly weaker, be struck by this attack, they would likely emerge gravely wounded, if not dead. Meanwhile, another observer, the angel Vados, furrowed his brow. As an angel, he perceives far beyond what mortal eyes can see. The intensity of Gogeta's technique rivals the devastation wrought by the abilities of the gods of destruction, its terror surpassing imagination. A dual assault on both the spirit and the body would inflict considerable harm even upon the weaker gods of destruction. It is truly astonishing that the fusion warrior could achieve such prowess. Vados could not help but express his admiration. To elicit such praise from an angel signifies extraordinary capability. Gogeta has undeniably approached the level of a god of destruction in terms of combat prowess, and even the gods of destruction cannot afford to dismiss him lightly. Vados then shifted his gaze to Gohan. Given Gogeta's immense strength, what remarkable display might Gohan exhibit? He eagerly anticipates Gohan's forthcoming performance. Gohan, even Lord Beerus would expend considerable effort to counter such a technique, yet in your current form, I fear you may not withstand it, Vados murmured. The scene shifts back to the battlefield. At this moment, Gogeta has concentrated his ultimate technique to its zenith. A brilliance reminiscent of the cosmic galaxy gathers within his palm. Soul Reaper, complete. As this technique reaches fruition, an excited smile blossoms upon Gogeta's face. This move will undoubtedly vanquish Son Gohan. Directly ahead, Son Gohan heightened his vigilance. Every muscle taut, enveloped in a mysterious state, exerting his full power without a hint of relaxation. Prepare yourself, Gohan. Soul Judgment. With a single hand clasp, radiant energy, akin to the brilliance of the sun, moon, and stars, coalesced within Gogeta's palm. As he swept his hand, this energy, imbued with arcane destructive force, surged forth from his grasp, hurtling straight towards Gohan's face. Here it comes. As Gogeta unleashed the Soul Judger, an unprecedented sense of impending danger surged forth, far exceeding Gohan's expectations. The energy, having been concentrated to its zenith, formed an impenetrable shield before him. The Soul Judger collided with Gohan's protective barrier. Crackling. The energy of the Soul Judger was extraordinarily unique, radiating from within and, in an instant, obliterating the protective shield that Gohan had meticulously formed. With the barrier shattered, Gohan's heart raced. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he unlocked a deeper layer of his energy reservoir. Boom! A deafening roar erupted as blinding white light surged skyward. The astonishing energy beam appeared capable of rending the heavens asunder. An awe-inspiring display of divine power that sent tremors through the god realm. In this moment, Gohan underwent a profound transformation. Having battled to this extent, he was compelled to unleash a higher tier of his divine, mysterious state. His battle prowess augmented exponentially, elevating his combat value to an astounding 4,000 yadas. This was double the power of his mysterious state, and coupled with the elevation of energy, the transition from aura to divine power signified an enhancement far beyond mere doubling. Crack! The surface of the energy shield began to manifest fissures. The energy of the Soul Judger slowly eroded Gohan's divine strength, permeating his energy and inching closer to him. Could he not withstand this force even in this form? Gohan was deeply shaken. He had never anticipated the Soul Judgers might to be so formidable. This skill is undeniably a lethal technique that forcibly grants an unfair advantage. If we were to consider that the strength of Gogeta is on par with his own, the Soul Reaper move is something he truly does not know how to counter or obstruct. There is a real possibility that he could meet his demise under the might of this attack. Is he not yet prepared to unleash that transformation? Gohan, if you do not summon your full power, it is absolutely impossible for you to withstand my ultimate move, Gogeta bellowed, observing the still-standing Gohan. He had staked everything on the Soul Reaper. If this technique could not compel Gohan to reveal his strongest form, then they would be utterly lost. As he watched the energy of the Soul Reaper gradually shatter the protective barrier and begin assaulting Gohan's final line of defense, a knowing smile crept onto Gogeta's lips. At this juncture, Gohan had no choice but to summon his utmost strength. Uncle Gogeta, your might has taught me a lesson. Realizing that his divine state could no longer endure, Gohan resolutely awakened a deeper reservoir of energy within him. With a radiant white light emanating from his eyes, the S cells within him were activated. Boom! A silvery brilliance erupted, enveloping an astonishing divine power. Within this luminescence, an overwhelming force was unleashed, instantly dispersing the energy of the Soul Reaper. Finally, at long last, this moment has arrived. Witnessing this turn of events, Gogeta felt a surge of elation in his heart. He had successfully compelled Gohan to unleash his full potential. Now, only the final step remained. The silvery energy pierced through the God of Destruction realm, a terrifying force sweeping in all directions. Even with the stabilizing power of the angels, the God of Destruction realm trembled under this might. At the core of this energy, an invincible silhouette began to emerge. As the brilliance faded, Gohan's form underwent a dramatic transformation. With silver hair erupting like a furious tempest, blood-red pupils, and his entire being suffused with profound divine power, he exuded an untamed ferocity, surpassing the might of ancient beasts, all while maintaining a stable aura that would not leak. This indeed marks the ultimate transformation of Son Gohan, the Super Saiyan Beast. Previously, the Super Saiyan Beast, based on a mysterious state, exhibited a combat power increase of merely 40,000 times in its normal state. Now, grounded in the divine mystery, empowered by divine strength, the Super Saiyan Beast's combat prowess has surged to an astonishing 80,000 times in its normal state, revealing his true power. Son Gohan has transcended the 6th dimension, stepping into the realm of the 10th dimension. At present, his formidable combat power reaches a staggering 32 quintillion. The distinction between quintillion and trillion is vast. Beneath the 10th dimension, all are mere insects. Ding. Automatic absorption of energy from the 20-fold Kaioken Super Saiyan 4th Stage Blue Vegeto, Soul Punisher, converted into energy points, 10 quintillion. Ding. Automatic absorption of energy from the 20-fold Kaioken Super Saiyan 4th Stage Blue Vegeto, Soul Punisher, converted into energy points, 30 quintillion. Ding. Automatic absorption of energy from the 20-fold Kaioken Super Saiyan 4th Stage Blue Vegeto, Soul Punisher, converted into energy points, 50 quintillion. The manifestation of the Super Saiyan Beast disperses the energy of the Soul Punisher, which scatters around, absorbed by the system and converted into energy points. With scarlet eyes glancing slightly in Vegeto's direction, Son Gohan remarked, "I never anticipated that Uncle Vegeto's power could be this formidable. My previous underestimation was a disservice to you. Now, as you wished, I shall unleash my full strength. Thus, this battle shall come to a close." Son Gohan had no intention of continuing the assault. He had fulfilled Vegeto's wishes. By unleashing his entire power, Vegeto's obsession should dissipate. The fusion time had long since ended, and it was merely being forcibly maintained. This battle needed to conclude. However, Son Gohan was mistaken. Vegeto was not a man to relinquish easily. Forcing Son Gohan to reveal his full power was merely the first step. What he truly desired was to defeat Son Gohan in a direct confrontation. You are correct. It is indeed time for this battle to cease. A significant smile graced Vegeto's face, and his presence did not fade. Instead, his aura surged and intensified. Witnessing Vegeto remain steadfast, Son Gohan's eyes widened in astonishment. As their gazes locked, he immediately comprehended the resolve reflected in Vegeto's eyes. This individual, still unwilling to concede, seeks to utterly vanquish him. Otherwise, he will undoubtedly persist. It appears that this final confrontation is unavoidable. In light of this, I shall fulfill Uncle Vegeta's last wish. As a fellow Saiyan, Son Gohan comprehends Vegeta's determination. Rather than fading away with regrets, it is far more honorable to expend one's final strength and fight until the very last moment. Thus, even in defeat, there shall be no lingering remorse. More daunting than failure itself is the lack of courage to confront it. Do not hastily draw conclusions, Gohan. In truth, that last move was not my full strength. A profound smile graced Vegeta's face, signaling a resurgence of the crimson aura emblematic of the Kaioken. At this moment, his energy surged dramatically, ascending as if propelled by a rocket. Upon sensing this extraordinary intensity, Son Gohan was initially taken aback, followed by an overwhelming disbelief at Vegeta's reckless resolve. This fellow exhibits an astonishing disregard for the potential explosion of his body due to the overwhelming energy surging within him. Achieving a 20-fold Kaioken while transcending his own limits is nothing short of miraculous. Indeed, it could be deemed the pinnacle of extremes. Were it not for the protagonist's halo, any other individual would have succumbed to the catastrophic surge of power long before this moment. As the fusion of the primary and secondary protagonists in the Dragon Ball universe, Gogeta possesses the dual blessings of both heroes' auras, rendering this audacious display of strength rather absurd. Has he once again amplified the Kaioken's multiplier? Given his current physique, how much longer can he endure this? Gohan observed Gogeta, his expression inscrutable as he spoke. At this moment, Gogeta's combat power was stabilized at 600 quintillion, still shy of entering the realm of 1,000 quintillion. Yet, even upon reaching such a threshold, what would truly change? In the 10th dimension, beneath the power of the lower levels, the 6th dimension's quintillion units are but mere ants. Only by genuinely stepping into this realm can one comprehend the absurdity of their former self. Indeed, even if I were to elevate the Kaioken multiplier to 30 times, my body would be in a state of severe overload, on the brink of explosion. However, I firmly believe I can achieve this. The formidable physique granted by the Super Saiyan 4th stage enables me to withstand this force. With that declaration, the reckless Gogeta once more intensified the Kaioken multiplier, this time unleashing his final desperate strike. A tempest of fury engulfed the god of destruction realm, an unimaginable crimson storm sweeping across all directions, turning the realm into chaos. The system automatically displayed Gogeta's combat power before Gohan's eyes. Gogeta had now ascended into the realm of 1,000 quintillion, stabilizing at an impressive 1,500 quintillion. The further amplified Kaioken multiplier and the forcibly surging energy were beyond his control, plunging Gogeta into a state of severe energy leakage. Gohan's system subsequently converted this leaked energy into energy points. Gazing at the blood-soaked storm enveloping Gogeta, no matter how many energy points the system notifications heralded, Gohan could not find joy, maintaining an expression of utmost seriousness. Ding! Automatically absorbing the energy of the 50-fold Kaioken Super Saiyan 4th stage Blue Gogeta. Converted into energy points, 50 quintillion. Ding! Automatically absorbing the energy of the 50-fold Kaioken Super Saiyan 4th stage Blue Gogeta, converted into energy points, 80 quintillion. Ding! Automatically absorbing the energy of the 50-fold Kaioken Super Saiyan 4th stage Blue Gogeta, converted into energy points, 100 quintillion. Section 145. 50-fold. Kaioken. With a resounding shout, Gogeta steadied himself, disregarding his ballooning physique, firmly planted his legs, and gathered energy into his fist. This was indeed his final strike, a manifestation of sheer power rather than a lethal technique of energy release. Chapter 137. The outcome is decided, an overwhelming victory. Observing the stance of Gogeta, Gohan felt an increasing sense of familiarity. This maneuver, he seems to have encountered it before. The momentum is truly astonishing, Uncle Vegeta, however. I fear I cannot fulfill your desire and allow you to execute this technique. Gohan is acutely aware that the current Vegeta is already at the brink of exhaustion. The intense side effects of this ultimate technique are beyond his imagination. Vegeta's body is teetering on the edge of collapse. Even the formidable physique granted by the 4th transformation of Super Saiyan cannot withstand the 50-fold Kaioken, especially when employing such a powerful technique on top of that. Aside from the physical form, the only aspect that could inflict lasting damage on Vegeta, one that he would never be able to recover from, is his soul. Vegeta's soul is a fusion of Goku and Vegeta's spiritual essences, and should it suffer a severe blow, both individuals would undoubtedly be significantly affected. Is that so? Then I shall see how you intend to stop me, Gohan. The ultimate technique has reached its climax. Vegeta realizes there is no turning back, and no one can restrain him now. The divine power, the bloodline strength, a dual fusion of might, the crimson aura of Kaioken envelopes him, painting everything around in a vivid hue, coalescing into a tangible form at a speed visible to the naked eye, ultimately transforming into a blood-red dragon that seems to swirl around Vegeta as if it were a living entity. The emergence of this crimson dragon corroborated Son Gohan's speculation. As he had surmised, it was indeed the Dragon Fist. The technique wielded by Gogeta, embodying pure power, was none other than the Dragon Fist itself. To confront such an embodiment of unadulterated strength, one cannot resort to conventional methods. An unconventional approach is imperative. Memories of his training in Whis' unique realm surged forth in his mind. An intangible force constrained his body, rendering even his immense power futile. He must emulate a technique capable of rivaling those from that extraordinary space. It is indeed a formidable challenge. Yet Son Gohan has previously ventured into the unique realm of the angels for training, thus acquiring a certain understanding of that formidable power. Taking a deep breath, Son Gohan intertwined his fingers and closed his eyes, allowing an invisible aura to emanate from his being. The ferocious strength of the Super Saiyan beast began to soften at this moment. A cacophony of sound erupted, as silvery luminescence surged forth from within him. Unlike the fierce brilliance of an explosive transformation, this light was extraordinarily gentle, exuding no semblance of threat. Guided by his instincts, Son Gohan endeavored to replicate the essence of that space using his hands and his innate power. The enigmatic silvery glow coalesced within his palms, at times surging and at other moments serene. The ultimate confrontation between the two techniques was observed by the god of destruction, Beerus, and the angel, Whis. What is that? Beerus's expression hardened, quickly transforming to one of astonishment and shock. The intimidation stemming from Vegeta's dragon fist was already enough to astound him. Even as the most powerful god of destruction, he could scarcely believe that such pure force could be harnessed by a mere mortal. However, more than the dragon fist itself, he harbored greater trepidation regarding Son Gohan's recent actions and his entry into a state of profound enlightenment. The young man exhibited astonishing talent and insight on the scene, grasping entirely new techniques in the moment. The instinct of a destroyer whispered to him that something extraordinary was about to transpire. It would indeed be a pity if such poise and understanding did not culminate in his becoming a destroyer, murmured Whis in a voice only he could perceive. He, too, was awestruck by the potential of Son Gohan. After countless eons, this was the first time he had witnessed such a spectacle in a mortal. His gaze shifted to Gogeta. The power-based techniques were formidable, their might evident on the surface, yet their execution demanded an exorbitant price. A moment's carelessness could lead to utter annihilation. As an angel, he ought to intervene immediately to halt Gogeta's actions, to prevent any irreversible afflictions from befalling Goku and Vegeta. However, his instincts indicated that Son Gohan possessed the capability to restrain Gogeta, rendering any intervention from him unnecessary. Forgive me, it appears I am a step ahead, Gohan. Gogeta grinned widely, aware that Gohan was right before him, his technique incomplete, presenting an immense opening he could not afford to overlook. His dragon fist had already coalesced into form. Roar! The crimson dragon behind Gogeta let out a resonant bellow that echoed across the heavens. The dragon fist had reached its zenith. Dragon fist, unleash! With a thunderous shout, Gogeta melded his form with that of the blood-red dragon. The colossal dragon, upon the convergence of Gogeta, expanded to a staggering height of 10,000 meters, its boundless might sweeping across the cosmos like a tempest. The frenzied crimson dragon, with its gaping maw, charged towards Gohan, the abyssal mouth radiating with a sinister scarlet luminescence, aimed directly at Gohan's form. The infinite abyssal maw surged forth, yet Gohan remained unfazed. It seemed as though the outcome had already been determined. In this moment of peril, an unforeseen transformation occurred. Gohan abruptly opened his tightly shut eyes, and his aura shifted from an ethereal presence to a tangible force. The enigmatic energy ring within his palm crystallized into a substantial form at this instant. Crossing the river without aid, strike at the heart of the flow. As the words fell from his lips, the energy ring in Gohan's hand expanded instantaneously. With a resonating hum, the seemingly innocuous energy ring collided with the body of the crimson dragon, ensnaring its core. With its essence locked, the massive form of the dragon found itself incapable of movement. After struggling futilely, it disintegrated into countless particles, vanishing without a trace. The illusionary dragon's body dissolved, revealing Gogeta's true form, now firmly bound by the energy ring. This is no mere energy ring designed to restrain the actions of others. This energy ring, while limiting movement, gradually erodes the strength of its target, ultimately rendering them devoid of combat capability. What is this? Goku struggled with all his might, his unwillingness manifesting in a desperate scream. He could feel the energy within him dissipating little by little. The central force maintaining the fusion of their souls was becoming precarious under the pressure of this power. The fusion was on the verge of collapse. With a gaze as crimson as blood, Gohan surveyed the struggling Goku before him, raising one hand to direct the energy ring. The compressive force of the energy ring intensified once more. It is over, Gohan declared, and Goku's form disintegrated in response. His body transformed into a beam of white light, reforming into Goku and Vegeta. With their souls wounded and energy severely depleted, the newly separated duo fainted before they could even catch their breath. With Goku's disintegration, the battle finally reached its conclusion. Gohan emerged victorious, displaying an overwhelming dominance in this conflict. As he gazed down at the unconscious forms of Goku and Vegeta, Gohan focused, activating the power of his mystic eyes. While he had managed to save a life, the situation was far from optimistic. Both of them were essentially on the brink of death, following Goku's disintegration. The tremendous burdens of the transcendent Super Saiyan 4th level and the Super Saiyan Blue fusion weighed heavily upon them, compounded by the severe side effects of Goku's 50-fold Kaioken in the final moments. The injuries sustained by the physical body are not the most fatal. The true challenge lies in the soul wounds inflicted upon Son Goku and Vegeta as a result of Gogeta's relentless maintenance of his fused form. The body can be restored, yet the soul, without the aid of extraordinary means, remains irreparable. Once a portion of the soul is lost, even the mightiest of powers cannot achieve perfection. The outcome has been determined. This battle has indeed been a spectacle. Unbeknownst to him, the angel Whis has quietly approached Son Gohan. Whis' sudden appearance catches Son Gohan off guard. Even in his Super Saiyan beast form, he cannot perceive even the slightest trace of the aura that accompanies an angel's movements. Is the chasm between them still so vast? The level of combat indeed reached a magnitude capable of annihilating the universe. However, in the eyes of the angel, it was merely a trivial skirmish. Upon noticing the arrival of Whis, Gohan released his insightful eye ability. He cast a fleeting glance at the unconscious duo, Goku and Vegeta, before directing his gaze towards Whis. Whis, my father and Uncle Vegeta. Gohan's words were abruptly interrupted by Whis. Their injuries are quite severe. Not only do they bear physical wounds, but their souls have also endured devastating blows, likely due to the forced maintenance of the fusion state during their transformation into Vegeto. Supporting his chin with one hand, Whis scrutinized the unconscious Saiyan duo, muttering incantations under his breath. As an angel, his perception was extraordinary, instantly discerning the issues plaguing Goku and Vegeta. Yet, precisely because of his celestial nature, restoring their souls from such trauma would prove to be a matter of relative ease. Such a grievous injury, if left unattended, could not only result in a lingering mortality, but also significantly diminish one's prowess. The affliction of the soul inhibits even the mightiest of powers, rendering them incapable of manifesting more than 70% of their potential. If healing is further delayed, it is conceivable that one's combat strength may stagnate indefinitely, with no hope of ascension. Essentially, this life is fated for ruin. However, fear not, Gohan, for I shall take care of the remaining matters. These wounds present a tremendous opportunity for them. With a gentle chuckle, Whis tapped his staff lightly upon the ground. In an instant, a mysterious energy radiated outward from within. The power of the angels surged forth, transporting the unconscious Goku and Vegeta away from the realm of the god of destruction. As for their destination, only Whis held that knowledge. Thank you, Whis. Gohan expressed his gratitude. It was merely a small act, Whis replied with a smile, seemingly unfazed. Moreover, I am quite eager to see where this battle will lead Goku and Vegeta. However, he swiftly shifted the conversation back to Gohan. Gohan, have you truly considered my previous proposal? With your talent and strength, becoming the candidate for the God of Destruction of Universe 7 is merely a matter of words. I believe it won't be long before you ascend to that position. Whis was indeed attempting to entice Gohan, earnestly hoping for him to become the candidate for the God of Destruction of Universe 7. Such a formidable candidate would possess strength rivaling that of the established gods of destruction from other universes. If he were to agree, the next encounter with the gods of destruction from other universes would instill greater confidence in Universe 7. And as an angel, Whis would bask in the glory of such an achievement. Upon hearing this, Gohan reflected on Whis' earlier teachings, wherein he had inadvertently revealed the use of God of Destruction techniques, and made his proposition. However, the notion of becoming a candidate for the God of Destruction seems rather inappropriate, Whis. Although I have gained the recognition of the Grand Minister to remain in this world, I am not the Gohan of this realm. There exists another Gohan alongside me. Gohan did not explicitly indicate whether he would accept the role of candidate, leaving Whis in suspense. Yet, it was this very suspense that ignited a spark of hope in Whis' eyes. He sensed a possibility. Oh, so you are concerned about these matters, Gohan. It is understandable, for aside from you, there is indeed another Gohan in this world. Moreover, if I were to appoint you as the candidate for the God of Destruction, Lord Beerus would undoubtedly oppose it vehemently. Whis covered his mouth with a smile, casting a subtle glance into the shadows of the God of Destruction's realm, aware that Beerus was eavesdropping. These words were deliberately spoken for the ears of the God of Destruction, Beerus, with the intention of applying a measure of pressure upon him. If Beerus were to hear such remarks, His expression would surely be most amusing, Gohan jested. At that moment, concealed in the shadows, Beerus listened intently to their conversation. His teeth clenched and fury welling within him. Humph. The position of a god of destruction is not one that can be assumed lightly. You are still far too inexperienced. With a cold snort, Beerus turned away, his countenance dark as he strode towards his chamber, leaving uncertain whether he sought rest or something else entirely. Chapter 138. The Emperor approaches after 3 months. Time flows like water, and unbeknownst to many, 3 months have elapsed since Gohan's battle with the universe's mightiest warrior, Vegito. In that confrontation, Goku and Vegeta, who should have faced dire repercussions and perhaps even death, were spared by the intervention of the angel, Whis. Yet, despite their survival, they bore irreversible wounds upon their forms. These injuries were insurmountable for them. Even with the aid of the eternal dragon, recovery was questionable. However, for an angel, healing such afflictions is merely a trivial endeavor. Whis, having intentionally nurtured Goku and Vegeta, would never allow them to meet their demise so easily. Though an exorbitant price was paid, this experience also presented a significant opportunity for them, as their potentials were elevated through this fusion. Goku discovered a means to transcend the Super Saiyan God, evolving further to attain the Super Saiyan Blue form. Vegeta, too, uncovered a pathway to surpass his own limits, blending divine power to become even stronger. Although this battle ended in defeat, it has proven to be immensely beneficial for them. However, concerning their souls, both individuals still grapple with significant issues. The soul damage inflicted by Gogeta's forced fusion is not easily remedied. It requires the passage of time and the assistance of angels to gradually restore them to their former glory. During this period, both Son Goku and Vegeta have taken up residence in the realm of the Destroyers. On one hand, this is due to their pursuit of training, striving to break through to higher realms. On the other hand, it is imperative to expedite the healing of their soul injuries. Otherwise, despite their increased strength, they would only be able to harness a mere 70% of their potential, or even struggle to reach 50%. As for Son Gohan, since his confrontation with Gogeta, he has gained a deeper understanding of his own level of mastery, whether through the application of attacks or the manipulation of power during transformations. He has experienced a significant elevation across various dimensions. Remarkably, he has even half-mastered the divine techniques exclusive to the angels, though only a half-mastery. This accomplishment positions him above the vast majority of destroyers across the 12 universes. Even Beerus, the mightiest among them, has only attained a similar level of mastery. Son Gohan, a mortal who has lived for less than 50 years, has achieved a stage that rivals even Beerus, underscoring his extraordinary talent. With his realm stabilized, he encounters a new plateau in his training within the realm of the Destroyers, which has now come to a close. He returns to Earth, to the familiar surroundings of his home on Mount Pozu. At this juncture, however, undercurrents are stirring, heralding a new wave of crisis. In West City, in the central courtyard of the luxurious Capsule Corporation estate, a spaceship adorned with distinctive symbols from the cosmos breaks through the atmosphere and lands steadily in Bulma's opulent estate. As the hatch of the spacecraft opens, a comical figure reminiscent of Ultraman emerges, none other than the galactic patrolman and Bulma's friend, Jocko. Bulma, astonished by his arrival, is taken aback as they have not been in contact for quite some time. His unexpected visit elicits both surprise and joy from her. With a leisurely stride, Bulma approaches the entrance of the estate with her hands on her hips, arriving before Jocko's spacecraft. Well, Jocko, what a surprise to see you here on Earth. Did you come specifically to visit me? Long time no see, Bulma. I apologize, but my arrival here was not solely to visit you. The situation in the universe has dramatically changed. The resurrected evil emperor has set his sights on Earth. I came ahead to inform you of this news. For if it is not addressed properly, our entire planet may be at risk of destruction. With pressing matters at hand, Gak approached Bulma, his egg-sized eyes fixed intently upon her. Strangely, the atmosphere at that moment took on an odd and humorous quality. Such was Gak's character, and coupled with his serious demeanor, it often produced an unintended effect. Fortunately, Bulma had become accustomed to such eccentricities. Evil Emperor? Gak, speak slowly. What do you mean the Earth is in danger of destruction? A look of skepticism crossed Bulma's face as she pondered whether those unfortunate souls had set their sights on Earth. The warriors residing on Earth were among the pinnacle of existence in the universe, capable of handling even the mischief of the god of destruction, Beerus. Who in the cosmos would dare seek their demise? I've just received this information, triggered in advance from the Galactic Patrol headquarters. And I've come to Earth to inform you. The individual planning to attack Earth, surely you've encountered him before, is none other than the former Galactic Emperor, Frieza. For reasons unknown, he has been resurrected and is leading his Frieza force towards Earth. Judging by the numbers and their intent, it appears they aim to eradicate every living being on the planet. Gak relayed all the news in one breath. However, upon noticing Bulma's reaction, he was left utterly dumbfounded. What did he see? Upon hearing Frieza's name, Bulma's eyes were filled with nothing but disdain. This woman, does she underestimate Frieza? It is essential to recognize that in the vast expanse of the universe, Frieza's infamy is unparalleled, and the dominion of the tyrant is profoundly significant. His resurrection has swiftly summoned the overwhelming majority of the former Frieza force's might. This exemplifies the terror wielded by the tyrant. However, little could he fathom that Bulma has encountered tempests far beyond the mere menace of a single Frieza. Whether it be the turmoil on Namek instigated by Frieza, the subsequent crisis of the androids upon her return to Earth, or the awakening of Majin Buu, not to mention the recent arrival of the god of destruction, Beerus. All of this has been resolved by his companions. A mere Frieza, simply a bygone boss rendered obsolete by time. Even if resurrected, what tumult could he possibly incite? Frieza, you say? It has been years since I last heard that name. Were it not for your sudden mention, Jace, I would have forgotten that such a wretched individual ever existed. You claim he has returned, leading an army towards Earth? With Jace's reminder, memories long buried surged forth in Bulma's mind. She recalled the tumultuous events on Namek, including Frieza's subsequent invasion of Earth, culminating in the merciless defeat at the hands of Gohan. That grotesque little imp is back to court death. Hey, Bulma, what do you mean by your nonchalant tone? Is Frieza so insignificant in your eyes? Jace stared, bewildered by Bulma's unfazed demeanor, unable to fathom the source of her mysterious confidence. Of course, had he encountered Vegeta, he might have comprehended where this assurance originated. I understand. It is merely a trivial Frieza after all. Look at how frightened you are. Calm down, Jace. Follow me. Let us discuss this further in the living room. Bulma turned, gracefully striding towards the lounge. Jace was left standing, bewildered, as he watched Bulma's retreating figure disappear into the distance. At this moment, he was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words to articulate the tumult of emotions within him. Had Bulma's mind faltered, leading her to become excessively arrogant and conceited? This is Frieza, a being who once dominated a significant portion of the universe, a cosmic emperor who has annihilated countless planets, a quintessential embodiment of pure malevolence. In Bulma's eyes, he is nothing more than a triviality. At the serene locale of Mount Payos, the early returning Gohan, with nothing pressing to occupy his time, operates his father's bulldozer to cultivate the land, having spent a considerable amount of time in rigorous training. Indulging in a semblance of ordinary life offers a unique flavor of experience. While he relaxes his taut nerves, Gohan suddenly perceives a profoundly familiar aura emanating from the cosmos. He halts the machine and gazes into the vastness of space. After a moment of contemplation, he deduces the identity of the aura's owner. Frieza. Has he returned from death, eager to seek his own demise on Earth? How foolish Frieza is. The resurrection of Frieza had long been anticipated by Gohan.